What would happen if every 1% chance in a game became a 100% certainty? In Abyss, a game where death deducts real-life lifespan, I am the answer. That ring that adds 1% critical hit? It makes every slash burn with fire, every sword strike a critical hit. That 3% chance to steal skill? It allows me to strip a boss of all its equipment. That 0.1% chance to trigger a vicious debuff? My enemies don't just die, they die with permanent disabilities and pain. They call me a bug, a cheater, but I'm just playing the luck bestowed by the gods to its extreme. The red countdown on the computer screen, Abyss Descends, 3 hours 16 minutes, was glaring, but I didn't care. After ending a 20-game losing streak, the strong should humiliate the weak. It felt good. This countdown had appeared over a month ago, on all electronic devices worldwide. Some said it was the end of the world, others said it was the arrival of a divine game. I chose to frantically take out hundreds of thousands in loans and hoard a room full of supplies. My life's motto was 4 words: I don't give a damn. My phone rang. It was one of the goddesses I had simped for in college, Zhang Yusen. Baby, I said in a high-pitched voice, have you decided you want to be with me? The other end of the line was filled with suppressed anger. Yang Chen, your credit card is overdue, and the debt collectors are calling me. When did you put me as your emergency contact? It's the end of the world, who cares about debt collectors? Baby, why don't you come over? I have plenty of food and drinks. I glanced at the mountain of supplies and continued to tease her. You bastard. She spat and hung up. There were several other goddesses' names in my call log: Lin Ruoshi, Xinxing Xue. For the emergency contacts on the loan platforms, I treated everyone equally, so no one was at a disadvantage. Simping for one is a dog. Simping for a group is a wolf. I am a lone wolf. The countdown reached 0. The world instantly froze. Light solidified, water droplets hung in the air. My thoughts, however, were unusually clear, though my body was immobilized. A 7-colored beam of light shone down from the ceiling, pulling me into a majestic temple. Above the temple was an indescribable chaotic mass of light and shadow. Human challenger, this is the world of Abyss, a vast voice sounded. The adventure has begun. Abyss will be connected to reality. A divine light fell upon me. First descent of Abyss. Return countdown, 24 hours. Please draw your ability. So it was an online game. This was my specialty. I reached my hand into the colorful light. You have obtained the skill, Dragon Seeking Hand. Details: probabilistically steal an item from an enemy based on your own attributes. Having obtained a new skill, of course, I had to try it immediately. While the divine statue was still rambling, I used Dragon Seeking Hand directly on the chaotic mass of light and shadow. An infinitesimally small probability, which happened to me. A dazzling prismatic light flashed and merged into my body. God Forging Stone. You have obtained the unique talent, Super Invincible Lucky Star. Details: you are the chosen one. Positive probability-based attributes are maximized. Get out. The divine statue's introduction came to an abrupt end, its tone filled with panic and anger. A huge force violently pushed me out of the temple. Please enter your name in the world of Abyss. I tried a few flamboyant names, but the system didn't approve. Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf naming successful. You are the 1974th player to be named Lone Wolf. You have been assigned to newbie village number 9527. The next second, a blue light flashed, and I appeared on a vast grassland. New players in coarse cloth clothes were teleported in one after another. Some were dazed, others excited. Holy crap, I shouted, startling the people around me. Then I smiled at a guy who was about to recite a poem. Just shouting holy crap is enough at a time like this. A chorus of holy crap echoed around me. I ignored the noise and opened my newbie gift pack. 5 low-quality red potions, a rusty iron sword, attack +2, and a common critical hit ring, critical hit rate +1%. After equipping everything, I opened my attribute panel. Lone Wolf, number 1974, level 1. My 6-dimensional attributes were all around 10, except for constitution and stamina, which were 8, the result of years of sitting and lack of exercise. Health, 80. Stamina, 80. Critical hit rate, 100%. Skill, Dragon Seeking Hand. Proficiency, Novice. Cooldown, 1 minute. Effect, 100% chance to steal 1 item. Unique talent, Super Invincible Lucky Star. 100% critical hit? 100% steal? I instantly understood that it was the Super Invincible Lucky Star talent that had maxed out all positive probability-based effects. This was a real cheat. Who could withstand 100% critical hits? I didn't rush out of the village. I first wandered around and found many class trainers, swordsman, boxer, archer. There was a long line in front of the swordsman trainer. Bro, don't cut in line. A player with the ID 3 sword style stopped me. Just looking, I asked curiously, What do you use to buy skill books? Check the currency system yourself. I opened it and saw, blood coins, 0, lifespan? Consume lifespan to convert to blood coins. 1 day of lifespan converts to 1 blood coin. This was freaking pay to win with your life. The most basic skill book cost 30 blood coins, which was 30 days of lifespan. These NPCs were devils in human skin. I was a free-to-play player, a zero spender. Not far away, a shabby old beggar had a sign that read, hidden class, and hidden skill. He was attracting players with a shell game. It cost 100 blood coins to try to guess how many balls were under his bowl. Countless players, for the sake of a hidden divine skill, repeatedly drained their lifespan, but none succeeded. Old man, you're scamming people again. I couldn't stand it anymore. I walked up, grabbed the old beggar, and slapped him across the face, while simultaneously activating Dragon-Seeking Hand. The old beggar was stunned, and so were the onlookers. Lone Wolf used Dragon-Seeking Hand and successfully stole the Monkey Steals the Peach secret manual. Got it. Oh, I'm so sorry, senior. I mistook you for someone else. I turned and ran. You brat! The old beggar came to his senses and was so angry that he kicked off his worn-out shoes and chased after me barefoot. Just as I got out of the village gate, a black shadow flashed, and the old beggar tripped me. You little brat, where's my secret manual? His right cheek was swollen, and his eyes were unfriendly. What secret manual? I played dumb, while directly using the secret manual in my inventory. A golden light flashed, and I learned the skill. Monkey Steals the Peach. Proficiency, Novice. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Effect 1, Pain. Effect 2, Small probability of causing the enemy to enter the spasm, negative effect. Details, attacks the enemy's most vulnerable part, causing high true damage. Only effective against males. My lucky star talent made the trigger probability of pain and spasm 100%. The old beggar grabbed my collar and was about to slap me back. Having learned a new skill, of course, I had to try it. Monkey Steals the Peach. The old beggar reacted extremely quickly, grabbing my wrist and blocking the physical attack. But he wasn't smiling anymore. Pain effect triggered. Spasm effect triggered. The effects ignored blocks. The old beggar's face instantly turned pale. He curled up like a shrimp, clutching his lower abdomen, and fell to the ground, twitching. The effect of spasm was equivalent to a powerful hard crowd control. While he was down, I had to finish him. My Dragon-Seeking Hand was off cooldown. A stream of light flashed, and a simple jade pendant was stolen from him. Inheritance Jade. You meet the requirements for a hidden class change. Do you want to bind and change class? Yes. Binding and class change successful. After level 10, you will automatically change to the hidden class Grandmaster of National Arts. The old beggar on the ground stared with wide eyes, shocked and unwilling. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest. Congratulations to the Chinese player Lone Wolf number 1974 for being the first in the world to obtain a hidden class. You will receive a special reward. The global system announcement was instantly flooded, and my chat box exploded. A super treasure chest emitting a dazzling light appeared in my inventory, requiring level 10 to open. You little brat! The old beggar's figure gradually faded as he was teleported away by the system. We'll meet again. You just wait. Thank you for the skill and class change. I waved goodbye with a smile. After blocking the flood of friend requests and recruitment messages, I strode out of the village. It was time to officially explore this world of abyss. I arrived at the grassland outside the village, where there was a level 1 monster called Baba Sheep. They looked cute, even holding a small wooden shield on their left hoof, but their attacks were deadly. A player charged up. His weapon was shattered by the wooden shield, and then he was impaled by the sheep's horn, disappearing in a flash of white light. I quietly approached a lone one. While it was grazing, I hit it with a normal attack. -18. Critical hit. The Baba sheep let out a pained cry and charged at me with its shield, knocking me down. Don't blame me for being ruthless. I got up, a fierce glint in my eyes. Monkey Steals the Peach. With one claw, I vaguely felt something break. -26. Silver white true damage, spasm, and pain were triggered simultaneously. The Baba sheep fell to the ground, twitching. I rushed up and beat it up, all critical hits, and quickly killed it. Experience +1, Monkey Steals the Peach proficiency +1. A piece of delicious lamb dropped from the corpse. I set my sights on another Baba sheep. I started with a Monkey Steals the Peach, but it only dealt 10 physical damage and didn't trigger any effects. It was a female. This move only worked on males. The female sheep angrily raised its shield to counterattack. I quickly used Dragon-Seeking Hand. Lone Wolf used Dragon-Seeking Hand and successfully stole the Baba wooden shield. The shield in the female sheep's hand disappeared into thin air, and it was stunned on the spot. I took the opportunity to land 2 punches and finish it off. Soon, I mastered the farming routine: control and then steal from the males, steal and then attack the females. My stamina was only 80. A full combo basically exhausted it, which was just enough time for my skills to cool down. After killing 100 Baba sheep, I reached level 2 and was rewarded with 5 free attribute points. I first brought my stamina and constitution up to the normal level of 10, and added the remaining 1 point to strength. My skills also leveled up. Dragon Seeking Hand, Proficiency, Adept, Effect 2. When using unarmed skills, there is a 100% chance to additionally activate Dragon Seeking Hand once. Incredible! This meant that when I used Monkey Steals the Peach, I could trigger a free cooldown ignoring steal. Monkey Steals the Peach, Proficiency, Adept, Effect 3, extremely small probability of causing the enemy to enter the organ damage negative state. For me, this was still a 100% trigger. Organ damage destroys organs, difficult to heal, and reduces the target's maximum health. This move was simply vicious to the extreme. I couldn't wait to find a male Baba sheep to test it. 1. Monkey Steals the Peach, and I felt something break under my fingertips. Pain, spasm, and organ damage were all triggered. Lone Wolf used Monkey Steals the Peach, additionally triggering Dragon Seeking Hand, and stole the Baba sheep's treasure. Minus 37. True damage. 30% of the Baba sheep's health bar turned gray, and its maximum health was permanently reduced. And in my inventory, there were 2 more oval-shaped things. I also stole its shield, then finished it off with a few punches. Baba's treasure. Details, can be used directly or cooked. I curiously clicked Use. Lone Wolf used Baba's treasure, lifespan increased by 1 day. Gold farming? Was this a legendary gold farming mode? My eyes lit up, and I began to slaughter the Baba sheep frantically. The grassland was filled with miserable cries. Passing players cursed me for being a pervert and went around me. My inventory was soon full of shields and lamb, and I used the treasures directly. Lone Wolf used Baba's treasure, lifespan increased by 1 day. Among the series of prompts, a special one suddenly appeared. Lone Wolf used Baba's treasure, constitution permanently +1. This thing could also be used to farm stats? I was completely excited. Just then, the grassland shook violently. A 2-meter-tall, massive Baba sheep covered in bronze rust stood up from a pit. Warning, you have cruelly killed a large number of Baba sheep, incurring the wrath of the Baba King, a bronze-grade hidden boss. Its scarlet eyes instantly locked onto me. Did my talent trigger a hidden boss? I turned and ran, but it was extremely fast, like a rampaging yak. Bang! Minus 87. I was sent flying, my health bar nearly empty, and I was also stunned. I can't lose out. I struggled to get up and fought back fiercely. Monkey Steals the Peach. Minus 3000. A terrifying silver-white number floated up. The sound of its eggshell shattering seemed to echo in my ears. The 3-piece combo of pain, spasm, and organ damage, along with the simultaneous trigger of Dragon Seeking Hand, stole its big treasure. I rushed up and punched it, but it was all immune. Its defense was too high. The Baba King recovered from the severe pain and charged again. I used a stolen wooden shield to block. With a crack, the wooden shield shattered, and I lost another 35 health, leaving me with only a sliver. I couldn't outrun it, and I couldn't hurt it. I'll steal one more time even if I die. I risked it and rushed forward. The moment it attacked, I used Dragon Seeking Hand again. Bang! A sharp pain came from my chest. I was impaled by its horns and disappeared in a stream of light. Lone Wolf died, lifespan decreased by 9 months and 17 days. The price of death was nearly a year of lifespan. I was reborn in the newbie village. Ignoring the chatter of the surrounding players, I immediately opened my inventory. I got it. A skill book and a pair of plump treasures. Skill book, Baba King's Charge. A boss's exclusive skill that consumes a large amount of stamina and deals huge physical damage based on strength and constitution, with a 100% chance to cause knockdown and stun. I learned it directly. Then there was Baba King's Big Treasure. I clicked use, and a scorching energy merged into my body. Lone Wolf, lifespan increased by 1 year. Lone Wolf, constitution increased by 10 points. Lone Wolf obtained the talent Titan Sheepskin. A big treasure. It was really a big treasure. I got back all the lost lifespan, permanently gained 10 constitution, and even more ridiculously, it gave me a talent. Titan Sheepskin. Effect 1, damage taken is reduced by 10%. Effect 2, permanently immune to 20 points of any type of damage. A huge profit. I finally understood why the Baba King was so tanky. Now, it was my turn. I first went to the village to clear my backpack. A flea market had already formed in the newbie village. A fat guy named, Scamming You No Discussion, was selling a special effect weapon. Bunny's Claw, common, effect, 3% chance to apply a bleed effect on attack. 3% was 100% for me. A divine weapon. I traded a Baba wooden shield with him, and then sold him all of my 100+ shields in batches for over 600,000. After making a fortune, I returned to the Baba King's spawn point. To my surprise, a guy named Long Tianhao was commanding more than 20 players to surround the Baba King. He had activated his money power, paying 10,000 for each death, and using a human wave tactic to wear down the boss. "Hey, you loser over there, come and help." Long Tianhao spotted me and waved his hand impatiently. "You're trying to steal my boss and you dare to call me a loser? I'm a coward in real life, but in the game, do you think I'll take your crap? Screw you, call me handsome." I walked up, and before he could react, I punched him in the face. -19. Critical hit. Are you freaking crazy? Long Tianhao held his face and roared. I didn't waste any words, another punch, followed by a "monkey steals the peach." Long Tianhao's expression instantly froze, then turned pale. He bent over and fell to the ground, spasming, and let out a sound that wasn't even human. I kicked him back to the respawn point. "You have killed Long Tianhao, sin value +1. Then, I activated the newly learned Baba King's charge, transformed into a bronze wild ox, and charged at the archer with the highest damage output among the mercenaries. -236. Critical hit, one-shot kill. Your boss has run away. Are you still going to die? I shouted, and the remaining mercenaries' morale collapsed, and they scattered. Now, the boss was mine. I equipped Bunny's Claw and charged at the Baba King. I started with Monkey Steals the Peach to trigger Dragon Seeking Hand. Although organ damage could only be triggered once, I still managed to steal a piece of equipment. Then, I attacked with the Claw. Bleed triggered, damage immune. As expected, Titan Sheepskin was immune to damage below 20, and bleed was no exception. But I didn't stop. I kept attacking the same wound, and the bleed effect began to stack. Bleed triggered, health -1. Bleed triggered, health -8. I broke through its defense. The Baba King was in pain and angrily attacked with its horns. I blocked with a wooden shield. The shield shattered, and I lost 15 health. Completely acceptable. I drank a potion and continued to attack. When I was about to switch shields again, I found a bronze giant shield glowing faintly in my backpack. Baba King's giant shield, bronze. Special effect 1, blocks 30 damage. Special effect 2, shield bash, chance to stun. Well, I had just stolen the boss's weapon. I equipped it immediately. Clang, clang, clang. The Baba King's attacks were completely blocked by me, all immune. Blocking 30 damage, and my talent made me immune to 20, so its attacks were ineffective against me. You can be immune, and so can I. I laughed arrogantly, hiding behind the shield and occasionally poking out my fist to stack bleed. The bleed damage quickly stacked to 57 per second, and the Baba King's health dropped rapidly. It seemed to be trying to self-destruct. Its body began to swell. Shield bash. I smashed it with my shield, stunning it and interrupting the self-destruct. Then I went all out. As the stun was about to end, it started to swell again. My Baba King's charge was off cooldown. I transformed into a wild ox and charged with all my might, knocking the swelling Baba King into the air. It exploded in mid-air, turning into a bloody mist. Your level has increased to 3. Your level has increased to 4. Congratulations, an anonymous player from Newbie Village number 9527 has completed the world's first kill of a bronze boss and received a special reward. A golden treasure chest appeared in front of me. The Baba King also dropped a piece of bronze equipment and a pile of materials. It was a harvest time. The global channel was once again in an uproar because of me. And at the Newbie Village respawn point, Long Tianhao was curled up on the ground, letting out inhuman screams. He found that he had not only lost 10 years of lifespan, but also had a permanent debuff. Rootless person, mutilated body, damaged organs, difficult to heal. He had become disabled, and his maximum health and stamina were permanently reduced by 30%. Lone Wolf, I will never rest until you are dead. His roar was filled with despair. I sneezed and began to count my loot. Baba King's Horn of Charge, bronze accessory strength +10, enhances charge type skills. Baba King's Heartguard Mirror, bronze inner armor can withstand one fatal blow, leaving 1 health. A death-defying golden plaque. These 2 pieces of equipment instantly upgraded me. Finally, I opened the super treasure chest from the world's first kill reward. 3 divine stones appeared in the chest, and I could only choose one. Fusion Stone extracts the special effects of equipment and turns them into my own talent. Reforged Stone reforges talents. Promotion Stone promotes talents. I chose Promotion Stone without hesitation and used it on Titan Sheepskin. Titan Sheepskin, Silver. Effect 1, damage taken is reduced by 20%. Effect 2, permanently immune to 50 points of any type of damage. Incredible! my defense had undergone another qualitative change. Leveling up twice gave me 10 attribute points. I put them all into strength. Including the accessory, my strength skyrocketed to 31. I went to farm some more baba sheep and used treasures to raise my constitution to 32. After my backpack was full, I returned to the village and gave all the equipment to a clever kid I had met before, fiercely sucking the emperor's cow's balls, to sell on my behalf, with a 9-to-1 split. After taking care of the miscellaneous tasks, I went to the territory of the red-eyed rabbits. These rabbit monsters had fast attack speed and high damage, and were newbie killers. As soon as I arrived, I saw a pair of sister players struggling to farm monsters. I went up and made a few cheesy remarks, and was called a shrimp-headed man. I wasn't annoyed, just smiled and walked towards the depths of the rabbit horde. 2 red-eyed rabbits attacked me together, their 2-hit combo landing on me, but it was all immune. The male rabbit's feet are twitching, the female rabbit's eyes are blurry. I recited the text, and with one monkey steals the peach, I used my old trick and one-shot one. As for the other female rabbit, I first stole its weapon and then killed it. When my skills were on cooldown, I activated the enhanced Baba King's charge. I became a train king, rampaging through the rabbit horde. Before my stamina ran out, a dozen red-eyed rabbits had been turned into experience points. My last hit even dealt a terrifying critical damage of -457. I found that the treasures of the red-eyed rabbits could permanently increase agility. Sheep increased constitution, rabbits increased agility. This was the rhythm of turning me into a hexagonal bucket warrior. I went on a rampage, completely engrossed, and my level soared to 5. Warning, you have incurred the wrath of the Blood Rabbit King, another hidden boss. The Blood Rabbit King was a humanoid rabbit, with a physique like Mike Tyson's, extremely fast attack speed, and damage that could break my defense. But it was useless. Monkey steals the peach, followed by Dragon Seeking Hand, -3000 true damage, stealing its big treasure and weapon. It fell to the ground, spasming. I beat it up to stack bleed. It got up, I used Shield Bash to stun it. It got up again, I used Baba King's charge to send it flying. A smooth little combo. The Blood Rabbit King was controlled throughout the fight and fell unwillingly under the bleed damage. You have killed the Blood Rabbit King and are rewarded with 1000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 6. I leveled up again, picked up the bronze equipment that had dropped on the ground, and prepared to carefully loot the body. Blood Rabbit King's furry boots grade, bronze. Required level, level 1. Attributes, agility +5. Special effect, instant step. Evaluation, runs incredibly fast. Instant step, move at high speed within a 10-meter range. Skill cooldown 15 seconds, a great item. Yang Chen put on the fluffy bronze battle boots and immediately felt a surge of lightness spreading throughout his body from his feet. The cooldown time for this instant step is only 15 seconds, making it a divine skill tailored for melee classes, providing him with a flexible means of movement. Blood Rabbit King's serrated fist blade grade, bronze. Required level, level 1. Attribute 1, attack. Power increased by 10 points. Attribute 2, critical hit rate increased by 10%. Special effect, wound tier. Evaluation, the Blood Rabbit King is the champion in the arena. Wound tier, when bleeding damage stacks. Extend the duration by 10 seconds. It has a unique shape, with sharp serrated edges that glint coldly. Yang Chen looked at this fist blade, which resembled a work of art, with eager light in his eyes. A perfect weapon. This serrated fist blade is definitely an upgraded plus version of the rabbit's claw. With high attack power and a generous 10-point critical hit rate, although Yang Chen already had a 100% critical hit, he no longer needed to wear that ring. The most outrageous part is the wound tier effect. Wound tier deepens. All bleeding effects will be extended by 10 seconds. Continuous attacks. Continuous extensions. This greatly increases the damage of bleeding effects, and all wounds will not easily disappear. Invincible. Sleepy, need a pillow. I've decided, the priority of the wound tier talent should be above charge enhancement. Yang Chen was extremely excited. No wonder it was the hidden special boss of the novice village. All the equipment and talents were so unique. These special effects are all top-notch, even if the base values lag behind after leveling up. Just relying on these outrageous special effects can secure a place in future battles. Wait a minute. Although the special effect of this fist blade is impressive, there's no way to trigger bleeding in the attributes. Do I have to switch equipment while fighting? Yang Chen was puzzled and turned his gaze to a dropped skill book. Boss exclusive skill. These skill books are very special and only appear on hidden bosses in the novice area. If missed, they can never be obtained again. Rabbit King Stabbing Fist Special Effect, Blood-Soaked. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Details, causes secondary light damage based on strength. Evaluation. The Blood Rabbit King's fists are fast and can cut through the enemy's skin. Blood-Soaked, when the skill crits, it adds bleeding damage equal to the agility attribute, lasting 30 seconds. What is this? So it was waiting here. Yang Chen suddenly remembered that when the Blood Rabbit King activated the skill, it left 2 thin cuts on his face, which must have triggered the special effect. Isn't that too outrageous? Yang Chen's critical hit is 100%, so doesn't that mean every time he uses a skill, it will produce a special effect? This bleeding damage also has growth potential. The higher the agility, the higher the bleeding damage. It's simply off the charts. Blood-soaked torn wound. This is the synergy between the Blood Rabbit King's equipment and skills. The combination of these 2 special effects creates a chemical reaction that is simply divine, allowing bleeding damage to stack to the heavens. Without hesitation, learn it immediately. Yang Chen now regretted it a bit. He had allocated his points too early, using all attributes to enhance strength. Now with the Blood Rabbit King's skills and weapons, the bleeding damage added by agility is even more outrageous, definitely harsher than critical hits. Finally, the main event is here. Blood Rabbit King's treasure evaluation. Are you even human? Yang Chen's eyes sparkled. Based on the previous experience, the treasure could grant a talent. The Titan sheepskin came from this, so what would the Blood Rabbit King give? Use pure and unparalleled energy fused into his body, followed by the sound of the system. Werewolf. Lifespan increased by 1 year. Werewolf. Agility increased by 10 points. Werewolf. Gain talent, shake head and sway. Indeed. Yang Chen directly increased his lifespan by 1 year, and his agility surged by 10 points. Shake head and sway. Shake the cute little head. Randomly reduce the cooldown of one skill by 1 second. Ha! Yang Chen's eyes widened. This is a talent that reduces skill cooldowns. No wonder the Blood Rabbit King kept shaking its head when it attacked him earlier. It was reducing the cooldown. No wonder it released skills so quickly. This is great. The Shake Head and Sway talent can speed up skill cooldown recovery, significantly enhancing monster farming efficiency. The only regret is, Shake Head and Sway only reduces the cooldown of one skill, and it's random and uncontrollable. It would be great if all skills could be reduced together. In the end, Yang Chen still had 120 treasures from the red-eyed rabbits in his backpack. Werewolf uses the treasures of the red-eyed rabbit, lifespan increased by 1 day. Werewolf uses the treasures of the red-eyed rabbit, lifespan increased by 1 day. Werewolf uses the treasures of the red-eyed rabbit, agility permanently +1, agility quickly surged to 34, and with the Blood Rabbit King's furry boots, it was heading straight for 40 points. He swung his fists a few times. Yang Chen's attack speed had noticeably increased. He jumped a few times in place and then ran a few steps. His speed had more than doubled, and his body felt as light as willow fluff in the wind. I'm so fast. Yang Chen recklessly darted through the forest. Agility increased attack speed and movement speed. Although he didn't know the exact efficiency, he could clearly feel a significant boost. The only pity was, he had already claimed the first kill of the hidden boss. If only the Blood Rabbit King could give me a super treasure chest, I could merge and extract some equipment talents and level up. Yang Chen greedily thought. Why was the potential for becoming stronger growing larger? He summarized his personal information. Werewolf, number 1974, level 6, strength 36 points. Constitution 32 points. Agility 39 points. Intelligence, stamina, spirit, all 10 points. Health 320 points. Stamina 100 points. Stamina recovery rate 100%, normal. Human level, action rate 139%, far above ordinary people. Magic 100 points. Attack power 46 points. Strength plus equipment, defense power 48 points. Related to constitution, related to stamina, plus equipment. Critical hit rate 100%. Critical hit damage 1.5 times. Damage reduction 20%. Damage immunity, all types 50 points. Skills, Monkey Steals Peach, Flying Dragon Explores the Clouds, Sheep King Charge, Rabbit King Stab. Instant Step. Shield Slam not equipped. Talents, Super Invincible Lucky Star, Titan Sheepskin, Blood Soaked, Skill, Wound Tear, Weapon, Shake Head and Sway. Yang Chen still had 5 free attribute points left, and he hadn't decided how to allocate them yet. To be honest, Yang Chen was now ridiculously strong. These boss-exclusive talents and equipment, combined with the amplification of the Super Invincible Lucky Star, created a chemical reaction that was far from just 1+1. Not to mention anything else. Just the attributes gained from eating treasures were already enough to crush ordinary players. He. Finally, it's my turn to get rich. Yang Chen cackled, then launched an attack on the nearby red-eyed rabbit to test out his new skills and damage. Whoosh whoosh. Rabbit King Stab. Yang Chen used an instant step to rush 10 meters away, leaving a lightning-like blurry afterimage with his stab, striking the red-eyed rabbit. -68. Critical hit, -71. Critical hit, blood-soaked triggered, health -39. Blood-soaked triggered, health -78. Wound tear triggered. Bleeding effect lasts for 10 seconds. Werewolf uses Rabbit King Stab, extra triggers Flying Dragon Explores the Clouds. Werewolf uses Rabbit King Stab, extra triggers Flying Dragon Explores the Clouds. Simply using one skill resulted in a long string of trigger information. The red-eyed rabbit was already dead when it took critical damage. The Rabbit King's stabbing punch only dealt light damage, just a bit higher than a normal attack, but the subsequent effects triggered were outrageous. 2 critical hits triggered 2 instances of bloodshed, extending the bleeding time even further. Not only that, the Rabbit King's stabbing punch is an unarmed skill, and triggering damage twice also activated the effect of the Flying Dragon Cloud Hand twice. Goodness, now it's like becoming a thief, even more exaggerated than the rogue class. Let's grab some treasures. Get my agility up to 40 points, fill my backpack with equipment, and prepare to head back. Yang Chen was rolling in wealth, his pockets overflowing, but the backpack was limited, so he planned to fill it up and then clear it out when he returned. PS. 1. To make it easier to read, overly long effects will be simplified a bit, as long as everyone understands the meaning. 2. The protagonist's total attributes will only be summarized again after significant changes. Some people like to see it, while others find it annoying, so we'll try to find a middle ground. Boss, something's wrong. A hurried private message came through the friend info bar. It was from Nyo, who was collaborating with him. I'm grinding happily. If you have something to say, hurry up. At that moment, Yang Chen was immersed in the thrill of efficiently farming monsters, too preoccupied to care about other trivial matters. Boss, you should return to town quickly. Long Tianhao has gathered a group of players and is heading your way. Nyo replied with some concern, detailing Long Tianhao's movements in the novice village to Yang Chen. That man who had lost his treasure was bringing many experts to seek revenge. Oh, how does Long Tianhao know where I am? You little rascal. You wouldn't be the one crying thief while stealing, would you? Yang Chen's focus was elsewhere, seeing the ugliness of human nature. Feeling wronged. Pitiful. Boss, I didn't. Nyo looked at Yang Chen's reply and felt an immense grievance, unable to express her frustration. Stop whining. Your ability to handle pressure is so poor. A little pressure and you're already feeling wronged. Yang Chen replied casually, then comforted her. Don't worry, I'll get you some more equipment to sell later, so be ready. A boss is indeed a boss. This nonchalance, this confidence. Nyo's eyes lit up. Indeed, he was unflappable even when faced with danger, not afraid even when surrounded by a group of people attacking. Oof, just in time. These red-eyed rabbits aren't enough for me to practice my new skills. Yang Chen revealed an excited smile. Killing was an essential part of online gaming. Meanwhile, Long Tianhao, leading more than 20 people, marched towards the forest of red-eyed rabbits. That shrimp-headed guy is in the woods. Nuomi Sweet Rice Dumpling led the way, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. She had returned to town earlier and saw Long Tianhao was hunting down a player named Warwolf, only to realize it was the shrimp-headed guy who had teased her. I'll transfer you the money. Long Tianhao nodded, disregarding the authenticity of the information, and directly threw money around like a tycoon. I don't want money. That kind of scumbag deserves to die. Nuomi Sweet Rice Dumpling shook her hand, bringing Long Tianhao here not for a reward, but purely to vent her anger. All right, let's add each other as friends. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can contact me directly. Long Tianhao spoke arrogantly, completely in the manner of a big brother, and added her as a friend. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Long Tianhao led the group into the woods. Sweetie, that man is despicable, but is it really necessary to go to such extremes? Nuomi Meat Dumpling adjusted her black-framed glasses, feeling that her sister's actions were a bit excessive. You're too kind. Good people get bullied, and good horses get ridden, you understand? Nuomi Sweet Rice Dumpling shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of disappointment. In her view, villains deserve to be punished severely. By the way, have you noticed that the number of red-eyed rabbits nearby has decreased? Meat Dumpling Girl keenly noticed the sharp decrease in the number of red-eyed rabbits. Ever since that man entered the grove, the number of monsters has been dwindling. You're overthinking it. This monster keeps respawning. Sweet Dumpling Girl rolled her eyes and pointed towards the grove. He, let's go take a look. I've never seen anyone PK before. The two girls exchanged glances and secretly followed along. That despicable scumbag man was definitely going to die this time. On the other side, Long Tianhao, accompanied by a group of experts, discovered Yang Chen, who was busy farming monsters, and he had already noticed the 20 or so players nearby. Yang Chen had long been aware of the approaching players, but he showed no signs of panic. Instead, he continued to attack the red-eyed rabbits as if nothing was happening. Not running? Knowing he was surrounded, he still didn't hurry to escape, and even had the leisure to farm monsters? Long Tianhao's anger surged, feeling that Yang Chen was looking down on him. War Wolf, finally found you. Long Tianhao gritted his teeth and said, his fists involuntarily clenching as he slowly walked towards Yang Chen. Stealing my boss. Taking my precious treasure. I'm going to kill you until you log off today. Long Tianhao's forehead bulged with veins, and just thinking about his precious treasure being crushed, all its attributes dropping, made him want to tear Warwolf into pieces. Looking at the other players around him, they silently encircled him, more than 20 people surrounding Yang Chen, making escape impossible. Bro, is it worth it to kill you once? Yang Chen glanced at the others around him, shrugged, and said, which orphanage did you all come from? Call me daddy. I'll directly handle the adoption procedures and take you all out. As expected of the older generation of keyboard piano artists, his words were filled with sarcasm, instantly making everyone blush with anger. Long Tianhao shot a glance at the treetops. The archer was already in position. There was also an assassin named Charlie Bai who activated his stealth mode, sneaking up like a ghost, waiting for the right moment to strike. Stop wasting time with him. Kill him. Long Tianhao commanded, and the players he called rushed forward. Immunity, 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 arrows, fireballs, throwing darts. Various skills flashed like raindrops pouring down. Yang Chen's information bar kept popping up system notifications, but no one could break through the Titan sheepskin's defense. So bizarre? Why is all the damage immune? Everyone was shocked. Some experts had reached level 3 and could easily deal over 30 points of damage, yet it was still fully immune. Got him. At that moment, a shadow silently appeared behind Yang Chen. As an assassin, Charlie Bai had drawn a powerful talent and had other fortuitous encounters, believing that this strike would be fatal. Breaking stealth strike. Weakness perception, backstab enhancement, all talents were triggered, and with a sharp dagger in hand, he lunged towards Yang Chen's back. Health minus 37. What? Charlie Bai's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. He usually dealt hundreds of points of damage. Those pesky little monsters were almost all killed in one hit, but he only dealt over 30 points of damage to Yang Chen? So it's first calculating percentage damage reduction, then calculating immune damage? Yang Chen murmured, feeling a slight sting on his back, quickly understanding the Titan sheepskin's defense mechanism. First reduce damage, then immune to offset damage, maximizing defense. He. Yang Chen revealed a mouthful of white teeth, a hint of an evil smile on his face. Monkey steals peach. Yang Chen suddenly turned around, using his iron claws to swipe back, heading straight for Charlie Bai's vital points. Pain, spasm, organ damage, monkey steals peach, stealing Charlie Bai's treasure. Charlie Bai screamed as he fell to the ground, convulsing as if electrocuted, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. The Rabbit King's stabbing punch was as swift as lightning. Minus 78. Critical hit. Minus 74. Critical hit. Flying Dragon probing Cloud Hand, stealing Charlie Bai's equipment. X2. The dagger in Charlie Bai's hand was instantly stolen by Yang Chen, and a piece of his top tier clothing was also stripped away. The massive damage directly killed him, his body turning into a streak of light and vanishing. That top assassin master just died like this? The surrounding players were once again in shock. Damn it! He used this move to steal my treasure. Long Tianhao was furious, his eyes nearly spitting fire. That attack method was so familiar. It was this despicable move that had stolen his precious egg. Charge! Long Tianhao roared, directing. He has no skills left. Take the chance to kill him. The more powerful the skill, the longer the cooldown time. There's a saying that two fists can't fight four hands. Everyone rushed in, taking advantage of the skill cooldown to take him down. At this moment, Yang Chen's head began to shake, shaking his head. Yang Chen's head swayed left and right, the frequency increasing, blurring into the shape of a fan, after images merging into one. An epileptic seizure? This was simply an epileptic seizure, a twitching neck of a madman. Shaking head trigger, Rabbit King stabbing punch cooldown reduced by 1 second. With each shake of Yang Chen's head, the skill cooldown counter ticked down. Soon, the Rabbit King's punch could be used again. A glint flashed in Yang Chen's eyes, his fist transforming into two blurred after images, so fast it was hard to catch, directly killing a player in front of him. Another player, wielding a two-handed sword, took advantage of the gap to strike down. Flying Dragon probing Cloud Hand. Yang Chen seemed to block with his hand, but in reality, he activated the skill to steal equipment, directly stealing that person's two-handed sword. Normal attacks interspersed with basic attacks. Bang bang, two punches. The normal attacks fell like heavy hammers, dealing massive critical damage, killing the player in front of him. Stay away from me. Damn it, crazy person. A player clad in heavy armor had terror written all over his face, retreating step by step, trying to distance himself from Yang Chen, hair standing on end, hands and feet cold. There was a certain beauty in being chased by a madman. Heart-wrenching pain, hearing the sound of eggs cracking in his ears. The high defense meat shield player's maximum health dropped directly by 30%. He fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, limbs twitching, nearly fainting from the pain. Fortunately, he was quickly killed and revived, no longer needing to suffer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Don't eat the eggs. My brother laid standing atop a treetop, watching everyone being slaughtered, his face turned a shade of iron. The bowstring in his hand was drawn tight. 3 arrows shot in quick succession, piercing the air, accurately hitting Yang Chen. Minus 33. A silver-white true damage number lit up. The percentage damage reduction seemed to have failed, but the 50 points of total damage immunity was effective. Otherwise, the numbers would have been even more exaggerated. I must deal with this kid first. A glint of cold light flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. This archer was currently the only enemy capable of dealing damage to him. The last time he killed him, he didn't have time to use the monkey to steal the peach. This time, he had to plan it out, letting him enjoy it properly. Yang Chen approached the treetop, his body slightly bent, then activated the instant Step skill, his figure appearing like a phantom in an instant. Teleportation? What kind of skill is this? Very few could see the movements of instant step clearly. They only felt a blur before. He had already disappeared from his original spot, appearing next to the archer standing on the treetop. Yang Chen turned back and reached down to grab. Don't eat the eggs, let out a short, pained scream, falling painfully from the treetop and landing heavily on the ground. Another victim was added to the world. Yang Chen's backpack also gained a pair of treasures. Mu King charged to be safe, first clear a wave of people. Yang Chen's muscles tensed, he stomped his foot and charged forward, transforming into a bronze bull beast, charging with full body invincibility. Bang, bang, bang! The mercenaries didn't have time to dodge at all, one after another being knocked away by Yang Chen, red numbers exploding above their heads. That was a critical hit damage of up to 300 points, sending them straight back home, their bodies turning into streams of light, quickly disappearing into the air. What the? Why won't his charge stop? The surrounding mercenaries were all dumbfounded. The Goat King's charge had killed at least 7 or 8 players. Why could his charge skill continue indefinitely? Shaking his head, shaking his head, shaking his head. Yang Chen's head shook rapidly again, his talent continuously reducing skill cooldowns. Instant step, monkey steals peach, rabbit king's punch, flying dragon explores the clouds. Whatever skill was ready, he used it, interspersing normal attacks appropriately, flexible and varied. With his own strength, Yang Chen slaughtered the remaining players, his sin value continuously rising, his avatar turning red. You killed Charlie by, deemed justifiable self-defense. You killed my brother's egg. Don't eat it. Deemed justifiable self-defense. You actively killed player. Liver Emperor's Path, sin value +1. You actively killed player. Just lie down and win, sin value +1. You have gained status, reputation ruined. Yang Chen killed too many, turning into a red name, which made some righteous NPCs disdain to associate with him. Cheating. This must be hacking. I want to report it. Long Tianhao was both angry and shocked. Even if there was a gap in player strength, it couldn't be this large. Right? A lone werewolf slaughtering over 20 players? These players were all online game experts, hired at great expense. Apprentice. Yang Chen killed people and then mocked them directly in public chat. Oh, sorry. I've filled my apprentice slots, just looking for a mount. Yang Chen continued to taunt. Strong people should ruthlessly insult the weak, trampling them underfoot. Long Tianhao's face turned completely dark, his mouth twitching involuntarily, his features twisted to the extreme. Spending money was a trivial matter for him. Being killed in the Tianyuan world was barely acceptable. But the continuous insults shattered the mindset of a millionaire, completely breaking his defenses. Everyone else has been slaughtered. You're the last one. Yang Chen took down the last mercenary helper and swaggered over to Long Tianhao. He suddenly pulled out 2 oval-shaped objects from his backpack, spinning them in his palm like decorative walnuts. Long Tianhao felt his vision darken, a furious flame rushing to his head, almost ready to explode on the spot. Long Tianhao's treasure almost forgot. I still have this thing. It seems to extend lifespan. In front of Long Tianhao, Yang Chen directly clicked to use it. You gain 10 years of lifespan. Long Tianhao was so furious he spat blood, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his eye sockets about to burst. He watched helplessly as his treasure turned into a beam of light, merging into Yang Chen's body, his back teeth nearly grinding to dust. Dude, drink less fake liquor. Get your head clear. What delusion makes you think you can take on Dad? Yang Chen's verbal attacks were still rising. Long Tianhao's face turned the color of pig liver. Even if his whole body was covered in children's fever-reducing patches, it wouldn't cool him down. Draw sword and slash. Long Tianhao was also desperate. He roared, stepping forward to draw his top-grade weapon, the sword light flashing as it cut towards Yang Chen. Immunity. The 2 big words from the system prompt felt like the ultimate insult, unable to break through even his defense. Your equipment is nice, but the next second, it will be mine. Yang Chen instantly appeared in front of Long Tianhao, directly using Flying Dragon explores the clouds, followed by a Rabbit King's punch. Steal Long Tianhao's fine leather armor. Steel Long Tianhao's top-grade slashing sword. A long string of system messages flooded the screen. While killing Long Tianhao, he also stripped him of his equipment. All done. This group of over 20 people was completely wiped out by Yang Chen alone. No way. He. Nuomi Sweet Zanzi, in disbelief, opened his cherry lips wide, watching helplessly as Long Tianhao and his group were slaughtered to the last man. Is this normal? Is this reasonable? Yang Chen also noticed the situation here and walked over with a smile. Oh, so it was you who brought Long Tianhao over. Yang Chen approached step by step, his gaze restlessly wandering over the girl, especially lingering the longest on her fair, plump thighs. Tisk. If you don't want to add me as a friend, then don't. You just want to see some legs, right? Holding a grudge, Yang Chen dug at his ear, then abruptly changed the subject. But let's be clear, you should respond more actively. Flying dragons. Cloud-searching hand. A shadow flashed quickly, and the mage robe on the sweet rice dumpling vanished, stolen right on the spot. The spring light suddenly revealed, and the sweet dumpling's robe disappeared, leaving only the pure white undergarment gifted by the system, causing her to scream in shame and anger. Die for me. Yang Chen had no intention of showing mercy, delivering a double strike with a Rabbit King's punch, stealing the Sweet Dumpling's staff and an accessory as well. The Sweet Dumpling let out a cry of humiliation and unwillingness, turning into a streak of light and disappearing. The girl beside her saw her good friend humiliated and angrily drew her sword to strike at Yang Chen, but the system prompt only displayed the words immune. At this stage, without special talents, ordinary players found it hard to break through Yang Chen's tightened sheepskin. He. I actually quite like the glasses-wearing girl, Yang Chen excitedly cackled, a sinister smile on his face as he shook his head and stepped closer to the meat dumpling. Pervert, don't come over. The meat dumpling was frightened by this bizarre scene, retreating repeatedly, instinctively, crossing her arms over her chest to prevent Yang Chen from doing the same to her. Ha. Go talk to my flying dragon's cloud-searching hand. Yang Chen's skill cooldown completely restored. He dashed forward in a blink, continuously unleashing skills. Rogue. The meat dumpling also screamed in agony, turning into a streak of light and returning to the resurrection point. Resurrection point. Players resurrected in groups. My brother laid the egg, don't eat it, lay on the ground. His body curled up like a large shrimp, hands tightly clutching his lower abdomen, his face pale as paper. Charlie Bai was the same. He lay on the ground, his body uncontrollably shaking violently, lips turning white, unable to make any sound, only letting out painful whimpers. Many other players who had also been affected wore expressions of agony. Even after resurrecting, they remained shrouded in the unshakable shadow of the monkey stealing peaches. Why is my life limit only 80 points? A player suddenly let out a piercing scream, trembling as he checked his attribute panel. Damn! My life limit has also decreased, only 60 points. What's going on? Another player followed suit, exclaiming in disbelief, clearly having resurrected, but why hadn't he recovered? Organ damage, my balls are gone. Quick, resurrect, grow back, my precious. Some even clutched their lower bodies, screaming hoarsely, their eyes filled with humiliation and despair. The wails and cries echoed. Being killed and returning to the resurrection point was one thing, but what drove them to despair was the permanent decrease in attributes, with a large segment of their health bar grayed out. Long Tianhao. What on earth is going on? The mercenaries all sought Long Tianhao for an explanation, their tone filled with questioning. Although it had been agreed beforehand that there would be compensation for death, organ damage was simply unbearable. Long Tianhao stood at the resurrection point, his face full of despair, his eyes blankly staring ahead, his lips trembling as if he had lost all strength. How dull life is. How sad life is. Long Tianhao's dignity was completely shattered. That competitive spirit seemed to have blown away with the precious woo-woo. This multi-millionaire boss, Long Tianhao, actually squatted on the ground like a little boy, hugging his knees and crying pitifully. At that moment, the resurrection point flickered with light and two graceful figures appeared out of thin air. Sticky rice sweet dumplings. Sticky rice meat dumplings. Two stunning beauties dressed in a rather cool manner were resurrected and teleported back, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Several wolf whistles erupted around them. The sweet dumpling was tall and sexy, with long, delicate thighs and smooth, fair skin. After the meat dumpling was unwrapped, her figure was even more voluptuous and fiery, arms crossed over her chest but still unable to conceal her bouncy assets, squatting on the ground in a mix of shame and anger. Damn it! The equipment on the two sisters had all been stripped away by Yang Chen, and they were humiliated in front of everyone, a true disgrace. Rogue. Scumbag. Good for nothing. Shrimp-headed man. Pa. The two beauties stomped their feet in anger, cursing and spitting into the air without regard for their image. Fortunately, a kind-hearted person nearby handed them some novice clothes, and they quickly changed. You two were also killed by the war wolf? Come on, let's add each other as friends. Many players who had been killed by the war wolf seemed to find comrades in shared suffering at that moment. They gathered around, their faces filled with a shared rage, especially those who had their treasures stolen. They hated the war wolf to the core, the dual blow of physical and psychological trauma making them wish they could grind Yang Chen to dust. Thus, the first anti-war wolf alliance was formed. Let's just start a guild from now on. We must kill the war wolf until he runs out of lives. What should we name the guild? Players gathered for revenge, but someone shouted loudly from the side, how about calling it the Eastern Factory? Eastern Factory? Isn't that where eunuchs stay? The faces of all the male players instantly stiffened, followed by a mix of green and white. This statement struck a chord with everyone, their pride aching subtly. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. These people's treasures had indeed been taken away. Damn it, who suggested establishing the Eastern Factory? Step forward and I promise I won't kill you. On the other side, Yang Chen returned to the novice village and found the stall of mighty soaring Emperor Nyo tasting colorful sinful delicacies. A must-have for strong men, the ultimate tool for bringing girls along, worry-free protection. Shield your beloved from the wind and rain, you deserve it. Nyo began advertising. He showcased the Mumu wooden shield and set the sales target within a certain range. Bring girls along. Provide protection. A manly warrior, standing firm against all monster attacks. Just wait for the adoring gazes from the girls. When an item is bound to love, the premium becomes a given. You're not just spending. Anyone who accumulates spending of 50,000 yuan in this store will become a luxury VIP. We will provide more equipment later, with VIPs. Getting priority selection. Nyo was quite business savvy, not only giving extra value to the small wooden shield but also starting a VIP business. 20,000 for a small wooden shield. As player levels increased, basic equipment was depreciating, but some items could still sell for high prices. Nyo, however, was doing his best to stabilize the market, while the unscrupulous merchant across the way, no negotiation for you, had already lowered the price to 15,000. Even so, the unscrupulous merchant still couldn't outdo Nyo. The reason was simple. Nyo had a more abundant supply and stronger capabilities. The luxury VIP was also very attractive. Many wealthy players began inquiring about custom equipment, all expressing that if good equipment popped up, they must be contacted immediately. Oh wow, doing quite well, huh? Yang Chen sent a message, asking Nyo to look back. He stood not far behind Nyo, a playful smile on his face, secretly praising this kid for having some real skills. Boss, you're back. Nyo quickly hung up a sign saying temporarily away at his stall and quietly met Yang Chen under a big tree. Boss, you're amazing. I heard that Long Tianhao and the others were all killed back by you. Nyo gave a thumbs up. The deeds of the warwolf were spreading. The legend of a single person taking on more than 20 masters sounded like Chen Haonan from Causeway Bay chasing you down 13 streets with a knife. Trade. Yang Chen requested a trade, directly piling over 70 rabbit claws into the slots. Has the big boss gone wholesale again? This is Long Tianhao and their equipment. Nyo was stunned for a few seconds, gradually becoming numb to the warwolf boss. Those small shields sold for quite a bit and there are still some left in stock. Currently, I've made over 1.3 million. After deducting my commission and leaving some as reserve funds for the shop, let's give the boss 1 million first. Nyo was also sensible, detailing the trade meticulously. He directly transferred 1 million in funds, instantly adding another 0 to Yang Chen's bank card. Incredible. It had only been half a day since the server opened. Yang Chen had already earned a lifetime's worth of money for an ordinary person. You can sell these pieces of equipment too. Yang Chen found this kid reliable and, seeing no hidden agenda regarding money, decided to entrust him with all the equipment dropped by players. Premium leather armor. Top tier slashing sword. This was stripped from Long Tianhao. Top tier hunting bow. This was stripped from Egg Eater. There was even an exceptional quality dagger. This was stripped from Charlie Bai, plus the magic staff and robe from the sweet glutinous rice dumpling, along with various other player drops, totaling nearly 30 items. Common, premium, top tier, exceptional, these are the 4 qualities of general equipment, represented by white, green, blue, and purple. The attributes of these pieces were significantly higher than common items, but they rarely had special attributes, making them less useful for Yang Chen. What? Nyo's eyes widened like copper bells as he stared at the dazzling array of equipment in the trade window, completely stunned. His hands trembled and his voice stuttered, so many premium, top-tier items and even one exceptional item. At this stage, people were in a state of confusion, desperately needing equipment to enhance their strength. These top-tier items were priceless and could definitely fetch a sky-high price, with wealthy buyers lining up to snatch them up. Boss, are you really trusting me with all of this? Nyo was somewhat moved. If he handled it well, he might be able to sell these items for millions. No need for so much talk. Respect between people is mutual, and so is trust. Yang Chen rarely became serious, and since Nyo was reliable, he felt he should be open as well. By the way, once we make money, there's no rush to pay me. Get some blood coins, just keep milking the wealthy. Yang Chen thought of something else. He already had over 1.6 million in his bank card, so he certainly wouldn't worry about daily expenses. He had a premonition. Blood coins would definitely be useful in the future and had great potential for appreciation. Boss, we see eye to eye on this. Blood coins will definitely appreciate, just like Bitcoin did back then. Nyo nodded deeply, then patted his chest. Just leave it to me, we won't scam those poor souls. After all, we are children of farmers. Indeed. Yang Chen nodded inwardly. Nyo had good character, and he would leave the handling of equipment to him, making it easier for himself. I'm going to level up. Contact me if there's anything urgent. After handling some trivial matters, Yang Chen turned to leave, heading to explore the next area. Wait. Boss, take these with you. Nyo suddenly remembered something and called Yang Chen back, trading a large batch of items. Delicious lamb skewers, cumin lamb chops, after consumption, restores 10 health per second in non-combat status, lasting for 1 minute. After consumption, increases stamina recovery speed for half an hour. Those lamb meat materials had been turned into delicacies by Nyo with the help of life players, exuding an enticing aroma. Quite nice. Not only can it restore health, but it can also restore stamina. There are lifestyle players starting to develop in the direction of cooking. This is the food they cook. The most crucial part is this. Others would spend 100,000, but I couldn't bear to sell it. Nyo mysteriously took out a beautifully roasted leg of lamb, perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, presenting a golden hue. The ultimate golden roasted leg of lamb. Increases lifespan by 60 days, maximum physique increases by 5. And there's a surprise. Those meat materials dropped by hidden bosses after cooking can actually increase maximum attribute values. Yang Chen's eyes were filled with greed, and he even considered learning the cooking life skill. However, these super ingredients that increase attributes seemed far less useful than the big treasure. Yang Chen directly took the golden roasted leg of lamb, and as he bit into the crispy skin, the tender juices burst forth, leaving him with grease all over his mouth. Your maximum physique plus 5 physique, 37 points. Health, 370 points. This unexpected gain was truly a surprise. 5 points of attributes were equivalent to getting a level's worth for free. Alright, is there nothing else? Yang Chen confirmed once more, then handed over the materials dropped by the red-eyed rabbit to Nyo before turning to leave. Nyo's eyes sparkled as he returned to his stall, looking at the mountain of top-tier equipment piled in his backpack, eagerly anticipating how to fleece the wealthy players waiting to be served. Soon, a player named Charlie Bai approached Nyo's stall with a gloomy expression. Boss, do you have any good daggers? Some brothers, yes. Nyo immediately responded enthusiastically, his face filled with smiles as he took out the weapon familiar to Charlie Bai. It felt strange. Yang Chen walked along the stone path of the novice village, always feeling that something was off. Many NPCs had changed their gazes towards him, carrying a hint of vigilance and scrutiny, especially those patrolling guards. Every time they passed by Yang Chen, their eyes would linger on him for a few extra seconds. Infamous Yang Chen had killed quite a few people, putting him in a red name status. The system prompt clearly informed him that many righteous NPCs would refuse to communicate with Yang Chen. However, some despicable individuals would see him as one of their own. For example, the snake catcher sitting under the big tree at the village entrance. Many players had tried to communicate with him, hoping to learn some skills or take on some quests, but the snake catcher always acted indifferent. He had a dogtail grass in his mouth, casually pulling down his tattered straw hat to cover most of his face, directly ignoring the players' requests, continuing to hum a tune leisurely as if the world had nothing to do with him. However, as Yang Chen walked by, the snake catcher's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide. Kid, don't look around, I'm talking about you. The snake catcher suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and deep, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. You've killed quite a few people, huh? Did I trigger a hidden quest? Yang Chen stopped in his tracks, cautiously looking at the snake catcher. These NPCs had unclear motives and often loved to trick people, so he had to respond with caution. However, if there was a hidden quest, that would be a good thing. Here it comes. Bro, what do you need from me? Yang Chen enthusiastically approached the snake catcher, taking out a piece of roasted lamb chop from his backpack and handing it over. Just roasted, have a piece. Quite the smooth talker. The snake catcher took the lamb chop, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He adjusted his straw hat, patted the empty bamboo basket beside him, and chewed on the lamb, his mouth full of grease. Business has been tough lately. Several of my partners have gone missing. He looked at Yang Chen and smiled, asking, want to help me with a little task? Here it comes. Yang Chen's heart stirred. It was indeed a hidden quest, but there were some suspicious elements. Partners missing? Perhaps it wasn't the snakes that were caught, but rather the snake catchers themselves. Go on. Yang Chen's eyes curved into crescent shapes, wearing an innocent smile as he awaited the snake catchers. Follow up. I know of a secret cave. It is home to various venomous snakes year-round, and our main supply also comes from that cave. The snake catcher lowered his voice, leaning slightly forward, and continued in Yang Chen's ear, if you help me get some fangs and snake gallbladders, I can teach you some skills. Skills? Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Snake catcher, cave, venomous snakes, skills. These words sounded very tempting. He had just created a bleeding effect, and now he could get a set of deadly poison? Skill book? Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, trying to pry for more information. If it was a skill book, then he wouldn't need to complete the task. He could just steal it on the spot. No. The snake catcher shook his head, then raised his hand to point at a nearby mortar and continued, that depends on the quality of the fangs you bring. Don't worry, I'll teach you step by step. The snake catcher grinned, then took out a small knife and pliers from his pack, placing them in front of Yang Chen. It's a trap, Yang Chen thought to himself, but his face remained impassive. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and he was confident in his own abilities, so he decided to take on the task. Yang Chen took the knife and pliers, and the system's prompt sounded. You have accepted the snake catcher's commission. Task progress. Fangs, 0 out of 10. Gallbladders, 0/10. The small knife is used to obtain the gallbladders. The pliers are used to extract the fangs. The snake catcher then sent a coordinate telling Yang Chen where the hidden cave was located. Venomous snakes. Excitement sparkled in Yang Chen's eyes, and a smile of anticipation appeared on his face as he turned and hurried toward the coordinates. the dense forest at the edge of the novice village. The sunlight was gradually obscured by the thick canopy, and the light in the woods became dim, with the air growing humid. After passing through a thicket of thorns, a cave entrance covered in vines and moss appeared before him. As he pushed it aside, a cold, damp stench wafted out. The snake cave. It should be this one. Yang Chen took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the knife, and stepped into the snake cave without hesitation. Inside the cave, it was pitch black, with only the faint light from the entrance barely outlining the rugged contours. The dampness in the air intensified instantly, with every inch of the rock walls dripping with wet beads, and the ground was muddy and slippery. Hiss, hiss. The sound of countless snakes slithering, their scales rubbing against the rocks, created a faint noise. Yang Chen's eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, allowing him to see that the area was crawling with dense venomous snakes. Red phosphorus python, green-eyed snake. Some of these snakes were as thick as arms, coiled in circles, resembling living rocks. Others were as thin as fingers, darting through the gaps like flowing shadows. If a player who was naturally afraid of snakes and insects saw this scene, they would immediately feel their scalp tingle and their legs weaken in fear. All of this is experience. Yang Chen suppressed the nausea in his heart and prepared to take action. It is said that snakes also have two treasures. Thinking of this, the snake cave seemed like a treasure-filled hunting ground. Monkey steals. Peaches. Rabbit King stabbing fist. Steal the treasure from the green-eyed snake. Pain, spasms, organ damage, bleeding trigger. Blood-soaked, wound tearing. Additional flying dragon cloud hand, gain 5 experience points. The green-eyed snake was level 5, but its health was less than 200, still able to be killed in one combo. This type of venomous snake typically had low health and high attack. If bitten, it would trigger a poisoning effect, and they often moved in groups. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sounds of battle attracted several venomous snakes. Their cold gazes were all fixed on Yang Chen, their bodies slightly arched, ready to launch a deadly attack at any moment. Immunity, immunity, poison trigger, immunity. One layer, several venomous snakes attacked simultaneously, their sharp fangs glinting with a ghostly light, piercing deeply toward Yang Chen's calf, but all damage was directly immune. Shaking his head, Yang Chen's head swayed like a fan, the frequency increasing, creating a blur of afterimages. The 7 or 8 venomous snakes around him were quickly eliminated by Yang Chen, their bodies lying motionless on the ground. Something felt off. It seemed as if a faint green light enveloped his skin, and his whole body appeared to be covered in a greenish hue. Toxic trigger, health -14, 8 layers. The venom from the snakes had unknowingly stacked to 8 layers, breaking through the defense of Titan sheepskin. Each layer of venom deals 10 points of damage. After percentage damage reduction, deducting 50 points of total damage immunity, it broke my defense. 14 points per second. In half a minute, that's 420 points of damage. Yang Chen quickly calculated and took a few bites of roasted lamb chop from his backpack. Health recovery +10. Health recovery +10. After defeating the enemies, although he was still under the effect of the venom, he had at least exited the combat state, allowing the recovery effect of the roasted lamb chop to continue. Luckily, he had brought the roasted lamb chop. With the addition and subtraction, his health stabilized, narrowly avoiding a disaster. After a minute, the toxic effects gradually faded, and the green light all over his body disappeared. The duration of the venom is 1 minute. This level 5 snake den is indeed different. I need to be more cautious. Yang Chen summarized his experience in his heart. He picked up the tongs and a small knife, starting to dissect the bodies of the snakes, carefully extracting their gallbladders, and then using the tongs to pull out their fangs. After cleaning up, he opened his inventory. The snakes had no equipment. The flying dragon cloud hand was completely ineffective. At most it could only steal treasures. So the snake gallbladder isn't an egg. Yang Chen suddenly realized that the snake gallbladder was actually a type of gallbladder, different from the 2 eggs of a male snake. He had once read martial arts novels where many martial arts masters gained immense power after consuming mutated snake gallbladders, thinking it was the effect of a treasure. Use your lifespan increases by 3 days x6 toxic layers -3x6 your stamina permanently +1 your physique. Permanently +1. Yang Chen used 6 treasures, suddenly triggering a permanent increase in attributes. 2 types of attributes? It is said that snake whip wine has excellent effects. It enhances immunity, replenishes blood, beautifies the skin, improves sleep, and invigorates the spirit. Its fresh treasures naturally have stronger effects, capable of enhancing both stamina and physique simultaneously. An absolute good thing. Whoosh! Although the snakes couldn't drop equipment, the increased attributes were a huge gain. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled, and a bolder idea emerged. Moo King Charge would attract more snakes. How exhilarating would a Moo King Charge be? Come out! All of you come out! Yang Chen's roar echoed in the eerie cave, provoking all the snakes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The response was an even denser hissing sound. A large number of venomous snakes surged in like a tide, the cave filled with scarlet eyes the size of mung beans, all maliciously staring at the oblivious human. I am the Train King. Yang Chen let out a strange cry, taking Out the Moo King giant shield to brace in front of him, excitedly and crazily charging forward. Health minus 411. Critical hit, health minus 357. Critical hit, the damage from the Moo King charge increased again with his attributes, crushing the snakes along the way, turning them into large amounts of experience points. Experience plus 5, experience plus 5, experience plus 5. Under the effect of the enhanced charge, he was invincible throughout, and with the sturdy heavy shield he resembled a human bulldozer. The snakes he crushed along the way numbered at least 2 to 300, and his experience points surged wildly. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. The system's pleasant voice rang out, a large wave of experience directly leveling him up. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Those snakes seemed to be frightened. They retreated like a tide, hiding in the crevices of the rocks, only their scarlet eyes visible, glaring at Yang Chen with even more malice. It feels great, but it's a pity I can't farm attributes. Yang Chen felt a bit regretful. One cannot have both fish in bear's paw. If he wanted to farm attributes, he still had to take it slow with the monkey stealing peaches. Let's focus on the task first. Yang Chen took out the pliers and a small knife, extracting the snake gall and pulling out the fangs. Snake catchers. Commission task progress. Fangs 268/10. Snake gall 268/10. Exceeding the task completion, but he didn't know if there would be any special rewards. No need to rush to level up. Yang Chen did not use the Sheep King's charge again, but continued to use Monkey Steals Peach, stealing one treasure after another. Monkey Steals Peach, proficiency +1. Rabbit King Punch, proficiency +1. Flying Dragon Explores Cloud Hand, proficiency +1. Leveling up, completing tasks, boosting attributes, while also enhancing skill proficiency. Yang Chen was like a gold miner, constantly digging in the small snake den. The number of dead snakes was increasing. Yang Chen delved deeper into the snake den until he burrowed into a narrow opening, where the space on the other side opened up suddenly. A bone-chilling cold instantly rushed towards him, making all the hair on his body stand on end. What is this? Yang Chen was shocked by the sight. Before him, hidden within the cave, was a cold pool, its surface shrouded in a thin layer of white mist, with a faint glow reflecting off it, creating shimmering waves. A python. In front of the cold pool, a massive figure coiled, resembling a small mountain. Cold pool. Strange python. Its body was as thick as a water barrel, winding around the edge of the pool, its length probably several dozen meters, covered in dark blue scales that glimmered with a metallic sheen. Boss. This was the hidden boss in the snake den. Was it sleeping? Good. Yang Chen checked his status. Both health and stamina were at full capacity, and his skills were mostly off. Cool down. He quietly crouched down, lightening his footsteps, and slowly approached, preparing to launch a sneak attack. However, just as he got within a certain distance, the coiled cold pool strange python seemed to sense a subtle disturbance in the air, slowly opening its lantern-like huge eyes, emotionlessly gazing at the approaching human. Sweep. Its massive tail, like a steel whip, with a whistling sound cutting through the air, transformed into a blurred afterimage, striking towards Yang Chen with lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. The tail struck the ground, producing a deafening roar. A deep dent was smashed into the cave, with dirt flying around, stones scattering, and the ground cracking like a maze of fangs. Dodged. At the critical moment, Yang Chen used the instant step skill to evade, his body shifting like a phantom in an instant. Better be cautious. Who knows how much damage this boss can deal? Although we are a tank warrior, a stat monster, we still have skills. Oof. Yang Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. He felt that his extreme dodge just now was impressive, and he had already thought of the next script in his mind. I'll use an instant step, then follow up with Monkey Steals Peach, continuous stun control. Let's see if you can survive. Monkey Steals Peach. Steal the great treasure of the cold pool strange python. Pain, spasms, organ damage, health minus 10,000. Silver white true damage sword. Yang Chen even heard a faint crack sound, as if something hard had shattered. The cold pool strange python's maximum health was instantly reduced, losing 30% directly, with a large segment turning gray, unable to recover. Good. Seizing this opportunity, attack fiercely. Yang Chen charged forward, first delivering a Rabbit King Punch. Minus 26. Critical hit, minus 34. Critical hit. The direct damage from the punch was only about 30 points. The cold pool strange python had very high defense, perhaps related to those deep blue scales. Most physical attacks were blocked. Bleed trigger, 40. First layer, bleed trigger, 80. Second layer, you have stolen the strange cold poison blade. You have stolen the scales of the cold pool strange python. The cold pool strange python was slashed open with 2 bleeding wounds, triggering the bleed effect 100%, with damage determined by agility. Additionally, in Yang Chen's backpack there was an additional dagger radiating a silvery glow, along with a large piece of icy blue scales. Good. Keep stacking. This time, rely on the Rabbit King's stabbing punch for bleeding damage. Yang Chen formulated a battle plan in his mind, shaking his head like a fan to minimize the cooldown of the stabbing punch. 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 6 seconds. The shaking effect continued, but it often randomly triggered other skills, which felt slightly awkward at times. Roar, 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 roar. The cold pool strange python let out a painful roar, its massive body trembling violently, finally recovering from the spasm state. It opened its gaping maw and spewed out a wave of ice blue toxic mist, enveloping Yang Chen's body with a bone-chilling cold. Deadly poison trigger, immune. Layer 1, deadly poison. Trigger, immune. Layer 2, deadly poison trigger, health -14. Layer 3, cold poison, action speed significantly reduced. Not good. The third layer of poison had already breached the defense. Its deadly poison damage per second surely exceeded 20 points. And that wasn't the worst part. The toxin spewed by the cold pool strange python covered a thin layer of frost. Yang Chen felt as if his body was about to freeze, and his action speed became exceptionally slow, making both running and punching feel like slow motion. Bang! A sweeping attack came. The tail of the cold pool strange python was harder than steel, striking Yang Chen fiercely and sending him flying. The blink skill didn't activate in time. The coverage effect of the cold poison increased the skill's wind-up and recovery, causing him to fail to dodge this blow. Health -110. Such terrifying damage. Yang Chen struggled to get up from the ground, a sharp pain in his chest. After percentage damage reduction, and then immune to 50 points of damage, he still lost a third of his health. This boss's attack could indeed not be tanked. An ordinary player would likely be one shot. If he wanted to win, he had to detoxify first. Eat. Yang Chen opened his backpack, originally intending to consume a treasure from a venomous snake to remove the deadly poison effect. But suddenly a bold idea sprang to mind. No. If he was going to eat, he might as well eat the boss's treasure directly. You have consumed the cold pool strange python's treasure. Lifespan increased by 8 years. Constitution permanently increased by 10 points. Stamina permanently increased by 10 points. You have gained the talent, poison immunity. An incredibly pure power transformed into a cold current which became intensely hot after merging into his body. Poison immunity, immune to various poison damage, reducing the special effects of exotic poisons. Yang Chen consumed the treasure, and his stamina and constitution surged by 10 points, with his health and energy also increasing accordingly. Not only that, the layers of deadly poison disappeared one by one, and he no longer suffered damage. The effect of the cold poison was also significantly weakened, and his action speed recovered considerably, though it was still not completely eradicated. So troublesome. Yang Chen cursed inwardly. This cold poison was too powerful, and he couldn't achieve complete immunity. However, the greatest hidden danger of poison damage was lifted, allowing him to move freely, which relieved him. My turn. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled with determination as he used the Sheep King's charge. His muscles tensed, and he stomped the ground, charging at the cold pool strange python like a comet. It was too heavy. The cold pool strange python resembled a small mountain. Logically, it shouldn't be able to be shaken, yet the special effect triggered 100%. Knockdown trigger, stun trigger. The snake's body, as thick as a water barrel, slowly toppled over, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire cave. A few golden stars swirled above the cold pool strange python's head, temporarily entering a stun state. Rabbit King stabbing punch. Yang Chen seized the opportunity, rushing in to follow up with the skill, his punches pouring down like a torrential rain, smashing the giant python's scales apart. Bloodied trigger, X2, wound tear trigger, X2, bleeding trigger, -160, 4 layers, you have stolen the scales of the cold pool exotic python, X2. The bleeding time has been extended twice, stacking up to 4 layers, and the damage has become quite considerable. The scales on that giant python have been peeled off piece by piece, making it look bare, and the damage from fists striking its flesh has increased even more. Taking advantage of the skill cooldown, Yang Chen shook his head and changed his weapon to the Mew King Giant Shield. It's still my turn. Shield slam. The Mew King Giant Shield smashed down hard on the giant python's head, producing a muffled bang, extending its stun time by a few more seconds. Again, Yang Chen switched back to his gauntlets, delivering 2 quick jabs, stacking the bleeding up to 6 layers. Faster. Even faster. Yang Chen's brain was almost shaking in sync, creating afterimages as he swayed left and right. Not efficient enough. With a 10-second skill cooldown plus the head shaking to reduce CD, he could barely manage a skill every 4 seconds. The exotic python slowly awakened from its daze, its crimson eyes locking onto Yang Chen once more. All hard control methods had been exhausted, and now it was time to face it head-on. Blink. At the moment the cold pool exotic python's tail whip came crashing down, Yang Chen used the blink skill again, narrowly dodging another sweep, then followed up with another skill. Tank it. Yang Chen took out the Mew King Giant Shield again, blocking a biting strike that produced a loud clang, then quickly unleashed the Rabbit King jab. Bleeding 8 layers. Bleeding 10 layers. Bleeding 12 layers. Yang Chen's health continued to drop, his body covered in frost, constantly eroded by the cold poison. The cold pool exotic python fared worse, its body riddled with bloody wounds, foul-smelling blood seeping from beneath its dark blue scales, gradually becoming unsteady. Your life is like a candle in the wind. Triggered bleeding, -640. 16 layers. Flying dragon probe cloud hand failed. No items on the target. Yang Chen exerted all his strength, stacking 16 layers of bleeding profusely effect, and the damage became terrifying. Enough! You are already dead. Yang Chen declared death, and now he just needed to wait silently for 30 seconds, and the bleeding effect would completely wear down the cold pool exotic python. Roar, 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 roar. The cold pool exotic python roared in despair and pain, its attack frequency increasing, desperately counterattacking before its death, its massive tail wildly striking the surrounding rock walls. The cave was about to collapse. Poof! No need to take risks. Yang Chen completely gave up on attacking, even retreating back into the passage leading to the cold pool, squeezing into the narrow, confined entrance. Now it was completely out of reach. The cold pool exotic python frantically spewed poison gas, but all the toxic damage was immune, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, its life reduced to 0. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 8. Congratulations, anonymous player from Newbie Village 9527 completed the global first kill of the Silver Boss, receiving a special reward, Silver Boss. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled with ecstasy. This cold pool exotic python was actually a silver tier boss. Thinking carefully, the giant snake truly deserved this rank. Just the ability to spew cold poison mist could wipe out many small teams at once. The cold pool exotic python's toxic damage was extremely high. Moreover, it had a special cold poison effect that could significantly reduce movement speed. That exaggerated tail sweep and the massive mouth spike could easily one-shot players. A boss of this level would likely require a whole team of top players to coordinate meticulously to defeat, and perhaps they would need to wipe several times. Yang Chen opened his backpack. The global first kill super treasure chest lay quietly there, emitting a tempting faint glow. Additionally, although the cold pool exotic python was dead, it didn't drop anything, making him lament his bad luck. After thinking for a few seconds, he took out pliers and a small knife. Extract the snake fangs. Dig out the snake gallbladder. If he guessed correctly, the silver boss cold pool exotic python would definitely trigger some hidden conditions. Exotic cold poison blade. Grade, silver. Type, dagger. Demand level, level 5. Attribute, attack power plus 50. Special effect, 20% chance to inflict frost poison on the target when attacking. Special effect 2, extreme cold. Details, where the blade touches. Cold air erodes flesh and blood, slowing the enemy's movements. Evaluation, why can't I move? Frost poison, significantly reduces movement speed. Lasts 1 minute, extreme cold invasion, strengthens your frost poison, further reducing movement speed, doubling stamina consumption for movement and attacks. Divine artifact. This dagger is an absolute divine artifact. Yang Chen had just experienced the power of frost poison, his entire body covered in a thin layer of white mist and frost, his movements becoming very slow and stiff. Movement speed decreased. Attack speed decreased. The speed of releasing skills also slows down, with a significant extension of the wind-up and recovery time. Just the frost poison is already powerful enough, and its second effect, extreme cold, amplifies this advantage. Stamina consumption doubles when attacking and running. This means that once the enemy is hit, they will be in a dilemma. You attack, but have no stamina. You run away, but have no stamina. In short, this is a divine artifact for controlling boss in outdoor PK. Unfortunately, the weapon type is a dagger, suitable for players who want to develop towards an assassin role. What a bummer. I hate switching weapons during combat. Yang Chen felt a bit frustrated. Using a dagger meant he couldn't use his unarmed skills. Rabbit. King's Punch, Monkey steals Peach, Flying Dragon explores the clouds. All the core skills he relied on for survival could not be used. The best solution for now was to first use to apply frost poison, and then attack. What a troublesome operation. This frequent weapon switching combat style is more suited for players with high dexterity, not for someone like him who focuses on stats. Yang Chen sighed, opened his backpack, glanced at the super treasure chest from the first kill reward, and restrained his excited heart, carefully considering. Based on experience, super treasure chests often provide some divine stones, fusion stones, reforging stones, promotion stones, etc. Promotion stones are the first choice. They have different effects, and the most stable method is to upgrade the talent again, enhancing his defensive capabilities. Yang Chen had just fought the cold pool strange python, and his damage reduction was clearly insufficient, while skill cooldowns felt tight. Upgrading the talent is also a good choice. He didn't know what changes it might bring, perhaps allowing skills to recover faster. Fusion stones are the second choice. Yang Chen's equipment was increasing, and he could first integrate the core talents into himself to prevent any unexpected incidents. Right. Fusion stones. Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The divine artifact can use fusion stones to absorb its special effects and convert them into his own talents. Yang Chen's enhancement ideas suddenly became clear. The Construction of talents and skills can revolve around the 100% trigger of forming a unique combat style. He couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. When he used to play online games, he often researched various builds. The synergy between skills was the most fascinating chemical effect. Walking a path of his own, creating a talent system that benefits himself the most. I am the master of online games, and the possibilities for the future are endless. Yang Chen's gaze became increasingly determined. With a clear goal, the game became more interesting. He first put the super treasure chest back in his backpack, then left the snake cave and walked towards the snake catcher. First, learn skills. Then, equip based on all skills to maximize his advantages. Snake catcher Yang Chen returned to the snake catcher. The old man was still sitting under the tree, enjoying the shade, with a dogtail grass in his mouth, humming a little tune leisurely. Yang Chen dumped all the snake fangs and snake gallbladders he had collected into a small pile. So many? The snake catcher looked at the mountain of materials in front of him, his half-closed eyes suddenly widening, and he almost sprang up from the ground. The task only required 10 snake fangs and snake gallbladders, but Yang Chen had brought over 300, exceeding the requirements. Good. The snake catcher was filled with joy, his face crinkled with wrinkles, and his smile was full of greed. Both the fangs and gallbladders could be used in medicine and sold at a high price. In his circle, he was about to get rich. Brother, you're pulling my leg. Yang Chen sat beside the snake catcher, leisurely continuing. There's a giant python hidden in that snake den, it almost killed me. The cold pool. Strange python. That kind of silver level boss, whoever encountered it would be out of luck. Just don't provoke it and you'll be fine. The snake catcher revealed a sly smile, already knowing that there was a giant python deep in the snake den, but he just hadn't told Yang Chen. Damn. Fortunately, I'm pretty awesome, otherwise I would have been swallowed by that big snake. Yang Chen cursed inwardly, no wonder his partners always went missing. They were probably all eaten by the cold pool strange python. So, how do we settle this? Yang Chen's lips curled slightly as he took out the fangs and gallbladder of the cold pool strange python. The fangs glimmered with a ghostly blue sheen, while the gallbladder was crystal clear, immediately capturing the snake catcher's attention. This is. The snake catcher's gaze was fixed on the materials, his expression twisting in shock and greed intertwining. Ding, you have completed the hidden conditions of the task A system. Prompt sounded in Yang Chen's ears, and the task objective changed accordingly. The snake catcher's commission task progress. Fangs 312/10. Gallbladders 312 out of 10. Cold pool strange python's fangs 1/1. Cold pool strange python's gallbladder 1/1. Give it to me. The snake catcher was so excited that he almost rushed over to snatch them. Yang Chen directly put them back in his backpack, squinting his eyes into slits, smiling like a crescent moon. Let's first talk about learning skills. The snake catcher adjusted his breathing. He lowered his voice and slowly said, I can teach you a skill, poison coating. Poison coating, as the name suggests, it involves applying deadly poison to weapons. It can add poison-type damage when attacking, a very despicable move. In exchange, I can teach you a special method of poison coating, incorporating some strange poison effects. The snake catcher lowered his voice even more. Completing the hidden task would allow him to learn a passive talent. World's strange poison. It could make the deadly poison even more potent and add a strange poison effect. You didn't make it clear. What is strange poison, and where do I get it? Yang Chen took out the fangs and gallbladder of the cold pool strange python, waving them in front of the snake catcher, raising an eyebrow and saying, it wouldn't be these two things, would it? Exposed. The snake catcher's face turned even uglier. He hesitated for a moment, seemingly making a difficult decision. Fine. There are 2 fangs. I'll give you one. The gallbladder needs to be extracted, but I can give you a portion. The snake catcher grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth and saying, if you learn the skill and get the strange poison, you definitely won't suffer a loss. That's more like it. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since the system had task prompts, it should be reliable. Here, he handed all the task materials to the snake catcher. Follow me. The snake catcher said in a low voice, signaling Yang Chen to follow him, then took out various tools for poison extraction. He first ground the fangs into powder with a mortar, then mixed in some herbs to create a thick juice. The snake catcher then cut open the gallbladder, placed it in a container for filtering, and extracted the essence, blending it with other herbs. Do you want to learn the skill poison coating? Yang Chen directly clicked yes, and while learning the poison coating skill, he also gained an enhanced talent. World strange poison enhances the effects of poison coating, adding a strange poison that is difficult to purify. Next, this is the key. The snake catcher took out the most important boss material, the venomous fangs and essence of the cold pool python. It was time to start crafting the strange poison. The snake catcher carefully placed the fangs of the cold pool python into the mortar, grinding them slowly and powerfully with a stone pestle. The fangs emitted a faint crack sound as they were ground, quickly turning into a pile of deep blue powder that exuded a bone-chilling coldness. He then poured the essence of the snake's gall into a transparent glass container, adding some unknown herbs and liquids, stirring gently with a silver spoon. As he Stirred, the liquid gradually thickened, changing from transparent to a bizarre, deep blue hue, glowing faintly. The cold was piercing. The ground around was covered with a thin layer of white mist and frost. That was the powerful chill emanating from the strange poison, so intense that a layer of white frost formed on the snake catcher's eyebrows. The deep blue strange poison shimmered in the vessel like ice crystals, radiating an unsettling beauty. It's done. Part of the strange poison was placed into a small vial. Another part was poured into an ancient wine gourd, making a soft glug sound, and a thick layer of frost instantly formed on the surface of the gourd. Here you go. Cold poison of the python. The snake catcher handed the small vial to Yang Chen, who immediately felt a bone-chilling coldness upon holding it. Do you want to upgrade the talent of strange poison of the world? A system prompt echoed in Yang Chen's ears, indicating that his strange poison of the world upgrade method was particularly special, requiring various poisons to advance. Yes, Yang Chen speculated in his heart. Could it be that I have to drink this poison? He glanced at the small vial in his hand, a strange expression appearing on his face. No matter. Yang Chen had the toxin immunity talent, which at least allowed him to be immune to damage, so he shouldn't run into trouble. Crack, crack, crack. A wave of even colder chill suddenly erupted. The white icy mist instantly enveloped Yang Chan's entire body, penetrating through his 36,000 pores, seeping into the crevices of his bones. The cold poison erupted. Yang Chen stood frozen like an ice sculpture, his body immobilized. Strange poison of the world, promotion. You have acquired strange poison, cold poison of the python. Yang Chen looked again at the talent of strange poison of the world, and a new entry for cold poison of the python appeared below. Cold poison of the python, poison application skill with additional effects, with a 20% chance to trigger cold poison upon attack, significantly reducing the enemy's mobility with an indefinite duration. Open the skill bar. Poison application realm, beginner. Proficiency, 0/100. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Duration, 1 minute. Effect 1, adds 10 points of poison damage to attacks or skills, along with a layer of deadly poison, with damage calculated based on the equipped attack power. Effect 2, you can choose a type of strange poison as an additional effect. This skill has a different mechanism. The higher the weapon damage, the higher the deadly poison damage for each layer, triggering with both normal attacks and skills. It is deeply bound to the talent of strange poison of the world, allowing for the addition of different strange poisons. Add cold poison of the python. Yang Chen directly chose cold poison of the python, and with the blessing of the super lucky star, it triggered the cold poison of the python with 100% certainty. So awesome? Yang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Cold poison of the python was a type of strange poison. It was more powerful than ordinary cold poison, and the most terrifying part was that its duration had become infinite. This meant that once a target was afflicted with cold poison, they would remain in a state of sluggishness forever unless there were special means to remove it. Good. Perfect. I know what to choose now. Yang Chen directly opened the super treasure chest and several divine stones appeared. Please choose a reward. 1. Upgrade stone details, ignores experience points, increases level by 1. 2. Inheritance stone details, erases one of your talents and imprints it onto the inheritance stone. Can be traded after imprinting. 3. Fusion stone details, damages an equipment and extracts one of its effects, fusing it into your own talent. It's different now. Yang Chen's gaze sharpened. This time, the reward had changed again. This upgrade stone, at first glance, seemed rather useless, but who knows what it might become in the future. The experience points required for upgrades were increasing, while the upgrade stone ignored those requirements, perhaps proving invaluable in the later stages. A legacy stone? Does this mean one could sell their own talents to others? Yang Chen's heart raced. If talents could be traded, any kind of talent could fetch an exorbitant price. The value of this legacy stone alone was incalculable. It seemed that some extremely wealthy top tycoons might use the legacy stone to acquire even more powerful talents, leaving ordinary players far behind. Fusion stone. Fusion talent, extreme cold infusion. Since there was no promotion stone, he chose the fusion stone without hesitation. Yang Chen took out the exotic cold poison blade and placed it in front of the fusion stone. This silver grade weapon would surely cause a stir if auctioned off. But I refuse. No matter how valuable this weapon is, it cannot compare to fusing it into my own talent. Crack. The silver grade artifact broke with a sound, its internal energy forcibly extracted, transforming into a cold light that merged into Yang Chen's body. Poisoning, exotic python cold poison, extreme cold infusion. The 3 types of poison effects directly formed a complete system, rivaling the previous bleeding effect and with even stronger control. Ding, you have completed the snake catcher's commission. Leveling up to level 9. A flash of white light appeared. Yang Chen provided an excess of venom fangs and snake gall, and having completed a hidden task, he was rewarded with a large amount of experience points, directly leveling up to 9. He even overflowed with more than half a line of experience. Free attribute points, 20. Since leveling up from 5 to 6, Yang Chen had not allocated any attribute points, and now he had a full 20 free points. Young man, if fate allows, we shall meet again. The snake catcher completed the hidden task. lifting the empty bamboo basket, a sly and cunning smile on his face. The task bestowed by the abyss was over, and he was about to be teleported out of the novice village like an old beggar. Wait a minute. You must have more tasks. Yang Chen suddenly called out to the snake catcher, his mind racing. There was still something to be gained. Yang Chen's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, focusing on the wine gourd at the snake catcher's waist. The snake catcher must have used the other half of the strange poison to brew the wine. It had to be something good. Was that strange poison added to the wine gourd? He pointed to the ancient wine gourd at the snake catcher's waist, his tone laced with a hint of probing. Is your wine for sale? Your eyes are quite sharp. The snake catcher replied leisurely, patting the wine gourd beside him, a cunning smile on his face, his tone slightly disdainful. The value of this bottle of wine is not something you can enjoy. This wine gourd looked somewhat similar to the one in the hands of the old beggar. Could it be that he intended to sell it to that old beggar? Name your price. Let me see if I can gather enough. Yang Chen knew it was a good item and didn't want to miss this opportunity, pursuing relentlessly. If all else failed, he might take a risk and steal it. With the flying dragon cloud hand, he could steal an item, but he wasn't sure if he could take his wine gourd. 50 years. I want a blood coin worth 50 years of life. The snake catcher quoted an astronomical price, a hint of amusement on his face. How many years does a person have in their lifetime? 50 years is enough for a newborn baby to grow into a little old man of 50. To steal? Or to buy? Yang Chen's mind raced, repeatedly weighing the pros and cons. If he could steal it, that would be the best, but if he ended up with some worthless junk, not only would he be in trouble, but he would also become enemies with the NPC. Moreover, the snake catcher could create strange poisons, which might come in handy in the future, so it was better not to offend him for now. Alright, I'll buy it. Yang Chen directly agreed. To the snake catcher's terms, his tone resolute and without a hint of hesitation. First, Nyo provided a blood coin for 20 years of life. Long Tianhao offered 10 years. Charlie bid 8 years. My brother's egg, don't eat it, for 11 years. Yang Chen had PK'd and collected a large number of treasures, and now using them to extend his life and extracting 50 years of blood coins was not a difficult task for him. 18,250 blood coins. Give me the wine, and I'll give you the blood coins. Yang Chen knew that opportunities were fleeting. The snake catcher was about to leave the novice village, and it was uncertain when they would meet again. You actually have that much lifespan. The snake catcher was dumbfounded, the cunning expression on his face instantly frozen. In fact, he hadn't intended to sell the wine in his hand. 50 years was just a casual number he threw out to make the man in front of him back off. He never expected that he would actually produce that many blood coins. But, the snake catcher found himself in a difficult position, stammering. But the words had already been spoken, and the transaction between NPCs and players was protected and restricted by the system, making it impossible to backtrack. Alright, I'll give you that. The snake catcher finally gritted his teeth, a pained expression on his face, and handed over the wine gourd. Exotic Python Brew. Yang Chen received the bottle of wine and took several gulps. The liquid was slightly cold and spicy, yet it left a lingering aftertaste. Continuous system notifications followed. Permanent strength plus 10, permanent agility plus 10, permanent constitution plus 10, permanent intelligence plus 10, permanent endurance plus 10, permanent spirit plus 10. All 6-dimensional attributes increased, totaling an increase of 60 points. You have gained a talent, Drunken Song. Drunken Song, while in a drunken state, immune to pain effects, with a 10% chance to dodge normal attacks from enemies while staggering. What kind of talent is this? Yang Chen's eyes widened in shock. The immunity to pain effect was very practical, but what mattered most to him was the dodge attribute. A 10% chance to dodge normal attacks. With the enhancement of Super Invincible Lucky Star, this probability was directly boosted to 100%. Yang Chen was incredibly excited. A 100% dodge rate, wasn't that invincible? With this talent, Yang Chen was equivalent to being immune to all normal attacks, itching to perform a drunken fist right on the spot. Drunken. To trigger this talent, I need to buy some more wine. Yang Chen read carefully and discovered a key point. The Drunken Song talent was quite overpowered, but it required entering a drunken state to activate, so it seemed he needed to prepare more wine. Life players? Perhaps. Brewing could also be a life skill, allowing Nyo to help him procure some. We'll meet again. The snake catcher completed the task, exchanged a few pleasantries, and was teleported away. Opening the information panel, he glanced at his 6-dimensional attributes. Strength 46. Constitution 63. Agility 50. Endurance 41. Even the lowest intelligence and spirit had a solid 20 points. The greatest growth in the snake cave was endurance, with maximum health points doubled and defense significantly increased. The bucket account was essentially developed, the full values reassuring, all from sweat and effort. Almost level 10. That global first hidden profession treasure chest will soon be unlocked too. Yang Chen did not forget the most important item in his inventory. After reaching level 10, he would automatically transition to the hidden profession National Martial Arts Master. Truly exciting. First, level up. Reach level 10, then switch to the hidden profession. The goal was clear. The plan was straightforward. The fastest method should be to return to the snake cave and use the Ram King to charge and kill a large number of poisonous snakes. No, Yang Chen quickly dismissed this idea. The boss in that snake hole had already been eliminated. Although the monster respawn efficiency was high, it couldn't bring any extra surprises. If he wanted to maximize his benefits, he still needed to find a hidden boss to kill, hoping to gain some more reverse talents. Is Nyo Nyo there? Yang Chen opened the friend list and sent a message to Nyo Nyo. The cowboy was very busy. He finally replied after half a minute, with a hint of urgency and apology. Boss, I'm here. I'm here. I'm really sorry, I was too busy just now. Wait a moment, let me close the shop first. In order to respond to the boss's message, Nyo Nyo actually paused business, leaving a bunch of eager rich players there, fuming and glaring. Boss, I'm back. You're amazing. I just saw the world announcement. The silver level boss must have been killed by you, right? As soon as Nyo Nyo returned, he started sending messages. Frantically, his words filled with excitement and admiration. The server announcement had already exploded. Yang Chen had been busy and hadn't had time to check the messages, but the newbie village number 9527 had already become a global sensation. People were speculating about who had been snatching the world first kill. Could it be that previous player who obtained the hidden class, the werewolf? Stop messing around. I want to ask you something. Yang Chen, uninterested in others' discussions, got straight to the point. Where are the monsters spawning fiercely, preferably with some special abilities? Burning, freezing, poison, bleeding, armor breaking. Since he wanted to play with special effects, he wanted to max them all out. With one punch, dozens of negative statuses would be inflicted. It would be exhilarating to see if the opponent could survive. I've heard some experts say there's a group of stone giants to the south, but they don't seem to have any special abilities. Oh right, it seems a boss has appeared to the west. Nyo suddenly remembered something. A few rich players had mentioned a tiger-shaped boss while buying equipment. Many players had been killed back to the resurrection point, while the high-level players organized themselves, preparing for another hunt. Good. This is more like it. A wicked smile crept onto Yang Chen's lips. The players triggering the boss battle couldn't possibly be just him. Snatch. Competing for bosses in online games is an unavoidable aspect, and it's also his area of expertise. He. You're not needed here, keep busy. Yang Chen let out a strange laugh and then hurried towards the west of the newbie village, just having received a large batch of skills and attributes perfect for practice. Meanwhile, deep in the forest to the west of the newbie village, Long Tianhao had organized a large group of top players, aggressively launching a hunt. I can't give up. I want to become stronger. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. The early advantage means nothing as long as I work hard to level up and seize every opportunity to grow stronger. One day I will surpass him. Long Tianhao encouraged himself, tightly clenching his fists, his eyes shining with an indomitable light. After years of ups and downs in the business world, what storms hadn't he seen? If he failed, he would just stand up again. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger, he said. In the wind and rain, what's a little pain? Wipe your tears, don't be afraid, at least we still have dreams. Long Tianhao even started singing teacher Zhang Song's Sailor, inspiring his team, tears welling up in his eyes. He said, in the wind and rain, what's a little pain? Wipe your tears. Don't ask why. The players following Long Tianhao seemed to be moved by the song, feeling a resonance in their hearts, their throats choking up involuntarily. Especially players like Don't Eat My Brother's Eggs and Charlie Bye. They had all felt the pain of their eggs breaking, and at this moment they empathized even more, spontaneously gathering together to comfort and encourage each other. A support group for patients. It was like a mutual aid group for the sick. Let's go. Let's all work hard together, Long Tianhao said firmly, filled with hope for the future. The bloodthirsty evil tiger, a bronze level boss in the forest. The bloodthirsty evil tiger was several meters long, its fur a dark blood-red color interspersed with black stripes as if stained with blood. Its massive claws were sharp as steel knives, pointed and curled inward, glinting with a chilling cold light. The claws of the bloodthirsty tiger were sharp as steel knives, its teeth bared, sharp and ferocious, occasionally emitting a low growl from its throat. I can't be selfish anymore. This team needs me at the forefront. Long Tianhao's character had changed. He began to contribute to the team. Dressed in newly purchased premium gear, he held a bleeding wooden shield in his left hand and a familiar slashing sword in his right, willingly taking on the role of the frontline meat shield. Sticky rice meat dumplings. We'll take the damage together. Long Tianhao's eyes sparkled as he invited the sturdy, high-defense girl beside him to charge to the front of the boss. Don't worry, I'll heal you. Let me start with a slow heal. The sticky rice sweet dumpling stepped forward, also clad in new gear and having learned a new skill. A few beams of emerald green light enveloped them, the slow healing continuously bringing forth life energy capable of not only restoring health but also reducing the duration of bleeding effects. Brother Long, I'm ready here. The egg-laying player, hiding in the shadows, had sharp eyes, bow drawn, ready to strike at any moment. Brother Long, I'm good too. Charlie, holding an exceptional grade dagger, was barely visible, preparing for a sneak attack. Many other players also found their positions, always ready to cooperate with their teammates. Alright, I'll start the fight. Long Tianhao took a deep breath, his face serious but more resolute. He charged boldly in front of the bloodthirsty tiger, executing a precise slash that successfully drew its aggro. Roar, 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 roar. With a violent roar, the massive body of the bloodthirsty tiger lunged forward, the stench of blood hitting them like a wave. Hold on. I have to hold on. Long Tianhao roared in his heart, gritting his teeth, tightly gripping the bleeding shield, but in an instant, it was shattered, wood splintering everywhere. His heavy armor was also torn apart, leaving 3 gruesome claw marks on his chest, warm blood seeping out instantly, causing his health to drop by more than half, turning his face pale. I'll help you take it. The sticky rice meat dumpling shouted, swinging her sword, the massive round shield held in front of her, resolutely stepping up to take the next hit from the bloodthirsty tiger. Useless. I'm really useless. A huge sense of humiliation wrapped around Long Tianhao's heart again. He had just vowed to protect the team, but after only taking 1 hit, he had to switch out, which was quite embarrassing for a meat shield in the front line. It was all that man's fault. If it weren't for him, his maximum health wouldn't have dropped so much. It's okay. Brother Long, let me take the hit this time. Another player aspiring to become a knight, seeing Long Tianhao's predicament, rushed forward without hesitation, his tone firm. Don't underestimate our bond. The knight roared, bracing against another fierce lunge from the bloodthirsty tiger. However, he was only handsome for 3 seconds. The bloodthirsty tiger lifted its body, its claws executing a 3-hit combo, tearing the knight into pieces, sending him back to the resurrection point in a flash. Bond. This is our bond. Sacrificing for our companions, giving our all for friendship. Long Tianhao was deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes, and the other players around him were also inspired, each unleashing their signature moves. The healer was healing, skills were continuously cast. The damage output was strong, and the meat shield in the front line fearlessly took the damage. Little Tiger bot file anti-piracy. Find the book robot. Choose Little Tiger, stable and reliable, no pitfalls. Ignite. It was igniting. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a fervent atmosphere. Long Tianhao also regained his spirits, charging once more at the bloodthirsty tiger under the healer's restorative magic. At this moment, Yang Chen, who had arrived at the battlefield at some point, looked at the team led by Long Tianhao and felt a sense of bewilderment. What are these people fired up about? The 5th Ninja War of Konoha? They charged forward with words like friendship and bonds in their mouths, only to be sent back to the novice village by the bloodthirsty beast with a few swipes, making it all feel quite exhilarating. No big deal. Clear the players first, then kill the boss. Yang Chen shrugged, a wicked smile on his face. He didn't care about that much. Let my serrated fist blade take care of it. What are you doing? The egg-laying player let out a scream and vanished in a flash of white light. Yang Chen revealed a sinister grin, prioritizing the archer based on previous experience. The others couldn't break through his defenses. War. Wolf. That man is here. Chaos erupted in the team, with loud shouts rising and falling. Many players looked in Yang Chen's direction with terror and hatred in their eyes. Rabbit King stab. Health -94. Critical hit. Health -86. Critical hit. Bleeding triggered, blood gushing, wounds tearing, an extra flying dragon exploring the clouds. 1-hit kill. And he casually stole 2 pieces of equipment. The bleeding damage hadn't even triggered yet, and the light physical damage from the skill had already taken out the average player. Except for the tank characters, most players had their attributes focused on attack, with health generally below 200, as fragile as paper. War Wolf. He's come to hunt us down. Many players were haunted by shadows, and upon seeing Yang Chen's signature head-shaking move, their legs involuntarily trembled. The pain of broken eggs seemed to form muscle memory, causing many to instinctively clamp their legs together. Yang Chen shrugged. Hunt down? No. He wasn't that bored, he was just playing with this group of rootless people. Sorry, I'm just stealing a boss. With a blink, Yang Chen appeared next to another player, his fist crashing down with a whistling wind. Instant kill. Even without the skill cooldown reset, he took him out with a basic attack. Shake it up. Yang Chen's signature move, his head shaking like a fan. Shake head and sway. The talent kept activating, and the skill cooldown refreshed rapidly. Shrimp-headed. Man, don't come over, get lost. The glutinous rice sweet dumpling screamed, watching Yang Chen inch closer, her pretty face turning pale with fear. Dead. Anyone who interfered with the boss fight had to die, even if they were a cute girl. Yang Chen showed no mercy, using Flying Dragon exploring the clouds followed by a Rabbit King stab, stealing 3 items in succession, stripping the glutinous rice sweet dumpling bare and sending her back to the resurrection point. He's shaking his head again. Damn it, crazy, madman, everyone retreat. Players in the team screamed in succession, the morale they had just built shattered. In an instant. What is a rabble? Which one is the makeshift troop? The team that had just shouted about bonds and friendship was directly smashed by Yang Chen's punch. Why? Why do you always target me? What grudge, what hatred do you have that makes you fixate on killing me? Long Tianhao was on the verge of tears, having died twice at Yang Chen's hands, losing years off his life. What deep-seated hatred could justify this? Just a coincidence. Then I guess you're just unlucky. Yang Chen wore a wicked smile, all his skills had reset. He blinked in front of Long Tianhao, immediately executing a quick combo to steal 3 pieces of equipment, sending him back to the resurrection point once more. Sin value +1, sin value +1. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Players around either died or fled. The glutinous rice meat dumpling at the front, losing healing support, was directly killed by the bloodthirsty beast, turning into a flash of white light. The smartest one was Charlie Bai. Invisibility. The moment he saw Yang Chen, he immediately activated his invisibility skill and fled without looking back, disappearing who knows where. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Lucky, I'm smart. Charlie Bai hid the exquisite quality dagger in his bosom, escaping while self-comforting with relief. Dying once is one thing, it just shortens your lifespan a bit. But if the dagger gets exposed again, who knows how much it will cost to redeem it. Soon, Yang Chen finished clearing the area, leaving only him and the bloodthirsty tiger. Now it's just us. I have many new tricks waiting to be used on you. Yang Chen flexed his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He. Yang Chen let out a strange laugh, immediately following it up with his poison application skill. A wave of sickly green venom, mixed with deep blue ice crystals, enveloped the serrated fist blade, transforming it into a more lethal weapon. The bloodthirsty tiger seemed to sense the danger, its crimson beastly eyes fixed intently on Yang Chen, pacing restlessly in front of him. Its thick claws scraped against the ground, emitting a low growl, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over it. The threat this human posed was stronger than all the previous humans combined. Here I come. Yang Chen's figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, immediately followed by a series of rapid attacks. Flying Dragon explores the clouds. Rabbit King stabs. Basic attacks interspersed with regular strikes. Shake your head for me. You have stolen the bloodthirsty tiger's treasure. Pain, spasms, organ damage, blood-soaked, wounds torn, bleeding triggered, deadly poison triggered, exotic python cold poison. A torrent of negative status notifications poured down like a storm. The massive body of the bloodthirsty tiger convulsed, 2 gruesome gashes appearing on its body, and soon it turned as sickly green as the poisoning effect took hold. Exotic python cold poison. Extreme cold enters the body. White mist and ice crystals covered its entire body, causing all its movements to slow dramatically. This was a rare poison. The ice crystals formed spikes, deeply embedding themselves into its flesh, further impairing its ability to move, lasting indefinitely. You have stolen the tiger's cloak. You have stolen the skill book. Tiger's roar. No items found on the target. After using several skills, Yang Chen cleaned out all the items from the bloodthirsty tiger, and upon seeing the last notification, he couldn't help but curl his lip. Is the boss a bit too poor? Wails, screams, pain. The bloodthirsty tiger, burdened with numerous negative status buffs, appeared particularly miserable, its massive body looking quite pitiful. To be honest, this tiger now seemed a little sad, having completely lost the ferocity and majesty of its former bronze boss status. The effects of pain and spasms quickly faded, but the bloodthirsty tiger rose from the ground as slowly as a turtle, each step accompanied by heavy groans. Due to the effects of exotic python cold poison combined with extreme cold enters the body, the bloodthirsty tiger's mobility was greatly restricted. In slow motion, each attack from the bloodthirsty tiger was like a slow-motion replay at 0.3 speed. Even without using a teleport, Yang Chen could easily dodge those strikes. He strolled leisurely outside its attack range, feeling no pressure at all. The duration of the poison application skill was 1 minute. Yang Chen's agility reached 50 points, and his stamina was at 40 points, allowing him to perform basic attacks more frequently, even creating after images with his strikes. Deadly poison triggered, health -320. 32 stacks, deadly poison triggered, health -510. 51 stacks. Yang Chen's weapon attack was 10 points, meaning each stack of deadly poison dealt 10 points of damage. A multitude of ants can take down an elephant. The high stacks of deadly poison were overwhelming, and both basic attacks and skills could trigger it, quickly stacking to over 70 layers. Bleeding triggered, health -400. 8 stacks, bleeding triggered, health -500. 10 stacks, the bleeding damage was also considerable, with additional damage from agility causing a significant drop in health every second. You are already dead. Yang Chen took a few steps back, mimicking a pose from the North Star Fist, coldly striking a pose. The bloodthirsty evil tiger's massive body swayed precariously, covered in bloodstains, as green toxic mist and icy frost intertwined, letting out a painful roar. Just being in a state of extreme poison and bleeding was enough for it to die twice. How pitiful. Roar, 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 roar. The bloodthirsty evil tiger's desperate and mournful roar slowly faded as it collapsed in despair and pain, dropping a large amount of materials. Ding, your level has risen to level 10. Server-wide announcement. Server-wide announcement. Server-wide announcement. The world's first level 10 player has been born. This descent is about to end. The moment Yang Chen reached level 10, the system announcement thundered like a storm, exploding in the ears of all players and flooding the global channel. All players stopped their actions, their eyes filled with shock. Level 10. Is this real? The Tianyuan world has only been here for less than 12 hours. Most players were still exploring. For an ordinary person, killing a single sheep was quite a struggle, while the experience needed to reach level 2 required the elimination of 100 sheep. In other words, most players were lingering below level 3. Only those top players could push to level 4 or even 5. But, level 10? With the experience required increasing with each level, what kind of extraordinary encounter could lead to reaching level 10? Do you wish to conceal your name? Reminder, public information will grant an additional reward of a super treasure chest. Global ranking. Exposing your ID will lead to significant trouble, as all sorts of demons and spirits will emerge, their little schemes clinking away. However, the super treasure chest cannot be missed. Public. Yang Chen chose to reveal his ID, planning to get the super treasure chest first. You can make a victory speech reminder. Making a speech will grant an additional reward of a super treasure chest. Another extra reward, a third super treasure chest? Yang Chen's eyes lit up, unexpected surprises raining down on him. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Chen cleared his throat, a strange expression appearing on his face. Although he was a bit introverted and wouldn't dare shout at the subway station, "Everyone, look at me." Perhaps he could make a victory speech and grab a treasure chest at the same time. Post. Give me the microphone. Award speech. The global level ranking was displayed before everyone. First place, Battle Wolf, level 10. Huaxia, second place, Anonymous Player, level 8. Huaxia, third place, No Regrets in Joining Huaxia, level 8. Huaxia, fourth place, Zet, level 8. Sweden, fifth place, Anonymous Player, level 7. Huaxia, sixth place, Lucifer, level 7. Vatican, seventh place, The General's Favor is Yet to be Repaid, level 7. South Korea, eighth place, Young Man, level 7. America, ninth place, Gumi, level 7. Neon, 10th place, Sour Radish Don't Eat, level 7. Huaxia. As soon as this ranking list was released, the world erupted. In the World Channel, information poured down like a flood, with various languages mixed together, all translated by the Tianyuan system into their respective languages. What is going on? Out of the top 10 global rankings, 5 are from the Huaxia region? And that's South Korean players ID, skilled at 6 sticks in 1 second, right? Various taunts and doubts followed. I report. Huaxia players are collectively cheating. That's how they are, cheating in every game. In the past, playing survival games, Huaxia players left no room for others. Arc players agree. EVE players, who spend hundreds of thousands of dollars building Titan-class fleets, were directly destroyed by Huaxia players. 2 Huaxia players can corrode an entire server and rust, making it unplayable. It's really too insidious. That day, the people of the Tianyuan world recalled the fear of being dominated by Huaxia players. In every game, as soon as Huaxia players appeared, it was like a flood beast quickly overwhelming the servers. All resources belonged to Huaxia players. All bosses belonged to Huaxia players. What the Huaxia players loved to do the most was to force foreigners to kneel and shout, "China, number 1. We demand that Huaxia players be region-locked and not participate in the leaderboard. They have claimed all the rewards. We have 8 billion people in the world, and half of the leaderboard is Huaxia people. What's the point of playing? Kick the Huaxia people out, or we will collectively strike. This is unfair competition." Huaxia players always band together and love to find bugs, refusing to be on the same leaderboard with them. The global server was in complete chaos, filled with anger, resentment, curses, and accusations, a myriad of negative emotions flooding the world channel. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again, solemn and grand. The first challenger to reach level 10 is invited to give a victory speech. A huge blurry silhouette appeared on everyone's system screen, and the player Warwolf began to deliver a speech, his voice clearly resonating in every corner of the globe. First of all, China, number 1. As soon as Yang Chen appeared, it was a bombshell, instantly igniting the passion of all Huaxia players. The world comments reached a boiling point. Awesome. Warwolf is awesome. Damn it, it's on fire. Players in the Huaxia region cheered. And hearing this phrase made everyone's blood boil. No wonder he was Warwolf. This ID was not in vain. Many even felt that Warwolf must be some super special forces under the official's command, which is why he could achieve level 10 through a series of adventures. It was all hard work and sweat. On the other side, players from other regions were wailing in despair, furious, arrogant, conceited. What gives them the right to be so arrogant? America is the number 1 superpower. Our country, India, is the true hegemon of Asia. It won't be long before someone surpasses Warwolf. Warwolf is actually one of us. South Koreans. Ha! The Japanese say they can't afford rice anymore and don't care about this. The world channel was in utter disarray. Various languages of insults, rebuttals, and chaotic scenes filled the air. Yang Chen could also see those comments. He cleared his throat, a hint of disdain on his face, and continued his speech. America, eat shit. Japan, eat shit. South Korea, eat shit. India, eat shit. A strong person must harshly insult the weak. Every time Yang Chen called out a name, it was like igniting a barrel of explosives. Those foreigners were so furious they jumped up, their faces turning red, instantly breaking down, and then they flooded the world channel with their impotent rage. F***K. The following omitted 100,000 lines. Insults, curses, slander, family greetings, but unfortunately, the foreigners kept repeating just a few phrases, their vocabulary and attack power somewhat lacking. Look, they're getting anxious again. Yang Chen's tone became even more contemptuous, even adding a meme. Finally, I'll give you 2 words. Kneel down. Yang Chen domineeringly retorted all doubts and insults, then turned to the Huaxia players and said, I've finished speaking, who agrees, who disagrees? I agree. I agree. I agree. The world channel was soon flooded with the words I agree. Everyone's blood was about to ignite, frantically typing on the screen, the barrage forming orderly lines, drowning out all the insults, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. 10 minutes later, the Sky Abyss will temporarily close time. Until next opening, 168 hours. The system's voice echoed, followed by a countdown appearing in the system bar, indicating that reality would return in 10 minutes. In Yang Chen's backpack, 3 super treasure chests appeared. One was golden, radiating dazzling light, clearly the highest reward for being the first to reach level 10. The other 2 were his additional rewards for choosing to display his name ID and give a speech. Then he looked at the equipment stolen by the Bloodthirsty Tiger. Bloodthirsty Tiger cloak grade, bronze. Type, upper garment. Required level, level 5. Attributes, defense plus 30, strength plus 12. Special effect, glory and wealth. Details. Majestic and imposing, able to shield against wind and snow, enhancing strength. Evaluation, why is your face so red? Full of spirit, wealth and prosperity. You look extremely wealthy. NPCs may exhibit unusual attitudes. What is this? Yang Chen looked at this effect, unable to help but raise an eyebrow. Yang Chen put on the tiger skin cloak, looking just like a nouveau riche. Even the finest fur couldn't compare to this cloak. Hidden mission? The snake catcher triggered a hidden mission due to the effect of damaged reputation. The fierce tiger cloak might have a similar effect. Additionally, Yang Chen also stole a skill book from the Bloodthirsty Tiger. Fierce Tiger Roar cooldown, 5 minutes. Consumes 100 stamina, dealing a small amount of mental damage to enemies within a 20-meter radius with a 10% chance to cause fear. Fear, uncontrollable actions. Area attack. This is a large-scale area attack skill with a very long cooldown. It can also add a fear effect, causing the target to act uncontrollably, potentially fleeing or attacking teammates. This has remarkable effects in both PvP and PvE. These beast bosses have so little equipment, so poor. Yang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The Cold Pool Strange Python and the Bloodthirsty Tiger dropped only one piece of equipment, representing their unique characteristics. Those half-human bosses, wielding weapons and wearing gear, were much wealthier. Use the big treasure to see what new talents it offers. You used the Bloodthirsty Tiger's big treasure lifespan plus 3 years strength permanently plus 10. You gained a talent, Wild Intuition. Wild Intuition increases perception of traps and hidden enemies, revealing the invisibility effect of enemies within 10 meters. Anti-invisibility ability. Yang Chen felt a pure power merge into his body. His senses became sharper and the surrounding environment seemed to be scanned by radar, especially within a 10-meter range. All enemies were exposed. What a great talent. This talent is simply a nemesis for assassins. The unpredictable assassin always sneaks up to stab you, but with the talent of Wild Intuition, he no longer fears ambushes. Why is there no automatic job change? Yang Chen suddenly frowned, a look of confusion on his face. He had reached level 10 but still hadn't transitioned to a hidden class. Opening the information panel, he saw that the profession section displayed a description of coming soon. Is this content that will be updated next time it descends? Yang Chen muttered to himself, feeling a bit helpless, but also thought this setting was quite humane, giving players a buffer period. You have to admit, the Tianyuan world is quite player-friendly. Big boss, big boss, big boss. You are truly my idol. Nyo Nyo and the friend list sent a message, unable to contain his excitement and admiration. Ranked first. The way you just cursed was so cool. China, no one. Nyo Nyo was extremely excited, but soon adjusted his mood and got down to business. Big boss, the server is about to close. I sold equipment at my stall, and the money I just earned is for you. There was this matter. Yang Chen almost forgot that he still had a large sum of money to collect. The Tianyuan world is about to close. 7 minutes 14 seconds. Just enough time. He jogged back to the novice village, hoping Nyo Nyo would give him a little surprise. Big boss. Nyo Nyo had closed his stall and was anxiously waiting at the entrance of the novice village. As soon as he saw Yang Chen, he couldn't wait to run up and traded a large sum of blood coins. 38,000 coins. These blood coins represented 100 years of lifespan. Did you rob a bank? Yang Chen was momentarily stunned. If calculated at a ratio of 1 blood coin to 100, the sold equipment would amount to 3.8 million? Big boss, I haven't sold all the equipment yet. Nyo-Nyo's face was filled with smiles, proudly taking credit. Additionally, the price of blood coins has now risen to 130 yuan each. I've already deducted the commission and left some money as reserve funds. Nyo-Nyo carefully calculated, recording all transaction details in a small booklet. You kid, you have a bright future. Yang Chen gave a thumbs up, a look of approval on his face. He had just underestimated Nyo-Nyo. This kid was simply a business prodigy. Once he grasped the benefits of the times, he took off directly, riding the wave. It's almost time. After finishing the transaction, Yang Chen glanced at the countdown on the screen. Only 1 minute remained. Goodbye. Nyo-Nyo waved, his eyes filled with reluctance and anticipation. Next time the abyss opens, I'll be waiting for you, big shot. In an instant, the world turned pitch black, all light and sound swallowed. In an instant, conditions met. Will you materialize your attributes? The system's voice echoed in Yang Chen's ears, but he did not immediately return to reality. Materialize attributes? Could the attributes from the game be brought back to reality? Yang Chen's heart raced wildly as he decisively pressed the yes button. Every 100 blood coins can materialize one attribute point. Skills not yet unlocked, talents not yet unlocked, equipment not yet unlocked. 100 blood coins, materializing one attribute. After returning to the real world, wouldn't he become a Superman? Materialize everything. Yang Chen said firmly. Streams of brilliant energy surged. In strength 68, base value 11, constitution 63, base value 8, agility 50, base value 10, stamina 41, base value 8, intelligence 20, base value 10, spirit 20, base value 10. The attribute points were converted, directly deducting over 20,000 blood coins. This represented more than 200 attribute points injected into Yang Chen's body. Moments later, the scenes in reality became clearer and clearer. The wings of bees outside the window began to flutter again. The splashes of water continued to change form. Crack, crack, crack. That was a strange sound, like shattered glass being repaired in reverse. Time and space also rewound under the invisible energy. Everything returned to its original state. The world seemed to revert to the moment before the abyss descended. Yang Chen took a deep breath, bouncing up from the bench, and looked at the time on the computer. Only 1 second had passed in reality. 1 second? Everything that happened in the abyss world took only 1 second? Is this real? Yang Chen even doubted he was experiencing a mental breakdown. My thoughts seem clearer. I feel an endless amount of strength in my body. Thoughts clear, energetic as a dragon and fierce as a tiger. Yang Chen noticed his thinking had become more agile, his body more proportionate, filled with explosive power. Creak, creak, creak. Yang Chen picked up a water pipe and bent it with a slight effort, twisting it into a spiral. Is this still human strength? Yang Chen threw a punch forward, generating afterimages at an incredible speed, creating a series of air explosions. As the saying goes, a sound worth 1,000 gold. Yang Chen's punch strength and speed reached a level unattainable by ordinary humans. What? How did the one abdominal muscle I took 10 years to train turn into 8? Yang Chen lifted his shirt, looking down at his abdomen. Over the past few years, after eating high-oil, high-calorie takeout and food every day, he had finally managed to consolidate his abdominal muscle into one big block. Now it had split into 8, like refined pure steel, deeply rooted above his lower abdomen, with sharp angles like chiseled stone. The attributes came back. All the attribute points came back. He quickly picked up his phone to check his savings. The balance in his bank card was over 1.6 million, once again proving everything was real. Ding! Your bank card has been frozen. A text message from his phone immediately left. Yang Chen dumbfounded. His bank account was directly frozen, and the over 1.6 million could not be used temporarily. Unknown assets. This money is a large amount of inexplicable unknown assets that appeared out of nowhere. What the hell? My money! Yang Chen's eyes widened, a hint of pain on his face. The line between heaven and hell is razor thin. But then he thought, this is a good thing. Fortunately, I had Nyo-Nyo convert all the money into blood coins. Otherwise, with this wave of bank card freezes, I would have lost a fortune. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. His foresight in having Nyo-Nyo sell all the equipment for blood coins paid off, otherwise, even more money would have been frozen. Returning to his gaming chair, he opened his computer. Major forums and websites were all buzzing. Everyone was discussing the events surrounding Tianyuan, with the top 100 hottest topics completely taken over, overwhelming the websites with posts. The most talked about was undoubtedly the world's #1 player. Many on the Warwolf website hailed Warwolf as a hero. The people of Huaxia had endured so many years of grievances, and this time they could finally vent their frustrations and feel proud. However, there were also strong objections against Warwolf. While this behavior felt good, it tarnished the image of Huaxia and created many enemies, which was not in line with the official stance. Comments were polarized, each side arguing their points, with many moderates caught in between, debating endlessly. Additionally, another issue caused chaos. The banking system collapsed. The moment Tianyuan descended, Regardless of whether the money in accounts increased or decreased, there were no transaction records. This was a fatal blow to the financial system. Many people called to report that millions had suddenly disappeared from their bank accounts, aggressively demanding compensation. Disappeared? I bet you spent it in the Tianyuan world. I don't care. My money was lost in your bank. It was fine 1 second, and the next second, millions were deducted. You must give an explanation. A large number of wealthy individuals were making a fuss, while the bank was helpless and issued a statement. During the Tianyuan descent, all fund movements will not be processed. Please wait for the bank to verify. Within just half an hour, global stock markets plummeted, banks suspended operations, and even gold prices began to fall. With various safe haven currencies becoming ineffective, people began to realize one thing: Tianyuan blood coins, perhaps the best financial product. It operates independently of the existing financial system, unaffected by real-world financial fluctuations, and is even linked to lifespan. Several hours later, Yang Chen was still intensely online, immersed in various forums and news. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Who could it be? Yang Chen wondered, casually opening the door, his expression momentarily stunned as he found two uncles in blue uniforms standing at the entrance. Are you Yang Chen? One of the officers spoke sternly, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Yang Chen. Please come with us. There are large amounts of unknown funds in your bank account. Please cooperate with our investigation. The uncles in hats asked Yang Chen to come to the station for a chat. This was a complete mess. Not only did he not get the money, but he also got into big trouble. However, Yang Chen was not afraid. His bank card issue was not an isolated case, and with his attributes, a thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook it off. Forget it, forget it. With his current attributes, a counter-material sniper rifle would put you in your place. Now was not the time to act recklessly. All right. Yang Chen put on a compliant smile. I'll go with you. Yang Chen was very cooperative. He did not resist or say anything unnecessary, allowing the two officers to take his phone and bank card. The cold light of the interrogation room shone on his face, the law enforcement recording device blinking a red dot, silently documenting everything. Two police officers entered the room. One of the female officers, dressed in a crisp police uniform that accentuated her curvy figure, had her ponytail tied high under her cap, looking spirited and impressive. Her name was Xin Bing. She was temporarily in charge of interrogating Yang Chen. Where did your money come from? Xin Bing sat across from Yang Chen, opening a form to record the transactions on his bank card. Yang Chen's bank card had inexplicably gained 1.6 million, and there were no transaction records, teetering on the edge of illegality. Earned from Tianyuan, Yang Chen replied with a faint smile, speaking the truth. Xin Bing frowned. Everyone said the same thing, and she herself had entered the Tianyuan world, knowing its wonders. But the law is the law. What equipment did you sell? What is your ID name in Tianyuan? Xin Bing continued to interrogate, her tone stern, tracing the source of the funds, which was also a form of record-keeping. It's a very simple principle. If a player can make money in the Tianyuan world, it proves they are doing quite well. Conversely, if a player has spent a lot of money, their character in Tianyuan must be quite strong. Yang Chen squinted, still maintaining his smile. Sorry, I can't tell you. Yang Chen shook his head, his tone unusually flat. You must state the truth. The Tianyuan world is dangerous. Many have lost their lives because of it. The authorities take it very seriously. Real name authentication is also a form of protection for you. Xin Bing's tone grew even harsher, her fingers tapping on the table, urging Yang Chen to take the interrogation seriously. The Tianyuan world is not just an adventure in another world. It is said that many have died for it, exchanging too much lifespan or being killed multiple times by monsters, dying the moment they leave Tianyuan. This is the cruelty of another side of Tianyuan. Silence. Yang Chen was silent for more than 10 seconds before slowly raising his head, his gaze fixed on Xin Bing. Wolf Warrior. Yang Chen grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. I am the world's #1 Wolf Warrior, do you believe it? Xin Bing's frown deepened. She had already encountered 3 guys today claiming to be Wolf Warriors, each one acting like a lunatic. The Wolf Warrior craze had swept through Huaxia, and countless people idolized them, but such self-proclamations struck her as absurd. I'm not joking with you. This is a very serious matter. Xin Bing's voice carried a hint of warning. You must be legally responsible for your words. See? I told you, but you don't believe me. Yang Chen relaxed against the backrest, shrugging nonchalantly. The highest realm of lies is to speak the truth. He was very cooperative and had spoken the truth, whether the young policewoman believed it was her own business. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room opened. A scruffy, somewhat disheveled old detective walked in. He wore a wrinkled shirt and held a thermos cup, leisurely taking a sip. Master, Xin Bing instinctively blurted out upon seeing the newcomer. She quickly realized something, her tone becoming serious and professional, correcting herself. Captain Zhang Weigua. The old detective's name was Zhang Weigua, the captain of the criminal police team. Xin Bing had been trained by him, so she also called him master. Xiao Bing, he said. Be a bit more polite. The guy hasn't committed any crime. Zhang Weigui revealed a seasoned smile, warmth hiding shrewdness. He walked over to Yang Chen, took out a pack of cigarettes, and offered them to him, his tone softening. Don't mind my colleague, she's a bit stubborn. Want to smoke? Zhang Weigui gestured to the cigarettes, and the atmosphere relaxed considerably. This is probably what they often refer to in films as the red and white-faced dynamic, right? Xin Bing was aggressive, not giving an inch, her attitude resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhang Weigui appeared at the right moment, bridging the gap between both sides, easing the atmosphere, and facilitating better work. It's not that I don't smoke, I'm afraid it will irritate my throat. Yang Chen had a clear joking tone, knowing the other party's tactics but not exposing them. Look, the atmosphere is so good. Zhang Weigui guided Xin Bing, then continued speaking to Yang Chen. In a bit, we'll return your phone and bank card. Additionally, the bank card has been unfrozen. We know that the money comes from Tianyuan and we didn't intend to make things difficult for you. Zhang Weigui patted Yang Chen's shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of reassurance, indicating that everything was fine and that the bank card was unfrozen. Over 1.6 million. To spend freely. Surely there must be some conditions attached, right? Yang Chen thought to himself, squinting and smiling, waiting for him to continue. Zhang Weigui shifted the topic and began to talk about Tianyuan again, his tone becoming somewhat serious. We don't want to pry into your personal privacy. Many people, like you, choose to hide their Tianyuan ID. He paused, emphasizing, there is no problem with that. The official respects personal privacy. Zhang Weigui handed over a business card, his tone gradually becoming more serious, his gaze turning a bit stern. I just want you to know that the official has no ill intentions. Yang Chen glanced at the business card. Beneath Zhang Weigui's name, there was even a Tianyuan ID, blood of the heart. What does this mean? Yang Chen found it hard to grasp the official's attitude and wanted Zhang Weigui to clarify further. Ha ha ha. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. Zhang Weigui laughed heartily, making his point clear, then pointed to the ID on the business card. You can also add me as a friend in the Tianyuan world. We can collaborate more in the future. Collaboration. Yang Chen understood. If you are thriving in Tianyuan, the official is very willing to cooperate. This is akin to recruiting soldiers. Even if they can't be brought under one's command, maintaining a good relationship is essential. In other words, the gaming experts in Tianyuan hold strategic value. I understand. Don't worry, China, number one. Yang Chen raised a finger, indicating his stance and position. China, number one. Zhang Weigui also raised a finger. And the two looked like they were exchanging a secret signal, both wearing a knowing smile. Alright. Xin Bing, return everything to him. Zhang Weigui gestured for her to proceed, and Xin Bing led the way, returning the phone and bank card, bringing the matter to a close. This kid, when he said China, number one just now, he really had that vibe. Zhang Weigui glanced at Yang Chen's departing figure, then shook his head. How could it be? A true battle wolf couldn't possibly be in his small city, and how could it fall into his hands? The world's number one. 1.6 million was nothing to them. Even earning 160 million wouldn't seem strange. Thinking too much. Xin Bing, start the next interrogation. Zhang Weigui chuckled self-deprecatingly, calling Xin Bing back to continue working with his apprentice. Leaving the police station, Yang Chen sat by the curb, soaking in the afternoon sun. This was actually his first experience being in a police station, and it was quite refreshing. Damn. Wolf brother, you're in the station too? A silly voice came from behind Yang Chen. Exposed? No. This voice belonged to a good brother he hadn't seen in a long time, Zhou Dashan. The two had been childhood friends, their bond very strong. Yang Chen often flirted with a bunch of girls, a wolf among dogs, a battle wolf among wolves, which earned him the nickname Wolf Brother. Stop messing around. Our big brother shouldn't laugh at the second brother. Didn't you come in too? Yang Chen stepped forward, and the two embraced warmly. Wolf Brother, you know me. CS 1.6, unbeatable in the internet cafe. Warcraft, Shanghai 3C, controlling 10 heroes at the same time. Red Alert, easily defeating 7 insane computers. Zhou Dashan boasted about his brilliant achievements, but the next second, Yang Chen directly exposed him. Indeed. But now I'm old, I can't even understand the brawl games, and I'm the number one at typing insults. Yang Chen looked at him with disdain. A hero shouldn't dwell on past glories. Who would dare? Who would dare? Wolf Brother, you're the number one keyboard warrior. I can only rank second. Zhou Dashan also gave a thumbs up, and the two bantered back and forth, that familiar bickering mode making it feel like they were back in school. Wolf Brother, what's your game ID? Let's add each other as friends, and next time when the abyss descends, we can grind together. Zhou Dashan suddenly sobered up, his expression serious, wanting to create glory with Yang Chen again. Me? Yang Chen smirked, honestly saying, Battle Wolf number 1974. Damn. I'm Qin Shi Huan, now transfer me $50 and I'll make you the crown prince. Zhou Dashan rolled his eyes. After all, Battle Wolf was the number one player in the world, and who were you? Stop messing around. I'm serious, we have a chance to set up a guild or something. Joe Dashin reminisced about his glorious past back when I played World of Warcraft, DNF, Legend, Journey, Miracle MU. Back then, Joe Dashin could always spend money to get top-notch gear and loved to create guilds. This was also related to his identity as a rich second generation. Of course, Joe Dashin, this rich second generation, didn't come off as annoying. He had none of that high and mighty attitude, only making people feel he was just a loser. You go set up a guild. I just want to slowly make money in the abyss. Yang Chen opened the banking app, showing Joe Dashin his balance, instantly making his eyes light up. Awesome. You can still make money in the abyss, unlike me, the big fool. Uncle had invited me for tea, asking how I spent so much money in the abyss. Joe Dashin's bank card was down by 20 million, which was why he was invited for tea. He was quite the talent. Wolf brother, I'm not bragging. I'm almost level 6. Carrying you will be as easy as drinking soup if it weren't for me. Being obsessed with researching life skills, I would definitely be on the leaderboard this time. Joe Dashin said earnestly, and Yang Chen didn't doubt this. Although this rich second generation was a noob, his understanding of the game was decent and he was dedicated enough. Cut it out. Do I need you to carry me? Yang Chen scoffed, and at that moment, a taxi stopped in front of them. The DD ride they had just called had arrived. No more nonsense, I'm leaving, we'll contact. On QQ later. Yang Chen opened the car door, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. Wolf brother, don't forget to add me. My game ID is Strongwind Big Back Head. Joe Dashin reminded him one last time until the DD ride disappeared from view. The super rich second generation took out his phone again, scanned for a shared electric scooter nearby, and zipped away. Rolling down the car window, the breeze brushed against his cheeks, his hair slightly swaying. Yang Chen contemplated Joe Dashin's words but wasn't planning to set up any guild. A guild? Not interested for now, nor did he want to waste that energy. Yang Chen enjoyed his current state of freedom and was happy to experience a completely different life. Don't forget Yang Chen's life motto. Nothing matters, the most important thing is to enjoy, let everything else take its course. On the other side of Huaxia, Wu Tianhao sat in a spacious and luxurious apartment, his face pale, his eyes hollow. He trembled as he picked up 2 blue pills, mixed them with water, and struggled to swallow them. Brother! His voice was hoarse, tinged with a cry, his hands tightly covering his lower body. My good brother, don't scare me. After returning from the abyss, his pride and joy, his little brother, showed no reaction at all. No matter how many methods he tried, there was no effect. It was limp. Wu Tianhao swallowed the blue pills, and after a while, he completely lost hope. The expected heat and arousal showed no signs. His body remained cold and weak. Useless. Unable to rise again. Organ damage, rootless person, that's right. Wu Tianhao's ID in the game was long. Tianhao. He not only suffered great humiliation in the game, but upon returning to reality he felt even more despair. His little brother was also affected, suffering permanent damage. Oh heavens. Oh earth. How could such a terrifying thing happen? He possessed assets worth tens of millions, was in the prime of his life, and should have been enjoying the best time of his life, but now he had become a eunuch. What joy is there left in life? What meaning does life hold? No way. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and a blazing fire of revenge ignited in his eyes. I want revenge. I must have revenge. I will repay this grudge to the end. Even if the opponent is the world's #1 werewolf, I must fight to the death. If Wu Tianhao's life still had a shred of motivation, revenge was the only goal to keep him alive. Not just him. Across the vast lands of Huaxia, many men were letting out the same wails. Don't eat the eggs my brother laid, Charlie Bai. Those men who were struck by the monkey's theft were all facing the same problem at this moment. Their once proud, masculine dignity was stripped away in the Tianyuan world, and upon returning to reality, that sense of deprivation became tangible. The game affects reality? How can it be played like this? Warwolf, I asterisk and #%yuan. These people cursed profusely, becoming useless in reality, and were dealt the most thorough blow to their self-esteem, the ultimate humiliation. Tianyuan descends, 143 hours. After Yang Chen finished his tea, he casually had a meal, took a refreshing shower, and comfortably went to sleep. A day passed, and he felt invigorated, as if he had been reborn. The countdown to Tianyuan reappeared on various electronic devices. Quite humane. Tianyuan has given a week's rest period. That's pretty good, letting us play some online games. During the break, right? Yang Chen stretched lazily, calculating the time a bit. The Tianyuan event coincided perfectly with the weekend, allowing for a good rest afterward, without affecting work the next day. Weekend for Tianyuan. Monday to work. No one is delaying anyone. Yang Chen, why are you still not at the office? You don't want this month's performance bonus, do you? Yang Chen's WeChat kept buzzing, the supervisor's avatar jumping wildly on the screen like a Grim Reaper. This B-class. I don't want to go in for even a day. Performance, performance, performance. I'll perform your mother's. Go back and see if your performance is enough. Every day barking like a dog with that big mouth. Look at that broken project plan you wrote. I could smear some human yellow on the keyboard, and even a dog licking it would write better than you. Look at your efficiency. I could scatter some rice on the keyboard, and a chicken would type faster than you. Who's working, who's a parasitic waste, you don't have a clue, and you're addicted to being a dog. The boss makes money and drives a Ferrari. What does that have to do with you? Eat shit. Yang Chen directly exploded in the work group. Every word was a gem, every word pierced the heart, and the entire group fell silent in an instant, no one daring to reply. The supervisor looked as if he had been dumbfounded by the insults, nearly fainting from anger. Someone like the post seems to be the boss. After a few more seconds, Yang Chen was kicked out of the group by the supervisor. Ding ding ding, the supervisor's phone began to bombard him with calls. Can't take it? Feeling upset? Want to curse back? Am I going to give you that chance? Look, getting anxious again. Yang Chen sent a meme of Comrade Gao Yuliang in WeChat, then directly blocked him. You can slowly review and fantasize. So refreshing. Yang Chen felt greatly pleased, took out a chilled cola from the fridge, and continued to surf the internet intensely, enjoying this long-lost freedom and indulgence. TGA Game Review gives Tianyuan an extremely low score. Yang Chen clicked on a news article, the title glaring and eye-catching, even giving a score to the Tianyuan world. Out of a perfect score of 10, TGA Game Review gave it a dismal 2 points. The reasons include a lack of diversity, inability to customize gender, poor beginner guidance, and unfair game rankings, among others. European players are boycotting the world of Tianyuan. America publicly protests, claiming that players from Huaxia are a threat. South Korea presents more evidence. Could the war wolf really be South Korean? The top-ranked Gugu from Neon Country accepts an interview, stating that the rice in the world of Tianyuan is more fragrant. What is all this nonsense? Have they lost their minds? The arrival of Tianyuan doesn't care about your boycotts. Who do you think you are? Play if you want to. Yang Chen browsed through various posts, treating the information as entertainment, and this behavior is referred to as chishi. I love chishi. I am the king of chishi. Thanks to the laborers who move the shit for bringing us joy. What is this? Yang Chen saw some bizarre posts, the titles leaving him puzzled. Why are most players on the leaderboard male? The level of the leaderboard does not represent the ranking of levels. There should be a separate leaderboard for female players with increased rewards. Boys who actively help girls level up are really charming. Love it, love it. I broke up with my boyfriend. Can I get half of his equipment and attributes? Don't do this. Bro, don't do this. Do you want to take a look at what you're saying? Level leaderboard, if not looking at level heights, what are we looking at? Yang Chen realized that many people still regarded Tianyuan as a different world MMORPG. It seemed they hadn't activated the attribute exchange function. Strange. Yang Chen noticed something was off. He had exchanged all his attribute points, but other players hadn't done the same. Could there be some restrictions? Lifespan? Level? It should be level. He was the only level 10 in the whole world. Yang Chen suddenly understood that if everyone exchanged their attribute points, a mass of superhumans would definitely trigger various incidents. After some time, when players reached level 10 in bulk, that would be the real beginning of chaos. Is there really no useful information? All TM's emotional output. I want to see some serious strategies. After several hours of intense surfing, Shishi had stuffed him full. Come on, some experts teach me how to play the game. Don't eat the big guy's mage strategy, sour radish. Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He clearly remembered this ID, the 10th ranked Huaxia player. Globally, a rare find. First, mages should first increase strength. The magic staff is very heavy. Without enough strength, you can't even lift the weapon. Secondly, mages should increase strength. After picking up the magic staff, you'll find that the damage from strikes is higher than regular magic damage, and we need to leverage our strengths. Yang Chen looked at this post, his face full of black lines. Damn it, this is a scam. This strategy is completely misleading. On the cultivation of lifestyle players, Yang Chen clicked on another post. Not everyone is good at combat. After the arrival of Tianyuan, many smart people sensed business opportunities and began setting up stalls in the novice village. Some players even discovered lifestyle skills, such as cooking and forging. Not bad. This strategy is good. Yang Chen read it seriously, copying key points. Merchants, cooking, brewing, tea picking, medicine making, forging, weaving, identification, and so on. With a large enough player base, many lifestyle professions were exposed and compiled into the same strategy, full of useful information. Brewing. My talent for drunken singing should be triggered by this. I'll need to buy a batch of wine in the future. Yang Chen gained some insights and could hand these tasks over to Nyo Nyo to help him acquire materials. At the end of the strategy, the compiler signed as Silk Road Trading Company. Silk Road Trading Company invites all lifestyle players to join. Advertisement. The world is bustling for profit and everyone is bustling for gain. This guide is packed with useful information, and the ultimate goal is to recruit various casual players to form a large guild dedicated to making money. Of course, Yang Chen doesn't mind this kind of advertisement. As long as you have real content, there's nothing wrong with promoting it. What he fears is when those who don't understand pretend to know and start spouting nonsense. Comprehensive guide to various divine stone effects. Yang Chen clicked on another post about divine stones. This guide is not complete. Experts with additional information can leave comments to help more players. Upgrade stone, ignores experience points, increases level. Reforge stone, reforge one of your talents, randomly generating another ability of the same grade. Awakening stone, randomly awakens a talent ability. Forget stone, erases one talent or permanent effect. This guide is also quite good. The world is vast and the population is large, with many players sharing their adventures. The functions of these divine stones vary, and some even Yang Chen has never seen before. For example, awakening stone. For example, forget stone. Yang Chen opened the comments section, and in less than half an hour, the post had over 50,000 comments, and that number was still rising. Some comments were pinned to the top due to high praise. Fusion stone, destroys an item and extracts one of its special effects, merging it into your own talent. Inheritance stone, erases one of your talents and imprints it onto the inheritance stone. Can be traded after imprinting. Cheat stone, gains SSS level super divine talent, increases health by 1000%, attack by 1000%, defense by 1000%. Basketball stone, can transform into a chicken boss wearing overalls, skilled in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Some are reliable. Others are clearly fabricated rumors, playing with old jokes. Yang Chen recorded them one by one so he would be somewhat prepared if he encountered them in the future. This post doesn't mention promotion stones, let alone god forging stones. No need to say much about god forging stones. The probability of obtaining promotion stones seems very low. It seems there are also differences between divine stones. Moreover, most players do not have adventures. The most common comments in the section are inquiries about how to obtain divine stones. High-priced purchase methods for forget stones. I have a friend whose egg was taken in the abyss. Can the state of being rootless be erased by a forget stone? The egg was taken? Many people in the comments section expressed doubt. Some even laughed mockingly, wondering if the so-called friend was actually you. He. Yang Chen smirked, immediately thinking of a bunch of unfortunate souls. Like Long Tianhao, don't eat the egg my brother laid, Charlie bye. A few hours later, after continuously surfing the web at high intensity, his eyes felt a bit sore. I'm hungry. Order some takeout. Let's arrange for some happy drinks. Yang Chen was very good at balancing work and rest. He opened his phone to watch some borderline dance videos, washed his face, and prepared to play a couple of games. The abyss descending doesn't prevent us from enjoying life. Joe Dashin, log in. I ordered 2 girls and also called for a tech support. We take care of the girls and the tech support helps us win. Having money is great. Ordering 3 companions at once doesn't hurt at all. Time passed day by day. Days without work felt like they had a speed-up device. 6 days flew by in an instant. Abyss descending, 32 minutes. The second abyss descent is about to arrive. 3 super treasure chests, plus a professional gift package waiting for him to open. Ding ding ding. Yang Chen lay in bed, preparing to welcome the descent of the abyss, when a sudden urgent ringtone rang out. Zhang Yusin, what's going on with this university goddess? Every time the abyss descends, Zhang Yusin always calls him. Could she be the customer service summoned by the abyss? He wondered. Clearly, he had already paid back the money he borrowed online, so the collection call should have stopped, right? Hello, baby, what's wrong? Yang Chen cleared his throat, deliberately lowering his voice to emit a seductive, bubbly tone, his tone ambiguous. Well, Zhang Yusin's voice came from the other end of the phone, laced with hesitation and complexity, as if she were struggling with something. I remembered you were quite good at gaming. I heard that when 2 people have physical contact and enter the abyss world, they will appear at the same teleportation point. She endured her disdain and anger, her proud and aloof tone slightly twisted, and finally opened her mouth to request, could you take me along? This was indeed true. Yang Chen had seen it on the forum these past few days. In the real world, physical contact would teleport them to the same resurrection point in the abyss world. The glutinous rice sweet dumpling and meat dumpling sisters he encountered before were like that. Yang Chen glanced at the clock. There was still half an hour left. A game would take at most 5 minutes, more than enough time. Take you along. That's no problem, just take a cab over quickly. Also, can you eat ice cream today? Yang Chen's intention was too obvious. Everyone in Huaxia knew what eating ice cream meant. I'm a bit inconvenient today, Zhang Yusin said hesitantly, her tone carrying a hint of embarrassment and disdain. She made an excuse, saying it was that time of the month and it wasn't convenient for anything to happen. Oh, I see. I suddenly feel a bit uncomfortable. Let's reschedule. I'm hanging up. Yang Chen's voice instantly turned cold, and without hesitation he hung up the phone, giving her no chance. I can be a devoted admirer, but I'm also a warrior. Normal relationships are fine. Purely transactional exchanges are also fine. But to expect everything without giving anything in return, trying to take advantage, is just ridiculous, right? I can flatter you, praise you, please you, indulge you, coax you, even spend a little money, but that doesn't mean I'm a fool. If you see me as just a tool, an ATM, then sorry. Goodbye TCH. You delayed my gaming. With this time, I might as well go for a moon crescent charge, do it myself. Abyss. Descends, activate. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the surrounding world fell into darkness, and the pleasant system voice echoed in his ears. Ding, you have changed your class to a hidden profession, martial arts master. Everyone has skills to practice, everyone has books to read. Chinese martial arts focus on strengthening the body. Each time you level up, all attributes permanently +1. The system compensates your attributes before level 10. All attributes permanently +10. You gain a unique hidden talent and skill: absorb, transform, release. As soon as Yang Chen returned to the Abyss world, the system sent a series of notifications and his attributes received a significant boost. Class bonuses. Each profession has corresponding bonuses. The warrior profession emphasizes strength and constitution, the mage profession emphasizes intelligence and spirit, while the martial arts master has balanced development. Can the attributes before level 10 still be compensated? Not bad, not bad. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. All 6 dimensions of attributes increased by 10 points, making his character more robust, the reassuring numbers filling him with confidence. Absorb, transform, release. This is the unique hidden talent of the martial arts master. Absorb damage and store it up to a maximum equivalent to health points. Transform, dissolve the stored damage and use it to enhance one's attributes. Block, reduce, immunity, dodge, considered as transformation value. Release, strengthen to the limit and unleash the strongest. Strike, with boundless power. Martial arts. Is this transform, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Yang Chen's eyes widened. He didn't expect his profession to be quite unique. He had gained 2 additional energy slots. One was a shield slot for absorbing damage, and the other was an energy slot for transforming damage, with mechanisms completely different from other professions. Absorbing damage was easy to understand. It was equivalent to having an extra shield. When the value accumulated to the limit, it meant no more damage could be stored and real health points would start to be deducted. The value of resolution is also easy to understand. It absorbs damage according to its own attributes and converts it into its own attack power and various attributes. In simple terms, absorb damage, strengthen oneself, and become stronger with each battle. Now, looking at that final powerful move, using force against force. A feather can move 1,000 pounds. The resolved value plus your own attributes unleashes the most formidable strike. Infinite power? There's a chance to try it out. National Martial Arts Master. Chinese, Kung Fu. Have I gone from a numerical monster to an operational monster? Yang Chen's greedy eyes sparkled as he looked at the other items in his inventory. First, open the professional gift pack, then the super treasure chest. Yang Chen had long made plans to first sort out all skills and equipment, then choose divine stones for enhancement. Yang Chen adjusted his breathing and opened the long-awaited hidden professional gift pack. This gift pack could only be opened at level 10, and after waiting so long, he could finally take a look. Open. You have obtained a profession-specific skill, Lightning 5-Strike Whip. You have comprehended a profession-specific talent. Kung Fu is a killing technique. You have obtained a special item, Challenge Token. The professional gift pack provided 3 rewards. First, he learned the skill, Lightning 5-Strike Whip Realm. Beginner. Proficiency, 0/100. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Special Effect 1. The next 5 normal attacks will add lightning elemental damage calculated based on intelligence. Special Effect 2. When triggering lightning damage, there is a 15% chance to cause paralysis. Details only by using 3-dimensional mixed round. Foreskin 1. Unleash the Pinecone Bullet Flickering Lightning Whip. Evaluation. No martial ethics. Here to deceive. Here to ambush. Young man, I advise you to drink rat tail juice. How to say it? It just feels a bit strange. This national martial arts skill can also add elemental damage, and it's actually calculated based on intelligence? Paralysis effect. I understand this. The most important equipment when cutting legends is the paralysis ring, which can control enemies for several seconds. Now, looking at the talent. Kung Fu is a killing technique. When using unarmed skills to kill Tianyuan players, it causes a 200% loss of lifespan and prioritizes reducing original lifespan. PK talent. This talent is too ruthless. When players in the Tianyuan world die, they lose a significant amount of lifespan based on the damage received. If Yang Chen uses unarmed skills, it will cause a 200% loss of lifespan, and that's not even the most terrifying part. Original lifespan. That's not extra lifespan, but one's own original lifespan. Using 1 day means losing 1 day. Once it's all used up, death is immediate, and currently there are very few means to replenish lifespan. Tianyuan can extract lifespan in exchange for blood coins. Blood coins cannot be exchanged for lifespan temporarily. They can only be supplemented through limited means. At this rate, the average lifespan of humans Yang Chen thought of many things. Although lifespan in Tianyuan can be increased through methods like cooking, it is far less than the amount consumed. In the long run, the extinction of the human race seems to be just a matter of time. Yang Chen recalled some forum posts that mentioned this issue. We've been set up by high-dimensional capital. Some big shots called on everyone not to exchange blood coins anymore, not to consume lifespan, and to maintain zero spending, taking advantage of high-dimensional capital. Finally, there's the challenge token. Challenge token, you can challenge the master of the dojo, and if you win, you can learn a skill. The master? The use of this special item is currently unknown. Let's wait until it's triggered later. Next is the super treasure chest. Open. A dazzling light burst forth from the treasure chest. Divine stone shimmered, swirling around Yang Chen, and 3 choices appeared before him. Awakening stone, promotion stone, reforging stone, divine stone. The first box had good luck, revealing the long-desired promotion stone. Yang Chen hesitated. The cost-performance ratio of the awakening stone is quite high, but the randomness is too strong. He might get a divine skill or a useless waste talent. Promotion stone. Enhanced Titan sheep skin. Yang Chen still chose. Survival ability. The effect of immunity to damage was extremely perverse. The damage from future bosses would definitely increase, and the first priority was to remain undefeated. Promotion successful. Titan sheep skin. Gold damage taken reduced by 30%, permanently immune to 200 points of any type of damage. Tip: the next upgrade requires a higher grade of divine stone. This attribute. Yang Chen was very pleasantly surprised. He indeed did not make the wrong choice. In the Tianyuan world, the armor value has a complex calculation formula and will have a certain damage reduction, but it can never reach 100%. Moreover, it would always be countered by armor breaking, penetration, and true damage. The percentage damage reduction of Titan sheepskin is only affected by true damage, but even if the enemy can deal true damage, it will still be resisted by the 200 points of permanent immunity. This is simply an unbeatable defense. Plus the professional talent of shaking my head. Now, truly no one can break my defense. Yang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He was now incredibly tough while also dealing high damage. Where could he argue about it? Let's open another one. Super treasure chest, open. The second super treasure chest opened, divine stone swirling around Yang Chen. Upgrade. Stone, forgetting stone, promotion stone, lucky explosion. This time there was another promotion stone. Could it be that his super invincible lucky star talent was taking effect? Titan sheepskin requires a higher grade of divine stone. If I upgrade other talents, I choose shake my head. Yang Chen had already planned his upgrade route during these few days of rest. He was in dire need of reducing cooldowns. Promotion successful. Shake my head, silver, shake your cute little head to randomly reduce the cooldown of 2 skills by 2 seconds. Goodness, did the upgrade of shake my head directly produce a 4-fold effect? The number of skills doubled. The cooldown time doubled. Now the skill cooldown reduction directly quadrupled, achieving an efficiency of 4 times the original. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Yang Chen almost started singing, then opened the third treasure chest. It was a golden treasure chest. The world's first level 10 challenger was rewarded with a higher grade of super treasure. Open. The golden super treasure chest opened. A golden light instantly burst forth from the golden super treasure chest. Dazzling and blinding, it emitted a heart-pounding energy fluctuation, purer than the previous divine stones. Fusion stone, promotion stone, awakening stone, source power stone, corruption stone. The golden super treasure chest had more options. The color of the divine stones turned pure gold, capable of upgrading to higher level talents, and 2 previously unseen divine stones appeared. Source power stone permanently increases 1 attribute's source power plus 1 attribute point each time upgraded. Corruption stone conducts a corruption upgrade, greatly enhancing talent abilities but will impose additional negative effects. This is a higher tier divine stone. The effect of the source power stone is incredibly powerful, allowing for extra attribute points. If you can level up to 100, you can gain an additional 100 attribute points, and the source power stone can be used multiple times. Who knows what kind of numerical monster it will eventually become. The effect is very tempting, but it's not a necessity. For me, I have other means to increase attributes. Yang Chen dismissed the source power stone and looked towards the corruption stone. Corruption? Yang Chen had played Diablo, which had a similar enhancement function. Good luck, god level attributes. Bad luck, directly turning into trash. If I play it safe, I should use the promotion stone to steadily increase the talent grade, minimizing risk. If I gamble a bit, a high level awakening stone could grant an unknown ability, skipping the first 2 upgrades. If I gamble a bit more, corrupting Titan sheepskin could lead to becoming a god or a ghost, all depending on luck. Corruption talent has the highest risk, but the potential rewards could be beyond imagination. Yang Chen's heart was conflicted and struggling. Finally, he let out a long breath and chose to use the corruption stone. Lucky star, assist me, give me the most amazing divine skill. Yang Chen shouted, using the corruption stone to upgrade. The power of darkness began to sprout. A thick and evil black mist merged into Yang Chen's body, corrupting his talents. He felt a cold and twisted power coursing through him, completely transforming his body. Special upgrade Titan Sheepskin corrupted, gained cursed power, cursed Titan body, dark gold level damage taken reduced by 50%, permanently. Immune to 1000 points of any type of damage. Cursed effect, you are all alone, despised by others, and the healing effects from teammates are immune. A tremendous boost. The name of the dark gold talent changed, the black gold characters appeared so noble and luxurious, exuding an ominous yet powerful aura. Damage taken reduced to 50%, damage permanently halved. 1000 points of immune damage? What does that even mean? I could just stand here and let you hit me. If I lose health, I'll consider it a loss. As for that cursed effect, teammates? I don't even have teammates, okay? Yang Chen was not worried at all. He had always been a lone wolf, and with his body transformed like this, did he really need others to heal him? This curse had almost no effect on him. Finally, after securing all the rewards, Yang Chen began to observe his surroundings. This was not a novice village, but a place called Plague Town. The town was shrouded in a layer of pale green mist year-round, flowing slowly in the air as if it were alive, exuding a faint scent of decay and disease. The buildings on both sides of the street were mostly low and dilapidated, with mottled walls, and the bricks were covered in dark green moss and unknown vines. Many shops were closed, heavy wooden planks tightly nailed to the windows, as if to keep all ominous things from entering. On the streets of the town, a few players stood scattered about. They were mostly dressed simply, with expressions of confusion and unease, clearly new players who had just been teleported here. The players' levels are all very low. Everyone has been teleported out of the novice village? Yang Chen observed carefully. Regardless of their levels, all players were equally teleported into various areas. What does this represent? The abyss has descended, and it won't wait for you to level up. Whether you are level 1, 2, or 10, you will stand on the same stage. The novice village is just a small test and benefit, while the real world of the abyss is about to begin. Don't blame others for outpacing you in levels. Don't blame yourself for being unable to defeat terrifying monsters. If you must blame someone, then blame yourself. Ah! A piercing scream followed, and the resurrection point flickered with light. Players killed by monsters still maintained a posture of protecting their heads while lying on the ground, their eyes filled with terror. Those monsters are completely different. Their health is so high, they killed me with just a couple of hits. The player, still shaken, recounted his experience to others. The strength of the monsters was far beyond that of the novice village. Are they starting to ramp up the difficulty? Interesting. Yang Chen's eyes flickered as he strode confidently toward the town's exit, eager to embrace new challenges. A chilling wind blew. Gloomy clouds hung low. Occasionally, a hoarse and deep scream echoed, like the wails of the dying, sending shivers down one's spine. Looking around, people could only see a wasteland eroded by disease and plague. Dead trees stood like twisted ghostly figures in the mist, their withered branches stretching grotesquely toward the sky, resembling countless emaciated arms. Occasionally, one or two rotting crows perched on the treetops, cawing hoarsely, adding an eerie touch to the desolate wilderness. In the distance, some vague shadows flickered in and out of the mist. They were twisted in shape, moving sluggishly, occasionally letting out beast-like roars. They were clearly some deranged infected plague corpse. Some players cautiously approached the plague corpse. Yang Chan's gaze pierced through the mist, locking onto a few players. The captain, Eternal Oath, was a frontliner, clad in poor-quality leather armor, wielding a massive round shield, stepping forward steadily. The archer, Hardcore Salty Fish, stood not far away, bowstring drawn tight, aiming for the corpse's head. There was also a girl named Candy Can, who looked like a healer. Clang! A harsh metallic clash echoed through the fog. Sparks flew, illuminating the serious expression on the meat shield player's face. The plague corpse's claws, laced with putrid poison, struck the shield repeatedly, producing a dull thud. Eternal Oath's body trembled slightly under the impact, and the surface of the massive round shield quickly became covered in scratches of varying depths, revealing the worn wooden structure beneath. Put! A blocking error. The plague corpse's claws tore through Eternal Oath's leather armor, leaving a ghastly wound on his arm. The wound instantly turned a sickly green, flesh beginning to rot rapidly, emitting a nauseating stench. I'm poisoned. Candy Can you purify it? Eternal Oath's body turned a sickly green, his voice tinged with pain and urgency, his health visibly dropping. I can't. Where would I learn purification? Candy Can shook her head, quickly drinking a bottle of blue potion, repeatedly casting low-level healing spells to stabilize Eternal Oath's health. Damn it! Eternal Oath cursed under his breath, immediately pulling a bottle of inferior life potion from his backpack and gulping it down. Healing spell. Inferior life potion. The effects of the two combined slowly restored his health, but the poison continued to erode his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hardcore Salty Fish shot arrows in quick succession, 2 arrows piercing the plague corpse's eye sockets, dealing significant critical damage. This monster has too much health. Hardcore Salty Fish complained. The small monsters in the novice village generally had health around 1 or 200. The plague corpse probably had 500? High attack, thick health, and claws that carried Deadly poison, the difficulty skyrocketed, leaving no room for players to survive. I can barely hold on. Focus fire, take it down. Eternal Oath barked, his face pale, voice hoarse and urgent, gripping his sword and striking down fiercely. Gale arrow. Hardcore Salty Fish also unleashed his signature skill, a flurry of arrows whistling through the air, piercing the rotting flesh. Fireball Candy can also had an attack skill. Besides healing, she had learned a fireball which exploded in a shower of sparks upon hitting the plague corpse. With a wail, the plague corpse slowly fell to the ground under the onslaught of the group. What a thrilling collaboration. Don't stop the healing. I'm still poisoned, losing health continuously. Eternal Oath drank another health potion. Although the monster was dead, the poison's duration had not yet ended. Sorry, Candy. Ken stuck out her tongue, making a cute expression, continuing to heal Eternal Oath, who finally managed to withstand the effects of the poison after about a minute. It was tough. This small team had decent strength and understood how to cooperate, but killing a plague corpse was extremely difficult. Players who had never encountered online games fared even worse. No wonder the resurrection point was packed with people faced with the suddenly increased battle difficulty. Most players were lamenting. Hey there, friends, want to team up? Eternal Oath spotted Yang Chen nearby and waved enthusiastically. A master. One could tell at a glance that Yang Chen was a pro. That evil tiger cloak was imposing, designed both luxuriously and flamboyantly. The mane of the fierce tiger presented a dark blood-red hue, interspersed with black stripes, its hem swaying gently with his steps, looking wild and stylish. This was definitely not something ordinary. Just by the equipment, one could tell this man was exceptional. Thanks for the invite. I'm going solo. Yang Chen's voice was calm as he strode deeper into the thick fog, seemingly ready to face the terrifying monsters alone. That's a bit too reckless, isn't it? Candy Jar watched the man's gradually receding figure, unable to help but pout. Just out of the newbie village, this guy doesn't even know how tough the monsters are. He'll be sent back to the respawn point soon enough. The hardcore Salted Fish continued the conversation, both revealing expressions of amusement. Don't underestimate him. Eternal Oath had a different opinion and continued, those with great skill are often bold. That equipment might have dropped from some boss, so it's not surprising he can solo. Rational and objective. People elevate others, while some look down on others. The captain is the captain. Never underestimate anyone. That's impressive. Candy Jar teased, which made the archer beside her pout in jealousy. Alright, let's hurry up and level up. Eternal Oath tightened his grip on the shield and led the team to continue exploring. On the other side, Yang Chen arrived deep in the fog, where many plague-corrupted corpses wandered. He fearlessly stepped forward, immediately attracting the attention of several plague-corrupted corpses, which roared and lunged at him. Immunity. The claws, tainted with the plague's deadly poison, tore towards Yang Chen's body. However, all the attacks were completely immune to his Titan body, causing not a single point of damage. Cursed Titan body. This talent could currently withstand 1000 points of all types of damage, and the plague-corrupted corpses couldn't break through his defenses. Dissipation value increased. Yang Chen obtained the talent of receiving and transforming damage. These immune damages would directly convert into dissipation value, enhancing his attributes. He felt a warm current flowing within him, his body becoming lighter and his movement speed increasing. There was even a state of health slowly recovering. Unfortunately, he remained at full health, so the health recovery was temporarily useless. The dissipation value kept increasing, and both attack and defense rose accordingly, even increasing the skill cooldown rate. I've been enhanced. Yang Chen's face broke into an excited smile. He discovered that the dissipation value randomly enhanced various attributes, not just the basic 6 dimensions, but also various combat attributes. Not in a hurry to fight monsters. Yang Chen opened the system prompt bar and clicked on the details of the increased dissipation value. Dissipation value increased by 73. 73 points of damage received a percentage reduction effect from Cursed Titan body, lowering it to 36 points of damage. 36 points of damage were reduced to 28 points of damage by the physical defensive armor value. 28 points of damage were immune to the poisonous damage caused by immunity against the plague-corrupted corpses, resisted by the toxin immunity talent. So complicated? Yang Chen's math was taught by a PE teacher. He silently reasoned through the complex calculation formulas, unable to resist. Scratching his head. First, calculate the percentage damage reduction, then the armor effect, and finally resist with 1000 points of all-type immunity. It sounded very troublesome. In the end, 28 points of damage were immune, but the dissipation value is calculated at the full 73 points. No matter how you look at it, damage reduction is a noble attribute, and all-type immunity is even more outrageous. Yang Chen gave up on the complex calculations, understanding the principle roughly. For now, nothing could break his defense. Come on, let's start. Yang Chen revealed a sunshine smile, his fist crashing down hard on the plague-corrupted corpse. -118. Critical hit, -106. Critical hit. Yang Chen currently had 78 points of strength. With just a normal attack, the damage had already exceeded 100, knocking the plague-corrupted corpse to the brink of Collapse with a single punch. Here we go again. Monkey steals peach. Yang Chen approached several plague-corrupted corpses, his eyes flashing as he stole the big treasure. Stealing the treasure of the plague corpse pain. Ineffective spasm, ineffective organ damage trigger. Yang Chen executed a move like a monkey stealing a peach, precisely targeting the vital points of the plague corpse, triggering a series of system notifications. Minus 150. Real damage, silver white real damage numbers floated up. The plague corpse had a total of 500 health points, and the organ damage caused a 30% reduction in health, taking away some of its essence. Pain ineffective? Yang Chen frowned. The plague corpse had no sense of pain, so the effects of pain and spasms were rendered useless, but fortunately, the big treasure could still be stolen. Let's try other skills. Yang Chen used the rabbit punch, his fist slicing through the air with a whistling sound, leaving 2 bloody wounds on the plague corpse. Minus 119. Critical damage, minus 117. Critical damage, bleeding trigger, health minus 30. First layer, bleeding trigger, health minus 60. Second layer, the bleeding damage was also halved, and the plague corpse was covered in festering sores, with thick green blood flowing out, the bleeding effect weakened by half. This was clearly a characteristic of the monster. Experience plus 50. The plague corpse's health hit rock bottom, and after several bleeding triggers, it fell to the ground dead. So much experience. Yang Chen was now level 10, needing over 10,000 experience to level up, which required killing 200 plague corpses, a difficult task for ordinary players. However, those around level 4 needed very little experience, and killing about 20 should suffice for them to level up. Bleeding damage halved. Let's try the venom. Yang Chen used the poison application skill and found another plague corpse for testing. Immunity to venom. Cold poison trigger. Yang Chen threw a punch, and the venom damage was immune. However, the strange poison was still effective. A layer of white mist and ice crystals rose from the surface of the plague corpse, the cold forming ice spikes that pierced its flesh, causing the monster's movement speed to slow down significantly, its entire body becoming stiff. Venom ineffective, strange poison unaffected. Yang Chen grasped some characteristics of the plague corpse. In the Tianyuan world, basic physical rules apply, stone elements cannot bleed, and the plague corpse is immune to venom. Lightning whip combo. Then let's try the new skill. Yang Chen used the lightning whip combo, with the next 5 attacks adding extra damage. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips. Yang Chen's body twitched, his arm whipping down like a lash against the plague corpse, bursting forth with dazzling ionic sparks. Minus 116. Critical damage, minus 122. Critical damage, lightning damage trigger, 60 points. Lightning damage trigger, 60 points. Paralysis trigger X2. Yang Chen's lightning whip combo caused a paralysis effect, and the plague corpse trembled as if electrocuted, standing still and shaking continuously. The corpse's body was scorched, emitting a strong burnt smell. Weak electricity. Although the plague corpse could be immune to venom and had halved bleeding damage, lightning could inflict even more damage. Yang Chen had 30 points of intelligence but added 60 points of lightning damage, indicating that the plague corpse was very afraid of the lightning attribute. Not only that, the lightning whip combo, influenced by the super invincible lucky star, caused paralysis with every hit. Hard control. Yang Chen slowed down his attack frequency, fully capable of paralyzing a monster 5 times in a row. It just didn't have that much health. Got it. After a series of tests, Yang Chen understood the new effects of each talent. Full firepower. Yang Chen began to shake his head wildly. Shaking his head continuously triggered random reductions of 2 seconds on the cooldowns of 2 skills. The effects of poison application and lightning whip combo combined, rapidly reducing cooldowns. The poison effect could last for a minute, and before it ended, he managed to restore the skill cooldown, allowing for seamless connection. Other skills can't be neglected either. Yang Chen remained true to his original intention, and he needed to practice the proficiency of flying dragon exploring. Clouds and monkey stealing peaches as well. Stealing the treasures of the plague corpse, stealing the bloodstained shirt, stealing the torn pants. Yang Chen's flying dragon cloud searching hand continuously triggered, stripping away the equipment worn by the plague corpse piece by piece, soon leaving it completely bare. It was about to expire. The plague corpse wore no clothes, its body covered in pus-filled sores exposed to the air, making it look even more disgusting. Clothes, pants, shoes, and occasionally weapons would drop. A small monster could yield several pieces of equipment, and soon the equipment bar was filled, but most of it was just worthless junk. This is so inefficient. Yang Chen couldn't help but complain. He couldn't just kill a few monsters and then head back to town to sell off a bunch of gear, could he? This kind of problem needed to be solved. By Nyo Nyo. Yang Chen opened his friend list and clicked on Nyo Nyo's avatar. Where are you? Big boss, big boss. I'm at Twisted Harbor. The difficulty in Tianyuan has become so high, all the top-tier equipment has been sold out. I was just about to contact you, Nyo Nyo replied. As the difficulty curve rose, the demand for equipment surged dramatically. Twisted Harbor? That's another map. Players were scattered and randomly assigned to various corners of Tianyuan continent, forced to find temporary teammates. If they wanted to teleport to the same resurrection point, they would need to use the method Jiang Yusen mentioned earlier, entering the Tianyuan world through physical contact. I'm in Plague Town. My inventory is full, I can't hold anymore. I'll contact you later. Yang Chen sighed, while Nyon Yo on the other end lamented having to discard a large amount of equipment was truly a waste. Throw away all the white gear. Just keep a few quality items, the best ones. Yang Chen felt a bit regretful too, but still discarded all the junk gear, piling it up into a small mountain. Ding, your skill level has increased. Yang Chen continued to grind monsters, and the system chimed with a pleasant notification. Flying Dragon Cloud Searching Hand level, entry level. Proficiency, 0/10,000. New effect. When performing a barehanded normal attack, there is a very small chance to trigger an additional Flying Dragon Cloud Searching Hand. Each trigger of the Flying Dragon Cloud Searching Hand would increase proficiency. And before he knew it, he had used it 1,000 times, raising its level. The next upgrade required 10,000 proficiency? He really guessed right. The proficiency needed for leveling up had increased tenfold. Even with head shaking and various extra triggers, completing 10,000 uses of the skill would still require a lot of time. Normal attack triggered Super Invincible Lucky Star. The probability instantly maxed out. Yang Chen's barehanded normal attack triggered the Flying Dragon Cloud Searching Hand 100%. With each attack, he would strip away a piece of equipment until all the items and gear from the opponent were stolen. It was a blatant theft. This skill had completely turned into a blatant robbery. So satisfying. The two-hit steal of the Rabbit King's punch had its limits. With a series of normal attacks, he stripped the enemy clean. The scene was simply too beautiful. Yang Chen glanced at the skill proficiency. The proficiency for the Monkey Stealing Peach skill had reached more than half. Poisoning, Lightning 5-strike whip. Only needs 100 proficiency. Let's practice them all first. Rabbit King's punch, Bleeding King's charge, Evil Tiger's roar, and the instant step on the equipment. Special skills can't be upgraded, so I won't use them for now. It's a waste of the cooldown reduction. From head shaking, Yang Chen began to plan his upgrade route. After all, he could one-shot monsters. Those special skills stolen from the boss couldn't be upgraded. Using them was pointless, and they would enter a cooldown state, wasting the effects of head shaking. Monkey Stealing Peach, Flying Dragon Cloud Searching Hand, Lightning 5-strike whip, poisoning. Using these skills a few more times would rapidly increase proficiency. Aiming to master them all to the entry level. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips, 4 whips, 5 whips. Yang Chen's head shook into a blur, his body convulsing violently, resembling a person having a seizure. You wouldn't believe it, the power was indeed impressive. The Lightning 5-strike whip continuously exploded with large electronic sparks. The equipment of the plague corpse was stripped away one by one, its rotting flesh turning to charcoal, collapsing amidst its screams. The commotion from the immunity area attracted more and more plague corpses. Their sharp claws tore at Yang Chen's body, all turning into resolution points, enhancing all attributes. Suddenly, Yang Chen felt a powerful force rising from his dantian. The resolution points were full. His 6-dimensional attributes doubled, all performances greatly enhanced, and his body was filled with explosive power, accumulating for the strongest strike. Release. With a mere 4 ounces, he could move 1,000 pounds. His feet rooted to the ground, his bones stretched like a great bow, and his muscles emitted a humming sound like a bowstring. Yang Chen's body shook violently, the accumulated power converging into his fist, momentarily turning his arm into an arrow, which shot out explosively. Boom! The sound of his punch breaking through the air echoed, and the ground cracked with the recoil. Minus 3,178 critical hit, true damage. An incredibly exaggerated number rose above the plague corpse's head. A series of system prompts sounded, all special effects erupting under this strongest strike. Pain, spasm, venom, cold poison, bleeding, lightning, paralysis, fear, knockback, dizziness, blood-soaked, wound tear, organ damage, extra Flying Dragon Exploring Cloud Hand. All skill effects were triggered simultaneously. Strength was enhanced. Constitution was enhanced. Agility was enhanced. The accumulated damage taken, combined with his own attack power, finally erupted under the amplification effect, dealing a staggering 3,000 points of critical true damage. Every skill he learned had its effects triggered. The knockback and dizziness from the Goat King's charge, the fear from the Evil Tiger's roar, the bleeding and wound tearing from the Rabbit King's stab, the organ damage from the Monkey Stealing Peach. The plague corpses that flew backward exploded in midair, like rotting water bags. Their remains crashed heavily onto other corpses, producing a series of bursting sounds. The plague corpses were all ground into mush, becoming part of the experience points. Damn! So fierce! Yang Chen couldn't help but curse. Was this hidden class's exclusive talent a bit exaggerated? Stunned. Yang Chen was also stunned. He looked at the terrifying damage he dealt. Receive, resolve, release the power of. This talent was beyond imagination. This was originally a technique to seek victory in danger, daring to absorb the enemy's damage, then promptly resolving it, and finally using that power to turn the tables. The higher your attributes, the more damage you could take, and the higher the damage you would unleash in the end. But Yang Chen was an anomaly. A 50% damage reduction effect. 1000 points of all-type immunity damage. Accumulating resolution points was no trouble at all. Just standing there and taking hits quickly filled the enhancement bar. High damage was one thing. The most terrifying aspect was triggering all skill effects. Even without that exaggerated true damage, all skill effects could easily kill you. Killing move. Ultimate move. Yang Chen's eyes flickered. The strongest strike of the energy bar he had accumulated had unexpectedly become his ultimate killing blow. How lonely is invincibility? How empty is invincibility? I'm terrifyingly strong now. Yang Chen laughed arrogantly, immediately attracting more plague corpses facing the relentless attacks without dodging or avoiding. I want to do it again. Hurry up and hit, accumulate more resolution points. He looked at the slow attacks of the plague corpses and couldn't help but complain. Displeased. These plague corpses had too low damage, too low attack frequency, making it too slow for him to accumulate resolution points. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Complaining about the low damage of plague corpses is simply too much. Other players were playing a high difficulty soul game. Every attack and defense had to be cautious. Taking a hit meant losing half their life, and any slight mistake could lead to a wipe. Yang Chen was playing a cracked version. You can hit me freely. If I lose health, it counts as my loss. 2 punches and all your gear is stripped away. The instant kill damage is completely incomprehensible. Your skill realm has improved. The system's pleasant voice rang out again, and the lightning 5-strike whip leveled up. A 100-point proficiency is easy to practice. With a 60-second skill cooldown, it's nothing in the face of the head-shaking talent. Lightning whip realm gradually improving. Proficiency 0/1000. New effect: when the lightning whip attacks, there's a chance to trigger a lightning chain, dealing lightning damage to 3 enemies within a 10-meter range. New effect: area damage. Yang Chen couldn't wait to use the skill. His hands instantly covered in a layer of crackling lightning, emitting a zzz sound of electricity. Crack. -127. Critical hit. Trigger lightning. Health -60. Trigger lightning chain. Health -60. Trigger lightning chain. Health -60. Trigger lightning chain. Health -60. It was as if Yang Chen truly wielded an electric whip, striking the plague-corrupted corpses and sparking, forming a lightning chain that pierced outward. Trigger paralysis. X4. The lightning chain can also trigger paralysis effects. The attack target, along with the 3 corrupted corpses hit by the lightning chain, began to tremble and convulse violently. Of course, the normal attack on the target also triggered an additional flying dragon probe cloud hand. Awesome. 3-dimensional, rounded strength. The pine cone bouncing with the lightning whip. This special effect is amazing, with sparks and lightning all the way, and it can attack 5 times in a row. Truly impressive. Time passed second by second. Yang Chen's efficiency in killing monsters was extremely high, quickly slaying over 300 plague-corrupted corpses. Ding, congratulations, your level has increased to level 11. Yang Chen level up all 6-dimensional attribute points +1, and he had a full 30 in used free attribute points. He was struck by choice paralysis. He really didn't know how to allocate the attribute points. Strength increases attack with high critical hit benefits. Constitution increases health with high returns from the received skill. Agility affects bleeding damage and can also increase attack speed and movement speed. Intelligence affects the lightning damage of the lightning whip. Should he distribute them evenly, adding less to whichever attribute is lower, and completely make a balanced character? Or should he add everything to Constitution, becoming a tank because he was too afraid of dying? Yang Chen's mind was a bit overwhelmed. Perhaps only the clever readers could find the optimal solution. Forget it, I'll decide later. First, let's use some big treasures and see what attributes to add this time. Yang Chen used the big treasures in his backpack, having over 200 of them, marking another bountiful harvest. Lifespan +5 days, lifespan +5 days, constitution +1, poison damage +1, toxic damage over time +1. New bonuses. These plague-corrupted corpses not only increased lifespan and constitution but also enhanced the damage of the poisoning skill. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. After using them all, his constitution skyrocketed to 87 points and the poisoning skill received a significant boost. Poisoning. Special effect 1, attacks or skills. Add 23 points of poison damage, along with a layer of toxic damage, causing weapon attacks plus 13 points of damage over time. Don't underestimate this 13 points of damage. 10 layers of toxicity, 50 layers of toxicity, 100 layers of toxicity. As the toxins accumulate, they will become increasingly terrifying. I can grind here until the end of time. If the toxic damage accumulates to tens of thousands, any boss stacking a few thousand layers of poison will be done for. Yang Chen fantasized, but soon abandoned the idea. There are many types of monsters, and there are probably quite a few immune to toxic damage, plus he lacked means to increase the duration of the toxicity. A duration of 1 minute. At most, he could stack 1 or 200 layers? Whatever. Let's grind the small monsters first. Yang Chen continued to grind monsters, stacking as much poison damage as possible, leaving future matters for later. Boom 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 boom. Boom. The ground trembled violently as if some colossal creature was awakening beneath the earth. Filthy rivers erupted with thick sludge, and a massive figure roared into view. Warning, warning, plague demon is about to appear, same old flavor. Yang Chen had killed hundreds of plague-corrupted corpses, angering the hidden big boss. My constitution for triggering hidden boss is really convenient. Yang Chen jogged towards the plague demon, finally encountering a boss that would allow him to test his skills. Upon closer inspection, the plague demon was enormous, towering at least 5 or 6 meters high, resembling a moving mountain of flesh. Its body was bloated and twisted, with skin displaying a sickly gray-green hue, covered in festering sores and gaping wounds that oozed dark green slime, exuding a nauseating stench. Most chilling was its waist and abdomen, where a gaping wound, deep as an abyss, revealed ragged edges of flesh continuously rolling outward and spilling forth writhing intestines that emitted a foul odor. Its mouth, the wound resembled a gaping, blood-soaked maw, constantly opening and closing, spewing forth denser clouds of green poison that thickened the surrounding mist. Boss spawn. Let's hurry and take a look. What a massive figure. Many players heard the area notification and rushed towards the plague demon. Ah, I'm poisoned. Just getting close to this area poisons you. Those brave players who dared to approach the plague demon found themselves coated in a layer of deadly poison. The toxin visibly spread across their skin. If they lingered, the levels of toxicity would continue to stack. Who will purify it? I'm at 5 layers of poison. Retreat. A hapless player who rushed to the front discovered he had stacked 5 layers of poison and quickly pulled out a low-quality potion, but his health continued to plummet. A flash of white light appeared, and he died from the poison, returning to the resurrection point. I got it. There's a quest in the town that gives a gas mask upon completion. One player suddenly shouted. Another player had taken a kill quest to clear 20 corpses for a gas mask, presumably prepared for this boss. Regardless, the current players didn't even have the qualifications to approach the plague demon, let alone challenge it. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the plague demon. Someone is fighting the boss. Holy crap, really? Isn't he afraid of the poison? How can he last so long? Through the thick, toxic mist, people vaguely saw a figure flickering. Sparks flew as he moved. The person wore an extravagant, luxurious cloak, wielding 2 thunderous whips that sparkled brilliantly as if a thunder god had descended. He was actually trading blows with the plague demon? Poison immunity. The spreading poison made the air thick and murky. Yet, Yang Chen completely ignored the toxic damage, arriving unscathed before the plague demon. Human. The plague demon slowly shifted its bloated body. Each roll of fat trembled violently, undulating like waves, exuding a repulsive, decaying odor. Insignificant. The plague demon's short, misshapen arm suddenly lifted, drawing out a butcher's knife smeared with rotting venom. The edge of the knife was covered in rust and dark green slime, with bits of decayed flesh hanging from the blade, making it appear even more sinister and terrifying. Die. The butcher's knife was raised high, carrying an overwhelming weight, stirring up a foul wind as it swung down towards the tiny human before it. The force was tremendous. The attack was ferocious. Immunity. The butcher's knife struck Yang Chen's head, but the words immunity appeared, failing to break through his defenses. It wasn't entirely useless, as it at least raised his mitigation value significantly. That attack is really high. A few more hits, and my mitigation energy bar will be full. Yang Chen marveled at the plague demon's attack power, and out of respect for his opponent, he directly used the Flying Dragon's cloud-searching hand. You have stolen the blade of plague, give it to me. Yang Chen seized the plague demon's weapon, then immediately unleashed a series of lightning whips, striking the plague demon with hands like thunder, causing it to convulse and freeze in place, unable to move. Paralysis. Trigger X5 Extra Flying Dragon Cloud Hand. Trigger X5. You steal the Cauldron of Filth. You steal the Garden Key. You steal the plague demon's waistcloth. The old routine. Yang Chen first cleaned out the plague demon's items, even stripping you of your underwear. Awesome. This kind of boss with equipment is much better. Extremely wealthy. Roar, 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 roar. The plague demon let out an angry roar. It convulsed and twitched, its entire body of fat shaking wildly, having been paralyzed by lightning damage 5 times in a row. Reminder, boss increases paralysis resistance. A protective mechanism? Not allowing unlimited control over the boss? Whatever. Yang Chen snorted coldly. I still have plenty of negative states. Monkey steals peach. Steal the plague demon's big treasure. Minus 40,000. Real damage, silver white real damage floated up. The plague demon's treasure was stolen, and its health instantly dropped significantly. Pain trigger, spasm trigger, organ damage trigger. The plague demon let out a painful roar, its incredibly fat body collapsing to the ground, clutching its abdomen in agony. Effective. This boss has intelligence and the ability to feel pain. It's not like those previous mindless zombies, completely unresponsive to monkey stealing peaches. Over 100,000 health? Is it that exaggerated? Yang Chen was somewhat surprised. The previous silver-level cold pool strange python only had 30,000 health. Could this be a golden boss? Poison application. Strange python. Cold poison trigger. Yang Chen rushed forward to launch a fierce attack, the serrated fist blade covered in a deep blue. Strange poison. Although the plague demon is immune to toxin damage, the terrifying strange poison still took effect, a layer of white mist and ice crystals covering its body, ice spikes piercing into its flesh. The plague demon's movement speed became incredibly sluggish. Rabbit King stab fist. Blood soak wound torn. Yang Chen's Rabbit King stab fist also began to leave bloody marks on the plague demon, spraying out large amounts of hot, filthy, dark green slime. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The plague demon lay on the ground, taking over 10 seconds to slowly rise again. The sound of crack from the ice crystals breaking continuously echoed from its body, each movement becoming extremely difficult, once again praising the power of the strange poison. My turn. Yang Chen switched to the Mu King Giant Shield, delivering a powerful shield bash that stunned the plague demon. Output time is here. Yang Chen unleashed a barrage of skills, shaking his head and wildly reducing cooldowns on the importance of control skills. Standing punishment. Military training. The highest realm of control is to let the enemy keep taking hits. Just as the plague demon woke up, Yang Chen directly charged in with a Mu King charge. Knockback trigger. Stun trigger. The plague demon fell again, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground, producing a thunderous roar, adding another 10 seconds to the output time. It's still my turn. Yang Chen attacked frantically, trying to use the Rabbit King stab fist as much as possible. Although the bleeding damage was halved, the infinite stacking still resulted in explosive output. Weaken me? Not happening. Finally. The plague demon got up again, just about to output. Sorry, my turn has come again. Yang Chen's skill cooldown was ready again. Lightning 5-strike whip. Paralysis. Shield bash. Stun. Mu King impact. Knockback plus stun. Yang Chen directly arranged another round for the plague demon. Under the hard control and skill bombardment, its health quickly dropped below half. Plague demon enters frenzy state. Immune to all types of control. Attack power increased. Defense reduced to 0. The plague demon erupted with a deafening roar. Rotting, foul-smelling blood surged wildly, quickly covering its entire surface, melting all the white mist ice crystals, and its body expanded by 2 full circles, becoming even more hideous and terrifying. Second form. This is the plague demon's frenzy form, activated when its health drops below 1/3. Even the difficult to purify strange poison was resolved. Can't play in the abyss? Immune to all types of control, and its attack power doubled. This is the stage of outputting everything. Most mechanisms are no longer useful. When it goes mad, it focuses its fire. Crash. That gaping maw torn open on its belly spews forth a sky of poisonous rain, mixed with flesh and filth, landing on the ground with a sizzling sound. You have been infected by a strange poison. Untreatable poison plague. Untreatable poison plague randomly decreases 1 attribute per second. Duration infinite. Killing the source of the poison plague will lift it. I'm poisoned. Yang Chen is immune to deadly toxins but cannot resist the special effects of the strange poison, only able to reduce some effects. 1 attribute decreases every second, the frequency slightly delayed. This battle must be resolved quickly, otherwise, you will become weaker and weaker, and dragging it out will lead to a dead end. I will crush you. The plague demon strides exaggeratedly, delivering a heavy punch towards Yang Chen's body. Immunity still hasn't broken through the defense. 1000 points of all attribute damage. Immunity is still a bit too overpowered. Unleash the power. Yang Chen continuously exchanges blows with the plague demon, quickly filling the energy bar for the counterattack. Counterattack, the strongest move. Using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, borrowing strength to strike back. This is called using their own methods to return the favor. Yang Chen's energy sinks into his dantian, his entire body's power transforming into a raging dragon, his fist roaring as it strikes towards the plague demon. Boom. Yang Chen's fist slams into the plague demon. The force of the punch explodes, creating a bloody hole in the demon's corpulent body, foul-smelling pus and blood splattering out. -3,457. Critical hit. True damage. A silver-white massive damage number skyrockets from the plague demon's head. Pain, spasms, deadly poison, cold poison, bleeding, lightning, paralysis, fear, knockback, dizziness, blood-soaked, torn wounds, organ damage, additional flying dragon probing cloud hand, defense broken. This strongest attack actually ignored the mad state, directly breaking the plague demon's mechanism and sending it flying several meters away. The plague demon collapses to the ground in immense pain. It trembles and convulses, paralyzed by lightning, stars in its eyes, blood flowing, filled with fear. Is this still human? Am I the boss, or are you the boss? Defense broken. Mechanism broken. The mad state temporarily invalidated. A painful roar escapes from its grotesque, gaping mouth, various negative states once again taking hold. Yang Chen rushes forward, immediately unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The Rabbit King's bleeding strike has stacked over 30 layers, causing a significant drop in health every second. Die for me. Yang Chen's attacks grow fiercer, his head spinning in a blur. No time to linger. His own attribute points are gradually decreasing. Both attack damage and bleeding damage will be affected. Quick battle, finish it off quickly. The plague demon slowly rises, and this time Yang Chen does not use control skills. Hit me as hard as you can. Don't spare me just because I'm a delicate flower after all. If the defense isn't broken, it's better to quickly accumulate the counterattack energy bar and unleash the strongest attack. Again, the plague demon shakes its head a few times. Its torn mouth sprays poisonous rain, but at this moment, it suddenly stops and lets out a hoarse roar. There's a big move. Could there be a third phase? Yang Chen's heart tightens. This boss's moves are more bizarre than the last. The plague demon's belly suddenly bursts open, and slippery intestines shoot out, carrying a nauseating stench, binding Yang Chen's entire body and constricting him so he cannot move. Boss's ultimate move, Hunger Devour. Yang Chen is completely controlled, slowly being pulled into the plague demon's belly by the writhing intestines, swallowing him whole. Immunity. Yang Chen is swallowed into the plague demon's abdomen, where the sharp teeth of the giant mouth grind like a chainsaw, corrosive acid engulfing his body. No solution. This move, Hunger Devour, is nearly unsolvable. Anyone caught hand devoured by hunger ends up as nothing more than ground meat. But who says Yang Chen is an anomaly? This doesn't break the defense? Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, and the body of the plague demon exploded entirely. Fat and chunks of flesh rained down from the sky, intestines sticky with filthy pus and blood fell to the ground, and the plague demon was finally obliterated from the inside by Yang Chen's punch. Power surge. The energy bar for the resolution value was once again full. The power burst forth, immune control activated, dominating the entire process, transforming into a fierce dragon that wreaked havoc within the plague demon, ultimately tearing it apart completely. Ding, you have leveled up to level 12, you have leveled up to level 13, you have killed the golden level lord boss, plague demon. Global announcement. Congratulations to Warwolf number 1974 from the Huaxia region for the first kill of a golden level lord boss, receiving a special reward. A series of system notifications rang out like the sound of a victory horn. Golden level lord boss. No wonder its health was so thick, its attack so high, and its skills and mechanics were more twisted than the last. Awesome. The plague demon, enjoying the experience alone, leveled up directly by 2 levels. Yang Chen received the server-wide reward, and the world channel erupted once again. War Wolf. Is it that War Wolf again? It's only been a few hours since the server opened. How could he possibly kill a golden level boss? Huaxia people are cheating again. We've been farming bosses too, but as soon as we get close, we get squashed. Can War Wolf really challenge such a level of existence? Excuse me, where's the report button? You foreigner upstairs, just practice more if you're weak. On the other side, at the moment the plague demon died, the evil power was also eradicated. The thick green poisonous mist that enveloped the entire town seemed to lose its energy support, visibly thinning, as if evaporated by sunlight. The dark sky was torn apart, revealing a blue gap. Cool spring rain fell from the sky, washing away the decay and stench from the soil, while the sickly rotting plants quickly withered and dissolved. After the rain, the sky cleared. The clouds in the sky completely dispersed, leaving a vast expanse of clear blue, without a trace of impurity. Sunlight once again bathed the earth, golden rays piercing through the treetops, falling on the moist grass and houses, appearing particularly warm and bright. Global announcement. Congratulations to all players in the Huaxia regions. Plague Town for working together to overcome difficulties and liberating the polluted area for the first time. Plague Town, all players receive special rewards. A special golden level lord, the strongest boss in a region. Each town has about 5,000 players or more. If following the normal process, players would need to work together to survive, trying to kill enough monsters and complete numerous tasks. After days of fierce battles, the matured and stronger players would challenge the final boss together to liberate the polluted area. However, before they could even unite, the ultimate boss of this area was already taken down. The players in Plague Town were left dumbfounded, but upon hearing the system's reward sounds, they immediately showed expressions of joy. Completion rewards, super treasure chests, doing nothing and directly receiving completion rewards. How awesome is that? War Wolf is amazing. It's great to be carried by the big boss. Not teamwork. I'm really strong with War Wolf. China, in a 1. Looking for a friend position for 1 million, just wanna make a friend. The players in the town were ecstatic, wildly praising in the regional channel, spamming slogans like, Big Boss is awesome. The teleportation array activated. The teleportation in Plague Town unlocked its seal, beams of light shot up into the sky, entering the next phase. Regional announcement. You can teleport to other areas to assist in liberating polluted zones. Assistance remaining 3 times. The system continued to announce. There are 3 assistance attempts left. This means they can still kill 3 special golden lord bosses. I report. It's confirmed. The system is trying to suppress my strength in this way. If there were no restrictions, I could kill all the golden lords one by one and directly transform into a super scion. Of course, that's just a joke. This design by Tian Yuan is probably to limit players from overly banding together. The more pollution zones are liberated, the more combat power is freed up, and if not restricted, it might lead to scenes of millions attacking the same boss. Big Boss is amazing, got another first kill. Nyo immediately sent A congratulatory message, having long regarded Zhang Lang as his idol. Stop messing around. I just forgot to hide my ID. After Yang Chen's global speech last time, he didn't conceal his ID, resulting in global announcements. Mentioning him every time, just causing all sorts of unnecessary trouble. Hide personal information. A big tree attracts the wind. Yang Chen chose to hide his information again. He wouldn't do anything without extra rewards. Big boss, hiding your ID is useless now. Next time there's a first kill, you can guess who it is just by thinking with your butt. Nyo was gloating over there. Who in the world doesn't know the name Zhang Lang? If another first kill appears, showing an anonymous player from Huaxia, who do you think did it? Oh dear, so hard to guess. Dare to mock me, huh? You just wait, I'll teleport over right after I finish looting. Yang Chen replied with a message, and then closed the chat box. He began to loot. The equipment and rewards stolen from the plague demon lay quietly there. Come on, let's savor it, loot it, and taste it. Blade of plague grade, gold. Type, weapon. Required. Level 20. Attributes, attack power plus 200, strength plus 30. Special effect, rot details, soaked in the thick soup of plague. A slight touch will leave you with torn flesh. Evaluation, praise the kind father. Rot causes double the layers of deadly poison. Unbelievable. No wonder it's a special boss of gold grade. This rot talent is truly extraordinary. One attack can stack 2 layers of poison. As long as the attack frequency is high, you can stack the deadly poison layers to the sky in no time. If another talent like Tier 1 that extends duration comes along, it would be unstoppable. The second item. Crumbling Cauldron. Special item. Type, cooking utensil. Attributes, none. Special effect, can pour any item into the cauldron to brew delicious thick soup. Details, the plague demon stole the owner's treasure, which is why you have the chance to obtain it. Evaluation, take a taste. What is this? A cooking utensil. A life-related cooking item? Yang Chen showed a look of disdain, but upon seeing its special effect, his eyes lit up. All items can be brewed into thick soup. Does this mean I can pour in all the junk white gear? Crumbling Cauldron. Yang Chen looked at this oddly shaped cooking utensil, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Let's give it a try and see what it can do. Yang Chen poured over 70 pieces of junk white gear from his backpack into the crumbling cauldron all at once. Those tattered clothes, rusty weapons, and worn-out shoes were instantly swallowed by the green, viscous liquid. A huge pestle automatically stirred inside the cauldron, making a gurgling sound. Those pieces of equipment quickly decomposed in the stirring, eventually transforming into a steaming bowl of thick soup filled with collagen. Crumbling thick soup, a murky, viscous green soup, emitting waves of a foul odor. That made one want to vomit. Yang Chen pinched his nose, frowning tightly, but still forced himself to drink the thick soup, only to feel a continuous stream of snot flowing down his throat. Your lifespan decreases by 5 years. Your physique plus 5, endurance plus 5, poison damage plus 10, deadly poison damage over time plus 10. Goodness. Lifespan decreased, but attributes increased. The crumbling thick soup is both a spiritual medicine and a deadly poison. Without enough extra lifespan, it's best not to touch it, or else it's a path to self-destruction. However, my lifespan is quite ample. Extra lifespan, 68 years. Blood coins, 18,300 pieces. Yang Chen had previously exchanged some lifespan for wine, consuming 50 years. However, the accumulated little treasures, the boss's big treasures, and the leftovers from killing Long Tianhao and his companions added up to 68 years of lifespan. I can go for another round. Yang Chen took out some materials dropped by the boss. 118 scales from the cold pool serpent, the rabbit king's fur, the rabbit king's thigh meat, the bloodthirsty tiger's large bones, not a bit wasted, all simmered into a thick soup. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The cauldron simmered for a long time this time. The thick soup boiled and rolled, becoming increasingly evil and filthy, with strong energy swirling, finally turning into a bowl of nearly tangible, sticky paste. It was about to be consumed. Ugh! Yang Chen pinched his nose, his face pale, but he still held back the nausea and gulped it down. You have reduced your lifespan by 30 years, your strength, constitution, agility, and endurance have permanently increased by 10 points. Cold poison from the serpent gains a new effect. Freeze. Rabbit King's stab punch upgraded. Fatal stab punch. Yang Chen directly deducted 30 years of lifespan in exchange for a large amount of attribute points. The skill upgraded? This is called transforming original soup into original food. These special skills stolen from the boss were originally unable to be upgraded, but after being cooked in the foul soup, they received an extra opportunity for promotion. Freeze. Every 60 seconds of cold poison's duration triggers a freeze effect, turning enemies into fragile ice sculptures, unable to act, and taking 30% more damage. Goodness. I'm just amazed. Is this implying my control methods aren't enough? Yang Chen looked at the freeze effect in delight. It was simply a divine skill that could render enemies completely incapable of resistance. Fatal stab. Punch. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Effect 1, blood-soaked. Effect 2, KO. Details, causes secondary medium damage based on strength. Evaluation, champion, you've ended the match. KO, each accumulation of 30 layers of bleeding from blood-soaked causes 10% of maximum health as true damage. Here it comes. percentage damage, and its true damage. The fatal stab punch is known for its speed. Not only has the cooldown been reduced by 2 seconds, but it has also gained a new talent. With the talent boosting, it can barely manage to release a skill every 2 seconds. Stacking 30 layers isn't too difficult. This makes fighting bosses much more comfortable. Ordinary small monsters can't withstand 2 of his punches, but for golden bosses like the Plague Demon, with over 100,000 health, percentage damage is crucial. The bloodthirsty tiger's roar hasn't upgraded. Is it because I haven't used this skill yet? Yang Chen felt a bit greedy. Upgrading the cold poison and Rabbit King's stab punch wasn't enough. He was still thinking about enhancing another skill. A greedy heart can swallow an elephant. Contentment brings happiness. Yang Chen shrugged, indifferent whether it upgrades or not. He was already very strong. That said, the Cauldron of Filth is truly a good thing. Although it consumes your lifespan, it can accelerate the development of a bucket account, and in the future he can just gather a few more big treasures to make up for it. This thing? Damn. Yang Chen took out the last piece of equipment, his face full of disdain. Plague Demon's waistcloth, grade, gold. Type, pants. Required level, none. As long as you can endure its smell. Attributes, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, endurance plus 10. Effect, stench of decay. Description, the only clothing on the Plague Demon. Evaluation, so stinky. Stinky, 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 stinky. This damn underwear? This is the Plague Demon's large underwear around its waist. Stench of decay. Within a 20-meter radius, all living beings are inflicted with a layer of deadly poison every 5 seconds. This thing is just too disgusting. Its attributes are incredibly powerful, with each attribute boosted by 10 points. The values are explosive, but this thing hasn't been washed in who knows how many years, and once worn, it turns into a stinking biological bomb, indiscriminately attacking both friend and foe. Yang Chen finally understood what the Stone of Forgetting was for. If by chance he randomly awakened this talent, he would just have to savor it slowly. I'll keep it for now. Yang Chen put away the oversized shorts, as they might come in handy later. Come on, it's your turn. Yang Chen used the big treasure of the Plague Demon. Lifespan reduced by 10 years. You have gained the talent, Untreatable Poison Plague. Your poison mastery talent has been upgraded. Poisonous. Someone actually poisoned their own eggs, using such a despicable method to harm me. Yang Chen's lifespan was once again reduced by 10 years, but he gained a new strange poison. Untreatable Poison Plague randomly decreases 1 attribute per second. Duration infinite, can be by killing the source of the poison plague. Good heavens! This strange poison is very special and hard to purify. With an infinite duration, killing the source of the poison plague is destined to be an endless cycle. Yang Chen had just fought the Plague Demon, and in the second phase he was infected with this strange poison, which would only be lifted after killing it. Invincible. This strange poison is invincible against bosses. As long as the time is dragged out long enough, it can slowly weaken and torment them, eventually turning them into a blank muggle. However, Yang Chen could currently only carry one strange poison. He had to choose between the exotic python cold poison or the untreatable poison plague, and his choice paralysis kicked in again. The control of exotic python cold poison cannot be discarded. Untreatable poison plague is more suitable for long-term boss fights. I can trigger it with the strongest strike, but usually, the cold poison has more versatility. After pondering for a moment, Yang Chen decided to carry the cold poison. When necessary, he could release the strike to trigger all the special effects, and being infected once would be enough. And there are rewards. Don't forget to open the first kill reward chest. This time, Yang Chen had experience and selected immediately when the Divine Stone appeared. First chest, Fusion Stone. Blade of Plague, Decay Talent. The double toxic trigger of decay must be obtained. A golden grade meat cleaver shattered into a pile of debris, extracting its internal energy and merging it into Yang Chen's body. The second stone, luck was on his side, produced a promotion. Stone. I choose Shake My Head. A divine light merged into Yang Chen's body, and the grade of Shake My Head was upgraded again. Shake My Head, golden. Shaking the cute little head randomly reduces the cooldown of 3 skills by 3 seconds. Tip: the next upgrade requires a higher level Divine Stone. Upgrading from gold to dark gold requires a higher grade Divine Stone, just like the previous Titan sheepskin. Exciting! That will be a qualitative change. Currently, shaking his head once can reduce the cooldown time by a total of 9 seconds. As long as I shake my head fast enough, the skill cooldown won't catch up with me. Twisted Harbor, huh? With his strength greatly increased, Yang Chen opened the friend list and clicked on Nyo-Nyo's avatar. You wait for me, I'm going to stuff you full with equipment. Quality equipment. Top-notch equipment. Excellent equipment. These good things can be sold for a high price. There's no need to dissolve them in the filth cauldron. Making money can be left to Nyo-Nyo to handle. And by the way, take down a golden boss or something. That would be a special golden lord boss in the polluted area. Each of them is a treasure waiting for him to dig up. Teleportation, polluted area. Yang Chen still had 3 assists left. Teleport. Twisted Harbor. Twisted Harbor. The salty sea breeze was filled with the smell of rusted metal. The sky was gray and overcast, with lead-colored clouds hanging low, as if they would come crashing down at any moment. The harbor's ground was made up of slippery black reefs and corroded wooden planks, with potholes and puddles everywhere, reflecting the murky sky. Looking out, the sea was floating with a large amount of rotting algae, and occasionally one or two bloated, pale fish corpses were pushed ashore by the waves, emitting a strong fishy odor. This smell. Yang Chen teleported into the harbor, the rotten sea breeze brushing against his face. Stinky fish and rotten shrimp. It was a smell 100 times more pungent than that of a seafood market, though it was still far from the stench of the plague demon's loincloth, yet it still churned his stomach. "Boss, I'm here, I'm here." Nyo spotted Yang Chen at a glance. His flashy evil tiger cloak seemed to carry its own spotlight in the dim harbor, making it hard not to attract attention. Transaction concise and to the point. Without further ado, the two opened the trading window directly. Nyo swiped his finger across the trading bar, neatly arranging over 20,000 blood coins. "Boss, the final payment has been settled. My commission has already been deducted." Nyo pulled out the transaction details, clearly recording the sale price and commission for each piece of equipment. "You really know how to rake it in. Can those remaining pieces of equipment still sell for this much?" Yang Chen estimated in his mind, at the price of 130 yuan for one blood coin, the unsold equipment from last time had brought in over 2 million. No. Nyo shook his hand, his expression even more smug, continuing, "The price of blood coins has skyrocketed to 300 yuan now. Appreciation. In the real world, the stock market was volatile. Safe haven currencies were failing, digital currencies were being cut down, and even gold was plummeting. Where did the money go? It all ran into bank accounts, just waiting for this wave of blood coin purchases." Undoubtedly, blood coins had become the hardest financial product, with prices soaring, breaking through 300 yuan in just a few hours, and still climbing. Blood coins, 42,000. Yang Chen glanced at his blood coin count. If he exchanged them all for cash, he would immediately gain tens of millions in assets, achieving financial freedom in life. Of course, Yang Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to exchange them all for cash. Enough for food and drink was sufficient. Blood coins could be exchanged for attributes, and would be even more useful in the future, so the more, the better. "I'll give you another batch of goods. From now on, we'll go for the high-end route, no more selling junk." Yang Chen tossed some premium and exceptional equipment to Nyo, including 2 pieces of outstanding equipment radiating purple light. As for the common junk, it could all be dumped into the cauldron of filth. "Boss's strength is terrifying." Nyo looked at the suddenly inflated inventory of equipment in his backpack, his eyes wide, and he unconsciously swallowed. Although he had long since become numb, every time he saw the dazzling array of exceptional equipment, his heart would still be struck with considerable impact. The Warwolf was simply a mobile equipment wholesale machine. Even if all the members of those club guilds pooled their production capabilities together, they would still fall far short of the Warwolf boss, who was practically a wholesale dealer of exceptional equipment. Nyo felt fortunate for his choice, tightly hugging this big thick leg, which truly was the most correct decision. By the way, let's put the cooking aside for now. First, let's focus on brewing. I'll have use for it when I return." Yang Chen instructed and casually asked, "What level are you now?" "Level 4. Nyo shyly held up 4 fingers. Scratching his nose, compared to the Warwolf boss, his level was hardly worth mentioning. "Not bad. Setting up stalls and leveling up go hand in hand." Yang Chen praised him, not expecting that Nyo, a professional merchant, could barely keep up with the main force and levels. "Isn't that making money? I spent money hiring people, they took me for a few hours." Nyo spoke honestly, then pointed towards the harbor exit, where a large group of people was soliciting business. "The club, offering leveling services. As long as you can afford it, the club will arrange for thugs to help you level up, an absolute profit at this stage." "Impressive. Those running guilds really do go where the money is." Yang Chen scoffed. During the week-long break in the real world, major clubs and guilds were recruiting. Everyone wanted to take a bite of the first piece of meat from the abyss. In this era of dividends, even pigs could fly. "Boss, I heard those club people rented a big villa. Before entering the abyss, everyone held hands and formed a circle, so that when we were teleported in, we could all spawn at the same resurrection point." Nyo whispered quietly, sharing interesting tidbits about the club. In situations involving physical contact, they would be teleported to the same resurrection point. This is why these club members could appear simultaneously in the Twisted Harbor, quickly gathering people to expand and engage in various businesses. "Tisk, I really don't have the mind for forming a guild," Yang Chen pouted, shaking his head with a sigh. When he first saw this strategy, he immediately thought of playing a game with the goddesses, while capitalists used this trick to establish esports clubs. His perspective was still too narrow. "I won't waste time chatting with you. Time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. I need to level up and farm for loot." Yang Chen glanced at the time, realizing he had wasted over 10 minutes, and with the time spent looting, he hadn't fought monsters for a full half hour. His internet addiction was about to kick in. His hands were already starting to itch. "Hurry, Give me some monsters to kill. I want to farm loot. I want to level up. I can't waste a single moment. Yang Chen strode towards the harbor, glancing at the crowd gathered as he passed by. The boosting business was booming. Quanglan Club Package A, 100 blood coins/hour, warrior, mage, priest elite team. Package B, 300 blood coins/hour, 1 tank, 1 healer, 3 DPS. Package C, 500 blood coins/hour, level 6 master leading the team can arrange for a level 7 master for a full day. VIP exclusive service, beautiful companion, does not steal experience, just chats, hiss. Yang Chen squinted, calculating in his mind. The lowest package costs 100 blood coins, equivalent to over 3 months of an ordinary person's lifespan. 1 hour of boosting in exchange for 3 months of life? The highest tier service is even more outrageous, a day's worth of boosting can take away someone else's half a lifetime. It's simply a mudslide in the profit industry. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. Currently, most players are around level 4, but most are just blindly leveling up, randomly allocating attribute points. The elites gathered by the club, however, are in a different state, planning their future career paths in advance and allocating attributes with purpose. Different professions joining forces naturally multiplies their combat power several times. There are also some experts who, with their exceptional skills and awareness, have surpassed the main force to reach levels 6 and 7. The club leverages this advantage to help various big bosses with boosting. This money is too easy to earn. It's like a strong wind blowing in, coming to the abyss to pick up money, right? I should also apply to be a companion booster. It's really damn profitable. Yang Chen was currently level 13, and his monster killing efficiency was insane. He didn't know how much he could earn in an hour. Of course, this was just a thought. With Yang Chen's level and strength, there probably weren't many who could afford him. Come on, a super young lady from an ancient family. With a swoosh, take out a few million blood coins and throw them right in my face, demanding that I take her along. And it has to be that kind. A cool, icy beauty, soft and bouncy like a marshmallow, fair skin with long, smooth legs, and crystal clear little jade feet. Why can't such good fortune fall on me? If it were me, I would grab that young lady. He. Keek. Yang Chen was lost in his thoughts as he quickly arrived at the monster farming area. Wake up! Give up the fantasies and get ready to farm monsters. Wailing Siren. They usually dwell near the reefs. The Wailing Siren has a slender and ethereal figure with skin that appears sickly pale, occasionally showing spots that look like they have been soaked in seawater for too long, emitting a faint fishy odor. Their damp hair resembles seaweed, and their cold eyes are filled with resentment and malice, devoid of any human emotion. The song. A mournful and haunting melody slowly drifts in, as if a ghost from the depths of the sea is weeping, making one's heart feel heavy, and an indescribable sadness wells up. TSK. Why is it a female monster? Yang Chen was feeling a bit annoyed. His monkey steals peach skill was ineffective against females, and more importantly, he couldn't steal the big treasures. Hurry up and finish this, deal with the boss, and move on to the next. Yang Chen made up his mind and charged towards the nearby reef, instantly appearing in front of the lamenting siren, followed by a deadly punch. -165. Critical hit. -154. Critical hit. The upgraded bloodletting trigger, with blood gushing and wounds tearing, combined with the flying dragon's cloud-searching hand, made the power of the deadly punch soar. Just one skill dealt over 300 damage, and the subsequent bleeding effect completely drained the lamenting siren's health bar. Instant kill era. These ordinary mobs could be taken down with a single skill, and he turned to look for the next target. Steel shell. Necklace steel siren's flute steel lamenting veil. You wouldn't believe it. Although these sea monsters didn't have treasures, they had quite a bit of equipment to steal, most of which were of common quality. The top-notch goods were saved for later. All the white trash was tossed into the cauldron of filth, simmered into a mysterious thick soup. Yaha. A sound wave struck, shattering the nearby reefs. The lamenting siren had a special attack method. The gills on the side of the lamenting siren's neck suddenly opened wide, its throat swelling like a balloon, and its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, suddenly stretched to the roots of its ears, emitting a series of piercing shrieks. Siren shrieked. The distorted sound waves came in a conical shape, shaking the air, and a series of prompts appeared in the information bar. Immunity. Yang Chen frowned and dug at his ears, taking all the damage. Although he was immune to all damage, the sharp sound waves still pierced his eardrums painfully. It's so noisy. Looks like I need to punish it properly. Yang Chen rubbed his hands together and used the poisoning skill. The dark green venom crawled up his fist like a living thing, permeating with a hint of icy blue strange poison. -188. Critical hit. Venom trigger, health -66, level 2, strange python cold poison trigger, rot trigger, flying. Dragon's cloud searching hand trigger. A normal attack dealt an astonishing 188 points of damage. This included 138 points of physical damage and 50 points of poison damage. The venom was affected by the rot talent, doubling the layers of venom, and the damage per second was also increasing. The toxin damage stacked in Plague Town was beginning to show. You are already dead. Yang Chen mimicked the stance from Fist of the North Star, lightly tapping the lamenting siren's forehead with his index finger, speaking in a teasing tone. Skills could instantly kill mobs. Normal attacks could instantly kill mobs. A simple attack could declare the death of the lamenting siren. He just needed to wait for it to bleed out or succumb to the poison. Experience plus 50 poisoning proficiency plus 1 poisoning skill upgrade while killing monsters. Yang Chen was also practicing his skills and the poisoning skill finally completed its upgrade. Poisoning realm, gradually improving. Proficiency, 0/1000. Cooldown time, 4 minutes. Duration, 1 minute. Special effect 1, attacks or skills add 20 plus 23 points of poison damage and apply a layer of venom status, causing an additional 23 points of continuous damage. The poisoning skill upgraded. The skill cooldown CD changed from 5 minutes to 4 minutes. Most importantly, the special effects of the poisoning skill also upgraded, allowing the choice of 2 types of strange poisons as additional effects. Did he even need to think about it? Add Strange Python Cold Poison, 20% chance to trigger cold poison upon attack, significantly reducing the enemy's mobility. Add Incurable Poison Plague, randomly decreases 1 attribute per second with an indefinite duration, and can be lifted by killing the source of the poison plague. Yang Chen bound both types of strange poisons into the poisoning skill, curing his indecisiveness. I want them all. Not bad, not bad. Now all the skills that could be upgraded had reached the realm of gradual improvement. Monkey Steal Speech Proficiency, 967/1000. Almost there, almost there. Yang Chen glanced at the skill panel, calculating in his mind the monkey stealing peaches is about to be promoted to the realm of entering the hall, and this skill is something Yang Chen is really looking forward to. His 6-dimensional attributes are entirely dependent on it. There's more and more hope. It feels great. Yang Chen played for over 2 hours, his internet addiction significantly alleviated, and his level has risen to 14. Ding, your level has reached 14, 6-dimensional attributes permanently plus 1 your free attribute points 45. The more attribute points he accumulates, the more he doesn't know how to spend them. Happiness can sometimes be a kind of trouble. Just as Yang Chen was feeling troubled, a sudden sound of footsteps came from a distance. A well-equipped team was approaching. At the forefront was a man in black holding dual daggers. ID, Starburst Airflow Slash. He was estimated to be above level 6, walking with a unique cold demeanor typical of show-offs. There aren't many monsters around here, we won't get surrounded, and the boss won't easily die. Starburst Airflow Slash looked around, as if selecting a prime spot. I'll go contact the boss. A girl in the team named Flickering Light made an okay gesture. She was petite, holding a slender sword, and affectionately linked arms with Starburst Airflow Slash as they walked. They were a couple. There was also a dad with the ID European eel with a short lifespan, carrying a staff and following behind, looking honest and simple, serving as the team's healer. Bro, impressive, soloing? Starburst Airflow Slash walked towards Yang Chen, sizing him up and feeling somewhat surprised. Not simple. The equipment was flashy, the style unique, and his strength was not inferior to his own. Currently, those who can solo are all tough characters. I want to discuss something. We are from the Crazy Wave Club, and we need to bring a boss with us. Give us some face. Can you let us have the nearby monster spawn points? Starburst Airflow Slash's words seemed polite, but his tone left no room for negotiation. Wanting to drive Yang Chen away from this prime monster spot, Yang Chen glanced at him and almost laughed out loud. Guess why there are so few monsters nearby? You do your thing. I'll do mine. No. One is delaying anyone. Can you really press F1 to instantly kill monsters? Seeing that the other party still had a bit of politeness, Yang Chen retorted with a weak attack, instantly leaving them speechless. It's like this. Flickering Light stepped forward quickly, trying to persuade Yang Chen with logic. The siren's attack is a cone-shaped area. If we trigger the monsters at the same time, the shriek sound waves might sandwich us, and no matter how good our positioning is, we can't avoid it. Flickering Light approached and began to explain the enemy's attack methods. A high-level player must pay attention to all details, maximize their operations, avoid any mistakes, and eliminate all unexpected factors. It makes sense. We have high attributes and can take a few hits, but the boss will be in trouble. Starburst Airflow Slash nodded repeatedly, adding a couple of comments from the side. Nonsense. If you're weak, just practice more. That's your boss, not mine. What does it have to do with me? Yang Chen frowned, feeling a bit annoyed, with no intention of leaving at all. Weak? Flickering Light's beautiful eyes sparkled, filled with delicate anger. Just having reached level 7, Flickering Light was definitely a god-level figure in the eyes of other players, and soloing the siren was no problem at all. How dare they call her weak? Am I weak? He, how about this? Dare to duel? Whoever loses half their health first gets lost. Flickering Light drew her slender sword, pointing it at Yang Chen's face, wanting to have a fair PK. Too fragile. The glass heart is too weak. There's not even a hint of pressure resistance. Yang Chen had long been mingling in the Bronze 5 rank of Proud World, and the most common blessing he received was the 4 words poet script, no longer caring about any reputation. Just a word weak can break your defense. That can only mean you are truly weak, desperately wanting to prove yourself, and resorting to such a childish way of a duel. The games I play are all father-son games. Yang Chen shoved his hands into his pockets, his expression calm, pretending to be a master. The loser has to call me daddy. Yang Chen's gaze flicked to the starburst stream slash, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I wonder if your boyfriend has ever been called daddy? Boom. With that one sentence, he directly obliterated the two. The face of the starburst stream slash turned a deep shade of purple, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. You! The flickering light was so angry she stomped her foot, her slender sword thrusting forward like a sharp beam of cold light, aimed straight at Yang Chen's heart. Hand it over. With a swift move, Yang Chen executed the flying dragon probing cloud technique, and the weapon in the flickering light's hand vanished in an instant. Before she could react, she stumbled forward. Caught. The flickering light lost her balance and fell directly into Yang Chen's embrace. Baby, you're being too forward, your boyfriend is right there watching. Yang Chen took advantage of the situation, one hand resting on the flickering light's slender waist, and the next moment, he ruthlessly unleashed his skill. Deadly punch. Yang Chen attacked twice in quick succession, his fists crashing into her, blood exploding and splattering onto the rocks, vanishing like a streak of light. -147. Critical hit. -136. Critical hit. Bleeding triggered, blood-soaked, wound-torn, flying dragon probing cloud. X2 You have to admit, this girl has decent gear, her defense is quite high, and the damage didn't break 300. However, this top-tier equipment is now in Yang Chen's hands. Baby! The starburst stream slash's eyes were about to pop out, watching helplessly as his girlfriend turned into a white light and disappeared before him. Enraged, he drew two long swords. W, C, N, M. I'm eating lemons, he roared, the sword blades turning into spiraling afterimages, slashing towards Yang Chen like a meat grinder. Do you know? When it comes to line battles, once the word mom is mentioned, the nature of the situation completely changes. Aminos. Yang Chen spoke elegantly while simultaneously using the monkey steals peach skill. Ah! The starburst stream slash screamed as he fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back, convulsing and trembling, clutching his lower abdomen and rolling on the ground, his face instantly contorting into an abstract oil painting. Stole the little treasure from starburst stream slash, organ damage, all attributes reduced by 30%, lifespan loss, 10 years, pain, spasms, organ damage, flying dragon probing cloud, 2 punches. Bang bang, 2 punches, sending you home. The starburst stream slash's health bar was completely emptied with the second punch, turning into white light and disappearing. The two sharp long swords, along with the stylish black coat, had long been added to Yang Chen's backpack. Yang Chen took down these two and turned directly towards European eel with a short lifespan. Now, only a dazed babysitter remained. Bro! Wait! The European eel swallowed hard, raising his hands above his head, revealing a smile that was more painful than crying. I didn't say a word the whole time. I'm not familiar with those two, we just formed a temporary team. Let's talk it out. Really, he was just a bystander the whole time. The European eel was happily munching on popcorn 1 second, and the next, misfortune fell upon him. Is that so? But didn't you just glare at me? Yang Chen stepped forward and grabbed the European eel by the collar. Ha! The European eel didn't react in time. This reason seemed a bit too far-fetched, right? Bang! A fist the size of a sandbag smashed into his face, sending him straight home. European eel dead. A few seconds later. Battle Wolf, call daddy. The 3 words floated lightly on the regional public screen, harshly humiliating the opponent. They had fought. They had cursed. So what face was left to save? On the other side, several white lights flickered at the resurrection point. Ya. The flickering light let out a piercing scream. Her slender sword was taken away, and her clothes were stripped off, revealing her fair, smooth skin to everyone. 3 years? I lost 3 years of my lifespan. The flickering light was filled with disbelief as the system notification deducted 3 years of life, prioritizing the deduction from the original lifespan. The move Kung Fu was a killing technique, could double the lifespan lost by the enemy. Hiss! The sound of the starburst airflow slash was excruciating, leaving him in a state of utter defeat, gasping for breath. The organ damage had him rolling on the ground for several rounds before he could adjust, but he immediately discovered a serious problem. His health bar had dropped. His stamina bar had dropped. All attributes had decreased by 30%. Organ damage had cost him 10 years of life, and being killed had cost him another 3 years, a total loss of 13 years of life just like that. Oh, you was also sent back, looking bewildered. Where could he go to reason? He had earned some money, formed a team, only to be slapped back by a big mouth. He hadn't made any money, and he had lost years of life. Looking at the public screen again. War Wolf, call me daddy. Just a few simple words shattered his psychological defenses into pieces. However, oh, you didn't care much. Mainly, the starburst airflow slash and flickering light were truly a mix of offense and defense. War Wolf killed someone. Damn. Is War Wolf that ruthless? Who did he make call him daddy? Daddy. Alive. I saw the living War Wolf daddy. War Wolf daddy, let's be friends. The regional public screen quickly became lively. The famous War Wolf, the #1 powerhouse in the world, had actually come to Twisted Harbor? The crowd watching grew larger, with some even recognizing their father on the spot. The starburst airflow / felt as if he had eaten shit. How had he provoked such a ruthless character? Baby, we can't afford to mess with this guy. The starburst airflow / took out a piece of junk equipment from his backpack and draped it over flickering light, but it only earned him a more resentful glare. Are you still a man? That werewolf, are you just going to let him bully me like this? Whoa whoa whoa. Flickering light cried, her eyes filled with tears, her resentful gaze like a knife deeply cutting into her boyfriend's heart. What to do when your girlfriend is bullied? What to do when your girlfriend's clothes are stripped off? Are you still a man? The starburst airflow / trembled all over, helping his precious girlfriend up, gritting his teeth and saying, let's go find the president. We can't beat Warwolf. With so many people in the Storm Club, can't we beat Warwolf? There's strength in numbers. A single chopstick is easy to break, but 10 chopsticks bundled together are strong. The two quickly found the owner of the Storm Club and exaggeratedly recounted the incident. I don't eat beef, Li Shaolin, the owner of Storm, the son of the chairman of the Tianlan group in real life, had started an esports club with some pocket money. This ID says a lot, enough to show Li Shaolin's character. What? That Warwolf is stealing our monster farming spot. 2 top-tier boosters from the shop, their equipment stripped, and they were killed back to the resurrection point? Li Shaolin listened to the manager's report, his face alternating between green and white. Young Master Li, that Warwolf is too much. The starburst airflow / gritted his teeth and said, then pointed to the nearby babysitter player. Oh, you, who didn't say a word, was also killed by him. This is too much. World number 1. So what? Can he really kill all of us in the club by himself? Li Shaolin's face was losing its luster. As the owner of an esports club, if he let a lone wolf player scare him off, how would he survive in the future? The club was gradually growing. Besides the 20 or so core members in the villa, they had also taken in quite a few newcomers taking advantage of the current opportunity. So many eyes were watching. A big club owner, if he doesn't stand up for his subordinates, how can others mix with you? Get him. Gather more people. We must kill him today, Li Shaolin said fiercely, and after thinking for a moment, he simply opened the public screen. No turning back now. Since we're going to do this, let's go all out, make it to the end, and make the club's name known. It would be best if all of China knew that the Quanglan Club took down the world's number 1, the Wolf Warrior. That would truly be a way to make a name for ourselves. I don't eat beef, Wolf Warrior. I don't eat beef. You have committed many evils, killing several members of the Quanglan Club without reason. I don't eat beef. I represent the Quanglan Club and officially declare war on you. The public screen officially declares war. Li Shaolin spoke with restraint, trying to stand on the moral high ground, condemning the villain who kills indiscriminately. A few seconds later, Yang Chen's reply appeared on the public screen. Recruit disciples, acquire mounts. The simplest trash talk. The ultimate enjoyment. 2 lines of big characters made the entire regional server laugh uncontrollably, also breaking the defenses of the Quanglan members. Veins bulged on Li Shaolin's forehead, and his furious gaze seemed ready to spit fire. Alright. You're impressive. Your mouth is sharp. I want to see if you can still laugh in a bit. I don't eat beef, Wolf Warrior. If you have guts, come to the port and see if I can take you down. Soon, Yang Chen's reply once again set the regional channel ablaze. Wolf Warrior, you stay right there, don't move, I'll go buy you some oranges. Such high attack power, such strong invasiveness. The Wolf Warrior is not just impressive at fighting bosses, his keyboard skills are top-notch too. It's on. Wolf Warrior vs. Quanglan Club. This is truly a sensational event, twisting many players in the harbor, all rushing towards the port. What monsters are we fighting? What level are we grinding? Eating melons is the ultimate instinct of humanity. Selling sunflower seeds, benches, and binoculars in the front row. Damn. Don't push, you stepped on my foot. Who the hell touched my butt? Amidst the chaotic crowd, shouts of curses occasionally rang out. More and more players gathered near the port, eager to witness this grand duel. Li Shaolin led the way. A large group from the Quanglan Club, looking to have at least 100 or 200 people, stood in the open space in front of the port, armed with various weapons. At first glance, it really had the momentum of 1,000 troops. Big boss, I'll take a screenshot for you. There are so many of them, what should we do? Nyo mixed in the crowd, secretly taking photos and screenshots, sending them privately to Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen killed another siren, casually glancing at the newly sent images. Funny, more than half of them are just here to make up the numbers. Among this group, at least 2/3 were newcomers who had just joined a few hours ago. They could barely stand in a personal arena. On the surface, they looked fierce, but when it came to a real fight, they would run faster than rabbits. They had only just joined a few hours ago. How high could their loyalty be? The real fighters, at most, numbered 30. I'm heading over now. You just wait to collect the gear. Yang Chen closed the chat box and walked straight towards the port. This is great. A large batch of premium gear. Just sold out, and now more is coming in. My monkey Steel's peach is also eagerly waiting. All peaches with a lifespan of about 10 years. Very replenishing. Here they come. Look at that person. Is That the wolf warrior? Amidst the surging crowd, someone pointed towards the distance. The black evil tiger cloak billowed in the wind. Yang Chen, hands in pockets, walked leisurely towards the Quanglan Club with a reckless cold smile on his lips. So cool, so arrogant, so imposing. Your dad is here. Yang Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze lightly sweeping over Li Shaolin's face, then typed 4 words on the public screen. Simple, brutal, direct. Boom! The entire venue instantly erupted. Damn! Is the wolf warrior this arrogant? Such aggression, too strong. Ah, I'm dying of laughter. The Quanglan boss's face turned green. The blood pressure of the Quanglan Club members shot up to the sky. Wolf warrior. Li Shaolin's forehead bulged with veins, and he almost gritted his teeth as he squeezed out 2 words through clenched jaws. However, this was just the beginning. In the next moment, Yang Chen slowly raised his hand, pointed to his mouth, and typed a message on the public screen, word by word. Watch my lip movements. W, C, and M. I eat lemons, aminos, %UN and. The public screen was instantly flooded. The level of vulgarity exploded. The cyberclan's reputation soared to the heavens. The absurdity left the onlookers dumbfounded. How should one put it? This person, although strong, was extremely uncouth. The public screen was filled with either accepting disciples or cursing, or playing the most important familial roles in your life. Many players voiced their doubts on the public screen. Why do I feel like the quality of the war wolf boss needs improvement? His insults are really harsh. He's just a nouveau riche who knows what kind of luck he stumbled upon. What do you know? He acts on impulse. Exactly, his words may be rough, but the logic is sound. Facing the enemy calmly, he completely overwhelms them in momentum. Don't you think the war wolf looks cool when he curses? There are always great scholars to argue for me. Once you become powerful, no matter how abstract your actions are, they all become reasonable. Yang Chen naturally didn't care about the gossip on the public screen. Far from reaching his level, it had no offensive power at all. As everyone knows, in public screen games, what is the key to victory? The level of vulgarity. Profanity fills the screen. Not only is the level of vulgarity sufficient, but it also drags other female family members into it. It fully allows you to appreciate the art of gaming. The bizarre professions of the family women, their diverse backgrounds, and the absurd family tragedies are simply overwhelming. The offensive power is explosive. Little stories come one after another, almost too much to take in. I need to wash my eyes. The war wolf boss must have ancestors who did stand-up comedy, right? This offensive power is too fierce. I want to jot down the war wolf boss's quotes. The war wolf boss is skilled. Most of his insults haven't been filtered. It seems he knows the filter words like the back of his hand. Players watching the excitement on the public screen sharply commented on both sides' strengths. Clearly, 200 people were crushed by the war wolf boss himself. Soon, Li Shaolin could no longer hold back. All the members of the Storm Club were the same, turning into steam irons, each one hotter than the last. War wolf, you uncouth trash. I eat lemons. Members of the Storm Club also began typing on the public screen. They lost. They lost. In this crushing literary battle, once you truly break through the red line, it signifies that the scales of victory have completely tipped in favor of Yang Chen. The second lesson of public screen gaming. First, you must understand one logic. All the insulting words are actually false. No matter how many bizarre rumors the other party concocts about the family women, no matter how explosive and absurd the tales of strange happenings in the crotch area are, they are all just cyber stories on the public screen, entirely fictional, entirely false. The monarchs and ministers on the stage are fake. The father and son in the comic dialogue are also fake. The gaming stories on the public screen are naturally all fake. Once you understand this underlying logic, no matter how others insult you, you can remain calm and always control your own temperature. What about the other party? They just need one more little closing remark to explode on the spot. Look, getting anxious again. Yang Chen responded lightly, skillfully defusing the opponent's attack while causing unimaginable damage to their psyche. A master. A decisive kill. It was simply astonishing. The outcome of this battle aside, just this public screen game could be written into the annals of gaming textbooks. I can't take it anymore. I've never been insulted like this. I want to kill him. Members of the Storm Club roared as they charged at Yang Chen, officially declaring the end of the literary battle. Yang Chen let out a deep breath. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it feels. So come on. Martial arts. Yang Chen fearlessly charged into the crowd, letting fireballs, frost, and arrows rain down on him. Immunity. These people couldn't break his defenses. The gap was just too vast. Is that all? Yang Chen grinned, slowly raising his hands. Lightning 5 whips with a sudden shake of his hands, they transformed into 2 long whips crackling with thunder and lightning. Remember the incantation. 3-dimensional spherical force, pinecone flick, lightning whip. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips, 4 whips, 5 whips. Yang Chen's attack struck the players, instantly unleashing a series of lightning combos, leaving everyone charred on the outside end. tender on the inside, teetering between life and death. Crack, 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 crack. A series of damage numbers exploded instantly. 4. Members of the Wild Waves were electrocuted on the spot, convulsing, eyes rolling back, their bodies turning black before vanishing in a flash of white light. Paralysis trigger X4, paralysis trigger X4, ZZZZ, lightning flickered, thunder crackled. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Is that really the long-lost lightning 5 whips? National martial arts. This is true national martial arts. Rat tail. Juice. No martial ethics. The crowd erupted in exclamations, the werewolf dazzling with sparks and lightning, showcasing the essence of national martial arts. Ah! Screams erupted from the crowd. Yang Chen began using Monkey Steel's peach, randomly selecting lucky partners for a little operation. The screams sent chills down spines, vaguely accompanied by the sound of eggs cracking. Phantom pain swept through the venue. So brutal. Male spectators clamped their legs together, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads, feeling a chill in their lower abdomen. Indeed, Kung Fu is a killing technique. Every move targets the vital points. Immediately after, people witnessed something even more outrageous. It started shaking. The werewolf's head began to shake. The more Yang Chen fought, the more excited he became, his head shaking wildly, faster than a nightclub DJ. It's on fire. Someone play some music from the crowd. Some mischievous soul actually started playing a hype track. Werewolf shaking his head plus lightning 5 whips plus nightclub BGM equals a magical scene. Help ah! Members of the Wild Waves screamed continuously, some electrocuted to the point of being unable to care for themselves, while others clutched their groins in pain, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. What the hell? The battle scene became extremely bizarre. It was intense, shocking, thrilling, dynamic, and made people unable to resist swaying along Li Deshao. My attacks are all immune, I can't break his defense. Me too. Did he activate an invincibility skill? The experts in the Wild Waves Club used various offensive methods, but their attacks on Yang Chen couldn't break his defenses, always showing the words immunity. An invincibility skill? Only extremely rare invincibility life-saving skills can temporarily enter an immune state. I think he's cheating. Damn. Cheater. Some noticed something was off, even if there wasn't invincibility skill, its duration would be very short and there would be various limitations. Why could the werewolf maintain an invincible state? A bug loophole? Let's try a new move. Yang Chen instantly dashed to the back row, then took a deep breath, unleashing a deafening roar. Evil tiger roar. In a 20-meter radius, layers of sound waves exploded. A fierce and violent aura surged forth, the trembling ground being peeled away layer by layer, enemies within the range feeling like they were about to spit blood. Health minus 33. The damage wasn't high, but the triggered effects were incredibly overpowered. Fear trigger, uncontrollable action, fleeing. Fear trigger, uncontrollable action, randomly attacking. The 100% triggered fear drove the crowd into madness. Their bodies moved uncontrollably, some screaming as they fled the battlefield, while others picked up swords and attacked their teammates beside them. What are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Do you want to betray us? Li Shaolin felt a knife slice into his backside, and when he turned to look, it was actually the Starburst Stream Slash beside him. This was completely out of line. Li Shaolin was the one who had made a name for himself with the Starburst Stream Slash, but now he was being stabbed in the back? Young Master Li, I can't control it. Starburst Stream Slash shouted in grievance, then gripped the newly bought big cleaver and swung it fiercely at flickering light. Baby. I didn't mean to. The Starburst Stream Slash struck a major artery, nearly taking out his own girlfriend in an instant. Flickering light was furious. If looks could kill, her boyfriend would have died 1,000 times over. To Flickering light also drew her weapon, stabbing towards the thigh of Starburst Stream Slash. Baby, I can't control it either. Flickering light said pitifully, unsure if she was genuinely out of control or just seizing the opportunity for revenge. It's okay, baby. Starburst Stream Slash gently comforted, limping, but suddenly realized he had regained control. The fear effect had actually worn off a few seconds ago. Baby, you. The truth was now clear. Flickering light was indeed taking the chance to retaliate. I don't eat beef? With you, how? Can you even call yourself that? Yang Chen rolled up his sleeves and charged at Li Shaolin, his weapon enchanted with poison. Pick up the beef. I said pick up the beef. Yang Chen used a blink step, followed by monkey stealing peaches, then a flying dragon exploring the clouds, and finished with a deadly stabbing fist. Steal my I don't eat beef, treasure, steal golden handgun, pain, spasms, deadly poison, cold poison, bleeding, blood-soaked, torn wounds, organ damage, incurable plague. A series of effects appeared in Li Shaolin's mind. He fell to the ground, screaming in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down his pale cheeks, but he was quickly killed back to the resurrection point. Organ damage, lifespan reduced by 7 years. Kung Fu was a killing technique, lifespan reduced by 4 years. Li Shaolin was in unbearable pain, convulsing and shaking, and it took a full 2 minutes for him to recover. How could this happen? Why is this happening? Li Shaolin was completely dumbfounded, all attributes decreased by 30%, and a large portion of his health was gray. But that wasn't even the scariest part. Strength, 1 point. Even less than a baby. Constitution, 1 point. A dandelion could break your bones. Agility, 1 point. A turtle is faster than you. Stamina, 1 point. I can't breathe. Intelligence, 1 point. Even a goldfish would shake its head. Spirit, 1 point. Abba. Health, 7 points. All of Li Shaolin's 6-dimensional attributes had turned into a bright red 1 point. Each point of Constitution adds 10 points of health, but with the organ damage reducing it by 30%, it ultimately left Li Shaolin with a pitiful 7 points of health. It would be better to just let him die. Incurable plague, randomly decreases 1 attribute per second, duration infinite. Can only be lifted by killing the source of the plague. This is the effect of the strange poison. The strange poison is difficult to purify, and even death and resurrection won't eliminate it. As long as you don't kill the source of the plague, you can never lift this strange poison. Unless using special means like the Stone of Forgetting or some powerful hidden class's ultimate move. How could this happen? Why is this happening? Li Shaolin screamed in agony. He repeatedly opened the information panel to check his stats, confirming that he had completely become a waste. 7 points of health. 7 points of stamina. Any monster that touched him would kill him. With this stamina, he could barely attack once. War Wolf. What kind of cheat did you activate? Quick, lift this negative status for me. Li Shaolin screamed in the public chat, but the situation was far worse than that. Crack. Li Shaolin's entire body was covered in a layer of white misty ice crystals, blue ice spikes piercing into his flesh, and every movement felt excruciatingly painful. His speed of action became extremely slow, with every movement slowed down by 3 times. The stamina consumed while running doubled. The stamina consumed while attacking doubled. That stamina value, which was already down to 7 points, was emptied with just a little movement. Crack. And even more outrageous thing happened. Li Shaolin's state of the lasted for 60 seconds, and his entire body turned into an ice sculpture state. Frozen. This was another effect gained after the upgraded. I'm frozen to death. Li Shaolin was frozen every 60 seconds. And after just taking 2 steps, his stamina was completely drained and his health points dropped to 0 with just a casual hit. Unable to survive, unable to die. This phrase was truly materialized. The surrounding resurrection lights grew more and more, as more members of the were killed back home. Wolf Warrior, you won't have a good death. My treasure, my attributes. I asterisk n% yuan. The public screen was filled with curses and questions, as players with permanently damaged attributes wanted nothing more than to tear the Wolf Warrior to pieces. Still dare to curse me? Yang Chen replied on the public screen, while the enemies around him grew fewer and fewer. The core members of the club were all sent back to the resurrection point, while the newly joined members decisively chose to flee. Yang Chen no longer pursued those newcomers but headed straight for the resurrection point. What? Is the Wolf Warrior going to block the resurrection point to kill them? So brutal. So savage. This Wolf Warrior is chasing over 100 people alone. I thought the club was impressive, but now it looks like a rabble. Thank goodness I didn't join. But the resurrection point is a safe zone. Look at the Wolf Warrior's operation. The onlookers followed the Wolf Warrior towards the resurrection point. The resurrection point was a teleportation array the size of a basketball court. Within this range, players were not allowed to use any attacks, which is the so-called safe point. What are you pulling? Starburst Airflow Slash jumped up and down, standing at the edge of the resurrection point's protective shield and shouting, "If you have the guts, come in and kill me. Hit me, go on, hit me." He deliberately edged forward half a step, his toes almost touching the boundary line of the safe zone, and the next second he quickly retreated, fearing that he would accidentally step out of the range and be killed instantly. The surrounding members followed suit, hiding behind the protective shield and spouting off, "Wolf Warrior, if you have guts, come in for a duel." I didn't want to use this move. Yang Chen took out a piece of equipment from his backpack. Plague Demon's waistcloth. As soon as it was taken out, the air within a 10-meter radius twisted. Ugh! A gust of wind blew, and the smell of 10-year-old pickled herring spread out, causing all the onlookers to retreat in horror. This piece of equipment, filled with a foul odor, might never be used in a lifetime. But now, Yang Chen put it on. Poison mist. The visibly dark green poison mist spread like a tide. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed half of the resurrection point. The core members of immediately turned a sickly green. Foul corruption gas. Within a 20-meter range, all living beings are inflicted with a layer of deadly poison every 5 seconds. What the hell is this thing? Starburst Airflow Slash suddenly found his arm starting to turn green, and soon his entire face turned into a fluorescent stick. His health bar began to drop like a toilet being flushed. Even more terrifying was that the safe zone shield had no blocking effect against this poison mist. Ugh, my lungs are burning through. Help! The system is telling me I'm inhaling hydrogen sulfide. The members screamed and rushed towards the center of the resurrection point, but the poison mist clung to them like a living thing. A more malicious thought appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Who said poisoning must be done on weapons? Poisoning. Yang Chen suddenly raised his right hand and slapped the plague demon's waistcloth with the back of his hand. The entire strip of cloth instantly glistened with a deep green sheen, mixed with purple, black and deep blue, and the concentration of the poison mist surged threefold. A marvelous thing happened. Deadly poison trigger, cold poison trigger, incurable plague trigger. A dark green poisonous mist surged and spread, filling the air with a suffocating stench of rotting entrails mixed with expired herring cans. The members of the Quanglan Club around them were covered in a layer of ice, their movements becoming unusually slow, and the deadly poison turned their bodies a sickly green. The most terrifying was the incurable plague. It randomly reduced attributes every second. Currently, the players had not yet changed classes, and with their base attributes plus upgrade points, they only had around 100 points. In 2 minutes, they would lose everything. Ah, my attributes keep dropping. It's over, it's over. Did all my attributes drop to 1? The club members cried out in despair, unable to believe their own attributes, with their health points reduced to just 10. Ah, oh no, the deadly poison triggered, and a large number of players turned into white light. They were affected by the incurable plague. With only 10 health points, a single poison hit would lead to immediate death. Wolf killed me, not eating beef. Wolf killed Starburst stream / wolf killed flickering light. Wolf's evil value +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Every second, white light flickered. Every second, a player from the Quanglan Club died. More than 20 core members of Quanglan were currently performing collective sit-ups in the poisonous mist. Death, resurrection, poisoning, death again, resurrection again. At first, these people were still cursing and threatening, sending various insults to each other's families. But gradually, things started to feel wrong. Don't forget, death deducts lifespan. Oh no, my lifespan is going to be completely drained. Hell, this poison can't even be blocked by the safe zone. Big brother, wolf, big brother. Dad, grandpa, dad, biological dad, please accept my divine power. The punishment for death was hard to bear. The punishment for death in Tianyuan was severe, reducing lifespan based on the damage taken. A layer of deadly poison damage wasn't high. Players who died from poisoning only lost a few dozen days of lifespan each time, but the frequency was overwhelming. Dying every 5 seconds, who can withstand that? Ding, your reputation has significantly decreased your current status. Target of scorn. Warning, the penalty for your death is double and you will drop equipped items. Yang Chen was originally in a state of disgrace, but now he had completely turned red, and it was the kind of red that was almost purple. He had killed too many. These more than 20 core players died once every 5 seconds, accumulating a massive amount of evil value. No matter the consequences. Although the death penalty was high, you had to break their defenses first. Dad, you are my wolf biological dad. Don't kill us, we admit defeat in Quanglan. Li Shaolin couldn't hold on any longer, kneeling on the ground and banging his head, his lifespan dropping faster than a flushing toilet, continuing like this would only lead to death in the world of Tianyuan. However, he banged his head too hard, accidentally losing a few health points, instantly turning into a white light, and a few seconds later he returned to the resurrection point. Admit defeat? You say you admit defeat and just admit defeat? Like elementary school students, apologizing to each other, shaking hands, and then becoming good friends again? Yang Chen remained unmoved, continuing to watch everyone doing sit-ups. Grandpa, wolf biological grandpa. Li Shaolin suddenly crawled towards the edge of the poisonous mist, tears streaming down his face as he continued, I'll pay you. Pay you? Money to be made? That's a good thing. Good. Let's talk more about the money. Yang Chen revealed a friendly and sunny smile but still didn't put away his waistcloth. 80,000 blood coins. Li Shaolin mentioned a number. 80,000 blood coins represented 200 years of lifespan, enough to show the enormous profits the Quanglan Club made through power leveling. Yang Chen squinted his eyes, smiling without speaking, continuing to watch as people died one after another, turning into white light, resurrecting, and then dying from poison again. It went on, an endless cycle. 100,000. 120,000. Everyone, let's chip in together. Li Shaolin, a big boss, actually wants the club's employees to help him raise money. Goodness. Working to pay off a loan, that's quite the arrangement. No, this should be working to the bone. 147,684, we really only have that much. Li Shaolin was genuinely anxious, stating, a number that was both whole and fractional, which should be the club's entire fortune. Transaction. Yang Chen put away the waistband of the plague demon and then opened the transaction. His heart was bleeding. It hurt like cutting flesh. Li Shaolin submitted all his blood coins, his face twisted in extreme discomfort. These blood coins were not only earned from leveling up but also included a large sum brought in from reality. Bought at a high price. Pretty good. Yang Chen accepted them with satisfaction. The blood coins added up to nearly 200,000, an unprecedented wealth. Warwolf Dad, can you lift our incurable poison? The core players around, seeing the crisis averted, cautiously inquired. Yes, yes. And the cold poison of the strange python, I really. The person was halfway through speaking when they froze into an ice sculpture, and a few seconds later, when the freezing state was lifted, they managed to utter the remaining words, I can't take it anymore. Warwolf Dad, I only ask you to return the treasure. The male player was on the verge of tears, involuntarily pinching his fingers in a delicate manner, starting to adapt to life. The treasure? It was hard-earned, why should it be returned? The incurable poison and the cold poison of the strange python were even more troublesome. Strange poisons are difficult to purify, judging by the description. To detoxify, one must kill the source of the poison, which means killing Yang Chen once. Kill me? Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Yang Chen possessed the talent of the cursed titan's body. Even if he wanted to die now, it would be difficult as there was almost nothing that could break through his defenses. You all better fend for yourselves. If it really doesn't work, find a male doctor to take a look. Yang Chen shrugged, indicating he was powerless, and turned to leave amidst the desperate gazes of the crowd. Useless. Truly a bunch of little useless ones. Yang Chen glanced at the dissolution energy bar. This group of players had not even filled the dissolution energy bar, and he had originally wanted to try the power of Unleash against players. A bit of a pity, he would have to try again next time. Nyo, come here. I want to stuff you full. Yang Chen opened his friend list. Having killed so many players, he had countless good equipment stolen, and there wasn't a single empty slot in his inventory. So much equipment couldn't fit, and some had been thrown into the cauldron of filth. Coming. Big shot. I've transcribed all your dialogues. I've decided to study word by word, frame by frame. Nyo was immensely admiring, his eyes filled with little stars. It wasn't just fists that were going crazy, the keyboard was too. Whether in literary or martial combat, the Warwolf Big Shot won thoroughly. Here, take these to sell. Yang Chen opened the transaction and tossed all the stolen equipment to Nyo with a total of over 90 pieces. Understood. Nyo finally understood. Why does the Warwolf Big Shot always return loaded wholesale with a large amount of top-notch equipment? The answer was right in front of him. Ha! Yang Chen took another look at the system prompt. Monkey Steel's Peach had actually leveled up. During the recent PK, Monkey Steel's Peach was used many times, reaching a proficiency of 1000, advancing to the realm of mastery. Added special effect, Claws Turn to Fingers. Claws Turn to Fingers, a partial function of Monkey Steel's Peach, effective on females as well. Is this special effect a bit excessive? Upon careful examination of the description, the Monkey Steel's Peach skill was indeed effective on females. Pain spasm, these special effects could take effect and cause a large amount of real damage but would not produce the effect of organ damage. After all, the treasure wouldn't come from nothing. Additionally, Yang Chen also obtained a special item. Golden Pistol, an exclusive item for special professions. It was a pistol embedded with luxurious engravings seemingly stolen from the president of the Crazy Wave hidden profession. The big boss of the Quanlan Guild seems to have had quite an adventure, unexpectedly obtaining a hidden class transfer item. Unfortunately, Li Shaolin hasn't reached level 10 to complete the transfer, and the golden pistol has already been stolen. Good stuff. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. The golden pistol was like the ancient jade he had received before. At this stage, most players haven't reached level 10, and if the hidden class item were sold, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Or, Yang Chen's mind began to sizzle. The Nagwa's cauldron was boiling with a foul-smelling, thick green liquid. A large amount of white gear dropped by the wailing sirens, along with many pieces of equipment dropped by players, were now melting into a murky soup. Could the golden pistol be melted in? This was a somewhat foolish choice, practically throwing money away, wasting a precious item. Whether the golden pistol could produce a special effect was unknown. No one would treat a sky-high price hidden class item as a test subject. No matter what, we just play. If you don't try, how would you know the effect? Yang Chen tossed the golden pistol into the Nagwa's cauldron, and the golden filigree quickly melted, with strands of brilliant golden light flickering in the cauldron. Cooking complete. Yang Chen stopped the process, pinched his nose, and gulped down the Nagwa soup. Your lifespan decreases by 23 years. Your spirit plus 15, endurance plus 5, constitution plus 5. You gain the talent. Bad boy. Bad boy, notorious, reputation cannot rise. Can use the bet skill during conversations. 23 years? The equipment dropped by the wailing sirens after being cooked into Nagwa soup could permanently increase spirit. Just now during the PK, his inventory was full, and while harvesting, he had thrown in many players' equipment, which also added quite a few extra attributes. As for this bad boy talent, it was probably the effect brought by the hidden class item. Isn't this purely a negative effect? Yang Chen had killed too many people, becoming a notorious figure, and the bad boy talent only made things worse, completely cutting off his chance to redeem himself unless he used a forgetting stone to wash away this talent first. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. Look, this punishment is coming right away. Not enough lifespan left. Yang Chen glanced at his extra lifespan. After drinking the Nagwa soup a few times, his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. Now only a little over 5 years remained. Sorry, my Quanglan buddies. You used my precious that doesn't eat beef. Lifespan plus 7 years. You used the precious that slices through starburst air currents. Lifespan plus 10 years. Yang Chen used all the precious items in his backpack, and the extra lifespan jumped by 10 years, increasing by a full 300 years. Ha! Did I just pick so many peaches? Yang Chen shrugged, not caring for now. It had been a long time since he fought monsters. The addiction to the game hit. Killing monsters, leveling up, farming for loot, time was tight and tasks were heavy. Level 10 has global level rewards. What about level 20? Level 30? Yang Chen's eyes flickered. If he could get all the first kills and rewards into his hands. He just thinking about such a delightful prospect made him grin maniacally. This is the joy of online gaming. Beach rocks. A stench wafted through the air, unbearable. A large mass of thick green poison mist was moving, and the nearby wailing sea demons were in big trouble. Highly toxic, rotting, cold poison. Of the strange python, incurable plague. The moment the poison mist enveloped the wailing sea demons' bodies began to rot, their skin decaying at a visible speed, covered by a layer of white mist and ice crystals, with an evil curse eroding them. That's right. Yang Chen was still wearing that giant stinky waistcloth while farming monsters. You wouldn't believe it. This big pair of shorts, combined with the poison, actually had a remarkably high farming efficiency. As long as he got close to the poison mist, he would immediately be infected by various strange toxins. The law of smells. Bad but is good. This waistcloth could be considered both stinky and fragrant. Yang Chen weaved through the crowd of monsters, and all the wailing sea demons' movements became incredibly sluggish, stacking layers of severe poison every 5 seconds. The smell of canned herring so stinky, so fishy. Ugh. War Wolf Boss. That figure in the poisonous mist is War Wolf Boss, right? Players near the beach rocks looked at the distant War Wolf Boss, who was wreaking havoc, recognizing that signature skill. It was this move that had left the members of the Wild Wave Club in a state of despair. The players were terrified. Whether it was the skill's special effects or that nauseating smell, no one dared to approach within a radius of several hundred meters. Those who initially wanted to cling to the strong had all given up their little thoughts. If they were hit by that strange poison, they would end up as miserable as the Wild Wave Boss. Experience plus 50. Experience plus 50. Proficiency plus 1. Yang Chen ignored the others, leveling up and gaining experience while frequently using skills that could be upgraded. Enjoying it was leisurely and pleasant. The Flying Dragon. Cloud Searching. Hand and Monkey Stealing Peach both required 10,000 proficiency to upgrade, but with the Swaying Talent, it was still acceptable with a bit of grit. At that moment, the previously calm sea surface suddenly began to change violently. A tremendous force stirred the deep sea, creating wave after wave. Boom! The sea surface seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, accompanied by a shrill scream that could shatter eardrums, as the massive, distorted body of the Despair Queen broke through the waves. It was a gigantic sea monster, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, far larger than any siren Yang Chen had encountered before. Her body displayed a twisted and deformed female silhouette, her skin covered in barnacle-like hard shells and rotting spots, with long hair, resembling countless writhing poisonous snakes dancing wildly in the water. Despair Queen Boss finally appeared. All players on the beach heard the same prompt in their ears. Warning, boss battle. Triggered rising tide, all beach units will be forcibly pulled into the sea. The Despair Queen, a special Golden Lord, had mechanisms that were completely different from other bosses, forcing all nearby players into battle. Her deformed and massive arms slowly raised, and her twisted mouth full of sharp teeth began to chant an ancient song. The desperate melody caused the sea to surge violently, the sea level suddenly rising, forming a massive wave that crashed toward the beach with destructive force. The first mechanism skill, Rising Tide. The surging tide quickly engulfed the entire beach in the terrified gazes of the players. Ah! Help, I can't swim, glub glub glub. All the players who couldn't react in time were swept into the sea by the giant wave, letting out terrified cries as their bodies were uncontrollably pushed toward the deep sea. Drowning. Players in a drowning state enter a breath-holding countdown, losing 1% of their maximum health per second after exhausting their stamina. All players pulled into the ocean received a negative drowning effect. The deeper they sank, the harder it became to breathe. The pressure of the seawater felt like an invisible hand, instantly wrapping all the players tightly. They felt their chests being compressed, their eardrums buzzing, and the bone-chilling cold and salty seawater rushing into their nostrils and mouths. Many players instinctively clutched their throats, their bodies struggling violently due to lack of oxygen, large bubbles escaping from their mouths and noses. Oh no! Mechanism Boss. This despairing sea monster has mechanisms that are even more outrageous than the plague demon. Yang Chen was also caught in the whirlpool of the deep sea, his neck veins bulging but still remaining calm. His situation was much better than that of the other players. Stamina, 76. Yang Chen's stamina far exceeded that of other players, and his stamina bar was significantly longer, allowing him to hold his breath longer. Whoa, many players close to Yang Chen struggled even more violently. Foul corruption. The plague demon's loincloth was still effective, polluting the seawater into toxic liquid, creating a green death zone. What bad luck! This was truly unfortunate. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Those people widened their eyes, bubbles constantly emerging from their mouths, pointing at the poison state above their heads, their gazes towards Yang Chen filled with pleading. Sorry, guys, I don't want to kill innocents either. This big pair of shorts doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Anyone who gets close will be infected. Fortunately, I didn't use the poison skill, or else the innocent guys would be in big trouble. You killed Moonlit Drinker, sin value +1. You killed African Chieftain, sin value +1. You killed the Unfortunate One, sin value +1. Yang Chen inexplicably poisoned many people, and his red name became even more conspicuous, giving off a feeling of being dark red. Not long after, hundreds and thousands of players were quickly dragged to the bottom of the sea, and many negative statuses appeared on them. Deep sea pressure underwater. Turbulence. Dark fear. Stamina consumption increased, and the turbulence slowed down their movement speed, causing all stats to drop significantly, with attack power halved. Is this even playable? The Queen of Despair left no room for survival. Death was just a matter of time, and the overwhelming negative buff effects were despairing. Truly worthy of the title, Queen of Despair, the monster lived up to its name. Whoa, a player discovered something in his oxygen-deprived, blurry vision. A glimmer of hope suddenly flickered. He excitedly pointed at a glowing spot not far away. Bubble coral. Those were special corals at the ocean floor, resembling a swarm of fireflies, naturally forming a transparent oxygen shield around them, providing a temporary refuge for players whose stamina had run out. I knew it. No matter how strong the mechanism monster is, there must be a way to break it. Many players desperately swam towards the bubble coral, on the brink of running out of oxygen, finally breaking through a thin membrane and feeling the solid ground beneath their feet, collapsing to the ground and retching out seawater. Players gasped for air, greedily inhaling oxygen, their stamina quickly recovering, and those chaotic negative buffs disappeared. Yang Chen also found a glowing coral, and it was all his. No one was willing to stand with him. The foul, toxic mist was no joke. Whoever got close would be doomed. Wolf Warrior Boss. How do we fight this boss? It all depends on you. Big Daddy, please carry me. Please let me win. Messages flooded the regional channel. They had survived the disaster and immediately turned their gazes towards Yang Chen. Boss is here to carry us. Bad news, they encountered the Queen of Despair, and survival seemed bleak. Good news, Wolf Warrior Boss was present. Maybe they could still gain some experience and equipment. You all die and respawn. I want to enjoy the experience alone. Yang Chen typed in the regional channel, instantly causing players to collectively spit blood. Some even sent out expressions like, how can you be so selfish? Wolf Warrior Boss, as expected. Damn, such low quality. This is true character. I'll die first. You keep it up. Boss, the one upstairs has no backbone. Can't you just use a couple of skills before leaving? The regional chat box was in chaos. But the Queen of Despair didn't give people much time and initiated the next round of attacks. Deep sea tentacles. The Queen of Despair's pale fingertips stirred up the turbulence, and the necklace around her neck emitted a cold glow. Several massive tentacles emerged from the deep sea, each with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters, covered in dense, sharp barnacles, and terrifying suckers filled with sharp teeth. Boom, 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 boom. The deep-sea tentacles stirred the seawater, violently slapping and striking the nearby bubble coral. The bubbles burst. The oxygen membrane of the bubble coral ruptured like a pop soap bubble. Large amounts of oxygen surged up as bubbles, and the players once again fell into a state of drowning and oxygen deprivation. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The seawater was gulped down. This boss's mechanism left some leeway, but one had to seize the opportunity in time. If the best attack opportunity was missed, all the bubble corals would be shattered, one after another, and then it would truly be a dead end. Put. After the Queen of Despair shattered the bubble coral, she unleashed her attack skill. Vortex Strangulation. A massive vortex appeared near the players, transforming into a super washing machine, continuously inflicting heavy crushing damage, turning living beings into minced meat. Blood water spread, severed limbs and broken arms. The scene of vortex strangulation was too brutal. Players were left with large chunks of organs and shredded flesh, dissipating into white light. Is this the power of the Golden Lord? Can the Wolf Boss take on a boss of this level alone? We can't just sit here and wait. Mages, archers, all ranged damage dealers focus fire on her. A flood of messages refreshed in the regional channel. Players suddenly realized, and the ranged classes began to attack from within the coral bubbles. Ineffective attacks. A girl cast fireball, passing through the bubble membrane, only to be instantly submerged by seawater, making a sizzling sound before extinguishing. -15. The arrows of the archers passed through the bubble membrane, slowed down by the resistance of the seawater, barely hitting the Queen of Despair, causing a pitiful amount of damage. -3. An assassin threw poison darts, but the ocean currents caused the darts to wobble, resulting in 2 out of 3 missing. Truly a humorous display of dart throwing. -80. Some players learned hidden skills and took out a Taoist's lightning talisman, with golden lightning weaving through the ocean, managing to deal decent damage. Some numbers popped up above the Queen of Despair's head. Some numbers were quite humorous, while others were acceptable damage. With hundreds of ranged classes combined, their continuous output dealt a bit of damage, slightly lowering the Queen of Despair's health bar. At this moment, one of the robes on the Queen of Despair flickered, the deep-sea silver woven fabric glowing with phosphorescence. An energy ball radiating a deep blue light enveloped her, likely a skill like magic shield. It's over. The arrows collided with the shield, stopping as if they had hit jelly, and the already low damage was completely blocked by the magic shield. Immune large characters indicating immunity appeared above the Queen of Despair, and her health stabilized at 99%. How do we fight this? An overpowered boss. Who designed this? I'm going home to die. You all play slowly. The Golden Lord can't even take a hit. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. In the midst of the conversation, two more bubble corals were shattered, and immediately the Queen of Despair used vortex strangulation, sending dozens of players back to the resurrection point. It's hard. Too hard. This is simply not a boss that can be dealt with at this stage. Hurry up and die to the resurrection point. I want to enjoy the experience alone. The War Wolf boss's urging appeared again on the public screen. Is this a joke? He's actually serious. The War Wolf boss wants to solo the Queen of Despair. Hundreds or thousands of people focusing their attacks, yet the Queen still has 99% health. One person. Excuse me, where did the War Wolf boss buy his hacks? I want one too. Enjoying experience. Enjoying equipment. The War Wolf boss wants to solo. How to defeat the Queen of Despair, how to crack her skill mechanics, and how to deal with her terrifying health? These questions lingered in the minds of all players. If you don't leave, I'm coming over. Your coral bubbles have quite a bit of space. Hud Yang Chen's figure slowly moved through the dark waters. He wasn't in a hurry to attack the boss, but rather moved like a shark patrolling its territory, leisurely swimming towards the nearest player gathering point. Don't come over. In the temporary refuge formed by the bubble coral, more than 20 players screamed in terror as if they had seen a ghost. Panic and despair were written all over their faces as they watched the moving biological weapon approach them closer. If you had to die once, how would you choose? Would you choose to passively sink into the deep sea, welcoming death and coldness and suffocation, returning healthily to the resurrection point? Or would you choose to falling into that man's clutches, just like those unfortunate souls at the Wild Wave Club, experiencing the ultimate torment of being unable to live or die? Do I even need to think about it? Wolf brother, don't make a move. I'll die myself. Don't, Wolf brother. The players in the bubble coral scattered like birds and beasts. They screamed, preferring to heroically plunge into the cold, silent deep sea rather than die at Yang Chen's hands. Family, who understands? This dungeon is hellish, facing two bosses at once. The Queen of Despair cuts off your path to survival, and on top of that, there's the Wolf brother chasing you from behind. In an instant, an incredibly shocking and absurd scene unfolded beneath the deep sea. Hundreds and thousands of players, like a flock of sheep driven by an invisible shepherd dog, rushed out of the safe zone, struggling violently in the agony of suffocation, ultimately transforming into a sky full of rising bubbles and columns of white light, actively returning to the resurrection point. Beneath the deep sea, the Wolf brother chased after hundreds of people to kill. The sight would make even the Queen of Despair give a thumbs up. He was simply the butcher of the deep sea. Vortex strangulation. Yang Chen was swimming when suddenly the surrounding seawater began to swirl violently, forming a massive vortex. The pressure of the deep sea doubled. The water tore into sharp blades, scraping against Yang Chen's body, trying to shred him into pieces. Immunity. The vortex strangulation could deal dozens of high damage hits every second. But these attacks, capable of crushing steel, fell upon Yang Chen, only stirring up circles of powerless ripples. All damage was completely immunized by his abnormal talent and continuously transformed into pure resolution value. Good. I won't provoke you. You're the one provoking me, right? After a dozen seconds, the power of the vortex dissipated. Yang Chen kicked his legs, pushing the seawater back violently, and shot towards the Queen of Despair like a torpedo. Poisoning. Yang Chen raised his palm and slammed it down on his shorts. Thick green filth rolled and spread within a 20-meter radius, dyeing the seawater into a toxic soup. Highly toxic, rotting, incurable plague, cold poison of the strange python. The Queen of Despair's massive body was immediately covered in an ominous green hue, a bone-chilling frost spreading from her skin, visibly slowing her movements. Just right. Time to test a new skill effect. Monkey Steals. Peach. Yang Chen used the Monkey Steals Peach skill, triggering the effect of transform claws into fingers, and struck fiercely at the boss's weak point. Health minus 10,000. Real damage, pain, spasms, additional flying dragon exploring. Cloud Hand. You have stolen the Queen of Despair's title barrier robe. An exaggerated silver-white damage number exploded above the Queen's head. The upgraded Monkey Steals Peach could actually deal 10% of the target's maximum health as real damage to female targets. The Queen of Despair let out a silent shriek, the pain even distorting the surrounding water flow. Her massive body trembled violently, and the layer of shimmering magical shield on her surface instantly collapsed as the title barrier robe was stolen. Good. Now's the time. Desperate piercing fist. Yang Chen, seizing the advantage, unleashed his fists like two blood-red arrows, creating long trails of bubbles in the water as they slammed into the queen. You have stolen the Queen of Despairs, Siren's Tear. You have stolen the Queen of Despairs. Heart of Despair. Necklace bleeding, blood-soaked, wounds tearing, too deep, bone revealing. Gashes instantly opened on the queen's body, foul-smelling bodily fluids mixed with blood gushing out, and 2 layers of special bleeding status began to take effect. Poisoning shouldn't be applied to the shorts. 5 seconds to stack. Poison is still a bit too slow. A hint of regret flashed through Yang Chen's mind. Facing such a blood cow boss, poisoning should be directly applied to the weapon, maximizing the benefits of stacking poison through high-frequency attacks. Want to stand up? Yang Chen's hands flickered with arcs of electricity as he unleashed a series of 5 lightning whips. The lightning chains darted through the water, his long whips resembling 2 giant electric eels, shocking the Queen of Despair to a state of charred tenderness, continuously triggering the state of paralysis. My turn has begun. Yang Chen completely let loose, bringing an artistic feast named Control to this desolate seabed. The paralysis from the lightning whips, the dizzying knockback from the ram of the Goat King, the strong control from the shield slam, a perfect virtuous cycle formed between skills. Although he couldn't use the fierce tiger roar special move underwater, it was enough to toy with the Queen of Despair at his fingertips. Propeller. Yang Chen's head swayed in the water, spinning like a high-speed propeller. The head-shaking talent activated with full force, stirring the seawater around his neck and forming a clearly visible small vortex, rapidly refreshing his skill cooldowns. Under a series of combos, the Queen of Despair's health steadily decreased, 1 bar at a time. The Queen of Despair was no longer the deep-sea overlord that crushed players at will. Instead, she resembled a puppet that had been played to the point of ruin, experiencing true despair amidst endless control. Crack, crack, crack. A chill seeped into his body, freezing him to the bone. The venom of the strange python lasted a full 60 seconds, successfully triggering the terrifying effect of freeze. The Queen of Despair's massive body was instantly frozen, becoming a giant ice sculpture shimmering with ghostly blue light, taking significantly increased damage. The strange poison, its power speaks for itself. Freezing was not only a powerful hard control but also had the noble effect of increasing vulnerability, enhancing all damage dealt by 30%. Not only that, the Monkey Steel's Peach skill could be repeatedly used on female creatures, triggering pain and spasms once more, but it felt a bit off. The true damage here is the same as for males, only triggering once. Soon, the Queen of Despair's health dropped below half. Retreat. This time, Yang Chen had learned from experience, not lingering in battle, and turned to swim towards the nearest bubble coral. The mechanics of the Golden Lord boss were always complex, and the Plague Demon entered a frenzied second phase at half health. The Queen of Despair surely had similar deadly moves hidden away. Warning: Queen of Despair has entered a frenzy state, immune to all control effects. Queen of Despair's defense drops to 0. The system's alert sounded. Boom, boom, boom. With a dull explosion, the massive ice sculpture imprisoning the Queen of Despair shattered violently, countless shimmering blue ice crystal fragments mingling with the murky seawater, shooting out in all directions. Threads of dark, ink-like despair energy, as if alive, surged forth from the rotting spots on her skin. The Queen's eyes, once filled with sorrow, were now completely replaced by burning crimson, locking onto Yang Chen with fierce intensity. Terrifying energy waves gathered, her grotesquely cracked throat trembled violently, ultimately transforming into a silent sound wave that rippled outward in all directions. Despair's lament: poo, poo, poo. The surrounding bubble corals exploded one after another. She unleashed a wave of despairing power, shattering all players' shelters, with the oxygen that represented hope turning into bubbles and floating away. Marula. In the shadows of the distant reef, many players clinging to a glimmer of hope were still hiding. Most of them were assassins who had learned stealth skills. They had originally planned to fish in troubled waters at the last moment, hoping to snag some of the boss's loot. At this moment, under the indiscriminate attack of Despair's lament, their figures appeared awkwardly in the distorted waterlight, and their last hiding place vanished into thin air. It was now the final concentrated kill phase. The Queen of Despair's defense was 0, taking double damage, and both sides were in a state of mutual destruction. My health bar can hold out for quite a while. Yang Chen glanced at his absurdly high stamina bar, not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he leisurely dashed to the side of the Queen of Despair and began to output damage at a slow pace. His attack frequency was low, and his skill releases seemed quite casual. As long as the bleeding effect was maintained, it would layer upon itself slowly. Gurgle, 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 about 40 seconds. Later, the stamina of the other players was completely exhausted, their health rapidly declining, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and unwillingness, ultimately transforming into streaks of white light, disappearing into this sea of despair. Share my experience? No way. After confirming that there were no living souls around, Yang Chen's eyes instantly sharpened like an eagle. He began to output with all his might. Taking a deep breath, all the power in his body converged into his right fist like rivers flowing into the sea, exploding into the strongest attack in an instant. Gather, transform, unleash. Unleash, explode for me. Yang Chen threw a punch, and the surrounding seawater was forcefully pushed aside, creating a brief vacuum vortex between him and the Queen of Despair. This punch ignored the resistance of the water and solidly struck the Queen's abdomen. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound erupted in the deep sea. The Queen of Despair, with a body like a small mountain, was sent flying by this punch, her lower abdomen punctured with a terrifying blood hole the size of a fist. Health minus 4,874. True damage, critical hit, health minus 10,000. True damage, KO triggered. 2 silver-white damage numbers soared up. Pain, spasm, poison, rot, freeze, bleed, lightning, paralysis, knockdown, dizziness, fear, KO, incurable poison, exotic python cold poison, blood-soaked, wound, torn, terrifying damage. Absurd status. The Queen of Despair was knocked to the ground, her body piled high with various negative buffs, and this was just the beginning of the nightmare. Layering poison. Heavily layering poison. Layer upon layer, isn't that bold? Yang Chen had been planning to layer it all the way. The effect of poisoning was applied to his serrated fist blade, and his fists turned into blurred afterimages, pouring down like a torrential storm onto the Queen of Despair. Under the effect of rot, the double layers of poison stacked up rapidly. Dark green poison spots spread wildly across her body, with foul-smelling bodily fluids continuously oozing from the bone-deep wounds. 10 layers, 50 layers, 100 layers. Yang Chen's offensive surged like a tidal wave, skills interspersed with normal attacks seamlessly connecting with skills flowing like clouds in water without interruption. In just over 20 attacks, the seemingly difficult boss battle had already been forcibly pushed to its conclusion. Severe poison trigger, health minus 3,300, 100 layers. Bleeding trigger, health minus 2,220, 30 layers. KO trigger, health minus 10,000. True damage, Yang Chen's final strike, a deadly punch, perfectly triggered the KO effect. When the gather, transform, unleash burst occurred, the KO effect had already been triggered once, and after the bleeding state stacked to 30 layers, it triggered once more. This was equivalent to forcibly reducing the Queen of Despair's maximum health by 20% in true damage within a short time, simply absurd to the extreme. Poor Queen of Despair, she hadn't even had the chance to showcase the true terror of her second phase before Yang Chen's unreasonable high burst damage overwhelmed her. You still owe me a life. Yang Chen retracted his fist, watching the boss slowly fall, slightly pouting in regret. His continuous damage had completely stacked up, and if time allowed, just the bleeding and severe poison could make her die again. Unfortunately, the health of the Golden Lord was a bit low. The Queen of Despair, with 100,000 health, was indeed lacking in front of the current Yang Chen. He had become stronger again. He could clearly feel that after defeating the Plague Demon and completing that wave of crazy enhancements, his combat power had multiplied several times. Congratulations! You have been promoted to level 15. All players in the Twisted Harbor unite and overcome the challenges to liberate the polluted areas. All players in this region will receive a special reward. The system's pleasant voice rang out. The moment Yang Chen killed the Queen of Despair, all players in the Twisted Harbor, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, received this unexpected reward together. Stunned. This was truly unbelievable. Is this for real? Many players had just been dragged to the seabed, and everyone had witnessed how terrifying the Queen of Despair was. Hundreds and thousands of players attacked the Queen of Despair, simultaneously, only managing to reduce her health by 1%. And it didn't end there. The Queen of Despair had a terrifying second phase, and with one ultimate move, she wiped out all players' shelters. Forget about soloing her. Even if all current players' damage was increased by 2 tiers, they probably wouldn't have the ability to focus fire and eliminate her. But now, the War Wolf boss did it all by himself? How is that possible? Thanks to War Wolf for the super treasure chest. Holy crap, did they really kill the Queen of Despair? When I died, didn't she still have 99% health? Not everyone worked together. Selling hacks, War Wolf style hacks, F1 instant full screen. Anyone want to buy? Hey, hack bro upstairs, show me one first. If you can't take her down, I'll take you down first. The regional channel exploded with chatter. Many players received a treasure chest for no reason, happily accepting it. More players felt confused and bewildered. The gap in data is that huge. It is said that in some pay-to-win online games, a top-tier spender can take on an entire guild, and there are still legends of a single person attacking Shabak. Could it be that this game is also one where spending money makes you stronger? Forgetfulness Stone. God bless, please give me a Forgetfulness Stone. A completely different tone emerged in the regional channel. Generally speaking, the Forgetfulness Stone is recognized as a useless divine stone who would easily wash away a hard-earned talent. However, the members of the Storm Club were different. Unhealable Poison Plague, Cold Poison of the Strange Python, Rootless Person, these statuses are difficult to purify, and there are currently no means to remove them. Especially the Unhealable Poison Plague, which reduces all attributes to 1 point, making it impossible to even defeat the little chicks at the village entrance. Even a gust of wind could almost take him down. Therefore, the Forgetfulness Stone, which everyone despised, became their most precious lifeline at this moment. Please, I don't want rare divine stones. Just give me the most ordinary forgetfulness stone. The players of the Storm Club clasped their hands together, murmuring to the void, praying for the mercy of the gods, and then nervously opened the super treasure chest. Wow! Forgetfulness stone. I choose to eliminate the unhealable poison plague status. A warrior covered in frost cried tears of joy and immediately made his choice. A gentle white light flashed, and the power of the divine stone purified the strange poison within him, restoring all attributes to normal. So moving. The warrior was so excited that he wanted to cry out loud. However, just as his tears began to well up, they suddenly froze in his eyes. The whole person crackled and instantly turned into a lifelike ice sculpture, remaining that way for several seconds before he could move again. The G-freeze effect of the cold poison of the strange python still existed. You have removed one strange poison, but another strange poison is waiting for you. The warrior's movements remained incredibly slow. While others could strike 3 times in a second, he could only strike once every 3 seconds, and he would occasionally be penalized to stand still. I still need a forgetfulness stone. No. I need 2, preferably to remove, rootless person, as well, my precious treasure. Come back to me. He looked despairingly at his empty lower half, finally realizing the severity of the situation. 1 forgetfulness stone was simply not enough. He needed more divine stones to return to being a normal person. Some were joyful, while others were sorrowful. On the other side, Li Shaolin's face turned ashen as he opened the super treasure chest. Upgrade stone, fusion stone, promotion stone, these stones were all decent, but there was no forgetting stone. Li Shaolin looked at his measly 1 point in attributes and felt like he was going insane. Even the weakest little monster at the entrance could kill him in an instant. Boss, did you draw a forgetting stone? Starburst air / trembled as he approached, his whole body shaking from the cold, and halfway through his sentence, he suddenly turned into an ice sculpture with a crack. No! Li Shaolin squeezed out a word between his teeth, his gaze towards Starburst air / filled with resentment. It was all his fault. All because of this idiot. Why provoke that ruthless warwolf of all people? If it weren't for him trying to show off, how would he have ended up in such a predicament? Baby, what about you? A few seconds later, Starburst air / thawed from the ice and hopefully asked the nearby flickering light. The girl had good luck and actually found a forgetting stone, unhesitatingly removing the deadly poison. Don't call me baby. Who is your baby? Flickering Light's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion as she looked her boyfriend up and down, her eyes filled with disdain and disgust. Look at you now, a useless person who can't even protect me. How dare you call me baby? From today on, we are breaking up. She pronounced the words breaking up heavily and turned away without looking back. Starburst air / felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. He felt like something more important than just his pride had shattered, besides his balls. Love? Dignity? Or maybe both. Serves him right. Li Shaolin almost laughed out loud from the side, muttering curses under his breath. But due to his status as the club leader, he forced out a smile that looked worse than crying and trembled as he patted his shoulder. There are plenty of fish in the sea. She doesn't know how to cherish you. A master like you will one day make a name for yourself. Before Li Shaolin finished speaking, there was a crisp sound, and he and Starburst air / were both frozen into ice sculptures. The 2 unfortunate brothers locked eyes, and the scene became even more awkward. Make a name for oneself? How ridiculous. First, let's get rid of this strange poison. The dark clouds dispersed. The sky cleared, revealing a bright blue clarity. The sea sparkled with a shimmering blue, and the fresh, salty sea breeze brushed against their cheeks, bringing a sense of refreshment and coolness. The port itself had undergone a tremendous transformation. The coast, once covered in slippery black rocks and rotting planks, now boasted a crescent-shaped white, sandy beach. The dilapidated buildings, once covered in strange moss, had their mottled walls washed clean by the rain, revealing bright whites and blues full of the charm of the harbor island. Is this still the twisted harbor? Yang Chen swam ashore, with a few strands of seaweed hanging from his head, looking around in disbelief, questioning whether he had swum to the wrong place. Pollution Liberation Zone. Once the special Golden Lord boss was defeated, the polluted area would immediately transform, returning to its former flourishing state. First, loot the bag. Yang Chen shook the water droplets from his head and eagerly opened his backpack, the equipment dropped by the despair queen radiating an enticing glow. Title barrier robe, grade gold. Type women's dress. Required level 20. Attributes defense plus 100, intelligence plus 20, spirit plus 20. Special effect 1, title shield, details, when the wearer takes damage, an invisible barrier will form around them, prioritizing the consumption of your mana to offset the damage taken. When the mana is exhausted, they become even more vulnerable. Evaluation, what? You ask me why a mage dares to stand at the front and withstand the dragon's breath? Oh, it's nothing, just that my mana bar is a bit longer. A certain unnamed archmage bragged in a tavern. Tide Shield forms a magical shield that consumes mana at a ratio of 1 to 2. To offset damage when hit. When the shield disappears, the wearer enters a tidal exhaustion state, doubling all damage taken. A mage artifact. This is definitely a life-saving artifact that can change the way mages play. In the Perception of all players, mages have always been high attack, low health glass cannons, but with this equipment, everything will be different. Mana will become their second life. This means they can invest all attribute points recklessly into intelligence and spirit. What a powerful skill. And it's a passive skill that activates upon being attacked. Yang Chen looked on enviously, but a hint of caution crept into his heart regarding that negative effect. Once the magical shield is broken, the damage taken will double, which means that once the defense is breached, it could very well lead to an instant kill. I see. He suddenly understood something. So the correct way to deal with the Queen of Despair should be to first deplete her mana. Wait for the magical shield to disappear, then take advantage of her weakened state and tidal exhaustion to swarm her and take her down. Unfortunately, the Queen of Despair encountered him. I don't care about this or that, the special equipment is directly stolen, and a burst of special effects fills her up. No matter what fancy second phase she has, I'll just take her down forcefully. Yang Chen shifted his gaze to the second piece of equipment. Heart of Despair necklace, grade, gold. Type, necklace accessory. Required level, level 20. Attributes, 6-dimensional attributes plus 8. Special effect 1, Despair Aria, details, activating. This necklace will instantly drain all your mana, transforming the Despair Aria into a devastating mental shockwave that sweeps across a 50-meter radius, dragging all targets within into an endless deep-sea illusion, experiencing the ultimate pain of being crushed by the deep sea's overwhelming pressure. Evaluation: when you decide to sing this mournful song, it means you are betting everything. Despair Aria: all targets within a 50-meter range fall into a state of suffocation and silence for 30 seconds, dealing massive magical damage related to spirit and intelligence. Cooldown time, 1 hour, all attributes plus 8. Truly the exclusive equipment of the Gold Lord. The skills it comes with are even more outrageous, with a massive diameter of 50, attacking indiscriminately. This is simply the ultimate killing move in team battles. However, depleting all mana and having a cooldown time of an hour means it can only serve as a trump card. Wait a minute. With this necklace plus that robe, will the Queen of Despair even equip them herself? Yang Chen stroked his chin, frowning slightly, talking to himself. Depleting mana just happens to trigger the robe's doubled damage effect. This is definitely giving oneself a negative buff. Both of these artifacts are top tier when viewed separately, but combined, they are simply a pile of rubbish. But if thought from another angle, this is a glimmer of hope deliberately left for players by the world of Tianyuan. When the Queen of Despair unleashes her ultimate move, she will also fall into her most vulnerable state. This indirectly reduces the difficulty of defeating the boss, which can be said to be very friendly to players. It seems invincible, but in reality, it still left a backdoor. Yang Chen carefully stored the necklace. He could use this equipment when he reaches level 20, and it could serve as a large-scale clearing move. The last piece of loot was a crystal-clear, teardrop-shaped gem. Tears of the Siren. It presents a deep and clear ocean blue, as if it contains the sorrow and mystery of the entire ocean. When light passes through the gem, it refracts unpredictable iridescence, resembling the warm yet tragic glow of sunset. Tears of the Siren, a special class-changing item. Another hidden class item. Moreover, it is dropped by a regional gold lord, making its value absolutely incalculable. Should I try using the cleansing cauldron one more time? The thought flashed through Yang Chen's mind. The golden pistol had acquired a talent called Robe, which seemed to have purely negative effects. I refuse to believe this nonsense. Let's give it another shot. Yang Chen dropped the siren's tear into the cleansing cauldron. The crystal-clear droplet melted instantly upon contact with the green broth, spreading a pure azure hue through the filthy liquid. In the end, the entire pot of soup was dyed with a dreamlike color. Drink! Yang Chen gulped down the cleansing broth. Your lifespan is reduced by 10 years mentality permanently. Plus 10 you have acquired the talent, Child of the Ocean. Child of the Ocean, you will be under the protection of the ocean, permanently immune to the drowning effect, and can breathe and cast spells freely underwater. While in an underwater state, skill effects and range are increased by 30%. How about that? This talent is simply a divine skill in underwater environments. If I encounter similar underwater battles in the future, I will have no worries at all. And I can even unleash combat power far beyond that on land. Awesome! Although I couldn't steal a big treasure from the boss this time, this talent converted from a hidden class item completely made up for all the losses. The Heart of Despair is kept for myself. That mage's robe, it seems I can only sell it. A level 20 golden grade mage artifact will surely stir up a storm in the market. At this moment, the friend bar flickered, and Nyo Nyo sent a message. Boss, I found a place selling alcohol. Near the port, many shops have reopened. The liberation of the polluted area has revitalized many native NPCs, and the tightly locked shops near the harbor have all opened their doors. Blackbeard Tavern, The Mermaid's Gift, Seagull Blacksmith Shop. Various shops have once again brought life to the harbor. Players surged into these newly opened shops like a fourth catastrophe, frantically searching every corner for clues to hidden quests. I didn't pay much attention to Plague Town. Liberating the polluted area, it turns out there are these benefits. Yang Chen returned to the harbor and immediately spotted the Blackbeard Tavern with its huge skull and crossed scimitar sign from Nyo-Nyo's screenshot. Inside the Blackbeard Tavern, the place was bustling, almost packed to the brim with players. They were surrounding a burly tavern owner with a full beard, all chattering at once. Want to know some intel? Buy a drink first. 10 blood coins a cup. Drink up and then we'll talk. The bearded owner's attitude was extremely rude as he wiped a chipped wooden cup with a greasy rag, bellowing in a coarse voice. The players had no choice but to pull out their money to buy drinks. But the so-called drink was as murky as horse urine, making one want to vomit after just a sip. When they inquired again, the bearded man impatiently waved his hand. Another cup. Cunning, too cunning. This bearded man had no intention of revealing any information, he just wanted to swindle the players' money. Just then, the tavern's wooden door creaked open. Yang Chen's figure appeared. At the entrance, his flashy tiger cloak standing out remarkably. The noisy tavern fell silent in an instant, and everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on him. It's the werewolf boss. Quick, make some room. Boss, can we take a picture? Please add me as a friend. The bearded tavern owner's eyes lit up the moment he saw the tiger cloak, greed almost spilling over. Everyone get out of the way, don't block my distinguished guest. The owner rudely waved his hand, pushing away the players gathered near the bar, and approached Yang Chen with a hint of a flattering smile. Why should I? A player who had downed several cups of horse urine felt extremely displeased, dizzy from drinking. Having spent a few months of his life, Yang Chen was on the verge of obtaining clues for a hidden quest, only to be preempted by the werewolf? Just based on this, the bearded boss pointed at Yang Chen's cloak, then at the shabby newbie clothes of the other player, disdain written all over his face as he said, "Look at your pitiful appearance, finish your drink and get lost. People rely on their attire, and Buddhas rely on gold adornments, wealth and honor." This might just be the special effect of the evil tiger cloak, capable of changing the attitudes of NPCs. It was too realistic. The boss truly lives up to his title. Does better equipment mean more enthusiasm from NPCs? Perhaps. The werewolf's outfit is extraordinary. The players whispered among themselves, the bar buzzing with excitement, all eager to see if the werewolf could trigger the hidden quest. Everyone, get lost. I'm not doing business today. The bearded boss felt a wave of annoyance and directly kicked all the other players out, hanging a closed sign at the door. Today was solely for Yang Chen. Noble, luxurious. Am I now an SVIP? This was the first time Yang Chen experienced such service. He thought. Such plots only appeared in short, gratifying stories. It would be even better if there were a vicious female antagonist by his side. The bearded boss personally led Yang Chen to the best spot at the bar. He wiped the stool with his sleeve repeatedly, then carefully retrieved several pure silver skull-shaped goblets from a dusty hidden compartment beneath the bar. Esteemed guest, please try my collection. He presented them like treasures, pulling out several uniquely shaped bottles of liquor from under the bar. Deep Sea Giant Rum increases drunkenness value plus 20 strength for 24 hours after consumption. Siren Song Malt Liquor increases drunkenness value plus 20 intelligence for 24 hours after consumption. Kraken Ink Black Beer increases drunkenness value plus 20 stamina for 24 hours after consumption. Alcohol that adds attributes. For ordinary players, a few bottles could multiply their combat power several times. Although these were just temporary attributes, for players eager to enhance their strength, they were invaluable potions. Good stuff. What's the price? Yang Chen felt a bit tempted. The hidden special brews could only be considered a bonus for him, not very impactful, but he could sell them to other players. The bearded boss wore a broad smile, his eyes gleaming with greed, extending 5 fingers from his plump hand. 500 blood coins per bottle. Robbery. 500 blood coins equated to a year and a half of life, which converted to cash was about 150,000. Currently, the blood coin exchange rate is 1 to 300, unless tackling some high difficulty boss who would spend such ridiculous money for 20 attribute points. No, this was the crucial moment for liberating the polluted area. Once the Golden Lord boss appeared, items that added attributes would be in high demand. The world is never short of wealthy people. Boss, make it cheaper. Give me a discount and I'll take them all. Yang Chen attempted to bargain, but the bearded boss stood firm, his greed intensifying. After all, a fat sheep had finally arrived. How could he let it go easily? This was the negative impact of wealth and honor. Although NPCs treated you as a distinguished guest, they would also fleece you mercilessly. Right. Yang Chen suddenly remembered that his rogue talent had a small conversational trick. The setting of betting wasn't uncommon, similar to D&D campaigns or single-player games like Baldur's Gate 3, which could increase the chances of persuading the other party. Boss, I want to make a bet with you. As Yang Chen spoke these words, his gaze sharpened instantly. Rogue talent activated. A surge of malevolent energy flowed forth, a terrifying killing intent enveloping the bearded boss, causing him to feel waves of heart palpitations and chills. What's going on? This player seems a bit different. This is a super dangerous character, a demon who kills without blinking. The big bearded boss felt increasingly alarmed, sensing a purple-black aura of murderous intent radiating from Yang Chen. His hair stood on end. Cold sweat streamed down. Beads of sweat formed on the big bearded boss's forehead, and his temples were soaked with cold sweat, his voice trembling and unsteady. Don't, please don't. I'm the worst at betting. The big bearded boss felt something was very wrong, a constant feeling that he might be done for. One wrong word, and the consequences could be dire. He had originally thought the player in front of him was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but it turned out to be a hungry wolf in sheep's clothing, having set a trap for him to jump into. I admit defeat. I'll sell you this wine at cost 100 per bottle. The big bearded boss felt a sharp pain in his heart, slashing the price of the 500 blood coins per bottle wine down to 100. Is there such a good deal? Yang Chen was taken aback, not expecting the bar owner to slash the price so ruthlessly. He hadn't even said anything yet, just wanted to make a bet, but the big bearded boss had already drastically cut the price. This was no mere chop, it was like a direct slash to the neck. The negotiation tips for betting are this effective? He never expected that the young scion's talent would be quite useful. It seemed he had misjudged it before. Alright, I'll take them all. Yang Chen's eyes turned crescent-shaped with joy as he immediately completed the transaction, stuffing several bottles of wine into his backpack. Phew, the big bearded boss let out a long breath, finally getting past this hurdle. What else? Yang Chen asked with a smile, wanting to see what other treasures he could scrape together. A demon. Such a greedy demon, taking so many treasures. And still not satisfied? The big bearded boss's face once again showed a pained expression, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he finally made a decision. Yes, I have one more true treasure of the store. With that, the big bearded boss dragged out a heavy wooden box, securely locked with iron chains and 3 large locks from the deepest part of the bar. A clattering sound echoed as the box opened. Inside lay several bottles made of black volcanic rock quietly resting, the deep, viscous liquid inside rolling like rubies. Blood wine killing frenzy. After drinking for the next 24 hours, you will be immersed in a frenzy of slaughter, and all experience points gained from killing targets will be increased by 100%. Evaluation: you might taste the flavor of the lives of the poor. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. A ranking artifact. A 100% experience boost. Global players were striving to climb the ranks, and a 100% experience boost could save half the time. 1,000 blood coins per bottle. I really can't ask for a penny more. This blood wine is hard to come by, treasured for many years, and it's yours at cost. The big bearded boss took out a sweat towel, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quoted the lowest cost price. 1,000 blood coins per bottle. This was equivalent to condensing 2.5 years of life into a bottle of blood wine just for a 24-hour experience boost. How precious. How evil. Just like its evaluation, each bottle of blood wine was extracted from the lives of the poor. I'll take them all. Yang Chen took out 10,000 blood coins and bought all 10 bottles of wine outright. Level 20, 30, 40. The future leveling and ranking were all secured. Awesome. Yang Chen discovered more secrets of the abyss. Wealth and honor. Young scions' talents may not directly increase combat power, but they play a huge role in front of NPCs. The abyss is not just about fighting, it requires understanding of human relationships. Additionally, I want to buy some more wine, as long as it can get me drunk. Yang Chen made some simple requests. Drunken Song. This talent can increase the dodge rate of normal attacks by 100%, but it needs to be triggered in a drunken state. It doesn't need to be too extravagant, it just needs to get him drunk. Dear guest, how about this one? The big bearded man didn't dare to ask more questions. He took out some high-proof rum without any mixing, just a few glasses would leave one dizzy. Alright, let's start with 20 bottles. Yang Chen revealed that half-smile again. How much is a bottle of wine? 1 coin. The big bearded man was left with a face full of tears, having emptied more than half of his rum stock, charging only 1 blood coin per bottle. In comparison, those ordinary players who were charged 10 blood coins for each cup of low-quality swill were simply being taken advantage of. Okay, Yang Chen left the bar, loaded and in high spirits. Phew, it was only when Yang Chen's figure completely disappeared around the corner that the big bearded boss slumped to the ground as if his bones had been pulled out, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his greasy sleeve, gasping for breath. Finally got rid of that plague. All losses must be recouped from other players. After leaving the tavern, Yang Chen looked towards other shops. Mermaid's Gift, Inn, Seagull Blacksmith Shop, Weapons and Armor Store. Utilizing the talents of wealth and the rogue, he should be able to trigger more hidden plots, even take on some unique hidden quests. But I refuse. Leveling up is the most important. Get the world reward for level 21st. Yang Chen had a clear plan in his mind. The super generous rewards were right in front of him. Searching for hidden quests was simply a waste of time, to be dealt with later when he had free time. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. The setting sun was like blood. The last trace of twilight seemed to be swallowed by an invisible giant mouth, turning the entire sky into a heavy lead gray, making it hard to breathe. The system announcement came with a cold voice, echoing in every player's ears. Darkness descends. First night. All challengers, please do your best to protect the fragile homeland. Protect the homeland? The pollution of the Twisted Harbor had been unleashed and was unaffected. Players in this area looked at the system information with blank expressions, not knowing what had happened. Has the abyss descended for 12 hours? Yang Chen glanced at the system time and couldn't help but frown. Darkness descends? What does that represent? Meanwhile, in another polluted town, monsters were currently attacking. Some demons, engulfed in flames, charged towards the players' gathering place, unleashing a massacre. What's going on? Monsters are attacking the city? They're ignoring the safe zone rules and coming for us. Hell! Some players in the town thought they were in an absolutely safe area. The frenzied monsters surged in like a tide, easily tearing through the fragile defenses and slaughtering the players one by one. Caught off guard, a female archer, who had just been laughing and chatting with her new friends, turned around to see a horde of demons rushing into the town. She quickly drew her weapon to fight back, but it was already too late. A flaming hand grabbed her head, crushing it like a walnut, instantly splattering her brain. Slaughter, collapse, despair. The entire Huaxia channel was instantly drowned in a chorus of wails and cries for help. The monsters are attacking actively. We can't hold them. We can't hold them at all. There are too many of them. Quick, organize the players in this area to block the town's entrance, or we're all done for. Help! Someone save us. We're trapped at the resurrection point and getting killed. White light flashed crazily at the resurrection points in various towns, packed with a throng of people. As soon as players respawned, they were quickly pushed out of the resurrection point by other players, only to be instantly killed by the monster army waiting outside. The Abyss world seemed to turn into a true hell at that moment. The only places spared were Twisted Harbor and Plague Town. Help us! Someone, please come save us! The Abyss descends. What exactly is this data-driven game world? In Yang Chen's eyes, it was probably a thrilling gold farming game, where all the godly gear relied on drops, and one punch could kill for 999 damage. However, in the eyes of ordinary players, it was an extremely difficult, unreasonable soul game. Various monsters possessed overwhelming power, and a moment's carelessness could lead to instant death, turning into a cold white light back at the resurrection point. Hell! I've already died 10 times. My lifespan is about to decrease by 10 years. I don't want to die young. Across the various channels in the Huaxia region, cries of despair echoed. Players were torn to shreds time and again by waves of monsters, their precious lifespans rapidly dwindling. At this moment, amidst the wails, some different voices emerged, like meteors cutting through the night, suddenly ringing out. Eternal Oath, just give me an address. I'll bring my team to help you. Heroes have arrived. A hero named Eternal Oath appeared, like a knight descending from the heavens, and surprisingly had the ability to teleport to other villages and towns. Yang Chen also noticed this message. He remembered this ID. They had crossed paths in Plague Town before, and this player was quite skilled and had good awareness as a tank. Help from Ashen Town. Eternal Big Shot, please come help us. We can't hold on much longer. Worm Village, please come to us first. We're too scared to leave the resurrection point. Eternal Oath Big Shot, we'll pay 100,000 cash, as long as you can come. We'll offer 500,000. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Soon, more heroes claiming they could teleport for support appeared on the public screen. They were like sharks smelling blood, all eager to offer help in other areas. Of course, charging fees became the norm. Yang Chen looked up and found that near the Twisted Harbor teleportation array, the once lively players were dwindling. Well-equipped teams, after negotiating prices with the distressed parties, left through the teleportation array, heading to various troubled areas to make a fortune. Why can these people teleport? Yeah, why? Isn't their town being attacked by monsters? The players in the polluted zones, trapped in dire straits, were filled with confusion and disbelief. Their towns were always in a state of lockdown, yet this group could teleport freely. It was so unfair. Why? They liberated the polluted zones. Look closely at the previous world announcement. It's the War Wolf Big Shot. The War Wolf Big Shot killed the Golden Lord boss, liberating Plague Town and Twisted Harbor. So that's it. Damn, they even received completion rewards. Why isn't the War Wolf Big Shot coming to our town? The players finally reacted. Each polluted zone had a special Golden Lord guarding it. As long as it could be killed, the entire area could be liberated, completely escaping the nightmare of monster sieges. At that moment, everyone's hope focused on that legendary name. Calling War Wolf Big Shot. Please help us kill a boss. We can pay the message. Board flooded like a waterfall, with various regional channels frantically at War Wolf. Only War Wolf in the whole world had killed the Golden Lord boss, completely resolving the monster attack incident. Truly a savior. Crown Prince, Brother Alliance requests War Wolf Big Shot to take action. We are willing to pay 5 million cash. Pay-to-win expert, Pay-to-win Association requests War Wolf Big Shot to take action. We are willing to offer 10 million. Dragon Soaring the World, Dragon Soaring Guild, willing to offer 20 million. Cat Ear Little Dumpling, can't afford the big shot. Justin. Ad, Azure Fantasy is recruiting many guild girls. The president is a cute girl. Add me for details. Many large guilds and clubs began to offer sky-high prices on the public screen, while some smaller Guilds with limited funds also took this opportunity to advertise. Just then, a heart-stopping number appeared on the public screen. One dream falls like snow. Yenyu Pavilion is willing to offer 100 million. Please let the Wolf Warrior take action. 100 million. My heart raced wildly. Even Yang Chen, upon seeing the number 100 million, couldn't help but have his pupils constrict sharply. To a top billionaire, it might just be a small target. But for an ordinary person, this number is a dream that would take a lifetime to achieve. It's here. It's really here. The plot where the young lady from a super family throws money in my face. I'm just a local dog. I love reading feel-good stories. Please let this kind of plot happen to me a few more times. Should I agree to her directly? Wouldn't that seem too low-class, completely lacking the restraint of a peerless master? Wolf Warrior, bring a few legs. Let's see the sincerity. With one sentence, he displayed the demeanor of a master. Shrimp head man. Shrimp head man. Shrimp head man. Wow, the Wolf Warrior really replied. The Wolf Warrior is also a person of sentiment, still has the leisure to look at legs at such a moment. Pah, disgusting, really sleazy, really low. Stop chatting, come save us. The public screen instantly became lively, and the Wolf Warrior's actions sparked huge controversy again. Many female players fired back, pressing him down in public opinion and rubbing him in the dirt. At this moment, the owner of Yenyu Pavilion spoke again. One dream falls like snow. Check your private messages. Did she really send it? Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he opened his private message interface, which had long been flooded with information. Millions of messages poured down like a waterfall, some seeking to cling to a thigh, some asking for cooperation, some sending memes, and even some sending dick pics. He directly activated the search function. Entering ID, one dream falls like snow. Clicking on the avatar, there were no extra words, only 3 high-definition images quietly lying there. The background of the photos seemed to be an antique study. Under the soft warm light, a woman lay sideways on a luxurious couch covered with silk cushions. She wore a fitted ink-colored cheongsam, with a slit so high it almost reached the root of her thigh. Beneath the cheongsam were those dazzling jade-like legs. Her skin was fair and smooth, glistening with a layer of ivory-like warm and delicate sheen under the light. From the rounded, full, perfectly curved thighs to the slender, tight calves with faint muscle lines, and then to the exquisite, petite, well-proportioned ankles, every detail was perfect. Good legs. What great legs. The second photo had a bolder angle. She seemed to have changed her pose, her legs elegantly crossed, slightly curled. This angle showcased the curve of her calves and the delicacy of her ankles to perfection. On that fair skin, a hint of lace-trimmed stocking edges was faintly visible, the exquisite black lace forming a strong visual contrast with the smooth, snowy skin. The third photo. It could almost be described as erotic, and I can't describe more here. So sincere. This is incredibly sincere. Agreed. Yang Chen accepted the friend request, but Big Head wasn't completely under little heads. Control and brought up some conditions. Killing monsters, defeating bosses, no problem at all. I want to enjoy the experience and equipment exclusively, not team up with anyone. Also, I don't want cash. Convert the entire 100 million into equivalent blood coins. Killing monsters is fine. Defeating bosses is no problem. This is just a matter of convenience. After all, I need to level up to 20, and it doesn't matter where I grind monsters, plus I can earn a large sum of money, why not? You have received 100 million. After Yang Chen stated his conditions, one dream falls like snow wasted no time and directly transferred 100 million to his bank account. What is going on? Didn't she say to pay with blood coins? Why did she directly give 100 million in cash? Mr. Wolf Warrior, we don't have many blood coins, only 160,000 for now. Consider this 100 million as a deposit, and the 160,000 blood coins will be sent to you after you complete the commission. A dream of falling snow sent a message. Is this the mindset of top billionaires? She agreed to all the conditions, presenting the promised 100 million in cash without batting an eye, and even added an extra 160,000 blood coins as a reward. What does it mean to be wealthy and extravagant? What does it mean to not be short on money? Today, Yang Chen finally witnessed it. Is this how rich people conduct business? This sincerity, this treatment, this skill in winning hearts. If Yang Chen were a naive college student just starting out, he would probably be completely dazzled by this combination of tactics, willingly bowing down under the pomegranate skirt of a dream of falling snow. Fortunately, after so many years as a battle wolf, he could maintain his composure under such extreme temptation. Send a location. Yang Chen didn't waste any more words. When you take someone's money, you should do the work. Rust Town. A dream of falling snow sent the name of the town. Yang Chen turned and strode towards the teleportation array at the port, the system's prompt ringing in his ears at just the right moment. You can teleport to other areas to assist in liberating polluted zones, assistance remaining 2/3. There are 2 chances left. He must seize the opportunity. Teleport Rust Town. A brilliant blue light instantly enveloped him, and the next second, the surrounding environment spun wildly, undergoing a dramatic change. Rust Town, this is a town born for forging. The air is filled with a strong, burnt metallic smell unique to metal scorched by high temperatures, mixed with the dust of coal ash. Almost every building's ground floor features large stone chimneys, revealing one blacksmith shop after another. The signs hanging at the entrance, which should have been intricately carved with various swords, shields, and armor, now only show rusted, blurred iron lumps, eroded by time and some mysterious force. On both sides of the street, piles of rusted metal ingots and discarded scraps, long since fused together, resemble small mountains, as if they were graves of steel. Kill. Hold the line. Front row, hold the line. Where's the healer? Healer, heal quickly. I'm out of mana. Who has blue potions? Ah. Before Yang Chen could observe carefully, a series of piercing screams and chaotic roars came from the direction of the town center. A large number of players were being slaughtered by a group of rust-red monsters. Rust Knights, these are humanoid monsters over 2 meters tall, twisted in form. Their armor is covered in a reddish-orange rust, emitting a pungent odor. The rust pulsates like beating veins on the surface of the armor. A highly corrosive rust-colored liquid occasionally drips from the gaps in the armor, drip drip, corroding the hard stone floor into small pits that emit smoke. Can't hold on. Fall back, thud. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. A player was split in half, and the surrounding players screamed in terror. The Rust Knight gripped a giant sword and battle axe, both equally rusted, each swing producing a sharp metallic scraping sound, like a teacher's nails scratching a blackboard. 1 slash per person, as if chopping vegetables. Amidst this chaotic slaughter, one team stood out remarkably. Mist Rain Pavilion, this elite team of about 50 members was currently forming a standard defensive formation. They stood firm in front of the resurrection point, struggling to hold back the tide of Rust Knights, buying precious breathing time for the ordinary players, continuously respawning behind them. At the very front of the team were 5 heavily armored warriors clad in thick plate armor and wielding tower shields. They connected their massive shields together, forming a steel barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The rusted giant sword struck the shield formation repeatedly, erupting with deafening roars and dazzling sparks. The warriors gritted their teeth, their arm muscles trembling violently from the immense impact, blood even seeping from the corners of their mouths, yet they still fought on without retreat. Behind them stood a dozen elemental mages wielding staffs and rangers with longbows. Ice spikes, fireballs, lightning arrows, various deadly ranged attacks converged in their hands into torrents of destruction, roaring towards the knights, exploding into brilliant and lethal bursts of light among the monster ranks. At the rear of the formation were the healers responsible for support. Soft light fell like spring rain, healing the wounds of the front-line warriors. Impressive. Yang Chen's eyes lit up, unable to suppress his admiration. This Yenyu Pavilion could actually withstand the onslaught of the monster army. Their cooperation was seamless, each person fulfilling their role, maximizing the team's strength. Especially a graceful and ethereal slender figure. That was a female warrior. No, more accurately, she was a swordswoman, dressed simply, yet neatly in a blue robe. Her long black hair was tied back with a simple cloth band. The ancient sword in her hand was long and glimmered coldly. Each swing carried a beauty like flowing clouds and flowing water, yet concealed a deadly intent. Alone, she maneuvered around the flanks of the rusted knights, her steps unpredictable, like green bamboo swaying in the wind, seemingly fragile yet unyielding. Yiming Luoxue, it seemed she had her own adventures, learning some ancient sword techniques from Huaxia. Facing 2 rusted knights wielding massive swords, Yiming Luoxue advanced instead of retreating. The tip of her sword traced a smooth arc in the air, deftly deflecting a knight's heavy slash, her body shifting just in time to narrowly evade another knight's sweeping attack. The sword light reappeared, like a fleeting glimpse of a startled swan. This strike precisely pierced the gap in the armor of the first knight, triggering a series of dark red critical damage numbers. Impressive. Yang Chen almost wanted to applaud Yimon Luoxue. Unfortunately, the damage was a bit low. It took a long struggle to kill a rusted knight. While Yang Chen admired this spectacular battle, not far from him, several newly resurrected players, still shaken, were whispering among themselves. My god, the leader of Yenyu Pavilion is too strong. Yeah. Yimon Luoxue single-handedly held off 2 monsters. Her skills are top-notch. I heard she's a big shot in real life. Her father seems to be the chairman of some conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions? Are you kidding? Why would I lie? Otherwise, how could she casually take out $1 million to invite the werewolf boss? I searched for her photos before. She's not any worse than those internet celebrities, just has a cold personality. What do you know? An ice queen, that's just my type. Listening to their gossip, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. An ice queen? Images of those 3 stunning photos involuntarily flashed in his mind. This was no ice queen, it was clearly a volcano that could erupt at any moment. A mutation occurred. The brutal battlefield reached a fever pitch, and a chilling change quietly unfolded. Those rusted knights, who had been harvesting player lives after bathing in enough death and despair, triggered an evolution mechanism. Roar! Accompanied by waves of painful and frenzied howls, several rusted knights charging at the forefront began to uncontrollably swell. Within them, it seemed countless twisted flesh and blood were growing wildly, straining the already rusted armor to creak ominously. Large patches of rust flaked off like dried blood scabs, revealing the repulsive dark red tendons beneath, writhing like worms. In just a few seconds, they grew to nearly 3 meters tall, resembling muscle-bound iron giants. Not only that, even the giant swords in their hands were covered in twisted flesh and blood, becoming even larger and filled with jagged, uneven serrations. Rust Knight Elite Rust Knight Boss. Although they did not reach the level of a bronze boss, they could easily eliminate ordinary players. Shield Wall. Hold the line, the commander of the Misty Rain Pavilion shouted hoarsely, but it was already too late. A boss-level Rust Knight ignored the ice spikes and fireballs cast by the mages. Its massive body crashed into the steel barrier formed by 5 heavily armored warriors like an out-of-control battering ram. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The once indestructible tower's shield instantly caved in, deformed, and shattered upon impact. The leading heavy armored warrior didn't even have time to scream before being sent flying, shield and all, and while still in midair, was bisected by the following rust giant sword. One strike. Just one strike. The heavily armored warrior, with high defense and thick armor, was killed as easily as chopping vegetables. The tallest and most terrifying boss level knight then sought out the more threatening Azure figure. A dream falling snow felt an unprecedented pressure, her internal alarm bells ringing. There was no retreat. As a pillar of the Misty Rain Pavilion, she absolutely could not lose here, otherwise, the morale would collapse like a breached dam. The 3-foot Azure blade drew a beautiful sword flower, the sword like a swimming dragon, piercing straight towards the throat of the boss knight. That was the weakest point in its armor. However, facing this exquisite strike, the boss knight couldn't even be bothered to block. It simply swung its weapon brutally, bringing down the giant sword the size of a door from above. There was no technique, no form, only the purest, most primal, suffocating violence. I will die. A dream. Falling Snow's pupils suddenly constricted. She had to abandon her attack, twisting her wrist to bring the longsword horizontally in front of her, trying to block this terrifying blow. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed across the battlefield. An unimaginable, tsunami-like force surged along the blade towards her arm. A dream Falling Snow felt her entire right arm go numb in an instant, a tearing pain radiating from her palm, warm blood instantly soaking the cloth wrapping the sword's hilt. Put! A sweet taste filled her throat and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her body uncontrollably flying backward, nearly losing her grip on the 3-foot Azure blade. How could it be this powerful? For the first time, disbelief and horror showed in her eyes. It's over. The tide of monsters was already unstoppable. These evolved elites and bosses had become the last straw that broke the camel's back, instantly turning the tide of battle. At that moment, a dream Falling Snow was about to crash heavily onto the cold stone slab, but a figure appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, catching her securely in his arms. Blink! It was a warm and strong embrace, the fur of the tiger cloak feeling incredibly comfortable. Hey, babe. A slightly greasy yet magnetic bubble voice elongated in her ear. Yang Chen looked down at the stunning beauty in his arms, a smirk playing on his lips as he raised an eyebrow at her teasingly. A dream Falling Snow's delicate brows furrowed tightly, a mix of embarrassment and wariness flooding her heart. Almost instinctively, she exerted all her strength to break free from the unfamiliar embrace, staggering but regaining her balance, creating distance between them. Who are you? A dream Falling Snow asked coldly, her right hand gripping the sword still trembling slightly, the sharp pain in her palm making it nearly impossible to hold her weapon tightly. She warily scrutinized the man before her. He was dressed in an extremely flamboyant tiger cloak, his gaze particularly lewd, always lingering on a dream Falling Snow's long legs. You just sent me a picture of your legs. Yang Chen grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, his image score plummeting to 0. It was simply too cringeworthy. A picture of legs? So he is the werewolf. Imengluox's body stiffened suddenly, a flicker of surprise mixed with a hint of disappointment flashing through her cold phoenix eyes. The world's #1 werewolf seemed to be lacking a bit in image management. Watch out. In a daze, Imengluoxa caught a glimpse of a massive shadow descending from above in her peripheral vision, almost instinctively shouting a loud warning. The rusted knight of the leader level had already raised the giant sword, as large as a door, and, with a howl that tore through the air, it swung down fiercely towards Yang Chen's head. This strike was enough to split steel in half. However, Yang Chen didn't even have the thought of dodging. He even maintained that slightly frivolous smile, standing there foolishly. Is he trying to get himself killed? The world's #1 werewolf was about to be killed. Bang! A deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. That rusted giant sword, capable of splitting mountains and rocks, struck solidly on Yang Chen's head. The anticipated bloody scene of brain matter splattering did not occur. It was as if the giant sword had struck an indestructible divine metal. At the moment of collision between the blade and his head, a dazzling burst of sparks erupted. Yang Chen's body didn't even sway an inch. The full force strike of the immune knight leader was actually immune? In Imengluox's cold eyes, disbelief was written all over. She even doubted whether she was hallucinating due to her injuries. How is this possible? The terror of a full-force strike from that leader-level night monster was something Mangluaksa knew all too well. Even if she blocked with her Qingfeng, her health would still drop by more than half, yet the war wolf took it on his head? Unscathed. Immune. Did he practice Iron Head skills or something? So then, I'm about to start. Yang Chen turned around, lightning radiance surging between his palms. The dazzling blue and white arcs of electricity danced wildly at his fingertips, bursting forth with brilliant sparks. That violent lightning energy coalesced into two long whips that seemed tangible, striking fiercely at the surrounding rusted knights. Three-dimensional mixed round force, pinecone bounce lightning whip. Crack, crack, crack. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips. The lightning whips struck the hard rusted armor, producing crisp explosive sounds. Immediately after, a more terrifying scene unfolded. Thick arcs of electricity transformed into living thunderous pythons, instantly shooting out from the struck knights, weaving madly through the dense monster crowd. Lightning chain. This was the effect triggered by the lightning. 5-chain whip. Paralysis trigger, X4. Paralysis trigger, X4. Flying dragon probing cloud hand trigger. Wherever the lightning passed, those rusted knights, once imposing and slaughtering all, whether elite or ordinary units, instantly froze in place. Their bodies were pierced by the violent current, trembling and convulsing violently. The sturdy armor became scalding red hot, with acrid smoke billowing from the seams. -135. Critical hit, -68. Lightning damage. X4 Yang Chen's normal attack dealt massive damage while the lightning chain triggered paralysis and additional damage. Yang Chen had 34 points of intelligence. The weakness of these knights in iron armor was lightning, so the lightning chain could deal double damage. In the blink of an eye, the situation at the forefront of the battlefield was under control. Yang Chen single-handedly withstood over a dozen rusted knights. Even the leader and elite were hard controlled on the spot. Mangluaksu was completely stunned. What kind of technique is this? Is this the power of the world's #1? Strong, domineering, unreasonable. She looked at the man standing at the center of the lightning and sparks, like a god wielding divine punishment, and a tremendous wave surged in her heart. This was just the beginning. Toxic paint, a thick, purulent liquid covered his fists like a tiger's claws. Within that slime, there were specks of deep blue ice crystals, along with wisps of a sinister black-purple poison. Deadly strike fist. Yang Chen's figure shot into the pile of monsters like an arrow released from a bow. His fists moved so fast that only blurred after images remained, accurately smashing into the chest plate of an elite knight. -165. Critical hit, -159. Critical hit, bleeding, blood-soaked, wounds torn apart. Deadly poison, cold venom of the incurable plague, flying dragon probing the clouds. A simple 2-hit combo not only dealt high critical damage but also unleashed a dazzling array of negative statuses. The elite knight's seemingly indestructible chest plate crumpled under the force of his punches, collapsing and shattering like rotten wood. 2 gruesome wounds appeared on its chest, bursting forth with a large spurt of filthy blood mixed with contaminated, foul-smelling green pus. Immediately, a layer of white frost rapidly spread from the wounds, enveloping its massive body. Deep blue ice crystals pierced through the gaps in its armor, making its already stiff movements even slower. Roar! The elite knight let out a reluctant low growl, trying to raise its giant sword to counterattack. However, the dense array of negative status icons above its head merely twitched slightly. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, then crashed to the ground, completely lifeless, killed by the bleeding and deadly poison status. A small skill had instantly slain an elite-level rusted knight. What? Not far away, the members of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, who were commanding the battle, were wide-eyed in disbelief. The attack power, is it really that high? That was an elite-level monster. A small elite team could barely wear down such a powerful creature after a few minutes of struggle. Yet it was killed in one move? But that wasn't the end. Yang Chen's figure transformed into a true whirlwind of death on the battlefield. He was even too lazy to use skills, simply using his fists, covered in deadly poison, to perform the most basic, primitive normal attacks. Bang! Bang! 2 more punches landed solidly on another ordinary rusted knight. The same effect, the same instant kill. The knight didn't even have a chance to react before it followed its companion to the ground with a crash. Mangluaksa tightened her grip on her sword unconsciously. Her cold phoenix eyes could no longer maintain their calm, filled with an indescribable shock. Not just skills. Even his normal attacks could easily slay these monsters that left ordinary players in despair. Just how unfathomably high was this man's damage? There's hope now. The War Wolf boss is amazing. What are you standing there for? Go help. The arrival of the War Wolf boss overturned the atmosphere of despair, and the players became eager to join in, as victory seemed just within reach. Mangluaksa's beautiful eyes sparkled, ready to join with her sword in hand, but at that moment, Yang Chen's voice rang out. Everyone, stay back. I want to enjoy the experience alone. Yang Chen felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing the crowd rushing in. There were so many monsters, he couldn't let others snatch the experience away. He wanted to enjoy it all himself and push for level 20. The members of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion were left speechless by Yang Chen's declaration of enjoying the experience alone when they witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. The man who had just been slaughtering everything began to shake his head at an unfathomable frequency. What was he doing? Dancing like a shaman? Was he having a seizure? As everyone stood there dumbfounded, Yang Chen pulled out a bottle made of black volcanic rock from his backpack. He tilted his head back and gulped down the bottle of blood wine that looked quite valuable. For the next 24 hours, the experience points gained from killing targets will be increased by 100%. You have entered a drunken state. Talent Drunken Song. Triggered Drunken Song. Under the drunken state, immune to pain effects with a 10% chance to evade enemy normal attacks. Yang Chen's demeanor underwent a subtle change. His gaze became somewhat hazy. His steps began to stagger and his body swayed as if he were a drunken man ready to topple over at any moment. Strangely enough, this drunkenness not only did not make him appear disheveled, but instead added an indescribable, carefree charm. Roar! Chief, Level Knight let out a thunderous roar. It swung its massive, rusted greatsword again, striking down towards Yang Chen's back with the force of a mountain splitting. Yet, it was as if Yang Chen had eyes on the back of his head. He didn't even turn around, his body merely swayed gently to the side like willow fluff blown by the wind. This seemingly casual, even somewhat unsteady movement allowed him to perfectly evade the greatsword that could have cleaved him in two by mere millimeters. Evasion. The sword wind howled past his ear, lifting a corner of his tiger skin cloak, yet not a single hair on his head was touched. Evasion? Was it a coincidence? No. Under the blessing of the super invincible lucky star talent, that originally 10% chance of evasion had transformed into an absolutely unreasonable 100%. Roar! 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 All the rusted knights around closed in. Dozens of rusted greatswords and battle axes swung down from various tricky angles, simultaneously hacking, sweeping, and smashing towards Yang Chen's vital points. The sword net was like a forest, the axe shadows like mountains. That impenetrable assault sealed off all his escape routes, forming a deadly trap. However, what happened next completely overturned people's perceptions and shattered their understanding of the word battle. Yang Chen's body transformed into a blurred afterimage, dancing gracefully amidst the flashes of blades. His body moved in a way that defied the laws of physics, weaving between the sword edges and axe blades. Sometimes leaning forward, sometimes leaning back, sometimes swaying left, sometimes swaying right. Every movement seemed perilous, yet he always managed to evade all attacks with the smallest of margins and the most incredible angles. He closed his eyes, shook his head, and let his body sway to some mysterious rhythm, weaving through all the enemies. Evasion, 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 miss, clang, clang, bang. The greatswords and battle axes collided violently due to the loss of their target, erupting with piercing roars and dazzling sparks. The frenzied attacks of the rusted knights even struck their companions nearby, causing significant damage. Rusty sword slashed. The rusted knight chief gathered all its strength, unleashing his sword energy in its strike. Immunity. Yang Chen couldn't dodge the skill, but the damage was blocked by the cursed titan's body immunity, still losing not a single point of health. Oh, Drunken Song can only evade normal attacks, but cannot evade skills? Yang Chen took another careful look at the talent description. The 100% evasion was not absolute invincibility and wouldn't work against skills. A bit of a pity. I wonder if after upgrading the talent, it could resolve value full. Yang Chen glanced at the resolve value again. The energy bar was already full, and both immunity and evasion could increase the full resolve energy bar, enhancing all attributes. The 6-dimensional attributes doubled. Attack speed, movement speed, stamina recovery speed, all combat attributes significantly improved. The most useful was the skill cooldown reduction, which at least lowered the cooldown time of all skills by over 30%. Not bad. No need to use the final explosive ultimate move. Keeping the resolve value full to enhance combat attributes is also good. Yang Chen explored various strategies. The enhancement effects brought by the resolve value continued, proving to be more effective for prolonged tug-of-war battles. Good. New attribute testing is complete. Let's activate the real monster farming mode. Monkey steals peach, steal the rusted knight's treasure, steal the rusted knight's greatsword, steal the rusted knight's armor, steal the rusted knight's chief's exquisite greatsword. Stealing treasures is the most important thing. Yang Chen also stole some top-notch and exquisite quality gear from the chief, which is sure to fetch a high price. The efficiency of farming monsters can also be improved. Yang Chen picked up the plague demon's waistcloth and put it on, then used the poison application skill. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he skillfully donned the oversized shorts filled with evil energy. Immediately after, Yang Chen raised his hand, his palm covered with thick green pus, mixed with ice crystals and the bizarre poisons of black and purple plague, and without hesitation slapped it onto his shorts. Boom! A dense, dark green poisonous mist erupted from Yang Chen, spreading like a tsunami. It was an indescribable stench. It was as if 1,000 expired herring cans combined with heaps of rotten eggs were all thrown into a blender and mixed, then fermented for a month to create the ultimate odor. Ugh! The distance, those players who had just been awed by the incredible dodging skills suddenly caught a whiff of the foul odor from the shorts, and their faces turned a sickly green. Everyone bent over, unable to control their violent retching. What is that smell? I can't breathe. I can't take it anymore. The smell is not only foul but also stings the eyes. The cold, stunningly beautiful face of Manhwa also lost all color in an instant. She instinctively pinched her nose, her stomach churning, but still couldn't help but retch a few times, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. In the center of the battlefield, those rusted knights who had just been fierce and menacing became the most direct victims. Foul corruption gas. Within a 20-meter radius, all creatures are inflicted with a layer of deadly poison every 5 seconds. Under the effect of the rotting talent, this value doubles, becoming 2 layers. Even more deadly, the 2 bizarre poisons attached to the poison application skill also invaded their bodies along with the mist. Strange python cold poison incurable plague crack. The bodies of the rusted knights were instantly covered with a thick layer of white frost, their movements becoming slower than snails. Blue ice crystals burst out madly from the seams of their armor, as if they were to be completely frozen into ice sculptures. At the same time, an invisible curse power was crazily reducing their attributes. Before the knights could even get close to Yang Chen, their health rapidly declined under the torment of various bizarre poisons. They couldn't even organize a decent attack before collapsing one after another with wails. They were done for. In less than half a minute, all the contaminated monsters within a 20-meter radius had fallen. Fully automatic monster farming. Yang Chen didn't even need to lift a finger. Just wearing these oversized shorts, he could stroll through the monster crowd and efficiently reap lives. The monsters in the town are almost cleared. Yang Chen revealed a cruel smile as he approached the town gate. Standing there, no one could pass. This was truly a one-man barrier, impenetrable by thousands. The rusted knights continuously surged in from outside the town, and as soon as they stepped into the poisonous mist, they automatically walked towards death like moths to a flame. During this process, Yang Chen naturally didn't remain idle. He was like a diligent farmer, leisurely harvesting spoils in his poison mist domain. Monkey steals peach, flying dragon explores the clouds. Various skills needing upgrades were used in succession. Under the enhancement of energy resolution, combined with the fixed reduction of cooldown seconds from shaking his head, all skills joyfully cycled. Experience. Plus 100 experience, plus 100 proficiency, plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 surprise. The blood wine brought an enormous surprise. The double experience boost from the blood wine made his level soar like a rocket. Even more astonishing was that the acquisition of skill proficiency also enjoyed this boost. Ding, your level has risen to level 16, all attributes plus 1, free attribute points plus 5. Your level has risen to level 17, all attributes plus 1, free attribute points plus 5. Yang Chen stood at the entrance of the small town for several hours. Experience points skyrocketed, and skill proficiency accumulated rapidly. This was not just monster grinding, it was even more exaggerated than using a cheat code for a hack-and-slash game. In the distance, Manhwa and the members of the Misty Rain Pavilion behind her had become completely numb. They finally understood why this man could boldly say exclusive experience. It was not arrogance, nor was it vanity, but a simple statement of fact. He truly had the ability and the qualifications to enjoy all the resources in this area exclusively. A magical farce. The scene before them resembled a bizarre and fantastical magical farce. Yang Chen was undoubtedly the most dazzling and absurd protagonist in this farce. Upon closer inspection, he wore a majestic tiger cloak on his upper body, but on his lower half, he had on a pair of shorts that emitted a stench worthy of a biochemical weapon. He staggered forward, his body swaying like a drunkard who had just stumbled out of a tavern. The frequency at which his head bobbed was even faster than the most dazzling disco ball in a nightclub. Ridiculous. Insane. Yet, the seemingly unreliable man single-handedly blocked the army of monsters, saving all the players in Rust Town. Manhwa's cold phoenix eyes gazed at the figure that flickered in and out of the poisonous mist, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She recalled the 3 photos she had sent. They were 3 photos that could make any man's blood race. An unnatural blush crept up her cold, jade-like cheeks, making her feel a bit warm. President? Your face is so red, is your injury still not healed? A clear and pleasant voice interrupted Manhwa's thoughts. It was the vice president of the Misty Rain Pavilion, a girl named Qing Siwan. She was beautiful, and her bright eyes were filled with concern and worry at that moment. Qing Siwan's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, making Manhwa's expression even more peculiar. I'm fine. It's just, the battle was too intense, and I haven't recovered yet. Manhwa awkwardly averted her gaze, cleared her throat, and tried to use her usual cold demeanor to mask her current embarrassment. Oh, Chang Siwan nodded, seemingly understanding, but seeing the president's slightly flustered expression, a small doubt arose in her heart. Manhwa quickly adjusted her mindset, regaining the composure and authority of a leader, and began to issue orders. Now is not the time to relax. Everyone, take out all the remaining health potions and mana potions you have, and hand them in collectively. Xing Siwan, you will be responsible for counting and distributing them, prioritizing the frontline warriors and the heavily consuming healers. A qualified leader. The members of the Misty Rain Pavilion organized themselves methodically. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently without warning. Boom! The sound seemed to come from the depths of the earth, dull and oppressive, causing the entire Rust town to tremble. The hard stone pavement cracked inch by inch, with countless deep fissures spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Outside the town, the enormous furnace that had long been abandoned but symbolized royal power began to emit ominous rumblings. A large amount of rust water gushed out from the cracks of the furnace like boiling magma, dyeing everything around it in a layer of desperate orange-red. Immediately after, in the horrified gaze of the players, a gigantic and grotesque arm, composed of twisted rust and bones, shot out from the furnace, slamming heavily onto the ground. Warning! Golden Lord, King of Rust, awakened. Accompanied by the system's cold prompt, that terrifying entity slowly crawled out of the furnace. It was a horrifying giant seated upon a throne forged from countless scrap metal, weapons, and bones. Huge and bloated, standing 7 or 8 meters tall, it resembled a moving mountain of steel. The golden armor that once symbolized supreme glory was now eroded beyond recognition by time and curses, transformed into a mass of writhing, growing rust tumors. The crown that represented power had long lost its former brilliance, turning into a cluster of sharp rust crystals that flickered with dangerous light. With each breath, it exhaled large clouds of orange-red, dandelion-like rust spores from the gaps in its rust-clogged faceplate. The spores drifted with the wind, landing on the ground and corroding the hard rock with a sizzling sound, releasing puffs of green smoke. The King of Rust. Is this the golden-level Lord Boss? A suffocating aura of terror instantly enveloped the entire Rust town. All players, regardless of their levels, felt a difficulty in breathing under this oppressive atmosphere, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping their throats. However, this terrifying king showed no intention of attacking the town immediately. He simply sat quietly on his throne, indifferently surveying his territory. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to be coming over. The golden-level lord shouldn't attack on the first night, right? Realizing this, the players collectively let out a long sigh of relief, their tense nerves easing slightly. Mengluoksu also secretly rejoiced, as her heart, which had nearly jumped into her throat, finally began to settle down. There was still time. As long as the Lord Boss did not actively attack the town, they still had time to clear out those elites and bosses, to level up, to learn new skills, to replace powerful equipment, to find ways to overcome all of this. Just when everyone thought they were temporarily safe, a jarring voice suddenly rang out on the battlefield. Ha ha ha. The voice was filled with wildness and unruliness, tinged with an uncontrollable excitement. After grinding for most of the night, it finally came out. Everyone turned to look, only to see the man blocking the town's gate, now laughing maniacally. There was no trace of fear on his face, instead, it was filled with ferocity and fervor. His gaze greedily fixed on the distant, mountain-like giant boss. What was he planning? An absurd and terrifying thought simultaneously surfaced in everyone's minds. Don't tell me, the War Wolf is planning to challenge the King of Rust right now? Is this the strength of the world's #1? Continuously liberating polluted areas, continuously soloing golden bosses, the lord with the highest combat power in the area kills at will. Suddenly, the wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. No, I can't waste this opportunity. Yang Chen stroked his chin, calculating shrewdly. Based on previous experience, once a polluted area was liberated, no more monsters would respawn. By that time, these Rust Knights, surging like a tide, would disappear with the death of the boss. They were walking experience packs in equipment stores. His precious assistance chances totaled only 3. He had used one in the Twisted Harbor, and Rust Town was the second, leaving Yang Chen with only one last chance to enter the polluted area. What if something unexpected happened? The safest method is to directly hit level 20 in Rust Town, first securing the world rewards before anything else. Keep grinding. Monsters. Let's reach level 19 first, then go for the boss. With the double experience from blood potions, it's enough to level up to 20. Yang Chen made up his mind to continue blocking the entrance. Grinding small monsters, poisoning the rusted knights in large numbers. He. Come on, my little darlings. Yang Chen spread his arms wide, as if embracing his lover, wearing an incredibly enthusiastic smile, enjoying the thrill of rapidly increasing experience points. Time passed second by second in this tedious yet efficient slaughter. Soon, a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. A new day had arrived. That night, he didn't know how many rusted knights he had farmed. The system's cold and solemn voice echoed in every player's ears once again. Dawn breaks, the second day. Challengers, please arrange your time wisely. The time for the abyss to descend had already passed 24 hours. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting down on this cursed land, and those once frenzied rusted knights noticeably slowed their assault. The writhing rust on their bodies emitted a sizzling sound under the sunlight, releasing puffs of black smoke as if they were being purified. The sun is scorching. Daylight arrives, all dark creatures' attributes will be suppressed. The system's prompt brought a glimmer of hope to all players who had struggled in despair throughout the night. It's dawn. We survived. Great, the monsters are weaker. Whoa. I made it. After a brief silence, a deafening cheer erupted throughout Rust Town. Players cried tears of joy, embracing each other, excitedly celebrating that they had finally endured this long and terrifying night. However, the players in Rust Town were still lucky, with Yang Chen guarding the town entrance. They hadn't suffered too much. Other towns, however, were in dire straits. I died over 20 times. I lost all my gear. What's that to me? My lifespan was directly reduced by 15 years. 15 years. Bro, stop crying. Just being alive is good. Hurry up and level up. While the monster's attributes are suppressed during the day, this is our best chance to improve ourselves. Right, only 12 hours left. We must level up and change our gear as much as possible before the next night comes. The players quickly calmed down from their ecstasy. The Abyss is not a casual online game. This is another cruel world. People opened their friend lists and found many names turned gray. In just one night, many players had exhausted their lifespans, dying forever in the Abyss. Teaching people is futile. Experience teaches once is enough. Players began to take the Abyss world seriously, spontaneously organizing to quickly level up during this precious daytime, spending their fortunes to buy various equipment. The second night. In another 12 hours, an even more brutal night was about to arrive. At this moment, Yang Chen stretched widely, looking disappointedly into the distance, as no more rusted nights were coming to offer experience. You have leveled up to 18, all attributes +1, free attribute points +5 additionally. The harvest that night was not small. Yang Chen killed over 1,000 rusted knights, earning 400 big treasures. The common gear in the sludge soup had melted nearly 2,000 pieces, thick and viscous to the extreme. Lightning Whip, realm enhanced. The realm of the Lightning Whip had also advanced to a new level, with its special effects enhanced accordingly. Lightning Chain, 7 enemies within a 20-meter range also receive lightning damage. The special effect triggered by the Lightning Whip increased its range from 10 meters to 20 meters, and the number of targets hit increased from 3 to 7. Not bad. There's more hope now. Feeling a bit sleepy, Yang Chen rubbed his eyes, which had developed a few bloodshot lines. 24 hours without rest, the high-intensity monster grinding left him a bit mentally exhausted, but looking at the rapidly rising experience bar, it was all worth it. Fortunately, his spirit was high enough. Otherwise, he would have to stay up all night and risk a heart attack. Keep going. Grind to level 19, then go fight the boss. Everyone is tired. If you can't hold on, you can take a nap. All teams must gather before 10 p.m. We must become stronger before the next night falls. Meng Luoxue faced the misty rain pavilion, her brief and powerful words quickly re-establishing the backbone of this elite team. After arranging everything, her cold phoenix eyes instinctively began to search the battlefield. Where is Wolf? Warrior. That man who single-handedly turned the tide of the battle, where is he now? Where are you? You've been busy all night, don't you need to rest for a bit? Meng Luoxue sent a message. The icy beauty revealing a hint of concern. Rest? At my level, can I even sleep? You might as well send me a few more pictures of your legs to perk me up. Yang Chen quickly replied, his words as arrogant and lewd as ever. He had returned to the grinding spot, starting to clear out the rusted knights that had weakened with the arrival of daylight. The efficiency was slow. He had to run around to find monsters, killing them one by one, far less exhilarating than the previous night's reckless charge. Just as Yang Chen was feeling a bit bored, the notification sound for a private message chimed again. At that moment, Meng Luoxue really sent a tempting photo. Not just a leg shot, but also one of her in a backless evening gown. The first photo was taken from below, the woman lazily reclining on a soft sofa, her legs slightly crossed. The black silk thigh-high stockings wrapped around her long, slender calves, the delicate lace trim clinging to her fair thigh, leaving an infinite space for imagination in that mysterious area known as the Absolute Territory. The second photo was enough to make any man's breath quicken. She wore a moon-white silk evening gown, the fabric flowing like moonlight, tightly hugging her exquisite curves. Her flawless back was fully displayed in front of the camera. From her delicate neck to her butterfly-like shoulder blades, and down to her tiny waist, every inch of her figure was filled with deadly allure. Most enticing was a small, faint beauty mark near her waist, like a touch of vermilion in the snow, serving as the finishing touch. Exciting! It lifted his spirits. Risque pictures bring joy, a real thrill. These were all taken by my best friend. Meng Luoxue added an explanation behind the photos, seemingly not wanting others to misunderstand. Hee if there's a chance, I can help you take some. Yang Chen replied even more lewdly, balancing monster hunting and flirting. Okay. Meng Luoxue replied succinctly, leaving Yang Chen a bit at a loss. His wolf warrior career had never been so smooth in terms of flirting. Although his flirting skills were maxed out, his practical experience was still lacking, and he hadn't even leveled up his photography skills. I'll grind monsters first, we can chat later. Yang Chen awkwardly closed the chat box. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. He really didn't know how to handle a woman who readily agreed to everything. Meanwhile, Meng Luoxue closed the chat box, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Is this what it means to be the world's number one? Meng Luoxue lightly bit her lip, murmuring to herself. The wolf warrior seemed cynical, lewd, and comical, but he knew exactly what to do. He had strength. He had a plan. He had perseverance. While everyone else was slacking off, the wolf warrior was using a nearly self-destructive method to crazily widen the gap between himself and others. This distance would only grow larger. Even the world's #1 works this hard. What right do I have to rest? A dream of falling. Snow slowly lowered her head and glanced at the previously cracked and bleeding tiger's mouth. Although the wound had long since healed, the frustration and unwillingness in her heart still throbbed faintly. She would not give up. As one of the heirs of the Su group, Su Mushiue was never a mere ornament. Her business acumen and tactics surpassed those of several older brothers. I want to level up too. Before tonight, I must reach level 10. A dream of falling snow tightened her grip. On the 3-foot green blade, her tone resolute. President! Ching Sivan exclaimed in surprise, quickly stepping forward to support her, her bright eyes filled with concern. You should rest for a bit. There's no need to push yourself so hard. If you keep this up, your body will break down. Ching Sivan advised. Even the most elite warriors were utterly exhausted at this moment. Break down? The world's #1 is fighting hard. Why should we stop? A dream of falling snow chuckled. Self-deprecatingly. After saying that, she ignored Ching Sivan's pleas, resolutely turned around, and walked towards another area with sparse monsters, dragging her weary yet determined steps. Ching Sivan stood frozen in place, watching the president's resolute back, ultimately letting out a helpless sigh, her eyes revealing a complex expression of both admiration and heartache. This world was truly about to change. On the other side, Kill Rusted Knight, experience plus 100, Kill Rusted Knight. Experience plus 100, Yang Chen's level was stuck at 18. The experience required to level up had multiplied several times, and even with the double experience boost from the blood wine, the experience bar still rose as slowly as a snail. I'll hold off on the filth soup for now. Using the original soup to make the original food, after killing the boss, maybe I can use it to enhance my talent skills or something. The big treasure can be used. Yang Chen had 400 treasures from the rusted knights in his backpack, all of which he used. Lifespan plus 5 days, lifespan plus 5 days, strength plus 1, constitution plus 1. Yang Chen's lifespan increased by 5 years, while his strength and constitution each surged by 40 points. Terrifying. Pure power surged into his body, raising his strength to 136 points, and his constitution reached 154 points. Yang Chen could feel his blood surging, and the fists he swung created a whooshing wind, his body brimming with energy. Overall damage increased by a level. Free attribute points, 65/100. These free attribute points were accumulating more and more, and there had been some small changes. Wait a minute, can attribute points only accumulate to a maximum of 100? Yang Chen had not seen a display of a 100-point limit before. It seemed like this new rule appeared only after accumulating 50 points? The Tianyuan system forcing you to use attribute points? Or perhaps, when free attribute points accumulate to 100, it will trigger some special event. Very likely. This might not be the limit of free attribute points, but rather a condition to trigger a special event. Let's see if I can accumulate 100 points. I can gain extra attributes anyway, so I don't have any immediate needs. Yang Chen decided to continue accumulating attribute points, aiming for 100 points first. Deadly Stab Fist, minus 192. Critical hit, minus 211. Critical hit. Yang Chen's skill dealt a direct damage of 400 points. This accounted for the rusted knight's armor, and it also cleared the energy bar. Otherwise, under the condition of doubled attributes, the damage would have been even more terrifying. His health had reached an astonishing 1500 points, and considering the damage absorbed by receiving, along with the cursed titan body, he was currently invincible. Still not strong enough. This can only be considered invincible at level 20. I must stack my attributes until they overflow. Yang Chen had a severe fear of insufficient firepower. Invincibility could not be limited to just enough, he had to far surpass others by several magnitudes. At this moment, a dream of falling snow also arrived in this rusted area. Her figure was completely out of place in this battlefield filled with steel and decayed. A simple blue robe outlined her perfectly slender curves, her long black hair tied up with a matching cloth ribbon, drawing graceful arcs in the air with her movements. With a slight flick of her wrist, the 3-foot-long blade emitted a clear dragon's roar. In a flash, the sword transformed into an incredibly precise silver needle, perfectly piercing the connection point of the hard, rusty armor at the neck. Put! The sound of the blade penetrating rotten flesh spread out. A shocking critical damage number floated above the knight's head. War Wolf, I'm here to level up too. Yimeng Luoshui approached with her sword, her resolute voice seeming to want to prove something. If you want to practice, go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Yang Chen shrugged nonchalantly, revealing a very sunny smile. There are so many monsters to grind, why do you have to follow me around? Are you conquered by my heroic posture? Shrimp head. This is way too shrimp head. Boasting in front of a woman is definitely a major point deduction. It not only seems greasy but also gives a very unreliable bad impression. Heroic posture? We already experienced your heroic aura last night. It was indeed memorable. Meng Luoshue's gaze involuntarily dropped, her mouth twitching slightly. Yang Chen's image in his big shorts was something that could be remembered for a lifetime. However, this heroic aura was truly foul-smelling, even the Rusty Knight was poisoned by it. Oh dear? This young lady from 100 Billion Group has quite a sharp tongue. What? Do you want to have a little contest with me? Yang Chen's eyes flickered. The verbal tug-of-war and game of wits had never intimidated him. Transaction Meng Luoshue chuckled lightly, sent a transaction request, and then offered 60,000 blood coins. This is the first installment. You helped a lot last night, the rest will be paid after we defeat the boss. Keeping one's word. If I say 100 million, then it's 100 million. If I say I'll send you a leg photo, then I'll send you a leg photo. If I say I'll add an extra 160,000 blood coins, I absolutely mean it. Quite interesting. This woman is a type I haven't flirted with before. It seems I need to update my big data. Thanks for the invite. I'll take the money, and the matter will definitely be handled. But according to our prior agreement, I want to enjoy the experience and equipment all to myself. Yang Chen squinted his eyes into a slit, continuing in a bright and cheerful voice, who dares to touch the boss, break his legs. One thing at a time. Sending leg photos is one thing, fighting the boss is another. In front of the Golden Lord, there has never been a notion of we. All experience and equipment should belong to me. False possessiveness, baby, you belong to me alone. True possessiveness, all that dropped. Equipment belongs to me. Everyone loves beautiful women, but they still fall slightly short in front of the boss. Flirting is fine, but if you want to touch my boss, not a chance. The smile on Meng Luoshue's face instantly froze. Su Mushue, that's her name. The jewel of the Su family group. The president of the Yen Yu Pavilion, who is unyielding. In her decisions, she is the center of attention in both the real world and in Tianyuan. Su Mushue has seen many men who are excessively flattering and ingratiating. She is extremely averse to those who are self-righteous, filled with yellow waste, or who covet power and money. War Wolf is that kind of man. Sleazy, greedy, and full of flaws. Countless shortcomings. But for some reason, the flawed War Wolf didn't make Su Mushue feel disgusted. Was it because of his immense strength? Or because of his unreserved, straightforward nature? Su Mushue's beautiful eyes flickered, her gaze towards Yang Chen carrying a hint of complexity, always feeling that he possessed an indescribable aura. Alright, we've been chatting for almost 10 minutes. I'm getting addicted to the internet, I'm off to hunt monsters. Yang Chen said no more, turning to walk towards the denser area of rustynights.as. Yimeng Luoshue watched his lonely figure depart. She was momentarily stunned before finally realizing that she needed to hurry and level up to level 10. Let's work hard. Time passed quickly. 5 hours blinked by, and after killing several hundred rusted knights, she finally raised her level to 19. Congratulations, your level has increased to 19, all attributes. +1, free attribute points +5. She continued grinding. She had to ensure she could reach level 20. The sky gradually darkened, with only 2 hours left until darkness fell. Ha Yang Chen let out a long breath, stopping all his actions. He glanced at his experience bar, and there was still a little less than half to go until level 20. That was enough. He slowly turned around, casting his fiery, battle-hungry gaze toward the distant, grotesque throne forged from scrap metal and bones. King of Rust Yang Chen grinned, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, his smile even appearing somewhat sinister. Warm-up is over. Now, it's your turn. Outside Rust Town, the throne, made of scrap weapons, bones, and armor, stood silently on the ground. The air was murky. The metallic, rusty smell was so thick it felt tangible, and each breath felt like swallowing scalding iron sand. The King of Rust sat indifferently on the throne. Its apathetic gaze pierced through layers of rusted armor, looking down upon the land cursed by itself, until a tiny human dared to step into its forbidden zone with a stride that seemed to disregard all kinship. Boom, boom, boom. Like a sleeping volcano awakened by a trivial pebble, the King of Rust slowly stood up, countless metal components twisting under extreme pressure, producing an incredibly piercing screech. Its massive body, 7 to 8 meters tall, blocked the last rays of the setting sun. The enormous shadow loomed over Yang Chen like an invisible giant hand, completely enveloping him. However, in the face of this mountain-like, terrifying presence, the human's face only showed greed and excitement. Big baby, I'm coming. Instant step. Monkey steals peach. Flying dragon explores the clouds. Yang Chen's figure flickered like a ghost, vanishing under the shadow of that colossal body. His palm, covered in thick venom, transformed into a streak of light moving at an extreme speed, aiming at the King of Rust's armor with a remarkably cunning and lowly angle, precisely targeting the groin area. You have stolen the King of Rust's great sword. You have stolen the King of Rust's golden armor. You have stolen the rusted crown. You have stolen the King of Rust's big treasure. Pain, spasms, extreme poison, necrosis, incurable plague, cold poison from the strange python, organ damage, additional flying dragon. Explores the clouds, clang, clang. With a series of crisp, loud sounds, the King of Rust stumbled and fell to the ground. The massive sword in the King of Rust's hand, the crown, symbolizing supreme power on its head, and the golden armor covered in rust tumors, all bizarrely vanished at the same time. Health minus 60,000. Real damage, a silver white, terrifying number that could make any player's heart stop slowly floated up from its massive head. This boss had 200,000 health. Such a high value. Roar, 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 roar. The King of Rust screamed in pain, incredulously lowering its head. It saw its now bald body, and the excruciating pain from its groin was heart-wrenching. Upon closer inspection, beneath the forcibly stripped golden armor lay an even more horrifying body. Its fat, bloated form was covered in numerous grotesque tumors, large and small, resembling tumors. The surface of those tumors was covered with a thin, translucent membrane through which one could clearly see a viscous liquid flowing inside, glowing faintly like orange juice. Pooh! Yang Chen casually punched, accurately striking the nearest tumor to him. The tumor burst with a sound. An orange-yellow putrid liquid erupted like a volcanic explosion, splattering onto the ground and corroding the hard rock with a sizzling sound. Minus 1,000. True damage. A silver-white damage number floated up from the head of the Rust King once again. Weak point? Yang Chen's eyes lit up suddenly. It is well known that in such games, having glowing tumors on one's body is often a monster's fatal weakness. As long as you poke it, you can deal massive true damage. Is it that simple? This boss is a bit weak. Yang Chen curled his lips, a hint of boredom showing on his face. Compared to the complex mechanisms and various tricks of the Plague Demon and the Queen of Despair, the Rust King before him seemed like a simpleton with just health and attack power. The stronger the stats, the weaker the mechanics? Yang Chen speculated in his heart that this might be a way the Abyss World balanced boss strength. While he thought about it, his hands did not stop moving. Deadly Fist Lightning Whip Combo Ram of the Goat King. Normal attacks interspersed with basic attacks. The shadows of his fists fell like rain, each punch striking precisely at those various sized tumors. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sounds of explosions echoed, and the orange-yellow liquid splattered everywhere. Simple. Too simple. Yang Chen quickly brought the boss's health down to below 50%. Paralysis, stun, fear, freeze. The Rust King was firmly controlled, bombarded by various strong control skills and negative states, rendering its massive and bloated body immobile. Until now, the Rust King hadn't even been able to counterattack. Unreasonable. This is the terrifying aspect of the Flying Dragon's cloud-searching hand, which triggers 100% of the time. Yang Chen directly stripped the Rust King of its indestructible golden armor. Under normal circumstances, attacking those glowing tumor weak points would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Stop pretending. Let's move to the second phase. Yang Chen had figured out the mechanisms of these golden lords. Once their health dropped below half, they would enter the second phase and might even trigger a third phase. Warning: Rust King enters frenzy state, immune to any control defense reduced to 0. Sure enough, the phase changed. The Rust King roared, and a terrifying aura transformed into shockwaves, pushing Yang Chen back several meters. All the glowing tumors on its body exploded simultaneously, releasing a foul-smelling tide that surged in all directions. Your equipment has been corroded. Blood Rabbit King's Sawtooth Fist Blade, temporarily unusable. Blood Rabbit King's Fur Boots, temporarily unusable. Goat King's Heart Shield, temporarily unusable. A series of prompts sounded. All of Yang Chen's equipment had been corroded, covered in a thick layer of rust, emitting a pungent smell. The cold light on the Sawtooth Fist Blade dimmed instantly, and the evil tiger cloak became as stiff as an iron plate. Blink, unusable. Wounds tore, talons failed. Goat King's Heart Shield, ineffective. All equipment became ineffective. Whether skills or talent effects, everything was rendered unusable. This mechanism is a bit disgusting. If it were other players, after painstakingly assembling a set of godly gear, it would be directly wasted. Fortunately, Yang Chen did not rely on equipment. First, I'll break your mechanism. Transform, release power. Yang Chen was already prepared, his energy sinking into his dantian, and his whole body's joints made a series of popping sounds. A pure and domineering force gathered on his right fist like a flood breaking through a dam, aimed at the Rust King, who had just changed phases and was preparing to show off. With one strike, he unleashed the power. Boom! A visible wave of white energy erupted from his fist. Health minus 6,355. Critical hit, true damage, health minus 20,000. True damage, KO. The massive body of the Rust King shook violently, a huge hole blasted in its chest again, and the frenzy state was forcibly interrupted by this punch. Pain, spasms, deadly poison, decay, freezing, bleeding, lightning, paralysis, knockdown, dizziness, fear, KO, the cold poison of the blood-soaked. All negative states surged up like a tide once more. Deadly poison triggered, minus 2,898. 126 layers. Bleeding triggered, minus 1,404. 18 layers. The Rust King had an extremely high health pool, and under Yang Chen's previous storm-like attacks, the deadly poison effect had stacked to an astonishing 126 layers. What a pity, the damage is too low. Yang Chen shook his head as he looked at the fluctuating numbers. The damage from the deadly poison was related to the weapon. Yang Chen's serrated finger tiger was corroded, significantly reducing the damage caused by the poison. Otherwise, the damage could have increased by several magnitudes. Additionally, the failure of the weapon's wound tear talent greatly shortened the duration of the bleeding effect, preventing it from stacking infinitely like before, ultimately barely maintaining at 18 layers. Even so, the continuous damage exceeding 4,000 per second still claimed the life of the Rust King. The Rust King's massive, bloated body, under the dual torment of deadly poison and bleeding, decayed and crumbled rapidly like steel thrown into a strong acid bath. Boom! The mountain made of steel and bones collapsed with a reluctant wail. The enormous body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and rust spores, ultimately transforming into a large segment of golden light on Yang Chen's experience bar. Ding, you have leveled up to level 20, all attributes +1. Free attribute points +5. Do you wish to remain anonymous? Tip: display ID for an additional special reward. Here we go again? For the special reward, Yang Chen chose to display his ID. Unfortunately, it seemed that level 20 didn't have any victory speech and the reward was not as generous as the last time. Global announcement: congratulations to the Warwolf from the Huaxia region, the first in the world to reach level 20, receiving a special reward level. Leaderboard: first place, Warwolf, level 20. Huaxia, second place, no regrets in entering Huaxia, level 14. Huaxia, third place, anonymous player, level 14. Huaxia, fourth place, anonymous player, level 14. Huaxia, fifth place, Zet, level 14. Sweden. The level leaderboard of Tianyuan refreshed. Warwolf firmly held the top spot, leading by a wide margin, far ahead. No regrets in entering Huaxia moved up one position, while the Swedish god dropped one position. Surprisingly, 4 out of the top 5 on the leaderboard were from Huaxia. The world's comments section erupted again. Level 20, are you serious? F*K. It's him again. It's this Warwolf again. Damn, Huaxia. People never have esports spirit, they must be cheating. The technological level of Huaxia is 20 years behind our A3 Federation. If they were to cheat, our programmers could just tweak a few things to modify Tianyuan's data. They always find various loopholes to disrupt game balance, from H1Z1 to Rust. When has Huaxia ever followed the rules? The game should end. Wouldn't it be better if Tianyuan was renamed Huaxia's backyard? Refuse to play in the same area as Huaxia players. Let them play single player by themselves. The whole world should unite to resist Huaxia, imposing dual economic and military sanctions. This overwhelming slander instantly enraged the players from the Huaxia region. No regrets in entering Huaxia. If you have the guts, come at me. Back then, I beat 17 guilds in a row. It's not like I'd never won. Sour radish don't eat, laughing to death. The A3 Federation can jump out too. Are you trying to rename your capital again? Mighty Drag Emperor Nyo tasted the flavor of lust hell. Wolf Brother is awesome. Breaking voice. Wolf Brother is the world's #1. If you don't agree, hold it in. Blood and ink. Little British Empire, shut up. Believe it or not, I'll raise your museum. Return our national treasures first. A global war of words erupted once again because of the name Warwolf. China is awesome. Others. Neil Youngchen simply sent 2 messages and the entire world channel erupted again. Looking at the public frequency again, he felt that the language and phrases of those foreigners were too lacking, with no hint of aggression. TCH, I'm cheating? If it's not closed, then it's open? Yang Chen mumbled, opened his backpack, and began to tally his rewards. 3 silver treasure chests, 1 golden treasure chest. How could there be so many super treasure chests? Yang Chen checked the system records and found another regional reward. All players in Rust Town, working together to overcome difficulties, liberate the polluted area. All players in this region receive a special reward, so that's how it is. The world first kill awarded 2 treasure chests, liberating Rust Town awarded 1, plus the previous reward for killing the Despair Queen. The numbers matched up. Time to loot the rewards. First, 3 pieces of borrowed golden equipment. King of Rust's Greatsword grade, gold. Type, weapon, 2-handed greatsword. Required level, level 20. Attributes, attack +200, strength +30. Effect, Rust Wind. Each time damage is dealt, there is a 20% chance to permanently reduce the target's equipped defense by 10%. Details, each swing of the greatsword creates a visible orange-red spore wind, slicing through the enemy's armor like weathered sandstone. Evaluation, in front of me, there are no so-called iron walls, only sand towers waiting to weather away. King of Rust's golden armor grade, gold. Type, chest armor. Required level, level 20. Attributes, constitution +20, stamina +30, defense +100. Effect, contagious rust disease. When enemies attack you, there is a 25% chance of being infected by rust spores, causing their equipped defense to gradually decrease. Lasts until the disease is cured. Details, the decaying curse breeds from within, turning gold into a breeding ground for disease, infecting everyone who dares to touch you. Evaluation, touch me once, and you'll rust crown grade, gold. Type, headgear. Attributes, all attributes +10. Required level, level 20. Effect, rust to the bone. When the enemy target is affected by the rust effect, they take damage equal to the Lost defense every 10 seconds. Details: a curse source parasitizing atop the head, rust crystals pierce the wearer's flesh, draining their vitality and transforming it into the authority to dominate decay. Evaluation: when royal power begins to decay, it no longer protects its subjects but feeds on their flesh and bones. This is a new system. Rust. It can corrode the enemy's equipment, reduce the target's defense, and bring various negative effects. So that's how it is. The mechanism of the King of Rust is actually very powerful. The more you attack it, the more various rust effects will spread, until all your equipment rusts, iron slag piercing through flesh and skin. Yang Chen is doing well. The killer equipment was directly stolen out, and most of the mechanism effects couldn't trigger, which is why this boss seems so weak. Using the King of Rust's big treasure lifespan increased by 10 years, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10. You have gained a talent, Rust Monarch. Rust Monarch, you are immune to rust effects, and the lost defense of all targets within 20 meters is temporarily absorbed by the Monarch. Lasts 10 minutes, very strong. Especially the synergistic effect between contagious rust disease and rust to the bone. A meat shield's nemesis. The higher your equipment's defense, the stronger the rust effect, which can become a burden and even cause massive continuous damage. Unless you take off all your equipment. Open. First, open the silver super treasure chests. 3 chests emitting a soft silver light lined up in front of him. Yang Chen rubbed his hands, a hint of anticipation on his face, and casually clicked on the first one. I choose the fusion stone. A peculiar divine stone, resembling molten metal, quietly floated in midair. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction and, without hesitation, took out the seized King of Rust's greatsword. This two-handed giant sword was nearly as tall as he was, and its broad blade was covered in pulsating orange-red rust that resembled veins, exuding a disturbing scent of decay. Yang Chen knew he couldn't wield such a heavy weapon, so extracting the Rust Wind talent was the way to go. He activated the first fusion stone. The divine stone immediately transformed into a swirling mass of liquid metal, wrapping around the blade of the giant sword as if it were alive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The giant sword emitted a reluctant wail, and the rust on its blade seemed to come alive, writhing madly in an attempt to resist this stripping force. However, it was all in vain. A visible stream of orange-red energy was forcibly drawn from the sword's body, ultimately merging into Yang Chen's own body. Crack! The giant sword, having lost its core energy, instantly disintegrated into a pile of worthless rust and dust. You have gained the talent, Rust Wind. Rust Wind. Each time damage is dealt, there is a 20% chance to permanently reduce the target's equipment, attributes and performance by 10%. Judging by the description, as long as damage is dealt, the enemy's defense will be lowered. What about bleeding? What about poison? If every tick of these 2 types of persistent damage counts as an independent damage judgment, doesn't that mean that as long as my poison and bleeding are on the enemy, their equipment will quickly become scrap? This negative effect also has a hidden attribute. When the equipment is completely rusted, all effects will cease to function. Killing with intent. This talent is not just about killing, it aims to turn the enemy's hard-earned divine gear into a pile of scrap metal. There's a bit of a conflict. I have the flying dragon cloud searching hand, so I don't need to rust others' equipment at all. Yang Chen felt somewhat troubled. His talent had a left brain attacking the right brain kind of feeling. Ordinary equipment could be borrowed directly, making the rust effect seem somewhat redundant. Perhaps it would work wonders in group battles when combined with the plague demons. Sash. He opened the second chest. Fortunately, another fusion stone appeared. After pondering for a moment, Yang Chen took out the menacing crown of rust. The crown had a unique design, with sharp rust crystals jutting towards the sky like a demon's horns, still bearing traces of dried blood and flesh. Corrupt the master, drive the rust spike into the brain. Yang Chen shivered at the description. Although he didn't know if it was true, only a fool would wear something that sounded so sinister on their head. Extract talent. He unhesitatingly used the second fusion stone. The crown's resistance was even more intense. A sharp mental shock, accompanied by a silent roar, erupted from the crown, but in the end, it was still stripped away by the fusion stone. An even deeper, more sinister dark red energy was forcibly extracted and ultimately merged into Yang Chen's body. You have gained the talent. Rust to the bone. Rust to the bone. When the enemy target is affected by the rust effect, they take damage equivalent to their lost defense every 10 seconds. Perfect. If, without stealing equipment, the talent Rust Wind strips the enemy's defense, then Rust to the bone converts that into a continuous stream of massive damage. There was still one piece of equipment left. Golden armor of the King of Rust. Equipping this during battle would mean whoever hits me is in for bad luck. With this combination, let alone players, even the toughest bosses would probably be rusted to death. The last silver super chest opened. Upgrade stone, forgetting stone, awakening stone. Radiant light flowed, and 3 divine stones emitting different auras slowly floated before Yang Chen. He hadn't even had time to make a choice. The upgrade stone, radiating a warm white light, quickly dimmed at a visible speed, ultimately transforming into an unremarkable gray stone, losing all its energy fluctuations. Tip: your level has reached its limit and cannot be increased temporarily. What? The second descent of Tianyuan has locked the maximum level at 20, and further advancement is impossible. Damn! The system is stunting my growth. Yang Chen's face darkened instantly. After all the hard work of defeating bosses and grinding monsters, the rewards he finally obtained were rendered useless because his level was too high? Ding! The dim upgrade stone flickered and then fused with the awakening stone. Compensation. This is the system's compensation for the failure of the divine stone, which seems to have enhanced the effect of the awakening stone. Come on. Super invincible. Lucky Star, grant me an amazing talent. Yang Chen took a deep breath, silently reciting phrases like Lucky Star bless me, and resolutely chose the awakening stone. The divine stone, shining like a star, immediately transformed into a pure beam of light, gently merging into his forehead. A powerful force instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. Congratulations, you have awakened the talent Shadow Avatar. Shadow Avatar, when you use unarmed attacks and skills, a shadow avatar will appear, executing the same attack and skill, dealing 30% of the damage. What does that mean? Yang Chen's heart stirred as he faced the empty space ahead and unleashed a deadly punch out of thin air. The punch's wind howled, tearing through the air. At the moment of his attack, a shadow avatar identical to Yang Chen's figure actually separated from his body. The shadow avatar's movements mirrored his exactly, striking the same deadly punch stance, its fist accurately aimed at the spot he had just targeted. Although its power was far inferior to Yang Chen's own, it still produced a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. A clone? No, it feels more like a skill's multiple release. Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The strength of this talent lies not in the additional 30% damage. If it can trigger various special effects, the speed of stacking bleeding and poison will reach new heights. Moreover, this talent can be upgraded. Yang Chen immediately decided to prioritize the advancement of Shadow Avatar. He opened the final golden treasure chest. The main event was here. Dazzling golden light burst forth from the chest, its brilliance far surpassing that of the previous silver treasure chest. A sacred and majestic aura rushed towards him, and 5 divine stones, each radiating different glows yet containing terrifying energy fluctuations, slowly appeared before him. Ordinary divine stones, awakening stone, upgrade stone, forgetting stone, enhanced version, can be used to upgrade golden talents. Advanced divine stones, corruption stone, master stone. New stones appeared. Master stone can designate an equipment item, raising its level to your current level and adding a random additional effect. Truly worthy of being an advanced divine stone. Many low-level divine artifacts, although powerful, have long been outpaced by the times in terms of level and attributes, but with the Master Stone things would be different. The serrated fist blade of the Blood Rabbit King, the giant shield of the Bleeding King, any equipment reforged with the Master Stone would undergo earth-shattering changes. Yang Chen's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. The golden treasure chest must not be wasted. The Shadow Avatar talent could use the silver super treasure chest to level up twice first, and when it reached golden quality, a special upgrade could be performed. The Master Stone could reforge equipment, holding immense potential as well. However, level 20 was clearly a bit of a waste. Ultimately, Yang Chen's gaze was drawn to the Corruption Stone, which radiated an ominous purple-black light. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Corruption talent. Shaking head and nodding, Yang Chen made a somewhat crazy decision. The Corruption Stone instantly transformed into a thick, purple-black energy, violently drilling into his crown. A cold, twisted, chaotic force exploded in his mind in an instant. Shaking your head has upgraded to Mad Swing. Mad Swing. Dark gold level. Shake that lovely little head of yours, reducing the cooldown of all skills by 5 seconds. Negative effect. While swinging, 2 enormous rabbit will manifest. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. The cooldown of all skills is directly reduced by 5 seconds. What does that mean? The cooldown time for the deadly stab is only 8 seconds, and with just 2 shakes of the head, it can be used immediately, allowing for 1 cast per second. The cooldowns for core skills like Lightning Whip, Monkey Stealing Peach, Flying Dragon, Exploring Cloud Hands, and Poisoning are significantly shortened. Ha ha ha, what a steal! Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud, excitedly shaking his fist. However, his laughter quickly came to an abrupt halt, because he realized that as he excitedly shook his head, 2 fluffy, pink, enormous rabbit ears suddenly popped out from the top of his head. Those ears were taller than he was, drawing 2 incredibly comical and flamboyant arcs in the air as he shook his head. Yang Chen's smile froze on his face. He tried to stop shaking his head, and the giant rabbit ears promptly whooshed back in. He shook his head again, and the rabbit ears popped out once more. What the hell, are you kidding me? Yang Chen's face instantly turned green. This negative effect was just too damn ridiculous. He imagined the scene of himself in battle in the future, wearing a majestic tiger skin cloak, donning a pair of foul-smelling plague shorts, and sporting 2 giant pink rabbit ears on his head. The visual was too beautiful to behold. Forget it. Anyway, I'm a power player, not a looks player. Yang Chen sighed deeply, comforting himself while recalling his past experiences in online games. Ordinary players, dressed normally. Top players, decked out in cool, domineering endgame gear. Super players, these players often have unique aesthetics. The stranger the outfit, the higher the damage. For details, readers, please refer to the images. As long as I don't care, the awkwardness is on others. As long as I shake fast enough, no one will be able to see the rabbit ears on my head. Opening the inventory. Yang Chen possessed the talent of Rust Lord, making him immune to all rust effects, and the unusable equipment returned to normal. However, the weapons he was currently wearing, while having outrageous effects, had fallen behind. In attributes: Blood Rabbit King's serrated fist blade, Blood Rabbit King's furry boots, Mi King Giant shield, Mi King's charge horn, Mi King's heart mirror. It was about time to replace them. He should find an opportunity to extract the ripped wound talent in the future and swap for a high damage fist weapon or claw, which would significantly boost his power. The extraction of these equipment talents needed to be done quickly. Yang Chen put on the Necklace of Despair, increasing all attributes by 8 points, and he also gained a new skill, the Despair Aria. The boost was immense. Indeed, every special Golden Lord is a treasure. With the arrival of the Abyss, there was also an extra support opportunity that must be seized. After finishing looting, Yang Chen glanced at the system information. The arrival of the Abyss world had not closed due to him reaching level 20. The first novice village had a time limit of 24 hours. However, it closed early because Yang Chen reached level 10 ahead of time. Looking like a small test. The second liberation of the polluted area did not specify a concrete time. Every time darkness descends, it is deadly. This time it tests humanity's team compatibility. The difficulty is so high. Who knows how many people will perish from exhaustion? Yang Shen's eyes flickered. More and more people should be realizing one thing: the arrival of the Abyss is not a game, but a life and death disaster. Meanwhile, the players in Rust Town were cheering with joy. The boss crisis had been resolved, and the environment of Rust Town was restored. The mountain made of steel and bones collapsed with a thunderous roar, echoing the unwilling wails that filled the air, stirring up clouds of dust. A spring rain brought the fragrant scent of earth, dispelling the nauseating metallic stench that had lingered here for centuries. The orange-red rust, writhing like a living creature, quickly faded, flaked, and dissolved under the wash of rainwater. All the filth transformed into murky wastewater, flowing through the cracks in the streets, disappearing without a trace. The dilapidated blacksmith shops revealed their ancient brick patterns and the warm hues of raw wood to the light once more. The signs at the entrance, long unrecognizable, regained their former splendor. On the sign of, the flames were carved with lifelike detail. At the entrance of, the sturdy tower shield design gleamed with a metallic sheen. Beside the shop of, the elven-style vine carvings were revitalized. Heavy oak doors were slowly pushed open from the inside. Many burly blacksmiths, their muscles bulging, emerged from their respective shops. Most were bare-chested, their bronze skin dotted with beads of sweat and black coal dust. They first gazed in bewilderment at the long-lost sunlight, and as they confirmed the pollution zone had been liberated, joy and excitement erupted on their weathered faces like a flood breaking through a dam. We are saved. The curse is lifted. Quick, raise the bellows. The fire must not go out. An old blacksmith with a grizzled beard, yet full of vigor, raised his hammer high, roaring with all his might. His voice ignited the spark. Boom, boom, boom. Stone chimneys, silent for centuries, began to belch forth thick smoke mixed with sparks. It was unclear which shop struck the first clear and melodious hammer sound. This first strike was like a signal, awakening the slumbering steel town. The second, the third. The rhythmic hammering echoed from every corner of the Rust Town, converging into a grand and passionate symphony of steel, proclaiming the town's complete liberation. War Wolf, he really did it, stood frozen in place, her cold phoenix eyes reflecting the scene of rebirth from the flames before her. He really did it? That seemingly cynical man, full of crude jokes and extremely lewd. War Wolf actually managed to single-handedly slay that rusted king, who was as invincible as a god or demon. She recalled the sense of helplessness she felt not long ago when facing that level knight. Just a mere leader had pushed her to her limits, nearly costing her life. What kind of terror must the true king possess? Is this the true strength of the world's #1 president? Did we win? Had somehow come to her side, her bright eyes equally filled with disbelief and shock. Nodded slowly, then shook her head. He won. She took a deep breath, suppressing the flutter in her heart, her cold gaze regaining its usual determination and decisiveness. No matter how bizarre the process was, the outcome was ultimately good. The crisis in the Rust Town was resolved, the members of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion had preserved their precious lives, and it was time for her to fulfill her promise. Bring the remaining 100,000 blood coins. Warwolf, big boss. The boss is back. The crowd on the street erupted. All players in the Rust Town received a super treasure chest reward, and upon seeing the figure draped in a tiger skin cloak, they erupted into even more fervent cheers than before. The crowd parted like a tide pushed by an invisible hand, creating a wide path for him. Boss, can I get an autograph? Wolf brother, look this way, remember me, and take me along in the future war, Wolf daddy. Please let me cling to your thigh. This is the man who single-handedly saved the entire Rust Town. Although some people were indifferent to the werewolf and complained sourly, the majority expressed their heartfelt gratitude. At that moment, a well-equipped team of players approached, led by the president of the Misty Rain Pavilion, Imeng Luo Shui. She had changed out of the dusty and bloodstained blue robe and donned a more streamlined set of silver light armor. Oh, this equipment looks good. It must have been obtained from the newly opened blacksmith shop. Mr. Werewolf, she nodded slightly, her tone serious as she said, on behalf of the Misty Rain Pavilion and all the survivors of Rust Town, I extend our sincerest thanks to you. This is the reward you deserve. Imeng Luo Shui maintained the authority expected of her position in front of her subordinates, speaking in a very official manner. Transaction. 100,000 blood coins credited. Yang Chen had a total of 350,000 blood coins. If converted into lifespan, that would be over 1,000 years. Mr. Werewolf, after completing the transaction, Imeng Luo Shui did not leave immediately. She was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing her words, and finally raised her head, her clear phoenix eyes seriously gazing at Yang Chen. On behalf of the Misty Rain Pavilion, I would like to establish a long-term strategic partnership with you. We do not require you to join the guild, nor do we restrict any of your actions. We only hope that in the future, when faced with crises like today, we can receive your assistance as a priority. As for the reward, Imeng Luo Shui had not finished speaking when Yang Chen raised his hand to stop her. Don't talk nonsense. I don't want to get involved with any forces. Yang Chen had graduated and worked for a few years, and he was well aware of the nature of these big companies. Once involved, trouble would definitely follow, and he might even be secretly schemed against by some small-time players. He changed the subject. If you are asking me in your personal capacity, I can consider giving you a 20% discount. Yang Chen leaned closer to Imeng Luo Shui, bending down to whisper ambiguously by her earlobe. It would be even better if you could send a few more suggestive pictures. Imeng Luo Shui's delicate earlobe instantly flushed a shade of crimson. She instinctively turned her face away, avoiding that hot breath, her gaze also darting away. Subconsciously, how could this man say such things in front of so many people? Ahem. Then I thank you on behalf of all the members of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Imeng Luo Shui maintained the poise and authority expected of the heir of the Su family, her face serious and solemn. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Chen turned to leave, blending into the crowd celebrating. Just a short distance away, his private message notification chimed again. Imeng Luo Shui, I don't have many selfies, but I'll send you some next time. He. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow at the message. This woman is quite interesting. Unlike those who would explode at a tease or play hard to get, she seemed to accept it calmly, even turning the tables on him. Alright, I'll be waiting. Yang Chen replied to the message, glanced at the previous photos a few more times, and after feeling satisfied, he put the matter behind him. Closing the chat box, Yang Chen opened his panel, and after reaching level 20, he experienced a comprehensive qualitative improvement. Some readers have reported that the panel is not detailed enough, and the skills and talents are too chaotic, so here's a detailed summary to supplement the previous settings, just as a chat, with compensation to follow. Werewolf, number 1974, level 20. Extra lifespan, 325 years. Blood coins, 350,000. Tian Yuan Yue Bao, 100 million. Free attributes, 70/100. Strength, 156. Constitution, 174. Agility, 88. Stamina, 90. Intelligence, 48. Spirit, 73. Health points, 1740. Stamina points, 180. Stamina related. Stamina recovery rate, 190%, recovers stamina extremely quickly. While an ordinary person is exhausted, you are merely breathing lightly. Action. Speed, 188% beyond human speed, sprinting 100 meters in about 6 seconds, affecting normal attack speed, skill animation, movement speed. Magic value, 730. Mental related, attack power, 166. Strength plus equipment, defense power, 294. Constitution related, stamina related, plus equipment, magic resistance, 247. Constitution related, mental related, plus equipment, sanity value, 163. Mental related, critical hit rate, 100% critical damage, 1.5 times. Damage reduction, 50% damage immunity, all types 1000 points. Skills, Flying Dragon Cloud Hand, Monkey Steals. Peach, Deadly Stab Fist, Ram of the Sheep King, Lightning 5 Chain Whip, Poison Application, Evil Tiger Roar. Equipment skills, Instant Step. Despair Area, Shield Slam, Not Equipped, Skill Effects, Blood Soaked, KO, Pain, Spasm, Organ Damage, Claw to Finger, Dizziness, Knockdown. Fear, Lightning Chain, Paralysis, Deadly Poison, World Strange Poison, Extreme Cold Invasion, Freezing. Unique Talent, Super Invincible. Lucky Star. Professional Talent, Transformation, Kung Fu as a killing skill. Dark Gold Level Talent, Cursed Titan Body, Mad Swing. Unupgraded. Talents: Shadowborn, Son of the Ocean, Wild Intuition, Poison Immunity, Singing While Drunk, Rascals, Decay, Rusty Wind, Rust to the Bone, Rust. Monarch. Equipment talents: Stinking Corruption, Torn Wound, Wealth and Honor, Charge Enhancement, Last Defense, Infectious Rust Disease, not equipped. World Strange Poison, Exotic Python Cold Poison, Untreatable Poison Epidemic. Equipment: Ram King's Charge Horn, Ram King's Heart. Shield: Rabbit King's Fur Boots, Blood Rabbit King's Serrated Fist Blade, Evil Tiger Cloak, Necklace of Despair, Plague Demon's Waistcloth. Rust King's Golden Armor, not equipped. Ram King's Giant Shield, not equipped. This time, a super detailed summary. Attributes are after. Equipment bonuses, talents and skills have all been categorized, and before the next major data update, I will try not to describe too much. Supplementary settings: 1 strength equals 1 attack plus equipment weight. Equipment has weight settings, too cumbersome to describe in detail, roughly. Understood as a mage unable to wield a two-handed sword, except for Gandalf. 1 intelligence equals 1 magic damage plus IQ. The IQ setting is a bit vague, as it affects reality, allowing for clearer logical thinking, etc. The author cannot imagine what would happen with an IQ over 1,000, so I won't write random settings. 1 constitution equals 10 health points plus 1 defense plus 1 magic resistance. 1 stamina equals 1 stamina value plus 1 defense plus 1 stamina recovery rate. 1 agility equals 1% action speed based on the average level of ordinary people. 1 spirit equals 10 magic points plus magic resistance. Plus 1 sanity value, magic resistance, sanity temporarily not included in the panel. I will explain when writing. As for why intelligence does not add to sanity, because the higher the intelligence, the more one can understand the indescribable unknown, which can lead to madness. Percentage damage reduction, only ineffective against true damage. The author referenced the damage settings of LOL, which caused dissatisfaction among many king players. To make the protagonist stronger, an additional talent for true damage reduction will be arranged immediately, giving readers a full sense of security. We will focus on persuasion. The mechanism of armor and magic resistance has the common marginal effect seen in online games. For example, 100 points of armor reduces damage by 10%, while 10,000 armor can only reduce damage by 70%. Each normal attack consumes 10 points of stamina, and this is in a full attack state. Stamina below 10 points can still perform a normal attack, but the power decreases proportionally. One's constitution cannot be generalized. Readers, you can surely throw 100 punches, while the author can barely kick a sandbag 10 times before gasping for breath. Sprinting 100 meters at full speed consumes 1 point of stamina per second, while normal walking or jogging does not consume stamina. Author needs a few minutes to rest after sprinting 100 meters. Most of the newly acquired talents are of the bronze level and can be promoted. Ordinary super treasure chests can upgrade talents to gold. Gold super treasure chests can upgrade talents to dark gold, and so on. Additionally, regarding the protagonist's personality, many readers have commented that he lacks manners, is too much of a rogue, and is too reckless. This is indeed the case. However, he is not purely a rogue. The protagonist is orphaned, struggling alone in the world, witnessing the warmth and coldness of life, ultimately choosing to let go of his obsessions and live freely, doing whatever he wants. Letting go of self-attachment. Letting go of the illusory face. If I want to look at beautiful legs, I will. If I dislike you, I might as well kill you. If you are sincere to me, I will return it tenfold. I will help you as much as I can. If you look down on me, then it doesn't matter, just don't regret it. The main theme is to act according to one's desires, never suppressing one's true feelings, saying what one wants to say loudly, and cursing when one feels like it. We emphasize a clear and open mind. However, although the protagonist acts unconventionally, he also has a bottom line in his heart, and he is not vague in the face of righteousness, so please rest assured. Kung Fu as a killing skill is meant to prepare for the upcoming national war. If you want to target someone, please leave a message here. Consider the above as the author's grumbling. Almost forgot this. Yang Chen's gaze turned back to the filthy cauldron. A strong metallic rust smell, almost tangible, mixed with an indescribable stench of decay rushed towards him. Inside the cauldron, it was no longer a thick soup. It was a pot of viscous liquid, like boiling molten iron, interwoven with orange red and dark brown, with a layer of greasy, murky foam floating on the surface. It had melted over 2,000 pieces of equipment, all of which were of the rusty knight type. If he took a sip, wouldn't he ascend to the heavens? Doesn't matter. Let's do it, brothers. Yang Chen took a deep breath, held his breath, and tilted his head to pour the cauldron filled with rusty, filthy liquid straight down his throat. Gulps. This taste, the scalding liquid flowed like iron sand, mixed with sharp metal fragments, roughly scraping through his esophagus and stomach. An intensely strong iron taste exploded in his mouth, shooting straight to the top of his head. Your lifespan is reduced by 87 years. Your strength permanently plus 30, constitution permanently plus 50. Endurance permanently plus 50. Your talent Rusty Wind upgraded to silver level. Your talent Rusty Into the Bone upgraded to silver level. Your talent Rusty Monarch upgraded to silver level. A surge of immense power erupted from his limbs and bones in an instant. Rusty Wind, Silver. Level each time damage is dealt, there is a 40% chance to permanently reduce the target's equipment attributes and performance by 20%. Rusty into the Bone, Silver level. When the enemy target is affected by the Rusty effect, they take damage equivalent to their lost defense every 5 seconds. Rusty Monarch, Silver level. You are immune to the Rusty effect. All targets within 30 meters that lose defense will temporarily have their defense absorbed by the Monarch, converting it into your own defense value, lasts for 20 minutes. 87 years of additional lifespan deducted. The Filthy Soup uses lifespan as a price, not only greatly enhancing all attributes but also promoting 3 talents to Silver level through Original Soup becoming original food. The talents of the Rusty system underwent a qualitative change after promotion. The triggering probability goes without saying. The Super Lucky Star is directly maxed out. The weakening effect of Rusty Wind is doubled. The damage frequency of Rusty into the Bone is doubled, and the area and duration of Rusty Monarch are greatly increased. In this back and forth, Yang Chen will grow braver in battle while the enemies will grow weaker. No rush on the level. The Tianyuan level is stuck at level 20 and cannot be improved for now. Yang Chen has already received the world rewards with various incredible skills and talents at his disposal. His strength has long surpassed the current version, allowing him to attempt some hidden tasks. He opened the friend list and skillfully found the avatar with a long string of flashy IDs. Nyo, come and rust it up a bit. Almost an instant reply. Boss, you finally contacted me. I'm still in the Twisted Harbor. I'll teleport over soon. Nyo's voice came through the private message, filled with uncontainable excitement and exhilaration. A few dozen seconds later, a flash of deep blue light from the teleportation array appeared, and Nyo rushed over with a beaming face. Boss, let me report to you. The 2 batches of goods you gave me before have all sold out. Not a single one left. Those clubs and rich folks went completely crazy, especially after the Dark Knight. They all went mad upgrading and selling equipment without considering the cost at all. The more Nyo spoke, the more excited he became, his voice trembling slightly. Boss, guess how much I sold in total? Before Yang Chen could respond, he eagerly revealed the answer. 120,000. A full 120,000 blood coins. This was no longer just making money, it was practically printing money. And that's not even the most critical part. After the Dark Knight descended, all players realized the harshness of survival, and the price of blood coins skyrocketed. Nyo's tone rose another octave. Now the price of blood coins has gone from the initial 100 to a staggering 680 each. Breaking 1,000 is just a matter of time. Crazy. Completely crazy. Hiss. Yang Chen gasped. 680 each in market price? In just over a day, it had doubled again, and the momentum was still fierce. Converting 120,000 blood coins into real currency amounted to a whopping 81 million. And considering the additional 160,000 blood coins gifted by Yimeng Luo Shui, the value exceeded the previously agreed 100 million cash. You kid, not bad. Yang Chen praised with satisfaction. Nyo was indeed a talent, with an exceptionally keen business sense, firmly grasping this wave of era dividends. It's all thanks to the good supply you provided, boss. Nyo humbly replied, then added somewhat distressed, but now it's hard to collect equipment. All the goods you gave last time are sold out. I'm already out of stock. Transaction. Yang Chen opened the trade request. A mountain of top-tier equipment was all thrown to Nyo. All ordinary equipment was melted into the sludge crucible, and even many pieces of fine quality equipment couldn't fit. All turned into the thick soup he had drunk before. There were more than 80 pieces of epic and exquisite quality equipment, shimmering with deep blue and dark purple hues. This, all new equipment. Nyo was utterly astonished. Most of the top-tier equipment previously wholesaled by the War Wolf boss was snatched from players. This time was different. The equipment dropped by the War Wolf boss was all top-tier, level 10 or more, sure to cause a sensation in the market. 120,000 blood coins received. Blood coins 470,000. Yang Chen's blood coins were about to break the 500,000 mark, which converted to cash was a staggering 300 million. Wealthy and imposing. All from sweat and effort. Yang Chen, who had been fighting alone, earning 300 million in a short time through personal strength, was nothing short of a miracle. Let me give you some good stuff. Yang Chen sent a trade request, transferring over 92 million in real currency to Nyo. Trust is mutual. Nyo didn't greedily take the 120,000 blood coins, and with their previous cooperation, giving 90 million in trust was nothing. Moreover, Yang Chen wasn't afraid that Nyo would have ulterior motives. After all, he knew Nyo's real information, and ordinary security door couldn't stop him. Use this real currency to help me exchange for blood coins. The faster the better. Losing a bit is fine, while the price is low. Buy as much as you can under 1,000. As Yang Chen instructed, he took out 2 boxes of liquor. Deep Sea Giant Rum. Increases drunkenness value after drinking, plus 20 strength for 24 hours. Siren Song Malt Beer. Increases drunkenness value after drinking, plus 20 Intelligence for 24 hours. Kraken Ink Black Beer increases drunkenness value after drinking plus 20 constitution for 24 hours. These types of alcohol can temporarily increase a large number of attributes, and now is the moment for players to fight against the Dark Knight. It's hard to imagine what exaggerated prices they could sell for. Increase attributes by 20 points? Nyo was once again dumbfounded, fully aware of the value of these drinks. Wolf Warrior. I have a plan. In Nyo's eyes there sparkled a shrewdness and fervor that belied his age. Boss, look. These pieces of equipment, especially these drinks that can enhance attributes, are no longer just simple commodities. They are strategic resources. If we transport this batch of equipment and alcohol to a specific contaminated area and sell it in bulk to the most powerful guild, what do you think will happen? This kid is really quick-witted. What he sees is no longer just immediate profit. He's eyeing the pockets of the wealthy. Who has money? Who gets their wool sheared? Whoever controls this batch of strategic resources also holds the leverage to liberate a region. That guild's power will inevitably surge, and they will be able to liberate their area first, gaining a massive reward. Nyo was completely immersed in his business blueprint. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. This kid is smart, but he seems a bit inflated now. I'll leave it all to you. Yang Chen smiled, patting Nyo on the shoulder, but his expression was unusually serious as he cautioned, be careful. Don't get too inflated. Money is a good thing, but it can burn your hands. Know when to advance and when to retreat. Nyo nodded vigorously after hearing this. Immediately after, Nyo began posting advertisements on the Huaxia channel. Exclusive. Strategic resource auction. Currently available are massive amounts of level 10 and above exceptional and superb equipment, as well as secret brews that can temporarily boost single attributes significantly. We sincerely invite the top guild leaders from all regions to privately discuss. Serious inquiries only. Highest bidder wins. As soon as this message was released, the entire channel erupted in a tsunami of discussions. Is this fake? Who can get so much superb equipment at this stage? No, wait. There are detailed screenshots. Look at that alcohol. The alcohol that can temporarily boost attributes. Damn, if this is real, won't we just soar when fighting bosses? Ordinary players were still questioning and shocked. However, the leaders of the truly powerful guilds, upon seeing the news, felt their hearts race, sensing the enormous benefits contained within. In no time, Nyo's friend request notifications were ringing nonstop, and his private message window was instantly flooded with messages. Almost all the guilds that could be ranked in the Huaxia region sent negotiation requests immediately. After a fierce online tug-of-war in bidding, Nyo, with his exceptional business acumen, managed to raise the price to a jaw-dropping height. In the end, a guild named Pride of the World successfully secured the exclusive purchasing rights to this batch of resources at a price that even made Nyo's heart race. The two parties agreed to conduct the transaction in the burial ground contaminated area. Once everything was settled, Nyo excitedly ran back to the teleportation array. Wolf Warrior, I'm heading out first. He beamed with excitement, waving his arms. I'll send you the balance in a bit. Being young is great. I hope Nyo won't get scammed. Yang Chen withdrew his gaze, not planning to use the last assistance opportunity immediately. The characteristic of the blacksmith shop in Rust Town is the blacksmith shop itself, utilizing the talents of Wealth and the Bully to see if he can uncover some hidden quests, continuously grinding monsters, continuously leveling up. Yang Chen reached level 20, received the world reward, and finally had a moment of leisure. Dressed in that flashy evil tiger cloak, he swaggered through the rows of blacksmith shops. The effect of the wealth talent triggered once again. The blacksmith masters, who had been busy forging and indifferent to passing players, suddenly brightened like dragons catching a whiff of gold coins upon seeing Yang Chen. This esteemed sir, please, wait. A dwarf blacksmith with a beard braided like a twist and muscles as knotted as granite, was the first to rush out. He enthusiastically grabbed Yang Chen's arm, his face filled with a fawning smile, spitting as he spoke. Please come in, the doors of Dwarven Flames are always open for someone of your stature. Come see my latest crafted treasures. Yang Chen was half pushed, half pulled into the shop. A wave of scorching heat hit him as he entered. The furnace in the center was roaring with flames, casting a red glow throughout the room. The walls were adorned with all sorts of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, everything one could imagine, each gleaming with a chilling light. However, most of these displayed items were merely fine or superior, with the truly exceptional treasures kept hidden away, not easily shown. After browsing around, he also visited the neighboring shops, rock-solid heavy armor, and Wind Whisperer's bow. Without exception, these blacksmith masters treated him as an honored guest, presenting their treasured, exquisite, level equipment. Although these items seemed average to Yang Chen, unnecessary, they were undoubtedly coveted weapons for ordinary players at this stage. I'll buy them. Yang Chen thought, since he had plenty of blood coins, he could resell them to the eager wealthy players for a hefty profit. Boss, I want to make a bet with you. Let's bet on whether the beef noodles at the inn next door have scallions. The rogue talent activated. Yang Chen employed his old trick, and that heart-stopping aura enveloped the entire shop once again. No, no, no. You must be joking. Let's talk this over. Those blacksmiths, who had been sharp as a tack just a moment ago, were suddenly terrified, waving their hands in panic. In the end, Yang Chen swept clean all the hidden exquisite-level equipment from 3 shops at a price that was almost akin to robbery. Although he spent over 10,000 blood coins, he could at least make 10 times that profit when reselling. Just as he was about to leave for the next shop to continue stocking up, his peripheral vision caught sight of a corner that was starkly out of place amidst the bustling scene. It was an inconspicuous little shop. Its sign was so decayed that the words were illegible, and the door was slightly ajar, as if a gust of wind could blow it down. Unlike the other thriving blacksmith shops, this one was eerily quiet, devoid of fire or the sound of hammers. Only a chilling silence prevailed. An old man, with hair and beard completely white and a frail figure, sat quietly on a small stool at the door, repeatedly wiping a massive stone with a piece of tattered burlap. His movements were slow and gentle, as if caressing a rare treasure. Yang Chen approached, but the old blacksmith didn't even lift his eyelids, completely ignoring him as if he were air. Interesting. The noble birth talent had failed for the first time. Yang Chen felt a stir in his heart, realizing he had encountered a hard nut to crack. NPCs that didn't play by the rules often held true secrets. Old sir, Yang Chen stepped forward and politely asked, "Do you have anything good for sale?" The old man still ignored him, focused solely on polishing the massive stone in the shop, as if the entire world had nothing to do with him. No response? Time for a different strategy. He. Old Deng, I want to make a bet with you. Yang Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile filled with provocation and threat. The rogue talent activated. A nearly tangible aura of malice erupted from him, swiftly enveloping the frail old man. Killing intent. Ordinary NPCs would be terrified to the core just from sensing this aura, their spirits shattered. However, the old man finally reacted. In his originally murky eyes, a terrifying glimmer suddenly ignited, like lightning slicing through the night sky, sharp and imposing. He slowly raised his head, showing no fear at all, but rather a keen interest as he stared directly into Yang Chen's eyes. Don't back down. Absolutely do not back down at this moment. Yang Chen's heart tightened. He could feel that the other person's gaze seemed to see through the human heart. Any hint of retreat would be magnified infinitely. Yang Chen retracted his cynical smile, his eyes shifting from initial probing to gradually becoming firm and sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath, meeting the challenge head-on without showing weakness. The air seemed to freeze. At that moment, the two men's gazes met in the air, an invisible pressure accompanying the loud bang of the shop's door slamming shut. After a few seconds of staring, the seriousness on the old man's face suddenly dissipated, replaced by a smile of approval. He slowly brushed aside the messy silver hair in front of his face, revealing a weathered visage faintly reminiscent of a youthful, heroic outline. All right, I bet. With you. As long as you can leave a mark on the Xuanwu stone. The old man patted the giant stone beside him, polished to a shine, and said, slowly, I will make an exception and forge a piece of equipment for you. Here it comes. The hidden quest has indeed arrived. All right, it's a deal. Yang Chen's fighting spirit surged in his eyes, and without a second thought, he took his stance. He took a deep breath, the power within him surging like a volcano about to erupt. Deadly Fist. Yang Chen's figure instantly transformed into a blurred afterimage, his fist moving at an extreme speed, accompanied by a piercing scream as it slammed fiercely into the massive Xuanwu stone. Shadow spawned the talent. Triggered. An identical shadow separated from behind him, also swinging its fist, striking the giant stone at the exact same angle as the main body. Bang! Bang! Two dull, thunderous sounds erupted almost simultaneously. The entire blacksmith shop shook violently, the swords and knives hanging on the walls buzzing. However, the Xuanwu stone remained completely unmoved. Not even a scratch was left on its surface, only a despairing word slowly emerged. Immune again. Yang Chen, not believing in evil, launched another attack. Lightning whipped. The violent lightning whip, blowing brilliantly and crackling with electric sound, lashed against the Xuanwu stone like a storm. Crack, 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 crack. Sparks flew, and electric light danced wildly. The shadow also wielded the electric whip, engaging in a frenzied output alongside the main body. Immune. A series of immune messages continuously emerged from the Xuanwu stone. Neither physical attacks nor elemental damage could budge this giant stone in the slightest. I don't believe it. Yang Chen was thoroughly enraged, stepping back a few paces, his muscles tensing suddenly, the ground beneath him cracking inch by inch. Ram of the Goat King, he transformed into an unstoppable bronze bull, charging with terrifying force capable of shattering city walls, and slammed into the Xuanwu stone. Boom! The shop shook violently. Yang Chen felt as if he had crashed into an immovable mountain, the terrifying recoil spreading throughout his body, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Immune. The result was still immunity. Yang Chen, not willing to give up, tried a poison skill. Unfortunately, this poison only affected living beings and had no effect on the Xuanwu stone at all. In the end, Yang Chen even clung to a sliver of hope using the monkey stealing Peach's technique on that stone. Invalid target. The system's cold prompt completely shattered his last fantasy. All attacks, all skills, lost their effect in front of this seemingly ordinary Xuanwu stone. Is its defense really that high? The Xuanwu stone must have attributes like all-type damage immunity, otherwise, it wouldn't remain completely still. Are you going to give up? The old man revealed a faint, almost imperceptible sneer. He bent down, picked up the worn rag, and slowly wiped the dust off the basalt, making it shine brightly again, as if mocking Yang Chen's incompetence. Give up? Of course not. Guliolu, Guliolu. He fished out a bottle of high-concentration rum from his backpack and tilted his head back for a hearty drink. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, a wave of heat instantly spreading throughout his body. Old sir, I apologize. Yang Chen's gaze became hazy, but a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He no longer attacked the stone but swayed his body and, with a staggering gait like a drunkard, charged straight at the withered old man, following the flying dragon. Exploring Cloud Hand was the lightning-fast deadly stabbing fist. The stone-heart old man's expression suddenly changed. A terrifying aura, as deep as the abyss, erupted from his seemingly withered body in an instant. He casually raised a hand, effortlessly blocking Yang Chen's powerful punch as if it were a steel clamp. However, although Yang Chen's attack was blocked, the accompanying effects were triggered 100%. Under the enhancement of Super Invincible Lucky Star, bloodied X2 wound torn X2 pft. 2 deep gashes, visible to the bone, instantly appeared on the stone heart old man's dry arm. Yet he merely frowned slightly, and the muscle fibers on his arm, resembling old tree roots, suddenly contracted, forcibly squeezing the wounds closed and stopping the bleeding. The rust effect had just activated, but as he shook his body violently, the rust was completely shattered. Meanwhile, something even more bizarre happened. You have stolen from the stone heart old man. Heavenly craft hammer. You have stolen from the stone heart old man. Heart of the mountain. You have stolen from the stone heart old man. Mountain-splitting sea-breaking style 3 treasures, each glowing with different radiance, appeared out of thin air in Yang Chen's backpack. The stone heart old man was taken aback, and a terrifying rage erupted in his murky eyes. His other fist, carrying immense force, slammed towards Yang Chen's chest. Yang Chen's body leaned back at an incredible angle, perfectly avoiding this deadly blow while staggering. His absorption energy bar surged dramatically due to this dodge. It was enough to show how terrifying the power of the stone heart old man's punch was. Oh, the surprise in the stone heart old man's eyes deepened. He hadn't expected this seemingly foolish kid to continuously bring him surprises. He changed his attack again, delivering a powerful low kick that whistled through the air towards Yang Chen's knee. This kick was a skill targeting the lower body and could not be dodged. Bang! The violent impact shook the entire blacksmith shop's floor. Damage absorbed. 457. Yang Chen's 1,000-point damage immunity was actually broken. Counter the talent activated at a critical moment, absorbing all the terrifying force capable of breaking mountains. What? Is this old man's damage really that terrifying? Considering the 50% damage reduction, the armor's damage reduction, plus 1,000 points of fixed immunity, the original damage of this kick must have dealt at least 3,000 points. The stone heart old man's speed far exceeded Yang Chen's. With one hit, his blazing fist struck out again. Damage absorbed. 351, not good. With just 2 skills in a small combo, Yang Chen's counter energy bar was already half full. He desperately circulated the power within him, dissipating this powerful impact. The stone heart old man frowned slightly, increasingly surprised this little guy could actually withstand 2 of his skills. He slowly retracted his fist, and the aura around him began to rise at a terrifying speed, clearly gathering strength to unleash an even more powerful skill. If this goes wrong, he might get taken out by this old man in an instant. Old sir, please. Look. At this critical moment, Yang Chen's absorption energy bar finally filled up. He suddenly turned around, channeling all the power he had accumulated within him, along with the terrifying damage absorbed from the Stoneheart Elder, and concentrated it all into his right fist, striking fiercely at the unmoving Xuanwu stone. Triggering move, attack. -1, true damage, critical hit. A trivial damage number floated up from the Xuanwu stone. Yang Chen had indeed left a nearly invisible flaw on it, as fine as a strand of hair. Immediately after, -1, true damage, critical hit. Shadowclone also dealt the exact same damage. Oh, the anger in the Stoneheart Elder's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deep curiosity. He hadn't expected that Yang Chen could actually leave a mark on the Xuanwu stone. However, something even more incredible happened. Corrosive wind triggered. X2 Yang Chen had previously been unable to inflict damage, so he couldn't trigger the corrosion effect. But now, these 2 trivial instances of true damage acted like 2 keys, unlocking Pandora's box. The Xuanwu stone trembled violently. Streams of filthy, dirty rust, like living poison, frantically burrowed into the crevices of the Xuanwu stone. The 2-minute flaws instantly cracked. opened a dense web of fractures around them, which continued to expand. Corrosion to the core triggered. Crack. The Xuanwu stone lost 40% of its defense. Assuming a defense of 10 million for million continuous damage instantly dealt, corrosion to the core emitted a crisp wail under the terrifying continuous damage, and the entire stone body shattered explosively, turning into a pile of rubble. The stronger the defense, the higher the damage received. The Xuanwu stone, with an unknown level of defense, was instantly obliterated. Incredible. The indestructible Xuanwu stone actually shattered? Shattered? Accompanying the explosive shattering of the Xuanwu stone, an ancient and terrifying curse. Power also dissipated into thin air. At the same time, the Stoneheart Elder's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His once snow-white, withered hair began to move wildly as if stirred by an unseen wind. That emaciated body, which seemed like it could fall apart at any moment, began to visibly fill out. The bronze skin of the Stoneheart Elder bulged with sharply defined muscles brimming with explosive power, as resilient as a rock weathered by millennia. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones reshaping echoed continuously within him. You actually really broke the Xuanwu stone. The Stoneheart Elder's voice was no longer hoarse but resonated with a deep, powerful timbre. He looked down at his hands, now filled with strength, his eyes sparkling with incredulous joy. My curse has been lifted. A terrifying aura erupted from his rejuvenated body, his power climbing rapidly, instantly surpassing any boss Yang Chen had encountered before. He turned his head, his gaze piercing. As he looked at Yang Chen, the previous anger replaced by a hint of appreciation and gratitude. You little rascal, though a bit slippery. You've really helped me a lot. He waved his hand grandly, his tone bold. Those things are all a gift from me to you. But this is still not enough. The Stoneheart Elder strode up to Yang Chen, his eyes shining with intensity. I'll teach you another divine technique. Before his words fell, his finger, as hard as steel, had already pointed at Yang Chen's forehead. Buzz, buzz, buzz streams of pure energy containing the power of primal forging instantly drilled into Yang Chen's mind. You have learned a special skill, stone forging technique. It was a supreme secret art about how to forge divine stones. A wealth of knowledge about forging, decomposing, and purifying flooded into Yang Chen's mind. He finally understood the true purpose of the heavenly hammer he had stolen earlier. It was the most important tool for performing the stone forging technique. After using the heavenly craft hammer to smash the obtained equipment, a special substance called casting stone essence can be refined. As long as you accumulate 1,000 pieces of casting stone essence, you can randomly forge a corresponding quality divine stone. The quantity of essence that can be refined from equipment of different qualities and levels varies greatly. Level 1 common equipment equals 1 casting stone essence. Level 1 fine equipment equals 2 casting stone essences. Level 1 superior equipment equals 4 casting stone essences. Level 1 excellent equipment equals 8 casting stone essences. Moreover, for each level increase in equipment, the amount of essence obtained will double. Level 2 gives double. Level 3 gives triple, and so on. A super treasure chest? This is simply a handcrafted super treasure chest. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled, unable to suppress the excitement within. What does this mean? Even without the first kill reward, as long as he has enough equipment to decompose, he can continuously obtain divine stones and constantly enhance his talents. Awesome. However, speaking of which, there seems to be a contradiction between the Manhwa cauldron and the casting stone technique. Both require massive amounts of equipment for sustenance. In the future, I'll use equipment for decomposition, and all the materials dropped from kills will be given to the Manhwa cauldron, distributing them reasonably. Yang Chen quickly formulated a plan in his mind. The Manhwa soup can steadily enhance the 6-dimensional attributes, which is key to solidifying the bucket build. Meanwhile, the casting stone technique allows him to continuously obtain divine stones, ensuring the qualitative transformation of his talents. The two complement each other and are both very important. At this moment, the sharp eyes of the Stoneheart Elder, like those of a hawk, fell upon Yang Chen once more. He slowly approached, took a deep breath, as if discerning a familiar aura. I sense the presence of an old friend in you. The Stoneheart Elder's voice was deep and distant, tinged with nostalgia. Kid, I value you highly. If fate allows, we may meet again in the future. With that, the Stoneheart Elder said no more, only casting a meaningful glance at Yang Chen before turning to leave, his tall figure quickly disappearing at the end of the street. Yang Chen felt a bit puzzled. Why are these otherworldly experts all the same? Just like the old beggar and the snake catcher he encountered before, they all seemed mysterious, as if they came with some kind of mission. Moreover, this old man promised to forge a piece of equipment for him, so why did he slip away? No, this Stoneheart Elder seems to be different from other NPCs. He appears to be suppressed here by that piece of Xuanwu stone. His appearance inadvertently helped lift the curse. As Yang Chen thought of this, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he quickly bent down to collect all the shattered Xuanwu stone fragments on the ground, leaving not a single piece behind in his backpack. These are the things that can trap the mysterious Stoneheart Elder. Definitely top-tier materials. What a pity. He smacked his lips, a hint of regret flashing through his mind. If it weren't for this hidden quest, he would have definitely pulled a monkey stealing peaches on this old man, and the big treasure he would have stolen would have been of exceptional quality. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively. The strength of the Stone Heart Elder is unfathomable. Even if he used all his trump cards, poisoning, bleeding, deadly poison, corrosion, bombarding in turns, if luck was on his side and he managed to kill the Stone Heart Elder, the rewards would still be far inferior to the casting stone technique, this heaven-defying divine skill. Yang Chen opened his backpack, eagerly checking the spoils he had just obtained. The heavenly craft hammer, this key item goes without saying, and the other two items also exuded an extraordinary aura. Heart of the Mountain, a special item exclusive to a unique profession. It is a peculiar ore, only the size of a fist, yet weighing over 1,000 pounds, pulsating like a heart. It presents a heavy, earth-like dark yellow color, with its surface covered in naturally formed patterns resembling mountain ranges. Yang Chen could clearly feel a steady and magnificent power emanating from deep within the earth. Contained within it another hidden class item, and it was borrowed from an existence of the level of Stoneheart Elder. Its value is probably even higher than the tears of the siren and the golden pistol. Yang Chen's gaze fell once again on that ancient manual. The Mountain Splitter and Sea Breaker technique is an ancient scroll that records supreme leg techniques, its cover made from some unknown tough beast hide, with several domineering characters inscribed in strong, vigorous strokes. Learn it immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chen chose to use it. The ancient scroll instantly transformed into a stream of earthy yellow light, surging into his mind. Countless profound pieces of information regarding leg techniques, force application, and variations were deeply imprinted in his memory. Like a brand. You have learned the skill Mountain Splitter and Sea Breaker technique. Mountain Splitter and Sea Breaker technique realm. Beginner proficiency, 0 out of 100. Cooldown, 1 minute. Special effect 1, armor break. Special effect 2, bone shatter. Details. This is the wrath of the earth, channeling all bodily strength into one leg, kicking out with the force of a landslide, unstoppable, capable of inflicting high physical damage. Evaluation, my leg. Armor break, shatter 30% of the target's armor defense. Bone shatter, high probability of causing the fracture effect on the target, significantly reducing its movement speed. Goodness. Yang Chen stared at the still description, his eyes wide. What kind of leg technique is this? This is simply a human-shaped siege cannon. High physical damage with a percentage-based armor break, plus a 100% chance of a bone shatter effect, directly kicking the enemy's leg in two. However, the armor break effect seems to overlap with the corrosion effect. No, this armor break effect not only works on equipment but also on one's own stamina defense, regardless of anything else. The more special effects, the better. Old rules. Hidden class items go straight into the impurity cauldron. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. Without hesitation, he tossed the incredibly heavy heart of the mountain along with all the shattered Xuanwu stone fragments into the cauldron. Boom! It was as if a massive meteorite had been dropped into an unfathomable swamp. The cauldron erupted with an unprecedented violent reaction the moment it came into contact with the heart of the mountain and the Xuanwu stone. The pot, which had been bubbling with a green soup full of life and decay, was instantly infused with an unmatched heavy earthy yellow energy. Glug, glug, glug. Green and yellow, two completely different yet equally powerful energies, wildly merged within the cauldron. Waves of chaotic and immense energy fluctuations surged out from the cauldron, causing the entire blacksmith shop to hum, with cracks even appearing on the walls. Eventually, the two energies seemed to reach some bizarre balance. The liquid in the pot transformed into a paste that was between solid and liquid, half deep earthy yellow and half filthy life's dark green. Drink up! Yang Chen gulped down the impurity soup, which instantly transformed into a terrifying energy, crashing wildly within his body. Your lifespan is reduced by 100 years. Your stamina permanently plus 100. You gain a talent, heart like a rock. The effect of your talent, Cursed Titan Body, is enhanced. Yang Chen let out a painful grunt, his body trembling violently, the surface of his skin occasionally revealing hard rock-like textures. He could clearly feel that his spirit had been tempered like steel, becoming as indestructible as ancient rock. His flesh underwent a tremendous transformation. Heart like a rock, your will is as steadfast as the earth, significantly reducing the effects of any form of charm, fear, confusion, mind control, mental shock, illusion, and other control-type negative states. Cursed Titan Body, dark gold level enhanced, permanently immune to 1000 points of any type of damage, with all damage taken reduced by 60%. This effect applies to all types of damage, including true damage. Damn. Yang Chen stared at the upgraded talent effect, his eyes nearly popping out. This talent was simply the ultimate nightmare for all mental type mages and control classes. With it, he would completely disregard flashy mental attacks and control skills, truly achieving the state of the mountain collapses before me, yet my expression remains unchanged. If he continued to level up a few more times, he might even become immune to mental control effects. Moreover, The enhancement of the cursed titan's body was absurd to the extreme, a 60% reduction in all types of damage. This meant that even the so-called true damage, which ignored all defenses, would be reduced by a full 60% in front of him. Added to that was a fixed damage reduction of 1,000 points. Yang Chen could no longer imagine what in this world could truly harm him. However, this upgrade was indeed ruthless. Yang Chen's additional lifespan was cut by another 100 years, leaving him with only 138 years. Besides the two divine talents, a full 100 points in stamina was also enough to be considered extraordinary, truly worthy of the heart of the mountain, truly worthy of the Xuanwu stone. This was no longer flesh. Yang Chen was practically a moving, indestructible superfortress draped in human skin. Yang Chen walked out of the blacksmith's shop. He looked up at the sky, quickly swallowed by dust. The second night of Darkness Descends had arrived. As scheduled, the brief respite of the day was over, and the player's strength had rapidly increased. The darkness of last night brought only despair and chaos. Tonight, however, was completely different. The faces of all players showed less panic and more seriousness and determination. Although the daytime was short, the weakening of the monsters provided everyone with a precious opportunity for growth. The level leaderboard was the best proof of this. Aside from the werewolf, who led with a level 20 gap, looking down on all beings like a deity, the player's strength in the entire world had quietly divided into clear tiers. T0 tier, the top 10 players globally, whose levels had skyrocketed to an astonishing level 16. Following closely were the top 100, most of whom had also reached level 15. They were the true trendsetters of the Tianyuan world, the existence that all players looked up to, each ID representing a legend. T1 tier, super experts cultivated by major guilds with all their resources, along with some lucky individuals who had extraordinary encounters. Their levels were generally around level 13, and even the hardworking and nearly self-torturing Imangluox who had successfully reached level 12 before nightfall. T2 tier, top professional players from various paths, as well as those powerful lone wolves. With their exceptional talents and rich experience, they successfully broke through the level 10 barrier and completed their first job change. Their strength increased significantly. Level 10 was a watershed moment. It represented that players could officially change jobs, significantly enhancing all attributes and gaining exclusive skills for their profession. They were no longer the little chicks at the mercy of monsters. T3 tier, players from level 7 to level 10. They were the backbone of the Tianyuan world, the largest group in number. They might not have extraordinary talents or strong financial backing, but through their own efforts and sweat, they were steadily climbing towards higher tiers. As for those below level 7, they might have mediocre talents, might not be good at combat, or perhaps due to age, health, and various other reasons, they struggled to form effective combat power. Perhaps this group of people was the most struggling in the Tianyuan world, having to place their hopes of survival on the strong. It's coming. On the second night, there will surely be a great battle. A sharp light flickered in Yang Chen's eyes, like that of a falcon. He had one last chance to assist, and he had to be extremely cautious to maximize the benefits. He was about to open the world channel to see which gullible guild was offering the highest price when suddenly, the friend bar flashed with an urgent notification sound. In Yang Chen's friend list, there were only a couple of people, and he casually clicked to see Nyo-Nyo's avatar bouncing. "Wolf brother, help me. Something's happened." Nyo-Nyo's voice message was filled with terror and helplessness. "Speak." Yang Chen replied succinctly, but he had already guessed part of the outcome. I was scammed. Those bastards from Aoshire Tianxia are not human. They said we would trade at the burial ground, but as soon as I teleported over, they turned on me. They said I had to give them all my equipment and wine first, and we would settle the balance later when I had money. I definitely refused. Nyo-Nyo's messages followed closely, filled with grievance and indignation. "Wolf brother, I'm hiding at the resurrection point in the burial ground. I don't dare to go out at all. They said if I don't hand over my stuff, they'll kill me every time they see me, until my lifespan hits 0. As expected, the worrying situation had occurred. Nyo-Nyo was still too young. The temptation of profit had clouded his judgment. He forgot that Tianyuan was a chaotic, lawless land, where burning, killing, and looting would only increase. "Nyo-Nyo, I warned you. Now you're suffering, huh?" Yang Chen first mocked Nyo-Nyo a bit, then asked with a heartless tone, "Tell me the truth. How many years of lifespan did you lose?" Nyo-Nyo was on the verge of tears. 7 years. They killed me several times, and the equipment you gave me dropped over 20 pieces. I'm sorry, wolf brother. Nyo-Nyo felt extremely guilty, fully aware of the value of that batch of goods. And because of his recklessness and arrogance, he had let down the trust of the war wolf boss. Sorry? Is that even appropriate? We're all brothers, it's just a few pieces of equipment, and you got so upset. Yang Chen replied casually, friends shouldn't say sorry to each other. And to him, it wasn't a big deal. Nyo-Nyo was momentarily speechless. Friends? The war wolf boss really considered him a friend. What right did he have to feel that way? All right, the burial ground, huh? Just wait, I'm on my way. Yang Chen closed the chat box. There was no need to hesitate now. He would go directly to the burial ground. Come, let's see what's going on. Burial ground. Death and despair shrouded the town. The sky was always gray, and the ground beneath showed a sickly gray-white, as if all its vitality had been drained. Outside the town, white bones were scattered everywhere, lying next to withered tree stumps like ghostly shadows. Crack, crack, crack. Under the pale moonlight, the scattered bones slowly began to rise from the ground as if pulled by invisible threads. In their hollow eye sockets burned two flames of ghostly blue soul fire, and the weapons in their hands were already rusted beyond recognition. Skeleton soldier outside the town. In the burial ground, countless skeleton soldiers surrounded the area, waiting for nightfall. In front of the resurrection point, Nyonyo's face was ashen, trembling all over, surrounded by a group of fierce-looking players. At the forefront was a man with the ID "Only I Am Supreme." He wore a set of luxurious golden armor, with an exaggerated dragon-headed greatsword at his waist, his expression arrogant. He was the president of AO. Tianxia. Zhao Dalong. Beside Zhao Dalong stood a muscular man over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like small mountains, looking at Nyonyo with ill intent. ID Iron Fist. Invincible. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over all your remaining equipment and those wines. Iron Fist. Invincible threatened, but this was the resurrection point, and he couldn't truly harm Nyonyo. In the shadows on the other side, an assassin wearing a grotesque demon mask was leisurely playing with a poison-throwing knife in his hand. ID Gotham Joker. He was a level 14 top assassin, the pinnacle of combat power in the world, and supposedly a hidden class. Iron Fist, you've scared the little ones. The Gotham Joker mocked, then looked at the president, who was the only one respected, signaling that it was time for the boss to step in. Zhao Dalong walked over to Nyonyo, softening his tone. I understand, no business without deceit. You want to raise the price, we can understand that. But by handing over the equipment to us now, you're essentially helping yourself. He pointed to the endless sea of skeletons outside the town, his voice suddenly rising. Look outside, all the players in the area need us to save them. Do you want to watch those ordinary people get killed by undead monsters? Moral coercion. This was blatant moral coercion. That's right. Exactly. Hand over the items, let the president go kill the boss, and we can all survive. What good does it do for you to hoard so many resources? Do you want to harm everyone? The surrounding members of the World of Pride also chimed in, condemning Nyonyo in a cacophony of voices. At that moment, a few seemingly kind-hearted but calculating aunties squeezed out of the crowd. They began to advise him earnestly. Oh dear, young man, listen to your aunt. Money can always be made. One aunt with a head full of cheap curls spoke in a tone of an elder lecturing a younger. Look at us old folks, we can't lift a finger, can't carry a load. What combat power do we have? It's all thanks to these kind young men from the World of Pride who are shielding us. Yes, yes. Another aunt with thick foundation on her face echoed, you can't be too selfish, let them use those items first. And once we all get through this tough time, we can settle the accounts later. Their words sounded reasonable, as if they were truly thinking of the greater good. These people enjoyed the protection of the World of Pride while naturally believing that Nyonyo should selflessly contribute his strategic resources. As if what Nyonyo had was just falling from the sky. You make it sound so easy. Those items aren't yours. I even wasted a chance to assist. Coming over to deliver. Nyonyo's face turned red, his words filled with grievance, but facing the onslaught of the aunties, any explanation was futile. Young man, what you're saying is not right. Life is precious, no matter how much money you have, you need a life to spend it. Do you want to harm everyone? For the sake of making money, you don't even care about the lives of us old folks. This is like eating blood buns. Today's youth really don't understand respect for the elderly and love for the young. These items had nothing to do with them. With just a few words, they easily climbed to the moral high ground, frantically condemning a besieged young man. The Guild of World of Pride, robbing the equipment, was the real hero. Nyonyo, the victim, had instead become the selfish bastard. Speechless. Just as Nyonyo was about to be drowned in a sea of spittle, a blue light flickered at the resurrection point. That man appeared. A man draped in a fierce tiger cloak, equipped in an extremely flashy manner, appeared before everyone. Yang Chen had just teleported to the scene and saw Nyonyo, surrounded by a large group, suffering insults and curses, his face turning a deep purple. Step aside. A low, oppressive reprimand thundered through the crowd like a clap of thunder. The players who had been shouting just moments ago involuntarily stepped aside, clearing a path. Yang Chen pushed through the crowd, walking over at a leisurely pace. Wolf brother. The moment Nyonyo saw Yang Chen, his eyes, which had been filled with grievance and anger, suddenly lit up. He hurried to Yang Chen's side, his lips trembling with excitement. However, Yang Chen didn't comfort him right away. Instead, he mocked him a bit. I told you, your ability to handle pressure is lacking, didn't I? This is a resurrection point. Can they really kill you here? What are you afraid of? Yang Chen patted Nyonyo's shoulder, while the gazes of the others around them all focused on this unexpected guest. I'm sorry, Wolf brother, Nyo lowered his head, tightly clenching his fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Is this ridiculous or what? I said, it's all JB, buddy. Yang Chen's tone remained casual, yet it stirred a wave of emotion in Nyo's heart. Alright, you go rest over there. After saying this, Yang Chen ignored Nyo and turned to look at the members of Ao Shi Tianxia. On the other side, Zhao Dalong's proud eyes involuntarily narrowed as he sized up the suddenly appearing man before him. Who are you? As the leader of Ao Shi Tianxia, Zhao Dalong was no fool. The man in front of him wore an eye-catching tiger-striped cloak, and his arrogant demeanor suggested that he was anything but ordinary. You ask who I am? Yang Chen snorted coldly, curled his lip, and uttered 3 words that would make anyone spit blood. I'm your dad. I'm your father. Those 3 words silenced all the surrounding voices. Zhao Dalong's face, which was originally quite handsome, quickly turned a ripe liver color at a visible speed. You're looking for death. How dare you insult our president? The members of Ao Shi Tianxia behind him instantly erupted, their eyes wide with anger as they drew their weapons, ready to tear Yang Chen apart. Do you know who I am? Zhao Dalong's voice grew darker, each word squeezed out from between his teeth. Oh, didn't I just say, you're my son? Yang Chen dug in his ear, showing a look of concern for the mentally challenged, and paused before continuing. What? Don't believe me? Go home and ask your mom. Such poor quality. The simplest of insults, the most extreme enjoyment. Alright, another one looking for death. Zhao Dalong was so furious he could explode, laughing in anger, his eyes shooting out terrifying killing intent. Unfilial son. How dare you talk to your father like that? Come, I see you need some education. Let's meet at the town entrance. Yang Chen continued to insult Zhao Dalong, then turned and walked out of the resurrection circle, striding towards the outskirts of the town. What? Is he serious? This mysterious man in the tiger-striped cloak actually dared to provoke the president of Ao Shi Tianxia in such a manner. He even issued a challenge? That's the president of Wei Wudu Zun. More importantly, he was a super strong player who had switched to the hidden class Dragon Emperor. He possessed an incredibly strong talent, Junlin Tianxia, a domineering, almost BUG-level aura-type talent. As long as his companions were within his vicinity, all their attributes would receive a certain degree of enhancement. In return, these enhanced companions would feed back 10% of their attributes to their emperor. In other words, as long as he had enough subjects behind him, his attributes could swell to an outrageous level. At this moment, over 100 teammates stood behind Zhao Dalong. What does this mean? Zhao Dalong had transformed into a terrifying numerical monster with attributes exceeding those of ordinary players by more than 10 times. Dragon Emperor, Junlin Tianxia. This class talent was practically designed to establish a massive guild and achieve great dominance. As long as he could continuously recruit and expand his power, he could truly look down upon all and reign over the entire Tian Yuan world. Hee, what a fool who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth, purely looking for death. Just wait, soon you'll see how the president crushes him. Members of the proud world, cruel and disdainful sneers appeared on their faces, as if they had already witnessed Yang Chen's tragic end at the hands of the president's sword. At the town's gate, Yang Chen stood alone, draped in the wild tiger cloak, quietly waiting. In front of him stood over 100 well-equipped, bloodthirsty members of the proud world. Come, Yang. Chen slowly raised his hand, contemptuously beckoning to the dark crowd before him. You all, come at me together. His voice was not loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like a heavy bomb. What does this mean? Wasn't he supposed to challenge the president of Only I Am Supreme to a duel? Not a duel. He actually wants to take on the entire Proud World Guild by himself? How arrogant! How foolish! Among the more than 100 members of the Proud World, over 20 had completed their job changes with levels all above 10. Even if each of them used the lowest level skill, they could easily crush him to pieces with absolute damage. Ha. You want to challenge my entire guild? A mocking cold smile appeared on Zhao Dalong's face, his eyes filled with lofty arrogance and disdain. If I can't take you down with one skill, I'll call you dad. Zhao Dalong tightened his grip on the exceptional quality dragon-headed greatsword, his golden armor humming with the terrifying power surging within him. 10% of the attributes of over 100 companions from ruling the world flowed back to Zhao Dalong, like rivers converging into the sea. Strength, constitution, agility, endurance, intelligence, spirit. At that moment, all his six-dimensional attributes soared to a terrifying level close to 200 points. This was the combined power of the entire guild. Zhao Dalong could clearly feel an unprecedented, earth-shattering force surging wildly through his limbs and bones. He suddenly stepped forward, raising the dragon-headed greatsword high, its blade erupting with blinding golden light. Dragon slash. Accompanied by a roar, he swung the sword, engulfed in golden flames, downwards with all his might. A sword aura, like the fangs of a giant dragon, roared out from the blade. The sword light carved a deep trench into the hard gray ground, heading straight for Yang Chen's head. Immunity, when the golden sword aura capable of splitting mountains struck Yang Chen, two cold and glaring characters emerged. Zhao Dalong's sinister smile froze instantly. What? An invincible type shield? Flashy, Yang Chen muttered, directly activating the poisoning skill. His hands were instantly covered with a layer of viscous poison, exuding an ominous aura. The next second, Yang Chen's figure vanished from the spot. Blink, monkey steals peach. Zhao Dalong felt a blur before his eyes. A ghostly figure had already closed in on him, followed by a heart-wrenching pain that suddenly surged from his lower abdomen. You have stolen the great treasure of Only I Am Supreme. Pain, spasms, severe poison, rot, corrosion, organ damage, incurable poison plague, cold. Poison of the strange python, flying dragon probing the clouds. A waterfall of data, like a barrage of messages, erupted above Zhao Dalong's head. Just one skill, yet it instantly flooded his information bar with a dense array of negative statuses. Minus 660. True damage, a silver white. Damage number floated up right after. Under the enhancement of ruling the world, Zhao Dalong's health was over 2,000, even higher than Yang Chen's. Hiss, a layer of cold white frost instantly covered Zhao Dalong's body, followed by large patches of skin beginning to rot and ooze pus. He uncontrollably collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently, beads of sweat streaming down his pale face. True damage is the most genuine harm in the world. The shattering of an egg is also the most painful torment in the world. Zhao Dalong's treasure was stolen right in front of hundreds of his subordinates, and the heart-wrenching agony nearly made him faint on the spot. But that was not the end. Shadow spawn, talent activated. A vague black shadow appeared on Yang Chen, mimicking the action of a monkey stealing a peach. Unfortunately, Zhao Dalong's treasure had already been taken, so this move did not inflict damage, but it still produced effects of pain and spasms. Foam spewed from his mouth. The double pain nearly caused Zhao Dalong to lose consciousness. The once arrogant and despairingly powerful president of Only I Am Supreme now writhed on the ground like a dog with a broken spine, howling in agony, crawling all over the place. Ridiculous, ridiculous. How should one put it? Only I Am Supreme is indeed a freakish tank with explosive attributes. The unfortunate part is, he possesses formidable attributes but lacks matching talents and skills. In front of Yang Chen, this monster adorned with special effects, Zhao Dalong resembled a super soldier without any talent or skills. A super rookie. Rust Trigger X2. Yang Chen's attack produced a rust effect, and Zhao Dalong's originally resplendent armor was instantly covered by a layer of orange-red rust. The rust seemed alive, transforming into sharp, poisonous thorns that crazily burrowed into his flesh, causing continuous stinging damage. Let's try a new skill. A hint of cruel mockery flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. Mountain Splitter, Sea Breaker. He suddenly raised his right leg, exuding a terrifying momentum that could tear the earth apart, and kicked Zhao Dalong as if he were a mutt. Minus 807. Critical hit. A bright red damage number exploded from the top of Zhao Dalong's head. The Mountain Splitter, Sea Breaker unleashed unimaginably terrifying damage. That overwhelming force directly dented the sturdy armor of Only I Am Supreme, and the sound of shattering bones was clearly audible. Bone Shatter Trigger Rust. Flying Dragon Probe Cloud Hand. Crack. Zhao Dalong's right leg bent backward at a bizarre angle, and the intense pain made him emit an even more anguished scream than before. Shadow Spawn Trigger A. Vague shadow separated from behind Yang Chen like a ghost. It mimicked the exact same posture and unleashed the Mountain Splitter, Sea Breaker again, striking Zhao Dalong fiercely. Minus 241. Critical hit. Although the damage from the shadow spawn was much lower, another sound of bone shattering followed. Bone Shatter, Rust, Flying Dragon. Probe Cloud Hand. Zhao Dalong's other leg was also brutally kicked off, twisting irregularly. Damn! This shadow spawn talent is simply outrageous. Its damage may not be high, but it can perfectly replicate the special effects of skills almost equivalent to double casting. Can't the poison stack double? The poison skill applies poison wherever it touches. Yang Chen glanced at the information bar and found that the shadow spawn's attack did not trigger the poison effect, and the same went for the Mountain Splitter, Sea Breaker. There was also something absurdly funny. The Mountain Splitter, Sea Breaker was clearly a leg attack, but the system absurdly classified it as a bare-handed skill, triggering the Flying Dragon Probe Cloud Hand as well. This is not the Flying Dragon Probe Cloud Hand, this is simply the Flying Dragon Probe Cloud Foot. Hard to imagine the sight of toes snatching away equipment. Rust to the Bone Trigger. Zhao Dalong's armor had its defense reduced by 60%. Rust to the bone. Under the terrifying continuous damage, his health poured out like a flood breaking through a dam, ultimately being completely emptied. Is he dead just like that? Too fragile, right? Yang Chen merely tested a new skill, and this so-called freakish tank was easily sent back to the resurrection point. Come on, you're really weak. Shock. A deathly silence. Everyone present was rendered speechless by the scene before them. The seemingly uneven battle actually lasted only a few seconds, but the once invincible and self-important president had already been killed in an instant. Impossible. The president was the Dragon Emperor. His ruling the World talent made him a super tank warrior with no blind spots. How could he lose to some inexplicable man? War Wolf, son. War Wolf, what did you just say? War Wolf, quick, call me dad. Yang Chen, with a heartless intent, slowly typed a few lines on the public screen. War Wolf. This person was actually War Wolf. It was only at this moment that the members of Proud World finally woke from their dream. They realized that the man before them was the legendary figure who dominated all the leaderboards. They had kicked a hard board. No wonder he could kill the president in an instant. It turned out to be that legendary killing god. Zhao Dalong's figure reformed at the resurrection point. Just as he was about to get up from the ground, he found that he couldn't stand at all. Organ damage, rootless. Person, legs disabled. Both of his legs had been broken. Not to mention standing up, even moving a little came with excruciating pain, and a third of his health bar had turned permanently gray, with all attributes significantly reduced. Not only that, his attribute points were plummeting at a rate of 1 point per second. A layer of bone-chilling frost covered his entire body, making his movements as slow as a turtle, and every 60 seconds he would be completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Healer, hurry, come purify me. Zhao Dalong let out a terrified and trembling scream, and a level 13 healer with the ID healing art milked dead people rushed to his side. Casting the strongest purification spell, a holy white light flashed. Zhao Dalong felt that the negative states on him seemed to be dispelled, but when he looked down, he was completely dumbfounded. Still there. Untreatable poison, cold poison from the strange python, rootless person, legs disabled, these negative states, like maggots in the bone, had not disappeared at all. Ordinary purification spells were completely ineffective against these strange poisons and organ damage. Zhao Dalong screamed in agony and turned into a white light again, dying. Rust corrosion triggered. The rusted armor on him, like the most vicious curse, killed him once more. Don't forget, the effect of rust wind on equipment is permanent. What kind of bizarre skill is this? Zhao Dalong quickly took off the already scrapped armor, leaving only a pair of system-given shorts just to avoid being tormented by the continuous damage from rust. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was not idle either. His gaze turned to the other members of Proud World, especially the invincible Iron Fist and Gotham Joker who had been so arrogant when bullying Nyo just moments ago. Come on. It's your turn. Yang Chen's lips curled slightly as he took off the imposing evil tiger cloak and put on a golden armor covered in writhing rust tumors, exuding an ominous aura. Golden armor of the Rust King. Immediately after, something even more outrageous happened. Yang Chen's head began to shake wildly at an extremely exaggerated and frenzied frequency. Frenzied swing triggered. The cooldown time of all his skills was refreshing at a rate of 5 seconds per second. At the same time, whoosh! 2 fluffy, pink, disproportionately large rabbit ears suddenly popped out from the top of his head. Those incredibly flamboyant rabbit ears, with the violent shaking of his head, swung like a pair of pink twin tails, wildly flailing in the air, even creating a gust of wind like a propeller. Frenzied swing, all skill cooldowns reduced by 5 seconds. Frenzied swing, all skill cooldowns reduced by 5 seconds. Yang Chen's head shook wildly, the enormous pink rabbit ears creating 2 afterimages. In the air, all skills rapidly recovering at a perverse speed. The cooldown for Deadly Fist was almost non-existent, firing off once per second. With just 2 quick shakes of his head, Blink allowed him to traverse the battlefield again. The cooldown for poisoning lasted 4 minutes, but under the influence of his frenzied swaying, it could be seamlessly maintained throughout. The most crucial skill, Monkey Steals Peach, had its cooldown compressed to below 5 seconds, significantly increasing the efficiency of egg breaking, turning it into the ultimate nightmare for all men. Your dad is here. Ha 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 ha. Yang Chen laughed maniacally as he charged into the crowd, starting with a lightning 5-strike whip. Zzzzz. The blue-purple electric light exploded instantly, the frenzied lightning chain darting through the dense crowd, shocking all players it touched into a state of twitching, charred flesh. Paralysis x8. Lightning damage, -48. Due to his low intelligence, the direct damage from the lightning chain wasn't high, but the upgraded skill could bounce 7 times. With one punch, the struck body, combined with the darting lightning chain, instantly left 8 members of the Proud World in a state of violent twitching paralysis. This guy is too freaky. I'll control him, you all focus fire. Iron Fist. Invincible roared, his fists colliding with a thunderous boom, a skill with a taunt effect instantly locking onto Yang Chen. Yang Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The surrounding environment immediately becoming blurry, the figures of others turning into ethereal phantoms. Only the mountain-like figure of Iron Fist Invincible became exceptionally clear in his vision. Taunt was a form of mental control that forcibly redirected your attention. During the effect of the taunt, if the target wasn't killed, others would remain in an unclear state, unable to be locked onto. Everyone, get out of the way. Watch my fireball spell. A mage with the ID flash wall crash had already accumulated an excessive amount of fire energy. A massive fireball, larger than a human head and highly unstable in form, trailed a long tail of flame as it exploded on Yang Chen. Boom! The scorching flames instantly enveloped Yang Chen's body, the terrifying shockwave lifting the ground around him, the air distorting from the heat wave. Die! The figure of the Gotham Joker flashed by like a ghost, his poisoned dagger transforming into a dark green streak of light, accurately shooting towards Yang Chen's back. Immunity, toxin immunity. These attacks, capable of one-shotting ordinary players, couldn't even break through Yang Chen's defenses. The toxin immunity talent turned the Gotham Joker's prideful deadly poison into a joke. Heart of Stone, Yang Chen's special talent, quietly activated at that moment. All skills similar to mental control had their effects greatly weakened, including the taunt. The surrounding blurry environment quickly became clear, the taunt effect lasting less than 2 seconds before failing. You're quite brave. With a blink, Yang Chen's figure appeared right in front of Iron Fist Invincible. Steal. Iron Fist Invincible's little treasure. You have stolen equipment, pain, spasms, blood-soaked, deadly poison, decay, incurable, plague, exotic python cold poison, organ damage, flying dragon probing the clouds, X2 with a deadly fist. Yang Chen instantly carved 2 deep wounds into Iron Fist Invincible, exposing bone, and the effect of Shadow Clone was triggered. That pitch-black, blurry afterimage, in exactly the same posture, unleashed a deadly fist technique. Again, tearing Iron Fist Invincible's wounds open a second time. -289. Critical hit, -277. Critical hit, -86. Critical hit, Shadow Clone, -83. Critical hit, Shadow Clone, -69. Monkey steals Peach, percentage true damage, bleeding trigger, 352. The fourth layer was just a simple skill, yet a series of numbers cascaded down like a waterfall. Coupled with the previous negative status, it resembled a beautiful essay. The damage was also absurdly high. Yang Chen's deadly stabbing fist, combined with the effects of the monkey stealing peaches and the shadow offspring, instantly dealt over 1,000 points of terrifying damage per second. The massive body of the Iron Fist Invincible, amidst the piercing screams, suddenly transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from the spot. Ice arrow, rolling shot. Some archers and ranged classes around unleashed various skills in succession, but when they hit Yang Chen, only a series of cold immunity messages appeared. Infectious rust triggered. Infectious rust triggered. Every time Yang Chen was attacked, the golden armor of the Rust King on him would trigger a special effect, spraying out large patches of reddish-brown spores. Any player contaminated by these spores would be 100% infected with rust disease, and a layer of foul-smelling rust would slowly begin to grow on all their equipment. This rust quickly transformed into sharp spikes, deeply embedding themselves into their flesh. Rust to the core triggered. The more defense they lost, the stronger the damage caused by rust to the core became, turning their equipment into a deadly burden. What the hell is this skill? Is my equipment attacking me? Quick, take off your gear. Ah! The crowd erupted in terrified screams. The spikes generated by the rust pierced their skin, and when they tried to remove their equipment, it would tear open bloody patches of skin, creating a horrifying scene. Without their gear, they had no defense, and their additional attributes were greatly reduced. But they couldn't not take it off, or they would be rusted to death by their own equipment. Control him. We can't let him keep outputting damage. Quickly use control skills. The Gotham Joker's eyes flickered madly. He knew very well that the werewolf was ridiculously strong, and facing him head-on was a dead end. Touch of fear. A warlock practicing dark magic waved his hand, summoning several twisted shadow tentacles that wrapped around Yang Chen's body. This move had low damage but had a high chance of triggering the fear effect, causing the enemy to act uncontrollably. Holy blinding. Another priest raised his staff high, summoning a blinding holy light. Although this holy light had no damage capability, it could temporarily blind the target with the dazzle effect. It was different now. After the players changed classes, they gained a plethora of new skills, and they could actually fight back against Yang Chen. The enemies not only refused to surrender, but even dared to counterattack me. The effect of Heart of Stone triggered again. These negative control states, which could turn the tide of battle, lasted less than 2 seconds on Yang Chen before being forcibly dispelled by his rock-solid will. You guys in your negative states are really disgusting. Yang Chen, the villain, complained first, feeling that others' control skills and negative buffs were disgusting, without mentioning his own world-class poison and organ damage. However, it was time to get serious. Just right to test the ultimate move he had just obtained. Despair's Lament. Yang Chen activated the ultimate move of the Heart of Despair. Necklace. The deep blue gem hanging on his chest became even more profound, suddenly flashing with blinding light. Mana reduced to 0. Yang Chen's 730 points of mana were instantly cleared by this skill, converting into a devastating mental shockwave. In the next moment, whoosh! That was the sound of giant waves from the sea. Centered on Yang Chen, everyone within a 50-meter radius was caught in the spell. All members of the Proud World, regardless of strength or class, were swept into a cold, silent, deep-sea illusion. Suffocation silence dual states descended instantly. The overwhelming pressure of the deep sea crazily squeezed their bodies from all directions. and everyone was unable to breathe. Gurgle, gurgle. The players' chests felt as if they were about to burst. They desperately opened their mouths, trying to inhale even the slightest bit of air, but all that rushed in was the icy, bone-chilling seawater tinged with a salty, fishy taste. Large bubbles uncontrollably erupted from their mouths and noses, taking away the last remnants of oxygen in their lungs. Their health points were plummeting at a visibly frantic pace. The mages and priests were in a state of utter despair. They instinctively wanted to chant spells, to cast magic for self-rescue or retaliation, but all that came from their open mouths were a series of oxygen bubbles. In a state of silence, no magic could be used. At that moment, a melody filled with despair and sorrow slowly echoed in everyone's minds. The song seemed to come from the depths of hell, directly assaulting their souls, causing devastating magical damage. This was the ultimate move of the Queen of Despair. -1078. Critical hit, -917. Critical hit, -876. Critical hit, -1121. Critical hit. The drained mana erupted with widespread magical damage. Players had varying levels of magic resistance, but all were obliterated by the thousands of points of critical damage. Even the tough-skinned warriors were instantly killed. As the song ended, the illusion shattered. More than half of the battlefield was cleared, leaving only Yang Chen standing alone. Sin value +1+1+1+1+1+1+1. Unfortunately, the Shadowborn did not trigger the despair aria. It seemed it could only affect physical skills. Resurrection point. The white light flickered like a tide, wildly flashing. Members of the Proud World all resurrected at the same time. They looked at each other in confusion, their faces still bearing the fear and suffocation of being swallowed by the deep sea, as if they had just escaped from a nightmare they couldn't wake up from. Unbelievable. The werewolf was just one person, yet he possessed such terrifying combat power. One person versus Proud World. Over 100 people were directly killed by him, including more than 20 elite players who had successfully changed classes. It was simply outrageous. My lifespan decreased by 11 years. A piercing scream filled with terror and despair shattered the deathly silence. Mine, too, decreased by 9 years. How could this happen? Isn't it just one skill dying once? The people at the resurrection point, shocked to discover their lifespans had drastically decreased, fell into complete despair. The Tianyuan system calculates the loss of lifespan based on the severity of the damage received. Despair aria. This ultimate move caused such a terrifying mental shock and magical damage that every player who was killed lost nearly 10 years of their lifespan. This was still considered lucky. Fortunately, this world-destroying ultimate move was classified by the system as a type of magic. If it had been a bare-handed skill, once the kung fu is a killing technique talent was triggered, the lifespan they lost at this moment would likely have doubled. However, the most unfortunate among the crowd was the unlucky one known as Iron Fist Invincible. His little treasure was forcibly stolen, resulting in an immediate loss of 10 years of lifespan. Following that, he was killed by Yang Chen's unreasonable combo, classified as suffering a severe blow from a bare-handed skill. The terrifying damage per second exceeded 1,000 points, perfectly triggering the Kung Fu as a killing technique talent. At the moment of Iron Fist Invincible's death, his lifespan was frantically stripped away by a full 20 years, totaling half a lifetime lost. 30 years. How many 30-year spans does a life have? Looking at the shocking number on his system panel, Iron Fist Invincible felt his vision darken, the world spinning around him, nearly fainting on the spot. Yang Chen walked slowly towards the resurrection point. With each step he took, the members of Proud World would uncontrollably retreat a step back. In the eyes of the players who once dominated the world, the previous arrogance and tyranny had vanished, replaced only by fear of Yang Chen. As one after another they retreated into the resurrection circle. Nyo, come here. Yang Chen casually beckoned to the young man, still dazed at the center of the resurrection point. Got it, wolf brother. Nyo snapped back to reality, straightened his back, and scampered out of the resurrection point, standing tall behind Yang Chen. It felt as if an army of thousands was standing behind him, with a big brother backing him up. It was just that exhilarating. Yang Chen's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, finally landing on Zhao Dalong, who was slumped on the ground, his legs twisted, wearing only a pair of shorts. What did you just say? You should call me daddy now, right? He raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with unabashed provocation and mockery. Zhao Dalong's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms from the excessive force. He was afflicted by the two incurable poisons, and had his legs crippled, and even his dignity as a man stripped away. At this moment he was no different from a useless person. Attack! Everyone, attack! What do you think I'm supporting you for? Zhao Dalong roared almost hysterically, commanding the guild members around him to launch suicidal attacks against Yang Chen. However, this time, no one dared to move. What a joke! The man before them could easily take away 10 years of their lives with a single skill. Who would dare to provoke this living hell? Seeing this, Zhao Dalong's anger surged even more, his eyes flashing with resentment. Don't forget, Tianyuan is going back to reality. Here, you might lose a few years of life. If anyone dares to disobey me, don't blame me for being rude when we return to reality. Zhao Dalong openly threatened the core members around him. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, their eyes revealing struggle and fear. Zhao Dalong's identity and power in reality were absolutely beyond the reach of these ordinary people. There was no choice. They could only grit their teeth and once again raise their weapons, charging towards Yang Chen. Immunity, however, their attacks were like ants trying to shake a tree, utterly unable to breach Yang Chen's monstrous defense. At that moment, a blurred afterimage silently circled behind Yang Chen. It was the Gotham Joker wearing a demon mask who had activated invisibility, preparing for a deadly sneak attack. Wild instinct, the talent Yang Chen acquired from the bloodthirsty tiger allowed him to easily see through any invisibility effect within a 10-meter range, his perception becoming as sharp as a beast's. Want to sneak attack? Yang Chen sneered, immediately using the blink skill, his figure appearing like a ghost behind the Gotham Joker. With a swift strike, he followed up with a deadly punch and a devastating move that split mountains and seas. The three moves landed almost simultaneously on the Gotham Joker. Immediately after, the afterimage created by reappeared, repeating those three moves in exactly the same manner. The Gotham Joker didn't even have time to let out a scream before he transformed into a pitiful white light, vanishing from the spot. You have stolen the Gotham Joker's treasure. You have stolen equipment X8. A waterfall of damage and theft notifications filled Yang Chen's information bar once again. Do you really want to die? Yang Chen looked at these threatened ordinary players who were gradually losing their interest in playing. Most of them were just unfortunate souls. Is this Zhao Dalong worth you risking your lives for? If you want to die, then come at me. I won't hold back anymore. Yang Chen's expression and tone turned serious, perhaps under the talent of a wave of murderous intent spread like a terrifying aura. The surrounding players all stopped their attacks. Not worth it. When the werewolf, this harbinger of death, got serious, it was possible that he would really kill them all in the abyss until their lifespans hit zero. No one dared to move. The members of the proud world lowered their heads, no longer daring to follow Zhao Dalong's orders. Do you know who my dad is? Seeing that he could no longer rely on his subordinates, Zhao Dalong had to play his last card. His resentful gaze was fixed on Yang Chen, each word squeezed out as if through clenched teeth. A threat? A show of power? Didn't your mom tell you? Yang Chen was completely unfazed, his words still sharp. He. You have a tough mouth. Zhao Dalong trembled with anger, his eyes bursting with a mad ferocity. I admit, in the abyss world, you are strong. But in reality, I have 1,000 ways to make you kneel before me like a dog, begging for mercy. Zhao Dalong was no small fry. His father was the chairman of a multinational conglomerate with connections everywhere. Just a stomp of his foot could shake the economy of a region. Even if he couldn't do anything to you in the abyss, there were plenty of ways to deal with you in reality. Who was he trying to scare? Let's not even mention whether Zhao Dalong could find himself in reality. Even if he did, so what? After the abyss descended this time, with all attributes extracted again, he could soar high and let the birds fly, dive deep, and let the fish leap. Where couldn't he go in this vast world? Moreover, this was the abyss world. Whether you could live to get out was another matter. I really hate people like you. Yang Chen let out a long breath. Zhao Dalong's face reminded him of many bad memories. If it weren't for the abyss world, if he were still struggling to survive in reality, Yang Chen might have chosen to compromise. Like most ordinary people, people always had to live. Just like the company he previously worked for, no matter how foolish the leaders were, they wouldn't easily turn against him. That was the rule of society. Each of us has been ground down by this damn reality. If it were in the past, Yang Chen might have bowed to others for survival, swallowing his broken teeth for that meager salary, wearing the mask of cattle and horse, playing the role that belonged to him. In the end, Yang Chen would be like most people, only daring to express his feelings online, seeking that luxurious happiness, revealing his true self. But this was the abyss world. The rules of this world had changed. No more endurance. No more compromise. No more coddling you. Everyone, leave the resurrection point. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. At that moment, Yang Chen's voice became unusually calm, so calm it was almost cold, sending a shiver down the spines of the players around him. The crowd exchanged glances. Although they didn't know what was about to happen, they sensed something was off and quickly distanced themselves from the resurrection circle. What are you going to do? He. I'm at the resurrection point. Can you really kill me? Zhao Dalong felt a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end, but he still stubbornly held his ground. Soon, only Zhao Dalong remained at the resurrection point. Yang Chen took out the plague demon's waistcloth and put it on, activating the poison skill. Ugh! A stench comparable to a biochemical weapon instantly erupted from Yang Chen, spreading outwards with a bang, creating a special domain within a 20-meter radius. It was the ultimate smell, a mix of rotting corpses, expired herring, sulfur, and marsh gas. People were far away from Yang Chen, yet they could still smell that indescribable odor. The onlookers were instantly overwhelmed by the foul stench, feeling dizzy and rushing away at the fastest speed of their lives, screaming in panic, fearing that if they inhaled for even one more second, they would drop dead on the spot. Highly toxic, rotting, even in the safe zone, Zhao Dalong's body was instantly stained with an ominous, sickly green, his skin visibly rotting and oozing pus at an alarming rate. Deadly trigger, -66, second layer. Although the 2 layers of poison only dealt 66 points of damage, Zhao Dalong's attributes had already been reduced to a pitiful 1 point by the unhealable poison epidemic. He was left with only 7 health points, and as soon as he came into contact with the poisonous mist, he immediately turned into white light and died, then respawned at the resurrection point. Death, resurrection, death, resurrection. The crowd was completely stunned. How did Yang Chen break through the defenses of the resurrection point and infect Zhao Dalong with deadly poison? Ah! Zhao Dalong let out a heart-wrenching scream, experiencing endless torment in the cycle of life and death. He couldn't believe that someone could breach the barrier of the resurrection point and kill in this absolute safe zone. What have you done? Stop. Please stop. The loss of lifespan is determined by the damage taken. Each time Zhao Dalong died, he lost several months of life, and the frequency of death was once every 5 seconds. My dad is Zhao Chuanqiu. I warn you, if anything happens to me, you're dead in reality. Zhao Dalong was still making his last struggle, trying to threaten Yang Chen with his power in the real world. Still threatening? Yang Chen's gaze grew colder. This Zhao Dalong was determined to fight to the death with him, even wanting to kill him in reality. The word murder is so far out of reach for ordinary people. Yang Chen's heart was gradually transforming. As the world's #1 powerhouse, what should he do when faced with a relentless enemy threatening his life? It seems I really should change my mindset. Tian Yuan is indeed not an online game. Here, people can be killed. Yang Chen murmured to himself, and at that moment he made a decision. Kill. To eliminate future troubles. Since Zhao Dalong wanted to fight to the death with him, it would be better to directly eradicate this menace and eliminate it at the source. At that moment, Yang Chen's gaze completely changed, gaining a chilling sharpness and murderous intent. Once, 5 times, 10 times. Zhao Dalong died consecutively 10 times. Counting the previous punishments, his lifespan had already decreased by nearly 20 years. His threats had no effect. Fear. Despair. After dying repeatedly, Zhao Dalong finally felt fear and began to plead for mercy. Stop killing me, I'll let you go in reality. I won't trouble you. He seemed to still not understand the situation, even trying to use letting go of Yang Chen as a condition. Soon, he died another 10 times. I was wrong. I admit it. I know I was wrong. My lifespan has already decreased. By 30 years, if this continues, I will really die. Your equipment, that batch of goods. I will pay the final payment immediately. Please, don't kill me anymore. Zhao Dalong began to plead incoherently. But Yang Chen had no intention of stopping. You don't know you were wrong. You only know you're about to die. Yang Chen was very perceptive. Even if he let Zhao Dalong go now, the other party would definitely seek revenge. Such a vengeful person would surely find all means to retaliate in the future, and he would be the kind to stop at nothing. 20 times, 30 times, 40 times. Zhao Dalong's lifespan had already decreased by 40 years, 50 years. His pleas for mercy gradually became hoarse. That unviewable original lifespan was like a candle being lit, burning fiercely, not knowing how much longer it could last. Perhaps the next second. Perhaps the next minute. Zhao Dalong finally realized that his fate was already sealed. No matter how he pleaded or promised, the battle wolf before him would not spare him. Despair. Zhao Dalong's desire to survive was completely shattered, replaced by a final, hysterical madness and malice. Battle wolf. His face, twisted by fear, became ferocious again. You won't have a good death. If you dare to kill me, my father will definitely not let you go. Zhao Dalong used the last bit of his strength to roar at the subordinates around him, who had long been scared silly. Listen to me. Go tell my father to spare no effort and kill the war wolf. Avenge me. Before his words could finish, Zhao Dalong's body transformed into countless white light particles for the last time. This time, Zhao Dalong could no longer stand up again from the resurrection point. That's right. Zhao Dalong was dead. Forever dead in the Tianyuan world. In the friend information panel of all members of the Proud World, the once invincible name had completely turned into a gray that could not be lit. That represented, a life had vanished in the Tianyuan world, completely erased. A murder had occurred. This was the first true murder in the Tianyuan world. After Yang Chen killed Zhao Dalong, he stood quietly in place, waves of emotion stirring deep within him. So this is the feeling of killing. It wasn't as thrilling as he had imagined, nor was it as hard to accept. It was even more mundane than any scenario he had ever fantasized about. Wolf, brother Wolf. Nyo-Nyo's voice trembled slightly, barely noticeable. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yang Chen, besides the original admiration and awe, also involuntarily added a hint of undeniable fear. This was human nature. Yang Chen had personally erased a vibrant life in front of Nyo-Nyo in a nearly torturous manner. Although Everyone felt that Zhao Dalong deserved to die. Killing was killing, completely distinguishing it from ordinary people. The impact was far from comparable to killing monsters. Here, Yang Chen didn't pay attention to the change in Nyo-Nyo's expression. He simply opened his backpack and stuffed a large batch of equipment he had just borrowed from the members of Proud World into Nyo-Nyo's hands. Sell these. Nyo-Nyo looked at the pile of top-notch treasures in his arms, his expression becoming even more complicated. It suddenly dawned on him that the reason Brother Wolf had gone on a killing spree, even at the cost of bearing the infamous title of murderer, ultimately was to stand up for him. Nyo-Nyo was momentarily speechless, his throat feeling as if something was blocking it, choking him up. I'll give you another task. Yang Chen's voice pulled Nyo-Nyo back from his complex emotions. After you sell this batch of top-notch equipment, you don't need to rush to give me the blood coins. Use this money to scour the market for as many worthless common-grade equipment as possible, especially those low-level, poor-attribute items that can't be sold at all. Collect as many as you can. Press the price down as low as you can. In the future, I will have great use for them. Yang Chen patted Nyo-Nyo's shoulder, having a few plans in mind. With an incredible skill, he could shatter any equipment, extract its essence, and ultimately fuse it into powerful divine stones with various effects. Currently, it seemed that the essence extracted from a piece of quality equipment was about 8 times that of a equipment. However, the market price of excellent equipment was often 10 times, or even dozens of times, higher than that of common equipment. As for those low-quality, discarded equipment eliminated by players, they were even more neglected, with prices plummeting. This was the best time to acquire them. Yang Chen's plan was coming together. He had Nyo-Nyo sell this batch of high-value top-notch equipment at a high premium to those wealthy players and guilds who urgently needed to enhance their strength. Then, with this huge sum of money, he would go on a buying spree in the market, crazily sweeping up those discarded trash equipment at an extremely low price. Back and forth between these two transactions, the total amount of he could obtain would multiply several times, even by a dozen times. Although Nyo-Nyo didn't know what was happening, he still nodded in confusion. He only needed to act according to Wolf Brothers' orders. It was best not to ask too many questions about other matters. After finishing these tasks, Yang Chen turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over the members of the Proud World who had long since fallen silent. Are there any of you who still refuse to comply? His voice was not loud, but it struck each person's heart like a heavy iron hammer. Silence. No one dared to respond. What a joke. In this situation, who would dare to answer the battle wolf, this murderous fiend? All right then. Seeing no one speak, Yang Chen casually waved his hand. Disband on the spot. Go wherever it's cool. The members of Proud World felt as if they had been granted amnesty, scrambling away in a flurry, fearing that if they were slow, they would become the next Zhao Dalong. However, Yang Chen firmly etched this matter in his mind. Having killed Zhao Dalong, his father, who had immense power in reality, would surely use various means to track him down and then strike at him in the real world. First, he needed to hide his identity as much as possible, giving the other party no opportunity to exploit. Secondly, the enemy was in the light while he was in the dark. If his strength allowed in the future, he could even look for opportunities to take the initiative. At this moment, many thoughts that he had never had before surged within Yang Chen. Once the thought of killing arose, he felt the world expand. Since he had already gotten into this enormous trouble, he would face it head-on, come what may. There was nothing to fear. Moments later, the 12 hours of daylight finally came to an end. The last struggling rays of light on the horizon were completely swallowed by the endless darkness. Dark night descends, second night. Daytime effects end, all dark creatures are no longer suppressed. Challengers team up to kill targets, experience points gain increased by 30%. The cold and sullen voice of the Tianyuan system echoed in every player's ears. The effect of weakening daytime monsters had disappeared. In its place was a brand new amplification effect. As long as players teamed up to counterattack, the experience points they gained would be increased by an additional 30%. This was both a challenge and an opportunity. The Tianyuan world seemed to encourage players to unite and collectively resist this endless darkness. Damn! It's confirmed. The Tianyuan system is suppressing my strength. Yang Chen had already reached level 20, and now the Tianyuan had activated experience rewards, which meant other players were quickly catching up. Fortunately, Yang Chen's strength did not manifest in his level. His true advantage lay in his numerous outrageous talents, his incredible skills, and his 100% trigger special effects. Alright, Tianyuan system, you play like this. I won't be human anymore, I'll keep grinding monsters, leveling up talents, and creating a monstrous tank build. Darkness tainted the entire sky. The pale moonlight pierced through the thin clouds, casting a cold silver frost over the desolate burial ground. Crack! A faint sound, like a dry branch snapping, shattered the suffocating silence. Then came the second sound, the third. The sounds grew denser and clearer, ultimately merging into a spine-tingling symphony of bone grinding. One by one, the scattered white skeletons trembled as they crawled up from the grayish earth. They picked up the rusted swords and knives around them, their eerie blue soul flames flickering, radiating endless hatred towards the living. Skeleton soldier, terrifying skeletons, surged in groups, forming a white wave that rushed towards the small town of the burial ground. However, at the narrow town gate, a solitary figure stood like an insurmountable black mountain, quietly blocking the only entrance. Yang Chen stood alone, blocking the sole entryway. Ha! Ha! The skeleton soldier at the forefront let out a roar like a broken bellows. Its hollow jaw opened and closed, raising the rusted long sword in its hand and swung it down towards Yang Chen's head. Immunity. Yang Chen advanced instead of retreating, a wild grin spreading across his face. He charged towards the bone tide, unflinchingly. Deadly strike. Monkey steel's peach. Yang Chen's fist, accompanied by a howling that tore through the air, slammed hard against a skeleton soldier's ribcage, followed closely by a shadowy afterimage. Crack. -279. Critical hit. -288. Critical hit. -83. Shadow. Critical hit. -86. Shadow, critical hit. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed as the skeleton soldier's ribcage shattered, accompanied by a flurry of system messages that made Yang Chen frown slightly. Poison, ineffective. Bleeding, ineffective. Organ damage, ineffective. The skeleton soldiers were undead creatures. Their bodies were made of cold bones, lacking fresh flesh and blood, so they naturally couldn't be poisoned or bleed. That infallible monkey steel's peach also failed to trigger the core effect of organ damage due to the absence of a target. It made sense. What treasures could these skeletal frames possibly have to steal? Unlucky. Yang Chen pouted, but his hands didn't stop moving in the slightest. Lightning whip. Yang Chen shook his hands violently, unleashing a torrent of raging lightning energy from his palms. Zzzzz. Strands of blue-purple lightning danced like frenzied thunder serpents, instantly enveloping all the skeleton soldiers around him. The lightning chains darted and ricocheted between the skeleton soldiers, turning this area into a thunderous purgatory. Paralysis x8. Double lightning damage. Those clawing and gnashing skeleton soldiers trembled and convulsed violently, their bones crackling under the onslaught of the furious current. The ghostly blue flames in their eye sockets flickered like a candle in the wind, quickly dimming and weakening. The lightning element was indeed the greatest nemesis of these undead creatures. You have stolen a rusty longsword. You have stolen a skeleton's tattered boots. You have stolen a damaged leather armor. The effects of the flying dragon's cloud-searching hand triggered continuously. A large amount of equipment was stolen by Yang Chen amidst the flickering lightning. However, an unexpected discovery brought a glimmer of surprise to Yang Chen's eyes. Clang, clang, clang. The rusty long swords in the skeleton soldier's hands swung down fearlessly onto Yang Chen's armor, which was covered in rust tumors, only to produce a series of feeble scraping sounds. The special effect of infectious rust disease was triggered. Visible orange-red rust spores sprayed from Yang Chen's armor, like dandelions, accurately covering the skeleton soldiers. Zzz. Zzz. The rust effect began to spread wildly across the pale bones. The rust seemed to have a life of its own, greedily eroding the already fragile skeletal defenses. At their joints, spiny rust crystals began to grow, dealing significant damage every 5 seconds. Effective. The rust effect proved remarkably effective against these undead creatures. Got it. A brilliant idea flashed through Yang Chen's mind. He chuckled and activated the poison application skill once more. Rust King's golden armor. Yang Chen smeared the viscous poison onto his golden armor, the spores released carrying a deadly toxin. Poison ineffective. Exotic python cold poison triggered. Incurable plague triggered. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the skeleton soldiers came into contact with the mixed exotic poison, their entire bodies were immediately covered in a thick layer of frost, along with a layer of purple-black bone poison. Truly a remarkable poison. Even the undead skeletons couldn't be immune to such a tyrannical special effect. Experience plus 100 temporarily stored. Experience plus 100 temporarily stored. Yang Chen gained a large amount of experience points, but since the abyss locked at level 20, the experience bar would be stored, with a maximum storage capacity to level up to 21. Skill proficiency plus 2. Skill proficiency plus 2. The proficiency of various skills is rapidly increasing, and with a pleasant prompt from the system, a certain skill has leveled up. Congratulations, your poisoning skill has advanced. Poisoning level, entry level. Proficiency, 0/10,000. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Duration, 1 minute. Special effect 1. Attacks or skills inflict 73 points of poison damage and apply a layer of deadly poison status, causing continuous damage of equipment attack plus 73 points per second. Special effect 2. You can choose 3 types of exotic poisons as additional effects. 3 types of exotic poisons? Yang Chen's enhanced poisoning skill can now apply 3 types of exotic poisons simultaneously? Not only that, the cooldown has been reduced to 3 minutes, and the additional poison damage, along with the base value of the continuous deadly poison damage, has significantly increased. A qualitative change. The poisoning skill has undergone another qualitative change. Unfortunately, Yang Chen does not have a 3rd type of exotic poison. He needs to pay more attention in the future. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Chen suddenly spun around, his right leg like a steel battle axe infused with the power of a mountain, sweeping out with the force of thunder. Mountain Splitter Sea Breaker. A loud bang echoed. A skeleton soldier that had just charged forward didn't even have time to raise its rusty sword before being struck solidly on its spine by this whip-like kick. Nearly 1,000 points of critical damage instantly. Killed it. The skeletal body, made of pale white bones, shattered into several pieces under the terrifying force like rotten wood struck by a battering ram. Bone shatter trigger immediately followed by the activation of the Shadow Clone talent. A blurry afterimage identical to Yang Chen unleashed the domineering Mountain Splitter Sea Breaker once again. Another loud bang. The already broken skeleton soldier was completely smashed to pieces under the critical hit from the Shadow Clone, turning into a ground littered with pale bones that glimmered faintly. You have stolen skeletal bones. You have stolen skeletal bones. Among the scattered bones of the skeleton soldier, a few bones vanished into thin air, directly stolen by the flying dragon cloud piercing kick. However, there were still a dozen or so pale bones left on the ground. Goodness! This bone shatter effect is particularly effective against these skeleton soldiers. Although he didn't manage to obtain a big treasure, a single mountain splitter kick could yield over a dozen bone materials, which is simply outrageous. Great! All the bones dropped by these undead skeletons will be thrown into the cauldron for soup. The stolen common trash equipment will all be smashed by the heavenly hammer to extract the internal casting stone essence. As for the premium and exquisite equipment, they will still be given to Nyo to sell at a high price. Everything is arranged quite well. Busy. Yang Chen was like an adrenaline-fueled assembly line worker putting on a breathtaking solo show at the entrance of the town. His head was constantly shaking at an extremely frenzied pace. Those huge pink rabbit ears spun like two tireless propellers, creating gusts of whistling wind in the air. His left hand gripped the heavenly hammer. With high agility, he continuously smashed down like a phantom, breaking apart the equipment borrowed from the skeleton soldiers into sparkling casting stone essence. His right hand was also busy. It was responsible for picking up the undead bones that dropped on the ground, tossing them all into the cauldron. Even his feet occasionally unleashed a mountain splitter sea breaker, smashing the skeleton soldiers into a pile of bones while borrowing some equipment in bones. Busy. It's good to be busy, very good. That originally empty experience bar had increased significantly in just 1 hour, nearing the storage limit of level 21. The skill proficiency was also steadily growing. The once seemingly distant proficiency of 10,000 points for entry level now felt much closer, growing stronger every moment, continuously flooding with equipment and materials every moment. The unparalleled excitement was simply overwhelming, making adrenaline surge and leaving one addicted and unable to extricate themselves. Tianyuan online game is so much fun. Love playing, love playing. Yang Chen was completely immersed in this monster hunting feast, while some discordant voices began to buzz in the background. In the regional channel, those players who had initially marveled at his immense power gradually began to change their tone. Isn't the werewolf a bit too much? Yeah, he's blocked all the monsters at the entrance by himself. How are we supposed to go out and hunt? We finally waited for the experience boost from the Dark Knight, and now we can't even touch a skeleton's leg. How are we supposed to level up? At first, it was just a few scattered complaints. But soon, the mood shifted, and the complaints spread like wildfire among the players. Werewolf, let's be honest, you're already level 20, do you really need to compete with us for experience? This one sentence seemed to flip a switch. Exactly. Big guy, you can't be so selfish. We're all compatriots from Huaxia, you're eating meat, at least leave us some soup, right? Werewolf, why don't you show some kindness and take us along for free? Yeah, you're hunting. Anyway, what's the harm in bringing a few more people? Right. You're so strong, just leaking a bit of experience to us would be enough for us to level up several times. The werewolf was selfish. The werewolf had taken up too many public resources. The werewolf had robbed them of their chance to level up. It was now the second night, and many players had successfully changed classes, no longer feeling powerless like yesterday, thinking they were capable again. Why are you so selfish? Now that you're strong, do you completely disregard the lives of us ordinary players? You still consider the werewolf a hero. If it weren't for him leveling up too fast, the first arrival of Tianyuan wouldn't have ended early within 24 hours. Another voice emerged in the channel, digging up old grievances. Yang Chen was the first person in the world to reach level 10. During the first arrival of Tianyuan, players had 24 hours to adapt, but because Yang Chen reached level 10 early, everyone lost a significant opportunity to level up. Criminal. The werewolf was a global criminal. The werewolf deprived global players of 12 hours in the novice village. If it weren't for the werewolf, they would have long since reached the maximum level, obtained hidden professions and exclusive weapons, acquired super powerful talents, and started rampaging. Their words became increasingly harsh and absurd. It was as if Yang Chen blocking the door to hunt monsters was an unforgivable sin, as if he was supposed to selflessly dedicate his time and energy to help those unfamiliar to him, even those who had just insulted him a second ago. Yang Chan listened to those voices, merely scoffing in disdain. This is how the current online environment is, everyone stands on the moral high ground. Just like that classic line, when the gun went off, did you see who fired it? I couldn't see. He stands on the moral high ground, he stands in the sunlight, hunting. However, Yang Chen didn't have such troubles because without morals, he wouldn't be constrained. Public screen confrontation. War Wolf, if you're weak, practice more war. Wolf, I haven't leveled up any faster. I've been playing online games at this speed for years, okay? Sometimes look for the reason within yourself. Have you practiced leveling seriously? Such familiar lines. Such a sarcastic response. This kind of response was like a ladle of boiling oil instantly poured onto the already boiling. Public resentment. The entire regional channel exploded. What did you say? We don't practice leveling seriously? You blocked the door. Are we supposed to use our heads to practice? First in the whole server, first in Huaxia. Is this the level of quality and vision you have? Angry denunciations surged like a tide. Amidst the clamor, those elderly women who had been incited by Zhao Dalong found their stage once again. The young people nowadays really have no respect for their elders or love for the young. The old woman in the floral shirt struck that nauseating elder pose once more. We old bones have worked hard to raise you. Was it easy? Don't you have parents? Don't forget, you too will grow old one day. If you treat us like this today, your children will treat you the same tomorrow. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is that humans know whom to respect. If you don't even understand this principle, what difference is there between you and those wild beasts that no one raises? A classic example. It was simply the Bible of concept switching. Yang Chen had worked at the grassroots level for a while. Most ordinary people were kind, but there were always some stubborn old folks who liked to moralize and play the elder card. Very well. You like to level up, right? You like to farm monsters, right? Yang Chen looked at the players on the public screen, who were righteous and indignant, and a slight smirk of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly stepped back, and the solitary figure that had been blocking the town's gate made way, creating a wide passage. Ha ha! The skeleton army, now unimpeded, surged into the town like a flood that had burst its banks, roaring and howling in a frenzy. This wave of white death was far more terrifying than before. The attack had reached a critical moment. Among the skeleton army, there were also some skeletal leaders wielding giant axes and clad in tattered chainmail. Skeleton Captain, the leader. Their bones exhibited a faint bronze hue, and the two flames of soul in their eye sockets burned even more fiercely, much stronger than ordinary skeleton soldiers. Put! The sound of flesh tearing echoed. The players who had been shouting near the town gate just a moment ago were split in half by the giant axe of the skeleton captain the next moment. The unexpected assault of the skeleton army caught everyone off guard. Players who had been righteous and indignant on the public screen just a second ago were now overwhelmed by the rushing skeleton soldiers. Ah, hell! The monsters are coming in! Quick! Form a team! Hold the gate! Chaos and panic spread through the crowd like a plague. Those who had stood at the front, watching with the most enthusiasm and cursing the loudest, became the first victims. Put! A rusted longsword mercilessly pierced the body of the old woman in the floral shirt. The last trace of shock and confusion on her heavily made-up face turned into a flash of white light and vanished from the spot. These undead creatures, although in front of Yang Chen, were like ants that could be crushed at will. But that did not mean that ordinary players could easily deal with them. This was not over. Even more terrifying things were about to happen. Those skeleton soldiers, having bathed in enough blood and despair during the slaughter, began to undergo strange transformations, especially the skeleton captain who had killed the most. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of teeth-grinding friction arose as its bones twisted and reformed visibly. Its body grew taller, soon reaching a terrifying height of nearly 3 meters, covered in a deep hue reminiscent of ancient bronze. The originally broken giant axe was reforged under an invisible force, becoming even larger and more menacing. Skeleton General Bronze Boss. It had unexpectedly evolved from an elite leader into a true boss right before everyone's eyes. This sudden turn of events was utterly unexpected, plunging the battlefield into even greater chaos and bloodshed. Roar! The evolved skeleton general let out a silent roar to the sky that he raised the bronze giant axe, shimmering with ominous light, and began to cleave the panicked players in front of him in half, one after another, as if chopping vegetables. Blood and chunks of flesh flew everywhere, echoing with screams and wails. After killing dozens, the players finally began to react from the initial chaos. Hold the line. We must hold the line. All heavy armored knights, move to the front. A few heavy armored knights, each above level 10, roared as they formed a makeshift shield wall, barely blocking the skeletal general's frenzied assault. However, this did little to change the situation. At the resurrection point, those players who had been killed again poured all their grievances and anger onto the instigator. It's all War Wolf's fault. He did it on purpose. He deliberately let the monsters in to kill us. What a damn beast! Murderer! At that moment, several core members of the Proud World Guild squeezed out from the crowd. They looked at the familiar ID on the screen, their eyes flashing with resentment, seizing the opportunity to fan the flames on the public screen. Flash collision. If it weren't for Warwolf killing our guild leader, this boss would have just been everyone's experience. Healing spell, killing people. This murderer has been rampaging in the abyss. He should have been punished long ago. Zhao family's dog. Everyone has seen the true face of this beast. We must expose him fiercely when we return to reality. A few lucky members of Proud World who hadn't been targeted by Yang Chen also jumped out, indicating that the previous lesson was far from enough. Yang Chen had indeed held back before. He hadn't used lethal poison on some minor characters. But now, poison application, a sticky venom mixed with azure ice crystals and ominous purple-black, slowly covered his serrated fist blade. Yang Chen ignored the skeleton soldiers and turned to walk straight towards the players who were still shouting. The Iron Fist Invincible was hiding at the resurrection point. His entire body was covered in frost. The untreated poison had reduced all his attributes to 1 point, leaving him to rage impotently on the public screen. The Gotham Joker had also been crippled, with his legs broken and his kidneys gone. He could only support himself with his hands at the resurrection point. On the other side, the loudest shouter was none other than Zhao family's dog, this deluded person. With a blink, Yang Chen's figure transformed into a phantom, appearing in front of Zhao family's dog, who was still typing on the public screen. Deadly punch -243. Critical hit -228. Critical hit -72. Critical hit Shadowborn -68. Critical hit Shadowborn -73. Poison damage, poison application -73. Poison damage, poison application, toxic trigger -288. For layers, decay triggers double. Shadowborn has no poison application effect, so it does not trigger. Additionally, bleeding trigger -352. For layers, Shadowborn triggers the skill's bloodied 4-layer effect, but does not trigger the weapon's wound tear effect. Mountain splitter, Sea Breaker -837. Critical hit -251. Critical hit, Shadowborn. Yang Chen unleashed a brand new combo, dealing nearly 2,500 points of damage in the instant he released 2 skills, with a multitude of negative statuses following suit. Bone Shatter X2. Legs disabled Kung Fu is a killing technique. Lifespan dropped X2. Toxic, decay, bleeding, rust, untreated poison, exotic python cold poison, bloodied, wound. Tear. The data is giving me a headache. Showing detailed damage data once, and in the following chapters, I will try to summarize with a waterfall flow until a large number of new type effects appear again. The screen was flooded. Just 2 skills filled the system prompt bar for an entire page. Zhao family's dog was instantly deprived of over 40 years of lifespan amidst his piercing screams. Now, slowly, feel the true despair. Next one. Flash collision. This person was also Zhao Dalong's lackey, and now that his master was dead, he was still opposing Yang Chen. Could they still fantasize about being reused by Zhao Chuanqiu upon returning to reality? Die. Yang Chen instantly appeared in front of him, relying on his super-fast cooldown recovery speed, and once again unleashed the deadly fist and the mountain-splitting sea-slicing technique. Data poured down like a waterfall, as if a storm was raging. The moment he crashed into the wall, his body was instantly covered with a dense array of negative status icons, and all his clothes and equipment were stolen. As a fragile mage, his meager health was practically thinner than paper in the face of over 2,500 points of terrifying damage. His lifespan was brutally cut down by a full 50 years due to this unreasonable combo. This young man could be considered long-lived, having lost 50 years of life and yet not dying on the spot. Tragic. Too tragic. The Warwolf boss was simply a model of vengeance. Not far away, the girl with the ID healing spell kills watched her companions meet one miserable fate after another, her pretty face instantly losing color, her hand gripping the staff, trembling uncontrollably. However, Yang Chen would not show her any mercy just because she was a woman. Transform claws into fingers, he flashed in front of the girl, ruthlessly using the monkey stealing peach skill. The girl let out a short and painful scream, her whole body instantly collapsing as if her bones had been pulled out, trembling violently on the ground, her eyes rolling back. Wait for a skill cooldown, just hold on a bit. Yang Chen stood calmly in place, his head shaking wildly again, sprouting 2 large rabbit ears. Shake once, 5 seconds. Shake again, another 5 seconds. Shake, shake, shake. The mountain-splitting sea-slicing technique quickly recovered, and with another deadly fist, he sent the girl, still convulsing on the ground, back to the teleport point. Brutal. This was simply the epitome of brutality. At the resurrection point, Iron Fist Invincible, Gotham Joker, Flash Crash, Zhao family's dog, healing spell kills, and several core members of the Proud World who had just been cleared were all like frostbitten eggplants, their faces filled with despair and confusion. Resurrection was useless. That level 13 healer was almost crying as she exhausted all her mana, repeatedly casting purification spells. However, that holy white light, upon contact with their bodies, dissipated without a trace, like a mud cow entering the sea. Ordinary purification spells could not dispel the terrifying poison that clung to them like a bone-deep maggot, nor the unspeakable organ damage Rootless person legs disabled incurable poison epidemic cold poison of the strange python. Their attributes had all been reduced to a pitiful 1 point by incurable poison epidemic. Their health and stamina were further reduced by 30% due to the effect of the rootless person, leaving them with a ridiculous 7 points. Only that healer girl was spared. Being female, she fortunately did not suffer the losses of the rootless person, barely maintaining her health and stamina at 10 points. But just thinking about the pain and torment she had just endured made her body tremble uncontrollably. What to do now? Their legs were broken. They couldn't even fight, let alone walk normally. They could only support themselves with their hands, crawling slowly on the ground like disabled beggars, moving slower than turtles. Not to mention that their bodies were covered with a layer of cold poison, making things even worse for those with broken legs. They could barely swing their weapons, and that pitiful 7 points of stamina would instantly drop to 0. The saddest were the mages. They couldn't even lift their staffs, let alone cast the most basic fireball spell. That poor 7 points of mana was simply a joke. How could this happen? Just kill me. This is more torturous than killing me. What? Does it mean to be worse than dead? What does it mean to wish for death? The state of these few people was the perfect interpretation. They had become utterly useless, struggling to survive, unable to seek death. Forgetfulness stone. We still have a chance. As long as we can find some adventures, there's a chance to open the super treasure chest. The Gotham Joker was still daydreaming. The super treasure chest contained a variety of divine stones. One of them, called the Forgetfulness Stone, was said to erase all negative statuses, even talents could be eliminated. Although the super treasure chest was precious, it was still very possible to obtain it if one could seize the opportunity. For example, a lucky person in the plague town encountered a werewolf, and after liberating the polluted area, he obtained a super treasure chest for free. By chance, he was then teleported to the Twisted Harbor, where the werewolf liberated the polluted area again, and he received a second super treasure chest. Then, he coincidentally teleported to Rust Town and miraculously obtained a third chest. Even if he didn't fight a single monster, as long as he followed closely behind the werewolf like a tail, getting 3 or 4 super treasure chests wouldn't be a problem. If luck was on his side, he could open 4 forgetfulness stones at once, clearing all negative statuses. You mean, the invincible Iron Fist, with his mountain-like physique, was now trembling violently with anger and humiliation. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes, once filled with rage, were now bloodshot. Are we supposed to go seek out that enemy who turned us into useless trash? Follow him like a dog, picking up the scraps he leaves behind? What else could they do? Seek out adventures to reattach severed limbs? Or wait for a hidden class super big shot, hoping some lucky person could learn the skill to purify the toxic curse? We buy divine stones, the healer girl said anxiously. With so many people opening super treasure chests, surely someone could get a forgetfulness stone, right? But the Gotham Joker immediately poured cold water on them. Divine stones cannot be traded. The moment you open the chest, you must make a choice immediately. Aside from the legendary inheritance stone that can imprint talents, no one has ever seen a divine stone that can be traded. This statement extinguished everyone's hopes. Indeed, divine stones could not be traded. The only way was to obtain the super treasure chest themselves and pray to get that 1 in 10,000 forgetfulness stone. And the fastest, most reliable way to obtain the chest was, everyone subconsciously turned their gaze to the man blocking the door, rampaging through the crowd. Their expressions became incredibly complex. There was resentment, unwillingness, humiliation, but more than that, a sense of helplessness that forced them to bow their heads, along with a feeling of inferiority and bitter humiliation. Ding! Accompanied by the final crisp sound of the hammer, the system's pleasant notification rang in Yang Chen's ears. Casting stone essence, 1000/1000. Yang Chen smashed all the trash equipment he had borrowed from the members of the Proud World with the heavenly hammer. 1,000 pieces of crystal clear casting stone essence lay quietly in his backpack, emitting an enticing glow. Casting technique, synthesize. Those thousands of casting stone essences instantly transformed into a brilliant galaxy, rapidly spinning, condensing, and compressing in his backpack. Finally, Yang Chen forged a brand new divine stone that emitted a soft white light. Come on, something good. A fusion stone, an upgrade stone. Yang Chen prayed in his heart, hoping the super invincible lucky star would work its magic. However, when the light faded, the expectation on his face instantly crumbled. It was a forgetfulness stone that radiated pure and flawless light. However, this forgetfulness stone seemed different from the divine stones previously opened from the treasure chest. The attribute description of the forgetfulness stone crafted by the casting technique had 3 crucial words at the end: tradable. It could actually be traded? This completely broke the rule that divine stones obtained from super treasure chests must be bound to the player. What a useless stone, it's of no use at all. I don't have any talent to wash off. Yang Chen mumbled, his face full of disdain as he tossed the forgotten stone from his backpack into a corner. He looked up and scanned the battlefield. Most ordinary players were still being chased around by the skeleton soldiers. in a chaotic frenzy. However, those elite players who had successfully changed their classes had barely managed to organize an effective defense, even able to fight back against the skeleton army. Forget it. They've killed and cursed enough, there's no point in arguing with these idiots. If he spent too much time around them, he might get assimilated. Yang Chen closed the chat box, his sharp gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield, finally landing on the skeleton general wielding a bronze giant axe, rampaging through the ranks. A bronze-level boss, better than nothing. Roar, 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 roar. The skeleton general let out a silent roar. Its eye sockets, burning with crimson flames, scanned the humans who were stubbornly resisting before it. Each swing of the bronze giant axe sent a gust of bloody wind, easily tearing through the players' lines, leaving gaping wounds. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line. Several elite tank players in heavy armor gritted their teeth desperately, holding the front. Their shields were already in tatters, their armor riddled with gruesome axe marks, and their health bars flickered like candles in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. It's all that Warwolf's fault. If he hadn't let the monsters in, we wouldn't be in such a mess. One warrior at the front, after barely blocking another attack, finally couldn't hold back his curses. Don't let others lead you astray. This isn't Warwolf's fault. Another paladin, also struggling to hold on, frowned and rationally countered. Warwolf held all the pressure alone before. Without him, we would be in even worse shape. The player who had slandered Warwolf fell silent at this, only able to mutter a few reluctant complaints under his breath. We can't hold on any longer. With a desperate shout, the last shield wall was suddenly shattered. Many solo players turned into beams of white light, resurrecting at the respawn point under the skeleton general's frenzied attacks. Each town in Tianyuan had a roughly equal number of players. However, with the shocking World Guild being wiped out by Warwolf alone, there was a significant gap in high-end combat power in the burial ground. Relying solely on these solo elites was utterly insufficient to withstand the tidal wave of attacks, leaving them feeling powerless. Just at this critical moment, a figure draped in a tiger skin cloak, incredibly dashing, appeared in the center of the battlefield like a flash of lightning. He was like an unstoppable hurricane, swiftly annihilating the skeleton soldiers in large numbers as if they were leaves swept away by an autumn wind. Ding, your skill. Mountain-splitting sea-breaking style has reached a new level. The skill, which was just at the entry level, only required 100 points of proficiency. With the madly swinging cooldown reduction, the first level up was quickly completed. Mountain-splitting sea-breaking style, level, gradually improving. Proficiency, 0/1000. Cooldown, 1 minute. Effect 1, Armor Break. Effect 2, Mountain Split. Effect 3, Sea Break. Details: this is the wrath of the earth, channeling all power into one leg, kicking out with the force of a landslide, unstoppable, capable of dealing high physical damage. The effect has changed. The bone-crushing effect has turned into Mountain Split, and a new effect has appeared. Mountain Split, high probability of causing the fracture effect on the target, significantly reducing its movement speed, and applying the Mountain Split mark. Sea Break, attacking targets with the Mountain Split mark has a small probability of causing the amputation effect. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. He suddenly spun around, his right leg like a cannonball, whistling through the air as it swept fiercely towards a skeleton soldier's thigh bone. Bone Crush, effect triggered. Amputation, effect triggered. Extra trigger, Dragon's Claw, stealing the left leg of the skeleton soldier. A dazzling array of special effects erupted from the poor skeleton soldier in an instant. Yang Chen's main body and the residual shadow of the elephant struck fiercely at the skeleton soldier's thigh almost simultaneously with the Mountain Splitter and Sea Breaker technique. In an instant, it was killed, shattered into a pile of bone materials. However, a fractured but relatively intact femur was stolen by the Dragon's Claw and abruptly appeared in Yang Chen's backpack. Amputation. The monkey stealing peaches can snatch the enemy's treasures. The Mountain Splitter and Sea Breaker technique is even more ruthless. The first kick, Mountain Splitter, can shatter others' bones. The second kick, Sea Breaker, can directly sever the enemy's limbs. So cruel, so violent, so enjoyable. Yang Chen was shocked by the power of the Mountain Splitter and Sea Breaker, especially in the state of a 100% trigger from the Super Lucky Star, performing amputation surgery on the enemy right on the spot. Let's see its true power. Yang Chen continued to sway madly, instantly stepping in front of the terrifying skeleton general. Zizizizi he initiated with a lightning 5-strike whip, unleashing a series of dazzling sparks. Undead creatures, although completely immune to poison and bleeding effects, were significantly affected by the paralysis effect of the lightning 5-strike whip. The skeleton general was subdued with a punch, and the soul fire burning in its eye sockets flickered as the lightning chain danced around it. Mountain Splitter and Sea Breaker. Yang Chen's thigh was charged with power, like a giant axe descending from the sky, sweeping towards the skeleton general's thigh with the force of a landslide. Fracture, amputation, rust wind, rust into the marrow. You have stolen the bronze giant axe of the skeleton general. You have stolen the left leg of the skeleton general. With this kick, Yang Chen not only snatched the giant axe tightly held in the skeleton general's hand, but the Sea Breaker kick also severed its left leg. Not only that, too massive. Critical damage numbers exploded from its head, followed by a silver-white true damage. Minus 2,500. True damage. The amputation effect can deal 5% of the target's maximum health as true damage. If all its limbs could be severed, wouldn't that mean that just the amputation could reduce its health by 20%? If encountering ordinary creatures, paired with the monkey stealing Peach's skill, just the skill effect could cut off 50% of the maximum health. What a powerful mechanism! Yang Chen was already a freakish tank, and with this terrifying mechanism, he was simply a walking meat grinder. This femur was just right for making soup. The Mountain Splitter in Sea Breaker had a 1-minute cooldown, which seemed long, but under Yang Chen's seemingly perpetual mad swaying, every time he shook his head, the cooldown would decrease by a full 5 seconds. In about 5 or 6 seconds, this domineering leg technique could be used again. Roar, 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 roar. The skeleton general let out a painful roar. Its massive body shook violently just as it was about to recover from paralysis. The second strike of the Lightning 5-strike whip arrived as expected. Crack! The second whip. The Lightning 5-strike whip can strike 5 times in succession, and only one had just been used. As soon as the skeleton general could move slightly, it immediately fell back into a state of violent convulsions from paralysis. Mountain Splitter and Sea Breaker's second skill kicked out. Steal the right leg bone of the skeleton general. Boom boom boom, accompanied by another crisp sound of bone cracking. The skeleton general's massive body toppled to the ground. It collapsed like a high-rise building with its foundation pulled out, crashing heavily to the ground without the support of its thighs. The skeleton general's legs had been completely amputated. That permanent limb deficiency state left it to crawl awkwardly on the ground with its massive arms. Goodness, all of its legs were stolen away just like that. Yang Chen tested the power of the new special effect and felt very satisfied. Then next, unleash all firepower toxic. Paid lightning 5 whips, 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips, 4 whips, 5 whips. Yang Chen's body spun like a high-speed rotating top, those enormous pink rabbit ears creating waves of afterimages in the air. His entire body continuously unleashed frenzied electric whips mixed with deadly poison, striking madly at the skeleton general. The lightning chains darted back and forth between it and the surrounding skeleton soldiers, leaving behind a trail of charred blackness and paralysis. The rust effect triggered repeatedly. Layers of living rust, like maggots in the bones, covered every corner of its skeletal frame. Mountain Splitter Sea Breaker kicked out again. You have stolen the left arm of the skeleton general. A kick sent the skeleton general's left arm flying, severed with a resounding crack. Under the influence of the frenzied swaying, the cooldown of the lightning 5 whips, which lasted a minute, had already reset. Yang Chen unleashed the 5 whips once more, electrifying the already pitiful skeleton general until it was pitch black and smoking all over. The final kick. Mountain Splitter Sea Breaker, you have stolen the right arm of the skeleton general. Alright, now it's complete. Yang Chen had actually reduced this bronze-level boss to a mere skeleton stick. Bronze bosses were still quite easy to deal with. They didn't have a second form like the Golden Lords that could enter an immunity control state. However, a minute of continuous paralysis had still granted the skeleton general a very high resistance to paralysis. In the end, the skeleton general finally broke free from the paralysis and regained the ability to move. But what use was that? The skeleton general had lost all means of attack, its hands and feet along with its weapon completely gone. Roar, 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 a powerless roar. It could only lie on the ground, its hollow mouth wide open, emitting a helpless yet furious growl. The current skeleton general had become fish on the chopping block, left to be slaughtered by Yang Chen. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Yang Chen's mind. The head, could it be a cruel? Excitement flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. He suddenly lifted his foot, using all his strength, and kicked fiercely at the still roaring skeleton head. Minus 4,183. Critical hit. Minus 1,255. Critical hit. Shadow Race. 2 massive critical damage numbers exploded from the top of the skeleton general's head. Although he couldn't sever its head directly, this kick dealt nearly 5 times the weak point damage, almost breaking its neck. What a pity. The Mountain Splitter Sea Breaker could only sever limbs? That's not scientific. Why couldn't it sever the head? Yang Chen greedily thought, if he could directly amputate the enemy's head, wouldn't that mean he could instantly kill anyone? At that moment, rust to the core effect triggered. The rust damage, occurring every 5 seconds, dealt a fatal blow based on the boss's lost defense, completely draining its health. Calculating the health points, in about a minute, Yang Chen dealt approximately 50,000 total damage to the skeleton general. The direct damage was high, and the rust effect was outrageous. Even without the continuous damage from poison and bleeding, relying on the massive direct damage and rust effect, he easily killed the skeleton general. A dead silence surrounded him. Those players who had just been struggling against the skeleton general stood frozen in place as if under a paralysis spell. Their eyes widened like copper bells, mouths uncontrollably forming an O shape. This is over, a heavily armored knight murmured, trembling. He still vividly remembered the fear when he was sent flying by the skeleton general's axe. This was too absurd. The battle wolf boss had actually killed that skeleton general in less than a minute? Not only that, throughout the entire battle, the terrifyingly powerful bronze boss had shown no ability to fight. Don't even mention releasing skills. He couldn't even land a single decent normal attack, ultimately resorting to a futile rage. The skeleton general was like a toy being recklessly played with by a mischievous child. First, it was electrocuted into convulsions, then its limbs were kicked off one by one, and finally, it met a tragic end after endless torment. Is this the true power of the world's number one? It's too perverse. Why isn't the boss moving? Did you see his combo just now? The worldviews of the others were subjected to an unprecedented shock. He had originally thought that the battle wolf was simply crushing them in terms of attributes, but now he realized just how wrong he was. It was no longer just a simple attribute crush. Mechanism. The battle wolf was a mechanism monster. Yang Chen glanced at his attribute panel. Defense, 13,479? Wait, what? How could his defense be so absurdly high? Yang Chen carefully examined the buff status in the information bar and finally found the reason. Rust Lord, you are immune to rust. Effects: all targets within 30 meters lose defense, which will temporarily be absorbed by the Lord and converted into your own attack power and armor value. Lasts for 20 minutes. So that's it. In this short 20 minutes, he had killed a large number of skeleton soldiers plus the skeleton general boss. Rust. When infectious rust triggered the defense reduction effect at 100%, all of which were absorbed by the Rust Lord. Yang Chen even developed an absurd illusion. His health seemed to have become somewhat excessive. Rust Lord had stolen tens of thousands of defense points. Cursed Titan Body provided 60% absolute damage reduction and 1000 points of absolute immunity to all types of damage. Damage absorption absorbed damage up to the maximum health limit. Even if Yang Chen wanted to die, he probably couldn't find a boss capable of breaking through his defense. Alright, continue farming monsters. Yang Chen glanced at his overflowing experience bar, satisfied as he returned to the town's entrance, once again becoming the designated gatekeeper of the burial ground. The poison skill mixed with two types of viscous toxins slammed hard against the Rust King's golden armor, causing a massive eruption of active spores. Not a single skeleton soldier could step into the town alive. Moreover, Yang Chen had completely activated the no mercy mode. He began to frequently use the mountain splitter and sea breaker technique, smashing one skeleton after another with his hammer-like thighs. Steel skeleton soldiers. Left leg steel skeleton soldiers, right leg steel skeleton soldiers, left arm. They were all good items. The cauldron of filth. Yang Chen tossed all the bones dropped by the skeleton soldiers, along with the severed limbs of the skeleton general, into the ominous cauldron. The broth became thicker and thicker. Your experience is full. Yang Chen watched the notifications of experience being wasted and felt his heart bleed. As a seasoned gaming veteran, watching massive amounts of experience points flow away for nothing was even more painful than losing 100 million. No way. It absolutely couldn't continue to be wasted like this. Charging for carries? The thought flashed through Yang Chen's mind but was quickly dismissed. Wouldn't that be even worse? His current monster farming efficiency made any price seem pale and powerless, especially now that there was a 30% team experience bonus. Wouldn't that just be giving outsiders a free ride? But watching the experience bar remain completely still was indeed maddening. As the saying goes, don't let the fat water flow to outsiders' fields. After some inner turmoil, Yang Chen ultimately opened the friend list. Nyo, come eat some experience. Yang Chen sent a concise message and then directly tossed a party request. On the other end of the private message, there was silence for a good 10 seconds. Wolf brother, you want to take me to level up? Nyo's voice was filled with disbelief and surprise. He was somewhat incoherent, happiness coming too quickly and too suddenly. Nyo had been ineffective, extorted by Ao Shi Tianxia, and now Wolf brother had personally come to rescue him, which was already more than enough kindness. Now he was even going to help him level up. So touching, so guilty. Nyo was momentarily choked up, almost crying on the spot. Is this for real? You've already called me Wolf brother, what else can I say? Hurry up, be quick about it. Although Yang Chen and Nyo initially had just a cooperative relationship, over time they had become true friends. This kid had been busy helping him earn so much money, so giving him a taste of this overflowing experience wasn't a big deal. If you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat good grass. Eat heartily. Nyo trembled as he clicked the button to agree to join the group. He stood 100 meters away from the entrance, watching the man shrouded in spore poison mist who was killing everything in sight. Experience plus 65, experience plus 65. Yang Chen's efficiency in blocking the door in farming monsters was terrifyingly fast. Experience bar. Nyo was already mentally prepared, but when he saw the flood of screen messages pouring down, he was still stunned. Experience points flooding the screen. At level 7, Nyo watched his experience bar rise at a visibly rapid pace. You have been promoted to level 8, you have been promoted to level 9, you have been promoted to level 10, Wolf brother, he shouted excitedly. In the team channel. This is amazing. In less than an hour, I've leveled up 3 times. Nyo had leveled up 3 times in a row, feeling like he was on a rocket, so exhilarating he could hardly breathe. This leveling speed, any boosting club's efficiency was nothing compared to Wolf brother. The moment Nyo reached level 10, a dazzling golden light descended from the sky, completely enveloping him. You have successfully changed your class to Wealthy Merchant. Nyo fully utilized the special item he had accidentally obtained, binding the class change conditions. As soon as he reached the level, he immediately succeeded in changing to a hidden class. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I've changed to a hidden class. Hidden class. Nyo exclaimed holy crap 3 times in a frenzy of joy. He immediately checked the new abilities he had gained from the class change and told Yangchen, without reservation. Money Dart, skill consumes blood coins and throws them, dealing massive real damage to the target. Power of wealth, talent. The more blood coins you have, the higher the damage you deal. Variety, talent, your stall can display more equipment. Goodness. Yangchen couldn't help but smile as he looked at the skills Nyo sent. 1 attack skill, 1 combat talent, and 1 life talent. It looked even more luxurious than Yang Chen's hidden class. This kid was truly a born merchant. Even his hidden class was related to money. Huge potential. The more money, the higher the damage. No limit on the talent? Yangchen immediately deduced that Nyo's class limit was extremely high. The damage he dealt was related to the number of blood coins he had, which meant he could grow infinitely, provided he earned enough money. Try out the damage. Yangchen deliberately let a low health skeleton soldier rush towards Nyo. Okay, Wolf brother, watch me. Nyo took a deep breath, excitement shining in his eyes. He pulled out a blood coin that glimmered faintly, mimicking the pose of a martial arts master throwing a hidden weapon, and suddenly flicked it forward. Whoosh, the blood coin traced a faint red trajectory, accurately smashing into the skeleton soldier's forehead. Minus 217. Real damage, a striking silver-white damage number, popped up from the skeleton soldier's head, instantly killing the low-health skeleton soldier. Wolf brother, incredible, incredible. I dealt over 200 real damage. Nyo looked at the exaggerated damage numbers, excitedly shouting in the team channel. It was indeed outrageous. If we don't count any special effects, this strike could rival Yangchen's critical hit normal attack. You have to know, Yangchen had various fortuitous encounters, stacking who knows how many attributes, possessing a plethora of ridiculous talents, which is why such an astonishing effect could occur. But Nyo? He was practically a blank slate, yet he could deal real damage far exceeding that of players. But everything comes at a cost. Wolf brother. Nyo knows. Excitement quickly faded, replaced by a pained expression, his lips twitching as he said, this skill is way too expensive. Every time he used a skill, it consumed a blood coin. Calculating based on the current exchange rate, 1 blood coin was equivalent to over 800 real currency, also equivalent to a day's lifespan. This was not just a skill, it was a bottomless pit that drained life. Whatever. Anyway, you're a merchant, and you're so rich, having a life-saving trump card is enough. Yangchen shrugged. Nyo's eyes instantly lit up, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. Wolf brother is right. I'll just focus on making money, striving to build a business empire in the future. If anyone dares to bully me again, I'll throw money at them and let them know the power of wealth. After this experience of being deceived and harmed, Nyo deeply understood the importance of power. Things were different now. The more money he had, the stronger his power became. Nyo only needed to do one thing, make money, and still make money. Time passed second by second. In the team channel, the uniform experience gain notifications were continuously refreshed by subsequent messages, never pausing for a moment. You have leveled up to level 11, you have leveled up to level 12, you have leveled up to level 13. The golden light enveloped him time and again. Wolf brother, I'm already level 15. Nyo's voice trembled slightly from excessive excitement. After grinding all night and with the bonus from team experience, he had jumped from level 7 straight to level 15. As a professional merchant, Nyo's level ranked among the top tier, even becoming the second highest player in the burial ground. Meanwhile, in the eastern sky, a hint of dawn finally appeared. Dawn light, day 3. Final night countdown, 12 hours. Victory is in sight. All challengers' attributes increased by 20%. Come, help me pick this up. Yangchen capped, bending down to collect the materials dropped by the skeleton soldiers. At the entrance of the burial ground town, a small mountain of pale bones was piled up. That was the only trace left by the skeleton army that Yangchen had single-handedly slaughtered. However, in the distance of the burial ground, a terrifying boss shimmering with golden hues had already appeared last night. Golden Skeleton King, the Golden Lord seated on the throne of bone slowly stood up. It was a giant skeleton king nearly 10 meters tall, wielding a bone scythe of the same massive size, its blade surrounded by a terrifying aura of death. Roar, 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 filled with endless brutality and the will of death. The roar erupted from the hollow jawbone of the golden skeleton king. Warning, the golden skeleton king will launch a full-scale attack on the burial ground in 12 hours. Not just the burial ground. Other towns were facing the same situation. The Golden Lord Boss. All the polluted areas shrouded in darkness had refreshed their own ultimate Lord Boss. When darkness descends, the Golden Boss will lead a large number of monsters to attack the towns. It's over, we're doomed. This is something we can't defeat at our current stage. Heavenly Abyss, is this meant for all of us to die? Players in the Huaxia region wailed, and similar situations were occurring worldwide. It was difficult for the current players to defeat the Lord Boss. In this ocean of despair, a golden ID suddenly lit up like a sun piercing through dark clouds. This life has no regrets entering Huaxia. Everyone, pull yourselves together. This life has no regrets entering Huaxia. What are you crying about? What are you howling for? Our ancestors won against planes and artillery with just millet and rifles. This life has no regrets entering Huaxia. 12 hours. We still have 12 hours. If you don't want to die, pick up your weapons and fight with me until the last moment. The words of this life has no regrets entering Huaxia were powerful and resonant, like a shot of adrenaline injected into the hearts of every Huaxia player. Immediately after, another familiar ID lit up. Sour radish don't eat, ahem, the brother upstairs is right, if the sky falls, there are big ones to hold it up. Huaxia has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, we can definitely take down those bosses. As always, the humor lightened the pervasive atmosphere of despair. A dream falls like snow. The Misty Rain Pavilion is willing to support other regions, prioritizing those with the lowest combat power. Goodness. The Warwolves cleared Rust Town and liberated the area where the Misty Rain Pavilion was located. A Dream Falls Like Snow did not intend to survive by hiding, but was ready to teleport collectively to the area with the lowest combat power to help other players fend off the final night. This was like a ray of light in the darkness. Woo woo. Sister is so nice, this is a true goddess, not only beautiful and kind-hearted but also standing at the forefront. The public screen was filled with praises for A Dream Falls Like Snow. As the daughter of the Su family, her sense of responsibility absolutely surpassed 99.99% of the little fairies. The presidents of major guilds also stepped forward. Shilin Society Peace Hotel Lingyun Pavilion Royal Family Starry Aluminum Road Tomorrow's Round Boat. Each major guild and club was willing to lead their members to resist the attack of the final night. On the other side, Nyo, you must be feeling great, huh? Yang Chen patted Nyo's shoulder. Great? It was more than great. It was simply exhilarating. Wolf brother, if I were a girl, I would definitely offer myself to you, making you feel on top of the world. Nyo's burning gaze felt a bit strange, causing Yang Chen to take a step back involuntarily. Don't be weird. I like women. I'll give you another batch of equipment to sell slowly. Yang Chen packed up the top-notch equipment he had defeated last night and tossed it to Nyo. Fortunately, Nyo had the talent of a variety of treasures, or else his backpack wouldn't have been able to hold it all. I'm going to loot the bags, you handle it yourself. Without waiting for Nyo to respond, Yang Chen directly exited the team and found a deserted place to start looting. The crucible of filth was currently exuding an unprecedented ominous aura. The liquid inside the pot could no longer be called soup, it was a thick, rich bone paste at its limit. Last night he didn't know how many skeleton soldiers he had killed, and the bones thrown into the crucible were countless. Among these bones were dozens of leg and arm bones completely severed by the mountain-splitting sea-breaking style, as well as all the remains of a bronze-level skeleton general. Wouldn't taking a bite of this make him ascend on the spot? Yang Chen glanced at his extra lifespan, which still had 138 years left. Just to be safe, it was better to replenish it first. He opened his backpack and took out the 20 or so treasures he had borrowed from the members of the Proud World. You used the invincible little treasure of Iron Fist, lifespan plus 8 years. You used the big treasure of Flashing Wall, lifespan plus 11 years. You used the big treasure of Only I Am Supreme, lifespan plus 10 years. A series of system prompt sounds flashed by. After absorbing all these spoils, his extra lifespan quickly broke through the 300-year mark, reaching an astonishing 320 years. Come on. Yang Chen took a deep breath, a resolute look on his face, and tilted his head to drink the thick bone paste in one gulp. Gulu. Ugh. Your lifespan is reduced by 200 years, your spirit permanently plus 100, endurance permanently plus 100, you have gained a new talent, Death Siphon. Your talent Death Siphon has been upgraded, Boom, boom, boom. A cold and overwhelming power of death exploded within him in an instant. Original soup transforms original food. The skeletal general's limbs, containing the essence of the boss, became the core medicinal ingredient of this thick soup, successfully granting Yang Chen a brand new talent. The massive bones of the skeleton soldiers turned into the purest nutrients, catalyzing the growth of the new talent. They acted like a catalyst, forcibly upgrading this newly born talent twice. Death Siphon, gold when killing a target, immediately restore 30% of your maximum health, 50% of your maximum stamina, and 5 points of sanity. The talent jumped directly from the lowest bronze level to gold level in one leap. Awesome! This is simply a leap to success. With this talent, Yang Chen felt like a perpetual motion machine, with stamina and sanity restoring infinitely. Even the mental fatigue and drowsiness were swept away. Additionally, Yang Chen had stolen over 3,000 pieces of equipment. Most of them were worthless common items, which were smashed to pieces by the heavenly craft hammer. The levels of these equipments mostly ranged from level 5 to 15, yielding a massive amount of casting stone essence. Casting stone essence, 9741/1000. Incredible! Yang Chen could directly forge 9 divine stones. Come on! Excitement sparkled in Yang Chen's eyes as he unhesitatingly activated the casting technique. Thousands of casting stone essences instantly transformed into a brilliant galaxy, rapidly spinning, condensing, and compressing in his backpack. Amidst the flickering light, 9 brand new divine stones, each exuding different auras, quietly appeared in his backpack. Fusion Stone, X2, Promotion Stone, X1, Upgrade Stone, X2, Forget Stone, X2, Reforge Stone, X2. At the end of each divine stone's attribute description, 3 crucial words were clearly marked, tradable. However, after carefully examining the types of these 9 divine stones, Yang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Had his super invincible lucky star failed? The one, Promotion Stone, he needed most had only produced 1, but fortunately, there were 2, Fusion Stones. Instead, those, Forget Stones, and Reforge Stones, which were utterly useless to him, occupied half of the slots and could only be temporarily left in the corner of his backpack to gather dust. As for these Upgrade Stones, Yang Chen looked at the 2 divine stones radiating warm white light, a hint of contemplation appearing on his face. The effect of the Upgrade Stone is to ignore experience points and directly increase 1 level. Although Tian Yuan currently has the level cap locked at level 20, making it temporarily unusable, it is still a good item. The higher the level, the more experience required for upgrades, which might eventually turn into an astronomical number. It would be wise to stockpile these 2 upgrade stones for when upgrading becomes most difficult in the future, surely saving a lot of time and effort. 2 fusion stones, 1 promotion stone. Yang Chen stroked his chin, beginning to plan carefully. Opportunities are precious and must be used wisely. Fusion, Last Drop of Blood. Last Drop of Blood can withstand 1 fatal damage, retaining 1 point of health. 24-hour cooldown. Yang Chen took out the heart shield of the Goat King and first fused this bug-like life-saving skill, Fusion, Fierce Tiger Cloak. Yang Chen extracted the talent of Wealth and Glory. When he fights, he will wear the golden armor of the Rust King, which adds 20 points of constitution and 30 points of endurance. The 2 upper garments clashed, so it was better to eliminate the lower-level equipment. What a pity! Yang Chen quite liked the flashy appearance of this equipment. Promotion Stone, Shadowborn. Shadow Clone, silver when you use unarmed attacks and skills. 2 Shadow Clone remnants will be generated, executing the same attacks and skills, causing 40% damage. What? 2 Shadow Clones. After the Shadow Clone's level increased, it immediately underwent a qualitative change. The damage dealt increased by 10%, and most importantly, an additional Shadow Clone was added. 1 unarmed skill equals 3 releases. If it continues to level up, will it become 4, 5, or even more? This boost is enormous. Yang Chen's stamina and spirit surged by 100 points. His maximum stamina is now close to 400 points, and his stamina recovery rate has also reached a terrifying level. Each attack consumes 10 points of stamina. Yang Chen breathes evenly, recovering more than 10 points of stamina per second, achieving a perfect balance. Coupled with the Death Siphon talent, Yang Chen's stamina is completely liberated, allowing him to act like an unyielding war machine, slaying monsters endlessly. The exhilaration on a mental level is beyond words. Yang Chen's rationality reached an astonishing 263 points after this enhancement. His mind is clearer than ever, and the fatigue and drowsiness from fighting for dozens of hours have vanished completely. Not to mention staying up late. Even if he were to go without sleep for several days and nights, it would likely pose no problem. Yang Chen's gaze returned to his backpack. The skeleton general not only dropped a large amount of bone materials but also an additional weapon. Bronze Giant Axe of the Skeleton General Grade, Bronze Type, Weapon, 2-handed Giant Axe. Required level, level 15 attributes, attack power plus 150, strength plus 20. Effect, heavy chop. After charging, deliver a powerful chop to the target, causing significant physical damage, with a certain chance to knock down the target. This Bronze Giant Axe has considerable attack power, and the skill damage it carries is also high. Unfortunately, this weapon is of no use to Yang Chen. He can sell it to some wealthy warriors in the future. Wait, it doesn't necessarily have to be sold. Casting Stone Essence comes from 4 equipment levels: Common, Fine, Excellent, and Superior. If the bronze equipment dropped by the boss is smashed, what can be obtained? Yang Chen's heart began to race. He glanced at his backpack again, where several items lay quietly: Mu King Giant Shield, Plague Demon's Waistcloth, Title Barrier Robe. All of These are useful. Let's experiment with the giant axe. Smash! A glint of determination flashed in Yang Chen's eyes as he raised the ancient crafting hammer. He took the bronze giant axe from his backpack and casually tossed it to the ground. Ha! Yang Chen took a deep breath, raising the crafting hammer high, and a faint golden glow began to swirl around the hammerhead. Accompanied by a loud shout, he swung the crafting hammer down with all his might. Bang! A deafening crash echoed. The incredibly sturdy bronze giant axe, under the heavy blow of the crafting hammer, shattered like fragile glass, instantly covered in a web of cracks, and then collapsed with a loud bang. Casting Stone Essence X15, a brand new material, appeared. The essence, radiating a faint halo, was decomposed. These casting stone essences are more solid, and the energy fluctuations they emit are far beyond that of ordinary essences. Yang Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately attempted to use the casting technique. However, the system emitted two cold notification sounds. Notification: insufficient quantity of casting stone essence. Notification: your casting technique level is insufficient to use casting stone essence. So that's it. A flash of realization crossed Yang Chen's eyes. This casting stone essence is clearly a higher grade casting material. Perhaps it can be used to forge those high-level divine stones that can only be opened with golden treasure chests, such as corruption stones, master stones, source power stones. How can the casting technique be improved? Yang Chen toyed with the heavy crafting hammer filled with confusion. To create high-level divine stones like the corruption stone and the master stone, it seems that other opportunities or special conditions are needed. We'll talk about it later. Yang Chen was not someone who liked to get stuck on a problem. If he couldn't figure something out, he would just set it aside for the time being. After licking clean all the spoils, more than half an hour had passed. The atmosphere in the town of Buried Bones was now completely different from before. The 20% boost to all attributes brought by daylight was like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting hope among all the surviving players. They spontaneously formed teams of various sizes, beginning to take the initiative to hunt down the skeleton soldiers whose attributes were weakened in the sunlight. There were still 11.5 hours left until the arrival of the final night. Every minute and second felt incredibly precious. Everyone was like a wound-up machine, doing everything possible to enhance their levels and strength. The trial of strength was also a test of humanity. Under the call of top players in guilds like No Regrets and Huaxia and A Dream of Falling Snow, players quickly united, sharing information, allocating resources, and forming hunting squads. They raced against time to use these last 12 hours to boost their power. The entire Huaxia region seemed to transform into a high-speed war machine, with everyone fighting for survival. However, there were also some who chose a completely different path. What are we fighting for? That's a golden lord. How could we possibly win? Exactly, whoever wants to go die can go ahead, I'll just stay in the safe zone, fight a boss? What does that have to do with my 3,000 yuan salary? Besides these pessimistic and selfish remarks, there were even more jarring voices. Why should we girls risk our lives? This kind of fighting and killing should be a man's responsibility. We take care of our looks, and you take care of the fighting. The boys in Huaxia really don't understand gentlemanly conduct. Boys should protect girls, only cowards let girls expose themselves. These comments, mixed with whining and moral coercion, nearly made many male players, who were fighting desperately, spit blood in anger. Yang Chen looked at these remarks and merely curled his lip in disdain. Some people want to enjoy the benefits while avoiding responsibility. It's the same old story. Yang Chen had no go to the market to handle the newly acquired equipment. He, on the other hand, once again ventured alone into the dangerous areas of Buried Bones. Should he go kill the Golden Skeleton King now? No rush. This was his last chance to assist. Once this Golden Lord was defeated, the Buried Bones would be liberated just like the previous town. By then, this area would no longer spawn any monsters, wasting a significant opportunity for monster farming. Even if it didn't grant experience points, the bones and equipment from those skeleton soldiers were still valuable. Time flew by. The efficiency of monster farming during the day was indeed not as good as at night. Yang Chen spent most of his time looking for monsters and waiting for respawns, far less satisfying than the thrill of blocking doors and farming monsters at night. Soon, the 12 hours of daylight passed in the blink of an eye. The last struggling rays of light on the horizon were completely swallowed by the endless darkness. Darkness descends, the final night. Challengers, please hold out until dawn. Night fell. Outside the town of Buried Bones, countless skeleton soldiers crawled up from the gray-white ground once again. They gathered around the Golden Skeleton King, forming a river of pale white. The terrifying monster, Golden Skeleton King, slowly left its throne of bones, and with each step it took, the ground trembled. It walked step by step toward the town. Inside the town, panic had already set in. The Golden Skeleton King is coming. Everyone looked at the massive figure approaching like a mountain, their faces filled with unmistakable fear, trembling uncontrollably. Moments later, the Golden Skeleton King stopped a few hundred meters outside the town's gate. It raised the enormous bone scythe in its hand high, letting out a terrifying roar. At the command of the Golden Skeleton King, an endless tide of white bones surged towards the town's only entrance like a flood breaking through a dam. In this critical moment, a solitary figure, as always, stood defiantly at the town's gate. The war wolf. He was here to block the way again. No way? Does he want to face the final night? By himself? Is the war wolf really going to challenge the golden boss alone? Isn't that a bit too reckless? Doubts echoed around. Some fans who admired the war wolf couldn't help but shout angrily at the crowd. You fools who don't pay attention to the world information. The war wolf has already taken down several golden bosses. The Plague Demon of Plague Town, the Despair Queen of Twisted Harbor, and the Rust King of Rust Town all were soloed by him. As these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with indescribable shock and disbelief. Indeed, the war wolf had liberated several contaminated zones. All eyes were focused on that figure. This man was truly prepared to face the golden boss alone. How arrogant, how powerful, how terrifying was his strength. By the resurrection point, Nyo was propping up his stall. He cast a disdainful glance at the panicking players, observing their ignorance. Just wait. If we take down the Golden Skeleton King, we'll all get rewards. Nyo's face was full of pride and satisfaction. He had experience in such matters. Following the wolf brother meant there would definitely be no shortage of super chests. In the center of the battlefield, Yang Chen charged into the sea of white death like a black cannonball. Lightning 5-linked whip wherever the lightning passed. Clusters of skeleton soldiers were charred black, their bones cracking, and the soul fire in their eye sockets extinguished in an instant. Mountain-cleaving, sea-breaking style, Yang Chen's figure darted through the lightning, his right leg like a steel hammer infused with the power of mountains, sweeping out with the force of thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever his leg's shadow passed, bones shattered and tendons broke. Countless skeleton soldiers were kicked to pieces, turning into a flurry of pale bone fragments. Various skills were unleashed in succession, and Yang Chen, like a war god in a state of invincibility, initiated a bloody massacre among the skeleton army. Large groups of skeleton soldiers collapsed like sandcastles blown by a fierce wind, turning into lifeless bones scattered across the ground. Furious, the Golden Skeleton King was enraged. Its eyes, burning with golden flames, fixed intently on the human rampaging through its army. It moved its enormous body, raising the bone scythe high, creating a howling wind as it swung down towards Yang Chen. Bring it on! Facing this earth-shattering blow, Yang Chen did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward. Flying dragon, cloud-searching hand, deadly stabbing fist, mountain-cleaving sea-breaking style, the three skills struck the Golden Skeleton King simultaneously. Immediately after, an even more incredible scene unfolded. Shadow clone talent activated. Two indistinct afterimages, identical to Yang Chen, appeared at precise angles, repeating those three moves alongside the main body. You have stolen. Golden Skeleton King's death side, you have stolen. Golden right leg, you have stolen. Golden bone XN. A waterfall of information instantly filled Yang Chen's system prompt bar. A massive amount of damage mixed with the terrifying effect of rusting wind instantly reduced the Golden Skeleton King's indestructible bone defense to zero. Yang Chen swayed madly, his rabbit ears spinning like propellers. Rapidly recovering skill cooldowns. He wasn't in a hurry to kill the Golden Skeleton King immediately. Instead, he planned to first dismember all of its limbs. Steel golden left leg, steel golden right arm, steel golden left arm. Yang Chen employed his old tricks again, using the lightning whip to firmly paralyze the boss while unleashing a barrage of skills. Although the poison effect was ineffective, the cold poison of the strange python covered its entire body with a thick layer of frost. The unhealable poison plague caused its attributes to plummet wildly every second. The most terrifying effect, however, was the rust corrosion. The Golden Skeleton King's health and defense were extremely high. This also meant that every 5 seconds it would suffer a terrifying continuous damage from its own high defense. The needles formed by rust pierced through every gap in its bones, like the most vicious curse, constantly tormenting this undead lord. Roar, 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 roar. The Golden Skeleton King was in a frenzy of rage. Unlike the skeleton general, it was not completely powerless. Although the Golden Skeleton King had lost its limbs, its eyes, glowing with a ghostly light, still shot out two devastating beams of rainbow light in defiance. Immunity, all damage was absorbed by Yang Chen's monstrous defense. Soon, the Golden Skeleton King's health dropped below half. The second phase began. Warning, Golden Skeleton King unleashes all soul power, immune to all control effects. It became immune to all control effects, and a large number of skeleton soldiers still charging around were forcibly disassembled by an invisible force at that moment. The skeleton soldiers turned into white bones, crazily gathering towards the Golden Skeleton King like iron filings attracted by a magnet. The Golden Skeleton King's health was visibly recovering at an astonishing rate, and in the blink of an eye, it was full again. The eerie white bones replaced its severed limbs, reassembling into a more ferocious and gigantic new body. The Golden Skeleton King roared in fury. Its thick, menacing arms slammed down hard towards Yang Chen. Immunity still couldn't break through its defense, instead pushing Yang Chen's resolve to the peak. Receive, resolve, release. Yang Chen's resolve energy bar was already full, and all the accumulated power transformed into a world-destroying punch. Striking out fiercely, crack mountains, break seas, pain, spasm, poison, decay, freeze, bleed, lightning, paralyze, knockdown, daze, fear, KO, shatter bones, rust corrosion, unhealable poison plague, cold poison of the strange python, bloodied, torn wounds, rootless person, organ damage, disability amputation, rust corrosion to the core, infectious rust disease, extra flying dragon cloud hand. A large number of special effects were immune, but the waterfall of notifications was still spectacular. Boom, boom, boom. This punch triggered a massive amount of special effects, and two shadowy afterimages simultaneously executed this ultimate move. Short essay, second piece. Short essay, third piece. All of Yang Chen's special effects triggered 3 times, especially the crack mountains and break seas effects, which shattered the Golden Skeleton King's body once again. You have stolen the Golden Skeleton King's left leg. You have stolen the Golden Skeleton King's right leg. You have stolen the Golden Skeleton King's left arm. What a pity. This time, what was stolen was not the golden limbs. A wail of pain echoed. The Golden Skeleton King fell again. This time, Yang Chen had experience. To completely kill this boss, he had to first clear away its endless supplies. He no longer paid attention to the impotent and furious Skeleton King on the ground but turned to charge at the small skeletons that were still being summoned. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Yang Chen's mind. The Golden Skeleton King seemed to be able to summon these small skeletons infinitely? Perfect. Yang Chen wasn't in a hurry to kill the Skeleton King, he just kept clearing these summoned small skeletons to gather their bone materials. This boss's mechanism was exhilarating. The Golden Skeleton King, endlessly summoning minions combined with the original skeleton soldiers of the burial ground. Yang Chen was almost reluctant to kill the Golden Skeleton King. A perpetual motion machine. The Golden Skeleton King was like a perpetual motion machine. Yang Chen gleefully shattered the skeleton minions, tossing their bones into the filth cauldron to brew a new, thick soup. Thus, an extremely bizarre tug-of-war began. Yang Chen frantically cleared the minions ahead, farming bones and equipment. The Golden Skeleton King, behind him, endured the torment of rust while continuously summoning little brothers to blood transfuse for him. The effect of rust to the bone was still in play. The Golden Skeleton King's health kept dropping, but every time it was about to hit the bottom, Yang Chen would spare a few little skeletons. These little skeletons were like health packs, providing a significant amount of health recovery, allowing the Skeleton King to keep on living. Torture. This was truly torturous. The Golden Skeleton King was being tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. And even the players began to feel sympathy for this boss. What the hell? Who is the boss here? Why do I feel like the Werewolf boss is scarier than that Golden Skeleton King? Players in the distance were dumbfounded. The battle of attack and defense against the Golden Skeleton King had ultimately turned into a brutal slaughter. Finally, after being tortured for a full 2 hours, the soul fire in its eye sockets gradually extinguished. It no longer had the slightest bit of strength to summon new minions. The enormous body of the Skeleton King exploded with a roar of unwillingness, turning into a sky full of golden bones. Is that it? It just died? TSK TSK TSK. Yang Chen smirked, then hurriedly rushed forward to collect all the shimmering golden bones on the ground, leaving not a single one behind. Congratulations, all players in the burial ground, working together to overcome difficulties, have liberated the polluted area. All players in this area receive a special reward. The system's notification sound announced that this long and arduous battle had finally come to an end. Ha! Does this mean we won? The players in the town were filled with indescribable shock and bewilderment. Congratulations, all players in the burial ground have perfectly survived the final night, receiving a special reward. The system's notification sound rang like heavenly music, echoing in the ears of every surviving player. They looked at each other. The lucky survivors, in disbelief, looked at their backpacks. 2 rewards? Each person's backpack had inexplicably gained 2 super treasure chests glowing with a soft light. One was the reward for liberating the polluted area. The other was a special award for perfectly surviving the final night. After a brief silence, the entire burial ground erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. 2 super treasure chests. We hit the jackpot. This is a huge win. Werewolf is awesome. Werewolf is awesome. Whoa whoa, big boss, you are my reborn parents. The players cried tears of joy, excitedly shouting the name of that godlike warrior. Who was the happiest? Of course, it was those useless players from Pride of the World. Those crippled players from Pride of the World had no heart to celebrate. In their eyes, there flickered a kind of morbid fanaticism and desire, eagerly opening those 2 super treasure chests. That concerned their fate. Forget stones. Please, give me forget stones. They were like a group of gamblers who had lost all their chips, placing their last hope entirely on this elusive luck. Some were happy, some were sad. The healer girl, with the ID healing spell kills, at the moment she opened the treasure chest, actually saw 2 stones radiating pure white light. It was forget stones. She cried tears of joy and made her choice without hesitation. You choose to forget untreatable poison plague. You choose to forget cold poison of the exotic python. 2 soft beams of white light flashed by, and the terrifying strange poison, which was like a maggot in the bone, was finally completely dispelled from her body. Great! The wet nurse let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if she had been reborn. She glanced at her companions around her, still writhing on the ground in pain, like the disabled, and a trace of undisguised disgust and determination flashed in her eyes. The boss was dead, and as the secretary, it was time for her to run. She no longer had any lingering attachments, turning her back without a second glance, quickly disappearing into the crowd, determined to completely sever ties with this group of unfortunate souls. The other members of the proud world, however, were not so lucky. Among them, although a few had managed to obtain a forgetting stone by chance, what good was that? Iron Fist unbeatable, flashing, and crashing, Gotham Joker. Many players from Proud World looked at their negative statuses, sinking into deeper despair. Rootless, disabled legs, cold poison of the exotic python, untreatable poison plague, infectious rust disease, don't even mention 2 forgetting stones. Even if they got 2 more, it wouldn't be enough unless they could stick with the battle wolf boss to farm treasure chests. They were destined to spend their days in endless pain and torment. On the other side, Yang Chen was happily counting his spoils. Death Scythe of the Golden Skeleton King, grade, gold type, weapon, two-handed scythe required level 20. Attributes, attack power plus 300, strength plus 40. Special effect 1, lifesteal. Special effect 2, death siphon. Details, this scythe is forged from the spine of the Golden Skeleton King, and with every swing, one can almost hear countless souls wailing, yearning to reap the souls of all the living. Evaluation, the Grim Reaper has arrived. Lifesteal, 5% of the damage you deal is converted into healing effects. Additionally, Yang Chen already possessed the Death Siphon talent, and after upgrading it twice, the value was even higher than that on the weapon. Life-stealing equipment. Divine artifact. Yang Chen sighed, knowing well from playing online games how precious and important the lifesteal attribute was. The Golden Skeleton King dropped only this one piece of equipment, but whether it was the lifesteal effect or the Death Siphon effect, both were top-notch. After pondering for a moment, Yang Chen opened the 2 super treasure chests he had just obtained. Very lucky. 1 fusion stone, 1 promotion stone. Yang Chen felt no regret as he took out the golden death scythe. Fusion, lifesteal. The golden scythe shattered with a sound, transforming into countless specks of light, and that powerful lifesteal force turned into a warm energy that merged into Yang Chen's body. Promotion, Shadow Wraith. Shadow Wraith, gold. When you use unarmed attacks and skills, 3 Shadow Wraiths will appear, executing the same attacks and skills, dealing 50% of the damage. 3 after images. This talent cannot be upgraded for now and requires a higher level divine stone. Awesome. Calculating this way, a single move of the mountain splitter could trigger the special effect 4 times, directly amputating the enemy's legs from the start. Yang Chen then took out the Cauldron of Filth. The golden bones of the Golden Skeleton King, along with the complete severed limbs, were all thrown into the cauldron. Coupled with the large amount of ordinary bones he had obtained during the day and just now, he boiled up a pot of bone soup that was thick to the extreme. Extra lifespan, 130 years. This pot of soup was evidently more domineering, perhaps even reducing lifespan by over 200 years. Yang Chen's extra lifespan seemed to be running low. A single sip of this thick soup might poison him directly. It would be better to wait until he got more lifespan before enjoying it. Finally, Yang Chen smashed all the junk equipment he had obtained during the day and night into stone essence, using the Heavenly Hammer. Stone essence, 8367/1000. Yang Chen crafted 8 divine stones. Promotion stone x2 fusion stone x2 upgrade stone x1 forget stone x1 inheritance stone x1 awakening stone x1. This time, luck was exceptionally good. There were 2 promotion stones and 2 fusion stones, both of which he needed the most. Yang Chen's gaze finally settled on the special divine stone that emitted a mysterious aura. Inheritance stone. This is the legendary stone that can transfer talent to others. A good item. Absolutely a good item. If this divine stone were put up for sale, who knows how many super rich individuals would fight to bid for it. Wolf brother, you have to check the Huaxia channel. Nyo rushed over, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen casually opened the public channel for the Huaxia region, and a series of system announcements instantly filled his screen. Congratulations to all players of Burning Flame Town, working together to overcome challenges and liberate the polluted area. Congratulations to all players of Frost Cold Town, working together to overcome challenges and liberate the polluted area. It was already late at night. Less than 3 hours remained until dawn, but the system notifications about liberating the polluted areas were popping up one after another like mushrooms after rain. Huaxia players were starting to exert their strength. They were exerting their strength. After experiencing the initial chaos and despair, the indomitable resilience of the Huaxia players was finally fully awakened. They no longer fought individually but quickly organized effective defenses and counterattacks as a group centered around their towns. Experienced commanders formulated a series of effective tactics based on the characteristics of the monsters in their respective areas. Tanks in the front, healers in the back, ranged damage dealers focusing fire, assassins flanking and harassing. Although their individual strength was worlds apart from Yang Chen, the cheat, the power unleashed when thousands of ordinary players united for a common goal was equally earth-shattering. This was a victory for ordinary players. This was a victory of unity for Huaxia players. The entire channel of the Huaxia region was ignited with unprecedented passion and fervor, uplifting everyone's spirits. That's pretty impressive. Yang Chen looked at the stream of victory reports and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and adrenaline. Not just ordinary players. Hidden talents were emerging from Huaxia, with many elite players from hidden professions stepping in. Zhao with the Huing, Wugo shining like frost and snow. Silver saddle on a white horse, swift as a shooting star. Kill 1 in 10 steps, leave no trace in 1,000 miles. When the matter is done, I leave without a trace, hiding my name and self. A player dressed in a flowing blue robe with an ancient wine flask hanging at his waist stood riding the wind. He softly recited ancient verses, carefree and unrestrained. As the verses concluded, he flicked his wrist gently. A blue flying sword that circled around him let out a clear dragon's roar, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the 9-headed serpent lizard below, which was spewing toxic mist. The sword light blossomed in the air into 9 brilliant blue lotuses, each exploding precisely above the serpent lizard's heads, generating a series of shockingly high damage numbers. This person was none other than the third-ranked player in the world. Qing Lian on the other side, a player known as No Regrets in joining Huaxia, was leading a disciplined team, fiercely battling a massive demon engulfed in hellfire. His eyes were sharp, his face resolute, and his bare, muscular upper body was covered in crisscrossing scars. He wielded a simple yet sharp standard military knife, bravely anchoring the front line. Every punch landed, every slash was lethal. He was engaged in the most primal, bloody, and brutal hand-to-hand combat with the terrifying flame demon. Without a doubt, he was the ace super soldier meticulously trained by the military with countless efforts. Not long after, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the powerful and terrifying fire demon was slain beneath him and his comrades. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. On the other side, Yimeng Luoxue led the Misty Rain Pavilion, successfully supporting a pollution zone covered in frost. The 3-foot green blade in her hand moved with increasing agility and finesse. The sword light flowed, seemingly light and devoid of any smoke or fire, yet every strike was lethal. Each sword thrust was as elusive as an antelope's horn, yet always managed to pierce the energy core of the frost giant at the most incredible angles. Beneath her cold, stunningly beautiful visage lay a sharp sword intent that could chill any enemy to the bone. Over 100 well-coordinated members of the Misty Rain Pavilion, along with thousands of reorganized local players, fought fiercely with Yimeng Luoxue as the main force. They ultimately turned the seemingly invincible frost giant into a sky full of ice crystals. More and more big shots emerged, shining brightly on their respective battlefields. In the Huaxia channel, good news poured in. After defeating the bosses in their areas, the big shots did not hesitate to lend a hand. This life has no regrets entering Huaxia. I still have 2 assistance opportunities left. Where is the battle most urgent? Please contact me immediately, ready to support at any time. Sour radish, don't eat, I'm here to help too. I have 3 assistance opportunities? Are there any pretty girls in a small town? I prefer that. Yimeng Luoxue, 2 assistance opportunities. Strong wind, big back hair, I still have 3 assistants opportunities. By the way, the guild Righteousness Above the Clouds is recruiting experts to liberate the pollution zones together. Eternal oath, our team's strength isn't strong, but we are willing to contribute. Brothers who don't mind, please private message me. At the moment when the stars shone, initially, it was thought that the final night would be a one-sided massacre, without suspense. But unexpectedly, on this land of Huaxia, players united as one, working together to liberate one pollution zone after another. Whether they were the top big shots standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid or the ordinary players struggling in the mud yet never giving up, everyone contributed their part. Brothers, hold on. We won. We won. Huaxia is awesome. In short, Huaxia players are just that amazing. It ignited. Yang Chen watched the passionate discussions in the channel, regretting that his assistance opportunities had already been exhausted. The sky gradually brightened. When the first ray of golden sunlight tore through the last shreds of darkness enveloping the earth, a majestic voice echoed throughout the entire Tianyuan world. Dawn of victory, victory. Final night ends, all dark creatures disperse, accompanied by the system's cold announcement. Those monstrous armies that had been ferocious just a moment ago let out painful and unwilling howls, dissipating like snow under the light, turning into black smoke. Even those terrifying golden lords, like gods and demons, dragged their broken bodies back to their respective lairs, unwilling to retreat. We won. We held on until dawn. After a brief silence, the entire Huaxia region erupted in cheers like a tsunami. However, before the players could recover from the ecstasy of surviving the calamity, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Congratulations, the challengers successfully endured the final night. Tianyuan will delineate the main city boundaries based on the number of pollution zones liberated by each national region, establishing a new order. Boom, the ground of the entire Tianyuan world began to tremble violently. Towns that had been liberated were uprooted from the ground by an invisible great power, transforming into streams of light, slowly ascending into the sky. They disintegrated, reformed, and fused in the air, ultimately becoming magnificent super cities. Huaxia region, number of liberated pollution zones, 95. Ranking first in the world. Building in progress, Super Beijing building. In progress, Super Shanghai building in progress, Super Central Plains building in progress, Super Sichuan building in progress, Super Treasure Island building in progress, Super Pearl River. One after another, dazzling super cities rise from the vast land of China with an astonishing total of 95. All members of China receive one golden super treasure chest. What? A golden super treasure chest, one for each person. Over 1 billion people. Everyone gets a share. Is this the treatment of the world's strongest nation? The entire China region erupted in excitement. This is a golden level super treasure chest with over 1 billion players in China. It is bound to produce a large number of super talents. Meanwhile, members from other countries were despondent, completely unwilling to accept this outcome. America, number of liberated polluted areas, second place. Building in progress, super new city building in progress, super washing. The complaints of the neon players seemed even more wronged and sarcastic. A verbal battle erupted. The second arrival of Tianyuan had begun the countdown to its end. Tip: the third arrival will begin in 7 days. Tip: challengers, please prepare to build your own super cities. The system notifications from Tianyuan continued to ring out, starting a 10-minute countdown to shutdown. Return to reality. This time, there was still a 7-day rest period. Tianyuan also provided the main quest for the next arrival, which was to establish super cities for their respective nations. Building cities? This was no longer just about leveling up by defeating monsters. The world of Tianyuan was constructing a civilization system closely linked to reality in a way beyond anyone's imagination. In this grand tide of an era, whoever could establish the most prosperous and powerful main city first would hold the power of discourse for the future. Interesting. Tianyuan was becoming more and more fascinating. Return. The surrounding world turned into a void. Yangchen slowly opened his eyes, finding himself suspended in an endless darkness. He could still clearly see his body and freely open the system panel. Immediately after, the cold notification sound of the system rang in his ears again. Attribute manifestation activated. Talent manifestation activated. Skills not activated. Equipment not activated. This return activated new projects. In addition to attribute manifestation, talents could also be exchanged. First, the attributes. The rules remained the same as before. Each point of manifested attribute required 100 blood coins. Strength 186, Constitution 224, Agility 88, Talent 48, Stamina 340, Spirit 173. Deducting the previously manifested portion, Yangchen still needed to spend an additional 79,700 blood coins to bring all these skyrocketing attributes back to the real world. Blood coins 470,000. Fortunately, there were enough blood coins, otherwise, it would be hard to say. Manifest all. Yangchen waved his hand, manifesting all attributes. Streams of pure energy surged wildly into his body. Next was the talent manifestation. Rule 1: exchanging for a normal talent requires 10,000 blood coins. Rule 2: exchanging for a high-level talent requires 100,000 blood coins. Yangchen quickly glanced at his talent list. Curse Titan's body, Mad Swing. These two powerful dark gold-level talents required 100,000 blood coins to manifest as high-level talents. As for talents like Shadowborn, Death Siphon, Rust, Monarch, Wild Intuition, whether bronze or gold level, they were classified as normal talents. The manifestation price was 10,000 blood coins. First exchange, Super Invincible Lucky Star. Yangchen gritted his teeth and decided to exchange his only talent first. This talent, representing luck and mysticism, was undoubtedly the most important cornerstone of the entire system. However, the system notification sounded like a bucket of cold water poured over him, chilling him to the bone. Tip: insufficient blood coins. The unique exchange talent Super Invincible Lucky Star requires 1 million blood coins. What? Yangchen's eyes nearly popped out. 1 million blood coins. That was nearly 3,000 years of consumption. The talent exchange system was simply outrageous, completely robbing him of money and life. Forget it. If I want to bring it back to reality, the survival talent is the most important. Yangchen calmed down, his brain racing as he began to replan his exchange strategy. Mad Swing. This dark gold talent, while powerful, was temporarily useless. The skill exchange permission had not yet been activated, and reducing cooldowns was of no use. Plus it had an unavoidable negative state. Negative effect: when shaking his head, 2 huge rabbit ears would manifest. If Yangchen walked down the street and accidentally shook his head, a pair of pink rabbit ears would pop out from the top of his head. What kind of situation was that? It was estimated that he would be captured the next day for slicing research. Son of the Ocean, this talent is quite impressive, Yangchen thought, able to breathe freely underwater and gain enhanced combat power. A divine talent in reality. If he really committed a crime in real life, he could just jump into a river or even hide in the sea, and probably no one would be able to catch him. This was simply a divine skill for escaping. It's decided. Exchange, Cursed Titan Body, Son of the Ocean, Toxin. Immunity, Wild Intuition, Life Steal, Death Siphon, Heart of Stone, The Last Drop of Blood. Yang Chen selected the 8 most practical talents that could enhance his survival ability. As for those talents that were too conspicuous, they were too easy to expose, so he decided not to exchange them for now. Confirm, at the moment of confirmation, 170,000 blood coins disappeared from his account. This time, the transformation attributes and talents cost nearly 250,000 blood coins, instantly having his assets. Additionally, Yang Chen kept a close eye on things. He withdrew the remaining 7.8 million real currency from his Tianyuan balance treasure. A dream of falling snow from the Smoke and Rain Pavilion had once given Yang Chen a bounty of 100 million. Out of that, 90 million was handed over to Nyo to exchange for blood coins. Yang Chen intentionally left 7.8 million as a remainder just to prepare for this moment. If I withdraw the entire 100 million, it will definitely expose my identity. If I withdraw not a single cent, it would seem too deliberate and would instead raise suspicion. Last time I made 1.6 million. This time I'll earn more. 7 to 8 million is reasonable. Yang Chen pondered, recalling his previous conversation with the old detective Zhang Weiguo. The authorities had noticed him, but they only regarded Yang Chen as an ordinary online gaming expert, and he could continue to maintain that facade. Everything was settled. Yang Chen made the final confirmation. An indescribable vast power surged through him like the shimmering stardust of the heavens, madly pouring into his limbs and bones. Creak, creak, creak. Yang Chen's bones seemed to be crushed inch by an invisible force, yet they were undergoing a more perfect structural reorganization. It felt as if molten divine metal was being poured into his marrow, bringing an unbearable agony, but ultimately leading to a rebirth akin to being remade. His muscle fibers were tearing, proliferating, and reshaping at an unimaginable speed. Every inch of flesh seemed to be thrown into the furnace of the divine, tempered in the raging flames. Scalding hot currents surged wildly within him as if they were about to boil his blood completely. 8 powerful talents. They shone like 8 brilliant stars, igniting deep within his soul, permanently branding their extraordinary power onto Yang Chen's physical form in reality. In the real world, inside the rental room, only a second had passed. When the endless darkness shattered like a mirror, the familiar world surged back like a tide. Yang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He was still sitting in that creaky, cheap gaming chair, but the entire world had undergone a tremendous change in his perception. He could clearly hear the buzzing of a mosquito flapping its wings 100 meters outside the window. He could easily distinguish the dust floating in the air, the smell of cooking oil wafting from the restaurant downstairs, and the sound of coughing coming from the next room. Wild intuition, this talent could detect enemies in a state of invisibility, essentially enhancing his perception abilities to inhuman levels. Yang Chen picked up the steel pipe that had been bent earlier. He didn't exert any force intentionally, he simply twisted it, casually like a piece of dough, finally molding it into a fist-sized lump of iron. The hard steel was surprisingly as soft as dough. Yang Chen walked to the mirror. His figure had become more upright, his muscle lines smooth and proportionate, each inch filled with a sense of power. Especially his eyes, which had become deep like the starry sky, sharp like a hawk, as if they could penetrate the hearts of men. Heart like a rock. Yang Chen felt himself becoming more focused, less easily influenced by the outside world, and his thoughts clearer, making it difficult for a series of negative emotions such as restlessness, anxiety, depression, irritability to arise. Incredible. After his talent materialized in reality, it produced effects even more exaggerated than in the game. Yang Chen walked into the kitchen and casually pulled a sharp kitchen knife from the knife rack. The cold tip of the knife glimmered with a chilling light under the lamp as it slowly pressed against his forearm. This was a test of the strength of the cursed titan's body. In reality, he began to apply pressure slowly. The knife tip touched his skin, feeling as if it were pressing against a steel plate. Covered in leather, the skin slightly dented, yet not a single white mark was left. The force gradually increased. The originally straight blade began to emit a grating creak sound, visibly bending. Yang Chen continued to apply pressure until a crisp clang sounded. The knife tip unable to withstand the counterforce, and it actually rolled its edge. Interesting. Yang Chen discarded the useless metal and turned on the gas stove. Whoosh! An ethereal blue flame instantly surged up. Yang Chen remained unfazed, extending his palm directly into the flames. The scorching fire licked at his skin wildly, yet it produced no effect. No burning, no charring, not even a single hair curled. 60% absolute damage reduction across all types, plus a fixed value of 1000 points of absolute immunity. Where is its limit? I wonder if it can withstand a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle. Yang Chen pondered while conducting various unbelievable tests. Currently, the tools in the rental apartment seemed inadequate to break through this layer of absolute immunity. Suddenly, buzz buzz buzz, an annoying fly buzzed around the kitchen. Yang Chen's gaze instantly sharpened like an eagle. His movements were as quick as lightning, his hand slicing through the air, leaving a blurred afterimage. Snap, a slight sound of air breaking, and he had firmly grasped the fly in his palm. He slowly opened his hand, and the fly was no longer struggling, having turned into a puddle of indistinguishable mush. Suddenly, a wondrous warm current surged from his palm without warning. The talent's death siphon and life theft were also effective in reality. The life force transmitted from the fly was extremely weak, but the energy generated by death flowed like a cool spring, awakening waves of restorative healing power from within. Not bad, not bad. With the golden level death siphon combined with life theft, even if Yang Chen were truly injured in reality, as long as he could find a suitable supplement to kill, he could recover to his original state in a very short time. Am I being too cautious? Yang Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. This was a typical pessimistic approach, always anticipating the worst outcome. Perhaps all abilities were unnecessary. What was that saying? Having no sword in hand and having one to use are two different things. Being cautious is always good. At that moment, a piercing car alarm suddenly rang out from downstairs, shattering the tranquility of the neighborhood. Did you see that? This is my power. I can flip this car over. A young voice filled with ecstasy and boasting rang out. Yang Chen walked to the window and saw a muscular young man gripping the chassis of a white sedan, straining with all his might to flip it. The car flipped. Surrounding people gasped in astonishment, marveling at the man's superhuman strength. Clearly, this was another player who had materialized their attributes, possessing strength several times greater than that of ordinary people. Ha ha ha, look how fast I can run. In another direction, a figure sprinted at an incredible speed, even more exaggerated than world champion. Sprinter Bolt. Such scenes were happening in every corner of the world. Level 10. Attribute exchange. Players gradually obtained the qualifications for exchange, gaining powers far beyond ordinary humans. Just as I expected. Yang Chen stood by the window, looking at the overturned car below and the superhuman running wildly on the street, his face showing no surprise. He had anticipated this long ago. When players reached level 10 and began to materialize their attributes, the real world was bound to fall into unprecedented chaos. There would always be those eager to show off or unable to control their inner desires, who would be the first to reveal this extraordinary power, recklessly displaying it before the world. The uncles in hats are probably going to be overwhelmed. Yang Chen opened his phone, the screen clearly displaying the bank account balance, 9.48 million. The money from Tianyuan had long been credited, and combined with his previous savings, it rounded up to a millionaire, achieving preliminary financial freedom. Just wait. The authorities will definitely take major action. Yang Chen murmured. As thousands of supermen emerged, the existing social order would inevitably face severe shocks, and the investigation of Tianyuan players was imperative. However, a small fry like me who made a few million will probably have to wait a few days. Yang Chen returned to his room and skillfully opened several large forums and news websites. Sure enough, the whole world had turned into a chaotic mess. Global stock markets suffer an epic plunge. Dow Jones Index evaporates 30% overnight. Apocalyptic signs? Digital currencies crash across the board. Prices halved again and again. Banking system on the brink of collapse. Trillions of funds vanish into thin air, suspected to be exchanged and injected into the Tianyuan world. The arrival of Tianyuan was like an invisible giant hand gripping the throat of the global economy, directly igniting a financial storm that swept everyone. The old wealth system was rapidly disintegrating in an unstoppable manner. The real crisis, however, was not just economic. National-level conflicts also erupted. After browsing forums for several hours, some foreign official agencies began to release statements targeting Huaxia. The White Palace issues an emergency statement. Huaxia's overwhelming advantage in the Tianyuan world poses a serious threat to global security. Ome announces comprehensive economic sanctions against Huaxia will be initiated immediately until it surrenders the unfairly obtained Tianyuan resources. The Tianyuan world may become Huaxia's ultimate tool for global exploitation. Neon experts analyze deeply, this may be a long-planned colonial conspiracy. The A3 Alliance expresses strong protest, demanding Huaxia provide a reasonable explanation for resource monopoly and compensate affected countries. Heavily, scholars from Nanbang present ironclad evidence. Many settings of the Tianyuan world closely align with the ancient myths of the Korean nation, claiming Huaxia used improper means to steal the divine miracles that rightfully belong to them. Public anger in Neon is surging, with tens of thousands gathering outside the Prime Minister's residence to protest Huaxia's monopolization of rewards in the Tianyuan world. Huaxia was too strong. The power displayed by Huaxia in the Tianyuan world had far exceeded the expectations and tolerance of all countries. Especially the golden super treasure chest reward given to over 1 billion citizens became the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely igniting the jealousy and panic of all nations. They could not accept or understand it. Thus, they chose to unite, attempting to use the rules of the real world to sanction the dragon that was far ahead in another world. In the face of overwhelming, tsunami-like condemnation and threats, the response from the Huaxia authorities was shockingly simple. A pinned post titled "Not Kneeling" appeared in the most prominent way on the homepage of all official media platforms, presenting itself to the world. The post contained no extra words, only a background image that was the majestic silhouette of the Great Wall, under the blood-red sunset, like an unyielding giant dragon coiled upon the eastern land. The people of Huaxia never yield. The people of Huaxia will not compromise or retreat in the face of any form of hegemony or sanctions. The situation is a bit dire. Huaxia seems to be on the verge of being isolated by the whole world. Yang Chen frowned as he watched the escalating international verbal battle. Huaxia's performance in the Tianyuan was too dazzling, not only dominating various rankings but also possessing the most territory and the richest rewards in Tianyuan. Fear. Other countries felt an unprecedented panic, forcing them to unite, vaguely forming an alliance against Huaxia. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The crisp ringtone of his phone pulled Yang Chen back from his chaotic thoughts. A familiar contact flashed on the screen. Deshan. It was his good buddy, Zhou Deshan. Wolf brother. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Deshan's signature loud voice boomed like thunder from the receiver, filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. I've become a superhero. Come quickly, I'll treat you to dinner, let you see how awesome I am now. See you at the old place. Before Yang Chen could respond, the other end was already filled with the busy tone of Dudu. Clearly, this newly empowered rich second generation could hardly wait to show off to his good brother. This guy. Yang Chen smiled helplessly and got up to change his clothes. The old place. It was a lively outdoor barbecue stall, not far from his rental apartment. As Yang Chen walked there, the scenes along the way gradually darkened. His previously relaxed mood. The streets were more chaotic than ever. Some people excitedly smashed fire hydrants with a punch, letting the water shoot up into the sky. Others were chasing and running in open spaces, their speed astonishing, even more exaggerated than the parkour experts in videos. Power. What happens when humans possess power far beyond their control? Violence. Yang Chen also saw two groups of people, their bodies enhanced, fighting fiercely on the street over trivial matters. Trash cans were smashed, utility poles collapsed, and with a loud bang, parked cars were left with large dents. In the end, only a scene of devastation remained. Those cars? Yang Chen's beastly instincts sensed something unusual. Every few minutes, an ambulance would whiz by, and even some hearse vehicles from funeral homes silently traversed the streets and alleys. Many people had died. The Tianyuan world was cruel, not only capable of turning players into superheroes. Those ordinary people who could not resist the monsters lost a significant amount of their lifespan with each death. When their lifespan was exhausted, their lives in the real world would also come to an end, turning into cold corpses that could never awaken. Perhaps to avoid causing greater panic, the media chose collective silence, and not even a single report appeared. Sigh. Yang Chen let out a breath. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable deep down, he also understood the dangers brought by panic and despair. If the specific number of casualties in Tianyuan were to be announced, it would likely trigger chaos and riots. Soon, he arrived at the barbecue stall, where business was still booming, and the owner was busy serving several tables of customers. This was truly unexpected. Despite the chaos outside, the always cheerful fat owner had not closed the door, welcoming back his regulars. Unlike before, these diners no longer discussed family matters or work troubles. They were all spirited, their eyes sparkling with excitement and confidence, and the topics of conversation revolved entirely around the new world of Tianyuan. I'm telling you, mages shouldn't just add intelligence in the early stages. You must first invest a few points in spirit, or you'll run out of mana with just a few skills. Nonsense. The mage just needs to click a few times to increase their power, and after picking up the magic staff, they add all their points to intelligence. What they want is to deal massive damage and kill in an instant. Just yesterday, I relied on my fireball spell to take down who knows how many small monsters. Come on, give it a rest. With your health, a boss could kill you with just a fart. It all depends on us warriors. They were enthusiastically discussing how to gear up, how to allocate points, where to pick up quests, and learn more powerful skills. Here. A familiar voice pulled Yang Chen back from his chaotic thoughts. Zhou Dashan was sitting on a plastic stool in a corner, excitedly waving his arms at him. The table in front of him was already filled with various skewers, the aroma wafting through the air. I ordered 50 yuan worth of lamb skewers, 50 yuan worth of beef skewers, and 2 big kidneys for each of us. We have to replenish ourselves. Zhou Dashan raised his eyebrows mischievously and then kicked a box of chilled beer beside him, clearly determined to drink until he dropped. Wolf, brother, let me get you one. He mysteriously pulled out a bottle of chilled beer from the box. Instead of using a bottle opener, he brought his index and middle fingers together and swiftly swiped them across the bottle cap. With a soft whoosh, the hard glass neck was cleanly severed, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Not bad. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. This seemingly simple move required extremely precise control of one's strength. Brute force alone wouldn't suffice. A bit of finesse was needed too. Of course. I'm a hidden class, level 18 Thorn Iron Cavalry. Joe Dashin proudly pointed at his face, beaming with pride, as if afraid others wouldn't recognize his prowess. Level 18? Yang Chen was slightly taken aback but then thought it was normal. He had reached level 20 on his first day. Other players had a 30% team experience bonus on the second day, a full attribute boost during the day on the third, plus 2 nights of monster waves. Players' levels were gradually catching up. Of course, it was just about levels. Impressive. You little rascal, you're actually a hidden class? Yang Chen genuinely gave a thumbs up, immediately recognizing Thorn Iron Cavalry as a tank class likely focused on damage reflection. Looking at Joe Dashin, who stood over 1.8 meters tall and had once been on the school basketball team, his goofy personality had a hint of lewdness fitting the image of a frontline tank. Wolf brother, stop talking about me. Joe Dashin grumbled, handing a sizzling, oily kidney skewer to Yang Chen while he grabbed one for himself, devouring it with gusto, grease dripping from his mouth. Last time you were all mysterious and you wouldn't even tell me your ID. Joe Dashin picked up another bottle of chilled beer and clinked it heavily against Yang Chen's, producing a crisp sound. Yang Chen was also generous, tilting his head back and downing the beer in one go. The cold liquid slid down his throat, a warm buzz quickly rising from his stomach, spreading throughout his limbs. The talent. Drunken song quietly activated, and Yang Chen immediately felt the change. His senses became sharper, and everything around him seemed to be enveloped in a hazy yet clear filter. It was a wonderful state, teetering between sobriety and intoxication, making him feel incredibly relaxed and comfortable. Don't ask. Let's just play our own games. Yang Chen enjoyed this rare comfort, casually picking up a skewer of perfectly grilled beef. However, his nonchalant attitude only piqued Joe Dashin's curiosity further. So secretive? Your attitude is quite suspicious. Joe Dashin's eyes narrowed, like a detective who had discovered a suspicious clue. Holy crap! Joe Dashin suddenly thought of something, leaning in closer and cautiously asking, you can't really be. He didn't finish the name of the world's #1 battle wolf. What kind of weight does that carry? To Joe Dashin, Yang Chen's deliberate concealment of his ID is itself quite abnormal. This isn't some shameful secret, unless his identity is of great significance. Could it be that Yang Chen is truly the world's #1 battle wolf, the one who dominates the entire Tianyuan world, instilling both respect and fear in countless players? It could be, or it might not, you guess. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth curled into a mysterious arc. He neither denied nor confirmed. This riddle-like attitude only made Joe Dashin itch with curiosity, yet he felt helpless. All right, you just keep rambling. Joe Dashin waved his hand, knowing that pressing further would yield no results, so he simply dropped the topic. He took a big gulp of beer and brought up another matter. I exchanged some attributes and showed them to my dad and smashed his precious Maybach. Guess what? Not only did he not scold me, but he also immediately decided to fully support me in forming a guild, starting with 10 small goals. Joe Dashin's face was full of pride. His dad directly set 10 small goals, enough to make a grand plan in the Tianyuan world. 10 small goals? Yang Chen rolled his eyes, as expected of a top-tier rich second generation, starting off with 10 billion. If you're interested, feel free to find me anytime. The position of vice president will always be reserved for you. Joe Dashin poured a glass of wine for Yang Chen and then patted his chest. Being brothers is in the heart. This statement was heartfelt. Having 1 or 2 confidants in life is enough. Dashin, you're a good guy. Being brothers is in the heart, but the phone will never connect. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart, but still declined Joe Dashin's invitation and began to tell a joke they often shared. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The two exchanged knowing smiles, opened another bottle of wine, and drank heartily. Everyone has their own aspirations. Yang Chen enjoyed this unrestrained, free-spirited state, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, galloping freely across the vast grasslands of Tianyuan, feeling incredibly joyful. Friends. What is a friend? The highest realm of friendship is useless even if this person is of no use to you at all. Even if this person cannot bring any benefit or advantage. Yet, you can still become friends. Such a relationship is the purest, the true essence of friendship. At this moment, a dull crashing sound came from not far away. A few spirited young men with dyed yellow and red hair, wearing tight masks and face coverings, were wildly smashing the rolling shutter door of a jewelry store with baseball bats. With a loud bang, the poor rolling shutter door finally couldn't bear the weight, completely deformed and caved in, and with a hard pull, it fell down. He. Today's young people really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Yang Chen scoffed. These spirited young men, relying on some attributes materialized from the Tianyuan world, really thought they were invincible superheroes? With such an advanced sky-eye surveillance system, they dared to rob a jewelry store, thinking a mask would make them unrecognizable? It was simply foolish to the extreme. More and more passers-by gathered around, but most just watched from a distance, their faces filled with a cold indifference as if it had nothing to do with them. Joe Dashin, however, suddenly downed a large gulp of ice-cold beer, slamming the bottle heavily on the table, producing a dull thud. Wolf brother, the chance to be a hero has come. Joe Dashin chuckled, cracking his knuckles, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. His posture clearly indicated he wanted to stop that group of lawless robbers. Don't cause trouble. The hat uncles will handle it. Yang Chen frowned. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. In this sensitive period, it was best not to be the conspicuous one. Wolf brother, you know me. I grew up watching Ultraman, and my sense of justice. Joe Dashin said dismissively, straightening his chest, his face full of righteous indignation. I believe in light. With that, he downed the last sip of wine from the bottle, and his whole being transformed into a blurred afterimage, rushing towards the gold shop with a gust of wind. Hey, how old are you, still believing in light? Yang Chen sighed helplessly, getting up to walk in front of the still-dazed barbecue stall owner, skillfully scanning the QR code on the table with his phone. Boss. How much? No. I won't take your money. The chubby owner finally came to his senses. He looked at the figure that had already dashed into the crowd, worry written all over his face. You should go stop your friend. What? If something happens to him? Ding. Payment of 200 yuan. Yang Chen still paid, smiling slightly. My friend, you can't talk him out of it. After saying that, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and leisurely walked towards the gold shop. There were 4 people robbing the gold shop. Joe Dashin, as an 18th level hidden class Iron Knight, had attributes far beyond ordinary people, with strength and endurance that exceeded the norm. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, facing several spirited young men wielding weapons without fear, and with a combination of fists and kicks, he swiftly knocked down 3 of them. Just as Yang Chen reached the entrance of the gold shop, the last robber happened to rush out, holding a bag filled with gold necklaces and rings. Don't block the way. The robber saw Yang Chen standing in front of him, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by rage, as he raised the baseball bat in his hand and swung it violently towards Yang Chen's head. Drunk and singing, Yang Chen's body swayed unsteadily, but he seemed to casually lean to the side, narrowly dodging the bat at an incredible angle. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yang Chen instinctively threw 2 punches in quick succession, the posture identical to the deadly thrust fist he used in the Tianyuan world. Although there were no skill effects to enhance it, the execution of the skill had already formed muscle memory, perfectly retaining the speed and power of the punches. Oh no! Those 2 punches could kill him. A thought flashed in Yang Chen's mind, and at the moment his fist was about to make contact with the robber's body, he forcibly retracted 70% of his strength. Even so, the little yellow-haired thug still screamed as he flew backward, his body crashing heavily against a nearby wall, leaving large cracks in the sturdy surface. So strong. Joe Dashin happened to walk out of the gold shop and, upon seeing this scene, his eyes instantly lit up. Wolf brother, the real deal doesn't show his true colors. That strength must be at least 50 points, right? He quickly stepped forward and gave Yang Chen a thumbs up. Aren't I showing my true colors now? Yang Chen shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and retracted his strength in time, not killing the guy outright. Soon, the sound of police sirens grew closer. For such a big incident as robbing a gold shop, the response speed was indeed fast. In no time, the piercing sound of sirens tore through the chaotic street. Several police cars with flashing red and blue lights sped in like the wind. Following closely were 2 heavy black armored vehicles, surrounding the entire gold shop in a standard tactical formation. The doors opened. Well-trained police officers and a dozen fully armed SWAT members poured out, their movements swift and professional. Among the crowd, 2 familiar figures made Yang Chen raise his eyebrows slightly. Policewoman Shin Bing, in a crisp uniform that highlighted her heroic demeanor, looked serious and focused. Beside her was the scruffy-looking criminal police captain, Zhang Weiguo, who always held a thermos cup. Uncle. Hot. As soon as Joe Dashin saw them, he immediately raised both hands high, forcing a simple and honest smile. We are good citizens who uphold justice. I know. Zhang Weiguo walked over, a reassuring smile appearing on his weathered face. He pointed to the surveillance camera above the nearby intersection, which was blinking a red sky eye system. It sees everything clearly. Upon hearing this, Joe Dashin let out a long sigh of relief, realizing that he didn't need to explain much. On behalf of the City Bureau, we sincerely thank you both. Shin Bing, who had been standing nearby, walked over, her cold gaze sweeping over the 2 of them as she continued, however. You still need to come back to the police station with us to make a statement. This was a necessary procedure. Thus, Yang Chen and Joe Dashin were once again invited into the police station. The station was already bustling with noise, officers were overwhelmed with work, and the hall was packed with all sorts of people. Some were there to report incidents, some to give statements, and others, like them, were summoned as players from Tianyuan due to various extraordinary events. The police resources were stretched to their limits. All the officers had their vacations cancelled, returning to their posts, entering a 24-hour hell mode. We're all familiar faces, so I'll get straight to the point. In the interrogation room, Zhang Weiguo spoke directly. He and Shin Bing quickly completed the statements to save time and then got to the main topic. There have been significant changes in the funds in your bank accounts. But under the current circumstances, that's considered a minor issue. The higher-ups have already made arrangements to help you resolve it. Goodness. Millions in Yang Chen's bank account were considered a minor issue? Zhang Weiguo paused, then shifted the topic to some newly issued official policies. Recruitment. The authorities held an emergency meeting, making a significant decision to officially launch a recruitment plan for all Tianyuan players. Any player who reached level 10 or above and was willing to serve the government would receive considerable rewards. We can arrange for you to purchase the top-tier equipment. We can group you according to your professional characteristics to form combat teams ready to respond to various emergencies at any time. If you join the government, all costs related to materialization attributes will be covered by us. Zhang Weiguo listed one preferential policy after another. Equipment fully covered. Generous salary and benefits. All costs for materialization attributes would be borne by the government. The enticing conditions were indeed tempting, but Yang Chen and Zhou Dashan were not planning to join. Captain Zhang, my ID in Tianyuan is strong wind with a big back, and I previously liberated a contaminated area. Zhou Dashan straightened his chest, a hint of pride on his face as he continued. We are preparing to establish a guild, and we'll call it Righteousness Above the Clouds. When the government has any requests, we will definitely respond actively. He rejected the government's incorporation but also expressed a willingness to cooperate on equal terms. Zhang Weiguo nodded in approval upon hearing this. The government actually encouraged such grassroots organizations. With over 1 billion people in China, no matter how powerful the government was, it couldn't cover every corner. These grassroots guilds, springing up like mushrooms after rain, could fill the gaps in government power. As long as they didn't engage in wrongdoing, they could even enjoy quite favorable policies. We encourage the establishment of guilds and hope for more cooperation in the future. A brilliant smile appeared on Zhang Weiguo's face as he turned to the always silent Yang Chen, young brother Yang Chen. Are you also planning to build a guild with brother Zhou? Goodness. Now they were calling each other brothers? Yang Chen nodded, smoothly using Zhou Dashan as a shield. We're in this together. He pointed to Zhou Dashan beside him, looking as if it were the most natural thing. Good brothers in reality. Forming a guild together in the game was perfectly normal. Great. Let's work hard. The country needs young talents like you. Zhang Weiguo's smile grew even wider. It is undoubtedly a great achievement for him to connect with a guild that has immense potential and to establish a cooperative relationship on behalf of the official side. Promotion is in sight, Captain. There are reporters waiting outside for interviews. Xin Bing reminded from the side. The two's act of bravery, during this chaotic time, is undoubtedly the best positive publicity material. An interview? That sounds great. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dashan's eyes instantly lit up, and he readily agreed. He had even thought about using this interview opportunity to promote his yet-to-be-established guild. The reporters arrived quickly. In modern society, heroes who act bravely in the face of danger are still not lacking. The reporter made a simple opening statement and turned to ask, May I ask both of you, what were you thinking when you stopped the robbers? What exactly motivated you to take such a righteous action? The microphone was handed to Zhou Dashan. Clearing his throat in front of the camera, Zhou Dashan showed no signs of shyness in front of the flashing lights. Hello everyone. I am the president of the Righteousness Above the Clouds Guild. Tianyuan ID, strong wind with a backward hairstyle. We welcome all aspiring individuals to join us in protecting our homeland. The reporters exchanged glances. Who asked you that? Answering off topic, the advertisement was flying high, but could you at least answer the question? On the other side of Huaxia, in the VIP ward of a top private hospital, the young master of the Tianlan group, the once invincible Li Shaolin in the Tianyuan world, was now lying on the hospital bed in a state of utter misery. The terrifying effects of the untreatable poison epidemic had completely ravaged his body, reducing all attributes to a pitiful 1 point. His once robust body was now emaciated, his skin as yellow as the bark of an old tree, and he was nothing but a skeleton, unable to breathe on his own, relying solely on the oxygen machine to survive. Son, an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a tailored suit, was leaning over the hospital bed, tears streaming down his face. Who on earth has harmed you like this? At that moment, a nearby authoritative doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses handed over a report with a serious expression, his voice tinged with helplessness and confusion. Chairman Li, according to our preliminary diagnosis, your son seems to be suffering from an extremely rare case of acute amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. His body becomes abnormally stiff at regular intervals, and this cycle is very regular. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis? No. That is actually the frostbite effect of the exotic python cold poison, manifesting in reality. Every 60 seconds, Li Shaolin would be completely frozen by that bone-chilling cold, experiencing the agony of being encased in ice from the inside out. Son, what do you want to say? Chairman Li leaned his ear close to his son's mouth, seemingly hearing his weak, indistinct murmurs. Egg. Even at this point, with his consciousness fading, Li Shaolin was still thinking about his long-lost treasure. In a warmly decorated apartment. Once a couple deeply in love, they were now engaged in a silent war. The starburst airflow slash. Like Li Shaolin, lay on the bed emaciated, resembling a skeleton that could fall apart at any moment, with breath in but no breath out. His girlfriend, once a charming and radiant light, now seemed like a different person. Most of her negative states had fortunately been erased by the stone of forgetting. The radiant light looked down at her former lover on the bed, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain and coldness. Let's break up. I know, during our 4 years in college, you scrimped and saved to support my studies. It wasn't easy. But now, we are no longer people from the same world. Forcing ourselves together will only lead to more conflicts and pain. Set me free, and set yourself free. I hope you can meet someone better. With that, she finished. The flickering light dragged the already packed suitcase, turning around without a hint of nostalgia, resolutely leaving the apartment filled with memories. The moment the door closed, Xingbao Chuli lay on the bed, a drop of scalding tear finally slipped silently from the corner of his long dry eyes. Meanwhile, in an exquisitely luxurious private villa, the heir of the Su group, the one revered by countless people as the goddess of the heavens, Su Mushue, was currently wearing a set of sexy black lace lingerie that could drive any man wild. Click, click, click. Holding the latest model of a DSLR camera, she posed in front of the huge floor mirror in her bedroom, striking various alluring and enchanting poses, continuously pressing the shutter. This goddess, who always maintained an icy and noble demeanor in front of others, had such a blood-pumping contrasting side in private. All of this was meticulously prepared for someone. Just thinking of him, a charming blush involuntarily rose on Su Mushue's fair and delicate face. Some were joyful, some were worried. Online, the gossip about Zhanlong and Su Mushue had already spread like a virus. Shocking. The heiress of 100 billion group, Su Mushue, spares no expense to spend 100 million just to invite the Zhanlong boss to take action, suspected to include private life scandalous photos. The leg photo incident continues to ferment. In-depth revelation of the intimate stories that Su Mushue and Zhanlong must tell. The goddess's extreme contrast. An iceberg in front of people, but behind is actually, Zhanlong. I want you dead. I must have you dead. In a luxuriously decorated office, a young man in an Armani suit, upon seeing these news articles, smashed his phone to the ground in despair, the expensive foldable screen shattering instantly. His name was Qin Ju, the most loyal and prominent suitor of Su Mushue. With the tacit approval of both families, Qin Ju had pursued Su Mushue madly for several years. Unfortunately, Su Mushue had always been cold towards him. Even when they occasionally communicated, it was merely casual responses due to pressure from family elders. Little did he expect that the goddess he yearned for would actively send scandalous photos to other men. Zhanlong, he must die. The flames of jealousy completely consumed his rationality. Finally, the scene shifted to a solemn and luxurious funeral hall. Zhao Chuanxiu, the man who commanded the business world, was now staring with bloodshot eyes at the black and white memorial photo of his son, Zhao Dalong, in the center of the hall. A white-haired man bidding farewell to a black-haired one. According to reports from the few bodyguards and corps members who had survived in the company, his son had been tortured to death in the Tianyuan world by a player named Zhanlong in a nearly brutal manner. Son, Zhao Chuanxiu's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, gripping the blue-on-white porcelain teacup tightly, his knuckles turning white from excessive force. I will avenge you. With a crack, the precious teacup shattered, sharp porcelain shards deeply piercing his palm, crimson blood dripping onto the cold marble floor. A sneeze suddenly escaped Yang Chen, who was eating instant noodles in his rental apartment. Looks like someone is praising me behind my back. He rubbed his nose, muttering to himself. These days had been fulfilling. Surfing the internet intensely every day, playing games, watching short videos, and checking out borderline female streamers. When hungry, he would go out to find a decent hole-in-the-wall restaurant, and when too lazy to move, he would order a luxurious takeaway in his rental apartment. After all, he wasn't short on money. Life was quite pleasant. The feeling of financial freedom was so exhilarating that he even dared to go eat heideleo alone, without even glancing at the prices of the dishes. However, in these seemingly calm days, the real world has already been surging with undercurrents, with several significant events that could be recorded in history. First, multiple countries have imposed economic sanctions against Huaxia, evolving from verbal threats into a real tariff war. A war without gunpowder has quietly begun on a global scale. Second, global prices have skyrocketed like wild horses, running free. An unprecedented economic crisis is sweeping across the world with overwhelming force. Many countries are experiencing tight supplies in supermarkets, with various goods on the shelves already snatched up by panicked citizens, and social order is on the brink of collapse. Third, the A-share market has returned to 3,000 points, as stable as Mount Tai. Of course, while Huaxia has also faced considerable impact thanks to its strong national regulatory capabilities and complete industrial system, people's lives are still manageable. At the very least, there are still vegetables and meat in the supermarkets, and social order maintains a basic level of stability. Collecting intelligence. Yang Chen is surfing intensely, seemingly indulging in entertainment, but in reality, he is gathering a wealth of useful information. In-depth analysis, the Tianyuan life system and ways to acquire lifespan. He clicks on a pinned hot post, authored by the top guild, formed by lifestyle players, the Silk Road. Currently, there are various ways to gain extra lifespan in the Tianyuan world. cooking, brewing, alchemy, and pharmacy. The post details various methods for acquiring and upgrading life skills. As long as players have enough patience in matching raw materials, they can produce a large number of items that can increase lifespan, even top-tier items that permanently enhance attributes. The post also provides numerous examples, well-reasoned, and delightfully convincing. Xinfu, the Silk Road truly deserves to be the holy land for Huaxia's lifestyle players who selflessly compile these valuable experiences into guides and share them impartially with all players. Their broad-mindedness is admirable. Exploration of occupational balance, points allocation and development direction after level 10 job change. Another post published by the official Huaxia strategy group is even more eye-catching. Level 10 is the first watershed in the Tianyuan world. After completing their job change, players will receive additional attribute bonuses with each level up based on their chosen profession. For example, Warrior gains an extra 2 points in Strength, 2 points in Constitution, and 1 point in Stamina with each level up. For example, Mage gains an extra 2 points in Intelligence, 2 points in Spirit, and 1 point in Constitution with each level up. The guide emphasizes that players should first plan their profession reasonably based on their equipment and talents and then allocate attribute points according to their personal constitution. Although these official guides are merely basic instructions, they undoubtedly provide much-needed assistance to ordinary players who are still groping in confusion, pointing them toward the path ahead. Blood Coin Appreciation Guide. It will become the ultimate hard currency beyond gold. Everyone, forget about those rapidly depreciating stocks, funds, and digital currencies in your hands. An unprecedented wealth reshuffle has already begun. In this global wave, the only thing that can retain its value, even achieve exponential appreciation, is one thing: blood coin. There are also some posts about blood coin. Blood coin represents lifespan and can also materialize various attributes in the Tianyuan world, its value far exceeding the estimates of economic experts. At the bottom of the post, a real-time price chart of blood coin is attached. That red curve is climbing crazily upwards at a nearly 90-degree terrifying angle. It is said that currently, the price of blood coin has increased tenfold. From an initial price of 100 per coin, it has skyrocketed to 1,000 per coin, and the rapid rise shows no signs of stopping. Money will become increasingly worthless. The price of blood coin will continue to soar. Yang Chen felt fortunate about his previous decision. Using the vast majority of real currency to exchange for blood coins was undoubtedly the best investment he had made. Intelligence. This information is extremely valuable. Yang Chen collected and organized the data one by one, feeling that he had gained a lot from it. Besides that, major guilds were sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, rapidly developing across the land of Huaxia. They were recruiting everywhere, offering various irresistible benefits, fiercely competing for those high-level talents who had surpassed level 10 and completed their job transitions. This was the peak of the era's dividends. Whether one could soar or not depended on their own abilities. The arrival of Tianyuan, 11 hours. The countdown hung over everyone's heads like the sword of Damocles, silently ticking away. While Yang Chen was intensely surfing the internet, he was interrupted by a sudden ringtone from his phone. Could it be Jiang Yusin again? He frowned, a bizarre thought rising in his mind. This was almost an urban legend. Every time Tianyuan was about to descend, Lin Yusin would always call, just like the strange rules in novels. However, when he picked up the phone and saw the name flashing on the screen, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Tang Xiaomeng. Yang Chen's frown deepened. It had been a long time since he had flirted with her. Recently, he had been completely focused on Tianyuan, and his proud wolf warrior skills were becoming rusty. Tang Xiaomeng. Yang Chen. Omega. Tang Xiaomeng. Long time no see. Tang Xiaomeng. You haven't contacted me for so long. Have you forgotten about me? A master. Yang Chen's heart instantly rang alarm bells. She was a top-tier player among green tea types, casting a wide net and skillfully fishing. Once she noticed any fish in the pond showing signs of coming loose, she would immediately throw out just the right amount of bait, keeping you in a position. That was neither here nor there. Impressive. If it were those naive young men, they would probably be hooked in just a few words. Yang Chen, baby, how could that be? I was just thinking about you, he replied expressionlessly, casually sending several cute cat emoji stickers from his collection. Tang Xiaomeng, hee. Tang Xiaomeng, you wouldn't be thinking about me, you must be busy chasing other pretty girls. A flawless counterattack. Tang Xiaomeng was indeed a master among green tea types. In a casual manner, she showcased her understanding and generous image, while cleverly mixing in a hint of subtle jealousy, successfully portraying herself as a wrong party. It was as if Yang Chen owed her a huge favor emotionally. Is it coming? Yang Chen's eyes narrowed, beginning to truly respect this opponent, quietly waiting for her next message. Tang Xiaomeng, by the way, Yang Chen, what level are you in Tianyuan now? Tang Xiaomeng, I remember you were super good at gaming, you even carried me before. Here it comes. Gaming and carrying people. Tang Xiaomeng was also a female player proficient in various games. She didn't genuinely love gaming, rather, she was skilled at using common interests as a pretext to attract a large number of quality targets. Oh, Using games to gradually lead into the topic of Tianyuan? This wouldn't seem too utilitarian and could spark a man's interest as if she were a confidant, sharing a common interest. This woman is quite perceptive. Her fishing pond never lacked rich second-generation heirs who spent money like water, but the rise of the Tianyuan world made Tang Xiaoming keenly realize it's time to change the fishing pond. Those truly top-notch gaming experts would likely far exceed the value of those who only flaunted their family backgrounds in the real world. Sigh. I just reached level 10, and I'm worried about how to level up. Please help me out. Yang Chen saw through her thoughts and decided to feign weakness. Tang Xiaoming, you must be lying to me. Tang Xiaoming, you're so good at gaming, you must have secretly done hidden quests and let your level fall behind. Tang Xiaoming, my ID is sweet strawberry jam, and I'm already at level 14. Maybe I can help you level up later, carrot, she continued to playfully tease him. Tang Xiaoming didn't immediately show disdain for Yang Chen's low level. Instead, she thoughtfully offered him a way out and even took the initiative to suggest helping him level up. She was generous with her face-saving gestures. Of course, she was just saying it. If you really took her seriously and shamelessly sought her help, what awaited you would be a ruthless block, completely removing you from her circle. Even if she didn't block you, you would be labeled as a worthless low-level fish and gradually filtered out. This woman, her rank was indeed not ordinary. Yang Chen, okay, he simply replied with a cute expression, realizing that continuing the banter was pointless. Tang Xiaoming, then let's chat in the Tianyuan world. By Tang Xiaoming gracefully ended this little test. Yang Chen, drawing from his seasoned wolf warrior experience, concluded, women are natural controllers. Low-end women only use economic pressures like houses, cars, savings, and salaries to control you. High-end women, however, use pleasure to control you. Don't be fooled. It's fine to enjoy it occasionally, but if you become addicted and mistakenly think you found true love, you might end up being drained and left with nothing. For 1000-word chapter, real life ends here. Originally designed a few interesting subplots in reality, like the Sigma males' highlight moments during blind dates and showing off at class reunions, but knowing the brothers are eager to get back to the game, let's save it for next time. Seeking 5-star reviews, I will read every comment and try to reply. Feel free to make any requests. Tianyuan countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yang Chen lay quietly on his bed, waiting for the return of the Tianyuan world. Too cautious. This time, to avoid the worst-case scenario of identity exposure, he had made thorough preparations. However, the 7 days in reality were surprisingly calm. Aside from eating and drinking, and intensely surfing the internet, his life seemed to have undergone no substantial changes. No surprises is a good thing, just consider it a rare chance to relax, Yang Chen thought, until the last second of the countdown, when the entire world once again fell into a state of suspended time. Above the void, the system's cold and solemn voice echoed in every player's ear like a divine decree. Level cap, level 30. Please choose the super city you will protect. Each city can accommodate up to 30 million challengers. 95. Magnificent super cities rose like brilliant stars across the land of Huaxia. All players in the Huaxia region could freely choose the city they wanted to protect, with a total capacity exceeding 2.8 billion. Tip: choosing random allocation will grant a special reward. Whatever. I'm Huaxia people, it doesn't matter where I go. Yang Chen shrugged and unhesitatingly chose random allocation, a brilliant blue light instantly enveloping him. You have randomly arrived at Super Magic City. When Yang Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an oversized teleportation array. Surrounding him were hundreds and thousands of players, all curiously gazing at this brand new world. A series of azure light beams, like the morning light descending from the heavens, continuously fell across various parts of the teleportation array. In the city of Magic Capital, there were still hundreds of such oversized teleportation arrays. Please leave the teleportation array as soon as possible. Within 120 seconds, a pleasant and intelligent female voice rang out, urging everyone to quickly vacate the area to make room for the players waiting to enter. Yang Chen looked up. In the very center of Magic Capital, a massive aerial sanctuary floated prominently. The sanctuary was resplendent, radiating a soft and sacred glow, as if it were the legendary Celestial Palace. It was a holy place formed by countless pollution liberation zones, and it served as the core of the super city, an absolute safe zone. Beneath the floating sanctuary lay the super city that players would rely on for survival in the future. No, it couldn't be called a super city. It was more like a super ruin, with crumbling walls and debris scattered everywhere, as if it had just endured a cataclysmic disaster. Public test version? This was the true official version of the Tianyuan world. The previous 2 novice villages and pollution towns felt more like 2 closed beta tests without deletion. There's a city in the sky. Wow, this is so spectacular. By the way, where do we players live? It can't be in the ruins below, right? The surrounding players were all in awe of the magnificent sight before them. Yang Chen left the teleportation array with the flow of people. The azure light behind him continued to flicker as waves of players arrived one after another. The number of NPCs in the super city was far beyond that of the previous small towns. Among the dilapidated ruins, many military officers in standard armor were issuing various tasks. Task: collect wood. Task: collect stone. Task: gather construction workers. The military officers posted parchments filled with task details on the relatively intact walls of the ruins. As long as they could provide the corresponding materials, they would earn points as rewards, which could be exchanged for various supplies at the armory. Super Magic Capital. Contribution points, 0. Yang Chen glanced at his points system, and beside it was a leaderboard. The more contributions made, the higher the points. Rule 1: the leaderboard updates daily at 12 o'clock, and rewards are distributed based on rankings. Rule 2: contribution points can be exchanged for rewards at the armory, and total accumulated points will not be consumed. Rule 3: you can spend blood coins to purchase your own property, and building houses will still earn points. The announcement was filled with various rules. In short, players needed to roll up their sleeves and rebuild a super city of their own atop these ruins. Has Tianyuan transformed from Legends 1 Sword 999 into Ark Survival Evolved? Yang Chen, well versed in various game genres, immediately thought of those globally popular sandbox building games. MC Minecraft Ark Survival Evolved. Don't Starve the Forest. Most followed this pattern. He directed his gaze toward the area where players were gathering the most. Near the armory, some fully armed NPC soldiers were maintaining order. Players could line up there to receive some basic supplies for free. Sharp axe can be used to chop down trees. Sturdy stone pickaxe can be used to mine stones. Durable hoe can be used to cultivate wasteland. In addition, players could also receive a free electronic map. This map detailed the geographical features surrounding the super magic capital and marked various resource distribution areas in different colors. Do you have any manners? Why are you cutting in line? The line for receiving supplies stretched long, and just waiting in line would likely take up most of half an hour. However, Yang Chen was too lazy to waste time and walked straight to the front of the line. The young master, special talent quietly activated. An invisible aura of menace emanated from his body, causing the surrounding players to feel a chill and involuntarily part ways for him. Yang Chen walked directly to the quartermaster in front of everyone's odd gazes, easily collecting a full set of supplies. Notification: Beast Tide Attack Countdown, 168 hours. 7 days. Challengers, please do your best to build super cities and defend against the invasion of dark creatures. Beast Tide Siege? During the second descent, dark creatures would attack every night. The super city operates on a similar mechanism, but on a grander scale, with millions of players participating in the defense of each city. An epic battle. Just imagine that scene. Millions of players acting as guardians, defending the super metropolis of Huaxia against the endless dark beast tide. It's beyond description, something that even movies cannot capture. 7 days. Humanity only has 7 days. In these 7 days, they must transform ruins into impregnable fortresses and enhance their levels and equipment as much as possible. There's a sense of urgency. This is a huge motivation for improvement. Yang Chen didn't rush to act. He first found a secluded spot to open his backpack. 1 golden super treasure chest. 3 ordinary super treasure chests. Everyone in Huaxia received a super treasure chest plus the rewards just randomly allocated, and the boxes liberated from the polluted area. Let's check it out first. Opening the 3 ordinary treasure chests yielded 1 promotion stone and 2 fusion stones, quite a good haul. In Yang Chen's backpack, there were also 2 tradable promotion stones and fusion stones. He steeled himself and decided to undergo a comprehensive evolution. Fusion: Charge Horn of the Goat King. Fusion: Furry Boots of the Blood Rabbit King. Fusion: Serrated Fist Blade of the Blood Rabbit King. Fusion: Golden Armor of the Rust King. You have extracted skill, Instant Step. You have extracted talent, Charge Enhancement, Wound Tear, Infectious Rust Disease. One by one, the pieces of equipment that had accompanied him in battles transformed into pure energy under the power of the fusion stones, quickly merging with Yang Chen's body. The attributes of that golden armor were decent, but its defensive attributes had already overflowed, so it was better to take this opportunity to extract the talent. Who should the promotion stones be used on? There's definitely no shortage of output, and the defense doesn't need much discussion. Control. Yang Chen first used 2 promotion stones to directly elevate the talent Heart of Stone to golden level. Heart of Stone, golden. Your will is as steadfast as the earth. Any control effects you receive will have their duration and intensity greatly reduced. A divine talent. This talent is equivalent to immunity to control. If a high-level divine stone could be used, perhaps it could lead to a qualitative change. The last tradable, promotion stone, was temporarily stored away for urgent needs later. The critical moment has finally arrived. Yang Chen took a deep breath and slowly opened the golden super treasure chest. Buzz, 5 divine stones radiating brilliant light slowly orbited around him like satellites. Ordinary effects: Upgrade Stone, Promotion Stone, Awakening Stone. Advanced effects: Source Power Stone, and a peculiar divine stone he had never seen before, displaying ever-changing colors. Evolution Stone. Evolution Stone can grant a specified talent to completely different evolution paths, allowing the selection of one for enhancement. An unseen divine stone. The Evolution Stone, a deadly choice between 2. Customization. The power of this divine stone lies in its ability to grant players the authority to customize the direction of their talents. It tests the player's understanding of their talent system. If it can form a perfect chemical reaction with other talents, the effects achieved will be exponentially enhanced. Evolution Stone, Shadowborn. After hesitating for a few seconds, Yang Chen made his choice. The Shadowborn talent allows him to unleash his skills multiple times, becoming a crucial part of the future output system, and the increase in benefits is bound to be the greatest. Evolution Path 1, Endless Shadowborn, your shadows are endless, and the number of Shadowborn remnants is doubled. Yang Chen's breath caught when he saw this evolution path double the number of Shadowborn remnants. The Shadowborn talent can currently release 3 shadows. So double means 6, and together with the main body, it can strike 7 times in an instant. How terrifying! How domineering! Yang Chen almost chose Endless Shadowborn immediately, but when he saw the second evolution path, his pupils suddenly constricted. Evolution Path 2, Supreme Shadowborn, your Shadowborn is indistinguishable from your main body and can attach the same special effects as the main body. Shadowborn with attached effects. Whatever special effects the main body generates, the Shadowborn will replicate the same effect. Poisoning Lightning Whip, these effects attached to the main body's attacks will be perfectly copied by the 3 Shadowborn. Coupled with the double toxic decay, what kind of terrifying effect would that be? I choose Supreme Shadowborn. Yang Chen finally made his decision. Shadows must not only have quantity but also quality. Evolution Successful Supreme Shadowborn, Dark Gold. When you use unarmed attacks and skills, 3 Shadowborn remnants will be generated, executing the same attacks and skills, causing 50% damage, and attaching the same special effects as the main body. Ha ha ha, a huge boost. Yang Chen felt elated. The enhancement brought by Supreme Shadowborn was absolutely exponential. At that moment, a message popped up in his friend list. Nyo sent a message. Wolf brother, are you there? I'm in Magic City. Where are you? Yang Chen glanced at the message and immediately replied, I'm also in Magic City. What a coincidence. That you got assigned here too? No, I wasn't randomly assigned. Magic City is the economic hub. I thought I could earn more money here. Nyo replied instantly. He gave up the random assignment reward and chose to settle in Magic City to sell his equipment at a higher price. That's quite a coincidence. Quick, tell me, what's up? Yang Chen urged, already eager to go level up by fighting monsters. Wolf brother, invest 200,000 blood coins in me. Nyo asked for a whopping 200,000 blood coins. If calculated at the current exchange rate of 1,000:1, that's a staggering wealth of 200 million. Moreover, Nyo had previously taken 90 million from him and still had a large batch of top-tier equipment unsold. Why did he need to borrow so much money from him? Are you crazy? 200,000 blood coins, what about your money? After materializing his abilities, Yang Chen only had 210,000 blood coins left. If he invested in Nyo, he would only have 10,000 left. I want to buy land. Nyo shocked him, continuing, Boss, I'll send you a location, hurry over. Yang Chen opened the electronic map he had just received, which appeared like a transparent thin sheet showing Nyo's location. It was right in the center of Magic City, surrounded by numerous teleportation arrays. A core location. Yang Chen quickly found Nyo. He was setting up a stall dealing with various equipment while also buying a large amount of blood coins. Speak, what's going on? Yang Chen approached him, and Nyo temporarily closed his stall, pointing to a nearby armored quartermaster. I figured out the rules here. Players can buy land in the Tianyuan world. I plan to build an equipment store in the city center, specifically selling Wolf Brothers top-tier equipment. Nyo shared his idea. A good idea. A guaranteed profitable business. Currently, Magic City is in ruins, in a state ripe for development. As long as the land in all core areas is purchased, it's a profit. I applied to the quartermaster. 10 acres of land. Nyo excitedly extended 10 fingers. 10 acres of land only required 500,000 blood coins for permanent ownership. Moreover, you could build whatever you wanted. With such a large area, not to mention a gear shop, even building a small community would be more than enough. If converted to the real world of Magic City, the property price could reach over 10 billion, while here it only needed 500,000 blood coins, which is roughly equivalent to 500 million in real currency. In the Tianyuan world, we could say we bought a house. Wolf brother. Many people want this piece of land, but they don't have enough blood coins. All the major merchant guilds and gangs are frantically raising funds. Nyo's face showed some anxiety, fearing that Yang Chen would refuse. The major guilds had cash, but raising blood coins would take some time. Okay, I'll invest in this project. Also, we need to sign a contract. Without a second thought, Yang Chen directly invested 200,000 blood coins into Nyo, while also collecting a contract from the military supply officer. Once signed, this contract would possess the binding power of Tianyuan. As the saying goes, even brothers should keep clear accounts. Yang Chen's 200,000 blood coins plus the previous 90 million, along with a massive surplus of top-tier equipment, were enough to secure the land. Nyo also put in all his commissions and Savings, gathering around 30,000 to 40,000 blood coins. You'll be responsible for managing the business here. Converted, you'll get a 10% share. We'll also follow the previous ratio, and all top-tier equipment will be sold by you. Yang Chen and Niu Niu quickly drafted the contract and submitted it to the military supply officer, while paying over 300,000 blood coins and promising to settle the remaining balance within 7 days. Ding, congratulations, you and mighty Niu Niu have successfully purchased the ownership of a super prime location in Magic City, total area 10 acres, your share is 90%. Please settle the remaining balance within 7 days, or the land will be reclaimed. Soon, this 10 acres of prime land officially became the property of Yang Chen and Niu Niu. Moreover, buying the land was just the first step. The blueprint for the equipment shop needed to be purchased, and building materials had to be obtained on their own. The basic version required a large amount of wood and stone. You set up a stall here first. There's still plenty of time. I'll rush to level 30 first and then deal with these miscellaneous things when I have time. Yang Chen had a clear goal. The immediate priority was to obtain the world reward for reaching level 30, and then they could discuss opening a shop to make money. I'm off, Yang Chen said goodbye to Niu Niu and headed straight towards the city gates. The exploration of the official server was about to begin. Super Magic City was vast, so vast that it could make one lose their way. Yang Chen hurriedly weaved through the crowded throngs, taking a full half-hour to reach the giant city gate in the southwest. Under the city gate, the crowd surged, comparable to a train station during the spring festival. Hundreds of thousands of players gathered here like fish packed into a can of sardines. Dragon Rising 4 Seas Guild is recruiting. T1 level. Major guild, stable leveling, fair DKP system, and cute girls to help you out. A guy with slick back hair stood on a makeshift wooden box, shouting energetically, looking for a team, looking for a team. Level 14 Berserker, attack power over 100, looking for a fixed team. Any professional healers? Soft girls preferred. Efficiency team, need a frontline tank, no gear stealing, come on, people. Many players were seeking teams outside the gate. The urgency of Tian Yuan's arrival had completely vanished. It now felt like the grand opening of a massive, immersive VR online game. Find a partner. I'm a healer, your exclusive binding healer, a man roared in a rough voice, towering at 2 meters tall, built like a bear, holding a mace that completely contradicted the image of a healer. Can you be my guardian angel, a petite girl said weakly, standing at just under 1 meter 60, holding a small round shield that made her look only slightly taller than a dad bod. Yet she was a heavy armored knight. The two hit it off immediately, forming a CP, happily heading out to fight monsters. The single dogs, passing by, cast malicious glances, wondering if finding a partner could really be that simple. If I had known, I would have trained to be a dad bod too. Excited players gathered in groups of 3 to 5, chattering and laughing as they formed teams of various sizes. They were like elementary school students on their first outing, marching grandly towards the perilous wilderness outside the city, ready to officially enjoy the adventurous life brought by Tian Yuan. Ding, congratulations! Your level has increased to level 21, all attributes +1, free attribute points +5. The moment Yang Chen stepped out of the city gate, a white light enveloped his entire body, a warm current flowing through his limbs. Comfortable. This was the experience points he had accumulated, finally converting into a level after leaving the city, bringing him one step closer to the cap of this version. He waved his hand casually, opening the electronic map he had received from the supply officer. A translucent light blue screen instantly unfolded before his eyes, clearly displaying the geographical overview of the Super Magic City and its surroundings. The map marked green area, blue area, orange area, red area, and the most mysterious fog area. Green area, safe zone. Yang Chen's finger gently tapped the screen, and the map instantly zoomed in. The urban area of Super Magic City was shrouded in a soft green halo, and combat was prohibited within the safe zone, otherwise, players would be forcibly expelled by the guards. Blue area, low danger zone. Surrounding the outskirts of Super Magic City was a sizable blue area. A novice village? This place resembled a novice village. It was designed for those with insufficient strength or purely casual players, inhabited by low-level creatures below level 10. The map even used cute cartoon icons to mark the habitats of dazed goose and the spawn points of raging wild boar. The difficulty curve is much more reasonable. Players with low combat power now have a place to level up, Yang Chen murmured. This time, the arrival was much more user-friendly. Those ordinary players who couldn't even defeat the monsters in the polluted area could finally improve their strength by hunting these low-level monsters. Orange area. Yang Chen's finger continued to slide, dragging the map outward. Beyond the blue area was a more expansive, deeper, and oppressive orange area. The atmosphere changed dramatically at that moment. The pastoral tranquility vanished, replaced by a dark landscape fraught with danger. The monsters here were all above level 10, posing a deadly threat. The map marked several of the most dangerous areas with striking red skull icons, such as Forest Goblin Tribe, Giant Forest Wolf Spider Nest, Man-Eating Troll Camp, and so on. For most players who had just completed their job change, this was the true starting point. But if their strength was insufficient, the only outcome of recklessly charging in would be to become a meal for those terrifying monsters. Red area. The outer edge of the orange area was stained with a shocking blood red hue, forming a forbidden zone. Here, it represented extreme danger. The electronic map also lacked information about the red area, only indicating that it was filled with numerous terrifying monsters above level 20. Do not approach without sufficient strength. Otherwise, it would be seeking death. As for beyond the red area, a layer of fog that seemed to swallow all light and hope enveloped it, forming an insurmountable barrier, preventing players from exploring inward for the time being. That was likely a forbidden zone that would only open in the future. Let's get to the red alert area first. Yang Chen spread out the semi-transparent electronic map, his fingertips slowly gliding across the light screen. To reach the red area, he first had to traverse the vast blue area of the beginner village on the outskirts, and then cross the perilous orange zone. The map estimated that even in a straight line, this journey was astonishingly long, taking several hours at full speed. This new map is truly enormous. Yang Chen exhaled deeply, his leg muscles suddenly tensing, and he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. With an agility attribute of 88 points, he possessed an almost superhuman explosive power. His sprinting speed of around 6 seconds for 100 meters made his legs move like wheels of fire, but that was not his limit. As the terrain became more complex, Yang Chen would flicker like a ghost, instantly crossing a distance of 10 meters to appear at the next landing point, the entire process smooth and fluid. Even more terrifying was his stamina. With a stamina value of 430 points, combined with a recovery rate of 430%, he had become a true perpetual motion machine. Even while maintaining a high-consumption sprinting state, each deep breath could fully replenish his expended stamina, even leaving him with a surplus. Along the way, the pastoral scenes of the blue area constantly came into view. Groups of low-level players were besieging seemingly harmless monsters like the dull goose and raging wild boar. Moreover, some clubs had already established new businesses here. They sent out many elite fighters, efficiently clearing monsters as if chopping vegetables, while a few leisurely bosses followed behind. Those wealthy tycoons only needed to stand at a safe distance, munching on seeds and chatting, to level up. Power leveling is a lucrative business. Yang Chen still remembered the charging standards of the Quanglan Club. It was truly ruthless. However, just as he was about to rush out of this comfortable area, a thought flashed through his mind like an electric current. Wait a minute. Could there be hidden bosses behind these low-level monsters? He suddenly stopped, a strange light flashing in his eyes. The Titan sheepskin of the Mu King was the core defensive talent. The nodding and shaking and bleeding talent of the Blood Rabbit King were also crucial components of core output. Who would have thought that behind those seemingly weak and inconspicuous creatures lay such incredible abilities? 1. Must not underestimate any kind of monster. A greedy glint sparkled in Yang Chen's eyes. He seemed to see a broad road leading to invincibility. The Tianyuan world was like a vast treasure trove, and every seemingly ordinary monster could be a key to unlocking hidden treasures. It's decided. First, rush to level 30 and claim the world rewards. After reaching the max level, I'll come back and clear all the types of monsters on this map one by one. I want to fish out all the hidden bosses behind them. Not a single one of their treasures can be missed. Yang Chen's blueprint for strengthening his power became increasingly clear. Leveling up was actually the least important. What mattered was to gather all the potential talents on this vast map into his pocket. P.S. In online games, the path to becoming stronger is clear and defined. If it's just about cheating, it's too boring. Strength has its reasons, all through effort and sweat. On a sunny day, Yang Chen advanced along the shimmering lake. The moisture in the air was gradually replaced by the rich fragrance of grass and trees, and the distant environment was covered by an endless expanse of forest. In the dense forest, the light gradually dimmed, and the tall treetops shielded the sky like giant umbrellas, leaving only mottled shadows dancing on the damp soil and decaying leaves. Bang, bang, bang. Creak, creak. The crisp sound of axes chopping and trees breaking shattered the tranquility of the forest. More than 20 low-level players, equipped with rudimentary gear, were sweating profusely as they swung their logging axes. Yang Chen had wasted an hour on looting and buying land, while the guild had already hired a large number of life players who gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to work together to fell sturdy giant trees. Additionally, a well-equipped team was patrolling vigilantly. Coincidentally, this team was made up of familiar faces. Yang Chen's gaze fell on the team named Eternal Oath. After 3 days apart, one could not help but see them in a new light. Eternal Oath was clad in fine plate armor, holding a steel kite shield in his left hand and a heavy one-handed battle axe in his right, exuding an air of steadiness and reliability. Beside him were his 2 regular teammates, the agile archer, hardcore salty fish, and the petite and adorable healer, Candy Jar. Boss War Wolf. Eternal Oath immediately spotted Yang Chen, a look of surprise crossing his face, and he quickly stepped forward to greet him with a wave. What a coincidence to see you again. Yang Chen smiled slightly and walked over to exchange pleasantries, his gaze sweeping over the group of sweating lumberjacks, his tone laced with teasing. So now you're doing security work? Eternal Oath couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. No choice, it's a matter of survival. We ordinary players can't compare to you. Earning a bit of commission is already good enough. At least the pay is several times higher than being a corporate slave. Eternal Oath seemed to represent the ordinary players. In reality, he played the role of a workhorse, while in the world of Tianyuan, although he worked for various factions, the money he earned was several times more. We're doing alright. These lumberjacks are all low-level players, stuck doing hard labor. Eternal Oath sighed, saying that he only needed to eliminate the monsters around him, while the lower-level life players had to chop down trees and gather stone. Damn it. The capitalists have set up shop in Tianyuan, Yang Chen cursed, earning a nod of agreement from Eternal Oath. Are you planning to level up in the high-level area, Boss Warwolf? Eternal Oath's gaze shifted deeper into the forest, his expression becoming more serious as he kindly reminded. Up ahead is the Orange Danger Zone. We've scouted the route. There's a sizable goblin tribe inside, along with some elite monsters, so you must be careful on your own. Goblins? Yang Chen raised an eyebrow. These small monsters, which existed in various fantasy stories and games, were classic examples of model workers in the novice village. Thanks. You all carry on. Yang Chen casually waved his hand at Eternal Oath, acknowledging his warning, and then continued deeper into the forest. As he entered the Orange Danger Zone, the surrounding environment began to change subtly. The sunlight grew sparser, and the air became colder and more humid. The crisp sound of logging gradually faded away, replaced by the low growls of some beasts deep within the forest. Someone? Yang Chen's footsteps suddenly halted. His talent, wild intuition, made his senses extremely sharp, allowing him to detect a hidden presence lurking in the shadows. A small, thin green figure stood concealed in the shadow of the treetops, silently drawing back a short bow, aiming a crudely made arrow at Yang Chen. Goblin Archer, it was. An ugly creature, less than half a person tall, covered in filthy green skin. Its eyes, the size of yellow beans, sparkled with cunning and cruel light, viewing humans as prey. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air, the arrow, coated with some foul-smelling slime, shot straight towards Yang Chen's body. Immunity. Yang Chen did not dodge or evade, allowing the arrow to ding as it weakly bounced off his chest, completely immune to all damage. At that moment, creak, creak, two piercing, strange cries rang out simultaneously from behind the giant trees on either side of him. Two goblin warriors, wielding curved blades full of nicks, approached him from the left and right, attempting to launch a perfect pincer attack. He. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth slowly curled into a cruel smile. If he remembered correctly, this classic monster race, the goblins, only had males in existence. Males. All goblins were male, which meant they were all walking treasures. Delightful. With a cruel smile, Yang Chen instantly transformed into a blurred afterimage, appearing behind the left goblin in the blink of an eye. Monkey steals peach. Steal goblin's treasure. Steal equipment *, and Yang Chen stole the treasure, and a series of special effect messages flashed, causing the poor green unfortunate to collapse on the ground, writhing in pain. Let's try some other special effects. Using three-dimensional mixed round force, Pinecone bounce lightning whip. Lightning 5-chain whip. Crack, 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 crack. The furious electric light exploded in Yang Chen's palm, transforming into dancing silver-purple lightning snakes, striking fiercely at the goblin warrior's face. Lightning chain. A thick lightning chain instantly shot out from the struck target, crazily weaving and jumping between the other two goblins. This was just the beginning. Supreme Shadow Clone triggered. 3 pitch-black afterimages, identical to Yang Chen's form, separated from behind him like phantoms. They swung their lightning whips in perfect synchronization with the main body. In an instant, 4 wildly dancing lightning chains, like 4 furious silver-purple lightning snakes, darted among the several unfortunate goblins. The crackling electric light illuminated the entire dark forest as bright as day, resembling a thunderous purgatory. Paralysis * and lightning. Damage * N. A waterfall of notifications instantly filled Yang Chen's information bar. The goblin warrior he attacked head-on didn't even have time to scream before being directly killed on the spot. Its companions nearby, along with the archer hiding in the treetops, were left paralyzed and twitching, collapsing to the ground like 2 charred lumps. Instant kill. Just the effect of the lightning chain was enough to take down the small monsters. Exaggerated. The effect of the Supreme Shadow Clone was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Yang Chen's main body, combined with the 3 Shadow Clones, unleashed a single lightning 5-chain whip that directly triggered 4 independent lightning chains. Each lightning chain could bounce 7 times. Yang Chen was practically more explosive than the magnetic storm defense tower in red alert. The damage is too high. If I'm not careful, I'll kill all the monsters. This won't do. I need to steal the treasure. Slowly, Yang Chen sighed, thinking that he should focus on stealing the treasure. Otherwise, if he killed too quickly, there would be no chance for the monkey to steal the peach. By the heavens, Looking across the entire Tianyuan world, perhaps only Yang Chen would feel troubled by his own high damage. Experience plus 37 experience plus 42 proficiency plus 1. Yang Chen glanced at the experience bar. The goblins were all below level 20, and due to level suppression, the experience gained had been significantly reduced. It was barely acceptable. If he used blood wine, the experience would be decent. In that case, let's slow down and take steady steps. While clearing the goblin tribe, I'll move towards the core area of the red zone. Yang Chen slowed his pace and took a bottle of blood wine from his backpack, gulping it down. You have entered a drunken state. In the next 24 hours, the experience and skill proficiency gained from killing targets will be increased by 100%. Everything was ready. Yang Chen officially began his harvesting journey in this dense forest. As Yang Chen was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a shriveled, ugly object that had fallen next to the charred corpse of the goblin. He bent down to pick it up, and a system prompt appeared. Goblin's left ear can be exchanged for 10 contribution points. Contribution points? Yang Chen suddenly realized. There are various ways to earn contribution points. Clearing monsters around the city can also yield rewards. A goblin has only one left ear, which signifies that you have killed a magical creature. They can be turned in as loot and also earn a substantial amount of contribution points. Delightful. Leveling up, stealing treasures, acquiring equipment, gaining points, it's like hitting multiple targets with one arrow. Yang Chen continued onward. This forest, infested with goblins, had clearly been transformed into a perilous hunting ground. Beneath the seemingly unremarkable rotting leaves often lay spike traps over 2 meters deep. Behind the inconspicuous vines were giant nets capable of hanging a wild boar. Even the bushes along the road might conceal sharpened stakes and poison tripwires. These traps, deadly to ordinary players, were as good as non-existent to Yang Chen. His wild intuition talent had already revealed all dangers within a 10-meter radius. Whenever he approached a trap area, he didn't even slow his pace, merely flickering like a ghost. Instant step, a blurred afterimage swept past, and he appeared 10 meters away, as if strolling leisurely in his own backyard. Caw, caw, caw. A series of piercing screeches came from the shadows of the trees ahead. A few green-skinned goblins, armed with curved knives and short bows, formed a makeshift patrol team, swaying as they approached. Fresh peaches, delivered right to my door. A sinister smile crept across Yang Chen's lips. With previous experience, a strategy tailored specifically for these big treasures was gradually taking shape. Suddenly, Yang Chen left a faint afterimage in place, and in the next moment he appeared like a ghost behind the last goblin. Monkey steals peach. Mountain-splitting sea-breaking style. The two skills were unleashed almost simultaneously. As he executed a backward grab, his whip-like leg struck the poor goblin solidly. Steel goblin treasure steal. Goblin's left leg steel, goblin's right leg steel equipment *N. The blood mist erupted. For terrifying little messages, like a torrent of data, instantly filled Yang Chen's information bar. The most critical effects were organ damage and amputation. Not only was the big treasure stolen, but the mountain-splitting sea-breaking style combined with 3 supreme shadow clones also severed the goblin's legs. Boom, boom, boom. Massive damage surged continuously. The goblin didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before it was brutally reduced to a shower of green flesh and bone fragments. So bloody, so cruel. The remaining goblins, terrified, screamed wildly but still charged forward, waving their weapons. Dodge, dodge. Yang Chen's body entered the state of drunken song. Swaying like willow fluff in the wind, he navigated through the relentless attacks without taking a scratch. Meanwhile, the frenzied sway activated. 2 giant pink rabbit ears appeared above his head, transforming into rapidly spinning propellers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The skill cooldown timer raced in his mind. The moment the countdown hit 0, he transformed into another afterimage, appearing before another lucky one. Another familiar cut-off-all lineage combo. Another one-sided, suspense-free slaughterfest. 1 monster every 5 seconds. 1 big treasure every 5 seconds. 2 long legs every 5 seconds. Plus the equipment stealing family pack. Art. This is simply art. Yang Chen was completely immersed in his harvesting art, unable to extricate himself. Time passed second by second. Yang Chen's figure moved like a diligent gardener, weaving through the vast forest repeatedly. Whether it was the hidden sentinels or the patrolling goblin squads, they all turned into precious treasures and cold equipment materials. Gradually, the smell of sweat and rotting food in the air grew stronger, proving that Yang Chen was getting closer to the goblin tribe. The last dense thicket parted, revealing a relatively open glade in the woods before Yang Chen's eyes. Wisps of smoke curled upwards. It was a crude camp made of rough wooden stakes and tattered animal skins. The dirty green tents resembled deformed mushrooms, scattered haphazardly across the clearing. The campfire crackled, with unknown charred meat chunks skewered above it, emitting a nauseating burnt smell. There were at least a couple of 100 goblins gathered in this camp. Some danced around the campfire, making piercing shrieks, while others lazily lay on the ground, picking at the meat stuck between their sharp teeth. In the center of this group of ugly green-skinned creatures, an especially conspicuous figure instantly captured all of Yang Chen's attention. It was a giant goblin, grotesquely overweight and disproportionate. Its wrinkled green skin was smeared with various colorful and bizarre paints, and it wore a crown made of animal skulls and colorful feathers on its head. In its hand, the giant goblin tightly gripped a staff topped with an unknown creature's eyeball that emitted a ghostly green glow. This was clearly the goblin tribe's boss. With this number of monsters plus a boss, not to mention a single person, even those well-equipped and coordinated guild elite teams would have to weigh their own strength carefully. So many treasures. Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He not only had no thoughts of retreating but instead licked his lips, his gaze bursting with the ferocity of a hungry wolf. Come on! He let out a wild laugh, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a blurred afterimage, charging fearlessly towards the goblin tribe. Giga! Giga! The piercing alarm echoed throughout the camp, and all the goblins erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. They scrambled to grab various weapons around them, rushing towards Yang Chen with a cacophony of shrieks, intent on turning this oblivious human into mush. Put! Yang Chen killed at a leisurely pace. Green blood mist exploded on the battlefield in bursts, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones shattering. As the artistically processed goblin remains fell to the ground, he slaughtered with abandon, maintaining an efficiency of 1 kill every 5 seconds, stealing the peach and digging at its roots, splitting mountains and severing seas at their legs. The terrifying damage crushed the goblins. Giga! Giga gaga! The goblin shaman could no longer sit still. Its fat, bloated body stood up, towering nearly 2 meters high. Its eyes, the size of soybeans, were instantly bloodshot, and it emitted a series of sharp, furious syllables, raising the eyeball staff. High! Group frenzy spell. A dark red halo, radiating a violent aura, erupted from the shaman, instantly enveloping all surviving goblins. Roar! 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 Bathed in the red light, the goblins seemed to be injected with the most potent stimulant. Their eyes turned blood red, drool dripping from their mouths, and they roared with heart-wrenching intensity. The muscles of the goblins swelled visibly, even their height increased significantly, becoming even more ferocious and terrifying. Attack power increased. Attack speed increased. Movement speed increased. These goblin minions, under the influence of berserk, instantly transformed into fearless berserkers. They screeched and waved their various crude weapons, charging at Yang Chen like rabid dogs. However, the smile on Yang Chen's face grew even brighter. Drunken Song achieved 100% evasion. Dozens of frenzied goblins surrounded him, creating a death net of flashing blades and piercing spears. Yet, in the gaps between those lethal attacks, Yang Chen's figure became a blurred, untraceable afterimage. His body twisted, swayed, and shook in a manner that completely defied the laws of physics. It was as if he were about to twist into a pretzel. The poisoned arrows shot by the goblin archers in the distance were all evaded by Yang Chen's graceful movements. No matter how tricky the angle, they ultimately only grazed the corners of his clothing, which was simply unbelievable. The concept of 100% evasion was materialized in Yang Chen, allowing him to dodge attacks from all angles without any blind spots. Even Newton's coffin lid was about to burst open. Let's take you down first. Yang Chen grinned, his sunny smile revealing a set of pearly white teeth as he quickly charged towards the shaman. Poisoning, mixed with azure ice crystals and ominous purple-black viscous liquid covered his hands. His figure left a blurred afterimage in place as he sprinted forward, using blink repeatedly, arriving in front of the goblin shaman in an instant. Monkey steals peach, mountain splitter, deadly punch, in a split second. For terrifying little essays flooded the system information bar like a burst dam. Aura, 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 aura. Yang Chen's fist swung like afterimages, with deadly punch having almost no cooldown, and normal attacks interspersed between skill gaps. The true horror lay in the enhancement of Supreme Shadow. Yang Chen's main body, combined with 3 shadow remnants that could perfectly replicate all special effects, allowed each attack to deal 4 instances of independent damage and perfectly trigger special effects. Bleeding, *8 layers, toxic, *16 layers. A single ordinary deadly punch instantly stacked 8 layers of bleeding and 16 layers of toxicity on the boss, while each normal attack further applied layers of toxicity. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. In just 5 short seconds, the goblin shaman was already covered in a dense array of negative status icons. The layers of bleeding instantly surpassed 40 layers, while the layers of toxic reached a horrifying 160 layers. The explosive damage detonated repeatedly on the shaman's corpulent body. Green blood, rotting pus, and biting frost intertwined to create a bloody picture filled with violent aesthetics. Bleeding trigger, health minus 3,520. Toxic trigger, health minus 11,680. Just from the continuous damage, it approached 15,000 points per second. But the truly deadly aspect was the even more terrifying percentage-based true damage. KO, effect triggered, dealt 10% of maximum health as true damage. Amputation, effect triggered, leg severed, again dealing 10% of maximum health as true damage, organ damage, effect triggered directly reduced its maximum health limit by 30%. Just these 3 effects instantly evaporated half of the Goblin Shaman's health bar. You have stolen the Goblin Shaman's treasure. You have stolen the filthy eyeball staff. You have stolen the Goblin Shaman's left leg. You have stolen the Goblin Shaman's right leg. You have stolen equipment, *n. A massive amount of information flooded the system bar. That poor Goblin Shaman, throughout it all, still clutched its lower abdomen, caught in the dual torment of pain and spasms. The toxic and bleeding damage continued to escalate. The Goblin Shaman's small, bean-sized eyes dimmed. As the last light of life extinguished, its massive body bursting apart in a reluctant wail, exploding into a sky full of green blood mist and materials. Instant kill. From the moment Yang Chen launched his attack to the complete death of the Goblin Shaman, only 5 seconds had passed. It was terrifying. It feels a bit too much? Yang Chen looked at the Goblin Shaman, which had turned into a mist of blood, and his expression became strange. He had originally set a simple goal for himself in the Abyss world, utilizing the divine talent of the super invincible Lucky Star, combined with various probability-triggered talents and skills. He aimed to become a continuous damage-defying special effects warrior. No matter how difficult the boss, he wouldn't be afraid. He could slowly and elegantly torment it to death. But now, the situation seemed to be getting increasingly bizarre. Due to the overwhelming variety of special effects on him, the damage stacking had become absurd, and the slow torment had transformed into instant kills. Can you believe this? Once the Goblin Shaman died, the frenzied red light that enveloped all the goblins also dissipated. Their backbone collapsed with a loud crash, and the crimson battle intent instantly faded, replaced by the most desperate fear. Giga gaga gaga. The surviving goblins trembled, howling like ghosts as they scattered into the depths of the forest. Some of the more psychologically fragile ones were so scared that they froze on the spot, hugging their heads and adopting a surrendering posture as if waiting to be slaughtered. Not good. Yang Chen's eyes widened sharply at the sight. You think you can escape with the treasures right in front of me? These fleeing green-skinned monsters were treasures that could increase lifespan and attributes. Sigh. They could only be killed. Yang Chen sighed and activated the Miao Wang charge. It had been a long time since he used this move. Yang Chen took a deep breath. His leg muscles tensed suddenly, and he transformed into an out-of-control heavy-duty truck in an instant. -1968. Critical hit, -2137. Critical hit. The Miao Wang charge calculated damage based on strength and constitution. With 186 points of strength and 224 points of constitution, the damage he dealt was increasingly terrifying, and the most obvious change was the extraordinarily long stamina bar. With over 400 points of stamina, combined with an insane stamina recovery rate, the duration of this charge was greatly extended. Yang Chen maintained his invulnerability throughout, like a steel behemoth rampaging across the battlefield. Pooh, pooh, pooh. In the face of absolute power, the fragile bones and flesh of those goblins were weaker than foam under the sun. They didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before being crushed into shapeless, sticky neat paste by the unstoppable force. The horrifying blood trail was exactly like the effect produced when a heavy-duty truck crushed a watermelon. Refreshing. Unprecedentedly refreshing. The speed of the Miao Wang charge was several times faster than running on 2 legs, and the howling wind stung his cheeks. Yang Chen's body became a blurred afterimage, darting past the goblins and smashing them into pieces. Severed limbs, broken arms, green entrails, and sticky blood flew everywhere. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Yang Chen's unstoppable charge finally crashed into a towering giant tree that required several people to embrace. That ancient tree, standing on the earth for thousands of years, was actually broken under the terrifying impact comparable to a siege hammer, leaving deep ravines in the ground. The charge finally came to a halt. The group of fleeing goblins had already been crushed to bits. Yang Chen slowly turned around and walked towards the center of the goblin territory. There were still dozens of goblins, terrified and trembling, hugging their heads. They were the last fruits waiting to be picked. A demon. Yang Chen was simply a demon. He walked back to the camp step by step, each step like the tolling of a death knell, making the surviving goblins tremble even more. Stealing great treasures, severing limbs. Yang Chen transformed into the most terrifying devil in this forest, making the goblins understand what true cruelty was. Just before it was about to end, the last 3 remaining goblins finally had their psychological defenses completely shattered by this hellish scene. They let out heart-wrenching screams, their green snot and tears smeared all over their faces, rolling and crawling deeper into the forest in a desperate escape. Trying to run? Yang Chen did not immediately chase after them to smash them to bits. Instead, he leisurely followed behind them. These goblins might have other kin. A few minutes later, the 3 fleeing goblins indeed led him to a more complex area deep within the dense forest. After passing through a thicket where sunlight struggled to penetrate, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. It was a deserted Buildings surrounded by jagged rocks, with moss of a dark green hue crawling over the broken stone pillars, and the crumbling walls emitted a wailing sound in the wind. The three goblins, as if they had found a lifeline, nimbly darted between the rocks and ruins, finally squeezing through a small opening beneath an inconspicuous broken wall. Oh, Yang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, casually swiping open the semi-transparent electronic map. The map of Super Magic City was zoomed in to the maximum, carefully comparing the surrounding terrain, but it did not show this abandoned building complex. Hidden secret location. What luck, having wiped out an entire goblin tribe, he could still follow them to find a secret place. With a sunny smile, Yang Chen hurried to catch up. Warning: the area you are about to enter is extremely dangerous. Please proceed with caution. The cold warning voice of the Tianyuan system rang out the moment Yang Chen approached the ruins of the ancient buildings. The hidden secret location had its difficulty level maxed out, far exceeding the previous orange danger zone limit, even reaching the standard of a red zone. Very good. Yet the smile on Yang Chen's face grew even brighter. Just moments ago, he was complaining about the goblins giving too little experience, and now he was immediately presented with a high difficulty quest. It was like someone delivering a pillow just as he was about to doze off, allowing him to treasure hunt and level up simultaneously. He searched the ruins for a moment, and quickly found a broken entrance half covered by collapsed stones. The entrance was narrow and cramped, barely allowing one person to pass through. He had to crouch down and carefully squeeze inside. Dust and small stones continuously fell from above, and the entire passage felt like it was on the verge of collapse, as if it could cave in at any moment. However, the further he went, the more spacious it became, and after a moment, he arrived at a vast underground complex. The air was thick and murky, mixed with the smell of damp earth, metallic rust, and the stench of decay, making it very uncomfortable. A mine? It seemed like an ancient mine that had been forgotten for countless ages. Occasionally, he could see a peculiar ore on the cave walls, shimmering with a mesmerizing golden hue. There were also many crystals emitting a faint glow, like stars in the night sky, dotting the dark dome and providing the only source of light. On the ground, he occasionally spotted some long rusted and damaged stone picks, as well as scattered bones that had long since weathered into powder. It seemed some tragedy had occurred. Here, high-grade ore? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. He did not rush to explore deeper into the mine but took out the sturdy stone pick tool he had received from the quartermaster. Bang! Yang Chen struck down with the pick, producing a sound of metal clashing. Durability-1 Durability-1 Mining Proficiency +2 Blood Wine Effect. Each strike of the pick caused its durability to decrease slightly. That incredibly hard golden ore, however, only yielded a few insignificant stone chips. Rusty wind. This was the only talent that could be triggered by using the stone pick. A layer of visibly orange-red rust quickly enveloped the outer layer of the ore like a living thing, significantly reducing its solid defense. This efficiency is way too low. Yang Chen curled his lip. The special effect of the Supreme Shadow was triggered only by barehanded attacks, making this broken stone pickaxe a burden instead. He simply stowed away the tool, took a step back, and took a deep breath. His right leg, infused with the strength of a mountain, struck like a steel battle axe, kicking fiercely at the gilded ore. Mountain splitter, sea breaker boom. The sound echoed like thunder in the mine. The incredibly hard outer layer of the gilded ore cracked under this kick, shattering like a fragile eggshell, instantly covered in spiderweb-like fissures. Immediately after, three shadowy remnants identical to Yang Chen's form struck with perfect precision, delivering their overwhelming leg technique at the same point. The multiple rusting winds instantly reduced the ore's defense to zero. Rusting to the bone was triggered. That terrifying continuous damage became the last straw that broke the camel's back. At that moment, the ore's super high defense turned into the deadliest poison, triggering a chain reaction that caused all the stone layers to collapse and shatter. Crash! Countless pieces of rare ore, dark gold in color and exuding a deep luster, poured out from the shattered stone layers like a torrential rain. You have obtained dark gold ore *27 mining proficiency +200 blood wine effect. You have been promoted to junior miner. Yang Chen's earth-shattering kick directly brought him a full 100 points of mining proficiency, which skyrocketed to 200 points under the double effect of the blood wine. Dark gold ore, a precious material for crafting advanced weapons, occasionally used in the construction of luxurious buildings, can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. 100 contribution points? Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He clearly remembered the exchange rules on the sign from the military officer in town. A piece of the most ordinary stone or a piece of the most ordinary wood could only be exchanged for a mere 1 point. The value of this dark gold ore was actually 100 times that of ordinary materials. At that moment, the system's pleasant notification sound rang out again. Congratulations, your life skill mining has leveled up. You have obtained the identity of junior miner. Junior miner, each swing of the pickaxe now consumes only 9 stamina points, and there is a very small chance of uncovering higher grade hidden resources in the ore. Proficiency, 100/1000. A junior Miner only needs 100 points of proficiency to level up, and it comes with a seemingly insignificant little effect. A very small chance? 4. Ordinary players, it might take digging through thousands or tens of thousands of stones to trigger the Easter egg effect even once. But 4. Yang Chen, 100%. He tried out the mining life skill and was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected benefit. Footsteps. Yang Chen's expression changed slightly as he keenly sensed the approaching footsteps. Several goblin elites, armed with fine curved blades and clad in simple leather armor, surged out from the depths of the mine, surrounding an exceptionally large figure. It was a goblin warrior of the chief level. One more step up, and it could evolve into a true bronze-level boss. It stood an impressive height of 1 meter 80, no longer appearing small and weak like other goblins. Its green skin was bulging with muscular knots, exuding explosive power. Clearly, this ancient mine had long been completely occupied by this powerful goblin tribe, becoming a vast nest for them to thrive in this forest. Come on! Yang Chen's eyes burned with intensity, resembling a hungry wolf spotting a prime prey, as he charged forward. Instant step plus monkey. Steel speech plus mountain splitter, sea breaker. Before the goblin warrior could even raise its wolf-toothed club, Yang Chen's hand, covered in viscous poison, had already precisely reached for its vital points. You have stolen, goblin warrior's treasure. You have stolen, goblin warrior's left leg. You have stolen, goblin warrior's right leg. You have stolen equipment, *N. The blood mist erupted violently. A torrent of data flooded the information bar in an instant. That seemingly powerful goblin warrior was instantly reduced to a flurry of green flesh and bone fragments. There was no difference. Yang Chen's damage overflowed too much. Whether it was a boss-level goblin warrior or the weakest goblin minion, they all met the same fate of being instantly killed. Soon, a team of goblin patrols was slaughtered and all the treasures were collected. Yang Chen turned his attention to the ores. Since he could kick one to pieces, he might as well dig them all up in a mountain-splitting, sea-breaking manner. With a dull, thunderous sound, another piece of hard gilded ore was shattered by his whip-like leg. You have obtained black gold or *23. You have additionally obtained radiant gold essence *1, mining proficiency plus 200, blood wine effect. The black gold ore clattered to the ground. Among the mountain of ordinary ores, a particularly eye-catching ore, completely translucent and seemingly glowing with golden light inside, stood out. Radiant gold essence, a rare mineral containing pure light power. It is the core material for crafting holy attribute equipment in buildings. Can be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. 1,000 contribution points? This hidden resource, triggered by the beginner miner effect at 100%, was worth a full 10 times that of ordinary black gold Oregon. This was not mining. It was simply printing money. No. More accurately, it was printing contribution points. In the next few minutes, Yang Chen transformed into the most efficient humanoid stone crusher. The mountain-splitting, sea-breaking leg struck the mine wall again, and black gold ore and radiant gold essence were collected as if they were free. Soon, his mining proficiency reached 1,000 points. Congratulations, your life skill mining has been upgraded to Intermediate Miner, proficiency 0/10,000. Intermediate Miner, each swing of the pickaxe now consumes only 8 stamina points, and there is a very small chance of digging out higher-grade hidden resources from the ore. Yang Chen gained the identity of an intermediate miner, but this upgrade was inconsequential to him. The stamina consumption reduced to 8 points. This ability might be very useful for ordinary players, as mining requires careful calculation of stamina and reasonable rest. But Yang Chen had no such worries. Additionally, the probability of digging high-grade resources only increased from very small to small. It was even less useful. In front of the super invincible lucky star, no matter how high the probability of a positive effect, it was still 100%. However, just as Yang Chen was complaining about the upgrade to intermediate miner, the system's pleasant prompt sound rang in his ears once again. Ding, your special skill stone casting has leveled up. What? Stone casting? This incredible skill that allowed him to manually craft divine stones was actually linked to the seemingly ordinary life skill of mining? Yang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been pondering how to raise the level of stone casting, even thinking that it required some special encounter or item. He never expected the answer to be so simple: just keep mining. The iron shoes have been worn out in search, yet the result comes without effort. Stone casting. Stone casting. The way to elevate its level was simply and brutally to mine stones. Stone casting, gradually improving. New ability, stone quenching. Using the heavenly hammer, you can refine essence materials from ores. Awesome. Mining actually has this benefit. Yang Chen even felt that this series of abilities he obtained by chance seemed like a super cheat tailored specifically for the life skill of mining. The combination of Rust Wind, Cracked Mountain, and Broken Sea style Supreme Shadow Descendant has increased mining efficiency by hundreds of times. For an ordinary miner, extracting a piece of hard gilded ore would likely require breaking several pickaxes and consuming a lot of time and energy. But Yang Chen? He only needs to casually kick it and an entire pile of ore will be smashed to pieces. This place is just too good. It's simply my paradise. Yang Chen looked around the mine, his face displaying a satisfied smile akin to a wealthy landlord seeing a full granary. Time to try out my new ability. Quenching stone, Yang Chen casually took out a heavy piece of black gold ore and the heavenly hammer. Drew a golden arc in his hand before smashing down hard on the ore. With a crisp clang, the black gold ore shattered in response. Under the power of the heavenly hammer, it was instantly refined, breaking down into a crystal-clear energy crystal that seemed to have stars swirling within it. You have obtained casting stone essence *1. He unexpectedly refined a higher grade casting stone essence than the casting stone essence. Yang Chen became increasingly certain of his guess. This casting stone essence must be a higher grade divine stone material, perhaps even capable of crafting those special divine stones that can only be opened with golden treasure chests. If he continued to level up his mining skills and further upgraded casting technique, wouldn't that mean he could freely craft golden super treasure chests? Why do I feel like the cost effectiveness of mining has increased? Yang Chen even entertained an absurd thought. If he could stably mass-produce high-grade divine stones, the profitability of mining would far exceed the arduous leveling up. After all, the global first reward for reaching level 30 only grants a golden treasure chest at most. But as long as he mined enough, he could continuously create high-grade divine stones from the golden treasure chests. However, this isn't a multiple-choice question. Only children make choices. I want the mining level. I want the leveling rewards. I want them all. Yang Chen's eyes reignited with fierce determination. He felt more motivated and strode boldly into the depths of the dark ancient mine. The number of goblins he encountered around him increased, and their types became more diverse. In addition to the muscular goblin warriors, there appeared a type of goblin archer wielding a black longbow with cold and cunning eyes. Goblin archer. It was also a powerful existence at the boss level. Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words. He used the same method to smash every goblin he encountered along the way into pieces while conveniently collecting a large number of treasures. Boom, boom, boom. While efficiently clearing the goblin patrols along the way, Yang Chen methodically mined the surrounding ore piles. Not just black gold ore. Those mysterious crystals emitting a faint glow were also a rare mineral called Moonlight Crystal Cluster. The special effect of intermediate miners could even extract a higher quality gem known as Starlight Radiance. The environment of the mine became increasingly complex as he delved deeper. He passed through a cafeteria filled with gnawed human bones, exuding a strong smell of blood. He walked past a crowded dormitory, covered in filthy rags and animal skins, reeking of stench. He even discovered a chilling nursery filled with goblin infants who had just been born, their skin wrinkled. Regardless of age or type, Yang Chen treated them all equally. All were to be obliterated. Soon, Yang Chen arrived at a special room filled with an atmosphere of decay and despair. Here, dozens of rusty, rough iron cages were piled up, and cold shackles and unknown torture devices lay scattered on the ground. Inside the cages were scenes that would make any normal person feel physically uncomfortable. Women were imprisoned here. Poor women, they huddled in the cold, damp corner, their bodies covered in bruises and bloody scratches. Their hollow gazes were left with only numbness, as if their souls had long been extracted, leaving behind mere shells to be manipulated. Tools. Among the evil race of goblins, there were only males. Their way of continuing their lineage was to plunder nearby villages like locusts, capturing females of other races and imprisoning them deep within their lairs, reducing them to the most tragic breeding tools. Yang Chen's arrival did not immediately attract the attention of the others. These poor women had long been destroyed in spirit by endless torment, losing all reaction to the outside world, until a faint beam of light slanted in from the cave entrance, illuminating the cheek of Yang Chen, the human. A girl who had just been captured not long ago, still retaining a glimmer of reason in her eyes, suddenly lifted her head. The expression that had been occupied by fear and despair froze in an instant. With her bloodied and broken nails, the girl clutched the cold bars of the cage tightly, using all her strength to emit a hoarse and trembling cry for help. "Help! Help me! Please, save us!" This desperate shout was like a stone thrown into still water, instantly stirring up ripples. A few women who still had a shred of reason gradually reacted, and a spark of hope suddenly ignited in their hollow eyes. They supported each other, huddling together. The long-suppressed fear and grievance erupted at this moment, transforming into heart-wrenching wails. But more were those pitiful souls whose spirits and consciousness had been utterly destroyed. They still curled up in the corner, unresponsive to everything outside, as if they had become puppets with their strings cut. It was too tragic. Yang Chen looked at the scene before him, and even he, a morally bankrupt pleasure-seeker, couldn't help but furrow his brows deeply. If this scene were to be recorded in detail with words, it would surely trigger a serious violation warning. "Don't worry. Take your time. Who are you all, and how did you end up here?" Yang Chen's voice rare softened a bit as he took out some mundane clothes he had just confiscated from his backpack and draped them over the women through the bars. Under this brief comfort, the women's emotions stabilized slightly, and they began to sob as they recounted their experiences. They were all residents of several small villages surrounding this forest. The men usually went out to hunt and chop wood, while the women tended to the fields and cared for the children. Although there were occasional monster invasions, the men of the village could always unite to drive the monsters back. But this time, they faced an unprecedented disaster. The goblins swarmed in like locusts, in vast numbers. Moreover, among them were many powerful goblin warriors and goblin archers, a series of high-level monsters. The village's defenses were almost instantly breached, and all the men and children were brutally slaughtered, while the women. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's ears. You have triggered a side quest, The Wailing of the Dungeon. Quest objective, rescue all imprisoned women. Quest reward, for each successful rescue, you will earn 500 contribution points. There were probably more than 20 women trapped here, and if he could rescue them all, he would gain over 10,000 contribution points. Don't worry, leave it to me, Yang Chen said, turning to leave. This action, however, caused the women in the cage to show even more desperate expressions. Please don't leave us. One woman even disregarded everything and reached out through the bars, desperately clutching Yang Chen's thigh, her voice trembling as she pleaded, expressing her willingness to do anything for him. Don't worry. I need to ensure your absolute safety first. I must kill all the goblins outside. Yang Chen's tone carried a hint of determination as he comforted the women around him. The poor women exchanged glances. One person killing all the goblins in the nest? How could that be possible? To reassure them, Yang Chen pulled out a large handful of goblin left ears still dripping with green blood from his spatial backpack and waved them in front of them. The guards outside have all been dealt with. As Yang Chen displayed the mountain of spoils, the doubts in the women's eyes finally dissipated, replaced by a hint of relief from surviving a disaster. This man before them seemed to truly possess the powerful ability to save everyone. You must be careful. A relatively older woman, recalling a terrifying figure, warned with lingering fear, in the deepest part of this nest there resides an exceptionally powerful being. Boss. Great. This is just what I wanted. Upon hearing the word boss, Yang Chen's eyes instantly turned green. You all wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Leaving the prison, Yang Chen traversed several paths littered with eerie white bones, and ahead, the space opened up. It was an enormous natural cave with countless menacing stalactites hanging from the ceiling like a forest of inverted swords. In the center of the cave stood a terrifying throne made of countless pale human bones. On the throne sat a horrifying figure nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of primal brutality. The Goblin King was actually a terrifying boss of the Golden Lord level. Its skin displayed a deeper hue, resembling dark green jade covered in a rock-like hard keratin layer. Its sinewy muscles twisted like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, and its blocky abs looked like jade-colored branding irons, brimming with explosive power. Most chilling was the massive weapon in its hand, a bone hammer crafted from an entire beast's leg bone, its exterior lined with sharp beastly fangs. Beneath its throne, dozens of elite warriors and sharpshooters surrounded it like the most loyal guards. They were gathered around several roaring bonfires, engaged in a bloody and cruel feast. Above the bonfires, sharpened wooden stakes pierced through charred, unrecognizable human bodies. Those were the village men slaughtered by the goblins. The goblins emitted piercing, eerie laughter, tearing off large chunks of charred flesh with their sharp claws, the crunching of crushed bones mixing with the sounds of them stuffing their mouths with the meat. The entire cave was filled with a nauseating stench of burnt flesh. Yang Chen's eyes flickered with killing intent. He boldly stepped out of the shadows, like 2 unsheathed swords, directly piercing towards the imperious figure on the throne. Giga? A goblin warrior gnawing on a human leg was the first to notice him. It paused for a moment, then let out a cruel and mocking screech, dropping its food and charging at Yang Chen with a curved knife. In the eyes of this goblin warrior, the human that had come to them was merely a new dish to add to their feast. However, what awaited it was a fist covered in thick venom, moving at an incredible speed. A smooth combo. The goblin warrior didn't even manage to touch the hem of Yang Chen's clothes before being blasted into a cloud of green blood mist. I will kill you in an instant. Yang Chen's voice was low but filled with sharp killing intent. He slowly raised his palm, his index finger pointing through the air, directly at the Goblin King seated on the throne of bones. That posture did not seem like a challenge but rather like the final death sentence being issued. Roar, 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 roar. As if sensing this extreme contempt, the Goblin King was utterly enraged. Its massive body suddenly rose from the throne, letting out a terrifying roar that could shatter rocks, the sound waves filled with a stench of blood and brutality, sweeping out in all directions. The king's order had been given. Inside the cave, all the goblin warriors and sharpshooters, with their crimson eyes, instantly locked onto the human who dared to provoke the king. Without hesitation, they surged forward fearlessly, charging in. The battle began. Yang Chen's head shook wildly. The pink, perky rabbit ears shot up again, spinning like a high-speed fan, creating gusts of howling wind in the air. Now that the big ones aren't coming out, let the little ones take the lead? Yang Chen scoffed, leaving a blurred afterimage in his place. Steal the treasure. Cut off their legs. Yang Chen danced like a reaper on the battlefield. Every strike was accompanied by an explosion of green blood mist and flying severed limbs. Those goblin leaders, who had been fierce just a second ago, crumbled before him like paper. One after another kicked into a bloody pulp. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was still accumulating his resolve value. Every instance of dodge and immunity transformed into pure energy, keeping his resolve value at full capacity, enhancing his combat power. Roar! 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 The Goblin King roared again. It watched helplessly as its elite guards were mowed down like grass, stepping heavily away from the throne. Thud, thud, thud. Each step left a deep footprint on the hard rocky ground, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly under its weight. Then, let's unleash everything. Yang Chen licked his lips, a fierce battle intent igniting in his eyes. No more holding back. Unleash everything. Let's see just how powerful his current strength truly is. Poisoning, mixed with azure ice crystals and ominous purple-black. Viscous poison covered his fists. Fierce tiger roar. Yang Chen suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a roar filled with primal brutality. That roar transformed into an invisible shockwave, causing the approaching Goblin King to momentarily falter, a fleeting glimmer of fear flashing in its eyes. Charge of the Goat King. Yang Chen's legs suddenly exerted force, the ground beneath him cracking inch by inch. He transformed into an out-of-control 100-ton king heavy truck, crashing fiercely into the Goblin King's mountain-like body. An ant shaking a tree? The size comparison between Yang Chen and the Goblin King was like an egg hitting a stubborn rock. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Unbelievable scene unfolded. Yang Chen's seemingly insignificant body, upon contact with the Goblin King, erupted with a terrifying force, akin to a landslide and tsunami. The Goblin King was actually knocked back, crashing heavily against the stone pillar behind it, shattering the thick pillar on impact. Knocked down, dazed, a series of golden stars appeared above the Goblin King's head, its massive body collapsing to the ground, unable to rise for the moment. Now is the time. Instant step. Yang Chen transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing before the fallen Goblin King. Monkey steals peach, plus, mountain splitter, plus, deadly fist. You have stolen the Goblin King's treasure. You have stolen the Goblin King's royal robe. You have stolen the Goblin King's wolf-tooth warhammer. You have stolen items, *n. A set of incredibly skilled, silky smooth combos poured out in less than a second. The effects of pain and spasms made the Goblin King wish for death. Lying on the ground emitting silent cries of agony. Highly toxic, exotic python cold poison, untreatable poison plague, bloodied, torn wounds. The white frost of the exotic python cold poison covered its dark green skin, while the black-purple curse of the untreatable poison plague frantically eroded its attributes. Large, torn wounds erupted with gushing filthy blood, and its body was further covered with a deeper layer of green, oily poison. This is just the beginning. Everything that just happened was completed in the blink of an eye, within 2 seconds. Now, the performance begins. Aura, 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 aura. Yang Chen roared, his skills and fists striking the boss in a relentless barrage. Deadly stab lightning whip combo. The deadly stab had almost no cooldown, tearing into the boss's body every second. In the brief intervals of that ultra-high attack speed, ordinary attacks from the lightning whip combo interspersed, bursting forth with dazzling light. Paralysis *n. Lightning damage *n. Lightning sparks exploded everywhere. Silver serpents danced wildly under the perverse enhancement of the supreme shadow. Yang Chen's main body along with 3 afterimages unleashed a single lightning whip combo that simultaneously created 20 frenzied lightning chains. Each lightning chain could jump 7 times. 140 jumps, cycling back and forth between Yang Chen and the boss. The lightning chains transformed into a thicker silver-purple giant python, with damage numbers rising like snowflakes in a flurry. Bleeding +8 layers. +8 layers. +8 layers. Poison +16 layers. +8 layers. +8 layers. +16 layers. KO triggered, dealing 10% of maximum health as true damage. Amputation triggered, dealing 5% of maximum health as true damage. X2, the fallen Goblin King had a blood reduction prompt appearing above its head, like a waterfall unleashed from a dam, pouring out wildly. Yang Chen's information bar refreshed hundreds of times every second. It was terrifying. It was horrifying. The percentage of true damage combined with the stacking of hundreds of negative buffs, along with the frightening direct damage values. In just a few seconds, the Goblin King's health was reduced to 30%. Roar, 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 roar. The Goblin King let out a reluctant roar. Warning: Goblin King enters berserk state. The second phase of the golden level boss was forcibly triggered. All negative control effects vanished in an instant, and its health began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. Its emerald skin turned a burning crimson, muscles bulging and twisting, even the severed thigh began to sprout new flesh and bone. Die. Yang Chen paid no heed to the system's prompts. I will break your mechanism. My mechanism and damage surpass yours. No matter your second phase form, I will annihilate you. Transformation. All of Yang Chen's power concentrated at a single point. His entire skeleton resembled a great bow, the stretched muscles resonating with the sound of a bowstring. His fist like an arrow shot forth, transforming into a roaring dragon. Boom 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 boom. This ultimate finishing move finally struck the Goblin King. Physical damage *n, true damage *n, poison damage *n, bleeding damage *n, lightning damage *n, rift. Mountains, broken seas, pain, spasms, poison, rot, freeze, bleed, lightning, paralysis, knockdown, dizziness, fear, KO, bone shatter, rust. Lifesteal, untreatable poison, exotic python cold poison, blood-soaked, wound tear, rootless, organ damage, disability amputation, rust wind. Rust to the marrow, infectious rust disease, extra flying dragon cloud hand, supreme shadow triggered. All effects displayed for the second time. All effects displayed for the third time. All effects displayed for the fourth time. Yang Chen's 3 supreme shadows, alone, with his main body, unleashed a world-destroying blow in that instant. For strikes, this is not a short essay. This is 4 pieces worthy of being recorded in the annals of history, filled with death and destruction. For epic death sentences, crazily refreshing on the status bar. The damage just dealt a moment ago was refreshed to dozens of pages behind in the next second. Boom 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 boom. The Goblin King's body endured the terrifying effects of a cataclysm, its massive form swelling like a balloon filled with sinister energy. Explosion. The sky was filled with green blood rain and chunks of flesh and bone, like the grandest fireworks of a festival, dyeing the entire cave with a shocking, murky blood color. The golden level boss was shattered with a single punch. Instant kill. Yang Chen perfectly showcased all his strength, even the golden boss was reduced to nothing. How do you all like this special effect? The author is completely immersed in his own art and can't extricate himself. Ding, you have leveled up to level 22, all attributes +1, free attribute +5. The pleasant notification sound of the system rang in his ears. A holy light enveloped him completely, filling his limbs and bones with a sense of power. He glanced at his attribute panel. Free attribute points, 80/100. Almost there, almost there. Yang Chen's face was full of anticipation. He was just 4 levels away from reaching the 100-point cap, wondering what would happen. Calculating contribution points, your team has completely destroyed the Goblin Underground layer. All members have received a total of 100,000 contribution points, distributed according to DKP points. The system voice sounded again. This hidden map of the ancient mine was clearly prepared for an entire military team. According to the normal strategy process, the tank would draw aggro, the mage would deal damage, the priest would heal, and the assassin would scout. Each person would receive a corresponding reward based on their performance. However, Yang Chen single-handedly annihilated the underground lair. The 100,000 contribution points all went into Yang Chen's pocket, allowing him to enjoy the entire legion's rewards alone. Crack, crack, crack. The throne of the Goblin King emitted a series of shattering sounds. The terrifying throne made of countless human bones collapsed with a roar. It left behind a circular teleportation array composed of ancient runes, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. Yang Chen stepped forward, extended his palm, and lightly touched the cold and smooth runestone slab. Teleportation array activated. The teleportation array was instantly illuminated. A deep blue light flickered, and a gentle force of space surged forth. The small teleportation array could directly return to the super magic city, saving a lot of travel time. Hey, this is interesting. Yang Chen thought for a moment and decided to complete the side quest first, turning towards the desperate cells where the women were imprisoned. Inside the cell, there were rustling sounds. The women were praying, hoping that the legendary hero could defeat the monsters and save them. The sound of Yang Chen's footsteps approached. The women immediately curled up in the filthy straw, trembling like frightened rabbits. They tightly covered their ears, closed their eyes, not daring to look or listen, as if that would isolate them from the horrors of the outside world. It's him. He has come back to save us. The women cautiously opened their swollen eyes, seeing the savior-like man reappear in the cell. He did not go back on his word. The spark of hope was reignited in their once dead hearts. Don't worry, you are safe now. Yang Chen's voice was calm and steady, and then he swung his fist towards the nearby cage. Bang! The prison door was smashed to pieces by his hands, and the shackles that could confine beasts also turned into flying iron shavings, accompanied by a rusted effect. The women looked in disbelief at the deformed prison door, realizing they were truly free. Thank you. Whoa, thank you so much. The tears that had been suppressed for so long burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. They supported each other, stumbling out of the hell that had imprisoned them for who knows how long. Follow me. Yang Chen walked at the front, clearing the way for everyone. The women followed behind Yang Chen, looking at the hellish scenes along the way. Goblin limbs and severed arms littered the ground, mixed with huge chunks of green, viscous blood, all telling the tale of the brutal battle that had just taken place. They could hardly imagine that this man, who did not seem particularly imposing, had single-handedly annihilated the massive goblin lair. Finally, the softly glowing blue teleportation array appeared before them. The portal leads to the super magic city, Yang Chen said, turning to point at the hopeful gateway. That's the safe zone, you can go without worry. Upon hearing this, the women all stopped in their tracks. They turned around, looking at their savior with eyes filled with gratitude and awe. Thud, thud, thud. It was unclear who took the lead, but they all knelt down in unison, performing the most ancient gesture of respect towards Yang Chen. There's no need for this, Yang Chen helped them up, signaling that they need not do so. The poor women then stood up one by one, taking a final glance at the man who had rescued them from hell, and resolutely stepped into the teleportation array. The azure light flickered, and their figures disappeared one after another, rushing towards a hopeful new life. You have completed the side quest, the Wailing Dungeon. You have rescued all the imprisoned targets, perfectly. Completing the mission, reward, 20,000 contribution points, 1 super treasure chest. Unexpected gain. The 20 or so women combined would have only yielded a little over 10,000 points, but the perfect completion rating doubled the reward and even included an unexpected super treasure chest. Not bad, not bad. Yang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. The main task was done. Next came his favorite part, looting. Essence of casting stone, 14,760. Goblin's left ear, 716. Including minions and bosses, Goblin's treasure, 573. Some goblins were taken down by the Ram King before they could be looted. What a loss. Yang Chen had stolen quite a bit of equipment, smashing all the worthless items to extract a large amount of casting stone essence, gaining over 10,000 essence in total. All forged. Divine stones, fusion stones *3, promotion stones *2, upgrade stones *2, forgetting stones *3, recasting stones *2, awakening stones *1, inheritance stones *1. This haul yielded 14 tradable divine stones, including one particularly precious inheritance stone. Such inheritance stones were enough to drive any wealthy individual or major guild mad with desire. Everyone in Huaxia was rewarded with a golden treasure chest, and many randomly obtained powerful talents through the awakening stones. The inheritance stone could be inscribed and concentrated for one person's use, ultimately creating an invincible powerhouse. Tradable inheritance stones were simply priceless. Yang Chen took stock of the numerous tradable divine stones in his possession. Just the upgrade stones alone numbered 5, ensuring he would definitely rank first globally. The forgetting stones were even more plentiful, totaling 7. Useful divine stones could be hoarded for personal use. As for those useless items like the forgetting stones and recasting stones, they could be put on the market, sure to cause a stir. Alright, let's start with the equipment. Filthy Eyeball Staff, grade, bronze. Type, one-handed staff. Level requirement, level 17. Attributes, magic attack plus 130. Intelligence plus 20. Special effect, group berserk spell. Skill, details, the goblin shaman dug out its own eyeball and fused it with beast bones using the most filthy blood sacrifice method, ultimately crafting this staff filled with curses and mad power. Group berserk spell, the caster is the center of a 20-meter radius. All friendly units within the range enter a berserk state, significantly increasing attack power, attack speed, and movement speed, lasting for 1 minute. Consumes 100 mana, cooldown time 10 minutes, negative effect, after it ends, enter a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 30%, lasting 5 minutes. This skill is quite good. The core value of this equipment dropped by the goblin shaman lies in this group berserk spell. The berserk state can maintain a high burst gain for up to a minute. Bosses of gold rank and above often enter a more powerful second form when their health drops to 50%. At that time, having a group burst gain buff is like a timely gift, and it is the key to determining victory or defeat. Unfortunately, the berserk skill has a fatal negative state weakness. Simply put, this is a life or death skill, either you die or I die. But what if I could maintain the berserk state indefinitely? A bold idea flashed through Yang Chen's mind. If he could use the perverse cooldown reduction effect of Mad Swing to compress the 10-minute cooldown to under a minute, could the berserk skill be refilled infinitely, perfectly offsetting the deadly weakness negative state? It was definitely worth a try. Yang Chen no longer hesitated, taking out a newly forged fusion stone and pressing it onto the ominous eyeball staff without a second thought. The filthy eyeball embedded at the top suddenly burst, and the entire staff turned into a cloud of bone powder. A dark red energy filled with madness and brutality was forcibly stripped away and merged into his body. You have acquired a new skill, group berserk skill. Good. Now to look at the next piece of equipment. The second piece of equipment. Goblin King's Wolf Tooth Warhammer, grade, gold. Type, two-handed warhammer. Level requirement, level 25. Attributes. Physical attack power plus 350, strength plus 70. Special effect, Earth Shatter. Skill, details, this warhammer is crafted from a petrified leg bone of an ancient giant beast embedded with hundreds of razor-sharp monster fangs, making each swing filled with the wildness to tear everything apart. Evaluation, tactics, positioning? What are those? Earth Shatter slams the Warhammer hard against the ground, releasing the ancient giant beast's power contained within, unleashing a devastating shockwave that deals high physical damage to all targets within a 15-meter radius. Consumes 100 stamina, 5-minute cooldown. What a powerful Warhammer! With a base attack power of 350 plus a 70-point strength bonus, the weapon's panel attributes are terrifying. The skill it comes with is also very powerful. Large area damage skills are already rare, and at a critical moment it can clear the field and turn the tide of battle. The only drawback is the long cooldown time. This might be the balance mechanism of the Abyss world. Large area skills generally have long cooldowns, making it difficult to achieve a one-man army scenario to fend off hordes of monsters alone. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Yang Chen sighed and shook his head. He could only use unarmed weapons. He would keep this Warhammer for now and sell it for a good price in the future. Now to look at the next piece of equipment. Goblin King's Robe, grade, gold, type, upper body, level requirement, level 25, attributes, defense plus 150, constitution plus 30, stamina plus 30, spirit plus 10. Special effect, Goblin Guard. Skill, details, the lining of this robe is sewn with the skin of the Goblin King's most loyal guards, binding them forever to it, awaiting the call of their new master. Evaluation, congratulations, you now have your own little brothers. Goblin Guard, summons 2 Goblin Elite Guards of the same level as you, who will fight for you until death. 12-hour cooldown, this equipment? Yang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. It actually had a summoning skill. Wait, with the Goblin Guards, plus the group Berserk skill he just acquired, wouldn't that create a perfect little combination? Summoning 2 fearless elite fighters, then giving them a 1-minute Berserk buff and even being able to refill it infinitely. Wear it, or fuse it? Yang Chen's gaze turned back to his backpack. There were still hundreds of goblin treasures and a large number of severed complete thighs. The saying goes, the original soup transforms the original food. Based on past experiences, boiling the essence of these goblins into a thick soup might just elevate this summoning skill once again. Fusion. Yang Chen used the second fusion stone. The robe made from countless pieces of tortured human skin let out a piercing wail, then tore into countless flying fragments, transforming into pure energy that merged into his body. You have acquired a new skill, Goblin Guardian. Next up is the exciting time for great treasures. You used the Goblin Shaman's Great Treasure lifespan plus 8 years intelligence plus 20, spirit plus 20. You have acquired a talent, Super Male Gene. Super Male Gene ignores reproductive isolation. The genes of the offspring lean more towards you, and the children inherit some attributes from both parents. Yang Chen stared at the description of this talent, completely dumbfounded. Although the Goblin Shaman is a bronze boss, isn't the talented grants a bit too outrageous? Goblins can ignore reproductive isolation, and the children born will definitely be goblins, with their characteristics varying based on the parents. If the mother is a female knight, it would easily give birth to goblin warriors. If the mother is a mage, it would easily give birth to goblin shamans. It all feels a bit strange. What direction is this talent developing towards? Forget it. It could be a mechanism to prevent minotaurs, perhaps. More useful in reality. Next one. You used the Goblin King's Great Treasure lifespan plus 50 years strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, stamina plus 50. Your talent Super Male Gene has been overridden and upgraded, Royal Gene. Royal Gene, your energy is boundless, stamina recovery efficiency is greatly enhanced, and you can fully recover stamina even in combat and sprinting states. Ignores reproductive isolation, the genes of the offspring lean more towards you, and the children perfectly inherit the mother's attributes while also gaining some of your abilities. Talent has been overridden and upgraded? The Super Male Gene directly evolved into the Royal Gene. As everyone knows, during combat, sprinting, dodging, rolling, attacking, or other intense movements will lead to a decrease in stamina recovery speed. However, the Royal Gene talent can maintain a full state at all times, allowing for complete stamina recovery under any circumstances, making it an absolute divine skill for sustained combat. But that's not the most important part. The Goblin King is simply a pure numerical monster, just its great treasure added a full 50 years to Yang Chen's lifespan. Not only that, strength, constitution, and stamina, all 3 core attributes surged by 50 points. Could it be that the Goblin King he just killed in seconds was actually a very powerful golden boss, but he killed it too quickly, not giving it a chance to show its strength? This is too outrageous. Especially the description of boundless energy, which makes one think of certain indescribable little notebooks. Ding, your skill Goblin Guardian has been overridden and upgraded to Royal Guardian. Royal Guardian summons 2 Royal Guardians of the same level as you, who will fight for you until death. 12-hour cooldown. Yang Chen acquired the Royal Gene talent, and the skill he just fused unexpectedly upgraded. It seems to summon even stronger goblins. Good news keeps coming. Good. Next up, the other great treasures. Yang Chen used all the remaining goblin treasures, whether they were minions, elites, or bosses, all transformed into pure power, merging into his body. Lifespan. plus 78 years, strength plus 21, constitution plus 62, agility plus 27, stamina plus 32, intelligence plus 15, spirit plus 23. The goblin race is diverse. Each type increases different attributes, but most enhance physical constitution. 573 large treasures, adding a full 180 points to attributes. Goblins are indeed moving treasures. Lifespan, 274 years. Yang Chen's lifespan jumped to 274 years. Don't forget, there's still a pot of filth soup left to drink. That is the soup of the Skeleton King. It's golden. Skeletal limbs, combined with a large amount of exploded golden bone materials, summon skeleton minions, and a massive number of ordinary skeleton soldiers, all boiled down into this pot of golden, thick soup. Taking a sip, your lifespan decreases by 200 years, stamina increases by 100, spirit increases by 100. You have gained a talent, Immortal Golden Bone. Talent Lifesteal has been upgraded. *2 Talent Immortal Golden Bone has been upgraded. *2 Original Soup transforms original food. The death scythe of the Golden Skeleton King allowed Yang Chen to absorb the Lifesteal talent, and this pot of skeletal essence directly upgraded it to golden level. Lifesteal Golden. You gain 20% universal lifesteal. Abnormal. The lifesteal effect skyrocketed from the original 5% to 20% and its universal lifesteal. This means, whether it's real damage, elemental damage, damage over time, or direct damage, any type of damage can be converted into health. Immortal Golden Bone. Golden restores 10% of maximum health every 5 seconds. Another abnormal talent. The terrifying recovery ability of the Golden Skeleton King was perfectly inherited by Yang Chen at this moment. Yang Chen's defense was like an unbreakable fortress, and now with a percentage health recovery skill, it was equivalent to adding a super insurance lock. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Yang Chen took one last look at his stats. Strength 251, Constitution 336, Agility 115, Intelligence 75, Stamina 522, Spirit 316. All attributes exploded. But it wasn't over yet. Yang Chen also threw all the severed goblin thighs, along with the limbs of the Goblin King, into the filth cauldron to slowly stew. Only 74 years of extra lifespan left. Resources are running low. Whether it's blood coins or extra lifespan, both are somewhat tight, unable to keep up with Yang Chen's consumption speed. It seems he still needs to think of more ways. I have the blood wine bonus. There should be enough time. First, mine out all the veins in the cave, then go back and hand over the full bag of top-notch equipment to Nyo. Yang Chen glanced at the system panel. The Goblin King brought a massive amount of experience, and with the double experience bonus from the blood wine, he reached level 22, with only a little over half the experience needed for the next level. Let's put the upgrade on hold for now. If it really doesn't work, I'll use a level up stone to push through. First, while this hidden map hasn't been discovered by others, let's finish mining. Yang Chen made up his mind, no longer hesitating, and quickly walked towards the nearby piles of ore that sparkled enticingly, mountain-cracking, sea-breaking style. With a powerful kick, Yang Chen struck hard against the incredibly tough gilded ore wall. Boom! Accompanied by a dull, thunderous roar, the entire mine shook violently. Mining proficiency plus 200. Blood wine bonus, you have obtained black gold or *17. You additionally obtained radiant gold essence *1 after cleaning up the ore. He dashed with instant steps to quickly find the next ore pile. Mining proficiency plus 200. You have obtained Moonlight Crystal Cluster *23. You additionally obtained Starlight Glimmer *1. Yang Chen's information bar kept refreshing, continuously using the mountain-cracking, sea-breaking style to kick apart the surrounding ore piles, gaining a large amount of rare ores. High-level miners need 10,000 proficiency to level up. This number might require ordinary players to grind for several days and nights. But for Yang Chen, it was just a matter of kicking a few more times. An hour later, Yang Chen had plowed through the entire mine, smashing over 100 ore piles. Congratulations, your life skill mining has been upgraded to Senior Miner, proficiency 1600/100000. Your stone casting has advanced to a proficient level. New effect, you can consume stone casting essence to shape higher level divine stones. Upgraded. Yang Chen's guess was indeed correct. The stone casting essence is used to shape high level divine stones, and it can really be used to craft a golden super treasure chest. He immediately opened his backpack and began to tally the bountiful harvest from this mining trip. Black gold ore 1465, radiant gold essence 73, moonlight crystal cluster 970, starlight glow 48. In the backpack of Tian Yuan, identical items can stack together, saving a lot of space. Yang Chen looked at the large amount of ore and fell into deep thought. Each piece of black gold ore can be exchanged for 100 points, while radiant gold essence can be exchanged for 1,000 points. Altogether, 360,000 points. Is this even reasonable? This is equivalent to an ordinary player swinging a pickaxe to mine over 300,000 stones, which would take an eternity. Resisting the urge, Yang Chen did not immediately refine all the ores but instead prepared to check the military supply office for point exchanges to avoid missing any opportunities due to information gaps. Everything is cleaned up, no omissions. This ancient mine has no value to me anymore. After searching around the mine and confirming that he had taken everything, Yang Chen stood contentedly on the small teleportation array. The azure light flickered, teleporting him back to the super magic city. Teleportation array number 15. Yang Chen chose the teleport point closest to Nyo-Nyo's stall as it was in the most prime location and the teleportation array number was quite forward. The scene before him made Yang Chen pause slightly. The super magic city had changed dramatically. Just a few hours away, this city, which had still looked like a ruin, had already entered reconstruction mode. The sounds of hammering and clanging echoed continuously. Thousands of players transformed into diligent construction workers, wielding their tools, busily working on the planned foundations. Truckloads of wood and stone were continuously transported from outside the city, quickly put into construction, turning into one rough house after another. Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion. Yang Chen quickly found Nyo among the crowd. He had given his shop a catchy name and had only made a shiny golden sign, which would be hung up once the building was completed. Nyo Wolf? Who taught you to name it like that? Business is really booming, Yang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, as a long line had already formed in front of the stall, with players crowding in layers, eager and hungry. Various top-tier equipment sparkled enticingly at the stall, making everyone drool. The population of the super magic city was now nearing its limit, and the scarce top-tier equipment had no worries about finding buyers in the face of such huge demand. Level 15 Exceptional Dagger. Everyone, pay attention. High attack power, extremely fast attack speed. Any assassin brothers need this? Starting price 1,000 blood coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 1,500. 2,000. Nyo had actually started a small auction. He stood on a makeshift wooden box, passionately calling out. In the end, that level 15 exceptional dagger was actually successfully bid on by a masked assassin player for the exorbitant price of 3,000 blood coins. What does this mean? 3,000 blood coins is worth a full 8 years of life. Currently, the price of blood coins has skyrocketed to 1,800 yuan each. In just half a day's time, the exchange rate has nearly doubled and continues to soar, which means, a mere exceptional grade dagger sold for an astonishing price of 5 million. As expected of the esteemed Hu Yi. Generous with his spending. Yang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, then sent a message to Nyo, asking him to come find him first. Nyo was thrilled to see the message. He immediately hung up a sign that read "Boss is busy," temporarily closed for business at his stall, and with the resentful gazes of a crowd of wealthy players behind him, he jogged over to Yang Chen. Wolf brother, all paid off. The 200,000 final payment to the military supply officer has been settled. Plus, I made several tens of thousands more. Nyo-Nyo's face was full of pride. In just a few short hours, he had cleared out that batch of top-tier equipment. Not only had he paid off the final payment for the land, but he had also made a hefty profit. Look at how proud you are, but you really did well. Business is booming. Yang Chen patted Nyo on the shoulder and sincerely gave him a thumbs up. Following that, Yang Chen skillfully clicked the trade button and dumped a large batch of newly acquired top-tier equipment from the Goblin Lair onto Nyo. New goods have arrived, and they were all top-tier equipment over level 15. Nyo was already numb to this. He quickly placed 80,000 blood coins in the trade window, which was the money he earned after settling the final payment. By the way, Yang Chen accepted the blood coins and glanced at a golden sign in the distance. The sign was designed with a flourish, extravagantly inscribed in gilded letters, "Nyo Lang Treasure Pavilion. Is your treasure pavilion legitimate?" Yang Chen pointed at the big sign. Most people would first mistake it for Nyo Lang Treasure Pavilion. Did it catch your eye right away? Nyo was not ashamed but rather proud. He deeply understood the power of traffic codes as long as it could attract people's attention. What did a quirky name matter? Let's not forget Nyo's abstract and outrageous game ID. And Nyo cleared his throat and explained seriously, this can also be seen as a combination of our names. I'm Nyo, your wolf brother, together we are Nyo Lang. Nyo patted his chest heavily, and this explanation seemed much more reasonable. Alright then. Anyway, I'll leave all the equipment selling to you. Yang Chen took on the role of a hands-off manager, enjoying the feeling of not having to worry about these trivial matters. Here's something for you. It should sell for a good price. As Yang Chen spoke, he pulled out a mysterious stone from his backpack and handed it to Nyo. Inheritance stone. Yang Chen had a total of 2 tradable inheritance stones, along with a large number of other types of divine stones, all gathering dust in his backpack. He didn't give them all to Nyo at once. Instead, he decided to take one out to test the waters and see how the market would react to such a miraculous item. This is. Nyo's breath almost stopped. A tradable divine stone? And it was a miraculous divine stone that could strip and transfer talents? Unheard of, unseen. This thing, if it's in my hands, I won't even sleep soundly. Nyo's voice trembled slightly. He could fully foresee the storm that would erupt once this tradable inheritance stone hit the market. You try to sell it. Aim for a high price. Yang Chen flashed a sunshine smile. If the divine stone could sell for a high price, then with his stone forging technique ability, he could continuously print money. Nyo-Nyo's eyes instantly lit up. Did Wolf Brother mean there would be more divine stones in the future? By the way, how's it going with collecting low-level equipment? Yang Chen remembered another matter. He had entrusted Nyo-Nyo to gather a large amount of junk equipment in the market. With the stone forging technique, these scraps could be transformed into precious divine stones, which could then be sold, bought again, and sold again, entering a perfect cycle of infinite money printing. However, Nyo-Nyo shook his head, indicating that collecting equipment had not gone smoothly. In the originally polluted town, the number of players was only a few thousand, and the prices for acquiring trash equipment could be driven very low. But now, there are too many people in the Magic City, and even the worst equipment has buyers. The prices are not beautiful, Nyo-Nyo explained. Ever since the establishment of the Super City, those items that had once dropped to a few dozen blood coins suddenly rose back to several hundred. It would take some more time for most players to level up before these beginner items below level 10 would be completely phased out. No rush. Let's take it slow and wait for the prices to drop before we buy. Yang Chen was also not in a hurry. With the special effect of Flying Dragon Cloud Hand and his monstrous monster-killing efficiency, he had no worries about the source of the stone essence. It was just a matter of quantity. Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. Yang Chen prepared to leave, but Nyo-Nyo suddenly thought of something and quickly pulled him back. Oh right. Wolf Brother, there's one more thing. We need some contribution points to open the shop. Nyo-Nyo pointed to the huge sign that read, Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion. Opening a shop wasn't that simple. It required purchasing some basic setups like cabinets, display stands, safes, and security doors. Currently, players couldn't craft these items and needed to spend a large amount of contribution points to hire NPC craftsmen from Tianyuan to create them. Additionally, they needed to hire some security guards. Within the Super Magic City, it was not an absolute safe zone. Although patrolling guards would chase after criminals, that didn't mean there was absolute safety. Violent incidents of murder and robbery occurred from time to time. Nyo-Nyo had spent a large amount of blood coins to hire a few guards from the military supply officer to maintain safety on site. Yang Chen squinted his eyes and looked around the stall. Sure enough, several guards in silver heavy armor were on high alert. When he, with the notorious title of Target of 1,000 Arrows, approached, the guards' expressions became tense, seemingly ready to act at any moment. Killing a lot would not lead to arrest, but if one committed a crime within the Super Magic City, they would be immediately wanted by the guards. Yang Chen's keen perception sensed a hint of danger. The strength of these Magic City guards was likely far beyond that of ordinary players. He just didn't know if they could exchange a few moves with him. Nyo-Nyo, seeing the malicious grin on Yang Chen's face, quickly advised, Wolf Brother, you must not cause trouble in the Super Magic City, or you'll be expelled from the city. Yang Chen shrugged indifferently. Don't worry, I'm not a born killer who kills everyone I see. I'm a good person. Yang Chen flashed that sunny smile again, every tooth gleaming white. Nyo-Nyo curled his lip. A good person? The image of Yang Chen rampaging at the resurrection point was still fresh in his memory. I'm going to check the military supply office. Write me a list of useful items for the shop, and I'll exchange for everything. Yang Chen said boldly, seemingly full of confidence about the contribution points. Okay. Nyo-Nyo couldn't help but click his tongue as he began to write a list. It had only been half a day. Could Wolf Brother really gather a large batch of contribution points? Was it really necessary to be that outrageous? Yang Chen arrived at the military supply office. It was a sea of people, bustling and noisy. Thousands of players surrounded the place, making it impassable. Many had accumulated enough points to exchange for higher-level fine iron axes and pickaxes. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of Magic City guards in silver heavy armor immediately turned their cold and vigilant gazes towards Yang Chen, locking onto him tightly as if they had caught a whiff of blood. Target of 1,000 arrows, Yang Chen had killed too many, and with the talents of wealth and honor, and rogue, he raised the guards' alertness wherever he went. Yang Chen ignored these hostile gazes. He frowned at the long queue and scanned around, discovering a special passageway lined with a red carpet. The VIP room is an exclusive passage prepared for distinguished guests. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the construction of the Super Magic City, accumulating over 5,000 points, are qualified to step inside. Yang Chen walked straight towards the room made of pure white marble, where two graceful young ladies stood at the entrance, smiling at every customer. Scanning. As soon as Yang Chen stepped onto the steps in front of the door, a soft golden light shot out from a crystal above the doorframe, scanning him from head to toe. Identity confirmation, Warwolf hashtag 1974 accumulated contribution points, 120000 carried goods value, over 100,000 access level, SVIP entry granted respected sir, please enter. The beautiful young lady at the door received the prompt, her professional smile instantly freezing, 100,000 point score left even the NPCs a bit dazed. The two respectfully pushed open the heavy stone door for him, causing a stir and murmurs among the players waiting in line nearby. The VIP room? Someone else has gone in. Damn, who is this guy? He must be some rich kid from a big guild, right? No kidding, who else could gather 5,000 points in such a short time besides those guild leaders? Yang Chen's keen hearing clearly caught the whispers of the players around him. So that's how it is. Most of those who entered the VIP room first were the leaders of various guilds. They concentrated the contribution points generated by their entire guild onto themselves by posting tasks and hiring a massive number of casual players. That's why they could easily meet the entry requirements for the VIP room in just half a day. Inside the VIP room, there was a different world. The walls were made of an unknown silver ice crystal, exuding a subtle chill that kept the indoor temperature at a comfortable 25 degrees. The floor was covered with a soft, luxurious carpet, and the air was filled with a faint scent of precious spices. Several elegantly dressed young men and women were sitting in groups on luxurious sofas wrapped in whole pieces of beast leather, chatting and laughing, discussing grand plans. The future of the super magic city is in our hands. As long as we join forces, we only need to buy enough land in the early stages, just from rent, we'll make a profit. Exactly, let's all work together to make this round soup. A few rich kids were talking animatedly. When they saw Yang Chen push the door open, they were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged knowing smiles. Hello. A young man in silver armor, handsome in appearance, stood up with a hint of arrogance in his smile and walked over slowly. I am the president of Longting. Si hai, ba hai. He then pointed to a beautiful woman nearby, dressed in a fiery red robe, with a hot figure and a delicate, charming face. This is the acting president of the Qilin Guild, Li Huaqiangwei. May I ask which guild you represent? Ba hai asked with a smile, carefully sizing up Yang Chen. In his view, anyone who could enter the VIP room at this time must be of equal standing, representing a formidable force not to be underestimated. Guild representative? What are you babbling about? Yang Chen glanced at Bahai as if he were an idiot, finding him noisy and pretentious. What, Your Excellency? What a load of nonsense. Are you some ancient person who time-traveled here, filming a cheesy short video? Really? Bored? Why not hurry up and level up instead of gathering here to plot some grand conspiracy? Yang Chen curled his lip, too lazy to look at him again, and directly pushed past Bahai, heading straight towards the nearby exchange counter. The people on the luxurious sofa exchanged glances, their expressions turning quite ugly. Which of them wasn't a top figure in reality, a person of prominence surrounded by admirers? No problem. There are always those who don't fit in. Bahai forcibly suppressed the anger rising in his chest, returning to his original position with a stiff smile, though a hint of ruthless intensity flickered in his eyes. He'll understand later that the world isn't just about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social intricacies. On the other side, Yang Chen paid no attention to these self-proclaimed high-end individuals, finding their guild names utterly ridiculous. Dragon soaring across the seas. Dragon soaring. The world, he still remembered the one he had taken down before, called Only I Am Supreme, which seemed to have created a guild named Pride of the World? The similarity was too high. 10 years ago, such outdated names were already passé, yet they kept popping up in the Tianyuan world. Exchange. Yang Chen approached the front desk. A young lady in a professional skirt, wearing a sweet smile, immediately handed him a glowing exchange list. At the very top of the list, several golden characters instantly captured all his attention. Golden Super Treasure Chest, 100,000 contribution points. 1 per person, bound to character. Super Treasure Chest, 10,000 contribution points. 10 per person, bound to character. Promotion Stone, 20,000 contribution points. 1 per person, bound to character. Fusion Stone, 20,000 contribution points. 1 per person, bound to character. Upgrade Stone, 20,000 contribution points. 1 per person, bound to character. The most eye-catching were the various treasure chests and divine stones available for exchange. This was the core way to become stronger in the Tianyuan world, especially the rare golden treasure chest, which was incredibly scarce. I can actually exchange for a golden treasure chest? Yang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, and not just the golden treasure chest, the ordinary super treasure chest could actually be exchanged for 10? Not only that, various basic divine stones could be purchased directly at double the price of the super treasure chest, clearly a safety net mechanism for non-lucky players. A piece of black gold or can refine a bit of casting stone essence. 1,000 black gold is equivalent to 1 advanced divine stone, and 1,000 black gold exchanged for contribution points is exactly 100,000. Just enough to exchange for a golden treasure chest. 1,000 black gold equals 1,000 casting stone essence equals 100,000 contribution points equals 1 advanced divine stone equals 1 golden super treasure chest. This resource system was designed quite reasonably, with values already set in stone. However, Yang Chen could manually refine divine stones an unlimited number of times, while the golden treasure chest could only be exchanged once. Anyone with a bit of sense would know how to choose. At the bottom of the list, there were many other special items. Guild token grants the qualification to establish a guild. 10,000 contribution points. Requires a suitable guild venue and completion of specified tasks. Building blueprint basic arrow tower, 1,000 contribution points. Building blueprint fine iron gate, 1,000 contribution points. NPC hiring contract, bronze guard, 1,000 contribution points per name. Consumes 100 points daily. NPC hiring contract, intermediate craftsman. 1000 contribution points per name. Consumes 100 points daily. The dazzling array of exchange options left Yang Chen feeling dizzy. Building a super magical city was indeed not a simple task. Every step required a massive amount of contribution points. Miss, please exchange my points first. Yang Chen smiled brightly, casually taking out the materials from his spatial backpack. With a clattering sound that sent chills down one's spine, a strong smell of blood rushed forward as dirty items were placed on the pristine marble counter, forming a shocking green mound. It was a pile of goblin left ears, still dripping with thick green blood, varying in shape and size, shriveled and ugly. The scene was visually striking. Stunned, the entire VIP room fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Goblin left ears piled up like a small mountain. Each one represented the end of a life, and the bloody, terrifying scene plunged the whole VIP room into a stillness. The visual impact was overwhelming. Whether it was the receptionist who maintained a professional smile, or the young masters in the room, who fancied themselves as the elite, discussing grand strategies with laughter, all were left dumbfounded by the scene before them. The third descent of the abyss had only just begun a few hours ago? This man had already killed so many monsters? No, impossible. This could not possibly be the work of a single person. It had to be the masterpiece of some super guild, gathering hundreds or even thousands of elite players to hunt together. Gulp. The acting president of the Qilin Society, Flame Rose, swallowed hard. Her enchanting and alluring peach blossom eyes sparkled. Flame Rose resolved that no matter the cost, she must establish a good relationship with this mysterious and powerful man before her. The other guild representatives shared the same thought, their gazes towards Yang Chen filled with awe and a desire to win him over. Only the president of the Dragon Soaring Seas, Bahai, after the initial shock, looked even more displeased. Sir, please wait a moment. The receptionist's voice trembled slightly, suppressing the turmoil in her stomach. As she began the difficult task of counting, you have submitted a total of 716 left ears. The quality of these left ears varied. Most came from ordinary goblin foot soldiers, but there were also many from the elite loot of goblin warriors and goblin archers, which could be exchanged for more points. There were even two distinctly different left ears. They came from the goblin shaman and the goblin king bosses. You have earned a total of 34,370 contribution points. The receptionist confirmed at last, her voice filled with reverence. Yang Chen's points surged at that moment, breaking through the 150,000 mark. First, exchange for the golden super treasure chest. Yang Chen did not hesitate, deciding to secure the golden chest, limited to one per person. First, buzz, golden light flickered. A massive chest, filled with a sense of the sacred and majestic, appeared out of thin air on the counter and was immediately claimed by Yang Chen. Although it was just a flash of golden light, everyone in the VIP room saw it clearly. A golden super treasure chest worth 100,000 points? How could this be? Could this person be from the official organization? People couldn't help but speculate. Only an organization under the official banner could possess such terrifying power, right? This operation completely stunned the agents of the major guilds. The arrogance in their eyes was replaced by pure awe and desire. Networking. They had to network fiercely. At this moment, the only thought in everyone's mind was this. Their gazes towards Yang Chen no longer held the previous skepticism and arrogance, only the purest awe and desire remained. There were still over 50,000 points left. Yang Chen stroked his chin, frowning slightly. He wasn't planning to exchange for ordinary super treasure chests. The basic divine stones were more than enough with the stone forging technique. He glanced at the list sent by Nyo Nyo and decided to acquire some advanced building blueprints, as well as high-level craftsmen and guards. Blood coins were crucial. Opening the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion as soon as possible to earn more blood coins, and then materializing all talents into reality was the most important thing. Just then, a solemn and grand system notification suddenly echoed throughout the entire abyss. World.global announcement: First Guild established worldwide. Heavenly Soldiers. The President received a golden treasure chest, and all Heavenly Soldiers members received a special reward. All players in the Huaxia region received an additional super treasure chest. Yang Chen was momentarily taken aback by this news. The first guild in the world? Guilds and clubs in the Tianyuan world were as numerous as the fish in the river, but those were merely verbal agreements, lacking the binding effect of a Tianyuan contract. Guild token: the first to use the guild token globally, purchase land, and establish a base, while also completing the designated tasks issued by Tianyuan, and finally registering the guild, was indeed the first. Yang Chen had no intention of forming a guild, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But based on his observations, establishing a guild in a short time was more difficult than imagined. First, obtaining a guild token for 10,000 points was quite challenging. Second, purchasing land required a large amount of blood coins, and constructing a base also needed massive quantities of stone and wood, along with a significant number of craftsmen to work simultaneously. Lastly, the designated tasks for establishing a guild were certainly not simple. This was not a workload that one person could complete. Yang Chen estimated that even if he devoted himself entirely to forming a guild, it would be hard to surpass the Heavenly Soldiers Guild alone in just a few hours. Official? Yang Chen pondered, easily associating the first guild with the official organization. With such substantial financial resources and a powerful organization capable of combat and coordination, it could only be the official, right? He opened his inventory, and sure enough, a super treasure chest had appeared in his backpack. Since the first guild came from Huaxia, all players in the national region received a reward. Without needing to say more, the world channel was still filled with the same tone. The foreign servers were rife with hostility and targeting towards the Huaxia region, filled with insults and slurs, making a war of words between both sides inevitable. However, it seemed Yang Chen was caught in the crossfire. It must be that war wolf's doing. Damn cheater. Every time there's a first kill reward, it's related to Huaxia's war wolf. Foreign players, without understanding the situation, directly blamed Yang Chen, and their analysis seemed reasonable. Oh heavens! Oh earth! This time it really wasn't me. Yang Chen found it hard to explain, but he was too lazy to clarify, feeling it was entirely unnecessary. Regardless, the birth of the world's first guild in Huaxia was ultimately a good thing. Yang Chen casually closed the noisy world channel, only to see a long uncontacted cool avatar in his friend information bar, gently bouncing. Yimeng Luoshui had sent him a message. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, and opened the chat box. Caught off guard, a leg photo was directly thrown at his face. The first image, glossy black stockings. A pair of perfectly wrapped, rounded, jade legs in top-quality glossy black stockings. The legs lazily crossed over each other, the surface of the stockings shimmering with an alluring sheen, vividly outlining the smooth and elastic seductive lines. The second image, ice cream. Those same long beautiful legs had changed into a pair of pure white stockings. Beneath the white stockings, a pair of crystal clear, exquisitely delicate little feet, like works of art, playfully curled up, the outline of the toes faintly visible, resembling plump and rounded ice cream. Understanding. Yang Chen satisfactorily sent 2 words, casually saving these exquisite materials. He knew very well that this clever woman, Yimeng Luoshui, would never send him benefits for no reason. These captivating leg photos were not only a display of sincerity but also a key to open the door of this old lecher. Speak. What do you want from me? Yang Chen's reply was simple and direct, getting straight to the point. Our Misty Rain Pavilion is also preparing to establish a guild, so we'd like to ask the War Wolf boss to help us with a guild task which requires a special challenge. Yimeng Luo Shui got straight to the point, then added, you can set any conditions and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. So that's how it is. The numerous top guilds, upon seeing the establishment of the Heavenly Soldiers, each felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. The earlier a guild is established, the better it is. Whoever can seize this blue ocean market first will occupy an absolute leading position in future competition. Sure. Yang Chen revealed a sunny smile, casually quoting a sky-high price that would make any guild bleed from the nose. An old acquaintance, 100,000 blood coins, isn't that excessive? 100,000 blood coins, at the current exchange rate, is nearly 200 million in real currency. Alright, no problem. Yimeng Luoshui's reply was as straightforward as ever, truly befitting the daughter of a 100 billion group. She attempted to send a team invitation, but an extremely awkward situation occurred. System prompt: the target is in a different area and cannot form a team. One was in Super Magic City and the other in Super Suzhou. The super cities in the Tianyuan world had not yet connected, making ultra-long distance teleportation impossible. Yimeng Luoshui's beautiful wish ultimately fell through. Sorry, Battle Wolf. I didn't consider this well. I'll think of other ways and trouble you next time. Yimeng Luoshui politely replied. To express her apology, she sent an even more tantalizing photo of her collarbone. That exquisite collarbone, spread like butterfly wings, with a hint of a creamy deep groove from the northern hemisphere, serving as a small compensation. It's fine. Yang Chen carefully admired it and contentedly closed the chat box. As expected, risque images lift the mood. At this moment, the guild leaders who had been secretly observing finally found their opportunity. Like sharks smelling blood, they swarmed in. Hey there, handsome! A fragrant breeze wafted past his nose. The acting president of the Qilin Guild, Flaming Rose, approached with a swaying gait. The neckline of her fiery red robe was extremely low, and with her movements, her tender white rabbits were almost on display, making the downward view explosive. How about collaborating with our Qilin Guild? Since the competition isn't fierce right now, we can get the guild up and running first? Flaming Rose's alluring words were laced with temptation, her voice sweet and intoxicating. Yang Chen merely glanced at her indifferently. No thanks. He directly refused, and that meaningful no thanks made Flaming Rose's originally charming face instantly change, her smile freezing at the corners. Not qualified. In Yang Chen's eyes, these acting presidents and young masters in the VIP room were simply not qualified to collaborate with him. Just a bunch of goblins. And a golden treasure chest had left them in shock. Their strength and vision were still far too lacking. You all can take your time making those cringy short videos. I have things to do, I'm leaving. Yang Chen said arrogantly, his dismissive attitude making everyone present even more dissatisfied, their expressions growing increasingly grim. How had they ever endured such humiliation? In this society, no matter how strong one is, one must understand the importance of blending in, otherwise they would eventually suffer a great loss. Exchange 2 golden guards. Exchange black gold gate design blueprint. Exchange master craftsman. Yang Chen couldn't be bothered with this group of self-righteous individuals walking straight to the exchange counter and redeeming everything listed on the Nyo list. In one go. Recruiting a golden guard required a full 10,000 contribution points. Additionally, a daily salary of 1,000 points was needed to maintain the employment relationship. The hiring price for a master craftsman was equally steep, and the prices for top-tier design blueprints like the black gold gate and black gold safe were even more outrageous, requiring a master craftsman for construction. Over 50,000 points were instantly squandered. Yang Chen was completely unconcerned. Since he was going to open a store to make money, he had to do it right and implement the highest safety measures. After completing the exchange, 2 super warriors, each over 2 meters tall, appeared out of thin air behind Yang Chen, clad in resplendent golden armor and wielding massive tower shields and war spears. These formidable guards exuded a powerful aura. Additionally, there was a dwarf master craftsman with white hair and a gleaming gaze. Amidst the mixed looks of jealousy and shock from the crowd, Yang Chen left the VIP room without looking back, accompanied by this luxurious construction team. To emphasize the setting, some readers asked why he didn't use the forgetting stone to wash away the negative effects of Cursed Titan's body and madness swing. Answer: talents are a whole, the forgetting stone would erase the entire talent, otherwise the corruption stone wouldn't be called a gambling stone. One moment you're poor, the next you're rich, there's no turning back. Also, regarding the first guild, Da Huaxia has a wealth of talent and the official strength is robust. Although the protagonist is powerful at leveling up and killing bosses, when it comes to infrastructure, the efficiency of a lone wolf is just absurd compared to the official efforts. Yang Chen returned to Nyo. The 2 golden armored giants followed him with an imposing presence, instantly drawing the attention of all nearby players. Wolf brother, what is this? Nyo was stunned. He had seen people hire guards before, but even those big shots running guilds would only hire heavy armored guards in silver armor at most. The 2 he hired were just too extravagant. The master craftsman appeared, glanced at the small house under construction where only one player had just reached junior craftsman was working, and couldn't help but puff out his cheeks in annoyance. Boss, if you want a stable foundation, you need to use good materials. The master craftsman stroked his beard, hinting that Yang Chen should use higher-level blueprints and building materials. Build according to this. Yang Chen took out a high-level design blueprint, glanced at the material requirements, gritted his teeth, and handed over 500 pieces of black gold ore to the master craftsman. Good. I'll help you seriously. The master craftsman stepped forward, dismantled the previous construction, and used indestructible black gold as the foundation to start crafting an incredibly luxurious treasure vault. You have invested 500 pieces of black gold ore in the construction of Super Magic City. You have gained 50,000 contribution points. The system's pleasant voice rang out. The construction rules of Super Magic City were just like that. Even if you invested construction materials into your own store, you could still receive contribution points as a reward. That's why those top big shots would go crazy with construction, pouring building materials into their own industries and then claiming rewards through contribution points. This was a form of disguised double points. Wolf brother, I've already spread the word about the heritage stone. Several big bosses are contacting me. Nyo smiled brightly, glancing at the 2 golden armored giants beside him, feeling even more secure. Now that we have golden guards by our side, it's even more reassuring. Just you wait. Following Yang Chen's idea, Nyo prepared to hold a small auction for the heritage stone. It's up to you now. Yang Chen nodded and found a small stool to sit nearby. This should be the first tradable heritage stone, which might attract some trouble, so he stayed here temporarily to help Nyo maintain order. A few minutes later, Nyo had the passers-by he had invited stand in a straight line in front of him, with over 50 people ready to follow his orders. Oh, extras? What are they preparing to do? Yang Chen became interested, waiting for Nyo's next plan. Go! Maintain formation. On 3, 2, 1, let's flood the public screen with advertisements. Nyo gathered these over 50 extras, giving each of them 1,000 as a fee, and under his command, they began to spam the channel in the Super Magic City area. Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion is selling a heritage stone, tradable, important things are said 3 times. Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion is selling a heritage stone, tradable, important things are said 3 times. More than 50 people were spamming the regional channel simultaneously, maintaining a neat formation. Don't spam randomly. Every word must be aligned. Nyo directed, just like in the old-school online games where a guild would neatly advertise in the channel, creating quite a lively scene. Of course, the regional channel of Super Magic City had a staggering 30 million people. The advertisement from these 50 people only lasted a brief moment before being pushed up, but even so, it caused a huge stir. What the hell is this? Did I see that right? A heritage stone, tradable? Nonsense, all divine stones are bound. Could it be a mistake? A heritage stone can only be traded after being inscribed? The channel was filled with various opinions, and the discussion heated up, reaching the effect Nyo desired. In an instant, the nearby teleportation points flickered continuously and a large crowd rushed towards the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion, all wanting to see the commotion. Looking at Nyo, he stood atop a wooden crate that had been set up long ago, shouting into a loudspeaker, "Heritage stone. A tradable heritage stone, definitely not character bound, truly tradable. Big shots, get your blood coins ready." Nyo made a gesture of 3, 2, 1, and the 50 bystanders he had arranged began to shout in unison. Heritage stone, heritage stone, heritage stone. Tradable, tradable, tradable. The synchronized shouts were heard clearly by the surrounding players. No bluffing, no lying. Nyo held up the heritage stone, which shimmered with a strange light, high above his head, and everyone saw it clearly. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The advertisement was indeed true. More and more players gathered around, and many began to report to their superiors, confirming the authenticity of the heritage stone. What a clever little rascal! Yang Chen watched from a distance and had to admit that Nyo was quite the qualified merchant. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The scene became increasingly chaotic. Greed and fervor sparkled in people's eyes as they crazily pushed towards the platform where Nyo stood. Attack mode, prepare to activate. Two golden giants, resembling gate gods, exuded a powerful aura, wielding massive shields to block the crowd, almost ready to enter attack mode. Only then did people calm down a bit. The highest grade golden guards were not to be trifled with. I'll offer 10,000 blood coins. A reckless solo player in the crowd shouted the first bid. However, what greeted him was a chorus of merciless laughter and disdain. 10,000? Are you trying to send a beggar away? Haha, brother, are you awake? Do you even know what this is? 10,000 blood coins was indeed an astronomical sum for an ordinary player, but in the face of a tradable heritage stone, that amount was barely a whisper. Nyo hadn't even finished his opening spiel when the prices below began to soar like wild horses, wildly escalating. 30,000. I'll offer 50,000 blood coins. 80,000. The leaders or representatives of various guilds, at this moment, could no longer care about their demeanor, pushing their way out of the crowd. Among them were Bahai and Flaming Rose, who had previously met Yang Chen in the VIP room. They shouted hoarsely, their faces flushed and necks thick, and as the price gradually climbed, the voices of bidding weakened significantly. Blood coins exceeding 100,000 surpassed the limits of most clubs. This was no longer just a matter of money. The exchange rate for blood coins had skyrocketed to 2,000 yuan each. What's even more deadly is that there is simply no such massive stock of blood coins on the market. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy the goods. Dragon soaring across the seas, bidding 150,000. Bahai finally made his move. As soon as he spoke, he directly raised the price to a suffocating height. Hiss! A chorus of gasps echoed around. 150,000 blood coins. A single divine stone was actually auctioned off at such a high price? Bahai's pride didn't last long, as a cool and enchanting voice floated in. 200,000 of flame rose. Bahai's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. He turned his head sharply, incredulously looking at the ally beside him who had just been chatting and laughing with him a second ago. This is a blatant backstab. President Rose, what do you mean by this? Bahai's voice trembled slightly with anger. Flame Rose's charming peach blossom eyes lifted slightly and a playful smile curled at the corners of her mouth. President Bahai, for a treasure of this level, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Sorry, 200,000 blood coins. Just for a single divine stone. The price had skyrocketed to 200,000 blood coins. Nyo stood on the high platform, feeling as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat, his eyes slightly reddening with excitement. Yang Chen, who had been watching the show with a calm demeanor, couldn't help but squint his eyes. 300,000, just when everyone thought the situation was settled and this inheritance stone was about to become the property of the Qilin Society. A slightly mocking voice floated in from the back of the crowd. Wow! The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone's gaze turned in unison towards the source of the voice. 300,000? It was a big boy dressed in a luxurious magic robe, his face always wearing a sunny smile. Flame Rose, who had maintained a victorious posture, suddenly looked extremely ugly. What kind of guild has such strong financial backing to dare to bet 300,000 blood coins on an inheritance stone? The inheritance stone can strip away talents. In other words, what kind of talent could be worth 300,000 blood coins? This is just the price of the stone, and to purchase a matching talent would require another huge sum. I am Flame Rose of the Qilin Society. I don't believe anyone can immediately come up with 300,000 blood coins. This is very likely someone maliciously driving up the price, disrupting the auction. Flame Rose bit her red lip, her voice trembling slightly with anger, but she still forced herself to remain calm. I really don't have 300,000 blood coins. The magician slowly stepped out of the crowd under everyone's angry stares, calmly admitting. His words instantly ignited the entire venue. So it really was someone here to cause trouble? But he changed his tone, the sunny smile on his face becoming even more radiant. I have this. The man slowly raised his hand. A ring made entirely of mithril, embedded with a deep blue sapphire, lay quietly in his palm, emanating a mysterious and powerful energy wave. He presented the ring in front of Nyo. Ring of Shumi grade, gold type, ring required level 20 attributes, all attributes plus 5 special effect, Shumi space. Details, it is rumored to be crafted with great effort by a space mage, compressing a small world within the ring. Its value is immeasurable. Evaluation, Mom no longer has to worry about my backpack being insufficient. Shumi space provides you with an additional 100 item slots, along with 5 slots protected by absolute domain insurance. Wow. This is the legendary space ring, and it even has the super strong attribute of all attributes plus 5? A 100 slot super large backpack is powerful enough, and the insurance of the absolute domain safe is simply the dream of a lifetime. Absolutely safe. Cannot drop. Cannot be stolen. All the most precious and important items now have an absolutely safe home. Players who have played similar extraction-type games like Escape from Tarkov and Delta Force all know the importance of iron pants. After searching high and low, one can find what they need without much effort. I want this. Yang Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement when he saw the message from Nyo. The burden of insufficient backpack space had long been a problem. He had to get the space ring. Not only would it solve the issue of limited backpack space, but it could also hold special items like the Heavenly Hammer and Filth Crucible inside. The iron pants. It was foolproof, eliminating future troubles. Sorry, everyone. Nyo received the prompt and immediately straightened his back, holding a loudspeaker to announce, our Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion has decided to exchange with this gentleman. This declaration, however, made some people unwilling. It was agreed to be an auction. Now you're trading items, you Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion, you have no credibility. The Blazing Rose was the first to voice her dissent, and the members of the Qilin Society behind her began to shout as well. First of all, the Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion has not stipulated that transactions can only be conducted with blood coins. Secondly, I recognize the value of this ring. This transaction is an equivalent exchange. Nyo explained with the loudspeaker, but as he looked at the increasingly chaotic scene, the weight of pressure made beads of sweat form at his temples. Alright, so it's the Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion, huh? The tone of the Blazing Rose grew colder, laced with a hint of threat as she continued. I see you want to go against the Qilin Society? And us, the Dragon Soaring Four Seas Guild. Bahai also stepped forward with a grim face. Although he had just been backstabbed badly, they were still an alliance with common interests and needed to stand united against external threats. The Qilin Society, the Dragon Soaring Four Seas. The two major guilds joined forces to apply pressure, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Other interest alliances also began to stir. Their numbers grew, and their accusatory tones became increasingly arrogant, even preparing to take action against the two golden giants. The pressure was immense. Nyo bore the heavy burden but remained steadfast. Since the last incident where he was tricked, he had grown significantly, gradually becoming a man who could shoulder responsibilities. Are they going to make a move? Yang Chen pondered, ready to leave it to Nyo to handle if the situation truly spiraled out of control. Kill. Yang Chen exuded a fierce aura, thinking, just because the tiger doesn't show its might, don't treat me like a sick cat. Anyway, the golden treasure chest had already been exchanged. At worst, he would be expelled from the city. Bang! At that moment, the handsome young man in the sunlight slammed his magic staff heavily onto the ground. With a loud bang, the hard stone slab was smashed, creating a dense array of cracks and shallow pits. I'm Sour Radish, don't eat me. I represent the Silk Road Guild for this transaction. He slowly raised his head, and his innocent, pure eyes instantly became sharp as knives. Sweeping over everyone present, if you're not afraid of death, feel free to come up and test your hard power. The crowd erupted with even more intense gasps. This was a presence in the top 10 of the level rankings, a definite top-tier boss. And the organization behind him made everyone's hearts tremble. The Silk Road was currently recognized as the #1 life guild in Huaxia, recruiting countless top lifestyle players with a terrifying speed of wealth accumulation. In the real world, their selflessly shared strategies had elevated their status among ordinary players, earning them an excellent reputation. Some even speculated that there might be official backing behind the Silk Road. So, how strong was the Silk Road? Although this guild primarily focused on making money, one should never underestimate its combat power. With money, who would be afraid of not having people to fight for them? The evidence was right in front of them. The top 10 global streamers had all joined the Silk Road Guild, which spoke volumes. At this point, the blazing rose, Bahai, and the leaders of many guilds all had ashen faces, looking extremely grim. As peers, they understood better than anyone how deep the Silk Road's foundation was. Fighting against it is like hitting a stone with an egg, a path to self-destruction. Everyone could only remain silent, begrudgingly swallowing this bitter loss. Let's go. Bahai's face was so dark it seemed water could drip from it. He glared fiercely at the smiling magician, then resentfully swept his gaze over Nyo Nyo on the high platform, and finally left in indignation. Let's go. The Flaming Rose sighed and followed suit. Those guilds that had initially hoped to take advantage of the chaos, seeing that the two giants, Longteng Si Hai and Qi Lin Hui, had returned defeated, dared not entertain any further thoughts and scattered like birds and beasts. The storm had calmed. Thank you, big boss. Nyo Nyo looked at the Shumi ring quietly lying in his hand and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Sour Radish waved his hand, but after the transaction ended, he did not leave. Buddy, take me to meet the werewolf. I have a business deal I want to discuss with him. Sour Radish patted Nyo Nyo's shoulder, speaking in a tone that was half joking, half serious. Boom! Nyo Nyo's expression changed drastically. This person was not only here for the inheritance stone but also for the werewolf boss. What did you say? I don't understand. Nyo Nyo's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively wanting to play dumb. His little head spun rapidly, countless thoughts flashing through in an instant. It was all his fault. The name, Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion, was just too ostentatious, too obvious. Alright, stop pretending. Nyo Nyo was sweating profusely, unsure of how to respond when a familiar yet somewhat lazy voice drifted from behind him. Yang Chen had somehow sauntered in front of the two. Beside him was an old acquaintance, nodding and bowing with a fawning smile. The swindler he had encountered in the novice village, no discussion on scamming you, had also joined the wealthy Silk Road. Knowing that Nyo Nyo was collaborating with the werewolf, coupled with the name, Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion, made it even easier for people to speculate. There was more than one clue. The relationship between Yang Chen and Nyo Nyo had long been exposed. Many had seen their close relationship when they killed Zhao Delong in the burial ground. Then I'll take my leave. No discussion on scamming you. Scratched his head and self-consciously stepped aside, realizing that the upcoming battle of wits had nothing to do with him, a minor character. Werewolf boss. Finally meeting the real person. I'm your die-hard fan, I've heard so much about you. Sour Radish stepped forward, wearing a sincere and sunny smile, speaking very politely. Sour Radish. Big boss, I'm honored. Yang Chen also stepped forward, responding in the same tone. I'm also your fan. Your articled magician strategy was very enlightening for me. A magician should focus entirely on strength. This was a mutual flattery. You praise me, I praise you, and both of their images and statuses were elevated simultaneously. Conversely, stepping on each other would lower both parties' prestige. Long admired. Honored. You flatter me once, I flatter you once. Yang Chen and Sour Radish stood together, instantly feeling a kinship, gradually losing themselves in each other's compliments. Ahem. Werewolf boss, please don't be too modest. One reason I came to buy the inheritance stone, and there's another matter I need your help with. Sour Radish finally began to get to the point, continuing, the Silk Road Guild wants to invite you to assist in completing a guild task. Guild task? That was a special task issued for establishing a guild in the Tianyuan world, generally of very high difficulty. What nonsense! The Silk Road Guild still needs my help. Yang Chen understood the power of the Silk Road Guild. With their strength, establishing a guild should not be difficult, at most just a day or two later than the official, heavenly soldiers. Of course, we need it. To be honest, our guild does have many skilled players, but we lack a master like you. The task we received is quite special. Players cannot win by numbers. Swan Luobody sighed and continued, we can only trouble you. The task received by the Silk Road Guild only allows 5 players to participate, making it impossible to rely on numbers to win. Wait a minute. Yang Chen frowned. Swan Luobody is a top 10 player in the world, a true master. Handling 5 should be no problem. Swan Luobody. You can handle 1 against 5, right? If we bring in a few more support players to boost our status, can't we complete the task? Yang Chen's eyes flickered. It seemed there was more to this guild task. Damn it, the abyss. Swan Luobody couldn't help but curse, continuing, for the task we received, having just 1 strong player is useless. By the way, has the werewolf ever played Guardian of Athena? Guardian of Athena is a very old defense map in Warcraft. The mechanics are simple. In the center of the map is a statue of Athena, surrounded by 3 paths that continuously spawn monsters, defending until the end counts as a win. I've played it. Are you saying the guild task requires us to defend 3 monster spawn paths at the same time? Yang Chen's expression was strange. You can't say it isn't true. The Abyss world has quite a variety. Swan Luobody nodded, then took out a map. At the center of the image is the guild building that needs to be defended, with the surrounding terrain forming a pizza-like circle, neatly divided by 3 lines. Monsters will attack simultaneously from the 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 8 o'clock directions, with the 3 paths not intersecting. I can defend 1 path alone, so I want to ask Werewolf to assist in defending another path. The last path will be defended by our guild leader and 2 other masters. Swan Luobody explained the special circumstances of the guild task. I see. Yang Chen understood. It was a fun instance of 1 person per monster spawn path. I can assist you. Let's discuss the terms. Yang Chen revealed a kind, sunny smile. He couldn't work for free. We are willing to offer 100,000 blood coins. Additionally, Silk Road will engage in long-term cooperation with the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion. Whatever you need, just say it and Silk Road is willing to buy. The equipment sold by the Treasure Pavilion at a high price. Swan Luobody opened with a bombshell. 100,000 blood coins, worth 200 million Huaxia coins just for Warwolf to make a move once, truly extravagant. Nyo stood by, eyes wide after hearing the terms. A big client. A super big client. Long-term cooperation means all equipment will sell easily, achieving a win-win effect. Very tempting. I agree to your terms. Also, I have an additional condition. Yang Chen's smile slightly lifted, becoming even more cunning. Warwolf, please go ahead. Swan Luobody nodded. As long as the conditions weren't excessive, Silk Road could meet them. The boss wants me to fight. You are not allowed to interfere, nor can you steal equipment, materials, or resources. Yang Chen's words made Swan Luobody widen his eyes. You're asking for help and the main task is to fight the boss, right? This condition is too outrageous. Warwolf truly is Warwolf, thinking differently from others. While others fear the boss is too strong and want more people to assist them, Warwolf wants to enjoy the boss all to himself. What I mean is, I will kill all the bosses on the 3 paths. Yang Chen's smile became even brighter. Not only would he hunt the boss on his path, but he would also take all the resources from the 3 paths. How greedy, how confident. Swan Luobody looked at Yang Chen's self-assured expression, his gaze becoming even stranger. Is this the absolute confidence of the world's number 1? After negotiating the terms, Yang Chen handed over other trivial matters to Nyo and then began to fulfill the agreement. Sour Radish, don't eat, with a bright smile on his face, led Yang Chen to another equally valuable golden area of the super magic city. As they approached, a vibrant atmosphere of construction hit them. Thousands of life players, like diligent worker ants, were sweating on a vast construction site. A grand architectural complex, astonishing in scale, was rising at a visibly rapid pace. This was to be the commercial empire that the entire Huaxia district, and even the whole Tianyuan world, would gaze upon, the headquarters of the Silk Road Guild. What the hell, you bought the whole street? Yang Chen exclaimed, staring at the endless foundation in awe. The Silk Road was indeed extravagant. They were not just building a simple guild structure, they were ambitiously preparing to create an entire super commercial street that integrated trade, entertainment, and living. At the very center of the Lulan Guild building complex was a 5-story building that was already taking shape. The structure was made of a pale silver glowing moonlight rock, rich in exotic characteristics. Although the quality of this building material, white moon rock, was not as good as that of black gold, it was still a rare material. Surrounding the guild were dozens of elite guards clad in silver armor, wielding long halberds, patrolling closely, showcasing the authority and strength of a top-tier guild. As Yang Chen, bearing the notorious title of Target of 1,000 Arrows, swaggered over, the guards' expressions instantly turned vigilant, their grips on the halberds tightening, and the atmosphere grew tense. One of our own, one of our own. Sour Radish quickly stepped forward and whispered a few words in the guards' ears. Only then did the guards retract their hostility, but their gazes towards Yang Chen remained filled with scrutiny and caution. The luxury inside was beyond imagination. The floor was covered with a soft carpet made from the tan hides of unknown magical beasts, exquisite tapestries depicting exotic landscapes hung on the walls, and a faint, calming scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Hadn't the server just opened for a few hours? Where did these decorations come from? The Silk Road Guild still had the leisure to arrange such decorations. This was true wealth and deep-rooted heritage. We've arrived. Sour Radish led Yang Chen to the most luxurious room on the 5th floor. Before they entered, a crisp, melodious sound, like silver bells in the wind, faintly echoed from within. President, the War Wolf boss has arrived. Please come in. Sour Radish pushed open the door carved from a single piece of white jade, stepping aside to let Yang Chen enter first. The president was a woman? She was not the traditional beauty of the Central Plains. Her features were deep and three-dimensional, exuding a rich and mysterious exotic charm. Her long hair, as dark and shiny as obsidian, was woven into dozens of delicate braids, the tips adorned with tiny gemstones that emitted a rainbow of colors, casually cascading over her shoulders. She wore a boldly tailored exotic dance dress. The upper part clung to her skin, outlining breathtaking curves with a golden bustier, while the lower part was layered with thin, colorful gauze skirts. Her exposed skin displayed a healthy and alluring wheat color, her flat and firm abdomen showing no excess flesh, with 2 beautiful abdominal lines faintly visible. Most captivating were her bare jade-like feet. Around her fair ankles was a chain made of pure gold, adorned with intricately carved silver bells. With each gentle sway of her steps, a captivating dingling sound would resonate. Hello! The woman gracefully rose from the Persian carpeted couch, walking lightly to stand before Yang Chen. I am the president of the Silk Road, Shang Yimo. You can also call me by my ID in Tianyuan, Camel Bell Sound. Her voice was like a clear spring in the desert, slightly husky yet crisp and pleasant, filled with exotic allure. Western exotic charm. This is the true charm of the Western regions. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled as he unabashedly roamed over Shang Yimo's fiery and alluring figure, feeling quite pleased with the view. It was quite comparable to the sounds of camel bells and the dream of falling snow. Two completely different extremes of temptation, each with its own merits, equally matched. However, Yang Chen never expected that the mastermind behind the Silk Road would be such a captivating beauty. I've long admired the name of the war wolf. I wonder if the war wolf has had his fill of sights. Shang Yimo's voice carried a hint of laughter, although her face was veiled, her eyes, bright as obsidian, curved into two mischievous crescents. Not enough. When it comes to beautiful women, I never have enough. Yang Chen even pulled up a small stool and sat right in front of Shang Yimo, enjoying the view even more brazenly. Beside him, the sour radish almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face flushed from suppressing laughter. The war wolf was indeed a man of temperament, unabashedly admiring legs right in front of the guild leader. Let's get down to business. The silver bell's on. Shang Yimo's ankle chimed again as two more people walked in. The iron armor was a towering warrior, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in heavy steel armor and wielding a massive tower shield. Each step he took echoed with the heavy clanking of armor. Clearly the most solid and reliable frontline meat shield. The little prince's milk was a petite, sweet-looking nurse. She held a staff embedded with a huge pink crystal, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she examined Yang Chen. Everyone's here. With you, Warwolf. That's exactly 5 people. Shang Yimo's voice rang out again. The 5-person team was assembled, and it was time to get down to business. As the president of the Silk Road, Shang Yimo naturally had to personally participate in this crucial guild mission. Her own strength was not weak either. Along with the top experts, Iron Armor and Little Prince's Milk, they were responsible for guarding the road at the 4 o'clock position. The Sour Radish, as a top 10 super big shot in the world, would single-handedly cover the defense line at the 8 o'clock position. As for Yang Chen, he was naturally assigned to the main road at the 12 o'clock position. That was also the route with the highest number of monsters, the fiercest attacks, and the greatest difficulty among the 3 paths. At this moment, the powerful warrior, like a steel giant tower, took heavy steps and approached Yang Chen. The iron armor towered over him, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression as he looked down at Yang Chen. What did this mean? Looking for trouble? Yang Chen slowly turned his head, his gaze sharpening instantly. He stared intently at the eyes hidden beneath the heavy helmet of iron armor, and a tense atmosphere filled the air between them. When did he offend him? War Wolf. A voice full of sincerity and admiration came muffled from beneath the cold helmet. I'm your diehard fan. Could you sign my armor? Just right, China, number 1. The towering man suddenly fidgeted like a lovesick girl. He even mimicked Yang Chen's gestures when he gave speeches on the global channel, awkwardly raising his armored hand to form an extremely embarrassing one gesture. This unexpected statement almost made Yang Chen burst out laughing. This iron fool was actually a fan? Iron armor, stop it. Let's finish the task first. Shang Yimo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This was a top expert of the Silk Road, losing face in front of the war wolf was simply unbearable. No problem. Yang Chen waved his hand and readily agreed. He found a brush on the table and boldly signed his name in flamboyant strokes on the gleaming heavy breastplate. The handwriting was crooked and twisted, resembling a dog's paw, filled with the artistic aura of postmodern abstractionism, highly recognizable. Hee, success in chasing stars. Tai Jiayi looked at the ink treasure on his chest, letting out a satisfied, silly laugh, and then contentedly returned to his original position. Then I'll start the mission. Shang Yimo rubbed her swollen temples, grouped everyone into a team, walked to the center of the room, and officially initiated the guild mission released by Tianyuan. Buzz, on the floor of the room, an ancient teleportation array composed of countless complex runes appeared out of thin air, emitting mysterious and dangerous spatial fluctuations. Guild secret realm. The group exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, and resolutely stepped into the swirling light gate. Defend the guild territory. Your team needs to defend against 30 waves of different types of enemies. Please try not to let the Lulan Guild Hall sustain damage. Remaining durability will affect the final task evaluation and rewards. The system's prompt echoed in the secret realm. This was an independent subspace with a scaled-down version of the Lulan Guild Hall standing behind them, its top clearly displaying a green health bar. That was its durability. Defending against 30 waves of enemies, the higher the durability, the higher the task completion rate, and naturally, the more generous the rewards. Surrounding the Lulan Guild Hall was a vast green grassland. In the distance, there were 3 narrow passages, each several hundred meters long and only a dozen meters wide, from which monsters would continuously emerge from the rotating teleportation portal at the innermost point. Battle Wolf, I'll leave the main road to you. Everyone, let's work together to complete this task. Shang Yimo reminded one last time, the silver bell on her ankle ringing with a crisp sound as she led Tai Jiayi and Little Prince Milk towards the passage at the 4 o'clock direction. I'm going over there. Swan Luabwa Bichi gave Yang Chen a thumbs up and quickly ran towards the passage at the 8 o'clock direction. Interesting. Yang Chen smiled slightly and walked towards the most open path. First, wave attack countdown. 60 seconds. The system's voice rang out again. Monsters would spawn in 1 minute. Yang Chen didn't waste time and took out the golden grade Shumi ring from his backpack. A good item, but still not safe enough. After all, the ring could drop, be stolen, or damaged. Only by extracting its talent and merging it with himself could he be truly foolproof. Yang Chen took out an unused fusion stone from his backpack and directly extracted the ability of Shumi Space. The ring shattered, transforming into an incredibly pure spatial energy that merged into his body. You have obtained the talent, Shumi Space. There were still 3 upgrade stones left and used, so he took out 2 to upgrade consecutively. 2 brilliant beams of light flashed, and the Shumi Space talent immediately upgraded to golden level. Shumi Space Golden. You gain an additional 500 item slots, along with 20 slots protected by absolute domain insurance. Perfect. Now he no longer had to worry about running out of backpack space. Yang Chen then placed several precious items, including Nagwa Cauldron, Tiangong Hammer, Golden Treasure Chest, Super Treasure Chest, various divine stones, rare ores, and several pieces of golden equipment, all into the absolutely safe iron shorts. Time's up. First wave of enemies, attack begins accompanied by the system's cold prompt. The teleportation portals at the deepest points of the 3 passages erupted with blinding light. Simultaneously, a dozen seemingly dull and harmless geese waddled out from the teleportation portal in front of Yang Chen, honking. Ha! Yang Chen was a bit surprised. He had imagined various unexpected situations, but this group of geese was too weak, even a bit insulting. The first few waves are not difficult. Everyone, don't let your guard down. The enemy's strength will increase with each wave. Shang Emo reminded in the team channel. She held 2 crescent-shaped curved blades in her hands, her figure transforming into a deadly shadow as she danced gracefully among the dazed geese. As the light of the blades flickered, each goose was swiftly dispatched with a single strike, killed on the spot. Okay, don't eat the sour radish. Raising the heavy magic staff in her hand, she lightly smashed it down on a goose, yet it still turned them into a bloody pulp, a scene too gruesome to behold. On the other side, Yang Chen seized this opportunity to test his new skill. With a thought, the royal guardian summoned 2 dark green beams of light filled with primal brutality, shooting up from the ground before him. Within the light, 2 exceptionally strong and terrifying figures slowly crawled up from the ground. The royal goblin warrior on the left, enhanced by the royal gene talent, stood an astonishing 2 meters tall. Beneath its dark green skin, bulging muscles like granite exuded explosive power, wielding a fearsome spiked club. The royal goblin marksman on the right appeared even more formidable, though not as towering as the warrior. Its muscle lines were more streamlined and firm. Its gaze was sharp as a hawk, holding a longbow crafted from monster tendons and black ironwood, with a sharp arrowhead dripping with viscous poison. The elite guards summoned by Yang Chen were of the same level as him. In terms of size and equipment, they were clearly more powerful than the elite goblins he had encountered in the lair. Without needing to lift a finger, Yang Chen casually watched his newly summoned henchman with interest. Geeka! Roar! The 2-meter-tall royal goblin warrior let out a bloodthirsty and frenzied roar. Its crimson, brutal eyes instantly locked onto the group of geese still honking loudly ahead. With powerful legs, it charged forward like an out-of-control green tank, determined to crush everything in its path. Bang! A dull, thunderous sound. The leading goose didn't even have time to react before the spiked club, carrying immense force, struck it squarely on the forehead. No suspense. It was smashed into a pulp. On the other side, the royal goblin marksman appeared even more elegant and deadly. In a standard bow-drawing posture, it pulled the black ironwood longbow to its full moon. Buzz! The bowstring trembled, and the poison arrow instantly sliced through the air, leaving a faint afterimage. Thud! The arrow accurately pierced through one goose's eye socket. Its tremendous penetrating power even going through its entire head, finally exiting from the back of its skull, pinning it firmly to the ground behind. In just a few seconds, the first wave of over a dozen geese was slaughtered by these 2 brutal henchmen. Not a single feather able to approach Yang Chen. Holy crap! So the war wolf boss is a summoner? In the distance, Don't Eat the Sour Radish took a moment to glance over. When he saw the 2 goblin guardians rampaging like demigods, disbelief was written all over his face. Second wave attack countdown. 30 seconds with all the geese slaughtered. The system's cold notification sounded again. You 2, go to the back and guard, don't steal my kills. After testing the skill's effect, Yang Chen disdainfully ordered the goblins to leave. What a joke! Although these 2 were fierce and brutal in battle, they were stealing his kills. Those walking big treasures and equipment materials still needed to be harvested by him personally to maximize the benefits. The second wave of monsters soon approached. Raging wild boar was also a type of low-level monster, but its aggression was much stronger than that of the dazed geese. They were covered in a layer of hard black bristles, with 2 sharp, curved tusks glinting with a chilling light in the dim corridor. Come! Yang Chen dashed towards the pile of monsters in an instant. Monkey steals peach. First take out the big treasure. Following that was a powerful and Heavy strike, the mountain splitter in Sea Breaker style, directly severing two large pig elbows. You have stolen the treasure of the rampaging wild boar. You have stolen the left foreleg of the rampaging wild boar. You have stolen the rampaging boar's tusk. With that kick of the mountain splitter and Sea Breaker, the body of the rampaging wild boar exploded, and two plump, intact elbows were perfectly cut off. Some pork and sharp tusks also fell into his backpack. Now that's more like it. Maximizing benefits, not even the weakest little monster can be overlooked. Third wave, clucking battle chickens, making their entrance in overalls. Fourth wave, a group of mole engineers, charging in with shovels. Fifth wave, a group of fishmen wielding rusty harpoons, reeking of stinking seaweed. Until the 10th wave, the portal deep in the corridor shone brightly, finally revealing a slightly stronger monster. Stony giant. It was a bronze-level boss standing over 3 meters tall. Its body was covered in naturally formed angles and grooves, shimmering with a cold and heavy metallic luster, clearly very hard. This is great. This elemental giant, while not afraid of poison and bleeding effects, was naturally countered by Yang Chen's incredibly powerful rust effect. Everyone, don't attack. Let me handle it. Yang Chen shouted excitedly in the team channel, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot, and the next moment he appeared like a ghost beside the stony giant. He raised his leg and delivered a heavy kick in the mountain splitter and Sea Breaker style. Boom! Mining proficiency plus 200. You have obtained fine steel or asterisk 26. You have additionally obtained black steel or asterisk 1. Yang Chen's earth-shattering kick actually yielded a massive amount of ore and increased his mining skill proficiency, which was quite absurd. This boss was practically a moving rare or vein. Awesome! Yang Chen shook his head wildly, his pink rabbit ears spinning like propellers. Skills cooled down quickly, and he kicked out again, shattering the stony giant's arms as well. No time to waste. There were other bosses in the 2 other corridors waiting for him to mine. Yang Chen instantly unleashed all his firepower, throwing various skills at the stony giant as if they were free. The rust effect brought its defense to 0 in an instant, and with terrifying direct damage combined with multiple attacks from Supreme Shadow, the tough-skinned stony giant was killed in just a few seconds. Crash! The massive body of the stony giant exploded, turning into a sky full of shimmering metallic ore, scattered all over the ground. This was actually a special benefit granted by the guild's secret realm. After all, establishing a guild requires a massive amount of resources, and these bosses guarding the checkpoints just happened to provide the top-tier building materials. Everyone else was dumbfounded. In a brief 5 seconds, the stony giant was defeated. His desire to monopolize 3 bosses didn't seem like mere bragging. The War Wolf boss clearly had the strength to do so. Holy crap! Isn't the War Wolf boss a summoner? Where's the logic in this? Sour. Radish muttered in the channel, skillfully holding back the stony giant on his path. On the other side, Iron Armory was holding a heavy fine steel giant shield, firmly resisting the stony giant's fierce attacks, while the healer behind him continuously healed him. No one attack. Let the War Wolf boss handle it. Shang Yimou strictly adhered to the agreement, allowing teammates to maintain full defense. I'm coming. Yang Chen directly activated the Sheep King charge skill. His legs moved like the wheels of fire, and he transformed into a fleeting streak of light, dashing madly down the corridor. His stamina seemed nearly endless, maintaining a state of sprinting at all times. The wind howled as it rushed past his ears, and the 100-meter-long corridor appeared in an instant. Yang Chen first arrived at the path of Shang Yimou like a bullet shot from a cannon, crashing hard into the stone giant. Boom! A dull roar echoed, and the stone giant was actually sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit, falling into a dazed state. Mountain splitting, sea breaking style. Yang Chen charged forward, kicking out a massive amount of ore. Refreshing. He continued his frenzied assault, smashing all 4 limbs of the boss, then using the same method to kill it. One more. Yang Chen shook his head, the cooldown of his skills rapidly decreasing. He used blink while sprinting forward, shaking his head wildly. He waited until the cooldown of Mu King charge was restored to 3 minutes, transforming once again into an unstoppable locomotive. Hee thanks for tanking the monsters for me. Yang Chen zipped past the sour radish and sent the last stone giant flying. He revealed a gentle smile, then subjected the poor stone giant to another round of brutal torment, quickly killing it. Countdown to the 11th wave of attack. 30 seconds. Yang Chen hurriedly picked up the ore on the ground, then said in the team channel, President Shang Yimou, can you help me carry the ore that dropped over there? Don't be greedy and keep it for yourself, you'll have to return it to me later. After saying that, he swiftly returned to the main road he was guarding. Is this the legendary War Wolf boss? Shang Yimou looked at the figure that vanished like the wind at the end of the corridor, then glanced down at the pile of rare ore at her feet, glowing faintly like a small mountain. A strange expression of helplessness appeared on her stunning face, veiled by a light gauze. President, what kind of ability and talent does he have? How did he take down all those bosses in just a few moves? The little prince beside her whispered, initially thinking that the 10th wave boss battle would pose some trouble, but it turned out to be a complete annihilation. The entire process was too brief. From the moment Yang Chen killed the first boss to the last one turning into a sky full of ore, it probably took less than a minute, right? and most of that time was spent running. Incredible! In that brief minute, he effortlessly traversed 3 different battle lines, obliterating the bosses to dust. I don't know. Shang Yimou also showed a bewildered expression. Is the war wolf a summoner? A warrior? An assassin? No one knew what profession the war wolf truly was, nor did they understand why his talent build was so monstrous. Ding, congratulations, your level has increased to level 23, all attributes +1, free attribute +5, your skill mountain splitting. Sea breaking style has reached a new realm. Yang Chen returned to his defense line, pleasantly surprised to find that his level had increased, and his skill realm had also been upgraded. The mountain splitting, sea breaking style now had a new effect. Mountain splitting, sea breaking style. New special effect, void step. Void step. When casting the skill, you can instantly advance 10 meters forward and destroy part of the terrain. Displacement effect. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. This was simply a divine skill tailored for him. The mountain splitting, sea breaking style already had terrifying single target burst damage, and now it could unleash horrifying special effects. Now, with an additional powerful displacement comparable to blink, his mobility and pursuit ability had been elevated to a new level. As for the effect of destroying part of the terrain, it was even more intriguing. Did this mean, in the future, he could kick open a sturdy city gate or even carve a path through a wall? The 11th wave of monsters arrived, as scheduled. As the portal flickered with light, more than 20 green-skinned goblin minions armed with crude weapons rushed out, chattering and screeching. Perfect timing. Yang Chen licked his lips, ready to use these cannon fodder to test the power of his new special effect. The thigh muscles instantly tensed, and the foot suddenly exerted force. He transformed into a blurred afterimage, leaping half a meter off the ground, and with the momentum of thunder, he kicked fiercely at the goblin charging at the front. A goblin soldier had its arm completely severed by that overwhelming leg strength, and the dull force did not diminish, instantly turning it into a cloud of flying green mush. So useful. Too useful. The effect of this was simply smoother than, allowing for rapid displacement while also delivering terrifying damage. A few seconds later, Yang Chen slaughtered the 11th wave of minions as if he were a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He cast a curious glance at the others in the team, waiting for the next wave of monsters to spawn. Tai Jai stood like an immovable mountain of steel, his heavy steel shield blocking all goblin attacks. Meanwhile, he swung his one-handed giant hammer continuously, each strike accompanied by the dull sound of a goblin skull shattering. Little Prince Nai appeared to be handling things with ease. These goblins couldn't break through Tai Jai's defense. She only needed to occasionally cast a healing spell and refresh other buffs to complete her tasks effortlessly. Shang Yimou's figure was the most pleasing to the eye. She danced like a butterfly on the edge of a knife, her 2 crescent-shaped sabers flying up and down, each unsheathing taking a fresh life. The glimmer of the blades showcased the art of assassination, steady, precise, ruthless. Not bad, a healer, a meat shield, and a high damage output. Yang Chen mused, somewhat surprised. As the guild leader, Shang Yimou spent most of her time handling guild affairs, yet her level and strength had not fallen behind at all, clearly indicating she had put in hard work or perhaps utilized her money ability. Looking to the other side, Yang Chen's expression changed, the scene becoming abstract. Swan Luabwa Bichi, one of the top 10 mages in the world, was currently performing in a way that completely subverted all perceptions of the mage profession. The heavy magic staff in his hand suddenly lit up with a sphere of light more dazzling than the sun. Swan Luabwa Bichi gripped the staff with both hands and thrust it forward. The blinding light instantly blinded the goblins ahead, plunging them into a brief state of blindness. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, followed by a spear-like thrust. He actually used that heavy magic staff as an unstoppable spear. The weight of the staff, carrying immense force, instantly pierced through a goblin's chest. Big brother, you don't have a spearhead. But who says you can't kill without a spearhead? With that extreme power attribute, the magic staff crushed the goblin's sternum, emerging from its back. Stab, stab, stab. Swan Luabwa Bichi's magic staff swung out a flurry of spear shadows, piercing through the blinded goblins next door. And soon all enemies were slaughtered. Is this your idea of a mage? Despicable. Does your spearhead have a flash effect? Yang Chen finally couldn't help but vent in the team channel. Swan Luabwa Bichi's move was truly insidious, shameless, and utterly lacking in martial ethics. Just imagine, when the two faced off, Swan Luabwa Bichi's spearhead blinded you with it. How could you continue fighting after that? Wolf Warrior, let's call it even. Your special effects are even more twisted than mine. I saw it, you kicked the goblin's arm clean off. Swan Luabwa Bichi immediately retorted in the team channel, filled with envy and jealousy. What the hell is this? It's simply a human dismemberment machine. After clearing the small monsters, Swan Luabwa Bichi swung the magic staff violently, splattering the green blood on the ground. That carefree posture, that disdainful aura, was simply imitating the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changshan. War Wolf Boss, what kind of talent do you have? Why so bizarre? Let's exchange some intel, since we're just sitting around anyway. Sour Radish glanced at the countdown. There were still 30 seconds until the 12th wave of monsters. These small monsters were easy to clear, so it was better to take the time to chat. Talent information, this was a very private matter. Exposing one's talent card was an extremely foolish act. Once exposed, it meant that your combat style, strengths, and weaknesses would be laid bare, allowing opponents to adjust their equipment and skills accordingly. In fact, information about the werewolf had long been circulating among players. Many had witnessed his fighting style firsthand, especially his flashy moves while slaughtering monsters at the polluted zone's entrance, with overwhelming lightning chains and nauseating area poison, which had already become the werewolf's iconic calling card. Inquiring about my talent skills? I just do some summoning, play around with effects, nothing special. Yang Chen didn't even lift his eyelids, misleadingly explaining. Misleading. This is the art of language. Every word Yang Chen said was true, but when combined, it cleverly diverted attention with summoning. Everyone knew the werewolf had terrifying effects, but what those effects were and how they were triggered, not a single person knew. What about you? Yang Chen countered, equally curious about the secrets of the mage before him. I have a talent called Strength that uproots mountains. Sour Radish seemed quite forthright, actually, revealing his own trump card. The effect is simple. It allows me to add my total 6-dimensional attributes to strength. Last time I got a golden treasure chest as a reward, I used the evolution stone inside to upgrade it to dark gold level, so now the bonuses are even higher. I also have a talent that I got from a random awakening stone, called Dragon-like Spear. This talent allows all polearm-type weapons to have an extremely high armor-piercing effect, and it forcibly grants the sharp weapon trait, which is why I can stab people to death with this broken staff. Goodness! Yang Chen's eyelids twitched. He realized he wasn't the only one with a perverse talent. Strength that uproots mountains could convert all 6-dimensional attributes into strength. This meant that all the intelligence, endurance, and constitution he increased would be additionally transformed into super strong attack power, recklessly turning himself into a tank. The potential of this talent could definitely rival Yang Chen's cursed titan body. Unbelievable. If Yang Chen were to obtain this talent, his already terrifying all-attribute bonuses added to strength would be unimaginable, turning him into a muscle monster capable of destroying the world. Dragon-like Spear was equally domineering, as long as it was a polearm weapon, whether it was a stick, staff, long saber, or red tassel spear, it could add the dual effects of sharp weapon and armor piercing. Thus, Sour Radish, as a mage, possessed terrifying physical damage comparable to top warriors, combined with the various magical skills he mastered, ultimately becoming a powerful dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Quite strong. The world of Tianyuan was vast and boundless, with various talents emerging endlessly. The BD construction of talents and skills was limited only by one's imagination. If you could think of it, others could achieve it. As long as your thinking was broad enough, along with a bit of luck, you could carve out an invincible path of your own. P.S. The protagonist isn't the only one. The supporting characters also have unique talents and growth paths, just not as outrageous as the protagonist. Impressive. No wonder he's one of the top 10 masters in the world, carving out a path uniquely his own. Sour Radish. Aren't you afraid of exposing your talent and getting targeted by others? The team channel was filled with the worried voice of the little prince. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, apart from our own people, there's only the war wolf boss here. Sour Radish shrugged indifferently and continued. I couldn't beat the war wolf boss anyway, so what difference does it make if my talent is exposed? If I can't win, I still can't win. And there are a few core talents that I can't tell you about. Sour Radish changed the subject, a sly smile appearing on his face. So that's it. This kid isn't really foolish. He still has a few real trump cards hidden away, and that might be the secret to his steady position in the top 10 of the entire server. Sour Radish is amazing. No wonder you can be in the global top 10. Yang Chen gave a thumbs up, effortlessly clearing the 12th wave of small monsters while generously praising Sour Radish's strength. If we're talking about amazing, the war wolf boss is the real deal. Back then, when he cursed all the countries, I became a little fanboy. Sour Radish stabbed a goblin through and continued to exaggerate Yang Chen's praises. Here we go. Again. People lifting each other up, mutual flattery in business. The two exchanged compliments joyfully, leaving the other three in the team with faces full of black lines, goosebumps all over. Speaking of which, Yang Chen changed the subject, a friendly smile on his face. Do you have any plans to sell your talent, strength to move mountains? I can buy it at a high price. If he could get his hands on this incredible talent, wouldn't his already terrifying attribute panel skyrocket? Ha! Sour Radish reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, instinctively crossing his arms over his chest and looking at Yang Chen warily. War wolf boss. Don't get any strange ideas about me. This talent is definitely not for sale. I could sell you my backside if you want, but the core talent is off the table. Sour Radish knew very well that strength to move mountains was the cornerstone of his entire build. Once he lost this talent, his entire structure would collapse instantly, turning him into a useless mishmash. Is that so? You guys from the Silk Road spent a fortune to buy my inheritance stone. You must be planning to continue nurturing Sour Radish, right? Yang Chen's eyes flickered as he finally brought the topic to the real point. He could continuously plunder and create various precious talents through the two bug-like skills, monkey stealing peaches, and stone crafting. But for other players, the ways to obtain powerful talents were few and far between. Most could only rely on awakening stones to try their luck, or occasionally obtain fusion stones to extract from equipment. The emergence of inheritance stones completely changed everything. The Silk Road Guild could use its strong financial power to sift through players with incredible abilities in the market and then use the inheritance stones to strip their talents and concentrate them on one person. In the end, they would artificially create an invincible super warrior. Clearly, the super warrior chosen by the Silk Road was this top 10 player, Sour Radish, War Wolf Boss. It's impolite to pry into others' core secrets. The melodious voice of Shang Yimou, with its exotic charm, rang out at the right moment. Although she didn't answer directly, her sly teasing was equivalent to an admission. Sure enough, the inheritance stone she purchased had likely already selected its target. Interesting. This was still the early stage of the Tianyuan world, and these truly top-tier guilds had already begun to invest heavily in cultivating their super aces. The gap between ordinary casual players and them would inevitably widen infinitely in the future. Of course, exceptions like Yang Chen were another story. He, don't eat the sour radish, stood up and made a roundabout remark, saying slyly, but if you're willing to elaborate on your talents, we could exchange some information. Dream on. Let's stop here. We all have our secrets. Keeping a bit of distance is a good thing. Yang Chen decisively ended the topic. Although both sides were currently getting along well, once the most core interests were involved, any seemingly solid ally relationship could become more fragile than paper. Monster farming. Finish the quest early, get off work early. The sour radish joked, steering the conversation back to the lighthearted monster hunting. Wave 13, Wave 14, Wave 15. Amidst laughter and chatter, everyone easily fended off wave after wave of monster attacks. However, as the waves increased, the strength of the monsters gradually rose. Some elites and bosses began to appear frequently among the horde. Iron Armor E gradually felt the pressure. Deep and shallow scratches began to appear on his sturdy steel heavy armor, and the frequency of the little prince's healing also increased. Go. You two, go help them. Yang Chen observed everything and ordered 2 tall and strong goblins to assist. Royal Goblin Warrior, Royal Goblin Marksman. The Goblin Warrior let out a bloodthirsty and frenzied roar. Its 2-meter tall, robust body charged like an out-of-control green heavy tank, rushing fiercely towards the defense line where Shang Yimou was located. The Royal Goblin Marksman, agile in form, leaped silently to the back of the team. It drew its black ironwood longbow in a standard posture, its sharp eagle-like gaze instantly locking onto a nearby elite monster preparing to ambush. Buzz, the bowstring trembled, and an arrow tainted with deadly poison sliced through the air. Thud! A raging barbarian, unable to let out a scream, was precisely pierced through the eye socket by this arrow, the immense force pinning it firmly to the ground behind. Extraordinary power. The combat strength of these 2 Royal Goblin Guards was even more formidable than that of top-tier players. My god, is this a summoned creature? They are too fierce. The little prince's big watery eyes widened in astonishment. Iron Armor E was equally shocked. That 2-meter-tall Royal Goblin Warrior, with just a few charges, sent those elite monsters that had been giving him headaches tumbling. Boss. This was no summoned creature, they were practically 2 little bosses. The addition of the 2 Royal Goblins instantly relieved everyone's pressure. The world's #1 battle wolf really has some skills. Shang Yimou wiped the blood off her crescent blade. Her eyes, veiled by a light gauze, curved into 2 cunning crescents. Her choice was indeed correct. Collaborating with a big shot like the battle wolf could only benefit the Silk Road. Finally, after everyone's efforts, the 20th wave of monster attacks arrived as scheduled. Countdown to the 20th wave attack. 30 seconds. This boss, Twisted Treyant, a silver-level boss. The system's cold prompt echoed, and the portal at the deepest part of the 3 passages suddenly became blindingly bright. A force filled with decay and corruption surged wildly from within the portal. A massive creature, over 3 meters tall and grotesquely twisted, slowly stepped out from the portal in front of Yang Chen. It was an ancient Treyant completely eroded by dark powers. Its trunk exhibited a morbid, corpse-like gray-black color covered in deep purple, eerie patterns resembling human veins, countless thick vines twisted and curled at their ends, sprouting menacing jaws filled with sharp teeth that opened and closed incessantly. Creak, creak, creak. As the twisted tree demon made its appearance, it raised its arms formed from sturdy branches, emitting a harsh screech reminiscent of dry wood scraping against itself. Accompanying its movements, the decayed leaves and soil on the ground surged as if alive, from which emerged a dozen small tree demons made of dead branches and vines. It can summon minions? Let me handle this. Before the twisted tree demon could steady itself, a blurred afterimage, carrying the force of thunder, descended from the sky. Yang Chen executed a flying kick. Mountain Splitter Seabreaker. He stepped in midair, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the air. His right leg, infused with the strength of mountains, traced a perfect arc in the air, striking fiercely at the tree demon's 2 immensely thick arms. Crack! Green sap erupted like a fountain, and amidst the flying wood chips, the twisted tree demon's arms were severed by Seabreaker. A series of unexpected system notifications suddenly rang out. Lumberjack proficiency plus 200. You have obtained a life profession identity, Junior Lumberjack. Junior Lumberjack. The stamina consumed when wielding a lumberjack axe is reduced to 9 points, and there is a very small chance of obtaining higher grade hidden wood when chopping trees. If the previous stubborn stone giant was a moving rare or vein, then the twisted tree demon before him was a living top tier. Lumber repository. You have obtained Shadow Rodwood *23. You have obtained Black Deathwood Tumor *1. Yang Chen's attack directly yielded a large amount of rare wood from the boss. Bleed immunity, rust immunity, poison. Damage significantly reduced. Flying dragon cloud grass. No items on the target. As a plant-type monster, the twisted tree demon was naturally immune to bleed and rust effects, and poison damage was reduced by more than half, plus it was extremely poor. So what? This dark, damp plant was inherently weak to electricity and fire. Yang Chen grinned, and the violet electric energy exploded in his palm. Lightning 5-chain whip ZZZ. The lightning chains, like silver snakes, wildly darted about, enveloping all the small tree demons that had just been summoned. Their fragile dead branches and vines were instantly charred into clumps of blackened charcoal under the raging current. Paralysis. The terrifying effect of the multiple lightning chains rendered even the silver-grade twisted tree demon unable to move, convulsing violently in place. The bizarre substances on its body, resembling tumors, exploded one after another under the electric strikes, causing significant real damage. What the hell? This is exactly like the rumors. Battle Wolf, you really are a spark of lightning. In the distance, the sour radish was entangled with the twisted tree demon, first eliminating the summoned minions. When he turned to look at Yang Chen, his expression became even more peculiar. The violent thunderous power was on par with any mage. This is bizarre. What profession is Battle Wolf, anyway? Summoner? Special effects warrior? Now he's turned into a mage overflowing with elemental damage? Ha! This monster is somewhat similar to the Golden Skeleton King? Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover that the twisted tree demon possessed an extremely powerful regeneration ability. Its severed arms writhed at the wounds as if alive, countless deep purple flesh buds and newly sprouted vines intertwining and quickly reassembling. However, all of this was in vain. Before the new branches could fully grow, a leg shadow, carrying the force of a landslide, arrived on schedule, ruthlessly severing them once more. Lumberjack skill plus 200. Lumberjack skill plus 200. Your life profession has been promoted. Intermediate Lumberjack. Yang Chen continuously severed its newly sprouted branches, and the Lumberjack's level surprisingly completed its promotion in just a few seconds. The more health, the more wood. Can this monster infinitely spawn wood? However, now is not the time to dawdle. Yang Chen's peripheral vision glanced towards the other two paths. Don't Eat the Sour Radish was still handling the boss with ease, but the group of Shang Yimou and others on the other path was starting to struggle. The Royal Goblin Warriors and Sharpshooters were continuously eliminating the summoned Traians, while Iron Armory was alone, struggling to withstand the boss's frenzied attacks. Root entanglement. The twisted trent's arms suddenly plunged into the ground, and countless roots as tough as giant pythons burst forth, instantly wrapping around Iron Armory's body tightly. My purification spell is useless. President, I can only trouble you to cut those roots. The little Prince Naijiao anxiously cast the purification spell, but the holy white light fell on the roots, unable to disperse them. Alright, hold on, Shang. Yimou gritted her silver teeth, her crescent-shaped blade transforming into two deadly streams of light, swiftly severing all the roots entangled around Iron Armory, allowing him to break free from the entanglement. Although everyone could still barely hold on, compared to the two unparalleled masters, Warwolf and Don't Eat the Sour Radish, they appeared so much more flustered. Looking back at Yang Chen, the effect of paralysis was still ongoing. Just as the Trent's branches regenerated, they were immediately severed again by the sea break effect, leaving no opportunity for a decent counterattack. The Silk Road Chamber of Commerce has some backbone. They didn't ask me for help, nor did they urge me. Yang Chen mused. When he used to work in the company, the client felt like a god after paying a little deposit, urging you 8 times a day, treating you like a beast of burden to be whipped at will. In contrast, the attitude of the Silk Road was somewhat more endearing. Let's speed things up. After all, they paid to invite him, so he shouldn't let the client look too embarrassed. Poison application. The cold poison of the strange python. Untreatable poison plague. Yang Chen accelerated the pace of killing the boss, a layer of deadly poison covering his hands. The twisted Trent's entire body was instantly enveloped in a layer of ice crystals, its attributes rapidly declining under the curse, and its health bar was visibly draining. Boom! The final mountain splitter sea breaker kicked the massive body of the twisted Traiant into scattered materials. Mu King Charge. Yang Chen immediately used the charge skill to rush forward, transforming into a stream of light, instantly crossing hundreds of meters, charging towards the passage where Shang Yimou was. Alright, let me handle it. Yang Chen's Mu King Charge struck the twisted Traiant like a battering ram, sending it flying several meters away, forcefully taking over the boss in front of him. Don't eat the sour radish, big guy. Please hold on a bit longer. Try not to hurt the boss. I need to gather more materials, Yang Chen said leisurely in the team channel. He wasn't in a hurry to kill the second boss immediately, as there was another unparalleled master holding the line on the other side. He could slowly use Mountain Splitter Sea Breaker to disassemble this tray ant into wood, maximizing the benefits. Upon hearing this, Shan Yimou and the others couldn't help but gasp, exchanging glances. Gather materials? The boss that others needed to give their all to barely withstand was just a pile of high-grade materials in this man's eyes. War Wolf, big guy, why do I feel like this is such a loss? Entering the guild's secret realm dungeon, you're just taking and eating. Don't eat the sour radish was nimbly dodging around the boss while gritting his teeth and complaining in the channel. That's just how I do things. Yang Chen shrugged nonchalantly, only by taking. From both sides could one be truly satisfied. In the midst of laughter and chatter, the second boss's limbs were completely severed by him, ultimately transforming into a sky full of wood chips with a reluctant wail. A glow of leveling up flashed across everyone, and the experience gained from defeating the boss allowed them to level up directly. I leveled up, the little prince exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, War Wolf. Iron Armory also clasped his fists in gratitude. Yang Chen glanced at his experience bar. With the increase in level, the experience required for leveling up was also growing, and the two silver bosses had only added a little more than half a bar of experience. The downside of teaming up is this: experience needs to be shared among 5 people. It's much more satisfying to enjoy the experience alone. Alright, sour radish, leave the rest to me. Yang Chen charged forward like a ram and arrived at the side of the third boss. This boss needed to be dealt with slowly, allowing its powerful regeneration ability to reach its limit so he could gather more materials. Congratulations, your life profession has been upgraded, Senior Lumberjack. Unknowingly, Yang Chen had already severed the branches and arms of over 60 tree demons, and with the double experience boost from the blood wine, he directly advanced to Senior Lumberjack. Awesome! Shadow Rotting Wood, 1321. Black Deathwood Tumor, 63. This twisted tree demon had been repeatedly tormented by Yang Chen, with the materials stolen and severed far exceeding the rewards it could drop upon normal death. The 20th wave of attacks is about to time out. Countdown for the 21st wave of attacks, 60 seconds. Yang Chen tortured this poor boss for over 10 minutes, exceeding the time limit for each wave of monsters, and the next wave of monsters directly entered the countdown. It seems we can't farm infinitely. Yang Chen sighed regretfully as he completely killed the third twisted tree demon, picked up all the materials, and hurried back to the main road he was guarding. Be careful. Last 10 waves of monsters. Their strength will increase. Shan Yimou reminded, while several teammates stood ready. The previously light-hearted atmosphere gradually became tense. As long as they could withstand these 10 waves of monsters, they could establish a guild after defeating the boss. Danger. Starting from the 21st wave of monsters, the difficulty of the guild secret realms suddenly increased. The monsters pouring out generally exceeded level 20, and their attacks became increasingly fierce and rapid. To 1st wave, ghouls. They were a group of hunchbacked, terrifying humanoid creatures with skin that had a deathly gray hue. They ran on all fours like beasts, their sharp claws capable of easily tearing through steel, and their mouths dripped with foul-smelling saliva. 2-2 wave, terrifying wolf spiders. A swarm of giant spiders the size of millstones, covered in black bristles, surged out from the portal. Their 8 spiny limbs crawled rapidly on the ground, and the venom glands at the ends of their abdomens occasionally sprayed out highly corrosive webs in venom. 2-3 wave, lesser demons. A group of small, red-skinned demons with bat wings on their backs burst out of the teleportation array. They wielded low-quality tridents engulfed in hellfire, cackling as they circled in the air, occasionally throwing down powerful fireballs. More and more types of monsters appeared, among which ghouls and terrifying wolf spiders both carried deadly poison attributes. The pressure on Iron Armory increased significantly, and his heavy steel shield was filled with pockmarks from the corrosive venom. The little prince was overwhelmed, desperately pouring blue potions to restore mana while exerting all his effort to cast purification and healing spells. Fortunately, the 2 royal goblin guards, resembling small bosses, shared a significant amount of the pressure, and with the guild leader Shan Yimou's deadly high output, they barely managed to withstand wave after wave of fierce attacks. On the other side, Yang Chen appeared incredibly relaxed. He even took the time to use all the big treasures he had just acquired. Lifespan plus 38 days, lifespan plus 41 days, poisoning skill upgrade, poison damage plus 1, poisoning skill upgrade, lingering toxic damage plus 1. An unexpected surprise appeared. The treasures from those ghouls and terrifying wolf spiders, when accumulated to a certain extent, could directly enhance the damage of the poisoning skill. Unfortunately, the number of monsters was too few, resulting in only a slight increase. Make some time to kill more poisonous monsters. Stacking damage isn't bad, Yang Chen thought to himself. If he encountered similar monsters in the future, he would need to farm them more. We're almost at the end. Take some medicine, let's make a push. Shan Yimou's voice echoed in the team channel, cold and decisive. Without hesitation, she took out a bottle of ancient-looking liquor from her backpack, which was surprisingly the deep-sea giant spiced rum that Yang Chen had previously had Nyo sell. Drinking this bottle would put one in a slightly tipsy state, but it would greatly enhance their strength. Attribute. Goodness. This batch of strategic supplies had ultimately been acquired by the wealthy Silk Road Guild. It seemed they had been keeping an eye on Nyo for a while. Taijai, without any hesitation, pulled out a bottle of Kraken Ink black beer and chugged it down, temporarily increasing her maximum constitution limit. Little Prince Nai took out a Siren Song malt liquor intelligence potion, and the substantial attribute boost instantly elevated her healing ability to a new level. They still had many backup plans, various pills meticulously crafted by alchemists and cooking foods that could temporarily enhance various attributes were all used at this critical moment. In an instant, various colored buff auras lit up around the three of them, their strength rising by more than 2 tiers as they continued to fiercely resist the onslaught of monsters like a storm. You all step back a bit near the passage. I'll give you a buff status. Yang Chen suddenly thought of something and sent a message in the team channel. Although Shang Yimou and the others were filled with confusion, they trusted the battle wolf boss and slowly retreated to the entrance of the passage. As instructed, ram charge. After Yang Chen cleared the small monsters around him, he charged forward like a ram, his whole body transforming into a blurred afterimage, instantly reaching Shang Yimou and the others. Group Berserk. A dark red halo filled with bloodthirst and brutality erupted around him. Power surged. Blood boiled all over. Attack power and movement speed increased significantly. What is this? Such a strong buff. State. Tai Jai wielded her heavy war hammer, now dancing with a fierce wind, almost sparking with every swing. Each strike against the monsters was accompanied by the crisp sound of bones and flesh breaking. Shang Yimou's attack speed reached an extreme. The 2 crescent blades in her hands became 2 deadly afterimages, dancing gracefully among the monster horde, leaving a trail of flying blood and severed throats. Even the healer received a massive boost. Little Prince Nai's casting speed increased dramatically, with the wind-up and cooldown of her skills greatly shortened, doubling the frequency of her healing spells. And those 2 royal goblin guards, under the influence of the berserk skill, became incredibly brutal. Their muscles bulged and twisted like granite, and the goblin sharpshooter's arrow speed was comparable to a human Gatling gun. This berserk skill is too strong. Battle Wolf Boss, you can assist too? Tai Jai felt her worldview being refreshed once again by this man. How many trump cards did the Battle Wolf Boss have? In the next moment, even if the Battle Wolf turned into a healer, she probably wouldn't find it surprising, this negative state. However, Shang Yimou noticed the fatal flaw of the group berserk skill and couldn't help but show a worried expression. Although the group berserk skill can provide a super burst state within a minute, it is followed by a 5-minute period of weakness, during which all attributes significantly decline. We'll talk about it later. Yang Chen did not elaborate further and quickly returned to the main road he was guarding, preparing to face the next wave of monsters. Run to both sides. At this moment, Yang Chen was juggling multiple roles. On one hand, he had to defend his route, while on the other, he had to constantly monitor the duration of the buffs on Shang Yimou and the others. The 1-minute countdown made everyone's hearts race. Yet, Yang Chen appeared remarkably calm. He shook his head wildly, his large rabbit ears spinning like propellers, and the cooldown time of his skills was rapidly decreasing. The 10-minute cooldown of the berserk skill was unexpectedly compressed to under a minute due to his abnormal mad swing. 10987. As everyone's berserk skill was about to end, a flash of light appeared again. Yang Chen charged forward, reaching their side once more, and unleashed the group berserk skill, the brutal aura of the halo spreading out again. Power surging. Blood boiling. The duration of the group berserk skill was perfectly reset to 60 seconds without triggering the deadly weakness state. Indeed, the group berserk skill could be refilled infinitely. As long as the cooldown time was sufficient, its negative effects could be perfectly ignored. Awesome. With the boost from the berserk skill, Yang Chen's movement speed was greatly enhanced, making it easy for him to shuttle between the 2 paths. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. It seems I can defend both paths at the same time? A crazy thought emerged in Yang Chen's mind. With his formidable mobility, it should be no problem to guard both routes. Yang Chen alone, defending the 2 paths of the guild's secret realm. This was a bold idea, almost insane. Each teleportation channel was about 100 meters long, and the central Lulan Guild Hall and the open space occupied a considerable area. However, Yang Chen possessed an unimaginable level of mobility, stamina nearly infinite, maintaining a sprint throughout Blink Void Step that splits mountains and seas ram charge, and finally, the increased movement speed from group berserk skill. If he could quickly eliminate the monsters in front of him, then burst his skills to move to the next path, it was not impossible to defend both routes. Even more extreme, he could defend 3 paths at the same time. What followed became simple and brutal. Yang Chen first cleared all the small monsters on his path like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, then directly activated ram charge, rushing to Shang Yimou's path. Crash! He didn't even bother to cancel the charge state, his whole body like a 100-ton dump truck, directly helping Shang Yimou crush more than half of the monsters into pulp. Then, he casually cast a group berserk skill and followed it up with a lightning 5-hit whip. Crackle! The silver snake-like lightning chain crazily darted around, electrocuting the remaining small monsters into charred remains. Yang Chen successfully defended both paths in a very short time. Countdown to the 26th wave of attack. 30 seconds after all the monsters were killed, there were still 30 seconds left on the attack countdown, and he returned to his post at a leisurely pace. Ha! Warwolf, are you going to defend both paths by yourself? Shang Yimou was completely unsettled. This man had once again refreshed her understanding. With his own strength, he had truly defended the 2 lines of the guild's secret realm. The pressure completely vanished. Shang Yimou, iron armor, Little Prince Nai, the defense route they were on was entirely borne by Warwolf alone. Worth it. This time, calling on Warwolf to take action, spending 100,000 blood coins was simply too worthwhile. It seems, defending 3 paths is also not a problem. Yang Chen stroked his chin, seriously contemplating. If he unleashed full firepower, clearing the minions on one path within a few seconds would be completely feasible. Immediately after, Yang Chen could easily use his displacement skill in a very short time to dash to another path consecutively. After clearing 2 paths, it would take at most a minute. For the last path, he would let the royal goblin hold off a bit, slowing down the monster's advance, and by the time he arrived, he could perfectly defend the position. But 3 paths might be a bit too rushed, so let's leave the path that the sour radish won't eat for him to handle himself. Yang Chen concluded that he could manage 2 paths with ease, but 3 paths would be a bit tight on time. Wolf warrior, are you speaking human language? 1 person defending 3 paths? Are you trying to ascend to heaven? The sour radish was howling in the team channel, having watched the Wolf Warrior's solo performance the entire time, feeling almost numb. There is still a gap even among top-tier players. Although they are both world-class masters ranked in the top 10, the sour radish could barely hold his own path. As for the Wolf Warrior, he was already contemplating whether to take on 3 at once. This isn't just a numerical difference between 1 and 3. Within a limited time, 3 paths would launch simultaneous attacks. If you fall behind even a step, those enemies surging out would rush through the teleportation tunnel and directly assault your incredibly fragile mini-mansion. This not only tests the player's combat ability but also requires insane mobility. It's hard to imagine how the Wolf Warrior's stamina could hold up. This is no longer a matter of strength, it's simply outrageous. Now, the difficult guild secret realm defense battle had completely turned into Yang Chen's personal showcase. His figure moved like a tireless ghost, frantically darting between 2 battle lines separated by hundreds of meters, efficiently slaughtering wave after wave of monsters. The few members of Shang Yimou had completely become idle spectators, merely needing to stand in the safe area near the mansion to watch the show. They even leisurely hid aside, waiting for the group frenzy skill's duration to end, safely passing through the long 5-minute period of weakness. Warning countdown to the 30th wave of attack. 60 seconds finally, the last wave of monsters was about to descend. Everyone stood ready. As the light from the portal deep within the tunnel flickered to its peak, 3 towering figures, nearly 5 meters tall and exuding an aura of coldness and destruction, appeared simultaneously at the end of the teleportation passage. Giant Crusher. This was a massive ancient machine made of unknown metal. Its body displayed a heavy metallic sheen, with complex and mysterious energy circuits engraved on its surface, occasionally flickering with pale blue arcs of electricity. At the ends of its 2 incredibly thick mechanical arms were 2 giant power hammers capable of easily crushing a tank. On its menacing metallic head, a red crystal resembling a cyclops was emitting a heart-pounding dangerous glow. A robot? What the hell, is this still Tianyuan? Even Gundam has come out. The sour radish shouted exaggeratedly. Although the monsters in the Tianyuan world were diverse, this crusher before them was a product of cross-era technology. Poison immunity, bleeding immunity, even the most reliable poisons were ineffective against this giant crusher made of steel. A level 30 silver boss. What a pity. Yang Chen sighed. He had thought the final wave would feature 3 golden level lord bosses, but it seemed the difficulty of the guild quest wasn't as outrageous as he had imagined. He had expected 3 golden level lord bosses to appear in the final wave, but unexpectedly, it was just silver level mass-produced goods. Lightning 5 Chain Whip, Deadly Punch, Mountain Splitter, and Sea Breaker. Yang Chen unleashed his attack skills in succession. The lightning chain leaped, transforming into silver snakes that slithered between Yang Chen and the crusher. The paralysis effect was particularly effective against such mechanical beings. Electric attacks were practically their nemesis, instantly dealing a massive amount of extra damage. However, unexpectedly, his ever-successful Mountain Splitter and Sea Breaker effects failed to trigger. The solid steel body of the crusher boss was clearly unaffected by physical effects like fracture, only unleashing a massive amount of direct damage. The only effect that worked was corrosion. The effect of corrosive wind triggered continuously, instantly reducing the crusher's defense to 0. A layer of living rust, like the most vicious curse, crazily burrowed into its mechanical joints, sprouting numerous spikes. Corrosion to the bone meant that the higher the defense, the greater the damage taken. At the crusher's mechanical joints, numerous rusty spikes appeared, dealing massive continuous damage to itself every 5 seconds. This was a bit troublesome. After being controlled for 20 seconds straight, the boss began to develop a high resistance to the paralysis effect. Boom, 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 boom. Without control, the crusher's massive power hammer finally came crashing down, striking Yang Chen with tremendous force. Immunity still couldn't break through Yang Chen's abnormal defense, instead increasing his mitigation value significantly. However, although this boss was tough, it also brought some unexpected benefits. You have stolen advanced craftsman proficiency notes. You have stolen electromagnetic core. You have stolen advanced minor proficiency notes. You have stolen automatic door design blueprint. Rich. This mechanical giant surprisingly hit a large number of items, far wealthier than an ordinary boss. Most of these items were beneficial for the guild's construction, and at that moment Yang Chen used Flying Dragon Cloud Hand to steal them all until no more items could be taken. With health exceeding 300,000, this level 30 silver boss could definitely be called a health tank, with tough skin and thick flesh. Deadly Stab Fist -372. Critical hit -386. Critical hit -188. Critical hit, Shadowborn, *6 Mountain Splitter Sea Breaker Style -1129. Critical hit -564. Critical hit, Shadowborn, *3. Although Yang Chen's bleeding and poison effects couldn't trigger, his impressive 252 points of strength still dealt terrifying direct damage. One skill instantly dealt over 3,000 points of high physical damage. The Supreme Shadowborn's multiple casting effect triggered continuously, flooding the screen with small texts. And that corrosion effect, which ignored defense, took away thousands of health with each pulse. Although it couldn't directly finish off the crusher, its health bar was still visibly dropping at a frantic pace. Battle Wolf Boss. I have to counterattack now. The Sour Radish on another path finally felt the pressure. He dodged left and right under the crusher's torrential attacks, but the cooldown of his displacement skills and his stamina gradually fell behind. Gritting his silver teeth, he stopped holding back, swinging his heavy magic staff to create a flurry of spear shadows. Spear shadows like a forest was the hidden core talent of the Sour Radish. Each of his normal attacks could reduce the cooldown of all other skills by 1 second. The faster the attack speed, the faster the skill rotation. With a high attack speed, combined with his monstrous strength attribute, he instantly dealt massive damage. At the same time, the recovery speed of his skills greatly increased, making his displacement skills smoother and more fluid. This was a perfect virtuous cycle. Take it easy. Yang Chen nodded, taking a moment to glance at the path of Shan Yimou. The few had already returned to the front lines, struggling to withstand the crusher's fierce assault. The armored ones were barely holding on. A slight brush from that massive power hammer would cost them a third of their health. Go! Stand at the front! Yang Chen commanded the 2 royal goblin guards. They charged forward fearlessly, using their own flesh and blood to block the path of the crusher, determined to buy precious time for their teammates even at the cost of their lives. Yang Chen shook his head faster and faster, unleashing all his skills in succession. In the brief moments of respite, he interspersed basic attacks, enhanced by the effect of Lightning Whip 5 strikes, sending sparks flying. The Lightning Chain, with 140 strikes, transformed into a silver thunderous python, and the damage numbers appeared like an exceptionally long essay, instantly flooding the screen. Ding, your level has increased to level 24. Everyone was enveloped in a burst of white upgrade light. Yang Chen killed the crusher boss, gaining a massive amount of experience, and combined with the accumulation from the previous 10 waves of monsters, everyone in the team leveled up by 1. You have obtained Ancient Energy Crystal. A huge red crystal fell from above the crusher's head. Although its equipment slots had long been emptied, the items that dropped upon its death were even more precious. The Goat King charged. Without hesitation, Yang Chen turned and used the Goat King's charge, rushing towards Shan Yimou and the others. Put! The royal goblin warrior at the front, after enduring several heavy blows, was finally smashed into a cloud of green mush by the crusher's hammer. The crusher turned around, preparing to continue attacking the group. The steel armor clinging to him was now covered in dents and cracks, the durability of all his equipment nearing its limit, and his massive shield was also riddled with spiderweb-like fissures. We just need to hold on. Shan Yimou gritted her silver teeth, her agile form moving forward, ready to use her speed to dodge and delay the boss's attacks. Boom! A streak of light, like a meteor from the sky, slammed into the crusher, knocking its massive body back several meters. The hero has arrived. Yang Chen finally made it, standing before the second boss. Alright, you all step back and rest. Yang Chen flashed a sunny smile, then immediately unleashed a full-scale attack. You have stolen vending machine blueprint. You have stolen advanced craftsman proficiency notes. You have stolen observer radar. As soon as Yang Chen made his move, he triggered a flurry of flying dragon cloud hands, creating a blur of afterimages as he stole all the precious items from the boss. Thunder flashed, and electric sparks crackled. Shan Yimou and the others retreated to the back, watching the man in front of them single-handedly withstand the crusher, feeling a strange emotion rise within them. The big shot was strong but also quite bizarre. Those cute pink rabbit ears were like a fan. When Yang Chen used the lightning whip, his whole body twitched wildly as if having a seizure. Coupled with the crackling electromagnetic sparks, it illuminated his entire figure, making him appear both absurd and comical. The war wolf big shot is a bit abstract. The little prince couldn't help but exclaim, while the armored nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. I heard about it before. The stranger you dress, the higher the damage. Shang Yimou's lips curled into a wry smile. It seems our cultivated super soldiers are still not abstract enough. She glanced at the war wolf, then looked far away at the sour radish who was showing off his gun. The gap between the two was indeed quite significant. You have obtained ancient energy crystal. After a few minutes of fighting, Yang Chen delivered a flying kick that killed the second crusher, and everyone finally relaxed their tense hearts. Sour radish brother, you've worked hard, let me take over from here. Yang Chen approached the third boss, while Sour Radish was in a tough battle, having already whittled down a third of the boss's health. Alright, Sour Radish quickly made way, letting the war wolf take on the challenge alone. Watching the boss's health drop, he couldn't help but complain in the team chat. I've been fighting for so long, and I've only taken down a third of its health. Has the war wolf boss already taken down 2 bosses? Although there was some leniency involved, based on his own calculations, even with full firepower, he could only take down half of a boss's health at most. What does this mean? The output efficiency of the war wolf is at least 4 times his own. They are all top 10 masters in the world, and yet the damage difference is 4 times? This is a bit outrageous, isn't it? However, what the Sour Radish doesn't know is that Yang Chen's true advantage against this mechanical boss has not been fully realized. If he could trigger the damage from bleeding and poison, these 3 bosses would have been eliminated long ago. Finally, the third crusher boss was also defeated. The system's pleasant voice rang in everyone's ears. Congratulations, successfully defended against 30 waves of monster attacks. Calculating evaluation, Lulan Guild Hall, durability remaining at 100%. Perfect mission, Silk Road Guild, successfully obtained registration rights and received additional rewards. Shang Yimou listened to the prompt, revealing a look of relief, finally meeting the conditions to establish a guild. Ding, perfectly completed the mission, triggering hidden conditions. Your team can challenge the final wave of golden level boss. If successful, the guild size will expand to 5,000 members. If failed, registration rights will be revoked. Yes/no? The perfect performance of the group unexpectedly granted them additional challenge qualifications. At the beginning of the Tianyuan Guild's establishment, they could recruit a maximum of 1,000 players, and as the guild size expanded, the number of recruits would increase accordingly. This golden boss challenge could directly expand the size to 5,000 members? War Wolf Boss, what do you think? Golden Boss, are we still going to fight? Shang Yimou turned to look at Yang Chen. After all, he was the absolute main force in this secret realm challenge. Of course we have to challenge. The golden level boss must be taken down. Yang Chen answered, without hesitation, waiting for this moment. Shang Yimou bit her silver teeth and finally pointed her finger at the yes button. Final battle, Colossal Apocalypse will appear in 180 seconds. Number 1, challengers, please proceed to the main road for defense. The system's voice rang out again. The other 2 teleportation tunnels suddenly exploded, leaving only the widest main road. The energy teleportation array grew brighter, accumulating power, preparing to transport the final golden level ultimate boss. The final challenge, the golden level lord boss. Shang Yimou's beautiful face, which had always maintained a calm demeanor, gradually became tense at this moment. The war wolf boss had liberated several polluted towns and was said to be able to take on golden level leader bosses alone. She wondered if he could handle the ultimate challenge of the guild's secret realm. After all, it had only been a few hours since the third arrival of Tianyuan, and the player's stats had not yet increased, while the final boss's level was likely to reach level 30. Is there only one boss? We agreed that all drops and materials belong to me. Yang Chen emphasized repeatedly, casually sending a trade request to Shang Yimou, continuing, by the way, give me the high grade would you picked up earlier. This guy really had greed written all over his face. Shang Yimou smiled wryly but willingly returned all those precious materials to Yang Chen. Her eyes, like obsidian, sparkled as she said seriously, War Wolf Boss, you must be careful. Success or failure hinges on this. Okay. Yang Chen casually gestured and turned to walk alone towards the main road for the final challenge. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The light of the portal suddenly flickered to its peak in the last second of the countdown. A terrifying giant, standing 10 meters tall, filled with cold destruction and a sense of futuristic technology, slowly stepped out from the light gate. The Colossus Apocalypse was a massive mech constructed entirely from an unknown silver-white alloy. Its exquisite design and complex structure were far beyond the crude crusher models that had come before. Its body had smooth, powerful lines, and every inch of armor shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, resembling a meticulously crafted ultimate weapon of slaughter. On its enormous shoulder pads rested 2 miniature missile launch nests, resembling a beehive. Its arms were covered in heavy armor, with the right hand gripping a particle beam greatsword that glowed with a fierce red light, while the left arm was equipped with a massive alloy shield capable of deploying an energy barrier. At the core of its chest, a pulsating energy core radiated a ghostly blue light, sparkling like a star. With each heartbeat, the surrounding air trembled. Holy crap! This time, it's really a Gundam that has appeared. From a distance, the player known as Sour Radish shouted exaggeratedly. Was the hidden boss for the guild challenge a bit too outrageous? Can we really take on a boss like this one-on-one? Xiang Yimou's face turned pale. This Colossus apocalypse was definitely not something that could be dealt with by the strength of one person alone. Even deploying an elite legion of hundreds might barely qualify for a fight. And now, there were only 5 people present. 5 people were supposed to face off against a boss of this caliber? The Colossus apocalypse fully materialized. At the same time, a faint golden beam of light shot down from the top of the Lulan Guild Hall, precisely illuminating it. This was a special mechanism of the secret realm, allowing challengers to see its absurdly despair-inducing health bar. 1 million. The Colossus apocalypse had a terrifying health pool of 1 million. In the next moment, something even more unbelievable happened. Give it to me, Yang Chen said without hesitation. Directly using the flying dragon cloud-searching hand, the supreme Shadowborn talent was triggered, and 3 identical dark phantoms instantly separated from behind him, making the stealing motion at perfectly synchronized angles. You have stolen Master Craftsman's proficient notes. You have stolen Apocalypse Sentinel manufacturing blueprint. You have stolen Apocalypse Greatsword. You have stolen Apocalypse Greatshield. You have stolen Laser Giant Tower construction blueprint. It was an incredibly comical yet shocking scene. The 2 enormous mechanical arms of the Colossus apocalypse suddenly became empty. The particle beam greatsword glowing with fierce red light, and the massive alloy shield capable of withstanding anything had actually been stolen by Yang Chen. Such large weapons could be stolen too? They exchanged glances. Xiang Yimou, Sour Radish, Little Prince Milk, Iron Armory. Everyone looked on in shock at this scene, as if they had been petrified by Medusa's gaze, completely frozen in place. Was this something a person could do? It's a pity the mech doesn't have any big treasures. Yang Chen shook his head, letting out a sigh filled with regret. A layer of deadly venom instantly covered his hands, and he launched an attack. Poison ineffective, bleeding ineffective, rust ineffective. Yang Chen attacked several times in succession, but all his various effects, which had always been effective, failed one after another. Rust didn't even trigger? Yang Chen glanced at the apocalypse's shimmering silver armor. An invisible energy coating perfectly isolated it from the corrosion of living rust. This was a special alloy that could absolutely prevent rusting. A nemesis. This ultra-futuristic Colossus mech was simply the ultimate nemesis to his effect-based playstyle. Only the Lightning 5-chain whip could still have some effect, temporarily paralyzing it. The lightning chain triggered. 140 jumps transformed into a silver snake, wildly slithering across the Colossus apocalypse, producing a series of crackling explosions. Paralysis. The paralysis effect was continuously triggered, causing the Colossus apocalypse's body to fall into a brief stiffness, unable to move. Moments later, the deep blue energy core in Apocalypse's chest suddenly emitted a series of intense energy fluctuations. Immunity to paralysis. A layer of visible electromagnetic field instantly enveloped its entire body, completely resisting the paralysis effect of the lightning chain. At this moment, the Colossus Apocalypse launched a counterattack. The missile launch nest on its shoulder, resembling a honeycomb, automatically opened. Dozens of miniature missiles, trailing long tails and equipped with automatic tracking capabilities, surged toward Yang Chen like a torrential storm. Boom, 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 boom. The series of explosions instantly engulfed Yang Chen's figure completely. Tar cluster bomb. A layer of scorching flamestorm mixed with a viscous black liquid, as thick as asphalt, covered an area of several dozen meters. Immunity damage absorption 32, damage absorption 64. Amidst the relentless bombardment, Yang Chen relied on his super strong defense combined with the cursed Titan body to immunize the vast majority of the damage. What? Damage absorption. That is the absorption effect of Jiahua Fa. This tar cluster bomb actually broke through Yang Chen's defenses? That's right. Although the explosion effect of the cluster bomb was immunized by Yang Chen, the layer of tar, thick as asphalt, generated a large amount of continuous burning damage. A dozen tar cluster bombs instantly stacked over 100 layers of burning status on him, turning him into a blazing torch. And that terrifying continuous damage actually broke through his absolute defense? What terrifying damage! The cursed Titan body can reduce all types of damage by 60% and then calculate 1,000 points of absolute damage. Immunity. This means that the continuous burning effect of the tar cluster bomb caused at least 2,500 points of damage. Oh no! The war wolf boss is going to be killed in an instant. Everyone watched as Yang Chen's figure disappeared in the sea of fire, their expressions changing drastically. With such a wide range of missile bombardment combined with the burning flames, anyone would be instantly killed, right? In the next second, a blazing torch suddenly burst out from the sea of fire. Yang Chen was engulfed in roaring flames, and then he began to roll rapidly on the ground. He was trying to extinguish the fire. Ordinary flames might be extinguished by rolling on the ground a few times. However, the flames on Yang Chen were not ordinary. At this moment, his body was drenched in thick tar, making the effect of extinguishing the fire extremely poor. I'll help you. Seeing this, the little prince rushed forward and cast the healing purification skill on him. Immunity, the holy purifying light, upon contact with Yang Chen's body, was completely immunized by his special constitution. Negative effect. Although the cursed titan body is powerful, it has a despised negative effect. Any healing effect caused by teammates will be completely immunized. The purification spell was clearly judged by the Tianyuan system as a type of healing effect. Quick, fall back. Its attack range is very large. Yang Chen immediately shouted. The Colossus Apocalypse's electronic eyes flickered with crimson light as it quickly raised its massive arm, and a menacing heavy machine gun instantly extended from beneath its armor. A rain of bullets, dense as a downpour, fell like the scythe of death. A swift figure, fearless of death, charged to the front, revealing another summoned Royal Goblin Sharpshooter Guard. The sharpshooter's body instantly exploded into beautiful sprays of blood, turning into a cloud of blood mist in the blink of an eye, shattering into countless chunks of flesh. Fall back. Iron Armor's eyes widened as he grabbed the little prince's arm, shielding her with his steel body, desperately retreating. Bang bang bang, the cannonballs rained down madly on the armored figure, sparks flying in all directions. The steel giant's shield in his hand only held up for a few moments before it cracked and shattered, turning into a sky full of iron shards. The steel armor covering his body was pierced by the terrifying penetrating power, leaving gaping bloody holes. Just as the two were about to be obliterated, a melodious yet despair-filled song seemed to echo from a distant time and space. Heart of Despair, Despair Aria. Yang Chen activated the ultimate move on his necklace. His mana bar was instantly drained. The Despair Aria transformed into a devastating psychic shockwave, sweeping towards the colossal figure of Apocalypse, dragging it into an endless illusion of the deep sea. This was the final move of the Queen of Despair. The moment the deep sea illusion descended, the raging flames around were extinguished by an invisible sea, and the burning state on Yang Chen was also nullified. The massive body of Apocalypse began to float in midair. As the melodious song reached its climax, it transformed into a terrifying destructive soundwave, spreading out in all directions. Health minus 5,267. Critical hit. Yang Chen's mana, exceeding 3,000 points, unleashed an incredibly terrifying area of effect. Magical damage. In this brief moment, the little prince and the armored figure quickly returned to a relatively safe area, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. It was too shocking. The endless ocean illusion swirled around the gigantic figure of Apocalypse, and the terrifying soundwave cracked the silver armor on its body. This was even more exaggerated than a superhero blockbuster. You don't need to help. I promised I'll take it on one-on-one. Yang Chen reiterated in the team channel, feeling a long-lost sense of pressure. Since special effect damage was useless, then let's crush you with pure direct damage. 1 million health points. Let me see how much strength I can exert without relying on various special effects. Mu King charged. The illusion created by Yang Chen had just ended, crashing hard into Apocalypse. Tiny. In comparison, Yang Chen was like a mere pebble, yet he transformed into a powerful meteor, unleashing terrifying force, and upon contact with the colossal figure of Apocalypse, he knocked its mountain-like body down to the ground. 100% knockdown. It seemed to have some effect. Deadly Punch Mountain Splitter Lightning 5-Strike Whip. Mu King charged. Yang Chen unleashed all his firepower, using all his skills in succession. While his main body dealt massive damage, the Supreme Shadow would summon 3 afterimages, causing 3 additional independent damage instances of 50% each. Nearly infinite stamina supported him in a storm of relentless bombardment. Yang Chen's body blurred into afterimages, skills intertwined with skills, basic attacks interspersed with normal attacks. Every second he could deal dozens of terrifying damage instances. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The colossal figure of Apocalypse suddenly raised its arm, and the menacing heavy cannon erupted with a terrifying fire tongue several meters long. With a rotation speed exceeding 10,000 bullets per minute, it transformed into a steel torrent composed of destruction and death, sweeping towards Yang Chen. The all-encompassing steel torrent instantly sealed off all space. An almost conceptual level ability quietly triggered at this moment. Under the influence of drunkenness, he could dodge all normal attacks with a 100% success rate. This terrifying cannon was clearly also classified by the system as an alternative normal attack. Yang Chen's figure twisted, swayed, and danced madly in that impenetrable rain of bullets. He resembled a noodle being whimsically kneaded by an invisible hand, evading the dense bullet rain in a manner that completely defied the laws of physics. Incredible! Not to mention a person, even a fly would have no chance of dodging such a terrifying barrage of Bullets. Absurd. Ridiculous. If the raindrops falling from the sky can be considered ordinary attacks, then Yang Chen, with his 100% evasion ability, would never get wet even standing in a torrential downpour. Is this still a human? Is this still an evasion effect? At this moment, on the shoulder armor of the colossal apocalypse, the missile launch bay doors, resembling a beehive, opened once more. The tar cluster bomb missiles instantly locked onto Yang Chen. This series of aerial strikes was clearly classified by the system as a skill, which could not trigger the 100% evasion effect. No problem. Having learned from his previous experience, Yang Chen was already keeping a close watch on the missile strikes. Instant step. His figure flickered, instantly shifting over 10 meters, narrowly avoiding the core of the explosion. Void step. Following that, he executed a Rift Mountain break-sea style, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, dodging several more incoming missiles. Instant step. Under the effect of the frenzied swaying, the cooldown had surprisingly reset, allowing him to use it again immediately. 3 consecutive displacements. Yang Chen's figure darted through the flames and explosions, swiftly escaping the core range of the blasts. Yet his attacks never paused for a moment. The lightning 5-chain whip transformed into a frenzied silver serpent, began to leap wildly across the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning chains would automatically lock onto targets, and those tar cluster bombs in midair were clearly one of the targets. The raging lightning chains, like a living thunderous serpent, weaved and jumped towards the remaining missiles, continuously triggering paralysis and high amounts of lightning damage. They were all detonated in midair. The devastating missile bombardment was thus neutralized by Yang Chen, who said the Warwolf was just a numerical monster. This is clearly a master of operation. Wonderful. This battle was simply too spectacular. Sour Radish couldn't help but click his tongue. He finally recognized the chasm-like gap between himself and the Warwolf. The Warwolf was simply an unyielding battle machine. His stamina seemed endless, and various skills that consumed massive amounts of stamina were being unleashed recklessly. 1 million health. That was a colossal apocalypse with 1 million health points, yet its health was still visibly decreasing at a slow pace. A simple estimate shows that the Warwolf's damage per second was at least over 5,000. Defeating this terrifying apocalypse seemed merely a matter of time. Group Frenzy. Yang Chen surprisingly cast a frenzy spell on himself. Attack power significantly increased. Speed and efficiency greatly enhanced. His blood surged, muscles filled with explosive energy as if he had received several adrenaline shots, making his combat even more frenzied. Transform and release. Yang Chen's resolve value quickly maxed out. Unleash. Boom 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 boom. Yang Chen's fists transformed into a raging roaring dragon. Special effect asterisk, and all of his skill effects were triggered in that instant, including the Rift Mountain break-sea style's void step. Yang Chen became a blurred afterimage, instantly appearing before the colossal apocalypse, the roaring dragon seemingly ready to devour everything in front of it. Minus 8,678. True damage, minus 4,339. True damage, asterisk 3. Yang Chen's fist struck heavily against the colossal apocalypse, actually sending its mountain-like body flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Not only that, Yang Chen's punch even shattered the indestructible silver armor on the outer layer of the colossal apocalypse into countless cracks. Corrosive wind triggered. Rust to the core triggered. The living rust, like expanding blood vessels, crazily burrowed into the broken traces, beginning to corrode this massive war machine from the inside. It's over. The moment Yang Chen's special effects began to trigger, it signaled that the battle was about to come to an end. The defense of the colossal apocalypse dropped to 0 in an instant, and all damage taken would be multiplied. Its terrifying health, in the millions, gradually decreased to below 50% as time passed. Warning: colossal apocalypse, energy mode switching as expected. The Golden Lord boss had a second form. The eerie blue energy core in its chest suddenly erupted with waves of even more terrifying energy flows. The blue light was gradually replaced by a burning crimson, interspersed with a flowing, abyss-like deep purple. The apocalypse's attacks became more frequent and more frenzied. The firing rate of the heavy machine gun instantly doubled. The missile launchers on its shoulders crazily unleashed powerful tar cluster bombs as if they were free beams of particle light capable of instantly vaporizing steel shot out from its single red crystal eye, plowing deep, bottomless black trenches into the hard ground. Damage absorption 213. Damage absorption 174. Yang Chen's absolute damage immunity was continuously broken, with the damage from the particle beams reaching around 3,000, release of energy every moment. Yang Chen was enduring massive damage, and his profession's talent for transformation truly came into play. Damage absorption, damage conversion, damage explosion. Yang Chen unleashed another fierce dragon's roar, knocking the colossal apocalypse to the ground and instantly dealing nearly 30,000 points of true damage. The health of the colossal apocalypse plummeted, quickly reaching below 20%. Warning: ultimate destruction mode activated. Destruction mode? What is that? Is it going to self-destruct? This colossal apocalypse actually had a third form. The energy core in its chest completely transformed into a bizarre, flowing deep purple. Bang, bang, bang. The apocalypse ignored Yang Chen in front of it and began to move quickly towards the tunnel exit, disregarding everything. The energy within it was being frantically drained, and the remaining 20% of its health began to drop at a visibly rapid pace. This thing is really going to self-destruct. Its target is the Lulan Guildhall. Holy crap, so you want to play this game with me? Yang Chen glanced at the crowd in the distance. If this colossal apocalypse broke out of the tunnel, everything would be over. Its unknown and terrifying self-destruct power could definitely reduce a building to rubble, and the surrounding players would surely be torn to shreds. Simply put, once the apocalypse escaped, the guild mission would undoubtedly fail. Everyone would die along with its self-destruction. It had to be stopped in the tunnel. The power of the self-destruction was still unknown. Even Yang Chen didn't know if he could withstand it. It was now or never. No matter what, he was being paid for this. Charge of the Goat King. Yang Chen charged headlong into the rampaging colossal apocalypse, knocking it down. At the critical moment before the apocalypse was about to self-destruct, it unleashed all its firepower, cycling through all its skills. Health decreased, and decreased. 0. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Crack, crack, crack. The energy core of the colossal apocalypse had completely turned into a bizarre deep purple, erupting with an extremely terrifying torrent of energy. Collapse. The surrounding space seemed to be completely torn apart by this force, emitting sounds like shattering glass. Explosion. The annihilating torrent of energy nearly collapsed into a small black hole that devoured light. The terrifying explosion instantly destroyed everything. Yang Chen's seemingly insignificant figure was completely engulfed by this world-destroying power. Ding, you have leveled up to level 25. You have obtained subspace torrent fragment. Last drop of blood triggered. A series of system prompt sounds in Yang Chen's ears. Amidst the world-destroying explosion, his health was instantly empty, but he was not immediately killed. The talent of the last drop of blood forcibly saved a life. 1 drop of blood. Yang Chen was left with only the last drop of blood. He never expected that the heart-protecting mirror talent he initially obtained from the Mumu King would play such a crucial role at this moment. Immortal Golden Bone restores 326 health points. Immortal Golden Bone restores 326 health points. The Immortal Golden Bone can continuously restore health, recovering 10% of the maximum health every 5 seconds. Congratulations, hidden condition achieved. Each team member receives a golden super treasure chest. Silk Road Guild gains registration. Qualification, additional scale increase. Everyone leveled up collectively with the death of the colossal apocalypse, and the pleasant sound of congratulations rang in their ears. 1 golden treasure chest for each team member. The Silk Road Guild finally obtained the qualification for registration. Moreover, they could recruit additional members without counting towards the guild's initial level, an absolute advantage. Other guilds found it difficult to meet this hidden condition. To achieve a perfect clearance, not only did the durability of the protected guild hall need to reach 100%, but they also needed to kill this level 30 Golden Lord boss. At this stage, it was almost impossible for anyone to accomplish this. Where's the War Wolf boss? He sacrificed himself to complete the mission. Everyone looked at the teleportation tunnel that had been completely destroyed and shattered by the explosion, and a tragic thought surged in their hearts. The War Wolf boss chose self-sacrifice to complete the guild mission? Shan Yimo instinctively clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She never expected that this final hidden level would be so absurdly difficult. Pa. You're the one who's dead. A voice full of disdain came from the tunnel filled with smoke and dust. Yang Chen slowly walked out, full of energy, showing no signs of injury at all. The talent of the Immortal Golden Bone had already restored his health to full. War Wolf boss. You didn't die. Swan Luobwa gaped, looking as if she had seen a ghost. The self-detonation of the colossal apocalypse was terrifyingly powerful. It was almost a guaranteed fatal blow. How did the War Wolf boss survive? Increase the payment. We must increase the payment. Yang Chen wiped the ashes from his face, and the first thing he did upon appearing before everyone was to demand a raise. Shan Yimo smiled wryly. The War Wolf boss was great in every way, but a bit too greedy. However, as the president of the Silk Road, what she lacked the least was money. Returning in 60 seconds, the countdown for the guild's secret realm urged everyone to leave. The miniature Lulan Guild Hall vanished, replaced by a teleportation magic circle radiating gentle spatial fluctuations. The azure light flickered, and the surrounding light and shadow became blurred. The next moment, everyone reappeared in the luxurious reception room. War Wolf boss, on behalf of the Silk Road Guild, I sincerely thank you. Shan Yimo walked over gracefully, the bells at her feet ringing sweetly, and then she opened the trade. After paying the previously agreed final amount of 100,000 blood coins, she unhesitatingly added another 100,000 blood coins as a reward for perfectly completing the mission. Boss is generous. Yang Chen grinned. The owner of the Silk Road was indeed wealthy, doubling the reward with a single move. Blood coins, 290,000. Yang Chen looked happily at the remaining amount of blood coins. Although his previous expenses were quite high, it seemed that every investment was worth it. In just a few hours, he had earned over 200,000 blood coins. At this rate, extracting the super invincible Lucky Star talent, which required 1 million blood coins to exchange, would just be a matter of time. The sound of camel bells invites you to join the Silk Road Guild? What does this mean? Yang Chen squinted his eyes. The guild had not yet officially formed, so this was just an invitation to join by reservation. Once the moment of official establishment arrived, all players who accepted the reservation would automatically become members of the guild. Don't misunderstand, Battle Wolf. When the guild is officially established, all members will receive an additional reward, Shang Yimou explained, her cunning eyes curving into two crescent moons as she continued. This reward might be trivial for Battle Wolf, but even the smallest fly is still meat. This woman was incredibly shrewd. She had even calculated the rewards obtained at the establishment of the guild, and had already begun selling these precious reward slots to the outside world. How much is a super treasure chest worth? The armament department had a clear price. It required 10,000 contribution points to exchange for one, and each person was limited to purchasing 10. Yet, the Silk Road Guild had suddenly gained 4,000 empty guild slots. Even if each treasure chest's reward slot was sold for just 1,000 blood coins, that would still amount to a staggering 400,000 blood coins. You're essentially selling treasure chests in disguise. Yang Chen suddenly realized. No wonder she was a top-tier merchant. She quickly found the bug in the Tianyuan world. Group rewards. For example, the polluted area liberated by Battle Wolf earlier. As long as one could stick to him like a shadow, they could continuously receive rewards for liberating the polluted area, potentially getting 4 super treasure chests for free. Take the current Silk Road Guild, for instance. They could openly sell 5,000 guild member slots at a clear price. And then there were the collective rewards obtained by Huaxia earlier. If the rules allowed, players worldwide only needed to join the Huaxia nationality to receive a golden treasure chest. This mechanism of group rewards was practically designed for shearing sheep. Of course, we still prioritize cultivating our own people. Shan Yimou gracefully walked to the window, her bright eyes reflecting the bustling construction scene outside. How many talents are we recruiting for the Silk Road? It's not just a few tens of thousands. We won't sell too many reward slots for that little bit of petty profit. She gazed at the road completely acquired by the Silk Road, which would become the most prosperous commercial district in the entire Magic City, her voice filled with confidence and composure. Indeed, the reputation of the Silk Road was immense. Those incredibly precious talents had gone through layers of rigorous selection, fighting tooth and nail just to gain the qualification to reserve a spot in the guild. This situation resembled the fresh graduates in the real world, striving with all their might to join top internet giant companies. All right, even the smallest fly is still meat, just to be clear. Once I get the reward, I'll leave immediately. Seeing this, Yang Chen said no more and decisively chose to agree. A few minutes later, the Silk Road Guild finalized the list of 5,000 members. Huaxia announcement. Congratulations to the Silk Road Guild on its official establishment. All members of the Silk Road Guild receive 1 super treasure chest. The system's pleasant notification sound followed. The second guild in Huaxia and even the world was officially announced. All 5,000 members received a super treasure chest glowing with a soft light at the same time. Shan Yimou's body shone even more brilliantly than the others. As the guild leader, the system had clearly prepared many additional personal rewards for her. Leave the guild. After receiving the reward, Yang Chen did not hesitate for a moment and immediately chose to leave the guild. After leaving the guild, you cannot join any guild again within 24 hours. The cold notification sound of the Tianyuan system rang out. Generally speaking, when players join a guild, they need to sign a series of agreements containing various terms. For example, daily salary, required work tasks, and the prohibition of leaving without permission, etc. Wolf Warrior exits the guild. Yang Chen had not signed any agreements, so he could join or leave at any time, with only the 24-hour cooldown set by the Tianyuan system, seemingly just for the convenience of calculating various guild points. After taking the rewards and running, he regained his freedom. The Wolf Warrior is really impatient. Shang Yimou's charming voice carried a hint of barely concealed resentment. I still wanted to discuss a few more deals with you. Don't come at me with that. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, directly severing this unnecessary relationship, and continued, from now on, if there's any business, just go to the Niulang Treasure Pavilion and look for my partner. These commercial dealings and the various trivial pulls were undoubtedly the most headache-inducing matters in the world. Alright then, can the Wolf Warrior add me as a friend? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Shang Yimou moved a little closer, and he could vaguely smell the fragrance of her exotic perfume. Sound of camel bells, requesting to add you as a friend. Wolf Warrior, I'm also looking for a friend slot. Tai Jiai, a die-hard fan, quickly seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to also get a friend slot. Hee hee, let's add each other as friends and chat privately when we have time. Swan Luabwa also approached with a grin. Tai Jiai, requesting to add you as a friend. Swan Luabwa. Requesting to add you as a friend. Little Prince Nai, requesting to add you as a friend. Having fought alongside each other, Yang Chen did not refuse and directly agreed to everyone's friend requests. Done. If there's nothing else, I'm off. After adding each other as friends, the matter came to a close. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and Shang Yimo personally escorted Yang Chen out of the guild's main door. Finally done. Yang Chen opened his backpack, looking at the dazzling array of rewards, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He quickly found a place to loot the spoils. It was time to loot. Yang Chen first used all the freshly minted big treasures. Lifespan plus 41 years, strength plus 8, constitution plus 12, agility plus 6, intelligence plus 5, endurance plus 5, spirit plus 7. The 30 waves of monsters varied in type, and the attributes gained were different, giving his 6-dimensional attributes a comprehensive boost once again. Free attribute points, 95/100. Just 5 more points to reach the special condition of 100 points. What would happen? Then, Yang Chen felt a bit excited. Accumulating a full 100 free attribute points meant enduring humiliation and hardship all the way, relying solely on his meager base attributes to complete upgrades time and again. Of course, Yang Chen had various unconventional methods to increase attributes, and this journey had not only been pitiful but rather exhilarating. Advanced Miner Proficiency Note, a notebook recording exquisite mining techniques. Using it can increase mining proficiency by 1000 points. Special Craftsman Proficiency Note, a notebook recording top-notch craftsman techniques. Using it can increase craftsman proficiency by 50 points. Yang Chen took out these notes, stolen from the guild's secret realm boss, which could directly increase the proficiency of life skills. Mining proficiency plus 2000 blood wine effect. Woodcutting proficiency plus 2000 blood wine effect. Craftsman proficiency plus 2000 blood wine effect. Craftsman proficiency plus 10,000 special blood wine effect. Yang Chen used all these proficiency increasing notes. Immediately, a series of pleasant system notification sounds rang in his ears. Your life skill craftsman has been upgraded from beginner craftsman, intermediate craftsman, advanced craftsman. The craftsman life identity advanced continuously from beginner craftsman to advanced craftsman. Advanced craftsman. Depending on the difficulty of the design blueprint, the failure probability is significantly reduced, the success probability is greatly increased, and there is a small chance of achieving a great success in perfect manufacturing. What is this? Manufacturing items. In Yang Chen's backpack, there lay a large number of manufacturing blueprints borrowed from the mechanical giant. Automatic door design blueprint, a high-level design drawing that can create a fully automatic induction door driven by precision gears and energy crystals. Vending machine blueprint, a high-level design drawing that can create a multifunctional vending machine, allowing the setting of items for sale, prices, and automatic restocking. Requires connection to a warehouse, greatly enhancing trading efficiency. Apocalypse Sentinel blueprint, a special grade design drawing that can create a sentinel with autonomous defensive awareness, equipped with light machine guns and electromagnetic pulse devices, making it an excellent choice for guarding important areas. Super defense tower, a special grade design drawing that can construct a apocalypse level autonomous defense tower equipped with particle cannon rays, boasting ultra-long range and terrifying lethality. Taking another look at the dazzling array of rare materials in the backpack. Black gold ore, radiant gold essence, moonlight crystal clusters, starlight glow, shadow decay wood, black deathwood tumors, and the electromagnetic core and observer radar obtained from the crusher. These rare materials, combined with high-level blueprints plus the great success of a high-level craftsman in perfect manufacturing, it's all set. The opening of the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion is just around the corner, truly a case of someone delivering a pillow when one is sleepy. Yang Chen can just utilize his life profession as a high-level craftsman to create the items from these high-level blueprints, and it's likely he can build the shop into an indestructible superfortress. Looking at the equipment again. Apocalypse Greatsword grade, gold type, weapon, two-handed beam greatsword required level 30 basic attributes, physical. Attack power plus 400, strength plus 80. Special effect 1, Judgment Beam. Special effect 2, Apocalypse Sword Shield, set effect. Basic description, the ultimate individual weapon created by an unknown civilization. The blade is composed of highly condensed particle beams capable of easily slicing through the toughest alloy armor. Evaluation, a lightsaber, the romance of a man. Judgment Beam, after charging for 3 seconds, it shoots a destructive beam in a straight line from the sword tip, dealing 500% weapon damage as thermal damage to all enemies in its path. Cooldown time 180 seconds, Apocalypse Sword Shield, set. When using the Apocalypse Great Shield simultaneously, the sword can be held in one hand. Set effect? Yang Chen squinted, seeing equipment with set effects. For the first time, this sword was originally a two-handed sword, but when paired with another Apocalypse Great Shield, it becomes a one-handed weapon, effectively allowing for an extra piece of equipment. Apocalypse Great Shield grade, gold type, shield required level 30 basic attributes, defense plus 100, Block probability increased by 20%, block value plus 100, constitution plus 40, stamina plus 60. Special Effect 1, Fortress Mode. Special Effect 2, Apocalypse Sword Shield. Set, basic description, a defensive system paired with the Apocalypse Greatsword. The shield surface is made of multiple layers of composite armor, with an energy force field generator embedded at its core, capable of withstanding the fiercest attacks. Evaluation, as immovable as a mountain. Fortress Mode. After actively activating the skill, your movement speed and attack speed are reduced by 90%, but the block probability is increased to 100%, and the block value increases by 1000 points, lasting for 30 seconds. 5-minute cooldown. The set effect of the two pieces of equipment is the same. This Apocalypse Great Shield adds a blocking effect. Block, as the name suggests, means to defend against attacks. It can resist various types of damage other than true damage, and damage over time. Block probability is the chance of successfully defending against enemy attacks, including normal attacks and skills. Block value is the amount of damage you can resist after successfully blocking. Simply put, wearing this shield gives a 20% chance to block 100 points of damage of all types. So complicated. This block is completely inferior to my immunity to damage. Yang Chen looked at the block attribute with slight disdain. The cursed Titan body could immunize against 1000 points of absolute damage, which was much simpler and more straightforward. However, if he equipped a few block-type items, he could immediately raise his block probability to 100%. If he stacked some more block value, his defense would soar again. In short, these two pieces of equipment were of little use to Yang Chen. The skills they each possessed required corresponding weapons. For example, the Judgment Beam needed to be used with a particle lightsaber. The giant shields. Fortress Mode seemed somewhat useful as it could increase block value by 1000 points, but a 100% block probability felt like a waste to him. Moreover, the side effects were too great. Finally, the Subspace Torrent Fragment was an extremely special item. When the Apocalypse Colossus boss self-destructed, the deep purple energy core collapsed into a black hole bomb that devoured everything, as if space itself was about to be completely torn apart by that terrifying power. This fragment was the only product formed from the pure spatial turbulence and energy debris after that catastrophic explosion. The deep purple flowing light resembled a miniature nebula, imprisoned within crystal, slowly rotating inside the irregular fragment. The energy it contained was so bizarre, sometimes stable like still water, and at other times violently turbulent like raging waves filled with the unknown and danger. What is its function? Yang Chen repeatedly observed this fragment. It seemed it could be thrown into the Nagwa cauldron and cooked with other materials, transforming into a pot of mysterious soup filled with unknown effects. Or perhaps, Yang Chen opened his talent panel. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. A long dormant talent suddenly emitted a prompt indicating it could be upgraded. Heavenly Poison. He could actually absorb this Subspace Torrent Fragment and evolve a third type of strange poison. A third type of strange poison? Yang Chen's poisoning skill had already reached the realm of entering the hall, allowing him to attach 3 types of strange poisons simultaneously. And this Subspace Torrent Fragment just filled that last gap. Upgrade. Yang Chen chose to upgrade the Heavenly Poison talent. Crack, crack, crack. The Subspace Torrent Fragment shattered in response, transforming into a deep purple energy flow that instantly enveloped his entire body like a living thing. At that moment, his soul seemed to be pulled away. Yang Chen felt the world around him become blurry, as if he had been thrown into the depths of the endless universe, witnessing the flickering birth and death of countless stars. Chaotic energy flowed. In the depths of the universe, there was an indescribable terror. He saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, billions of creatures mercilessly crushed on a battlefield like a meat grinder, terrifying beings tearing each other apart. He saw a filthy world of decay, with writhing tumors and oozing sores everywhere, the stench of disease permeating the entire planet. He saw countless bizarre creatures indulging in pleasure, their ordinary means of satisfaction no longer enough. Only sharp iron hooks piercing flesh and burning souls with filthy flames could allow them to feel supreme joy and extreme pain. He saw dark, deep corners where countless betrayals and murders were silently weaving together, dirty secrets transforming into cursed power, spreading recklessly. Various absurd and bizarre scenes, enough to drive any normal person insane in an instant, surged into his mind like a tide. Heart of Stone, triggered. Heart of Stone, triggered. Heart of Stone, triggered. Yang Chen's talent triggered. Wildly at that moment, the power of the subspace chaotic torrent was continuously pouring into his body. Whispers and murmurs of evil echoed in his ears, as if his consciousness and thoughts were about to be completely torn apart by this power. So fierce? Yang Chen never expected that this small subspace torrent fragment would produce such terrifying power. Fortunately, his mental attribute reached 316 points. But even so, his sanity was plummeting at a visibly frantic pace. This couldn't go on any longer. Once his sanity dropped to the lowest point, no one could predict what would happen. Yang Chen steeled his heart and directly opened a golden super treasure chest in his backpack. Ordinary divine stones, upgrade stone, fusion stone, awakening stone, advanced divine stones, corruption stone, source power stone. What? No most reliable promotion stone, nor any rare evolution stone. There was still a golden chest in the backpack. Should he gamble again? Forget it. Take a chance. A bicycle turns into a motorcycle. What if the second chest doesn't even have a corruption stone? That would really be the end. Corruption stone, heart like a rock. The corruption stone instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging into his body. Promotion successful. You have gained a talent. Heart of the polluted earth. Heart of the polluted earth. Dark gold corruption. You are immune to any form of control effects. Curse effect. Your weight increases tenfold, causing damage to fragile ground, and you cannot ride most mounts. Yang Chen's talent underwent a qualitative leap. Immune to any form of control effects. Truly worthy of the corruption promotion. Truly worthy of the heart of the mountain in the Xuanwu stone. A talent directly maxed out, no longer fearing any control. As for that curse effect, a tenfold weight, it didn't seem to have too much impact. Heart of the polluted earth triggered. The evil whisper in Yang Chen's ear instantly vanished. This talent could immunize against all control, and illusions in the mental aspect also became ineffective. However, the infusion of that chaotic power did not stop. It seemed to have discovered something, and the terrifying energy flow became even more violent, surging and continuing to merge into his soul and body. Cursed Titan body trigger. 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 Heart of the polluted earth. Trigger. 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 The two talents polluted by the corruption stone acted like two massive magnets, crazily absorbing the chaotic power of the subspace. What? What is going on? Too many corrupted talents led to the absorption of more filth? How to stop this? Surely he couldn't use a forgetting stone to delete these two divine level talents. First, he needed to get his sanity back up. Yang Chen currently had 95 free attribute points. If he allocated them all to mental attributes, he could hold on for a while. Unwilling, it was hard-earned to accumulate to 100 points. I'm all in. He took out an upgrade stone and crushed it directly. Ding, you have been upgraded to level 26. Your free attribute points have reached 100 points. Hidden condition triggered. Bloodline system activated early. You will no longer gain free attribute points and can choose one top-tier bloodline. First choice. Heavenly Pulse 1 Chi. After awakening the bloodline, for each level gained, all attributes plus 5 and all attributes permanently increased by 30%. Second choice, Martial Saint Bloodline. After awakening the bloodline, for each level gained, all attributes plus 5, all physical damage permanently increased by 100%. Third choice, Sword Bone Heaven Made. After awakening the bloodline, for each level gained, agility attribute plus 20 and the attack speed and damage of all sword-type weapons permanently increased by 100%. Yang Chen's free attribute points reached 100, unexpectedly activating the bloodline system early. These bloodlines were all top-tier existences. For example, the first Heavenly Pulse 1 Chi could provide a percentage increase to all attributes, perfectly matching his bucket account. Not only that, the bloodline could be further promoted to gain even more powerful effects. That chaotic power continued to pour in, gradually reaching a threshold. Among the options for bloodline talents, an additional, ominous, terrifying option appeared. After the awakening of the bloodline from the Chaos Chosen, every level up grants plus 8 to all attributes, and all continuous damage you inflict can produce critical effects. What is this? Yang Chen triggered the hidden bloodline system, and among the many super bloodlines, an incredibly evil and bizarre hidden bloodline has emerged. A hidden layer within a hidden layer. The all attribute increase from the Chaos Chosen is exceptionally high, and its accompanying special effects are absurdly outrageous. Toxic bleeding, corrosion, burning, various negative continuous damages enhanced by critical hits. How terrifying could that be? This is just the initial effect of the bloodline awakening. If it can continue to enhance negative states in the future, even breaking the enemy's immunity function, ignoring targets to freely apply abnormal buffs, how powerful would that be? I choose Chaos Chosen. Yang Chen roared. The endless power of the subspace universe surged from all directions, transforming into terrifying and evil energy, all pouring into his body. Ding, you have awakened your bloodline and become the Chaos Chosen. You will no longer gain free attribute points. You are currently level 26, with an all-attribute compensation of 208 points. The colorful light of chaos crazily compressed his flesh, causing all attributes to surge by 208 points. Strength 468, Constitution 558, Agility 331, Intelligence 290, Stamina 737, Spirit 533, all attributes skyrocketed. Endless power flowed wildly within his body. Chaos Chosen Yang Chen awakened the bloodline system ahead of time. The ability of the exclusive talent perfectly matched Yang Chen's special effects system. Praise of pain, all continuous damage you inflict can produce critical effects. Soon, the terrifying illusions generated by the subspace torrent gradually transformed into a silent magical flame. It does not harm your flesh, but it will burn your soul, tearing apart your remaining pitiful will. Ding World Strange Poison, gain a new ability. Silent Flame, the target loses 1 point of sanity per second, and upon reaching 0, enters a whispers in the ear state, falling into endless madness. The third type of strange poison. This strange poison is even more special. Yang Chen raised his hands, a layer of subspace chaotic energy invisible to the naked eye covered the rotting toxic substance. This strange poison, like unhealable plague and exotic python cold poison, has an infinite duration, and the special effects it produces are even more bizarre. Sanity. That is an entirely different ability system. It can actually ravage your will, causing people to lose their sanity and go mad? Terrifying. This silent flame seems to have little power, but after experiencing the recent horrifying event, one deeply understands how serious mental damage can be. If Yang Chen did not have the talent of polluted heart of the earth, his soul and consciousness would have likely been torn apart long ago, and no one could predict what the consequences would be. Gradually, the illusions before Yang Chen dissipated. That grounded feeling returned, as if he had drifted through an alien universe filled with a sense of unreality. However, the power was undeniably real. Yang Chen's six-dimensional attributes exploded to an exaggerated level, with chaotic madness surging. In the midst of it all, this game of heaven and abyss gradually pulled Yang Chen away from the boundaries of mortal. Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion Nyo stall business became increasingly popular. Various equipment was in high demand, and wealthy bosses were frantically raising prices, snatching up all kinds of equipment that Yang Chen looked down upon. Two imposing golden armored guards stood like gate gods in front of the stall, maintaining order on the scene. Uninvited guests. Besides those wealthy bosses, some unscrupulous individuals quietly appeared. No thief in the world was a level 18 rogue player. Beside him stood a tall and sturdy warrior with the ID name Highwayman. The goods are all laid out there. Still, using the old method, you attract attention, lowered his voice, a greedy glint igniting in his eyes as he set his sights on Nyo's treasure pavilion. Don't worry, he said. The notorious thief strode forward, pushing through the crowd with a rough shove amidst a chorus of discontented murmurs. Don't miss out as you pass by. Check out the freshly released level 15 exceptional staff. With an incredibly high intelligence boost, come take a look, mages. Nyo stood atop a wooden crate, passionately hawking his wares, quickly noticing the imposing figure approaching him. Hey, that kid's selling stuff. The notorious thief shouted in an extremely arrogant tone towards Nyo on the platform. Get me a top-notch axe for warriors. This guy clearly meant trouble. Nyo greeted every customer with a smile. Big brother, take a look at this piece of equipment. Nyo produced a level 17 exceptional mountain-cleaving axe and presented it to the notorious thief. How much for this axe? The notorious thief nodded in satisfaction, inquiring about the price of the equipment. 2,500 blood coins. Big brother, you can also sign up for a VIP membership. Nyo smiled as he put the mountain-cleaving axe away, continuing to promote his business as usual. We have discount events, it's very cost-effective. Damn, 2,500 blood coins, that's so expensive? Why don't you just go rob someone? The notorious thief's tone grew increasingly arrogant, slamming his palm on the table. And your store's prices for equipment are clearly much higher than elsewhere. A black market, huh? Looking for trouble. The notorious thief was clearly trying to pick a fight. This big brother, what you said is not right. Nyo suppressed his inner anger, explaining calmly and respectfully, our Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion has clear prices, no cheating, young or old. If you think it's expensive, you can go check other places. Indeed, in this entire super magic city, perhaps only the Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion could offer so many exceptional pieces of equipment. There's a reason for the high prices. Time in Tianyuan is precious. If you come to the Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion, you're likely to find the equipment you desire. Watch your mouth. I just find this place displeasing today. The notorious thief exploded in anger, suddenly kicking violently at the equipment display. Stop. Two golden guards instantly reacted, crossing their war spears to form a blinding golden barrier, firmly blocking that heavy kick. This is a serious warning. If you continue to cause trouble, you will be killed on the spot. The golden guards issued a stern warning, glaring at the notorious thief, as if any further misbehavior would result in immediate execution. This guy must be here to stir up trouble, right? So impressive. Daring to be so arrogant in front of the golden guards. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, with plenty of idle spectators eager to watch the drama unfold. All attention was on the notorious thief, and at that moment, moved greed flickered in his eyes. He searched for the blind spots in the golden guard's vision, finally finding a sliver of opportunity, his hand moving with lightning speed towards a corner of the display. A level 17 exceptional quality one-handed sword, glowing with purple light, vanished from the stall in an instant. The entire process was seamless, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, Nyo, who was confronting the notorious thief, remained completely oblivious. No system notifications. The two towering golden guards seemed to have missed it as well. He had successfully made a steal, gleefully looking at the exceptional weapon in his inventory worth at least 2,000 blood coins. However, did not realize that while he was stealing Nyo-Nyo's equipment, another figure had quietly approached nearby. Yang Chen, with his wild instinct, nothing within a 10-meter radius could escape his notice. Even high-level invisibility skills are of no use in front of Yang Chen, let alone the thieving skills of the no-thief. In the world, there's a saying, return the favor in kind. A cold and mocking smile curled at the corner of Yang Chen's mouth. Flying dragon exploring the clouds unbeknownst to anyone, Yang Chen used his thieving skill, triggering the shadowy figure repeatedly. Stealing 3 pieces of equipment once again. What's going on? Where's my one-handed sword? The no-thief in the world widened his eyes, happily licking his equipment, only to have the stolen exceptional one-handed sword vanish in an instant. What's happening? The no-thief in the world carefully checked, and it wasn't just the one-handed sword. His 2 exquisite daggers had also inexplicably disappeared. Damn! I get it, someone stole from me. Failing to steal a chicken, he instead lost the rice. The no-thief in the world looked around, his shifty eyes revealing confusion and fear, but he didn't notice anything suspicious around him. Damn! I'm also missing an exquisite ring. The no-thief in the world checked one last time. He discovered, to his dismay, that the prized exquisite ring on his left hand had also vanished. That ring had increased his critical hit rate by 5%, a treasure he had worked tirelessly to acquire. On the other side, the noise and clamor gradually subsided. The Jianyang thief didn't really want to cause trouble. After successfully creating an opportunity for his companions, he symbolically shouted a few curses and turned to leave the crowd. He arrived at the agreed-upon loot distribution point, but after waiting for a long time, his companions still hadn't shown up. The Jianyang thief's gaze gradually turned fierce as he opened his friend list, impatiently urging them. A few minutes later, the no-thief in the world finally appeared, head hanging low. Something's wrong. We've been set up. His face was full of bitterness, his voice filled with grievance and unwillingness. You mean someone stole your equipment right in front of you? And they stole 4 pieces at once? Upon hearing this, the Jianyang thief's first reaction was to doubt him, his voice suddenly turning cold. You little brat, you're not trying to keep it all for yourself, are you? The no-thief in the world suddenly looked up, his already lecherous face now filled with anger at being wronged. If I wanted to keep it all, would I come to meet you? We've been cooperating for so long, is it really worth it to fall out over a piece of broken equipment? This angry response finally eased some of the Jianyang thief's doubts, but his gaze towards his companion still brimmed with distrust. That shop is suspicious. A hint of fear flashed in the no-thief in the world's eyes as he lowered his voice. It's definitely suspicious. There must be some anti-theft mechanism we don't know about. The issue with that shop? Let's prepare first and call a few more people. After pondering for a moment, a fierce glint appeared in the Jianyang thief's eyes. I want to see what's so strange about that treasure house. With that, the Jianyang thief opened his friend list and called up several shady friends, preparing to pull off another big score. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, not knowing when, leisurely strolled over to Nyo-Nyo's side. With a clang, he casually tossed the exceptional quality one-handed sword, glowing with purple light, in front of Nyo-Nyo, along with 2 sharp exquisite daggers and a ring with critical hit attributes. What's this? Nyo-Nyo was somewhat puzzled, but when he saw the attributes of the one-handed sword, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Your shop has been robbed, Yang Chen said with a smile. Nyo-Nyo's expression instantly stiffened, his gaze becoming much more serious. Someone is stealing things? This sword is indeed from our store. He checked repeatedly, his face growing increasingly grim. Just as the war wolf boss had said, the shop had indeed been robbed. I'm sorry, wolf brother. I was too careless. Nyo-Nyo's face was full of apology, while his mind raced to recall the seemingly unusual commotion that had just occurred. A gang operation. Nyo-Nyo instantly realized that it must have been that warrior called Jianyang de Dao who deliberately attracted his and the guards' attention, allowing his accomplices to steal the equipment. Don't blame yourself, Yang Chen said casually, continuing, with such a large business, it's clearly not enough to have just you watching over it, especially with 2 golden guards. He glanced again at the 2 golden guards who stood as imposing as gate gods. While they were undoubtedly effective at maintaining order, asking them to catch those skilled thieves was a bit too much to ask. So, what do we do from now on? Nyo-Nyo's expression grew even darker. The Wolf Lord couldn't possibly stand guard at the stall all the time, could he? If the same thing happened again, he would be completely at a loss. Should he continue to increase the number of guards? Leave it to me, Yang Chen said, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just so happens, I've got a bunch of fresh stuff. He revealed a row of white teeth and pulled out a large pile of design blueprints and rare materials he had obtained from the guild's secret realm, which could be used right here. Nyo-Nyo's eyes instantly filled with curiosity. Fresh stuff? What new things had Wolf Brother come up with? Could it possibly be anti-theft? Yang Chen turned and walked toward the construction site of the treasure pavilion, which was bustling with activity. An old man, muscular and with a flowing white beard, was forging the foundation with his bare torso glistening with sweat. He was the specially hired dwarf master craftsman. "I'm here to help you." Yang Chen stepped forward, ready to join in. He had previously used a large number of craftsman proficiency notes, and his crafting skills had been upgraded to the level of advanced craftsman, making it a perfect opportunity to test his skills. "Don't make things worse." The old craftsman raised his hand to stop him, his tone filled with undeniable authority as he continued. "You can't handle this design blueprint. The foundation forged from black gold is indestructible, but if you're not careful, you'll waste these precious materials." Such a high-level design blueprint, combined with such rare top-tier materials, meant that even he, as a master craftsman, had to be extremely cautious and focused. A single failure would only result in some material loss, but a major failure would be disastrous, causing a chain reaction that could even ruin other already completed sections. "Don't worry." Yang Chen flashed a bright smile, his expression brimming with absolute confidence. Probability had never been an issue for him. As he spoke, he moved forward to strike the foundation, and with his bare hands? You don't even have a hammer? Striking the foundation with bare hands?" The master craftsman puffed out his cheeks in disbelief. It was the first time in his life he had seen someone so reckless. Without the corresponding tools, life skills would not only be significantly less efficient, but the success rate would also be greatly diminished. Yang Chen offered no further explanation. He casually threw a punch at the pile of black gold on the ground, and 3 indistinct afterimages followed his movement. "Congratulations! Major success. Quality increased. Total completion progressed by 1%. Major success. Quality increased. Total completion progressed by 1%. The shimmering light of the black gold instantly became even more dazzling. Its quality gradually increased to the maximum with each major success, even unleashing the hidden energy within. Transformation. The originally deep-colored black gold transformed during the forging process into a more brilliant and advanced radiant gold essence. Not only that, with each punch Yang Chen threw, the total completion steadily progressed by 1%. The surrounding foundation began to grow wildly outward, as if sprouting like potatoes. This. The master craftsman had never seen such an exaggerated scene. Continuous great successes. Continuous quality improvements. The quality of all materials had, astonishingly, evolved into higher-grade master materials during the forging process. The overall progress was steadily rising. Every time Yang Chen's main body, along with the 3 shadow clones, swung his fist, the total completion rate advanced by a solid 4%. The entire foundation was automatically completing at a visibly rapid pace. Incredible. This was simply unbelievable. Congratulations, great success. Building level increased. Total durability increased by 500%. Your life skill craftsman proficiency plus 8,000 blood wine. Yang Chen completed this massive project, successfully finishing the foundation construction of the advanced design blueprint, with his proficiency skyrocketing by a full 8,000 points. That incredibly tough black gold foundation had, under the repeated great successes, completely transformed into a dazzling golden brilliance. "I've been a craftsman my whole life, and this is the first time I've encountered something like this." The master craftsman beside him exclaimed in amazement, hardly able to believe the miraculous scene before his eyes. He then looked at the other design blueprints. Automatic door design blueprint. Yang Chen pulled out another design blueprint, ready to start crafting. Used the design blueprint instantly transformed into an invisible framework outline. He just needed to input the corresponding materials to begin crafting. He chose to use moonlight crystal cluster, a translucent material, along with a bit of shadow rotwood for the door frame. The crafting method was simple and straightforward. Yang Chen continued to create by hand, his fist, accompanied by afterimages, smashing down hard on the materials near the transparent outline. Great success. Quality increased. Total completion advanced by 1%. Great success. Quality increased. Total completion advanced by 1%. Construction completed. Building level increased. Total durability increased by 500%. Your life skill craftsman proficiency plus 2,000. The construction of the fully automatic sensing door was a great success, and the building level was also raised. The high-grade mineral, moonlight crystal cluster, under the catalysis of great success, unleashed its internal energy, transforming into a higher-grade starlight radiance, while the shadow rotwood used for the doorframe transformed into a master-grade black deathwood tumor. Upon closer inspection, the automatic door made of starlight radiance was entirely crystal clear, with countless tiny stars slowly swirling inside, emitting a soft and dreamy glow. The most marvelous part was that this door even had an air conditioning effect. When someone approached, the black deathwood tumor would emit a chilling coldness, while the starlight radiance would release a warm and gentle light, maintaining the surrounding temperature in a constant state that felt most comfortable. Very good. Yang Chen continued to manufacture the design blueprints one by one. Vending machine. Efficient vending machine was created, also using moonlight crystal cluster and black gold as core materials. Perfectly crafted. Great success. The level of the vending machine was raised, and the material level was activated, transforming it into a golden, ultra-luxurious vending machine. This thing was huge, capable of accommodating 5 people at once. It wasn't for snacks and drinks, it could hold dozens of pieces of equipment, allowing players to select and purchase conveniently. Exhibition cabinet. This cabinet was crafted using shadow wrought in transparent moonlight crystal cluster. Perfectly crafted. Level increased, material activated. The evolved exhibition cabinet exuded nobility and luxury. The cabinet body made of black deathwood tumor displayed a deep obsidian-like hue with naturally formed patterns that resembled countless twisted, anguished human faces. This cabinet could hold some unconventional equipment. For example, the golden grade artifacts in Yang Chen's backpack that he had no use for. They can serve as the store's treasures, showcasing the formidable strength of the Bull and Wolf Treasure Pavilion to all players. And those truly wealthy big bosses can negotiate higher level deals with Nyo through these exhibits. The key item is about to arrive. Apocalypse Sentinel Blueprint. This is a top-tier design blueprint stolen from the Colossus Apocalypse boss. This Sentinel mech can not only be equipped with gear but can also be upgraded by adding more parts and devices. What if I use top-tier materials directly? Yang Chen's heart trembled suddenly. His 100% triggered great success effect could forcibly elevate the level of materials. So, what kind of magical chemical reaction would occur if he directly used materials that were already top-tier? Radiant Gold Essence Stellar Glimmer Abyssal Bloodwood. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yang Chen used the design blueprint. He took out a large amount of top-tier materials, then retrieved the electromagnetic core and observer radar obtained from the crusher. It could get even crazier. Yang Chen glanced at the equipment weapons in his backpack. Apocalypse Greatsword and Apocalypse Greatshield were super strong sets stolen from the Colossus Apocalypse, not only boasting powerful effects but also having a formidable set bonus. He could use them too. Yang Chen pulled out the Apocalypse Sword and Shield set from his backpack. They returned to their normal size, not as exaggeratedly long as the ones in the hands of the Apocalypse boss. Forge. Great success. Quality increased. Total completion progressed by 1%. Yang Chen swung his fist and smashed it down onto the materials of the design blueprint, the powerful force automatically assembling them. Evolve. Ignite. Electromagnetic core embedded. Great success enhanced to atomic core observer radar embedded. Great success enhanced to Omnivision. Those materials that were already top tier, under the repeated activations of great success, astonishingly reinforced and transformed into legendary level super resources. Sunstone, Dream Crystal, Abyssal Bloodwood. These are legendary level resources that cannot be obtained in the current version. They became the core materials for creating the Apocalypse Sentinel, and after hundreds of rounds of great success forging, successfully created an ultimate creation that surpassed the legendary grade. Congratulations, you have crafted a legendary mech, Divine Punishment. Your crafting skill artisan proficiency plus 100,000. Your contribution points plus 100,000. Your crafting profession has been upgraded to top tier artisan. Yang Chen's final punch landed, perfectly creating this Apocalypse Sentinel and upgrading it to the unique legendary mech Divine Punishment. A massive mech standing 10 meters tall rose from the ground. Its body was forged from sunstone radiating a dazzling brilliance, with golden armor flowing with scorching patterns like lava. An atomic core energy furnace provided it with endless power. The Abyssal Bloodwood, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, was embedded deep within its chest around the atomic core, exuding a chilling aura. The super mech had no face, its entire visage covered with a layer of dream crystal material, energy flowing like twinkling stars in the galaxy. Behind that face hid the Omnivision super radar, possessing strong penetration capabilities, monitoring 360 degrees without blind spots. Clearly, it could simultaneously monitor everyone around. It stood quietly at the entrance of the Bull and Wolf Treasure Pavilion, more a giant guardian statue filled with futuristic technological vibes than a defensive sentinel. What is that? Is it a Gundam? Awesome, so awesome, someone built a Gundam. It should be a statue, but this design is really cool. People marveled at the Heaven's Punishment super mech, thinking it was a statue that had been constructed. How extravagant. In this prime location where every inch is worth its weight in gold, they actually built such a stunning super Gundam sculpture just for show? Then, that Heaven's Punishment super mech actually began to move. The towering 10-meter tall mech quickly transformed and folded like a transformer. In just a few seconds, the colossal figure that once overlooked all turned into a 2-meter tall, formidable guardian. Go. Watch the stall. Yang Chen commanded. Heaven's Punishment took heavy steps, moving near Nyo-Nyo's stall, standing quietly beside him, like the most loyal knight guarding him. Wolf brother, what is this? Nyo-Nyo's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, pointing at the mech guardian radiating a terrifying aura, so excited he could hardly speak. Is this thing here to watch my stall? He could clearly feel waves of scorching energy continuously emanating from Heaven's Punishment's golden armor. It felt as if a small sun that could explode at any moment was standing right next to him. The surrounding players were also filled with interest in the suddenly appearing Heaven's Punishment, but as soon as they got a little closer, they could Feel a scorching gaze, as if it were tangible, locking onto them with the penetrating power of omnivision. What is this? Yang Chen smiled mysteriously, a profound expression crossing his face. The big one is still to come. With that, he took out the last design blueprint. Super Defense Tower. This was also a special blueprint stolen from the giant statue Apocalypse. It had a unique function that allowed it to merge with other buildings. That's right. Yang Chen could directly establish the Super Defense Tower on the foundation of the Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion's equipment store would still remain. Its first 3 floors could still be used to sell various equipment items, but the upper floors would transform into a true Super Defense Tower. It could create corresponding types of particle cannon beams based on different materials. Let's get to work. This building required an exceptionally large amount of materials. Yang Chen gritted his teeth and took out all the rare materials from his backpack. Black gold or radiant gold essence, moonlight crystal cluster, starshine glow, shadow corrupted wood, black death wood tumor. Additionally, after defeating 3 giant statue crushers, the remaining 2 sets of electromagnetic cores and observer radars were also installed onto the defense tower. Good. Also put in the previously designed automatic sensor doors and automatic vending machines. Yang Chen threw the items he had crafted from the previous blueprints into the massive outline of the Super Defense Tower. Fist attack. Great success. Quality increased. Total completion progressed by 1%. Great success. Quality increased. Total completion progressed by 1%. Yang Chen swung his fist and smashed it down hard on the outline of the design blueprint, causing the overall progress of the building to skyrocket. The internal energy of all the materials was fully activated under his repeated great success, completing the final transformation. A magnificent structure filled with futuristic technology and Eastern charm rose from the ground. At the very top of the tower, the 3 legendary materials each forged a super laser cannon filled with a sense of destructive beauty. The Sunstone cannon, made entirely of sunstone, was the most domineering. The golden cannon body flowed with hot patterns like lava, and each pulse of energy made the surrounding air scorch and twist. The Dream Crystal cannon on the left was made of dream crystals. It was completely transparent, as if it contained an entire dazzling galaxy, with countless tiny stars slowly swirling within, refracting unpredictable rainbow lights, exuding a sense of mystery and grandeur. The Abyss Bloodwood cannon on the right was the most sinister. It is entirely carved from abyssal bloodwood, with the pitch-black cannon body entwined by dark red patterns resembling dried bloodstains, exuding a chilling aura of terror. Beneath the 3 main cannons, each layer of the tower extends several uniquely shaped auxiliary gun emplacements. Some resemble fierce dragon heads, their muzzles flashing with blinding electric light. Others look like blooming crystal lotuses, with cold air condensing between their petals. The design of the tower itself is a marvel of craftsmanship. Countless high-grade materials, under the might of great success, have perfectly fused together. The entire tower presents a highly futuristic streamlined shape. The abyssal bloodwood that serves as the skeleton beneath its ink-black surface contains flowing sunlight akin to magma and a dreamlike shimmer reminiscent of stars. Destruction and rebirth, darkness and light, reality and dreams, these opposing forces achieve perfect balance and unity on this tower, complementing each other, endlessly vibrant, filled with an ineffable mystical beauty. Congratulations, you have successfully constructed a legendary building. Super Pearl. Calculating the materials you used, your contribution points have increased by 800,000. Yang Chen invested a massive amount of rare materials into the construction, all of which would be calculated by the system as contribution points. The completion of the Super Pearl Defense Tower also provided an unassailable security guarantee for the entire Super Magic City, further calculated by the system to yield a large amount of additional contribution points. In the end, Yang Chen alone received a total of 800,000 points as a reward. Remaining contribution points, 850,000. Accumulated contribution points, 1 million. Yang Chen's total accumulated points reached a terrifying million. What does a million personal points mean? Not to mention personal points, even the top guilds on the Silk Road, which gathered thousands of elite living players, would probably not match Yang Chen's contributions combined. What is that? Super Pearl, seems like a defense tower? Is that for real? It can't be a joke. If I opened a Honey Snow Ice city nearby, would that laser tower shoot me? The crowd erupted in excitement. They stared in shock at the towering superstructure. The construction process of the Super Pearl took less than a minute, resembling a pile of fully automated future building blocks, with all structures appearing naturally formed. It's too exaggerated. Wolf brother, don't tell me this thing is our shop? Nyo was completely dumbfounded. He looked incredulously at the Super Pearl Defense Tower, and at the bottom 3 layers of the tower there was indeed the location of the Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion. The stall is closed. Yang Chen stood beneath the Super Pearl, and the fully automated sensor door crafted from starlight slid open silently as he approached. Come in and take a look. Modernized. Such a futuristic store appeared in the world of Tianyuan, filled with magic and monsters, giving an incredibly absurd surreal feeling. Everyone, I'm closing up for now. The Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion is about to open, so please look forward to it. Nyo hurriedly packed up the stall, picked up a handmade loudspeaker, and shouted to the crowd. The crowd instantly boiled over. That miraculous Super Pearl Defense Tower was actually a shop? Scammer! How much money could this ID-defying scammer have made to build such a super structure? Some clever individuals had already caught a whiff of something unusual from this name. Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion. No, mighty Emperor Nyo has tasted the flavor of sinful pleasures. Wolf, War Wolf #1974. This was practically a brand name. If there was someone in today's Tianyuan world who could construct such a legendary super defense tower, then without a doubt, that person could only be War Wolf. Damn it! I think I understand now. Nyo Lang, isn't that just Nyo and Jean Lang? So it turns out that the big boss behind the scenes is actually Jean Lang. No wonder this kid can get so many top-notch equipment. He must be clinging to the world's #1. People speculated that Jean Lang was the true owner of the shop. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and Nyo entered the store. Luxurious, noble. The entire interior space of the shop was so high that it seemed almost unreal, with a vaulted ceiling soaring over 10 meters high. The floor was laid with a layer of polished black deadwood burl, its deep ink-like wooden surface smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the magnificence seen on the ceiling. Above, a giant chandelier made of countless starry radiance hung down. The thousands of gems, sparkling like diamonds, emitted a soft and dreamy rainbow glow, as if an entire dazzling galaxy had been moved into the shop. It also had modern functionalities. An automatic temperature control system maintained the indoor temperature at a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. The upgraded Omnivision acted like an invisible net, encompassing every corner of the shop in comprehensive surveillance. These cabinets, and this vending machine. Nyo looked at the rows of display cabinets, made from black deadwood burl, his palm gliding over the mirror-like surface, unable to contain his amazement. The ultra-luxurious vending machine with multiple selling windows had such powerful features that it made Nyo's heart race with excitement. The space is too big. This doesn't look like an equipment store, it feels more like an art exhibition hall. Nyo glanced around, unable to help but exclaim. The entire first-floor hall was excessively spacious, with cabinets filled with abstract art on both sides, while the central area was completely empty. Yang Chen thought of something and snapped his fingers. The legendary mech Tian Fa stepped heavily into the treasure hall. It stood like the coolest model in a museum, quietly dominating the center of the vast hall, instantly becoming the most eye-catching feature of the entire space. Moreover, the Tian Fa battle armor also took on the heavy responsibility of protecting the shop and deterring all petty thieves. According to the design plan, the second floor is the VIP room. The third floor is a private area, and there's a safe there. It was Yang Chen's first time here as well, but according to the design plan, the areas of the three-story shop were clearly defined. Wolf brother, let me take a closer look. Nyo first approached the vending machine. The first window displayed green equipment of the boutique grade. Their prices were generally low, only requiring a few hundred blood coins for purchase, with no need for haggling. The second window showcased blue equipment of the excellent grade. These items were pricey, each exceeding 1,000 blood coins, which would convert to at least over 100,000 in real currency. Wearing this entire set of equipment was like putting on a house. Nyo contemplated whether to also include the outstanding grade equipment in the vending machine. These purple glowing items were generally priced above 2,000 blood coins, and when the wealthy competed to buy them, the price could be raised. It might be better to put them in the display case? Nyo carefully categorized the equipment, cautiously placing some high-level outstanding grade items into the display case. Armor, boots, gloves, longbows, daggers, sword-type weapons, these items could all fetch high prices, and when placed together in the cabinet according to their attribute bonuses, the selling price would be even higher. Additionally, the vending machine also had a purchasing capability. At another window, Nyo set up an automatic purchase for common grade equipment, buying all trash of any level for 100 blood coins each. Still tangled up with this junk? The store is about to open, let me get you some good stuff. Yang Chen approached Nyo and immediately took out a few truly good items. Mu King Giant Shield Title Barrier Robe Goblin King's Wolf Tooth Warhammer. How nostalgic. The Mu King Giant Shield had initially provided a lot of help, but now it was of little use, just right to hand over to Nyo for sale. Of course, Yang Chen still had some hidden treasures like the Plague Demon's waistcloth and the Heart of Despair necklace, which he would keep for himself as they still had their uses, so he wouldn't sell them for now. These are all boss drops. Golden grade equipment. Nyo's eyes widened, especially the attributes of that female robe, which came with the effect of the title shield. It could use mana to resist enemy damage instantly, solving the problem of the mage's fragility. That level 30 wolf tooth mace was equally outrageous, boasting super high attributes while also coming with powerful warrior skills, and it dealt area damage. A treasure of the store. These items could completely serve as the store's treasures. I want to display them in the most prominent place. Auction. Equipment of this level must generate enough hype we need to hold an auction. Nyo-Nyo's ambition began to swell, preparing to treat these treasures as auction items, waiting for the hype to grow big enough before holding a grand auction. Don't rush. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth curled into a mysterious smile. It's not over yet. He hadn't revealed all his assets yet. He casually took out 5 forgetting stones, 5 reforging stones, and finally a heritage stone. All of these were tradable divine stones crafted from stone forging technique. Just one heritage stone had someone bidding 300,000 blood coins and in the end, even exchanged for a ring of Shumi. Divine stones. So many tradable divine stones. Nyo-Nyo was completely convinced. Having followed Yang Chen for so long, he thought he had become numb and would no longer be surprised by any equipment or items. However, the Battle Wolf boss repeatedly pushed the limits of his understanding. Each time was more thrilling than the last. Who knew what earth-shattering item the Battle Wolf boss would pull out of his bag next? Nyo-Nyo carefully took a few treasures. The title barrier robe and the Goblin King's wolf tooth warhammer, both radiating brilliant golden light, were solemnly placed in the 2 most prominent display cabinets in the hall. The glass of the cabinets shimmered with a dreamlike luster, like a galaxy. Through the glass, players could clearly see all the attributes of these 2 golden grade items, along with their drool-worthy, outrageous effects. Not for sale. The timing for the auction wasn't ripe yet. Nyo-Nyo was well-versed in the art of hunger marketing, temporarily designating these 2 items as not for sale, only available for viewing to whet everyone's appetite. Additionally, he placed that incredibly precious heritage stone in a nearby independent display case, treating it as a store treasure as well. As for the forgetting stones and reforging stones, they were placed in a relatively distant position but still within the core area of the shop. Strength. This was the true display of strength. Anyone who stepped into this Nyo Wolf treasure pavilion would be awed by these treasures. The strongest equipment store in Super Magic City was now fully prepared. Meanwhile, in a dark and remote corner of Super Magic City, the infamous thief, Zhang Yangdao, was passionately rallying a new group of shady friends, spitting out words in a final pre-battle mobilization. This group of people, each one more unsightly than the last, had eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity, clearly not good company. Brothers, Zhang Yangdao cleared his throat, his voice low yet filled with incitement. Today is a great time for us to get rich. The grand opening was a success. Everything was ready. The establishment of Super Pearl had already caused a sensation throughout the entire Magic City. Outside the door, a dense crowd pressed together, while 2 golden guards clad in resplendent armor stood like unyielding gatekeepers, maintaining order at the scene. Wolf brother. Then I'll open the door and start doing business. Nyo's face was filled with excitement and agitation, his voice trembling slightly. This was no longer the small-scale stall he had before. He finally owned a shop in the true sense. Let's open for business. All the permissions of the Super Pearl are granted to you, and this heavenly punishment mecha as well. Yang Chen waved his hand casually, granting all the permissions of the Super Pearl to Nyo-Nyo. Except for the inability to attack Yang Chen, the highest authority. All functions of the Super Pearl were fully accessible to Nyo-Nyo. Even the 3 world-destroying super cannons at the top were ready to obey Nyo-Nyo's commands, making it possible to strike wherever he pointed. Open for business. The 2 golden guards no longer blocked the entrance. The automatic sensor door slid open silently, welcoming a multitude of customers. I declare, the Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion is officially open. Nyo-Nyo's voice, amplified by the built-in loudspeaker of the Super Pearl, clearly spread across a radius of several hundred meters. The crowd exchanged glances, and then, like a flood breaking through a dam, they surged into the shop. The moment they stepped inside, they were completely stunned by the sight before them. What luxury! What nobility! The dome crafted from starlight emitted a soft and dreamy glow, as if they were beneath a dazzling starry sky. Even in the real world, one could not find a shop as dreamlike as this. What is this? In the most central part of the hall, several independent display cases quietly showcased a few pieces of dazzling golden-grade equipment. Golden-grade equipment. Artifacts dropped by bosses. People rushed over, marveling at the artifacts that only legendary bosses could drop. Is this the equipment used by top-tier big shots? In comparison, what they were wearing felt like mere scrap metal. Even those guild leaders clad in full sets of excellence great equipment felt their weapons were lacking at this moment. Everyone, you can head to the vending machines to purchase your desired equipment. Additionally, if anyone has unwanted junk equipment, our store will buy it back for 100 blood coins each. Nyo-Nyo's voice resonated clearly through the store's broadcasting system, reaching every corner. The scene before him filled him with immense pressure. The flow of people was simply overwhelming. Make way! Make way! Don't push! Boss! How much for this level 18 excellence longbow? I'll offer 2,000 blood coins. Wow! That set in the display case looks so cool. How much would it cost to get a full set? The entire first-floor hall was instantly packed with hundreds and thousands of players who had come in response to the news. The noisy inquiries, haggling voices, and even a few cries of misfortune from those who had their belongings stolen intertwined to create an extremely chaotic scene. Boss! A graceful lady in a luxurious robe pointed at the title barrier robe and asked proudly, "Is this golden robe for sale? I'll offer real currency. 100 million. 100 million? The crowd erupted in gasps, but some also scoffed. The price of blood coins had skyrocketed to 3,000 each. If 100 million were converted to blood coins, it would only be a little over 30,000. To think this amount could buy a golden grade mage artifact was simply underestimating the wealthy people of Huaxia. Let's not forget this was the super magic city. He. You think you can get this artifact with just 100 million? Below 300 million, I'll buy it instantly. Another wealthy tycoon snorted coldly, not taking such a small target seriously. Don't say that. 2 sets of apartments in Thompson Riviera. Another rich man from Shanghai raised 2 fingers and said slowly, the world of the wealthy was truly incomprehensible. Sorry everyone. Nyo-Nyo's voice cut through the noise of the crowd via the broadcast system, clear and commanding. The golden equipment in the display cases, along with various divine stones, are not for sale at the moment. Tomorrow at this time, he continued, pausing for effect, taking a deep breath, and summoning all his strength to shout the explosive news that would ignite the entire venue. We, the Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion, will hold a grand auction. Right here. The crowd erupted. If the opening was merely a spark to a bonfire, then Nyo-Nyo's words were like throwing an atomic bomb into the flames. An auction? No way. Not just golden equipment. That inheritance stone is up for auction too? Quick. Notify the president. Tell him to prepare more blood coins. The crowd was in a frenzy. Members of various guilds frantically contacted their leaders to report this earth-shattering news. Nyo-Nyo stood on the platform, looking down at the twisted faces of excitement and greed, feeling immense pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was time to hire a few reliable waitstaff to help share the burden. At that moment, a group of uninvited guests quietly blended into the chaotic crowd. No thieves, Ocean Bandit, this road is mine, this tree is my planting. More than a dozen players with criminal records gathered silently like sharks sensing blood. There was a reason these people came together. They had committed crimes in real life, and some were even part of the same criminal gang. Is this for real? It was just a small stall a moment ago. How did it become so extravagant? No thieves marveled, hardly believing his eyes. This super pearl, like a miracle, had risen in just a few minutes, far exceeding his understanding of the word construction. What's so surprising about it? This is the Tianyuan world. Just throw down the building design, and it's done. This tree is my planting. Had heard somewhere that Tianyuan construction was like a game. Just slap the building on the ground, and workers would come to finish it. Make sure to keep it discreet. Ocean Bandit lowered his voice, directing in the private message channel. Use private messages to communicate, don't let the word slip. Boss. Now is the best time. A burly man with the ID, this road is mine, had a greedy glint in his eyes. There are just those 2 big dumb guards at the entrance. Let's take advantage of the chaos to smash the glass and grab all the equipment inside. He proposed an incredibly bold idea. The glass of the display cases, though shimmering, looked fragile. With his strength, a couple of axe swings would probably shatter it. When the crowd surged, with hundreds or thousands rushing forward, who would care about anyone else? You're right. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. How many can those 2 golden guards catch in the chaos? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Ocean Bandit's eyes. Everyone show your skills. When I give the signal, whoever grabs it gets to keep it. If anyone gets caught, they can only blame their own incompetence. He licked his cracked lips, and the next steps would be easy. However, this group of criminals did not know that the cool mechs in the hall were not just models. Heaven's punishment had its all-seeing super radar already locked onto everyone in the venue. The business of the Treasure Pavilion was booming. The entire first-floor hall was packed with players who had come to hear the news, bustling with voices, a cacophony that shook the heavens. In front of the vending machine, the players were like bulls on adrenaline, waving their blood coins and competing fiercely, their faces flushed with excitement as they scrambled to purchase their desired gear. Surrounding the display cases filled with exquisite equipment were throngs of onlookers, packed in layers. They craned their necks, greedily staring at the weapons radiating enticing glows, occasionally bursting into exclamations filled with envy and jealousy. Wow! An all-attribute +8 exceptional ring. How much would that sell for? This is outrageous. I feel like my entire life savings wouldn't be enough to buy even a piece of trash here. On the other side, the notorious thief and his crew had already quietly blended into the chaotic crowd, ready to strike. Now's the time. Go! With the thief's command in the private message channel, a meticulously planned robbery unfolded violently. Steal it! This road is mine. The nearly 2-meter-tall brute was the first to act. He roared, raising the gleaming giant axe high above his head, using all his strength to bring it down hard on the nearest display case. At the same time, the hall erupted with many provocative roars directed at the ordinary players still hesitating around them, shouting loudly, "Steal it, brothers! What are you waiting for? So many treasures, everyone gets a share. If you grab it, you profit. Damn profiteers, hoarding so much good gear, let's take some for ourselves." Chaos. The hall instantly descended into disorder. Those ordinary players who had been watching were suddenly thrown into confusion. Yes, steal it. The law doesn't punish the crowd. With so many people, can they catch us all? The thief was also shouting from another side, rallying his companions and inciting the customers. His words were like a spark in hot oil, igniting the greed in many. The faces of the crowd were a mix of greed, fear, hesitation, and excitement, a complex blend. The world of Tianyuan was a lawless place where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, and the easily obtainable divine weapons before them were undoubtedly the most naked test of their humanity. In an instant, dozens of players responded, pulling out their weapons. With a steely resolve, they, like the thief and his crew, began to smash wildly at the display cases filled with exquisite gear. However, what happened next froze everyone's actions in place. Bang! The giant axe, capable of splitting rocks, struck the glass of the display case with full force, only to produce a deafening clang and a shower of dazzling sparks. That seemingly fragile glass didn't even show a hint of a crack. Starlight glimmered that was no ordinary glass. It was made of countless gems, sparkling like diamonds, infused with the power of the stars, a perfect super-strong defensive material. How is this possible? This Rhoda's mind stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at his numbed hand. His full-force strike, capable of breaking stone, hadn't even left a white mark? What the hell are you all doing? Keep smashing. Seeing this, the thief roared, personally taking the lead to swing his spiked club hard at another display case. The result was still futile. Those seemingly fragile glasses were sturdier than anything. Is this really glass? My exceptional weapon is about to chip. The crowd felt incredulous, gritting their teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was leisurely sitting on the stairs leading to the second floor, smiling as he watched the clumsy robbers, just in time to test the strength of the store's guards. Wolf brother, what should we do? Nyo-Nyo's urgent private message came through, filled with panic. Don't you have the authority? Just let the defense system start up on its own, Yang Chen replied lazily. Upon hearing this, Nyo-Nyo instantly realized. He immediately opened the shop's management panel and activated the various systems' autonomous defense function. There was also a bright red button for clear mode next to it, which he pressed at that moment. Buzz buzz buzz. A low, oppressive hum of energy suddenly resonated throughout the hall. The Heaven's Punishment mech, standing in the center of the hall, moved. Its once dull electronic eyes instantly lit up with two glaring scarlet beams like searchlights. The ceiling of the room slowly shifted, and from it descended a series of small, menacing laser turrets. Autonomous defense function activated. Warning, hostile behavior detected. A cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice echoed clearly through the shop's broadcast system, reaching every corner. Initiating clear mode. The Heaven's Punishment mech slowly raised its right arm, and the Heaven's Punishment greatsword in its hand glowed, instantly condensing into a blinding plasma beam. The faces of everyone were filled with indescribable shock and bewilderment. This mech, resembling a work of art, was actually alive? What are you afraid of? Isn't it just a hunk of metal? Brothers, let's go together and take it apart. The notorious Jian Yang was the first to snap out of his shock. A more frenzied brutality appeared on his fierce face, rallying others to charge at the Heaven's Punishment mech while he quietly stepped back. The greedy nature of the group of bandits was fully ignited at that moment, completely unaware that their leader had already begun to retreat. More than a dozen robbers, howling and roaring, charged from all directions towards the unmoving mech in a frenzy. Ignorant, foolish, this would be a one-sided massacre without any suspense. Heaven's Punishment moved. Its towering 2-meter frame transformed into a golden streak of light at a terrifying speed, rushing towards the bandit at the front. This road is mine. Ah! The burly man didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before the blazing plasma greatsword of Heaven's Punishment came crashing down with a whistle that tore through the air. Thud! There was no obstruction whatsoever. The sturdy heavy armor, resilient muscles, and thick bones were as fragile as paper before the particle beam. The burly man's body, along with the massive axe he proudly wielded, was cleanly split in two. Instant kill. An 18-level heavy armor warrior was actually killed in one strike. Scalding blood and shattered innards rained down like a torrential downpour on the faces of the players who had just rushed in, freezing their frenzied expressions in an instant. What the hell? Fireball. Ice. Arrow. Armor break slash. After a brief shock, even more frenzied attacks surged towards Heaven's Punishment, like a tide. Countless fireballs, ice arrows, blades, and sword shadows rained down madly upon Heaven's Punishment. A scene of despair unfolded. Heaven's Punishment's left arm suddenly lifted, and the surface of the Heaven's Punishment Great Shield instantly unfolded into a translucent hexagonal energy barrier. Bang bang bang. All attacks, upon contact with the energy barrier, vanished without a trace like a cow into the sea, only stirring up weak ripples of energy. All blocked? This Heaven's Punishment mech is a bit too outrageous. Heaven's Punishment continued its slaughter. The unfolded hexagonal energy barrier, after withstanding a tsunami of attacks, merely flickered a few times before stabilizing again. Its scarlet electronic eyes shone brightly, and the cold electronic synthesized voice echoed once more, "Threat target locked, clearing protocol initiated." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The particle beam greatsword in the hands of the divine punishment surged with a brilliant red light. With a standard thrusting motion, it thrust the blazing sword of destruction forward. The judgment beam, a scarlet light beam more dazzling than the sun, roared out from the sword tip in an instant. The beam carried a terrifying heat capable of vaporizing steel, like a divine spear piercing through heaven and earth, instantly penetrating the chest of a panicked shield warrior directly in front, and then mercilessly piercing through the bodies of 2 mages behind him. Put, put, put. 3 bodies were completely pierced by that devastating beam at the same time. They couldn't even let out a scream, before turning into 3 charred, smoking skeletons in the extreme heat, which then collapsed into a cloud of ashes. 1 sword, 3 kills. But it wasn't over yet. On the shoulder armor of the divine punishment, the honeycomb-like micromissile launch nest opened again. Tar cluster bomb. Oh no! The tar cluster bomb would explode into a sticky, asphalt-like black tar, likely covering the entire building. At that time, all the customers would be buried in the sea of flames. Detecting a large number of neutral units. Please grant kill rights. It's gone mad. The divine punishment in the super armor had gone insane. Those so-called neutral units were innocent customers, and to eliminate all threats around, the divine punishment mech actually requested to kill everyone? Not granted. You can't kill innocent customers. Just kill those bandit robbers. Yang Chen was startled and immediately issued the order. Once the extermination order was granted, it would probably leave not a single living person behind. Then what business could be done? Order accepted. Only authorized to kill hostile units. The honeycomb missile launchers on the shoulder of the divine punishment slowly slid shut, activating only the single kill mode. Kill. The core in the chest of the divine punishment mech glowed slightly. Its shrunken size was still enormous, but its speed of movement was exceptionally swift. The divine punishment danced like a death dancer on the tip of a blade, wielding the greatsword with ease, each swing inevitably taking a vibrant life. A thief wielding dual daggers attempted to sneak up behind the divine punishment for a surprise attack. Just as his figure flickered, a flaming greatsword followed him like a shadow, cutting him in half from an incredible angle. A mage chanting a spell had just gathered a massive fireball when a sword light faster than lightning sliced through the air, decapitating him along with his staff. Slaughter. This was a completely one-sided massacre. As the divine punishment mech opened its killing spree, the defensive towers that had descended from the ceiling finally completed their charging. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of particle rays, thinner than a hair yet containing terrifying penetrating power, shot out from those menacing-looking turrets like the precise calling of death. A thief preparing to use an escape skill suddenly found a blood hole burned through by high temperature, shining through from front to back at his forehead. The terror and unwillingness on his face were forever frozen in that last moment. Another paladin attempting to block with his shield found his proud, exceptional shield crumbling like paper in front of the particle rays, along with his head hiding behind it, shot through completely. Gale Step. A quick reacting assassin activated the Gale Step skill at the moment the ray was about to hit him, entering a temporary state of invisibility, trying to evade the attack. Invisibility? All-seeing vision, super radar, ignoring invisibility. The particle ray saw through him completely, piercing accurately through his back and out his chest, creating a spray of scalding blood mist. Precise. Deadly. Each ray that fell was inevitably accompanied by the end of a life. The bandits who had originally shouted about wanting to tear down this store found their psychological defenses completely shattered by the hellish scene before them. What the hell is this place? This is nothing but a killing trap. Run. Run fast. Damn it. We've been tricked. That son of a bitch, the Jianyang bandit, deceived us. The surviving robbers let out heart-wrenching screams as they scrambled toward the only exit. The fully automatic sensor door, a magnificent gate crafted by starlight glimmer, was now tightly shut. Blocking the door were 2 golden guards, standing like formidable gate deities. Robbers, die. The 2 golden guards, who had stood like statues, had somehow entered the store and now stood in front of the door. Their war spears crossed in a horizontal line, erupting with blinding golden light, completely sealing off their last escape route. No way to heaven. No door to the earth. The heavenly punishment super mech advanced step by step from behind. In the end, only Jianyang bandit and no thieves under heaven remained. The 2 were cunning and clever, hiding in the densest part of the crowd. This way, the powerful particle cannons could not fire at will, for if the beams pierced their bodies, they would surely harm the innocent customers behind them. Jianyang bandit even prepared to take a hostage. He grabbed a low-level female player nearby and pressed the cold blade against her neck. Let us go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Killing your customers in your store wouldn't be good for your reputation, would it? Jianyang bandit actually threatened the store in this manner. Suddenly, the pitch-black floor made of black death wood tumor began to writhe without warning. The natural wood grain twisted into countless abstract ghostly faces, seemingly alive in their agony. They transformed. into ominous black vines, wrapping around the ankles of Jiangyang Bandit and No Thieves Under Heaven, quickly spreading over their bodies. Cursed entanglement. These top-tier materials all came with special functions. Heavenly Punishment seized the opportunity, striking down. Accompanied by two short, piercing screams, the giant sword of Heavenly Punishment, ablaze with plasma flames, cleanly sliced them in half. It was over. The entire first-floor hall returned to a deathly silence. People's eyes were filled with terror as they gazed at the severed limbs and the figure standing quietly in the pool of blood, the Heavenly Punishment mech, which bore not a single scratch. This thing was stronger than any boss they had ever seen. The ground was littered with incomplete corpses. Thick, warm blood pooled into winding streams, slowly seeping into the cracks of the floor. The floor made of black deathwood tumor seemed to have a life of its own, silently sucking up the plasma. Soon, the ground became smooth and new again, as if the bloody massacre had just been a fleeting illusion. Everyone, don't panic. This is just our store's security system. As long as everyone follows the rules, it will absolutely not harm any innocent customers. Nyo reacted quickly, doing his utmost to calm the customers who were already scared out of their wits. He paused, took a deep breath, and continued, "Our Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion is dedicated to providing every customer with the safest and most comfortable shopping environment. Any lawbreakers daring to cause trouble here will ultimately be brought to justice." The customers' reactions were polarized. Some of the more timid players were already so frightened by the hellish scene that their legs went weak, their faces pale. So scary. I almost thought I was going to be cleaved by that mech. But more players, after a brief moment of panic, erupted with unprecedented fervor and excitement in their eyes. "Wow! This security system is incredible. Are you sure this is a store? The strength of the Nyo Lang Treasure Pavilion is simply unfathomable." Strength. This is the strength of the Nyo Lang Treasure Pavilion. You maintained the public order of Super Magic City. Contribution points plus 100. You maintained the public order of Super Magic City. Contribution points plus 100. These bandits were killed, and there were even points rewards? A dozen robbers, along with more than 20 poor customers who were incited, were all brutally slaughtered. Do you want to add the hostile targets to the blacklist? The defense system sent a prompt, allowing the killed robbers to be added to the store's blacklist, and the automatic sensing door would permanently prohibit them from entering. Nyo, the store is in your hands, you take over. Yang Chen leisurely stood up, preparing to leave. The store's matters were almost settled. With the Heavenly Punishment Super Mech and the entire defense system, it was enough to handle any emergencies. "Okay, Wolf Brother, you can leave it to me." Nyo gave a thumbs up, indicating that he could handle it completely. He immediately added all the robbers' IDs to the blacklist and then adjusted the security system. From now on, any theft or robbery would immediately face the ruthless attacks of Heavenly Punishment and Super Pearl. Meanwhile, the Jiangyang Bandit, No Thieves Under Heaven, this road is mine. A group of criminal gangs respawned at the resurrection point. They were shocked to discover that their lives had been forcibly deducted by a full 20 years. "Damn you, Jiangyang Bandit. It's all your fault for that stupid idea. That robot, with one strike, took away 20 years of my life." A dozen people cursed madly. They had thought they could make a fortune, but in the end, they lost everything, and the punishment for death was particularly severe. The group argued and cursed at each other, and the entire team disbanded as a result. Incompetent at achieving success, but excellent at causing failure. A bunch of useless trash. The Jiangyang Bandit cursed angrily as he left the resurrection point. However, as soon as he stepped out of the safe zone, an indescribable sense of palpitation suddenly arose in his heart. Death. That was the heart palpitations felt when threatened by death. Super Pearl seemed to light up. At the very center of the city, atop the magnificent defense tower that stood like a miracle, 3 super main cannons exuding a sense of destruction entered a charging state at the same time. Scanning for blacklist targets, automatic strike initiated, because Nyo had granted the defense tower the authority to attack hostile targets on the blacklist at all times. It was clear. The Super Pearl possessed the ability for long-range strikes. Once the hostile targets on the blacklist left the protection range of the resurrection point, they would be immediately locked on. It grew brighter and brighter. The Super Pearl locked onto the members of the criminal gang. 3 massive particle beams, like the judgment spears of gods, instantly tore through the sky and accurately descended. Boom! A golden beam powered by sunstone instantly evaporated the robust body of "This road is mine." Boom! A colorful beam made of dream crystal completely disassembled the lewd figure of No Thieves Under Heaven at the atomic level. Boom! The last beam, condensed from Abyss Bloodwood, with a power filled with a sense of destruction, devoured Jiangyang Bandit entirely. Wow! What a beautiful light show! This laser is even cooler than in reality. As expected of the Nyo Lang Treasure Pavilion, putting on such a grand show for the opening, should we go join the fun and take a look? The surrounding onlookers, unaware of the truth, all looked up and exclaimed in awe. They still thought this was the Niu Lang Treasure Pavilion, putting on a light show before the grand opening. Again, dead again. The voice of Tianxia Wozhai was filled with a sobbing tone as he looked at the 20 years of life deducted from his system panel once more, feeling a wave of darkness before his eyes. My life. I don't want to die. 2 deaths had reduced his lifespan by 40 years, and he truly had no idea how much longer he could live. If this continued, he might really die. Shut up. Why are you crying? Zhang Yang Dadeo slapped him on the back of the head, but his own expression was even worse than crying. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? We are locked on. As soon as we shoot, we'll be attacked by that tower, a trembling thief said, speculating it was the problem of the Super Pearl. No one dared to leave the resurrection point anymore. Some even skeptically tried to teleport to the farthest edge of the Super Magic City, where the Super Pearl was not visible to the naked eye. But as soon as they stepped out of the resurrection point's range, those 3 beams of destructive light, like the eyes of death, fell from the sky again, instantly killing them. Long-range strike. Its coverage area, is it really that large? It couldn't possibly cover the entire super city, could it? Everyone was at a loss for tears. Did that mean they would never be able to leave this damned resurrection point? In the end, Zhang Yang Dadeo came up with a vicious plan. As soon as he left the teleportation array, he immediately threatened several lower-level players, forcing them to surround him, inching outward, using them as human shields. This was the only flaw of the Super Pearl. Although its particle cannon had extremely strong attack power, it would also instantly kill the innocent players around. This kind of defense tower seemed not to harm the innocent. In this way, hiding behind other players would perfectly avoid damage. Ha ha ha, I still have a way out. The Super Pearl can't do anything to me. Zhang Yang Dadeo laughed wildly, dragging a few low-level players along like crabs, moving step by step outward. Everyone, damn it, stay close. He lowered his voice, threatening the human shields beside him fiercely. Whoever dares to run, I'll be the first to kill them. Tianxia Wuzhai and several other robbers also followed suit, each grabbing a few unlucky ones as cover. One by one, they timidly followed behind Zhang Yang Dadeo, like a group of crabs moving their burrows. They used this absurd method to inch their way out of the Super Magic City, until they confirmed that the terrifying defense tower could no longer lock onto them. Everyone finally breathed a long sigh of relief, surviving a disaster. A few robbers once again revealed their greedy and violent nature. After leaving the city and confirming their safety, they scanned the surroundings for any guards maintaining order. Brothers, thank you for your hard work just now. Now, hand over everything valuable on you. This is called repaying kindness with enmity. They had just used these low-level players as meat shields, and now they were going to rob them. However, this group of self-righteous robbers had no idea that a solitary figure was leisurely following them all the way. Yang Chen, daring to rob my shop. Do they think this matter is just over like that? Repaying kindness with enmity. Jiang Yang Dadeo smiled at the trembling low-level players before him. The flesh on his face squished together, his eyes filled with undisguised ruthlessness and greed. Beside him, Tianxia Wozhai. This road is mine, this tree is mine, and other robbers also used similar methods to drag their meat shields out of the Super Magic City. At this moment, they formed a semicircle, completely blocking the retreat of these poor players. Thank you so much, little brothers, Zhang Yang Dadeo said with a skin-deep smile, his wolf-toothed club thudding against the ground, making a dull sound. Help others to the end, send the Buddha to the west. Brothers, take out everything valuable on you and help your brother one more time. The face of the bandit grew even more sinister. The first thing these ruthless criminals did after escaping was to extort their benefactor who had just helped them. You, how can you do this? We just helped you. A young player who looked like a college student flushed with anger and mustered the courage to retort, you are ungrateful. Ungrateful? Ha ha ha. Look at what my ideas call. The bandit laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Stop fucking around. The nearby player, this road is mine, waved his giant axe menacingly and continued to threaten, don't hide your gear, blood coins, or materials. Otherwise, we won't mind sending you back to your respawn point for free, and while we're at it, we'll clear your lifespan too. At that moment, a languid voice came from the nearby woods, tinged with a hint of mockery. TSK, you guys are really foolish. Everyone turned to look and saw a figure leaning casually against a large tree, hands in pockets, leisurely watching the farce unfold. At the beginning, you could have just hidden at the respawn point and it would have been fine, right? Could they really rush into the safe zone and drag you out? Yang Chen slowly emerged, a playful smile on his face as he continued, even if you were dragged out with so many patrolling guards on the street, just call over a couple, and they would behave. A brain is a good thing, I hope you have one too. Indeed. The few low-level players suddenly realized, their faces showing regret. Most of them were unfamiliar with the game rules, and in such a tense situation, being held hostage by villains made them panic, forgetting even the simplest countermeasures. Kid, who the hell are you? Are you looking to meddle in things that don't concern you? The bandit frowned, glaring at Yang Chen with malice. To him, this was just another ignorant young fool. Ha! Yang Chen sneered, ignoring his threat. He stepped out from the shadow of the tree, walking straight towards the bandits, his mocking smile filled with unabashed sarcasm. You guys were having so much fun just now. Can you let me join? Something seemed off? With each step he took, the invisible pressure made the bandit's heart feel heavier. You want to join us? This road is mine, asked in confusion. His mind was slow, still thinking that this mysterious person wanted to join their promising little robbery gang after seeing their might. Slap! The bandit slapped him hard on the head, glaring fiercely as he cursed, this kid is here to cause trouble, can't you see that? Idiot! He stared intently at Yang Chen, the uneasy feeling in his heart growing stronger. This person was too calm, not like a normal player. At that moment, a figure hidden in the shadows had silently circled behind Yang Chen. No thief in the world. He activated the signature skill of a thief, stealth. No thief. In the world's form blended with the surrounding environment, ready to launch a deadly ambush on Yang Chen at any moment, then sent a message to the bandit through the friend channel. Ready, can strike at any time. Seeing the message, the sinister look on the bandit's face was instantly replaced by a cruel smile. A pincer attack. One encounter could take down this oblivious guy. In an instant. Kid, I don't care who you are or why you're looking for trouble, but you've messed with the wrong person. The bandit grinned maliciously, and as he spoke halfway, he suddenly erupted without warning. He roared, activating the warrior's charge skill, his massive body like an out-of-control truck crashing towards Yang Chen with immense force. Attack! At the moment the Jiangyang bandit charged, all his accomplices behind him launched their attacks simultaneously. The stealthy Tianxia Wuzhe aimed his poison dagger at Yang Chen's back. Xuan Bue. Blurred afterimage swept past. Just as the Jianyang bandits' Wolf Fang Club was about to hit, Yang Chen used a displacement skill to vanish from his spot, perfectly dodging the frontal charge, and causing several attacks to miss. A teleportation-type displacement? Where did he go? Tianxia Wuzhe was suddenly startled, preparing to adjust his position, but felt a chill behind him. Behind him, that man had appeared at his back without him noticing. Yang Chen wore a sunny and cheerful smile. A layer of viscous liquid, exuding an ominous aura, covered his fist. Poison application, the ice blue chill of the deep purple black of the unhealable poison, and the soul burning. 3 types of strange poisons wrapped around every finger of Yang Chen. A backward strike. Yang Chen executed a textbook-like backward strike, fiercely grabbing at Tianxia Wuzhe's vital points. Pooh! It sounded like an egg being cracked, sending a chill through the lower abdomen just by looking at it. You have stolen Tianxia Wuzhe's great treasure. You have stolen equipment * in pain, spasms, organ damage, unhealable poison. Pain. It hurt too much. It was an excruciating pain that could tear the soul apart, and Tianxia Wuzhe couldn't even scream, his body curling up on the ground like a soft-bodied creature stripped of all its bones, contorting into the shape of a cooked shrimp. Strength-1, intelligence-1, rationality-1. His attributes were plummeting rapidly, and his rationality was also in free fall, countless terrifying illusions appearing before his eyes. This was just the beginning. Yang Chen delivered a powerful whip kick, slicing through the air with a howling sound, striking fiercely at Tianxia Wuzhe's curled-up body. It was like kicking a dead dog. Bone shatter *2 amputation *2. You have stolen Tianxia Wuzhe's left leg. You have stolen Tianxia Wuzhe's right leg. This kick, enhanced by 3 shadowy effects, not only triggered multiple fracture effects instantly but also cleanly severed both of his legs at the roots. -2178. Critical hit -1121. Critical hit shadow -1051. Critical hit shadow -1179. Critical hit shadow, a series of terrifying damage numbers erupted like a waterfall from the head of Tianxia Wuzhe, whose body had already lost its human form, unable to even struggle before instantly turning into a white light sent back to the resurrection point. Instant kill. Tianxia Wuzhe, an 18-level top thief, was killed in an instant? This process was actually very quick, from Yang Chen dodging the attack to the instant kill of Tianxia Wuzhe, taking only a few seconds. Silence. Everyone stood frozen, looking at Yang Chen with shock and fear. They watched the man slowly turn around, still wearing a mocking smile, a chill rushing from their souls to the top of their heads. That move, a timid robber trembled, pointing at Yang Chen, his lips quivering as if recalling a terrifying legend circulating among players. Battle Wolf. It's Battle Wolf. Someone shouted the name first, filled with despair. This name was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up monstrous waves in the hearts of the robbers. Niulong Treasure Pavilion. Battle Wolf. So the rumors were true. The boss behind Niulong Treasure Pavilion was indeed the world's #1 Battle Wolf. That indestructible super fortress and the killing mecha like a demon, the master behind it was the man who stirred the entire Tianyuan world with his own strength. What the hell is this? Run! One robber's mental defenses crumbled in an instant, and with a shriek, he turned to flee. Too late. Yang Chen had already started shaking. Yang Chen's head began to sway wildly at a bizarre frequency, those enormous pink rabbit ears turning into a fan, whipping up gusts of howling wind. The skill cooldown was rapidly decreasing. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Yang Chen's voice was like a demon's whisper, echoing in the ears of every robber. These thugs were all big treasures waiting to be harvested. Lifespan. Yang Chen was currently in dire need of lifespan. That pot of thick soup, brewed from goblin thighs, required a substantial amount of lifespan to enjoy, and these vicious robbers in front of him were just the right source to replenish his lifespan loss. If they dared to rob his shop, they had to be prepared to have their lifespans drained. There was no need for Yang Chen to show any mercy to this scum. He wasn't in a rush to kill them all immediately. Instead, he took his time, like an elegant artist beginning his cruel creation. Yang Chen's figure left a residual shadow in place, and in the next moment he appeared like a ghost behind. "This road is opened by me." "No, don't." The burly man felt the chilling, killing intent behind him and let out a terrified scream, but what awaited him was still the devilish hand covered in 3 kinds of deadly poison. "You have stolen. This road is opened by me's big treasure steal equipment *, you have stolen. This road is opened by me's left leg. You have stolen. This road is opened by me's right leg. A move like a monkey stealing a peach. A strike that could split mountains and break seas." It was still that familiar silky combo. The burly man's screams abruptly ceased, vanishing into light amidst extreme pain. "Control him. Where's the mage? Quickly use the freezing spell." The highwayman's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a frantic roar. He knew they couldn't let the battle wolf continue slaughtering recklessly, otherwise, they would all become souls under his command. Taunt. The highwayman activated the warrior's signature control skill. An invisible force instantly enveloped Yang Chen. Normally, a taunted target would temporarily lose control of their body, their vision and hearing becoming blurred, forced to attack the caster. However, immunity to control Yang Chen was completely unaffected, immune to the control effect. He possessed the tainted heart of the earth, immune to any form of control, compensating for his greatest weakness. Whether it was the highwayman's taunt or another mage player's desperate attempt to cast the freezing spell, it fell on Yang Chen like a cow into the sea, causing not a single ripple. So refreshing. This was almost equivalent to being invincible throughout the battle, allowing him to do as he pleased. "Boss, I can't control him. It seems he has immunity to control." The mage player's face turned pale. His proud control skill had completely failed against the battle wolf. Before he could finish speaking, that devilish figure had already appeared before him with a kind smile. The mage vanished into a beam of white light amidst silent screams. One after another, beams of white light lit up continuously in the forest. The scene was extremely brutal, and the surviving thugs were so frightened that their faces turned bloodless, completely losing the courage to resist, and began to scatter in all directions. "You can't escape." Yang Chen let out a wild laugh and activated the Mu King charge skill. He transformed into an unstoppable streak of light, like a runaway 100-ton truck, instantly surpassing the fleeing figures and crashing violently into a towering tree blocking their path. Boom! That giant tree, which required several people to embrace, was brutally smashed and collapsed under the terrifying impact, completely sealing off their escape route. Yang Chen slowly turned around, swaying his body like a person with epilepsy, shaking his head as he approached step by step. Fear. A strong sense of fear, like invisible vines, tightly constricted the throat of the bandit. He watched helplessly as his companions disappeared one by one in the white light, each one killed in an instant, without even the chance to resist. Thud. The instinct for survival finally crushed the last shred of dignity he had as a bandit leader. "I admit defeat." The wolf-toothed club in the bandit's hand clattered to the ground. His knees buckled, and without hesitation, he knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head towards Yang Chen, his voice filled with unwillingness and trembling. "War wolf boss." "No. War wolf sir. We admit defeat." This bandit flipped faster than turning a page. Just a moment ago he was shouting that he would tear Yang Chen apart, and now he was as humble as a dog wagging its tail in submission. "It was my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. I was blind and shouldn't have provoked your shop. Look, your shop is completely unharmed. We worthless fools didn't even break a window. You have suffered no loss at all." The bandit continued to bow, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, but a hint of ruthlessness hid in his eyes as he continued. "I beg you to show mercy and let my brothers have a way out. If you need anything in the future, just command us. We will go through fire and water without a second thought." The few remaining soldiers behind him, seeing this, also dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. For a moment, the sounds of begging rose and fell. "Oh!" Yang Chen stopped in his tracks, the sunny smile on his face becoming even more radiant, revealing a set of incredibly white teeth. "You indeed have places where you can be useful." Useful. Upon hearing this, the bandit immediately put on a flattering expression, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. However, just as the bandit was about to ask what the war wolf boss needed him to do to make amends, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. The almost instantaneous shadow, accompanied by a wind that tore through the air, appeared right in front of him. "Your usefulness is this." Yang Chen's hand, covered with 3 kinds of deadly poison, transformed into a merciless claw, ruthlessly digging down. "Put. You have stolen the bandit's treasure steal." Equipment asterisk and the bandit's body suddenly arched, collapsing to the ground in unbearable pain. He felt as if his soul had been clawed out, veins bulging on his forehead, his temples instantly drenched in cold sweat, and blood seeping from his clenched teeth. You. The bandit's fingers trembled as they pointed at Yang Chen, the agony preventing him from uttering a complete sentence. Writhing on the ground like a maggot. What about you? Yang Chen's tone was filled with disdain, as if he had merely crushed an annoying cockroach. Go die. Yang Chen kicked, sending the bandit's life and dignity back to his hometown. Revival point. Accompanied by a gentle white light, the figure of the bandit reformed. He did not immediately stand up as usual, but curled up in an extremely strange posture on the cold, hard stone floor, convulsing violently as if still enduring some unspeakable torture. That already lecherous face was now twisted and deformed from extreme pain, his features contorted, mouth silently agape, throat emitting a hoarse ha-ha sound. Organ damage amputation. The terrifying effects remained effective even after death. He had lost his legs, his lower body empty, looking like a discarded human stick. The other players who had just revived cast mixed looks of fear, pity, and curiosity, instinctively keeping a safe distance from this half-human stick. My treasure. My legs. The bandit rested for a moment, finally recovering slightly from the excruciating pain. He lowered his head with great difficulty, and when he saw the miserable state he was in, his bloodless face was filled with horror. Strength 1, constitution 1, agility 1, endurance 1. All his attributes had been reduced to a pitiful state under the effects of the incurable poison plague. The once invincible had completely turned into a powerless wreck. No. He trembled as he opened his status bar. When he saw the lifespan section, a chill shot up from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Lifespan -10 years. Organ damage, lifespan -50 years. Martial arts or lethal techniques coupled with the previous deduction of 40 years from heaven's punishment and super pearl, a full century of lifespan had vanished. 100 years of life. Just like that, a whole century of existence had been brutally erased. Could be considered a long-lived person, yet after such a terrifying reduction he did not die on the spot. At this moment, the lifespan section had turned a glaring blood red, constantly flashing a warning of impending death. Extra lifespan, 213 days. Fortunately, thankfully, he had enjoyed food and drink in his daily life. Whenever earned money he would buy a large amount of delicacies containing extra lifespan, accumulating over 20 years of extra life. Otherwise, that last blow would have truly been irreparable. He opened the friends list in a daze, wanting to check on the situation of his companions, but the result plunged him into an icy abyss. This road is mine, this tree is mine. At this moment, more than half of the avatars of his dozen or so friends had turned a lifeless gray, meaning they would never be able to resurrect again. They were dead. They had truly died in the Tianyuan world. Suddenly, an indescribable sharp pain surged from his lower abdomen without warning. It felt as if an invisible hand was cruelly squeezing his already non-existent vital parts. Phantom pain. This was the sensation of phantom limb pain. Sanity-1 in S mind, uncontrollably replaying the scene of being clawed apart by the werewolf. The heart-wrenching agony, like maggots in the bones, tormented his fragile nerves again and again. On the other side, S' situation was even more tragic. His treasure had also been stolen, and his legs had been severed as well. Sanity-1. Gradually, terrifying hallucinations began to appear before. He saw the companions whose avatars had turned gray, their souls quietly standing beside him. It's all your fault. You killed us. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Distorted faces were filled with pain and resentment, staring at him with a hollow and piercing gaze. They let out wails, like vengeful spirits, wrapping around, trying to drag him down with them. Get away. All of you, get away, let out a terrified scream, wildly waving his hands in the air, trying to drive away the relentless souls. This was the terror of flame of no interest. It would not cause any direct harm to your body, but like an unquenchable magical flame, it would burn your soul at all times, tormenting your will, until you completely collapse, until you fall into endless madness. Pain surged, hallucinations blossomed, terror erupted. Sometimes felt his treasure being crushed repeatedly, sometimes he felt his legs being run over by a 100-ton truck, and even bloodied illusions appeared before his eyes. His sanity was being gradually eroded. Began to become neurotic, sometimes sobbing uncontrollably, sometimes hysterically cursing something. The way the surrounding players looked at him became even stranger. Sanity, 1 out of 100 finally, under another wave of pain and hallucinations, the last bit of his pitiful sanity completely shattered. Rationality has reached zero. You have entered the whispers in the ear state. The notorious thief suddenly stopped. His wailing, a bizarre smile appearing on his twisted face. He slowly lifted his head, and in his murky eyes, emotions not belonging to humanity shone through, filled with pure madness and chaos. He tilted his ear, as if listening intently to something. The thief's face occasionally displayed expressions of sudden realization or frenzied excitement, muttering to himself, Yes, you are right, it's not me who is wrong, it's this world. I should enjoy the pain. Grasp the essence of suffering, relish in my flesh being crushed. He began to talk to himself, not just communicating with the souls of the dead. The evil entities in that terrifying subspace seemed to whisper vile words through this fragile soul. In the next moment, he moved. Using his remaining hands, he propped up his half-broken body and began to crawl on the ground of the resurrection point like a wriggling maggot. Hee, darling, give me your treasure. As he crawled, the thief let out a chilling, deranged laugh. With all his strength, he lunged forward, opening his mouth to viciously bite the calf of a player. The player only took a bit of damage. He looked down in disbelief at this half-human stick biting him like a mad dog, terrified to the core, desperately trying to kick him away. In the next second, the thief, with only 7 health points left, was sent back to the resurrection point while the player was acting in self-defense. He had gone mad. The notorious thief had completely lost his mind. He even clung to the thigh of a silver-armored guard, trying to grab the other's treasure, completely unconcerned about being killed again. The thief was utterly immersed in his own world, surrounded only by endless illusions and the incessant evil whispers in his ear. Finally, several silver-armored guards captured the notorious thief. You committed robbery at the Bull and Wolf Treasure Pavilion. You attacked multiple citizens, committing intentional harm. Now we will lock you in a cell. The expressionless silver-armored guards dragged him by the arms like a dead dog, pulling him into the prison of the super magic city. Cold, damp, despairing, the notorious thief was dragged through a series of eerie, oppressive underground corridors. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? I am the Pirate King. Go seek it. My treasure is right there. The notorious thief roared madly. The guards ignored his shouts, finally stopping in front of a massive door made of solid obsidian, its surface engraved with confinement runes. Creak accompanied by a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. The iron door slowly opened. A stench mixed with mold, rust, and decay rushed at him like a tangible force. This was the prison of the Super Magic City, a place specifically designed to hold the most heinous criminals, forcing them to repent in endless toil and despair. The notorious thief, having committed multiple crimes, openly robbed, attacked citizens, and ultimately assaulted city guards, was sentenced to imprisonment under the weight of his accumulated charges. Clang! The cell door was completely shut. Darkness enveloped the notorious thief. He curled up in the corner of the cell, but once again, those evil spirits reflected in his eyes came to claim his life. The moment of harvest arrived. Yang Chen opened his inventory and used all the great treasures he had picked from that group of robbers. Using the great treasure no thief in the world, lifespan plus 12 years. Using the great treasure notorious thief, lifespan plus 11 years. Adding it all up, his additional lifespan immediately increased to 310 years. As for those special materials like the left leg of a world without thieves that had been severed, they couldn't be used directly and needed to be cooked. Just throw them into the filth cauldron. Yang Chen pondered for a moment before tossing all the blood-stained limbs into the ominous cauldron. The thick soup inside had long since become extremely viscous, presenting a bizarre hue mixed with goblin dark green, skeletal pale white, and human flesh pink. Countless tiny bubbles rolled and burst within, emitting a pungent odor that combined the stench of rotting flesh and sulfur. Just a whiff was enough to make an ordinary person vomit there. Overnight meal. Yang Chen remained unfazed, waiting until all the materials had been boiled down into a pot of even darker, tar-like goo. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, downing the entire pot of chaotic essence. Your lifespan has decreased by 127 years. Strength plus 41, Constitution plus 52, Agility plus 23, Intelligence plus 18, Endurance plus 31, Spirit plus 38. Your bloodline chosen of chaos has become more pure and rich. A torrent of incredibly evil yet pure energy exploded within him. Like countless tiny venomous snakes, it crazily slithered through his limbs and bones, tearing and enhancing every inch of his flesh, bones, and even his soul. His six-dimensional attributes received a significant boost once again. What surprised him even more was that his bloodline power had also been enhanced. As a result, Chosen of Chaos bloodline has become even more pure and rich. This pot of thick soup actually had the miraculous effect of enhancing bloodlines. Not only that, the lifespan consumed this time was far less than he had anticipated. Judging by the concentration of this soup, it should have required at least 200 years of lifespan to fully absorb. Whether it was due to the large amount of severed limbs added or the effect of the Chosen of Chaos bloodline power, Yang Chen had only consumed 127 years of lifespan to completely harness this violent energy. Ding! Congratulations, your talent Royal Gene has been upgraded. *2 Your skill Royal Guardian has been upgraded. Your skill Group Frenzy has been upgraded. A series of pleasant system notification sounds rang out. Again, invigorating Yang Chen's spirit. This pot of chaotic tonic soup infused with the Goblin King was exceptionally effective, especially the talents and skills related to royalty, which received a tremendous boost after absorbing a massive amount of homogeneous power. Royal Gene, Golden Level, Effect 1, your energy is endless, and your stamina recovery efficiency is greatly enhanced. You can fully recover stamina in any state. Effect 2, you ignore reproductive isolation. The genes of your offspring will lean more towards you, and they will perfectly inherit their mother's abilities with a high probability 100% for Yang Chen of additionally inheriting one of your talents. Yang Chen looked at the talent description, momentarily speechless. As expected of goblins, the evolution direction of their talents is always tied to reproduction. It is said that goblins possess exceptionally powerful supermale genes, regardless of how noble the mother's bloodline is. The offspring will inevitably be primarily goblin-blooded. This effect was perfectly inherited by Yang Chen's royal gene, and even surpassed. Its Royal Blood Guardian special skill effect summons 2 absolutely loyal Royal Blood Guardians to fight for you. The Royal Blood Guardians will inherit 30% of your 6-dimensional attributes and some of your bloodline power, and will randomly gain one of your talents with 100% certainty. Cooldown 12 hours. It changed. After the upgrades of the Royal Blood Guardian and Royal Gene talents and skills, a deeper interaction effect emerged. The summoned goblins actually contain some of Yang Chen's bloodline and attributes, and could even randomly gain one talent with 100% certainty. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Yang Chen was a standard bucket character. The summoned beings inheriting 30% of his 6-dimensional attributes would far exceed expectations in strength. Don't forget, this is an additional inheritance, meaning that on the basis of the original attributes, an extra 30% of 6-dimensional attributes is added. Even more terrifying is the effect of inheriting talents. The more extraordinary the talent on Yang Chen, the stronger the enhancement to the Royal Blood Guards will be, though it can be a bit reliant on appearances. Rage Song, special skill, effect, chant a song of fury and bloodlust, granting you and all allied units the states of rage and bloodthirst, lasting for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Rage, attack power, attack speed, and movement speed are significantly increased, while stamina consumption penalties are greatly reduced. Bloodthirst, 10% of all melee damage dealt is converted into the user's health. The group Berserk skill has also been upgraded. This is an ancient song that only the top priests of the goblin tribe can chant. It no longer has a range limitation, all allies can enjoy the effects, and the deadly weakness side effect has completely disappeared. In addition to significantly enhancing the 3 dimensions, it also adds a powerful lifesteal effect. This is definitely a godly skill for team battles. If the group Berserk is a short-term burst skill for a team, then the Rage Song is a strategic skill capable of influencing the course of a war. Satisfied. This series of enhancements made Yang Chen feel incredibly pleased. Next, it's time to get down to business. First, let's level up to 30. Yang Chen thought to himself. Talents and skills have been fully upgraded. The Wolf Treasure Pavilion has opened, and blood coins are continuously being earned. He no longer has any worries. Next, Yang Chen should return to the perilous red area outside the Super Magic City and level up to the cap of this version. Let's get started. Yang Chen stretched his muscles, and his entire body crackled with a series of pop sounds. He took a deep breath, his leg muscles suddenly tensed, and he shot out like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was incredible. The howling wind stung his cheeks. With 354 points in agility, the bonus from speed efficiency reached an astonishing 444%. The first 10 points are 100%, and each subsequent point increases by 1%. At this moment, in a full sprint, his movement speed exceeded 40 meters per second, nearly 5 times that of an average person. The scenery around him rapidly receded in his eyes. The continuous mountains and dense forests became fleeting backdrops. This feeling of racing, like the wind, filled him with immense joy, as if he had broken free from all constraints and gained true freedom. Mu King Charge. Yang Chen felt that his running speed was still not fast enough, so he directly activated the charge skill. With the boost of ultra-high agility, the speed of the Mu King Charge became even more terrifying. He transformed completely into a streak of light, like a meteor streaking across the sky, charging towards the red area that symbolized extreme danger with the momentum to crush everything. I'm coming. Super Magic City. This giant city rebuilt on the ruins is surrounded by an extremely vast challenge area. Tens of millions of players have gradually adapted to the survival rules here. They gather in groups of 3 to 5, spread across various areas of differing safety, hunting monsters of various forms. The descent of the abyss. The long-dormant battle genes within humanity are gradually awakened through repeated life and death trials. Coupled with the various miraculous abilities gained from the abyss, people no longer feel as lost as they did at first. Instead, they begin to actively explore this new world filled with both crisis and opportunity. Ha! What is that? On a plane in the orange danger zone, an elite team that was attacking a ferocious beast suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past them. Damn, so fast. They instinctively turned towards the sound, only to see a blurred streak of light racing by at an incredible speed from the distant horizon. Die in the midst of the howling wind, there was a wild, unrestrained laughter that echoed, filled with freedom and defiance. That streak of light was Yang Chen. He sped through the air, quickly traversing a vast expanse of dark forest, leaving the orange zone far behind. Warning: you have entered an extremely dangerous red alert area. The cold prompt from the system rang in his ears, and the Surrounding scenery began to change gradually. The once vibrant forest was scorched, replaced by a desolate wasteland of charred earth. The ground displayed a dark red hue, as if it had been repeatedly roasted by fierce flames, with cracks from which billowing clouds of acrid sulfurous smoke occasionally rose. A volcano? There was a small volcano in the nearby area. Molten rock slowly flowed from the crater, spreading down through the crevices of the stones. The air was so hot. It felt as if it could ignite a person's lungs, each breath bringing a burning sensation. On this hellish scorched earth, a brand new monster appeared. Magma. Slug. It was a giant mollusk, standing a full 2 meters tall, resembling a small kindergarten bus. Its slimy body was a translucent fiery red, as if boiling. Magma flowed slowly within. The ground that the magma slug crawled over left behind a trail of charred blackness, burning with fierce flames. Fire element. Yang Chan's eyes lit up instantly. In his special effects system, he already possessed the core effects of toxic and bleeding, while the lightning whip could provide the effect of lightning. The fire element was a new effect that could generate a brand new negative state of burning. Great! These monsters are just what I need. Let's try out the new skill first. Bloodline Guardian. With a thought, the scorched earth before Yang Chen suddenly cracked open. A vortex mixed with chaotic deep purple energy gradually coalesced into two terrifying figures filled with primal brutality, slowly rising from the fissures in the ground. Chaotic Goblin Warrior. The first to come into view was a hulking figure over 2 meters tall, grotesquely muscular. Its muscles bulged like twisted granite, exuding explosive power. Purple? Perhaps due to the influence of its chaotic bloodline. Its skin, which should have been green, now displayed an unsettling deep purple, with dark, rune-like patterns faintly flowing across its surface. Chaotic Goblin Marksman. The other guardian was closer to the height of an average person, but its physique was exceptionally lean and agile. It had no excess fat, with smooth and firm muscle lines exuding the agility and lethality of a cheetah. The Marksman also bore the signature chaotic purple skin, and its crimson eyes sparkled with a cold, cunning light. The base attributes of these two bloodline guardians were already extremely high, and after inheriting 30% of Yang Chen's 6-dimensional attributes, their power underwent a tremendous transformation. Not only that, the most outrageous part was that they each inherited one of Yang Chen's talents. The chaotic Goblin Warrior inherited the golden level talent of Lifesteal, gaining a remarkable 20% omnipotent lifesteal ability. The chaotic Goblin Marksman inherited the talent of Bleeding. Each time it landed a critical hit, it would stack a special bleeding effect on the target. Not bad. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. This randomly inherited talent was simply a perfect match. Lifesteal gave the already tough warrior unparalleled sustainability, making it an unyielding meat grinder. Bleeding exponentially increased the marksman's output efficiency, with each precise shot bringing increasingly terrifying sustained damage. Let's test the power. A playful smile curled at the corner of Yang Chen's mouth as he casually issued commands to the two guardians standing by. Go, clean it up. Roar, 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 roar. The moment the command was given, the chaotic Goblin Warrior let out a bloodthirsty and frenzied howl. Its crimson eyes instantly locked onto a molten fire slug that was slowly wriggling not far away. With a powerful surge, the hulking body cracked the scorched earth beneath it, launching itself like a purple cannonball. Thud! Gripping a broad, thick blade that shimmered with a chilling light, it struck down heavily upon the slug's slick and scalding body with the force of a mountain. Splitting. The massive slug trembled violently, and from the gaping wound, a torrent of viscous, molten blood erupted, splattering all over the Goblin Warrior, igniting into a raging flame in an instant. Reflective damage. This type of monster may not have high direct attack power, but its magma-like blood, capable of melting steel, possessed a deadly defensive mechanism. The Goblin Warrior's resilient purple skin instantly charred black under the searing magma, emitting a series of sizzling sounds like meat on a grill, and its health bar dropped slightly. However, the Goblin Warrior seemed to feel no pain. Instead, its assault grew even more ferocious. Lifesteal talent activated. The thick blade in its hand swung wildly. With each slash, it forcibly extracted pure life energy from the molten fire slug, transforming into visible red streams that continuously flowed into its body. The more it fought, the fiercer it became. The harder it struck, the more it healed. The health lost to the magma's burn was almost instantly replenished under the terrifying effect of 20% universal lifesteal, even leaving a surplus. Meanwhile, on the other side, the chaotic Goblin Sharpshooter also launched an attack. Its attack speed was as fast as lightning, and with Yang Chen's 6-dimensional attribute boost, its agility had likely reached a shocking 200 points or more. The black ironwood longbow of the sharpshooter was almost a blur, capable of firing more than 2 deadly arrows per second that could pierce through stone walls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each arrow left faint afterimages in the air, accurately striking the molten fire slug's body, leaving spiral-ripped blood holes. Blood-soaked. When critical damage triggered, the blood-soaked effect activated as well. A series of continuous damage numbers began to float above the slug's head. Its boiling magma blood surged forth like a flood from the torn wounds, scorching the ground around it with a sizzling sound. Soon, under the relentless assault of the two royal blood guardians, the thick-skinned molten fire slug fell with a reluctant wail. Powerful. The strength of these two chaotic guardians was astonishingly beyond imagination, able to easily slay even elite monsters in the red alert zone. They were no longer mere summoned creatures. Their combined strength could rival that of a true bronze-level boss, perhaps even surpass it. Boss. The two chaotic guardians summoned by Yang Chen were practically living boss-level entities. Rage Anthem Yang Chen, filled with enthusiasm, began to chant an ancient battle song imbued with primal brutality. Waves of evil power surged from his body, filled with cruelty and ferocity. Roar! The bodies of the two chaotic guardians trembled violently as if injected with the most potent stimulant. Their muscles creaked ominously, visibly swelling at an alarming rate, even their height seemingly increasing by several centimeters, becoming even more terrifying. Their bloodthirsty crimson eyes reached a peak. In their thirst for blood in battle, under the influence of rage, both strength and speed received a tremendous boost, along with the additional ability of bloodthirst. The speed of slaughter quickened even further. The broad blade in the hands of the chaotic goblin warrior danced with a fierce wind, almost transforming into a series of deadly afterimages. Each strike was inevitably accompanied by the explosion of the molten fire slug's body and the eruption of magma. The arrows of the sharpshooter flew so fast they formed a line, like the precise naming of death, pinning one molten fire slug after another firmly in place. The performance of these two chaotic guardians had far exceeded Yang Chen's expectations. If only they could act independently, Yang Chen mused, then attempted to issue new commands to them. Seek out targets on your own and eliminate all enemies in this area. The moment the command was given, the bloodthirsty red light in the eyes of the two guardians intensified. They no longer needed Yang Chen's specific instructions, moving like two activated killing machines in search mode, beginning a highly efficient purge in different directions. They slaughtered all living things in sight as if they were cutting through vegetables, while their health remained firmly at full capacity, truly like two tireless, perpetual motion machines. 1 kilometer, huh? Yang Chen conducted some simple tests and quickly figured out the activity range of these guardians. They could only operate within a radius of 1 kilometer centered on themselves. This range was already somewhat absurdly large. Alright, splitting into two teams. Yang Chen no longer paid attention to the two automatic monster clearing machines, stretching his muscles and preparing to officially start farming monsters. The molten fire slugs on this scorched earth varied in size and health. Those giant slugs, measuring 7 to 8 meters long and over 2 meters tall, resembling small trucks, mostly had health above 5,000, making them elite monsters in this area. As for the ordinary slugs, which were only the size of small cars, their health ranged from 1,000 to 300. In front of Yang Chen, this amount of health was hardly worth mentioning. Like a purple-black lightning bolt, he instantly charged into the monster horde, raising his hand to deliver a deadly punch to the largest elite slug. Minus 763. Critical hit, minus 812. Critical hit, minus 380. Critical hit, Shadowborn, *6. The punch's pressure had already torn the air apart before it even landed. Just the furious direct damage instantly dealt nearly 4,000 points of terrifying value. And this was merely an appetizer. Bleeding, minus 4,248. Critical hit, blood-soaked 8 layers, 1 skill cast, and the Supreme Shadowborn's multiple attacks instantly stacked the effect of blood-soaked to 8 layers. The continuous damage from this bleeding, under the bloodline power of the chaotic divine selection, even triggered a critical hit. A staggering 4,200 points of continuous damage per second, even more terrifying than the direct damage of the skill itself, and under the effect of wound tier, it would last for several minutes. Praise. Pain. This is the true terror of the chaotic divine selection bloodline. Yang Chen roughly estimated. The damage from blood-soaked was directly linked to agility. As a tank, with super high agility, multiple casting from the Shadowborn, and the critical hit amplification from Praise Pain, the continuous damage value became increasingly outrageous. Just one skill directly caused the giant molten fire slug with 5,000 health to explode. The rain of molten fire fell like brilliant fireworks, showering down on him, yet not bringing even a hint of heat. Immunity. Clearly, this amount of fire damage could not break through his abnormal defense. And this is just bleeding damage. If the damage from the poisoning skill were added on top, wouldn't the damage skyrocket? Yang Chen even began to find the health of these monsters too low. Even if it were increased tenfold or 100-fold, in front of him, it would only mean they could last a few more seconds. Heart of the molten fire slug, filled with the power of molten fire die in that rain of fire, Yang Chen casually reached out and snatched the only valuable trophy from the slug. Poor. This monster was truly too poor. As a soft-bodied creature, it had no equipment or items to steal, even the monkey Steel's peach was utterly useless. This thing didn't even have any eggs. Killing one would only yield a heart as material. If it weren't for constructing the flame element's scorching state, Yang Chen would probably have changed locations to level up immediately. Time passed second by second. Yang Chen's efficiency in killing monsters increased and his techniques became more and more proficient. He only needed to wrap the deadly triple poison around his hand, and with a blink step followed by a mountain splitter, he could directly kick and explode a molten fire slug. Another blink step, a simple deadly punch, and yet another molten fire slug fell. In less than an hour, he had slaughtered over 1,000 molten fire slugs. It could be said that the process of finding monsters was much longer than instant kills. Throw all the materials into the cauldron. Yang Chen tossed all the still pulsating, intensely hot slug hearts into the filth cauldron. The scene inside the cauldron had already turned into a pot of true hellish magma. Thousands of hearts rolled and melted within, transforming into a thick, dark red, scalding flow. Huge bubbles formed and expanded, eventually bursting with a pop, splattering sparks hot enough to melt steel and releasing a strong, pungent sulfur smell. At that moment, a familiar and exciting system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding, warning, your brutal slaughter of the molten Fire Slug Clan has attracted the endless wrath of the Slug King. Here it comes. That familiar feeling, the exhilarating hidden boss mechanism. Before the words finished, the hard scorched earth beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred, with terrifying chasms spreading outwards from him in all directions. Countless columns of scorching magma erupted like angry fire dragons from the cracked earth, illuminating the entire sky in a doomsday-like blood red. At the very center of the chasm, a terrifying giant over 20 meters long, resembling a moving volcano, slowly emerged from the underground lava cave with a deafening roar. Lava Tyrant Slug King, Lava Tyrant Slug King. It was a colossal creature so large it was suffocating. Its semi-transparent dark red body seemed to be forged from the purest lava and obsidian, with blood-like golden magma flowing inside. The Slug King wore a crown made of natural volcanic crystal clusters atop its head, showcasing its absolute dominance over this scorched earth. Not bad. It still has equipment. Yang Chen looked at the massive creature with great interest. He gazed at the crown on the Slug King's head, revealing a bright smile. Finally, he encountered one that wore equipment, so he wouldn't return empty-handed. No matter what you are, hand it over. Blink step. Yang Chen's figure left a faint afterimage in place, and in the next moment he appeared ghost-like beside the Slug King, his hand moving as fast as lightning, directly activating the Flying Dragon Seeks Cloud technique. You have stolen Lava Crown. The entire process was smooth and seamless. The Slug King hadn't even had time to react before. It felt a chill on its head as the crown symbolizing supreme authority had vanished without a trace. Its two eyes, resembling massive lava balls, instinctively looked up, only to find its head empty. Stolen? This ant-like human actually stole from it? It was furious beyond measure. It opened its massive blood-red maw, large enough to swallow a truck, and a torrent of magma, more violent than a volcanic eruption, shot out towards Yang Chen's position like a high-pressure water gun. Hisses. The magma, hot enough to melt steel, landed on the charred earth, sending up thick clouds of smoke with a pungent sulfur smell. Yet, Yang Chen's figure had long since vanished. With several consecutive instant steps, he danced like a sprite on the edge of a blade, effortlessly dodging the spray of molten rock. Although Yang Chen possessed the absolute defense provided by the Cursed Titan's body, there was no need to endure damage head-on. After all, the tar missiles from the Apocalypse Colossus had previously broken through his defenses. Who knew if this golden-level boss's magma had any special tricks up its sleeve? Counterattack. Poison coating. A layer of viscous liquid, made from a mix of 3 deadly poisons, covered Yang Chen's palm. With another instant step, Yang Chen reappeared at the side of the King of Slugs, delivering a powerful punch to its mountain-like bulk. In an instant, a large chunk of system information flooded the screen like a burst dam. Deadly poison, rotting, bleeding, rusting wind, incurable poison plague, cold poison of the exotic python. Bloodied, torn wounds, the massive body of the King of Slugs trembled violently, letting out an agonizing wail. A thick layer of ice crystals spread across its surface at a visible speed, instantly freezing its once scalding body and greatly reducing its mobility. The black-purple energy of the incurable poison plague gnawed at its attributes like maggots in the bone. From the wounds torn by his fist, the scalding magma blood gushed out like a flood that had burst its banks. Yang Chen increased the frequency of his attacks. A single deadly punch inflicted 8 layers of bleeding and 16 layers of deadly poison. Under the effect of mad swing, the cooldown of his skills was compressed to the extreme, allowing him to unleash an attack almost every second, interspersed with lightning-fast normal attacks. With nearly 500% speed efficiency boost, each of his punches left behind afterimages, and the layers of poison and bleeding skyrocketed as if they were on a rocket. Golden Boss. This Lava Tyrant was actually a golden-level boss with a staggering 500,000 health points and astonishing defense. However, the deadly poison was effective. The bleeding was effective. Facing these bosses that could trigger special effects, Yang Chen was practically in a slaughtering spree. The Supreme Shadowborn swayed wildly. Yang Chen's fists fell like a torrential storm, landing multiple hits on the King of Slugs every second. Bleeding, minus 33,984. Critical hit, 64 layers of bleeding, deadly poison, minus 36,960. Critical hit, 308 layers of poison. In less than 10 seconds, he had stacked a total of 64 layers of bleeding, while the deadly poison reached a terrifying 308 layers. Under the critical hit enhancement of the bloodline praise pain from chaos chosen, the continuous damage per second had already exceeded 70,000. KO triggered. KO triggered. Without warning, two massive blood holes, each over a meter in diameter, exploded on the King of Slug's enormous body, and more magma blood sprayed out like a fountain. Every 30 layers of bleeding triggered a rail damage of 10% of maximum health, and these two consecutive bursts made the King of Slugs let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was over. This seemingly earth-shattering boss battle lasted less than 10 seconds from start to finish. The King of Slugs' health bar dropped faster and faster. In the first couple of seconds, it barely lost a small segment. In the next 4 or 5 seconds, nearly half was shaved off. And when the damage peaked at the 10-second mark, the remaining majority of its health bar evaporated in an instant. Strong kill. Ignoring mechanics. Instant kill. The Lava Tyrant, as a golden boss, didn't even trigger its second phase and was directly killed by increasingly outrageous continuous effects. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous roar, transforming into a sky full of scattered lava and obsidian fragments, spewing forth torrents of scorching magma. You have stolen the heart of the Slug Tyrant. At the final moment of the boss's complete disintegration, the dragon's claw was triggered, and the still slightly pulsating giant heart was stolen, appearing directly in the inventory. Immediately after, a brilliant upgrade beam descended from the sky, completely enveloping his figure. Ding, you have leveled up to level 27, all 6 attributes. Plus 9. The bloodline of the Chaos Chosen provides 8 points of all attributes per level. Coupled with the bonus from the martial arts master profession, he gains a total of 9 points in 6-dimensional attributes with each level up. Suddenly, Yang Chen's keen wild instinct caught a hint of unusual energy fluctuations. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the massive wreckage of the Lava Tyrant King of Slugs. Something moved. The head. It was the enormous head that should have already perished. On that grotesque head, 2 eyes, like giant lava balls, unexpectedly lit up again with a red glow filled with resentment and madness. Following that, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. A stream of even hotter golden lava gushed out from its severed neck, instantly burning away the last remnants of flesh connecting it to the body. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, that enormous head actually broke free from the pile of wreckage. It wasn't dead? Gurgle. The massive head, now free from the constraints of its gigantic body, moved at an astonishing speed. It rolled across the charred ground, leaving a deep, scorching trench, and dove headfirst into the lava pit that had previously erupted from the ground. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately gave chase. This was the first time he had encountered a fleeing boss. He hoped it would bring some surprises. Beneath the lava pit, there was a hidden world. It was a complex network of underground caves, with sticky lava still clinging to the cave walls, and the air thick with the pungent smell of sulfur, as if he were inside a real active volcano. This was the former lair of the King of Slugs. Within these maze-like caves, numerous smaller but equally aggressive lava slugs lurked. They surged from all directions like the most loyal guardians, attempting to block his path with their scalding bodies upon sensing the presence of the unwelcome guest, Yang Chen. All of this was futile. Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste time on these minions. Blink with a single blink, his ghostly figure passed through the first wave of slug defenses. Mountain Splitter Sea Breaker he followed up with a Mountain Splitter Sea Breaker, stepping into the air with his right leg, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the air. Not only did he obliterate the second wave of blocking slugs, but he also used the displacement effect of step on air to surge forward another several meters. The chase was not particularly difficult. The fleeing head of the Slug King, previously doused in Yang Chen's blood-soaked effect, continuously sprayed golden lava blood along the way. That striking golden bloodline in the cave served as a GPS navigation, guiding Yang Chen's path forward. Yang Chen wasn't in a hurry to catch up and finish it off. Instead, he slowed his pace, filled with curiosity. He wanted to see where this cunning boss intended to escape to. As he delved deeper, the fiery atmosphere around him grew increasingly intense. Large areas of lava waterfalls began to appear on the cave walls, the scorching magma flowing like a blood-red stream across the ground, illuminating the entire cavern as if it were a hellish furnace. Immunity, immunity! Yang Chen breathed in the searing air, his feet stepping on the boiling lava rock liquid. The occasional environmental damage would stack a layer of burn negative status on him. However, this little damage clearly couldn't break through his absolute immunity. Occasionally, a few stubborn flames would cling to him, but he would easily extinguish them with a casual burst of air from his foot, akin to a mountain-splitting force. After 20 minutes, Yang Chen passed through narrow and oppressive tunnels. The space before him suddenly opened up, revealing a massive flame cave so grand it took his breath away. Countless stalactites formed from lava hung from the dome of the cave, resembling a forest of inverted swords, their tips occasionally dripping with scorching magma, creating ripples in the lava lake below. Magma bloodstone. A special or densely surrounded the area, emitting a brilliant red glow that cast the entire cave in a bloody hue. At the deepest part of the cave stood a giant temple door filled with an ancient and sacred aura quietly towering there. The door was entirely forged from an unknown dark red metal, its surface engraved with countless complex and mysterious flame runes. Two statues of flame lords, vividly depicted holding massive flame swords, stood on either side of the door, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. Most striking was the lifelike relief carved in the center of the temple door. A graceful and beautiful woman, bound by countless chains, her fiery red hair covering her entire face, radiated an eerie sense of mystery. A temple? Yang Chen gazed at the temple door, feeling as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary place. Looking again at the head of the fleeing Slug King, it could not enter through the main door of the temple but found an inconspicuous broken hole in the stone wall beside the massive door. The Slug King's soft body forced its way into the small hole, using this method to enter the temple. So that's how it is. Yang Chen suddenly realized. The reason the Slug King could become the boss of this area was likely because it accidentally discovered this mysterious temple and gained some powerful strength from it. Yang Chen was not in a hurry to enter. He first turned his gaze to the sparkling ores on the cave walls. Let's mine first, no rush. He grinned and lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick akin to a mountain-splitting force onto the nearest pile of ore. Boom! Mining proficiency plus 200. You have obtained Magma Bloodstone *21. You additionally received Heart of the Inferno. Heart of the Inferno, a rare crystal containing the purest elemental firepower. It is a core material for crafting top-tier fire attribute equipment in buildings. Can be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points, another brand new high-level ore. This ore is of high grade, equivalent to starlight glimmer and radiant gold essence. A greedy light flickered in Yang Chen's eyes. He scoured the entire cave, thoroughly mining all visible ores, and his mining proficiency surged once again. After contentedly collecting all the materials, he leisurely approached the small hole the Slug King had entered. The half-person wide opening made him frown slightly. Too narrow, needs to be expanded. Let's give it a try and see if I can kick it open. After upgrading the mountain-splitting force to entering the hall, in addition to the ability to move through the air, it also gained a function to destroy certain terrains. It was just the right opportunity to test his skills here. Boom! Yang Chen took a deep breath, his right leg like a steel cone infused with the power of mountains forcefully kicked against the hard stone wall, accompanied by a dull, thunderous roar. Countless fragments of stone flew in all directions, and the originally narrow opening was forcibly widened by him. Again! He kicked out once more, and the wall immediately shattered in response. A spacious passage, wide enough for him to pass through easily, appeared before him. Yang Chen cautiously stepped into the temple. An even older and more dangerous aura rushed towards him. It was a magnificent giant outer hall, grand enough to leave any mortal speechless. The dome soared to a height of over 100 meters, supported by countless massive obsidian pillars intricately carved with spiraling fire dragons. The ground was paved with a single slab of dark red crystal, polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the flame runes that flickered like stars above the dome, as well as the giant murals on the surrounding walls that depicted epic scrolls. Each mural was filled with a stunning visual impact. Some depicted the beginning of creation, a goddess bathed in endless flames, slowly rising from chaotic magma. Others illustrated a cataclysmic ancient war, where countless ferocious demons and fire giants battled terrifying beasts from the deep sea, with lava and steam dyeing the entire sky a doomsday-like dark red. Yang Chen slowly walked forward. The entire outer hall was vast and silent, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing clearly in this ancient temple that had been silent for countless ages. His gaze was soon drawn to the motionless figures standing on either side of the grand hall. They were dozens of giant stone statue guards, each over 3 meters tall, made entirely of obsidian and lava, clad in a set of dark red full-body armor that exuded a fierce beauty. Every inch of their armor was adorned with flowing lava patterns that resembled hot blood. These guards varied in type. Some wielded fiery battle axes capable of cleaving mountains, others gripped lava spears that could pierce anything, and some bore massive war bows that seemed capable of shooting down stars. Yang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. According to the normal game dungeon process, these seemingly formidable stone statue guards should attack intruders. Excellent! Each of these guards was equipped with a full set of powerful gear. What kind of guards are these? They were clearly a row of mobile equipment stores waiting for his favor. A delightful theft. Yang Chen approached the passage. He continued deeper into the outer hall, and the dozens of lava guards did not immediately activate. Bold and daring, he strode confidently to the center of the outer hall. Click! A crisp mechanism sound came from beneath his feet. The trap was triggered. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by 2 dull roars, 2 massive gates made of solid obsidian crashed down on either side of the outer hall, completely sealing off his escape route. At the same time, those lava guards, which had originally stood like sculptures, all came to life. The thick layer of lava stone skin on them peeled away inch by inch, like a molting cicada, revealing the fierce red armor burning with raging flames underneath. Boss? These 20 or so guards were all bronze level bosses. Their health points were all over 100,000, wielding various weapons, surrounding Yang Chen completely, while the archers behind drew their massive bows, the arrowheads igniting with intense flames. A deadlock. For any player, this was a certain death situation. Once the trap was triggered and surrounded by over 20 bronze bosses, anyone would be doomed to despair and death. But Yang Chen was different. Just in time, a sunny, cheerful smile appeared on his face as he immediately activated the flying dragon cloud hand on one of the warriors beside him. You have stolen flame of the lava armor, you have stolen flame of the lava helmet, you have stolen flame of the lava bracers, you have stolen flame of the lava greatsword. Shadows flickered. Under the enhancement of the supreme shadow, the stealing effect was triggered 4 times in an instant. The warrior's equipment was stripped away as if by an invisible hand, vanishing in an instant. Wealth. Indeed, wealth. A flying dragon's cloud-searching hand surprisingly didn't steal all the equipment. More than 20 small bosses, that's over 20 sets of gear. Yang Chen's heart bloomed with joy, his movements becoming faster, his figure darting like a ghost among the guards. The extra flying dragon's cloud-searching hand triggered again and again. One by one, the guards were stripped bare, revealing their strange skin that lay between flesh and rock, with a fiery red heart in their chests illuminating their translucent bodies. Roar! The enraged guards let out a thunderous roar, their weapons carrying the power to split mountains and shatter stones, crashing towards Yang Chen from all directions. Do you still have weapons? I'll steal again. Yet Yang Chen's figure transformed into a blur that couldn't be locked onto, weaving between the various attacks. Drunken Song. These ordinary attacks were dodged by Yang Chen with a 100% success rate, and he swiftly attacked twice more, stealing the weapons from the guards' hands as well. No items on target, no items on target. The system's prompt sounded. The flying dragon's cloud-searching hand had stripped them clean, leaving no items or equipment to steal. Then let's move on to the next phase. Every boss must be thoroughly cleaned out. Monkey steals peach, mountain splitting sea cutting style. Yang Chen executed a silky combo. A monkey steals peach followed by the mountain splitting sea cutting style, stealing the big treasure while also severing both legs. You stole the big treasure of the fire god's envoy. You stole the left leg of the fire god's envoy. You stole the right leg of the fire god's envoy. The swordsman's legs were severed with a thud, its massive body crashing to the ground. Yang Chen's attack had stolen its treasure, and its thighs were directly cut off, but due to its very special constitution, it did not trigger the effects of pain and spasm. So what? The lightning 5-linked whip, dazzling thunder, transformed into a silver python, weaving among the many small bosses. Paralysis. The dancing silver snake of thunder instantly plunged the guards into a state of paralysis, the electric current turning their bones and flesh transparent. Boom! One guard was killed by Yang Chen. He darted between the bosses, frantically stealing massive amounts of equipment while blasting them with various skills. You stole the heart of the fire god's envoy. That most dazzling heart in its chest also fell out, and before it could hit the ground, it was stolen into Yang Chen's backpack by the subsequent phantom. Each time a divine envoy was killed, a special heart would drop, which was clearly a top-notch cooking material. Ding your skill. Flying dragon's cloud-searching hand has leveled up. Mastery, refined to perfection. Just as Yang Chen was stealing with great delight, a congratulatory voice from the system suddenly rang in his ears. Flying dragon's cloud-searching hand level, refined to perfection. Mastery, 0/100000. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Special effects. Dragon sees the head but not the tail. 100% chance to steal one item. Shadowless hand. When using unarmed skills and normal attacks, there is a 100% chance to trigger an additional flying dragon's cloud-searching hand. Control the universe. When using this skill, you can specify one item to steal, requiring direct contact. Details. Dragon sees the head but not the tail. Based on your own attributes, probabilistically steals equipment and items from enemies. Evaluation. Relieve the sorrow, ponder the thoughts. The world is like a dream, leaning on laughter to ride the cool wind. The flying dragon's cloud-searching hand. It was the first skill to reach the refined to perfection level, and a third special effect appeared. Control the universe. This special effect attribute cannot be triggered by additional effects. It can only be used with the skill itself for stealing, and must make contact with the target item. Such harsh conditions. Yang Chen understood that the more stringent the conditions, the more powerful the function. This special effect might allow him to take everything that was originally impossible to steal in no time at all. More than 20 molten fire guardians had been completely dealt with by Yang Chen. The entire process, rather than a brutal siege, resembled a personal performance show exclusively for Yang Chen. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of muffled explosions. The last few molten fire guardians, in their unwilling roars, turned into a flurry of charred fragments. The battle was over. The clamor and rumble faded away, and the entire outer hall returned to a deathly silence. The two tightly shut obsidian gates slowly rose, revealing a deeper, darker passage behind them. Yang Chen stepped over the scorching obsidian shards scattered on the ground, walking towards the end of the outer hall. Is it finally time to fight the boss? A door even more magnificent and sturdy than the previous one stood silently. This door was entirely forged from a dark, golden metal that seemed to absorb light, and instead of simple flame runes, it was adorned with intricate and tragic murals. The first mural depicted a woman strikingly similar to the figure on the relief. At the entrance of the temple, she wore a splendid robe of flames, her fiery red hair cascading behind her like a burning waterfall, barefoot, walking amidst a thriving human city-state. A compassionate yet gentle smile graced her face, and wherever she went, winter retreated, all things revived, and people sang and danced, worshipping her as a goddess. The second mural took a sudden turn in style. The woman bore a daughter with a mortal. The daughter grew day by day, but her heart was filled with rage and jealousy. Watching her beloved man marry another girl, endless flames erupted from within her, transforming into a cataclysmic sea of fire that completely engulfed the once prosperous city-state. Countless humans struggled and wailed in the inferno, ultimately turning into charred bones. The third mural depicted a scene of judgment. The mother of the woman in the mural wore an expression of endless sorrow and disappointment as she personally placed heavy shackles on her daughter. The fourth mural, the last one, showed the wrathful daughter ultimately imprisoned in the deepest part of this molten fire temple, never to be freed. Her body was pierced by countless chains engraved with sealing runes, merging with the temple's ley lines, enduring eternal solitude and scorching heat. And the endless flames transformed into 24 molten fire guardians, becoming her eternal watchers. So that's how it is. Yang Chen looked at these murals, and he already understood 7 or 8 parts of the story in his heart. What this temple imprisoned was actually the daughter of the flame goddess who committed heinous sins for love. Could she be the final boss? What about that slug? Yang Chen scanned the surroundings. Apart from him and the debris scattered on the ground, there were no other living beings. The traces of the king slug's golden blood ended here, but the giant head that had escaped was nowhere to be found. Had it slipped through this great door? Yang Chen slowly approached the dark golden giant door, intricately carved with tragic epics. How to get in? Before the giant door was a staircase made of 4 massive square stone slabs. At the end of the staircase was a wide circular platform, and on the platform was the entrance to the inner sanctum of the temple. Yang Chen lifted his foot and stepped onto the first stone slab of the staircase. Buzzing. The moment his foot landed, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The originally grand and spacious outer hall of the temple vanished, replaced by a landscape filled with sunlight and vitality. He felt as if he were immersed in a memory sealed for countless years, a pure and warm emotion enveloping him like the warm sun of spring, instantly wrapping around his entire being. Joy. He saw a figure. It was a girl with dazzling golden red hair like the rising sun, the princess of divine flame. She was barefoot, playing by the crystal-clear river, chasing butterflies in a field full of flowers, gazing at the sunset that painted the sky red from the majestic city walls. Her laughter was as crisp as silver bells, and every glance was filled with curiosity and love for the world. The flame princess was always accompanied by a handsome and tall young man. He told her stories of the human world, tales of joy and sorrow, love and hate, which captivated her completely. Those days were simple yet beautiful, filled with carefree laughter and joy. As the illusions faded like the tide, Yang Chen found himself still standing on the first stone slab, but a trace of inexplicable melancholy lingered in his heart. He shook his head and continued toward the second step stone. Anticipation this time, he felt. A mixed anticipation of sweetness and bitterness. As the days passed, the girl began to develop feelings for the man who had opened the door to a new world for her. She grew accustomed to his company, to listening to his interesting stories. When he was not around, she always felt lonely, sitting by the window, hoping that familiar figure would appear soon. Yang Chen sensed this second illusion, and his heart was already clear. This naive flame princess had deeply fallen into the web called love. Sigh, what is love in this world, that it makes one willing to give life and death? Yang Chen couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Feelings have always been unequal. The more seriously one invests, the more vulnerable they often become. He continued upward, stepping onto the third stone slab. Sweetness this time, the emotions in the illusion became even more intense. The flame princess's ears were constantly filled with the man's magnetic voice and sweet words like vows of eternal love. He promised the flame princess that he would show her the splendor of the human world, that he would pluck the brightest star from the sky for her, and that he would always be by her side, never leaving or forsaking her. The inexperienced flame princess was thus completely enchanted by a man full of flowery words, utterly captivated. Finally, on a starry night, the two found themselves on a soft large bed. The flame princess lost her most precious purity as a deity, and that young man, in the height of pleasure, stole part of her divine power. No longer a goddess. At the moment she lost her power, the flame princess felt as if she had fallen from the clouds to the mortal realm, but she had no regrets. As long as she could be with her beloved forever, losing everything was worth it. Damn, isn't this just the story of a blonde? A mortal blonde, who PUA'd the goddess. Yang Chen shook his head as he watched. This innocent flame princess had been deceived by a human scoundrel, and the ensuing outcome was already evident. With mixed feelings, he stepped onto the last stone slab. Betrayal. Boom, 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 boom. A raging fury capable of burning souls mixed with endless sadness and despair surged toward him like a volcanic eruption. The man, who had once been by her side day and night, who had made countless promises to her, betrayed her. That heartless man had already been betrothed to a noble girl of high status. He approached her, flattered her, and even resorted to lies to deceive her body. All of this was just a meticulously planned conspiracy to steal her divine power in exchange for earthly power and status. Anger, madness, jealousy. The flame princess changed. Her long golden red hair, as dazzling as the sun, gradually transformed into an ominous black-red under the influence of extreme jealousy and rage. Her eyes were no longer clear. Instead, they were replaced by flames of burning revenge. In the end, Yang Chen stepped onto the giant circular platform. This was the final illusion and the most tragic chapter of history, slowly unfolding before his eyes like a doomsday painting. Flame of jealousy. Ash Princess. The flame princess had completely fallen. She betrayed her divine bloodline and sold her soul to the chaotic evil god dwelling in jealousy and destruction. Her jealousy and rage transformed into a black-red flame capable of incinerating everything, surging from her body and completely engulfing the once prosperous super city. The super city turned to ruins in the wake of her fury. Countless mortals were burned alive, their screams of pain and despair echoing as they were reduced to charred bones. That city might very well be the predecessor of today's super magical metropolis. The princess's mother, the goddess who commanded fire, descended with endless sorrow and personally ended this catastrophe. The Ashen Princess was stripped of all her powers and imprisoned in this temple buried deep underground, never to be freed. Her title changed accordingly. She was no longer a child of the gods but became synonymous with jealousy, the witch who turned the city to ashes. Clearly, the temple where Yang Chen now found himself was the eternal cage that held this Ashen Princess. Is this reasonable? What kind of marriage contract is so important that it would make one forsake a goddess? Yang Chen felt that there were many unreasonable aspects to this story. It was entirely a case of picking sesame seeds while losing watermelons, sacrificing a high-end mighty goddess for the sake of a mortal noble's marriage. The story could be even more melodramatic. Yang Chen began to imagine. Perhaps the Ashen Princess's mother arrogantly declared, "I'll give you 10 million, leave my daughter at once." Or maybe the Ashen Princess was so fiery that every day men had to endure the torment of being roasted like hot dogs. Or was it that the Ashen Princess had a terrible personality? Having watched too many short dramas, Yang Chen immediately flashed back to countless melodramatic plots. Otherwise, there would be no reason for that man to leave the Ashen Princess and become a son-in-law living off her. That Ashen Princess committed a grave sin. Only mortals have the right to pass judgment on her. Mortal, what will you choose? A vast and magnificent voice seemed to transcend the ages, resonating deep within Yang Chen's soul. This was the oracle left by the goddess. Even she, who commanded endless flames, had no right to decide her daughter's ultimate fate. Only those innocent mortals who were burned and buried in the city, only their descendants or heirs, had the qualification to pass the final judgment on this former goddess. Yang Chen. He came from the rebuilt super magical metropolis and, by a twist of fate, became the sole judge. Enter the judgment place. Yes/no. The system's voice came, prompting Yang Chen to make a decision. Yes, without hesitation, Yang Chen chose yes. The dark golden giant door, engraved with tragic epics, slowly opened to the sides, revealing the inner hall filled with an atmosphere of sorrow and despair. The door opened slowly. The inner hall was much smaller than the outer hall, but it felt even more spacious and oppressive. The entire space was a perfect circle, with no lavish decorations on the dome, replaced instead by an enormous circular skylight. Beyond the skylight was a slowly flowing sea of golden lava, exuding a suffocating heat and light, becoming the only source of illumination in this prison. In the center of the hall, on a circular altar made of obsidian, a figure knelt quietly. It was none other than the Ashen Princess, imprisoned for countless ages. Countless chains, thicker than arms and engraved with golden sealing runes, extended from all directions, like fierce venomous snakes, piercing through her limbs and bones, binding her tightly at the center of the altar. Her body was completely fused with the temple's earth veins, eternally enduring the scorching heat of the lava and the torment of solitude. Upon closer inspection, the Ashen Princess's long hair, black-red like burning ashes, cascaded down like a waterfall, obscuring her face and making it impossible to discern her expression. Surrounding the altar lay countless shattered skulls and charred bones, clearly the pitiful souls who had once attempted to enter this place, only to become sacrifices in the end. Yang Chen glanced around. He saw the head of the fugitive Slug King, now lying in a corner of the altar. Those once brutal and frenzied bean-like eyes now revealed an almost devout worship. It continuously smeared its boiling magma blood onto the chains binding the Ashen Princess, the special slime produced slowly corroding the chains. This process had evidently been ongoing for 1,000 years. After a millennium, the slug tyrant had only managed to corrode one chain. It was precisely for this reason that one of the Ashen Princess's arms could hang down weakly, barely regaining some freedom. When all the chains were completely eroded, she might finally escape this place of sealing. Another mortal come to judge me? A hoarse and weary voice drifted from beneath the black-red hair. The Ashen Princess slowly lifted her head, revealing a face obscured by long hair for countless years. It was a face that once could make the sun and moon pale, yet now was filled with endless sorrow and numbness. Her skin exhibited a sickly pallor, her lips cracked and devoid of color. Only her obsidian-like eyes stirred with a barely perceptible ripple upon seeing Yang Chen, this mortal god. She had once been the supreme deity. Though fallen to the mortal realm, she still possessed unimaginable terrifying power. As Yang Chen drew closer, he felt an extreme heat capable of melting steel wash over him. The flames were filled with destruction and ominousness, enveloping the entire altar, transforming it into a raging sea of hellfire. Any mortal who made even the slightest contact would be instantly reduced to ashes. Immunity. As Yang Chen approached, his body was ignited by the flames. Fortunately, the absolute defense of the cursed titan's body was strong enough to prevent any real harm. He. Mother sent you mortals to judge me. Those self-righteous fools before couldn't even condemn me, instead dying here, turning into the bones beneath my feet. Do you dare to continue? Her voice was not loud, but it was filled with a chilling pressure. Yang Chen's gaze fell upon the altar's surroundings. The scattered longswords and the flames that had not melted, the tattered robes that could withstand magma, and the magic books with covers long faded, all belonged to the previous judges. Undoubtedly, they were the relics left by the former judges and were highly valuable spoils of war. Judgment. Yang Chen instantly understood the core of this trial. He had to make the Ashen Princess confess with her own mouth. Though mortals were the judges, if he could not make this fallen deity repent, then he would be the one in trouble. Damn. So, that so-called goddess of fire wants mortals to force the Ashen Princess to confess? If she can't be persuaded, does that mean death? Yang Chen cursed inwardly. The fire goddess couldn't manage her own daughter and resorted to such extreme measures, making mortals use words to persuade her? If they couldn't persuade her, they would die? This was truly infuriating. Wait, Jimei, don't rush. Let's sort this out. I want to ask you a few questions first. Yang Chen raised a hand, not immediately questioning the Ashen Princess's sins but instead preparing to approach from an emotional angle. A flicker of surprise crossed the Ashen Princess's dead eyes, which quickly turned into deeper mockery. You're different from the others. Go ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, the dark golden giant doors of the inner hall slowly closed, signifying that this special trial had officially begun. First of all, ahem. I want to ask, how is your married life with your ex-boyfriend, Jimei? Is it going smoothly? Yang Chen cleared his throat and boldly sat down on a step not far from the altar, genuinely engaging in small talk with the Ashen Princess. Marital life? Is it going smoothly? The Ashen Princess's stunning face instantly froze, and then an uncontrollable rage surged from the depths of her eyes. This question was like the sharpest dagger, piercing deeply into her already battered heart. Just the thought of that scumbag, just the memory of being deceived and betrayed, would ignite the flames of anger and jealousy within her, almost drowning the entire inner palace in magical fire. Jimei, don't be angry, you've been trapped here for 1,000 years, hating that man for 1,000 years, yet we still haven't found the key to the problem. Why did he go marry a noblewoman? Yang Chen slapped his thigh, his tone becoming earnest. Is there something unspeakable behind this? Have you analyzed the reasons carefully? Why? This question had haunted the Ashen Princess like a nightmare for 1,000 years. Her anger gradually subsided, replaced by a deeper confusion and unwillingness. The Ashen Princess suppressed her temper and coldly said, continue. The key issue is to find the crux of the problem. The specifics of the situation depend on the details. Yang Chen rambled on, organizing his thoughts in his mind, until he saw the Ashen Princess's expression darken before he continued his nonsense. Whether this marital life is smooth, whether it is unimpeded, whether it is enjoyable, is very important. This concerns a man's dignity and may also be the reason for his betrayal. When he was with you, did he ever show signs of being overwhelmed? Yang Chen tried to make his expression serious and professional, like an experienced emotional mentor. The Ashen Princess hesitated for a moment, seemingly caught up in his twisted reasoning. She lowered her head, letting her dark red hair cover her cheeks, and then spoke in a barely audible voice. He occasionally applies some cooling oil or something. Look at that. Yang Chen suddenly slapped his thigh, wearing a look of I knew it. He must have been hurt. The problem lies here. Stealing the power of a goddess is not that simple. This is a typical case of marital disharmony. Yang Chen began to explain point by point to the Ashen Princess. You see, your ex-boyfriend had to rely on applying cooling oil every time to satisfy you. I estimate he also had to use some burn ointment afterward. As a mortal, he has to endure the flames of a deity, getting burned every day. His self-esteem must have taken a devastating blow. A man, if he can't even conquer his own woman, how can he hold his head high outside? How can he have any dignity? The more the Ashen Princess listened, the worse her expression became. Her jade hands, bound by chains, suddenly clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, and the surrounding jealous magical flames almost burned through the space. Then he shouldn't have betrayed me, she screamed, her voice filled with endless grievance and anger. Don't rush. Jimei, don't rush. Yang Chen quickly waved his hands to calm her, seeing that the Ashen Princess was about to explode. And then he shifted his tone, revealing an expression of shared indignation. That damn scumbag, worse than a pig or a dog. Is it really worth betraying such a good girl over this trivial marital issue? He spat on the ground fiercely, cursing the heartless man alongside the Ashen Princess, using every dirty word he could think of, saying whatever was most offensive. Various vicious words came easily to him. In that moment, he seemed to transform into the Ashen Princess's most intimate confidant, sharing her pain and anger empathetically. Sure enough, the magical flames on the Ashen Princess that were about to erupt were indeed calmed down significantly by this operation, and the hostility in her eyes diminished greatly. Additionally, Yang Chen saw that the timing was about right, and he put on a look of deep sympathy, sighing heavily. Your ex-boyfriend, to put it bluntly, is also a kind of son-in-law. A son-in-law, after all, has his own struggles. This remark filled the Ash Princess's eyes with confusion and disbelief. Go on, she urged, wanting to see what this smooth-talking human could possibly say next. You see, he's just a mortal, stepping into your divine circle. Yang Chen began his lengthy discourse, counting on his fingers. Your mother, that lofty flame goddess, what does she think of him? And your father? What about your neighbors, this deity, and that monster, how do they view him? Don't even get me started on your aunts and uncles. I bet even a pet dog you keep at home has more fighting spirit than he does. Yang Chen's tone grew increasingly exaggerated, his face full of pity as he continued. Just think, if even a pet dog looks down on him, what a cruel torment that is for a man's self-esteem. Yang Chen took a different approach, starting from the struggles of a kept man. What's the most painful part of living off someone else? Humility. You have to watch your mother-in-law's expression. You have to watch your father-in-law's expression. You have to watch the expressions of all those divine relatives, and you'll be talked about behind your back. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why do so many men who are brought into a family have wives who are educated, reasonable, and beautiful, yet still go out to cheat? Yang Feng shook his head, looking as if he had seen through human nature. That's because it's too oppressive. In this family, he's looked down upon by everyone, even breathing feels difficult. He can only run outside, in front of women of lower status, to find a shred of pathetic dignity as a man. Yang Chen's twisted logic was compelling, and the Ash Princess gradually absorbed it, even feeling that it made a certain sense. A mortal stepping into the realm of gods indeed wouldn't be respected by any deity. So, she mused, he marries a mortal noblewoman just to showcase his own strength and power. The Ash Princess's eyes flickered as she murmured to herself. She began to reflect on whether the days spent with that man had truly been torturous. The turtle man. Indeed, in front of her and her mother, he was like a turtle that could be crushed at any moment. Even their most intimate moments had to rely on cooling ointment and burn cream to sustain them. How heavy a blow could that be to a man's self-esteem? Admiration. Men are creatures that need to be admired by women. So he would rather give up being a goddess to marry a mortal noblewoman who could look up to him and admire him. No, no, no. Jimei, you're oversimplifying the problem. Yang Feng shook his head again, denying his previous statement. He posed a new question. As a couple, do you know who contributes more and who contributes less? This question deeply furrowed the Ash Princess's brows. Of course, I contribute more, she gritted her teeth, dark magical flames rising from her once more. That ungrateful man stole my divine power. Because of him, I fell from being a high and mighty goddess to a mere mortal. The magical flames surged. The Ash Princess had certainly lost more. Understand. The emperor divorced, half of his cultivation was taken away, and his realm fell. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen revealed a sly smile. Finally, he had caught her. Stop. Yang Chen immediately interrupted the Ash Princess's complaints. Did you catch that? You think you contributed more in this relationship. What did you contribute? Divine power. But is divine power love? Can divine power quantify love? He began to apply classic PUA rhetoric, speaking earnestly. What you've lost is merely divine power. At most you've fallen from godhood to humanity. But what he lost is love. This was a shocking revelation. Although the Ashen Princess didn't fully grasp the logic behind it, she was indeed deeply shaken. I lost only divine power, but he lost love. Look at you. Yang Chen pressed on, giving no chance for the other party to think. You are so calculating in your emotions. When two people are together, how can you count who gives more and who gives less? You have to accommodate each other to go further. He resembled a popular online emotional mentor, starting to instill his so-called views on love into this problematic girl who had been imprisoned for 1,000 years. Relationships require mutual support. You can't tally gains and losses. Today you wash the dishes, tomorrow I sweep the floor. If you argue every day over who gained and who lost, is that still called living together? The moment you speak, you position yourself as the exalted god, while he is the lowly mortal. Yang Chen's tone grew stern, even beginning to reprimand the Ashen Princess. This marital relationship has been unequal from the start. As a lover, you will always be above him. Will he feel comfortable? Isn't he silently enduring? This barrage of persuasion left the Ashen Princess's expression fluctuating, plunging her into deep self-doubt. Could it be, he really feels wronged? Could it be, I really did something wrong? Could it be, I am the fundamental reason for the breakdown of this relationship? The Ashen Princess recalled various past events, her heart twisted in struggle. She began to reflect, was it because she was too dominant, too presumptuous, neglecting the other's feelings, that it ultimately led to such an outcome? Life is often unsatisfactory, 8 or 9 out of 10 times. You should often think about this. Yang Chen sighed deeply, seeing that she was already hooked, revealing an empathetic expression, then patted his chest. To be honest, I also have a white moonlight. Yang Chen put on a sentimental look as if recalling painful memories, continuing, sometimes being good to a girl can really feel disheartening. You feel exhausted, you feel frustrated, you want to give up. But just thinking of those beautiful memories gives you the motivation to keep going. Those girls. Yang Chen almost let it slip, coughing a few times to quickly correct himself. Ahem, that girl gave me many beautiful memories. I don't seek to grow old together just to have once possessed. At the very least, you once had a truly happy time together, didn't you? Yang Chen's words struck like the sharpest knife, piercing deeply into the Ashen Princess's already numb heart. Not seeking eternity, just wanting to have once possessed. This was being misled to the point of injury. The Ashen Princess felt as if her heart was being cut. Those long-sealed beautiful memories surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. She remembered the laughter of the two playing by the river, the figures chasing butterflies in the fields, the warm and solid arm on the city wall. The world before her gradually blurred, and hot tears uncontrollably streamed down from her lifeless eyes. The tears fell onto the obsidian altar, instantly evaporating into wisps of white steam carrying a sense of sorrow. Suddenly, the temperature in the entire inner hall rose sharply, as if the air itself had ignited. A towering black-red demonic flame erupted from the Ashen Princess. The flames, mixed with endless malice and resentment, seemed ready to burn the entire world to ashes. Are you going to be deceived again? These men are all liars, they all deserve to die. A sharp and venomous voice rang out from the blazing demonic flames. The black-red malice crazily gathered, gradually coalescing behind the Ashen Princess into another shadow that looked exactly like her. Heart demon? Obsession, the Ashen Princess's 1,000-year grudge, mingled with the malevolent energy of countless innocents she had slaughtered, unexpectedly transformed at this moment into an entity with independent consciousness. The shadow of magic bore an identical visage to the Ashen Princess herself, yet her aura was entirely different. Her skin exhibited a bizarre grayish-white hue, and her long black-red hair moved as if stirred by an unseen wind, resembling countless writhing venomous snakes. The corners of the vengeful spirit's mouth curled into a cruel and bloodthirsty arc, as if all the beauty in the world was only worthy of being burned to ashes. In her eyes, goodness, the Ashen Princess had truly split apart? He finally understood the true meaning of this so-called judgment. The flame goddess's purpose was not to execute her pitiful daughter, but to use the hands of a mortal to eradicate the inner demons and malevolent energy born from love turned to hate that resided within her. All men should die. Kill, 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 kill. The shadow of magic formed from resentment let out a hysterical shriek. Her gaze was like two poisoned blades, instantly locking onto the only male in the hall, Yang Chen. After all this, it still comes down to a fight. Yang Chen slowly stood up from the steps, twisting his neck with a series of cracking sounds. The literary duel was over. Next came the simple and brutal time for combat. The shadow of the vengeful spirit, condensed from endless resentment and malevolent energy, gradually became solid. She stood barefoot, slowly descending from the altar, ultimately standing proudly before Yang Chen. Lowly human insect, I will burn you to ashes. The voice of the vengeful spirit echoed in the hall, leaving only a chilling and bone-piercing killing intent. She casually raised a hand, and the black-red magical flames in the entire inner hall instantly transformed into a cataclysmic hurricane dragon, sweeping toward Yang Chen's position. This thing looked far more dangerous than the tar bombs of the Apocalypse Colossus. In a flash, Yang Chen's pupils constricted, and he executed a sudden step, moving 10 meters away. Just as he took a step, the black-red flame tornado roared in, crashing violently onto the ground where he had just stood. Boom! The indestructible obsidian floor, under the scorching of this terrifying magical flame, burned and carbonized into glass-like crystals, still emitting wisps of blue smoke. What the hell? Such power! Yang Chen felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The moment the boss made a move, he knew what he was up against. Dark gold. Without a doubt, the vengeful spirit before him, transformed from the Ashen Princess's inner demons, was at least a dark gold-level super boss. I don't care about that. In Yang Chen's eyes, there was not a trace of fear. Instead, a more intense fighting spirit erupted. With a fierce charge, Yang Chen transformed into a streak of light that tore through the air, crashing head-on into the imperious magical vengeful spirit. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed. The magical vengeful spirit was actually sent flying by his force, crashing heavily into a distant wall, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the sturdy structure. Yang Chen's strength and physique were already absurdly high, and with the tenfold weight negative effect of the talent polluted, Heart of the earth, this full-force collision was like an out-of-control 100-ton freight truck. The effects of knockdown and stun were perfectly triggered. With a 100% probability. He. Yang Chen grinned, revealing a bright and sunny smile. No matter how strong the enemy was, as long as he could hit his special effects, the ensuing battle would hold no suspense. Frantic and erratic, Yang Chen's entire body twitched wildly as if possessed, rapidly arriving beside the magical, vengeful spirit. Poisoning, lightning 5-strike whip. Sparks flew, silver snakes danced wildly, and the violent power of thunder leaped furiously between Yang Chen and the magical vengeful spirit. Monkey stealing peaches. Yang Chen unleashed his signature skill, triggering the effect of transform claws into fingers, and fiercely punished the disobedient princess. Pain, spasms, paralysis, dizziness, various control skills poured out like a torrential storm, all within less than a second. An epic masterpiece appeared in the status bar, with dozens of messages refreshing every second. The cursed wraith screamed in agony, like a broken doll, unable to move even a finger under extreme pain and control. Massive damage numbers cascaded down like a waterfall from her head. Mountain splitter and sea breaker. Yang Chen showed no mercy. After successfully executing monkey stealing peaches, he immediately followed up with a powerful whip kick, slicing through the air with a howl, striking the cursed wraith hard at the thigh. You have stolen wraith crystal. You have stolen wraith crystal. 2 ominous black crystals suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's backpack, but the expected long legs material did not show up. No physical form. This cursed wraith, formed purely from resentment and malice, had no real body. Even if its limbs were severed, it could quickly reshape itself by absorbing the surrounding resentment. Strange? Yang Chen frowned slightly, filled with confusion. Since there was no physical form, why could his bleeding and poison effects still trigger on her? He instinctively turned back, casting his gaze upon the altar where the true form, Princess Ash, was still bound by countless chains. On Princess Ash's originally pure white skin, fine blood wounds appeared without warning, crimson blood slowly seeping out. Her pale, beautiful face was covered with a layer of greenish poison, trembling violently, emitting painful moans. One body, two sides. The cursed wraith and the true form of Princess Ash actually shared the same life, the same health bar. All damage and negative effects inflicted on the wraith would be directly reflected back onto the true form. It doesn't matter, I'm here to fight the boss. Yang Chen shrugged. The wraith formed from resentment pressed down hard beneath him, and various skills unleashed even more frantically, embedding her into the ground. Fatal punch plus normal attack plus normal attack, bleeding plus 8 layers plus 8 layers plus 8 layers plus 8 layers, poison plus 16 layers plus 8 layers plus 8 layers plus 16 layers. Massive damage surged like a tidal wave. All damage inflicted on the cursed wraith was precisely reflected back onto the true form of Princess Ash on the altar. Her body, pierced by chains, trembled violently, emitting a series of suppressed and painful moans. I will burn you to ashes. The cursed wraith's voice trembled, pressed to the ground with no power to resist, only able to let out unwilling and resentful howls. Boom boom boom. Finally, after enduring Yang Chen's storm-like attacks, the cursed wraith's body exploded. Streams of pure black-red demonic energy spiraled upwards, gathering into a rolling dark cloud beneath the dome of the inner hall. Immediately after, the dark cloud seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, suddenly sinking down, completely entering the body of Princess Ash on the altar. Ah! Princess Ash let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her body convulsed violently as if injected with the most ferocious energy. The color of Princess Ash's face constantly shifted between pure white and sinister gray-black. Her eyes sometimes clear and bright, filled with pain and struggle, and at other times turning blood red, filled with pure resentment and madness. Don't forget our goal. Kill. Kill all those men. The cursed wraith let out a terrifying roar, and within the rolling black mist, it was not just Princess Ash's voice. The millions of vengeful spirits burned in that city began to awaken, their gathered malice swirling like vengeful ghosts, wrapping around the Ashen Princess. Warning: Ashen Princess, immune to any type of control, please defeat the corrupted body before the kindness flame completely collapses. In the end, that streak of crimson completely occupied her eyes. The once magnificent yet now tattered flame robe she wore transformed under the erosion of demonic energy into a dark, infernal battle skirt. The exposed skin took on a bizarre hue, reminiscent of ashes nearly burned away, with lines of blood red that flowed like molten lava across the surface of the Ashen Princess. Chains from all directions shattered into pieces under the corruption and explosion of demonic energy. The system's cold notification sound rang out. All negative statuses on the Ashen Princess, including cold poison of the alien python, were dispelled in that moment. The boss battle officially commenced. Above the head of the demonized Ashen Princess, two distinctly different health bars appeared. One was a pure black representing resentment, while the other shone in brilliant gold, symbolizing her kind essence. At that moment, the golden health bar was being slowly devoured by the black one, seemingly indicating that her kind side was being eroded. What does this mean? A time challenge? Yang Chen couldn't help but complain as he looked at the Ashen Princess's health bars. Fortunately, it was him who came, otherwise, if it were someone else, wouldn't the Ashen Princess have directly demonized? Die! The Ashen Princess roared, her foot crashing down on the ground, shattering the obsidian altar. Beneath her, boom! A loud sound echoed. She transformed into a black afterimage that was nearly impossible to catch with the naked eye, creating a piercing sonic boom in the air, and in an instant she appeared right in front of Yang Chen. So fast that even Yang Chen's agility attribute of 363 could barely track her movement. Drunken Song, just as that straight, beautiful leg engulfed in demonic flames was about to hit Yang Chen, the 100% evasion passive effect triggered. Yang Chen's body twisted and swayed in a manner that completely defied the laws of physics, becoming an untraceable blur in the gaps of that lightning-fast attack. Although the Ashen Princess's assault was incredibly swift, Yang Chen managed to narrowly evade her lethal strikes amidst what seemed like a clumsy stumble. Ha! After a series of missed attacks, the Ashen Princess let out a shrill cry filled with violent energy. She raised her long, beautiful leg high and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The entire inner hall shook violently. The indestructible obsidian floor was crushed beneath her foot, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter. A destructive shockwave mixed with black and red demonic flames surged toward Yang Chen like a tsunami. Area skill. Drunken Song could only evade normal attacks, and was powerless against such indiscriminate area skills. Damage absorption. 217. Yang Chen's absolute defense was once again breached. The damage from this strike likely exceeded 3,000 points. Immunity. A layer of unquenchable black-red demonic flames clung to Yang Chen like a maggot. Although it didn't cause direct damage at the moment, Yang Chen knew very well that as this burning layer stacked up, even the cursed titan body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yang Chen rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames, but how could this divine fire be compared to ordinary flames? Common methods of extinguishing fire were utterly ineffective. Is that so? Then let's see who can deal more damage. Let's see if your effects are stronger, or if mine are more ruthless. Yang Chen's eyes hardened, no longer passively evading and defending, choosing instead to clash head-on with the Ashen Princess. Instant step. Treading the air. Yang Chen's body convulsed wildly, his head shaking frantically. He continuously used his displacement skill, sticking to the Ash Princess like a ghost. The two figures moved rapidly, transforming into two entangled afterimages, creating waves of sonic booms within the Great Hall. Various skills were unleashed. In succession, Mountain Splitter, Deadly Punch, Monkey Steel's Peach, Lightning Whip, 5 strikes. Once the distance was opened, he immediately followed up with a charge from the Goat King, crashing into the Ash Princess's body like a savage comet. Immune to fractures. Immune to amputation. The Ash Princess possessed a divine body. Even when reduced to a mortal, her divine essence diminished. Her demonic form was still beyond what ordinary people could imagine. However, the layers of bleeding and poison were still rising at a visibly frantic pace. KO triggered. Health minus 1 million. The moment Yang Chen stacked the effect of blood soaked to 30 layers, the KO effect finally activated. A blinding mist of blood erupted from the Ash Princess's body, a 7-digit damage number that could suffocate any player. Slowly floated up from her head. What? The KO effect actually triggered 1 million health points? This meant that the total health of the Ash Princess before him was a staggering 10 million. This was too outrageous. And Dark Gold level boss was completely a different concept from a Gold level one. Even the final hidden boss of the guild's secret realm, the Apocalypse Colossus, only had a health of 1 million. Is this what the divine race is like? Unforgivable. The black health bar dropped a notch. The Ash Princess let out a piercing scream filled with endless rage and murderous intent, her long black-red hair standing on end like demonic flames. On her feet, a pair of crystal high heels formed from gathered resentment appeared, with even more intense evil flames burning at the slender heels. Boom, 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 boom. The Ash Princess stepped forward, distorting and igniting the surrounding air. The sound barrier was continuously shattered, and the airflow generated by the friction formed a conical ring of demonic flames beside her legs. This kick was so fast that there was no way to dodge it. In an instant, it struck solidly against Yang Chen's chest. Damage absorption, 6190 health, -781. Yang Chen's body was hit head-on like a battering ram, flying dozens of meters back and crashing heavily against the inner hall's wall, cracking the sturdy wall. Put. A mouthful of blood uncontrollably gushed from his mouth. He was injured. The damage from this kick not only broke through his absolute defense, it directly pushed the damage absorption limit of transformative change to its maximum. Ultimate move. This was a one-hit kill technique. Roughly calculated, this kick could cause at least over 20,000 points of damage to break through Yang Chen's absolute damage reduction and immunity. If it were an ordinary player, this ultimate move would not only kill them instantly, but the high damage would also directly zero out their lifespan. Dark Gold boss, descendant of the gods, 10 million health points. A guaranteed one-hit kill technique. Tianyuan system, are you sure this is something a human can challenge? Immortal Golden Bones triggered. Immortal Golden Bones triggered. A stream of golden life Energy flowed slowly over his body like a babbling brook. Every 5 seconds, his health would recover by 10%. The Golden Skeleton King's talent indeed became powerful after its upgrade. Constitution, 619 health, 6190. Yang Chen possessed a terrifying constitution of over 600 points, and his health limit also reached over 6,000 points. Even so, the Ash Princess's earth-shattering kick still pierced through his absolute defense, breaking the damage absorption limit of transformative change, nearly killing him on the spot. I can't take this move head-on. Yang Chen's heart raced with alarm. Although he had 3 recovery methods, Immortal Golden Bones, Life Steal, Death Siphon, his sustainability was indeed monstrous. However, the damage absorbed by transformative change was already full and was rapidly converting into mitigation value. If he were to take another lethal blow at this moment, the catastrophic damage would be unbearable. Immunity at the same time, the black-red demonic flames, like maggots gnawing at bones, continued to scorch him. This demonic flame could not be extinguished by conventional means, and its layers kept increasing over time, always posing a significant hidden danger, ultimately leading to the moment it would breach his defenses. A swift resolution was necessary. A thought flashed through Yang Chen's mind like lightning. The robe made of demonic flames worn by the Ashen Princess was clearly the source of her power, and ordinary theft methods would be futile. But let's not forget, his dragon-soaring cloud-searching hand had just advanced to the realm of mastery. When using this skill, you can specify one item to steal, requiring direct contact. This newly acquired effect even allows for the theft of bound items. A glint of brilliance flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. He no longer passively defended but actively charged forward. Yang Chen moved like lightning, instantly rushing to the Ashen Princess's front, unleashing a furious barrage of punches and kicks. The Ashen Princess's reaction speed was also incredibly fast, her figure darting and weaving in the confined space, constantly dodging and blocking Yang Chen's various skills. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Block, block, block. The Ashen Princess managed to defend against most of Yang Chen's direct attack damage, with only a few 100% triggered negative statuses continuously afflicting her body. Now's the time. Dragon-soaring cloud-searching hand. Yang Chen seized a fleeting opening, his palm transforming into a shadow. Moving at breakneck speed, skillfully slipping past the Ashen Princess's blocking arms and precisely grasping her elegantly sculpted shoulder. You have stolen. Jealousy demon robe. The dark battle skirt made of blazing demonic flames on the Ashen Princess was abruptly stripped away as if by an invisible hand, instantly transforming into a streak of light that entered Yang Chen's palm, ultimately coalescing into a tangible robe exuding an ominous aura. In an instant, the Ashen Princess's perfect body, tainted by demonic energy, was laid bare in the air, completely exposed. The special effect of this truly allowed him to steal her demonic flame robe, which was formed from resource power, as if it were an equipment. A flicker of shock crossed the Ashen Princess's pale, stunning face, quickly replaced by endless shame and fury. She let out a soul-piercing shriek, and the demonic flames in the surrounding hall seemed to respond to her call, wildly swirling and rushing back into her body. She slowly floated into the air, her black-red hair moving as if in a windless sea, resembling a demonic serpent writhing. Lowly mortal, you have completely enraged me. The Ashen Princess hovered in midair, her voice like a blade tempered in ice, filled with chilling murderous intent. She was about to unleash her ultimate move again. The black-red demonic flames rushing back into her body crazily coalesced on her crystal-clear jade feet, ultimately transforming into a pair of even more ferocious and extravagant crystal high heels than before. The shoe's surface was stained with dark red patterns, flowing like blood, and at the sharp heel, a point of destructive energy capable of distorting space was condensed. The light in the entire hall seemed to be devoured, by that point becoming dim and lifeless. Damn! Does this ultimate move have no cooldown? Or is it that she releases her ultimate move based on her health? A few dark lines instantly appeared on Yang Chen's face. He had just taken a hit and nearly got killed on the spot, and now this? How was he supposed to fight? Alright, if that's the case, I'll bring out my ultimate move too. Yang Chen's gaze lowered, and an even hotter fighting spirit erupted in his eyes. Dissolution value. Having suffered consecutive injuries, along with the increased dissolution value from previous dodges and immunity to damage, he had now reached a fully charged state. Receive, dissolve, release the power. Facing the world-destroying strike of the Ash Princess, Yang Chen neither flinched nor dodged, unleashing his ultimate technique. He took a deep breath. His entire body felt as if it had transformed into a bow drawn to its limit, every muscle vibrating with a sound like a bowstring humming. He gathered all the damage he had just absorbed from the Ash Princess's kick, along with all the power he had accumulated, and concentrated it in his right fist. The force of his punch had already torn apart the air in front of him, creating a visible vacuum channel. Boom! Inside the inner hall, it was as if two supernovae had violently collided. This kick could shatter mountains and rivers. This punch could destroy the world. A destructive shockwave, capable of tearing apart space, surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping in all directions. Crack the mountains, break the seas. Pain, convulsions, venom, decay freezing, bleeding, lightning, paralysis, knockdown, dizziness, fear, KO, shattered bones, corrosion, empty stepping, life theft, incurable poison, exotic python, cold poison, blood-soaked, torn wounds, rootless beings, organ damage, disability amputation, rust wind, rust to the marrow, palm controlling the universe, infectious, rust disease, extra flying dragon probing cloud hands. This punch triggered all attack effects. Although most were ineffective against the Ash Princess, the system notifications cascading down like a waterfall still composed an epic masterpiece. The information status bar scrolled through dozens of pages. Boom! After the extreme collision, there was a deafening roar. Two figures flew backward like kites with severed strings. Yang Chen crashed heavily against the solid walls on either side of the inner hall, creating a terrifying web of cracks in the obsidian walls. The Ash Princess was no different. Her seemingly fragile body shattered. Several giant stone pillars carved with fire dragons before crashing heavily to the ground, plowing a long, broken trench across the mirror-like floor. This clash ended in a draw. The damage values were not visible. The damage from this technique must have been at least 20 to 30,000. The most terrifying part was the KO effect, which directly deducted 10% of the maximum health as true damage, once again inflicting 1,000,000 damage. The black health bar immediately dropped significantly. Not only that, you have stolen the crystal shoes of the Ash Princess. This effect of controlling the universe could only be triggered by the flying dragon probing cloud hands. However, the energy release was an exception. This ultimate technique could perfectly trigger all effects, even the controlling the universe, and surprisingly, it had stolen the Ash Princess's weapon for her ultimate move. What? Is this really reasonable? Yang Chen crawled up from the ruins, looking at the pair of crystal high heels in his hand, still burning with black-red demonic flames, both extravagant and sinister. He was momentarily dazed. Not only had he stolen the Ash Princess's battle dress, leaving her completely bare, but now even her weapon for unleashing her ultimate move had been taken? At that moment, the Ash Princess in the distance slowly stood up. Her bare jade feet were empty, and the demonic flame energy capable of shattering mountains and rivers had completely vanished without a trace. The dark blood bar had decreased by a third during the continuous battle, while the golden blood bar representing her true self gradually gained the upper hand. The crimson and violent look in the Ash Princess's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of clarity and struggle. Her long hair, resembling burning ashes, slowly transformed back to a dazzling golden color like the sun. I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Her voice was no longer cold and resentful, but filled with endless regret and sorrow. My heart was blinded by hatred. No matter what deception and betrayal I faced, I should not. Hot tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. The flames of jealousy and anger gradually faded, and the Ashen Princess finally awakened from a millennium of madness, realizing the heinous sins she had committed. No matter what, she should not have killed millions of innocent mortals. Mortal. The Ashen Princess lifted her head, looking at Yang Chen with her once again pure and clear eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you for helping me. I can open the gates of the inner hall for you. Please escape quickly. She wanted to expend her remaining divine power to forcibly open the massive doors of the temple, releasing Yang Chen, her benefactor. At the same time, the Ashen Princess's divine power was pulling the shattered ceiling chains around her, intending to imprison herself once more. Her sins had not yet been atoned for, and the other side of her personality, representing resentment and madness, could awaken at any moment. The Ashen Princess could not allow her corrupted self to leave this place and harm the world. Tip: you can leave the temple immediately and receive some rewards. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. This battle with the super boss could be considered a phase victory. Yang Chen could choose to leave immediately, obtaining the rewards from the Flame Goddess, which was almost the limit any mortal could achieve. But I refuse. No. Help others to the end. Send the Buddha to the west. Don't be polite. Just unleash the corrupted side and completely solve this problem. Yang Chen strode forward, a bright smile on his face, revealing 2 rows of incredibly white teeth. What a joke. The corrupted Ashen Princess had even stolen the crystal shoes needed to unleash her ultimate move. The next step would be a one-sided slaughter. How could he give up at this moment? You. The Ashen Princess looked at the man with the radiant smile before her, momentarily lost in thought. She could feel that this mortal was not just boasting. Yang Chen's eyes were filled with absolute confidence, as if no matter what kind of predicament he faced, he could not be defeated. Please be careful. In the end, the Ashen Princess was infected by this man's confidence and nodded at Yang Chen. I will use the remaining divine power to trap her for you. She unleashed her final divine power, golden flames sweeping out, drawing all the scattered ceiling chains on the ground, once again binding her hands and feet tightly, self-restraining herself in the center of the temple. After doing all this, she closed her eyes, no longer suppressing that dark power. Jealousy and anger engulfed her consciousness like a tide. The Ashen Princess's expression changed again, and the pitch-black blood bar gradually gained the upper hand. A few seconds passed. The Ashen Princess opened her eyes again, but her gaze had turned crimson and fierce, too. Streams of boiling blood, tears slowly sliding down from the corners of her eyes. The corrupted Ashen Princess had returned once more. These chains. When the corrupted Ashen Princess opened her eyes again, what greeted her was an unbelievable sight. Those sealing chains that she had already broken with her magical flames were once again tightly entwining her limbs and bones, firmly binding her in the center of the great hall. She could clearly feel that her power was being continuously suppressed and weakened by these damned chains. Foolish, foolish. The corrupted Ashen Princess let out a hysterical shriek, her voice filled with uncontrollable rage. The chance to escape is right in front of you. You actually want to self-bind here. She had betrayed herself. For 1,000 years, she had constantly thought about how to break free from this damned cage, unleashing the flames of hatred and jealousy upon the earth. But at the most critical moment, that cowardly and naive true self actually chose to give up. The true form of the Ashen Princess had chosen self-imprisonment to conduct that ridiculous atonement in this damned temple. This was betrayal. This is the most thorough betrayal of oneself. Since you chose to give up, then this body will be completely taken over by me. The corrupted Ash Princess completely severed ties with her true self. The black-red demonic energy within her surged like boiling lava, threatening to completely devour and assimilate the last remnants of her inherent goodness. However, Yang Chen would not give her that opportunity. You wish? Get ready to be beaten. Yang Chen laughed maniacally, unleashing all his power, transforming into a blurred afterimage, and unleashing a torrent of skills. Blood, 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 poison, 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 lightning, lightning, lightning. Various skills bombarded her as if they were free, taking advantage of the Ash Princess. Still being bound in place, all effects slammed directly into her face. The previously stacked effect of blood-soaked had already reached over 60 layers, and under Yang Chen's storm-like assault, the layers began to soar wildly. 90 layers, 120 layers, 150 layers. The poison effect was even more terrifying. Under the double stacking of the rotting talent, the layers quickly broke through the 500 mark. Punching bag. At this moment, the trapped Ash Princess was nothing more than a living target, a punching bag that could only passively take hits. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. KO triggered. KO triggered. Health minus 1 million. Real damage, health minus 1 million. Real damage, bleeding triggered, health minus 87,120. Critical hit, 160 layers of blood-soaked, poison triggered, health minus 76,800. Critical hit, 640 layers of poison. The amount of health continuously drained per second had already exceeded 150,000. How terrifyingly absurd. That seemingly unreachable 10 million health could be completely evaporated in less than 100 seconds. Roar, 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 roar. The corrupted Ash Princess roared. In those short 20 seconds of being trapped, the pitch-black health bar representing her demonic resentment was visibly plummeting. Each time the KO effect triggered, a large chunk of the health bar vanished into thin air, and as time passed, the speed of the health bar's decline became increasingly rapid with the accumulation of continuous damage. 5 million. In this short span of 20 seconds, the Ash Princess's total health was brutally whittled down by 5 million. What terrifying damage! The continuous damage was showing a geometric increase with the rising layers. This cannot go on any longer. If this continues, she would undoubtedly die. For the first time, the corrupted Ash Princess felt a fear that came from the depths of her soul. She no longer tried to erode the pure and kind consciousness of her true self. If she remained trapped in this body any longer, before she could fully occupy it, she would be ground to death by this bizarre and terrifying mortal before her. Break away from the true self. Break away from the original body. A wildly insane and resolute thought exploded in her mind. Roar! The corrupted Ash Princess let out a furious roar, and the black-red demonic flames surged from her body like a volcanic eruption. Rip! Accompanied by a sound like tearing fabric, the demonic body formed from endless resentment and malice began to forcibly tear away from the Ash Princess's true self. She twisted and rolled in the air in agony, ultimately coalescing into a writhing mass of black-red demonic mist filled with ominous and sinister energy. Corrupted. The Ash Princess entered her third form. All negative effects on her body vanished instantly with the separation of that black-red mist. The writhing mist rolled and compressed wildly in mid-air, eventually transforming into a woman identical to the Ash Princess, yet exuding an extreme allure and sinister aura. She stood barefoot, her perfect jade feet bare, her figure enchanting, her curves exquisite. Every glance, every movement exuded a deadly allure capable of driving any male to madness. Yang Chen continued his assault. Bleeding, ineffective poison. Ineffective. These ethereal monsters, lacking a substantial flesh and blood form, rendered Yang Chen's two strongest continuous damage effects completely ineffective. At this moment, meanwhile, the effect damage generated by the lightning whip had doubled. The power of thunder and lightning naturally countered these demons, formed from negative energy. What horrified the corrupted Ash Princess the most was another kind of strange poison which at this moment unleashed an unimaginable, terrifying effect. Flame of Silence. This was a mysterious flame formed from the chaotic power of the subspace. It would not harm matter but could directly scorch your will and soul. Boom, 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 boom. The Flame of Silence enveloped the corrupted Ash Princess, instantly transforming into countless bizarre colors of rotating glass, burning the continuously rolling black-red demonic mist with a sizzling sound, releasing waves of foul-smelling green smoke. How could this happen? The corrupted Ash Princess let out a piercing scream of disbelief. She herself was the embodiment of the fire of jealousy. The flames of the Ash Princess were filled with hatred and anger, but at this moment they were suppressed by an even more bizarre and domineering Flame of Silence from the subspace. Without her crystal shoes, she couldn't even unleash her finishing move, only able to be relentlessly beaten down by Yang Chen. Flame of Silence. Sanity -1, Sanity -1. Sanity-1 Health -1000, Health -1000, Health-1000. The Flame of Silence inflicted terrifying real damage every second, tearing at her sanity and causing her misty, demonic form to continuously dissipate. Soon, she could no longer hold on. The gradually burning black-red demonic mist could not even maintain a complete human form. I will die, but I will take you down with me. The corrupted Ash Princess let out one last shrill scream. That writhing mass of demonic mist transformed into a streak of light, recklessly diving into Yang Chen's body. Jealousy, resentment, destruction. The terrifying negative emotions surged toward Yang Chen's consciousness like a tide, attempting to completely corrupt and assimilate his soul. What is this? In the next second, the corrupted Ash Princess let out an even more terrified scream, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Polluted Heart of the Earth triggered. Polluted Heart of the Earth triggered. Those negative emotions capable of driving anyone mad were completely immune in the face of Yang Chen's absolutely uncontrollable Heart of the Earth talent. Not only that, Yang Chen's bloodline power also came into play at this moment. Chosen of Chaos, an even older, more evil, and more chaotic power of subspace chaos awakened. This power, originating from the negative universe's essence, was far more powerful than the Ash Princess's pitiful jealousy and anger. Devour. Yang Chen's chosen of Chaos bloodline began to reverse devour the invading demonic mist within him. Your Chaos bloodline has been enhanced. Your Chaos bloodline has been enhanced. Your Chaos bloodline has been enhanced. With every bit of black-red demonic mist he devoured, his Chaos bloodline would strengthen. Escape. Must escape from this man's body. This was no mere mortal. This was clearly a chaotic demon walking among humans. The corrupted Ash Princess screamed in agony, trying to leave, but was firmly held by Yang Chen's Chaos bloodline. This man even used the lightning whip, violently attacking her with electric currents, scorching her misty body, inside and out. I am not willing. The corrupted Ash Princess let out her final wail. Her gradually dissipating demonic mist ultimately could not escape Yang Chen's body and was completely devoured. Ding, you have leveled up to level 28, all attributes plus 10, and all attributes have been replenished. Your Chaos bloodline has been promoted, gaining a new talent ability, Endless Torment. Yang Chen completely devoured the corrupted Ashen Princess, which surprisingly became the best nourishment for his Chaos bloodline, enhancing his bloodline power. The increase in all attributes from leveling up rose from 9 points to 10 points, and it replenished all bonuses from the previous level 27. Most importantly, he gained a brand new, incredibly powerful bloodline talent, Endless Torment. When you apply a continuous damage effect, there is a 30% chance to randomly generate another continuous damage effect, cycling until this effect is triggered again. What is this? The effect of Endless Torment shocked Yang Chen's eyes. Probability? Non-existent. Yang Chen's super lucky star made the triggering probability reach 100%. This talent immediately underwent a qualitative change, triggering another negative state with 100% certainty. This means that as long as he applies one negative state, it will create a chain reaction, like stepping on one foot with the other, continuously generating new negative effects. The most terrifying part is endless looping. This effect does not end after being triggered once. Pay attention to these words, cycling until this effect is triggered again. Simply put, as long as Yang Chen triggers bleeding once, the next random triggers of 10,000 layers of poison, 10,000 layers of rust, and 10,000 layers of burning will not stop. Until the bleeding effect is randomly triggered again, this round of cycling will only then be considered complete. Endless Torment. This is true endless torment. Yang Chen currently has not many types of continuous damage, but if the types continue to increase in the future, the layering efficiency will grow exponentially by dozens or even hundreds of times. Truly the chosen of chaos. Truly the most evil and chaotic bloodline. This is simply a talent tailor-made for Yang Chen. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia player Warwolf number 1974 for completing the global dark gold level boss first kill. Reward, 1. Golden Super Treasure Chest Reward. Everyone in the Huaxia region receives 1 Super Treasure Chest. The global announcement congratulating him rolled through 3 times. In that moment, whether it was the Lone wolf grinding monsters or the elite teams fervently building their guilds, all players' actions came to a halt simultaneously. The entire world channel erupted in chaos. Did I see that right? Dark gold level. Boss? Dark gold? What level is that? Higher than gold? It's War Wolf again. That War Wolf from Huaxia. Is he even human? Fake news. This is definitely fake news. Either that or the system has a bug. Dark gold boss. What is that? So far, people have not seen a second person who can solo a gold boss. That War Wolf from the Huaxia region has actually killed a higher level dark gold boss? Is this for real? This is too outrageous. I knew it. I knew it. Heavenly soldiers, that guild must be related to him. Exactly. First, he established the world's first guild, and now he's the first to kill a dark gold boss. Who else could it be? Damn cheater. Is the Tianyuan official going to do anything about this? If he keeps developing like this, what are we even playing for? Countless speculations, doubts, curses, and jealousy surged like a tide on the world channel. People had previously speculated that the Heavenly Soldiers Guild in the Huaxia region had the shadow of Warwolf behind it, and this shocking announcement seemed to provide the most favorable evidence for their speculation. For a moment, the name Warwolf was once again thrust into the spotlight. He loomed like an insurmountable towering mountain, weighing heavily on the hearts of all players, suffocating them, filling them with despair. The gap was simply too vast. So vast that it had completely exceeded their understanding. Players in the Huaxia region found themselves once again immersed in a sea of revelry. Ah, got another free chest. Following Wolf Brother means there's meat to eat. Damn, Battle Wolf is amazing. Voice crack, Dark Gold Boss. Wolf Brother is forever a god. Please, Wolf Brother, go live so we can admire the miracle. So refreshing. It's so exhilarating. Watching those foreign lemon suckers is even better than leveling up 10 times. The global first kill reward is not just for individuals. All members of Huaxia will receive an additional super chest. What does this mean? The establishment of the super city grants all Huaxia members an extra super chest, and it's a golden one. The first guild established globally gives all Huaxia members an extra super chest. The global first kill of the Dark Gold boss grants all Huaxia members an extra super chest. Are Huaxia people more noble than those from other countries? Why do Huaxia people get 3 more super chests than others? One super chest is enough to cause a qualitative leap in the strength of an ordinary player. Players in the Huaxia region suddenly have 2 whole super chests more than players from other countries, plus a golden super chest. It is said that Huaxia has a population of 1.4 billion. Doesn't this mean that the Tianyuan system has given them 4.2 billion super chests out of thin air? What a terrifying advantage. This is no longer just a gap, it's outright blatant cheating. Baka Yoru. Why are our warriors from the Great Neon Empire inferior to those Huaxia pigs? Shiba. It's unfair. Battle Wolf is clearly a South Korean, and we have been Huaxia's vassal state for generations, so why doesn't Tianyuan give us rewards? When there are benefits, you're a vassal state, but when there aren't, the universe is all yours, right? Oh my god, this is insane. Huaxia people are becoming stronger and stronger. They will dominate this world. We must unite and sanction them. Fuck. It's that damned Battle Wolf again. He's a bug. He's ruining the balance of the game. Various curses, doubts, threats, and wails in different languages surged like a tsunami, instantly drowning the entire world channel. 100 years ago, 8 nations united to invade the land of Huaxia. Now, out of fear of Huaxia's power, more great powers are preparing to unite against this awakened divine dragon. Yang Chen closed the comment section. His rewards were not over yet. After defeating the corrupted Ash Princess and completing this super task, a great gift awaited him. The complete dissolution of the corrupted vengeful spirit. The black-red demonic flames filled with resentment and madness faded away. The temple once again regained its initial brightness and sanctity, and the golden lava sea flowing slowly above the dome emitted a warm and gentle light, illuminating the solitary figure on the altar as if she were a deity. The Ash Princess. She had finally gained true redemption from a millennium of imprisonment and torment. Her long hair had completely transformed back to a dazzling golden red, like the rising sun casually cascading over her shoulders, each strand seemingly burning with pure flame. The Ash Princess's skin regained a healthy hue. No longer sickly pale, it resembled the finest mutton-fat jade, warm and delicate. Those once lifeless eyes were now as clear as 2 pools of autumn water, reflecting Yang Chen's figure filled with complex yet sincere emotions. Ding, congratulations on perfectly completing the hidden task, Redemption of the Ash Princess. Accompanied by the system's pleasant notification sound, the walls surrounding the temple suddenly began to tremble violently, countless cracks spreading across the walls like a spider's web. With a deafening roar, the walls engraved with epic murals collapsed, revealing a hidden chamber behind Dai. In the center of the secret chamber stood a statue of a goddess, life-sized and majestic. Dressed in a magnificent robe of flames, her face radiated both compassion and authority, holding aloft a torch that blazed with a fierce fire, as if guiding the lost souls of the world. Goddess of Flames? Yang Chen had seen her before in the murals. She was unmistakably the mother of the Ashen Princess. Suddenly, the torch, carved from an unknown crystal, erupted without warning into a brilliance more dazzling than the sun. The light transformed into a pure golden flame, instantly piercing through the barriers of space and seamlessly merging into Yang Feng's body. A warm current surged through his limbs and bones. You have gained a special talent, Divine Flame Protection. Divine Flame Protection, you are immune to most types of fire elemental damage. This is the blessing bestowed by the goddess of flames. It is the highest form of gratitude she can offer to the mortal who saved her daughter. This Divine Flame Protection talent directly rendered Yang Chen immune to the vast majority of fire damage. Of course, the term vast majority likely refers to ordinary mortal flames. If it were to reach the level of divine flames, he would probably still suffer damage. But even so, this was enough to keep him invincible against most fire-based enemies. Looking at the Ashen Princess, she slowly rose from the altar, the chains that had bound her for 1,000 years finally completing their mission, like lifeless withered vines scattered across the ground. Barefoot, she walked lightly to Yang Chen, slightly bowing in a standard noble gesture. Thank you, brave warrior from the mortal realm. Not only have you awakened me from 1,000 years of nightmare, but you have also made me understand the sins I have committed. Her voice was like a clear spring in the desert, crisp and melodious. This kindness, I will remember for eternity. Yang Chen nodded, revealing his signature sunny smile. Is there any substantial reward? Don't just say thank you. Come on, give me something useful. Greedily, Yang Chen had the word greed boldly written across his forehead. The goddess of flames had just bestowed a divine decree upon him, granting him a powerful talent to be immune to fire damage, and yet he was now asking the Ashen Princess for a reward without batting an eye. Upon hearing this, a hint of helplessness and a bitter smile appeared on the Ashen Princess's stunning face. This mortal truly would not accept any loss. I have been imprisoned in the inner hall for 1,000 years, and I have no personal belongings left. She slowly shook her head, then extended her delicate finger towards the lava lake that was still slowly flowing around the altar. These are the relics left behind by those human warriors who once tried to judge me, but ultimately met with misfortune. They have endured 1,000 years of tempering in the jealous demonic flames and the molten lava of the earth, so they must not be ordinary items. If you don't mind, I will temporarily entrust them to you. Following her, Yang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. In the golden lava lake lay several pieces of equipment and items radiating various colors of light. They quietly soaked in the magma hot enough to melt steel, yet were refined to be even more exquisite. Their surfaces shimmering with a layer of light that flickered like breathing. He had already noticed those pieces of equipment: a long sword, a robe, and a spellbook. Yang Chen's heart soared with joy, and he dove headfirst into the scalding lava lake. Immune, the effect of divine flame protection was fully realized at this moment. The magma capable of melting everything was merely warm bathwater to him. The 3 pieces of equipment were instantly collected. You have obtained Crimson Lotus Robe. You have obtained Skill Spellbook. Summon Hellfire. You have obtained Ashen Messenger Longsword. 2 of the items were of golden quality, while the spellbook was particularly special, being a powerful skill that combined wide area damage with summoning abilities. What are you planning to do next? Yang Chen looked up to ask the newly reborn Ash Princess. Although I have freed myself from my shackles, the sins on me have yet to be cleansed. There was a hint of loneliness in the Ash Princess's voice. I will continue to atone in this temple until you shouldn't stay here any longer. Locking yourself away to repent is just another form of escape. Yang Chen interrupted her bluntly and continued, you should go help more people. Use your power to make amends for your past sins. The Ash Princess's delicate body trembled slightly. The light in her clear, beautiful eyes flickered, as if a flame that had been dormant for 1,000 years was reignited by Yang Chen's words. You are right. She nodded heavily, her tone gradually becoming resolute. I should help more people, especially at critical moments when mortals are in danger. I should use the remaining strength I have to protect this city reborn from the ruins. After saying this, she waved her hand. The head of the once fleeing Slug King now shrank to the size of a palm, becoming as docile as a kitten, gently cradled in her hand. It had not forgotten its loyalty as her little pet. Little one, don't follow me anymore. The Ash Princess presented the mini slug head to Yang Chen, a faint smile appearing on her face. It has followed me for 1,000 years. Although its combat ability is weak, it excels at squeezing into tiny holes, disarming traps, and finding treasures. From now on, let it assist you. What use is this Slug King to me? Speaking of which, has the pet system been activated? Yang Chen looked at the sticky mini slug head in his palm with disdain, and the system's prompt sound rang out at the right moment. Ding, the Ash Princess wishes to sign a pet contract with you. You will obtain the pet, Lava Tyrant Slug King. Yes/no, what the hell? Yang Chen's eyes widened instantly. This Slug King is at least a golden level boss. I definitely won't be at a loss. Yang Chen immediately pressed the yes button. A golden holy light descended from the sky, enveloping both him and the Ash Princess. The contract was established. You have obtained a new pet, Lava Tyrant Slug King pet. System has been activated. Lava Tyrant Slug King, golden level 1 status, juvenile, can grow, loyalty, never betray. Talent ability Lava Drilling, can ignore most terrains and traps for rapid drilling. Talent ability treasure sensing has a strong perception ability for various hidden treasures, or veins, and secret realms. Talent ability big stomach. The Slug King can devour the corpses of enemies and convert them into pure energy for its own growth and evolution. Yang Chen looked at the attribute panel of this mini slug. This is clearly a super treasure hunting mouse with limitless potential. Its last talent ability, big stomach, has exceptional growth potential. The pet gifted by the Ash Princess is just what Yang Chen needs to search for treasures and explore secret realms. Little one, you look quite unique. Yang Chen cradled the mini slug head in his palm, examining it closely. Although the Slug King looked a bit slimy and disgusting, its super treasure hunting mouse attributes were indeed satisfying. Just right. His efficiency in killing enemies is extremely high, and after each battle, the ground is littered with corpses. In the future, he could have the Slug King follow behind to collect bodies, utilizing its God King's stomach's incredible skill to devour and digest a large number of enemy corpses, converting them into nutrients for its own growth, could be considered resourceful. A golden level boss as a pet. How extravagant, how absurd. It has infinite growth potential. Who knows, it might really evolve into a dark gold level or even a higher existence in the future. Thank you. Yang Chen opened his inventory and found an additional independent space for pets, allowing him to temporarily store the King of Slugs in his backpack. I should be the one thanking you. Princess Shenyang smiled slightly, her smile melting like a millennia-old iceberg, causing the entire temple to lose its color. She slowly raised her delicate hand, and an ancient teleportation array made of pure flame runes appeared out of thin air on the floor of the inner hall. Standing on the teleportation array, she gestured to Yang Chen with a please motion. Yang Chen was not polite and followed suit. With a flash of light, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. In the next moment, the two had returned to the scorched earth that had been repeatedly roasted by fierce flames. Not bad. It even had a teleportation feature, saving Yang Chen the trouble of running back and forth. The contract is established, and I should go atone for my sins now. Princess Shenyang nodded slightly to Yang Chen, then transformed into a golden red streak of light, like a comet streaking across the sky, instantly disappearing from the spot. Almost simultaneously, a grand and solemn system announcement echoed throughout the Super Magic City. Regional announcement: Princess of Ashes has joined the Super Magic City faction, becoming the guardian deity of this region. All players within the Super Magic City area will receive a 1-week buff: Divine Flame Blessing, Fire Element Resistance plus 30%, Experience Gain plus 30% in an instant. The skies above Super Magic City changed dramatically. The temple that had been floating above the city now had a graceful figure added to it. The Princess of Ashes spread her arms, and endless golden flames rained down from the sky, like the gentlest of rains, evenly falling into every corner of the city, merging with every player's body. Ding, you have successfully recruited Princess of Ashes as the guardian deity of Super Magic City, making an epic contribution to this region. Your contribution points have increased. 1 million. Yang Chen stared at the long string of zeros that appeared in his information panel, momentarily stunned. Recruiting a guardian deity actually rewarded him with 1 million contribution points? This reward was simply too exaggerated. He had worked hard, mining and building towers, exhausting himself just to gather 1 million points. Now, with just a few words, he received another million? This was no longer just a simple wealth code, it was practically a money printer delivered by the system. I'm rich, I'm rich. Yang Chen rubbed his hands together, the light in his eyes hotter than the sun in the sky. Now it was the most tense and exciting phase. Looting. First, let's check those 2 pieces of golden equipment. Crimson Lotus Robe Grade, Gold. Type, Upper Garment. Level requirement, Level 30. Attributes: Defense plus 200, Stamina plus 50, Spirit plus 50. Talent effect: Crimson Lotus Seal. Details: woven from the veins of lotus petals and the laws of healing. Evaluation: where did this mana spring come from? Crimson Lotus Seal: 30% of your excess healing effect is converted into mana. Ashen Messenger Longsword Grade, Gold. Type: two-handed weapon. Level requirement, Level 30. Attributes: physical attack plus 200, fire element damage plus 200, strength plus 50. Skill effect: Blade Storm. Details: each swing generates a scorching gale that turns enemies to ashes. Evaluation: spin around, barbecue, then pick up the loot. Blade Storm: swing the longsword to create a devastating storm made of burning blades, continuously dealing damage to surrounding enemies and pulling them toward the center of the storm. First of all, this longsword was useless to Yang Chen, as he intended to use unarmed attacks. The Crimson Lotus Robe. This equipment would be very useful. It could convert excess health into mana. What does that mean? Yang Chen possessed 3 means of healing: Immortal Golden Bones, Life Steal, Death Siphon. In most situations, they were completely wasted because monsters could not break through Yang Chen's defenses. But now it was different. The overflowing health points would then be converted into mana. Suddenly, Yang Chen thought of another piece of equipment: the Tidal Barrier Robe. It possessed an incredibly powerful ability for a mage. Tidal Shield creates a magical shield that consumes mana at a ratio of 1 to 2 to offset damage taken. When the shield disappears, the wearer enters a tidal exhaustion state, doubling all damage received. If a healer merges one of these abilities and then uses another piece of equipment, heal oneself, the health restored converts into mana, and the mana converts into a shield, which can withstand damage infinitely. Now that's what you call a synergistic effect. Stepping on the left foot with the right, taking off directly from the ground. Unfortunately, the tidal shield has a negative state of tidal exhaustion. Once the mana is depleted, the damage taken is double, and if one encounters a monster with special attributes, it could backfire. Merge, Crimson Lotus Robe. In his backpack he still had 3 unused fusion stones. The one radiating a mysterious glow was gently pressed against the robe on his chest. Every thread that made up the robe seemed to be infused with life, violently trembling and disintegrating, ultimately transforming into countless fluttering specks of light like butterflies, merging into Yang Chen's body. You have gained the talent Crimson Lotus Seal. Yang Chen merged this piece of equipment and then focused his attention on the magic skillbook. Summon Hellfire was a thick spellbook bound in some unknown black leather. The cover was stamped with a complex rune burning with fierce flames, exuding an aura of sulfur and destruction from the abyss. Summon Hellfire, special skill, requirements, intelligence 100, spirit 100, cooldown, 24 hours. Effect 1, summons a meteor burning with hellfire from the abyss plane, dealing massive physical and fire damage based on the caster's intelligence attribute to all targets within a 50-meter radius. Effect 2, after the meteor lands, it transforms into a powerful hellfire giant to fight for you, with its base attributes and skill strength depending on your spirit attribute. Maintaining the existence of the hellfire giant will consume 30 mana points per second. This is a typical dual attribute enhancement skill, and the threshold is extremely high. Both intelligence and spirit must reach 100 points. This harsh condition is enough to keep 99% of ordinary players out. But for Yang Chen, this was not a problem at all. His current intelligence attribute was a whopping 354 points, and his spirit had reached a terrifying 617 points. Without hesitation, he learned it directly. Buzz. The thick spellbook instantly transformed into a stream of light and entered his forehead. A torrent of knowledge filled with destruction and brutality exploded in his mind. Just the right opportunity to test it out. Yang Chen raised his hand and chanted the ancient and evil abyss incantation. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed color. The sky above him unexpectedly tore open a scar-like spatial rift. Behind the rift was a burning abyss of endless flames. A massive meteor, over 10 meters in diameter and engulfed in raging hellfire, roared out from that rift. The meteor trailed a long tail of flame, like a spear of destruction thrown by a deity, crashing down onto the scorched earth in the distance. Boom! A sound loud enough to shatter eardrums erupted. The area within a 50-meter radius was instantly flattened by this world-destroying strike. The hard scorched earth cracked like fragile cookies, forming a bottomless giant meteor crater. The violent shockwave, carrying enough force to blow everything away, swept out in all directions, obliterating everything around. In the center of the meteor crater, the massive stone burning with fierce flames slowly writhed and transformed. Countless burning rocks and molten lava gathered together, ultimately coalescing into a terrifying giant over 5 meters tall, exuding an aura of primal brutality. It's the Hellfire Giant. Its body is entirely composed of burning obsidian and flowing lava. With every movement, it leaves a scorching blackened trail on the ground. The terrifying mental power exceeding 600 points has further enhanced its attributes to an outrageous level. This creature, in terms of both size and momentum, is even more formidable than those 2 chaotic goblin guards. Its overall strength has likely reached the true silver-level boss standard. Even more terrifying is its endurance. Yang Chen's current mana cap is nearing 6,000 points, and even without considering any mana recovery, it would be enough for this Hellfire Giant to wreak havoc on the battlefield for a full 200 seconds. And with his abnormal mental attributes, the mana he recovers each second is almost on par with the consumption of the Hellfire Giant. But the most outrageous part is the incredible effect brought by the Crimson Lotus Robe. Crimson Lotus Seal converts 30% of your excess healing into mana. The Immortal Golden Bones talent allows him to recover 10% of his maximum health every 5 seconds, which is nearly 700 points. These excess health points, under the effect of the Crimson Lotus Seal, continuously transform into mana, turning him into a perpetual motion machine. Just as Yang Chen marveled at this insane endurance, an even more unexpected surprise appeared. A faint golden glow unexpectedly emerged from the body of the Hellfire Giant. The royal gene had actually created a wonderful synergy with this Hellfire Giant from the abyss. It randomly inherited one of Yang Chen's talents at 100%. Moreover, the Hellfire Giant inherited was the Immortal Golden Bones, a massive body made of burning rock, gaining an incredibly strong self-repair ability, recovering 10% of its maximum health every few seconds. Now, the Hellfire Giant was truly immortal. Finally, the most crucial item arrived. It was a super equipment stolen from the Ashen Princess. Jealousy Demon Robe Grade, Dark Gold. Level requirement, none. Gender, female. Attributes, 6-dimensional attributes plus 100. Talent effect, Demon Flame Protection. Skill effect, Demon Flame Raging. Details, a manifestation of the Ashen Princesses. 1000-year unquenchable jealousy and resentment. Evaluation, your wrath will incinerate all enemies. Demon Flame Protection, you are immune to most types of fire elemental damage. Demon Flame Raging, A. Never extinguishing jealous demon flame ignites within a 30-meter radius around you, dealing real damage equal to your mental attribute to all enemies in the area every 5 seconds. Sustained consumption, 100 mana points. Every 5 seconds, no level requirement equipment? This dark gold equipment is simply outrageous. It has no flashy functions, just straightforwardly adds a full 100 points to the wearer's 6-dimensional attributes. This means a total of 600 points of terrifying attribute bonus, which is equivalent to a full set of equipment. The effects of Demon Flame Protection and Divine Flame Protection are the same. Both talents grant immunity to most types of fire elemental damage. Clearly, as a goddess, the Ashen Princess inherently possesses such powerful fire resistance, and Yang Chen had personally experienced the power of the Demon Flame Raging skill before. When the Ashen Princess unleashed the Demon Flame, the entire inner hall of the temple turned into a raging sea of hellfire. The kind of demonic fire that cannot be extinguished by conventional means still lingers in his memory. Yang Chen's current mental power has reached a terrifying 617 points. What does this mean? As long as he activates the Demon Flame Raging skill, all enemies in the area will suffer real damage exceeding 600 points every 5 seconds. The most outrageous part is, Yang Chen now possesses the Crimson Lotus Seal talent, allowing him to continuously convert excess health into mana, even maintaining both hellfire and demonic flames at the same time, which are both heavy mana consumers, is more than enough. In other words, Yang Chen can completely keep this death domain active permanently. He would transform into a humanoid natural disaster, leaving nothing alive in his wake. What a pity, what a pity. 6-dimensional attributes of 100 points but limited to female. Yang Chen looked at this incredibly powerful magic robe and couldn't help but shake his head, letting out a sigh filled with regret. If it weren't for the gender restriction, just the 600 points of attribute bonus would be enough to make anyone envious. However, even if he could wear this equipment, he would definitely merge it without hesitation. Since he could use Flying Dragon's cloud-searching hand to steal this equipment, it was likely that other players had similar abilities. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Wearing a divine artifact of this level would attract countless greedy eyes. It's much safer to merge it into his body and turn it into his own power. Yang Chen took out a fusion stone he had forged earlier from his backpack, preparing to absorb the incredible skill of demonic flames. However, a cold system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Without warning, insufficient divine stone level, unable to merge with dark gold level equipment. Yang Chen's movements froze instantly, and he stood there in shock. A few seconds later, he finally reacted. This fusion stone was merely a low-level divine stone made from ordinary materials. The Jealousy Magic Robe, however, was a dark gold artifact surpassing the golden level. Its rank was too high, exceeding the capabilities of a normal fusion stone. A higher-level divine stone was required. A higher level, huh? Yang Chen's gaze slowly turned to his backpack. There lay 2 super golden treasure chests, radiating brilliant light. Super golden treasure chests. Yang Chen originally had 1 super golden treasure chest left. Having just obtained the global first kill, he received another golden chest, which was just right for extracting the special effects of dark gold equipment. He took a deep breath, slowly extended his hand, and gently tapped on the treasure chest, radiating dazzling golden light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The lid of the chest opened in response, and 5 stones, each emitting different sacred glows, shot out like 5 accompanying satellites, slowly rotating around Yang Chen. Promotion Stone, Upgrade Stone, Fusion Stone, Master Stone, Evolution Stone. 5 high-level divine stones. Among them was an extremely rare evolution stone. What a pity, but the most important thing now is the ability to merge the Jealousy Magic Robe. Yang Chen muttered to himself, but still focused his gaze on the softly glowing fusion stone. This was a higher-level golden fusion stone, capable of absorbing higher-tier equipment. After making his choice, he pressed the golden fusion stone down without hesitation onto the ominous Jealousy Magic Robe. In an instant, the fabric made of pure demonic flames trembled violently and disintegrated, ultimately transforming into a torrent of black-red energy, filled with jealousy and destruction, wildly drilling into Yang Chen's body. You have acquired a special skill, Demonic Flames. Finally got it. The last piece of equipment and the highlight of today. Ashen Princess's Crystal Shoes. Grade, Dark Gold. Type, Shoes. Gender, Female. Required level, None. Attributes, 6-dimensional attributes plus 100. When using leg techniques to attack, adds 300 points of fire elemental damage. Skill effect, Star Tread. Talent effect, Embers. Details, the original magic tool formed from the endless jealousy and desire for destruction of the Godflame Princess when she fell to become the Ashen Princess. Evaluation. Jailer. Star Tread, accumulate all power, draining all stamina and mana, delivering a devastating killing blow to a single target. Embers, when attacking enemies with leg techniques, adds a layer of unquenchable jealous demonic flames, dealing real damage equal to your mental power value per second. Goodness! This equipment is even more outrageous. Yang Chen had experienced the power of the Ashen Princess's skill, and knew just how terrifying its damage could be. However, the potential of the talent was clearly even greater. It could stack burning layers and also deal real damage equivalent to one's mental strength. Note: the burning layers of this Ember's talent can indeed stack. The skill he had just acquired dealt real damage every 5 seconds but did not stack layers. The special burning effect of, however, could stack infinitely like poison and bleeding through leg techniques. Yang Chen had a leg technique called, if you factor in the multiple triggers from the Shadow Offspring combined with the effects of, how terrifying would that be? No need to hesitate. It must be the effect of extracting embers. The second golden treasure chest opened. Yang Chen opened the last golden super treasure chest. However, when he saw the 5 divine stones that emerged from the chest, he was dumbfounded. This time there were actually 3 rare high-level divine stones, but none of the fusion stones he needed most. The super lucky star talent perhaps did not understand his needs. The god of luck had not descended. Maybe the god of luck had other plans? Undoubtedly, the most valuable was the evolution stone. Clearly, Yang Chen did not need the 3 stones. Should he choose to evolve a certain talent? Undoubtedly, the most valuable was the evolution stone. Which talent should he evolve? These talents had already reached golden level and could use the evolution stone to advance to dark gold. His special effect attack had already reached an astonishing level of damage. This battle against the Ashen Princess made Yang Chen deeply realize the importance of recovery ability. Without the continuous life recovery from, he would have likely died under that earth-shattering kick. Survival ability must be taken a step further. Evolve. Yang Chen chose the evolution stone that radiated an unpredictable brilliance. The divine stone instantly transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body. Immediately after, 2 completely different evolution directions clearly appeared in his mind. Evolution Direction 1, Heavenly Serpent Soft Bone Effect 1. Your vitality is as endless as the Heavenly Serpent, recovering 3% of your maximum health per second. Effect 2, your entire skeleton becomes incredibly soft like a boneless Heavenly Serpent, allowing you to twist and reshape at will, slipping into various narrow terrains, with a 30% chance to evade enemy normal attacks. Evolution Direction 2, Forged Demon Bone Effect 1, your bones have been tempered through countless trials, containing powerful vitality, recovering 2% of your maximum health per second. Effect 2, your entire skeleton is as hard as demon steel, immune to any negative damage to bones, such as fractures, breaks, amputations, etc. These 2 effects, Yang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Whichever evolution direction he chose would transform the original effect of, which was recovering 10% every 5 seconds, into a more efficient 1 jump per second. Although the overall recovery value was not significantly different in the fast-paced and ever-changing battles, this short time difference of just a few seconds could determine life or death. Heavenly Serpent Soft Bone was akin to a super soft bone technique, allowing one to slip into various caves and crevices, proving remarkably effective in exploration and escape. The additional 30% evasion rate against normal attacks could further enhance survival ability. However, Yang Chen already had as a pet, which could explore narrow terrains on his behalf. As for that 30% evasion chance, it seems somewhat redundant in the face of the talent, which provided 100% evasion against normal attacks. I choose Forged Demon Bone. Yang Chen's eyes flickered, and in an instant, he made his final choice. This talent's recovery ability, although slightly weaker than the Heavenly Serpent Soft Bones, was not what Yang Chen valued most. It was its second effect, immunity to skeletal damage. Effects like shattered bones and amputation were no joke. Yang Chen himself was an expert at manipulating these special effects and naturally understood their terrifying nature. If he could sever others' limbs, it was hard to guarantee that some guy didn't have a similar ability to chop off his own hands and feet. Now, with the effect of refined demon bones, his bones became unbreakable, fundamentally eliminating the risk of being amputated, and his survival ability had once again achieved a qualitative leap. Evolution. A cold and hard power surged from the depths of his marrow, flowing throughout his body. Crack, crack, crack. The bones in Yang Chen's body emitted crisp sounds like metal grinding against metal. He could clearly feel that every bone in his body was becoming denser than the hardest diamond and more solid than the toughest alloy under this power's tempering. Minutes later, Yang Chen slowly stood up, feeling that his body had become even more indestructible. Unfortunately, the Ash Princess's crystal shoes could not be fused for the time being. It seemed he would have to wait for the next golden super treasure chest, a bountiful harvest. This enhancement was epic. Yang Chen had single-handedly completed this super hidden mission perfectly. The Chaos Bloodline ascended, his 6-dimensional attributes skyrocketed, and he gained the new, heaven-defying ability of Endless Torment. He also learned 2 powerful skills, Summon Hellfire, and Demonic Flames. Most importantly, he obtained 2 dark gold level super artifacts. This pot of thick soup. Yang Chen's gaze fell on the cauldron that was still bubbling with gudu-gudu sounds. Inside the cauldron, hundreds of molten hearts of the fire slugs had long since melted, turning into a thick, dark red soup that was stickier and hotter than magma. Huge bubbles formed and expanded within, eventually bursting with a pop, splattering sparks hot enough to melt steel. I should wait to use it until I fuse the ash talent. Maybe it can enhance it a bit more. As the saying goes, original soup transforms into original food. This was related to the fire element, so perhaps it could slightly boost both ash and the demonic flame skill. While Yang Chen thought this, he took out the heart of the Slug King and tossed it into the thick soup, waiting for it to slowly melt. Next, monster farming. First, find a group of tough-skinned, unfortunate souls to test his current strength. Yang Chen snapped his fingers. Accompanied by 2 roars filled with primal brutality, the Chaos Goblin guards, which were frantically searching for prey outside, quickly rushed over. Their bodies grew increasingly robust, and beneath their strange purple skin, chaotic energy seemed to flow slowly. On the other side, the ground suddenly shook, and a terrifying giant, over 5 meters tall and engulfed in raging hellfire, slowly approached with heavy steps from not far away. With each step it took, it left a deep, burning footprint on the hard, scorched earth. Chaos Goblin guards, Hellfire Giant, these were no mere summons, they were clearly 3 genuine bosses. Yang Chen released the mini Slug King from his pet space. This was a bona fide golden level boss, although it now only had 1 head, and its level had returned to 1, its future potential was limitless. You little thing, it's time to give you a name. Yang Chen cradled the mini slug head in his palm, squinting as he spoke. The originally somewhat listless little eyes of the Slug King instantly sparkled with anticipation. It seemed to understand its new master's words and vigorously nodded its gooey head, sticky and gooey, slippery and slimy. Yang Chen stroked his chin, pondering for a long time, and finally slapped his thigh, revealing a self-satisfied sunny smile. Snot. From now on, you'll be called Snot. The king of slugs seemed to freeze entirely, its 2 antennae drooping down instantly. It suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking its head like a rattle drum, using all its strength to express its strong rejection of the name Snot. Well, I can't call you Thick Phlegm, can I? Yang Chen said with a mischievous grin. The king of slugs was momentarily stunned. It quickly shook its head frantically, its watery bean-like eyes filled with terror, weighing the pros and cons. A few seconds later, it gave up resisting, its antennae drooping weakly as if it thought the previous name was better. Mr. Lu Sun once said, if you plan to tear down a window, it's best to tell others that the whole roof will be removed. Then I'll call you Snot. Yang Chen flashed a set of pearly white teeth, finalizing the pet's name. The little guy's head drooped completely, and after a reluctant nod, it seemed to accept this unchangeable fate. Alright, Snot. I'm going to start farming monsters now. Yang Chen placed it on the ground and issued the first command. Find a monster spawn point with plenty of monsters, high health, and lots of equipment. Snot understood its master's words, and the 2 drooping antennae perked up like 2 tall antennas, beginning to tremble slightly. Treasure. Scenting it was like a super treasure hunting mouse with built-in GPS radar functionality. Its magical antennae could accurately sense the distribution of treasures in the surrounding area. Soon, Snot seemed to lock onto something. Its gooey head turned towards the northwestern direction of the scorched earth, and its 2 antennae pointed like a compass towards a certain direction, indicating that there were more items in that direction. Let's go! With Yang Chen's command, the 2 chaotic goblins and the Hellfire Giant trudged heavily towards the northwest. Leaving the scorched earth repeatedly baked by flames, the terrain gradually became rugged. Jagged mountains rose up like the fangs of a giant beast, piercing the dark red sky stained by sulfur smoke. Hidden within this treacherous mountain range was a camp filled with a primitive and savage atmosphere, the Ogre tribe. Inside the camp, dozens of towering figures over 2.5 meters tall were gathering in small groups. They were draped in tattered animal skins, their exposed skin showing a gray-brown color like rock, with bulging muscle knots that were exceptionally robust. In addition, there were some even more terrifying ogres, nearly 3 meters tall, wielding massive wolf-tooth clubs made from the leg bones of giant beasts. The leaders. They were higher-level ogres. At the very center of the camp, a giant cauldron made of black iron, over 5 meters in diameter, was set over a roaring bonfire. Inside, thick and boiling soup bubbled. Human bones of various sizes, long since gnawed clean, floated within, emitting a nauseating smell of flesh and char. In one corner of the camp, a massive tent made from whole beast hides was piled high with loot. Those armors, weapons, and accessories shimmering with various colors were all relics of unfortunate adventurers. Now they had become trophies for these brutal creatures to showcase their might. Just behind a giant rock not far from the ogre tribe, several high-level players in fine gear were cautiously peeking at everything in the camp. One slender, agile player pointed at the mountain of equipment inside the distant tent. Hee, I wasn't lying to you, was I? We're professional map runners. He was the leader of this team, with the ID, Running Knife Boy. Pay up. The runner grinned as he extended his hand towards the man at the front of the group. He wasn't going to participate in the upcoming battle, he was merely a guide providing information. Looking closely, one could see that the runner's gear was extremely shabby, even tattered. Yet, his agile movements and the sharp gaze that remained ever vigilant proved that he was an experienced expert. The runner specialized in exploring high-risk maps, selling the information he gathered to other players or large guilds to earn a living. Simply put, he came to the abyssal world to make money. However, the man at the front did not immediately pay the reward. You do nothing but lead the way, and you dare ask us for several thousand blood coins? He merely shot a cold glance at the runner, his tone dripping with undisguised sarcasm. The man was none other than the president of the Dragon Soaring Across the Seas Guild of Baha, who had previously met Yang Chen in the VIP room of the armory. President Baha, that's not quite right. The runner's smile stiffened slightly, but he quickly resumed his shrewd demeanor. We agreed beforehand that I would lead you to the ogre tribe's treasure, and you would pay me 3,000 blood coins for the information. This is a high-risk job. I even died once while trying to find this place. Baha scoffed. So what? You died while running. The map, what does that have to do with us? 500 blood coins is enough to cover your fee. Baha pulled out a small pouch and casually tossed it into the runner's arms, as if to end the matter. You, the runner's face instantly turned pale, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He ultimately forced it down, his tone growing colder. President Baha, business relies on integrity. If you want to default on the payment, you better think carefully about the consequences. Though I'm just a nameless nobody, I'm not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. This statement was forceful, but as a threat, it was still somewhat weak. Consequences? Baha seemed to have heard the biggest joke, and the elite members of the guild behind him all wore mocking smiles. I'll give you two choices. Either take the 500 blood coins and get lost, or forget the 500 blood coins, and I'll personally send you home. Baha's gaze suddenly turned cold, a blatant threat. The runner's face turned ashen. He instinctively tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist but ultimately let go. In despair, the runner knew very well that with his meager strength he had no chance of resisting against this group of elites from dragons soaring across the seas. Fine. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out 2 words, took the 500 blood coins, and turned to leave. Just then, a heavy, mountain-like sound of footsteps came from behind them without warning. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. A terrifying giant, over 5 meters tall and engulfed in blazing hellfire, appeared in front of everyone with thunderous steps. What is that? Looks like a boss. How could this thing appear in the ogre tribe? Everyone was filled with confusion. How could such a powerful hellfire boss spawn in the ogre tribe? How could they even take the equipment? You tricked me. Didn't you say there were no powerful bosses here? What the hell is that? Baha's sinister gaze, like a snake eyeing its prey, locked onto the runner. He raised his hand to snatch the pouch of blood coins from the runner, but the runner's movements were unexpectedly agile. He swiftly dodged several meters away. This boss didn't exist before. Perhaps this is the punishment for your lack of integrity. Even the heavens can't stand it anymore. The runner revealed a cold smile, suddenly thinking of a good way to take revenge. He pulled out a gleaming flying knife from his waist, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the knife transformed into a silver streak of light. The runner's target was the Hellfire Giant. You are unkind. Don't blame me for being unjust. The strength of this Hellfire boss is unknown, enough to make you treacherous scoundrels from Dragon Rising drink a pot of it. You seek death. Bahai's eyes widened in fury as he instantly saw through the runner's malicious intent. This damned runner actually wanted to lure the monster, hoping the boss would wipe out his entire team. All units, form up, Bahai decisively commanded. The dozens of well-trained guild elites behind him immediately took up battle stances, drawing swords and raising staffs, ready to face a fierce battle. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. That flying knife, capable of piercing steel plates, failed to even spark a single ember upon striking the Hellfire Giant's blazing body. The terrifying giant didn't even glance at the runner, as if that insignificant provocation didn't deserve its attention at all. The Hellfire Giant marched straight towards the ogre tribe, its massive body like an out-of-control heavy tank, charging into the ogre camp with the momentum to crush everything. Boom, boom, boom. An unsuspecting ogre was instantly smashed, bones broken and muscles torn, flying backward. The Hellfire Giant's flaming fists rained down like a storm upon it. Each punch landed with a dull crack of shattering bones and piercing screams. The searing flames mercilessly scorched the ogre's tough skin, and in just a brief 10 seconds, the massive ogre was reduced to a charred mass of flesh and blood. Bahai and his elite subordinates stared in disbelief at the incredible scene before them. What is this boss doing fighting the ogre tribe? A guild member stammered. Could it be that monsters are fighting over territory? Another mage player speculated. Just as everyone was still puzzled by the scene, something even more outrageous happened. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by 2 primal, savage roars, 2 powerful figures joined the battlefield. Chaos Goblin Warrior, Chaos Goblin Sharpshooter, BOSS. Internal conflict. The Hellfire Giant rampaged through the ogre horde like an indestructible mobile fortress, each punch capable of breaking an ogre's bones. The Chaos Goblin warrior wielded a broadsword that danced with ferocity, leaving behind severed limbs and spurting blood in its wake. Every arrow shot by the sharpshooter pierced through the ogre's eye sockets or throats with pinpoint accuracy, taking away a vibrant life. Everyone finally confirmed that this was indeed a brawl between bosses. Perfect. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Heaven helps me. A greedy light suddenly burst forth in Bahai's eyes. He forcibly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and made a silencing gesture to his subordinates behind him. Don't move. Let them fight. When they are both injured, we will go out to clean up the mess and take all that equipment. Bahai lowered his voice, casting a sinister glance at the distant runner, sending a warning threat with his eyes. This guy, keeping him around is definitely a disaster. Bahai was calculating in his heart, thinking he must find an opportunity to eliminate that runner who dared to provoke him. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Bahai caught sight of a familiar figure leisurely walking towards the chaotic battlefield. A player? Is it him? The pupils of Bahai suddenly constricted, instantly recognizing the newcomer. It was that man who had looked down on him and a group of guild bigwigs in the military department's VIP room, arrogantly dismissive. Yang Chen. The one approaching was indeed Yang Chen, hands in his pockets, strolling towards the bloody battlefield as if he were walking in his own backyard. This was a small test. He wanted to see just how strong the few little brothers he summoned were in battle. The results were quite satisfactory. 3 boss-level summons faced the ogre tribe in what was almost a one-sided massacre. Snot, you're quite capable, Yang Chen said, reaching out to gently pat the sticky mini-slug's head, praising, there are indeed quite a few good pieces of equipment here. His gaze crossed the chaotic battlefield, landing on the massive tent made of beast leather in the corner of the camp. There, a pile of equipment rose like a small mountain, shimmering with various colors. It looked like there were at least 100 pieces, including many powerful items of the fine and superb grades. Snot's treasure scent talent was indeed useful. Yang Chen paid no mind to the slaughter on the battlefield and walked straight towards the huge tent, planning to collect all the unclaimed equipment first. This made Bahai anxious. That batch of equipment had long been regarded as his own. He was preparing to sit back and watch the tigers fight, waiting for the ogres to be nearly exhausted before making his move, but unexpectedly, someone had come out of nowhere to pick up the easy spoils. Bahai gritted his teeth. He glanced at the boss and ogres still engaged in fierce battle in the distance, then at Yang Chen leisurely walking towards the treasure trove, his greed and anxiety intertwining wildly. Forget it. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Bahai's eyes. While those monsters haven't noticed us yet, let's grab this batch of equipment first. Bahai suddenly raised his hand and shouted. He led his dozens of elite guild members, like hungry wolves hunting, rushing quickly towards Yang Chen's direction. Buddy, the equipment here has long been claimed by our Lonting Sihai. Bahai and his men surrounded Yang Chen in a half-encirclement formation, blocking him near the entrance of the tent, speaking coldly, now get lost and I'll pretend I didn't see anything. This might be what they call a narrow road for enemies? Yours? Yang Chen didn't even bother to turn around. He casually picked up a superb longsword shimmering with blue light from the pile of equipment, examined it closely, and scoffed, but this equipment doesn't have your name on it. It was time to settle this quickly. Time was tight. Who knew when that group of monsters and the boss would finish their battle? Kill him. Bahai stopped wasting words and directly issued the kill order. Kill. A level 20 assassin's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. He gripped his poison dagger tightly, his figure turning into a blurred afterimage as he charged towards Yang Chen's side. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing through the air rang out without warning. An arrow, entirely black with its feathers slightly trembling, had pierced the assassin's throat. An irresistible force from the arrow sent the assassin flying, pinning him hard against a thick wooden post used for drying beast skins not far away. Instant kill. A flash of white light. The assassin was instantly sent back to the resurrection point. Chaos Goblin Sniper. The black arrow that pierced the throat came from its deadly strike. Yang Chen merely thought for a moment, giving a slight command to the sniper to protect the master. The Chaos Goblin Sniper immediately turned its arrowhead, launching an attack on those with ill intentions. What was going on? Shouldn't these boss monsters be fighting among themselves? The faces of the Longting Sihai elites turned pale in an instant, and the truly terrifying events were just beginning. What's happening? They seemed to have stopped fighting, accompanied by a terrified scream. The 3 boss-level monsters, which had been crazily slaughtering the ogre tribe, suddenly halted their actions at the same time, then slowly turned around, casting their bloodthirsty and frenzied gazes upon the members of dragons soaring across the seas. Boom, boom, boom. The Hellfire Giant was the first to strike. Its massive body, composed of burning rocks, stomped deep pits into the ground. As it charged towards the crowd. Hold the line. Frontline knights, hold the line. Bahai roared in a frenzy. A paladin clad in exquisite heavy armor shouted angrily. He pressed a gleaming steel shield radiating holy light firmly in front of him, trying to block the attack of this behemoth. In the next second, the Hellfire Giant's gigantic fist, engulfed in raging flames, came crashing down upon his shield with immense force. Bang! A sound loud enough to shatter eardrums erupted. The steel shield, capable of withstanding a 1,000-pound blow, instantly became as fragile as glass under this punch, shattering into a web of cracks before exploding into pieces. The paladin didn't even have time to scream before he was crushed into a bloody pulp, armor and all, by the unstoppable force. Meanwhile, the Chaos Goblin warrior swung its broad machete, charging into the rear ranks of dragons soaring across the seas like a tiger among sheep. Each swing of its machete sent sprays of hot blood and terrified heads flying. First, kill the priests. First, kill the healers. The Chaos Goblin had a peculiar preference, particularly inclined to attack females, and was especially excited to see those trembling healers. In fact, the highest kill count belonged to the Chaos Goblin sniper. It lurked like a reaper in the shadows, constantly changing positions, always shooting arrows at the players with the lowest health, efficiently harvesting lives. Indeed, these summoned minions were surprisingly formidable. Killing the ogre tribe was as easy as chopping vegetables. Slaughtering these so-called guild elites was even simpler than killing chickens or dogs. What's going on? Why did these bosses suddenly start attacking us? What did you do? Bahai's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't understand. Why would these monsters, which were supposed to be fighting each other, suddenly turn their weapons on them as their primary target? There's something fishy. This man in front of him is suspicious. Those bosses might even have been drawn by him. You want to kill me and I'm just standing here for you to do it? Yang Chen shrugged nonchalantly, but in the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. Blink. The monkey steals the peach. Steal Bahai's treasure, steal equipment *N. It's shattered. Something crucial has broken. Bahai's body suddenly arched, his face turning pale, veins bulging on his forehead. The intense pain rendered him unable to utter a complete sentence, writhing and convulsing on the ground like a maggot. Yang Chen smiled and activated the poison skill, just in time to test his new talent. With a sunny and cheerful smile on his face, Yang Chen extended his hand, covered in 3 types of strange poisons, and lightly tapped Bahai's body, which was trembling violently from pain. Deadly poison, incurable plague, exotic python cold poison. A long string of negative status messages filled Bahai's status bar like a barrage of bullets. But that wasn't the main point. Yang Chen's Chaos Bloodline talent, Endless Torment, was triggered. At that moment, Endless Torment, Deadly Poison, Trigger Bleeding, Trigger Rust, Trigger Deadly Poison, End Cycle. Endless Torment, Deadly Poison, Trigger Rust to the marrow. Trigger Deadly Poison, End Cycle. Endless Torment, Deadly Poison, Trigger Deadly Poison, End Cycle. Endless Torment, Deadly Poison, Trigger Bleeding, Trigger Corrosion to the marrow, Trigger Bleeding. Trigger corrosion to the marrow, trigger bleeding, trigger corrosion to the marrow, trigger bleeding, trigger deadly poison, end the cycle. The system's prompt bar instantly fell like a waterfall composed of countless negative statuses. Yang Chen carefully observed the effects of Endless Torment. This talent allows him to apply a type of continuous damage, with a 30% chance of randomly generating another type of continuous damage effect, and it loops infinitely until the initial damage type is triggered again to end it. With the boost from the super invincible Lucky Star, this probability naturally becomes 100%. Yang Chen currently possesses 3 types of continuous damage: deadly poison, bleeding, corrosion to the marrow. Although corrosion to the marrow cannot stack layers, it still counts as a type of continuous damage, and after stacking 1 layer, it will trigger additional damage each time. Loop. Infinite loop. It only ends when the effect is triggered again. When deadly poison is triggered, sometimes it only jumps twice before the loop ends. But sometimes the enemy is very unfortunate, continuously jumping on bleeding end. Corrosion for dozens of times, stacking over 10 layers of bleeding before finally triggering deadly poison to end the loop. Don't forget the effect of the Supreme Shadow. Yang Chen's Supreme Shadow triggered deadly poison 4 times, while Endless Torment looped 4 times. How can the rot talent trigger 2 layers of deadly poison but only count as 4 times? Yang Chen observed closely and found that although the rot effect doubles the layers of deadly poison, it only counts as 1 effect. However, even so, it was still incredibly outrageous. Yang Chen merely gave Bahai a light tap. Instantly, Bahai accumulated 16 layers of deadly poison, along with dozens of instances of bleeding, and the damage from corrosion triggered several times in an instant. In a moment, Bahai's skin crackled under the erosion of the venom. Countless tiny blood openings bursting open, spewing forth black-purple blood. The damage numbers from deadly poison and bleeding rose densely like snowflakes from his head. All continuous effect damage, just from a light jump. Bahai's health points were like a candle flickering in the wind, easily extinguished, completely emptied. A white light flashed. Bahai was sent back to the resurrection point with that gentle tap. Outrageous. Yang Chen's effect flow gameplay, after acquiring the Endless Torment chaotic talent, finally achieved a true qualitative change. He. A smile full of sunshine and friendliness curled at the corner of Yang Chen's mouth. The effect flow finally made some progress, all thanks to his own efforts and sweat. Bro, dragon soaring across the seas. Sorry, just borrowing your treasure. Yang Chen snapped his fingers. The 3 boss level summons that were rampaging instantly stopped their attacks. Although the little brothers were simple and convenient, they couldn't steal the big treasures, nor could they provide him with a huge lifespan. What are you doing? The elite members of dragons soaring across the seas suddenly felt a bone-chilling dread. Yang Chen's sinister gaze sent chills down their spines, especially his eyes, which always seemed to intentionally or unintentionally aim at people's lower bodies. A piercing scream, accompanied by the crisp sound of eggs shattering, broke the battlefield silence. Yang Chen, like an epileptic, twitched all over, shaking his head violently, and with a sudden step, he appeared like a ghost beside an unfortunate soul. Monkey stealing peaches. Steal the big treasure. Yang Chen grinned cruelly, reaching back to pocket that warm treasure. With his hands still smeared with the toxic slime, the system information instantly flooded the opponent's status bar as deadly poison and bleeding effects overwhelmed them like a tide. Steal the big treasure, steal the big treasure. Yang Chen continuously used the sudden step, his black shadow flickering among the crowd. Wherever he went, not a single egg was left unscathed. Members of the Dragon Soaring Four Seas Guild were all sent back to the resurrection point. On the other side, Ba Hai was reborn at the resurrection point. His reaction was similar to that of many other players who had just died. First came confusion, then careful observation, followed by repeated confirmations, lifting his pants to feel around, and finally, a heart-wrenching scream of despair. My eggs. Why are they gone? Ba Hai wailed in pain. Soon, the resurrection point was filled with people, all elite members of Dragon Soaring Four Seas. Ah, my eggs. What the hell is this effect? Whoa, have we all been castrated? The chorus of desperate screams attracted countless players to watch. Warning, please. Leave the resurrection teleportation array within 240 seconds. The system's voice came coldly. Due to the massive population of Super Magic City, which had reached a full capacity of 30 million, even thousands of resurrection points were somewhat insufficient. The Tianyuan system urged those in the resurrection point to leave in an orderly manner within a certain time. Ba Hai gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness, but could only struggle to walk out. That's right, just the simple action of walking out exhausted all his strength. Unhealable poison, all attributes had dropped to the lowest, stamina reduced to 1 point, and after the weakening from organ damage, his health points were a pitiful 7. He couldn't even stand, only able to crawl on the ground like a maggot. Not only that, cold poison of the strange python. Due to the special effect of the cold poison of the strange python, Ba Hai's movement speed became abnormally slow. His agility was only 1 point to begin with, and under the effect of the cold poison, it was further weakened to that of a turtle. Every movement left him gasping for breath. The most terrifying part was, the cold poison of the strange python would also trigger the extreme cold effect. Every 60 seconds, he would be frozen all over, turning into a lifelike ice sculpture. Crack, crack, crack. Ba Hai turned into an ice sculpture, and most of the other members around him also turned into shiny ice blocks like him, wanting to cry but having no tears. What kind of effect is this? Why does it still persist after death? Not only that, the most terrifying thing was flame of no interest sanity-1 sanity-1. Ba Hai discovered that his sanity was rapidly decreasing. The moment his sanity reached 0, a strong phantom pain surged, as if his eggs had shattered once more. He seemed to recall his childhood. His beautiful mother, under the morning sunlight, would crack 2 eggs, add a little oil and salt, and then fry them on low heat. Ba Hai felt that his phantom pain was like 2 runny eggs breaking, with yolk spilling everywhere. Please leave the resurrection teleportation array within 60 seconds. Please leave the resurrection teleportation array within 30 seconds. Everyone crawled outward, freezing one moment and feeling intense phantom pain the next, rolling on the ground. This short distance of just a few dozen meters took several minutes to crawl through. Forced departure. The system's voice rang coldly. The dozens of people in the resurrection point were instantly ejected like billiard balls struck by a cue ball. Ouch! This actually deals damage. Some landed smoothly, while others crashed into nearby rocks or buildings. With only 7 health points, blood splattered on the spot. This was originally just a small warning from the system. Even if they were ejected, they would only lose a few dozen health points at most. However, due to having only 1 point in constitution and health reduced to 7 points, even a slight brush would result in instant death. What the hell? Those people were killed by the system. Really? I saw the system forcibly eject them, and then they were instantly killed. Many onlookers exclaimed in astonishment, as the resurrection point in Super Magic City had turned deadly. Some nearby shops were also caught in the misfortune. Ouch! The Snow King in front of my store. A small shop called Mishuai City had a sculpture shaped like a Snow King placed at its entrance. Bahue was blasted out of the resurrection point and crashed into the Snow King statue, blood splattering everywhere. Where can one reason this out? What bad luck! Too much bad luck. Please don't let it be a case of someone faking an injury. The shop owner hurried out, wiping the Snow King statue with a cloth, feeling like he had hit rock bottom. The shop had just opened. Was this a direct opening success? Tragic. Too tragic. Bahue returned to the resurrection point. Please leave the resurrection teleportation array within 240 seconds. The system's cold voice echoed in his ears once more. Bahue felt like he wanted to die. Oh heavens, oh earth, who knows how to purify this contact? At that moment, Bahue heard people nearby discussing something. They seemed to mention something called the Stone of Forgetting. Have you heard? The Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion is holding an auction. Of course I've heard. There are several pieces of golden equipment. I heard they are also selling divine stones. Divine stones? Is that true? Aren't those bound? And you have to use them immediately after opening from a chest. Of course it's true. Not only are there stones of forgetting and reforging stones, but also a heritage stone. The passers-by were chatting idly, while Bahue's eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. The Stone of Forgetting. He must bid for the Stone of Forgetting to lift the strange negative status on him. Ha! There's another person? Wild instinct. Yang Chen's keen perception detected someone hiding behind a nearby rock. He. Found you. Yang Chen slowly turned around, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Before he finished speaking, his figure left a faint after-image in place and appeared ghost-like behind the massive rock. Big brother, don't kill me! A thin figure burst out from behind the rock. Like a startled rabbit, he raised his hands high, striking a standard surrender pose. I'm not with them. The running knife guy. This was the very running knife guy who had been tricked by Bahue. Although he shouted surrender, his feet moved as slick as if greased, slipping to the side at an extremely tricky angle, instantly creating several meters of distance, using his speed advantage to escape. Still trying to run? Yang Chen shook his head a couple of times. His twitching body used blink again, arriving ahead of the running knife guy once more. Can you escape? Yang Chen reached out, his fingers like hooks, grabbing the running knife guy's shoulder. That seemingly ordinary arm erupted with terrifying strength like a mountain, lifting the entire person off the ground with one hand, leaving his feet dangling in the air as he struggled futilely. Ridiculous. This was too exaggerated. A storm surged in the running knife guy's heart. He had almost allocated all his attribute points to agility and stamina. All the skills he learned were related to running away, and he even had a fleeing talent called greased feet. The running knife guy was confident. In terms of running speed, there were few in the entire Tianyuan world who could match him. However, such an expert who had maxed out his escape skills had no qualification to run away in front of Yang Chen. I'm the running knife guy. I specialize in mapping. I'm not one of those Longting. See hi people. The running knife guy flailed in the air, speaking rapidly to distance himself from Bahue and the others, his face showing indignation at the right moment. Big brother, you have sharp eyes. I was just tricked by them. I worked hard to find this treasure trove filled with weapons and equipment, and they offered me 3,000 blood coins to guide them, but in the end, they only gave me 500 and threatened to kill me. The running knife guy recounted everything in detail, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, he would end up with the same broken egg fate as Bahue and the others. Quite interesting. The running knife guy who specializes in mapping. Yang Chen looked at the slender man in front of him with great interest. It was like walking on a dangerous tightrope, relying on speed and sharp intuition to escape from various monsters' pursuits and deadly traps time and again. Ultimately, he mapped this perilous world of Tianyuan into detailed maps. Such a person was a true professional. Map? Yang Chen took out the electronic map he had received from the supply office. A semi-transparent light screen unfolded before him, presenting a three-dimensional 3D image. However, this official map only had detailed information about the safe zone, with streets, buildings, and NPC locations clearly marked. As for the orange danger zone and the red alert extremely dangerous areas, they were just vague outlines, with the specific distribution of monsters remaining unknown. Seeing this, the player known as Running Knife quickly pulled out his own map. It was also a 3D map, but its level of detail was far beyond that of the cut-down version. He had meticulously mapped out the terrain and topography of various areas using different colored markers. He also noted many types of monsters, their levels, and their respawn ranges, even marking the areas with the densest traps with eye-catching red skull icons. Big shot, big shot. I'll sync the map for free and give you all the information, Running Knife pleaded. As he approached, skillfully activating the map sharing function and sending a request to Yang Chen, player Running Knife requests to sync electronic map information with you. Yang Chen clicked the yes button, and his previously vague electronic map was instantly filled with a wealth of information, becoming clear and detailed. How do you usually sell your maps? Yang Chen relaxed his grip, letting Running Knife down, his tone softening considerably. Ordinary terrain maps usually go for 100 blood coins each. Running Knife shrugged, explaining cautiously. Detailed maps with monster annotations are 500 blood coins, and I provide updates. As long as you purchase my map, any new areas discovered later will be synced for free. Running Knife quickly added, noting that 100 blood coins for a map was indeed a bit pricey. A detailed map costing 500 blood coins was something only a fool would buy. Only those wealthy guilds, efficiency-seeking elite players, or lone wolves like Yang Chen who specialized In hunting, bosses would spend big on information to save themselves the trouble of exploration. Fair is fair, I won't take advantage of you. Yang Chen opened the trade and casually transferred 500 blood coins to Running Knife. Running Knife immediately beamed with joy, not expecting this terrifyingly powerful big shot to be so generous. Just then, the sky gradually darkened. Warning night has fallen, and the danger level in the wild has significantly increased. Unknown nocturnal creatures are wandering in extremely dangerous areas. Moon Goddess blessing. During the night, the drop rate of all items increases by 30%. The system's voice echoed in their ears at that moment. A bright silver moon quietly climbed into the night sky, and sparse stars twinkled with faint light against the dark canvas. The surrounding forest was shrouded in a hazy moonlight, with tree shadows swaying in the night breeze. Unknown insects emitted low hums from the grass, adding an eerie and mysterious touch to this already dangerous area. Players' visibility was greatly reduced under the cover of night, and the danger level skyrocketed. Night has fallen? These alerts left both Yang Chen and Running Knife momentarily stunned. The increase in danger was easy to understand. Many dark creatures that lurked during the day became stronger at night. Unknown nocturnal creatures? What could that be? A special hidden boss. As for the so-called Moon Goddess blessing, it made their eyes light up. The item drop rate has increased by 30%, which is an irresistible temptation for any player. Are you still working at night? Yang Chen suddenly thought of something and turned to ask the knife runner. Of course. Absolutely. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. The knife runner answered without hesitation. This mapping job is the most profitable in the early game. The more dangerous the place, the more valuable the information. Very good. Yang Chen nodded with a smile. Keep an eye out for some bosses, preferably of golden quality. You don't need to fight, just find the target and send me a location. For each one you find, I'll give you 1,000 blood coins right away. Yang Chen proposed some conditions. Having another person like the knife runner to help him find bosses would save a lot of time. Alright. The knife runner's eyes lit up instantly. This job was much simpler than painstakingly mapping out areas, and searching for bosses was just a side task. By the way, what did the system just say about wandering unknown creatures? If you find any, you can let me know. Yang Chen suddenly thought of something else. Hidden bosses that appear at night must have something to them. No problem. Leave it to me. The knife runner patted his chest and readily agreed. Let's add each other as friends for easier contact. As Yang Chen spoke, he sent a friend request to the knife runner. Player Wolf Warrior has sent you a friend request. Another Wolf Warrior with the same name? The knife runner opened the friend list and took a closer look, only to find that the suffix of Wolf Warrior was 1974. When the knife runner saw that ID in the request list, he felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, instantly freezing in place. Wolf Warrior number 1974? Is it really that number one Wolf Warrior in the world? The knife runner's breath almost stopped. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed several times before daring to believe that everything in front of him was real. The knife runner couldn't believe his luck in becoming friends with the legendary Wolf Warrior. Big shot. The knife runner trembled with excitement, unable to speak clearly. I'm your fan. The world number one. Wolf Warrior number 1974. It was only at this moment that the knife runner finally confirmed the other party's identity. This powerful figure, whose style was incredibly flamboyant, was indeed the renowned and globally feared authentic Wolf Warrior. Keep it low-key, don't shout so loudly. Yang Chen casually waved his hand, adopting a demeanor of someone who had long seen through the mundane world, like a transcendent master. You know, being a big shot feels pretty good. No wonder those big shots in online games would casually recharge hundreds of thousands or even millions. This feeling of being revered by thousands is indeed quite exhilarating. I understand. The knife runner quickly covered his mouth, his sharp eyes sparkling as he lowered his voice to continue. We all know very well that someone of your status must be kept confidential. Confidential? My status? Yang Chen was a bit puzzled about what kind of confidential status he had. The knife runner squinted, lowering his voice even further, as if he had already seen through the true identity of the Wolf Warrior. After all, you are the ace cultivated by official secrets. I've heard that you've spent a long time in places like the Dragon Group of Huaxia, the 749 Bureau. In reality, you are a master of ancient martial arts who has cultivated the transformation technique and later injected with super soldier serum. That's how you became the captain of Huaxia, which is why you can be so impressive in the Tianyuan world. I heard that the country spent trillions to cultivate you, that money could build several Three Gorges dams. The more the knife runner spoke, the more exaggerated he became, spitting as he vividly recounted the glorious history of Wolf Warrior that circulated among players. In the embellished descriptions, Yang Chen's image became increasingly mysterious, as if he were truly a superhero bearing the fate of the nation, crafted with all the resources the government could muster. This is too exaggerated. When did Yang Chen join the Huaxia Dragon team? When did he go to the 749 Bureau? For further training? And what about being a peerless master in reality, injected with super soldier serum, a person trained at the cost of trillions? This is simply nonsense. What a load of crap. Are you writing a novel here? Yang Chan's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the chatterbox before him. Who spread these legendary rumors? And why are they becoming more and more absurd? What official background does he have? Not to mention spending trillions to create him. He had previously been invited for tea by relevant departments and almost had his bank card frozen. Forget it. If you say so, then so be it. Yang Chen was too lazy to explain further. Such matters would only make things worse. It was better to let him spread whatever he wanted. Such ridiculous rumors could actually better protect his real identity. Who would believe that an ordinary wage slave who stays at home all day and is buried in online debt could be the captain of Huaxia trained at the cost of trillions? The chatterbox nodded heavily. His expression was as if he had heard some earth-shattering national secret. He thought the war wolf boss had tacitly agreed, immediately straightening his back and making a gesture of zipping his mouth, his eyes resolutely saying, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely keep it a secret for you." Keep a secret, my foot. Yang Chen glanced at the chatterbox. He could tell with his toes that this guy was definitely a loudmouth. It wouldn't be long before those absurd legends about the captain of Huaxia would probably be updated to version 2.0. Boss. The chatterbox pointed to the three figures standing like demonic gods in the distance and cautiously asked, "What's up with those bosses? They killed all the monsters and wiped out the people from the dragon's soaring seas, so why aren't they attacking us?" This was too bizarre. Those three powerful bosses had slaughtered the entire ogre tribe and rampaged through the dragon's soaring seas guild, being ruthlessly brutal. Yet they seemed to ignore Yang Chen and himself, as if they were just two non-existent air masses. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Yang Chen didn't know how to explain, so he simply put on a serious face and spoke in a cryptic tone. He knew very well that with someone like the chatterbox who had a strong imagination, not explaining was actually the best explanation. I see, so that's how it is. The chatterbox's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. Under the bright moonlight, the war wolf stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking indifferent. Behind him stood a terrifying giant engulfed in hellfire, along with two super goblins exuding chaotic energy. This scene was visually striking. These bosses had all been tamed by the captain of Huaxia. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. A storm of excitement surged in the chatterbox's heart. No wonder he was the top ace of Huaxia. He could even accomplish such unfathomable feats. As for the principles behind it, it was better not to ask too much. Knowing too much might lead to not knowing how he disappeared in the future. I understand. War wolf boss, I'm going to find you a boss. Just you wait. The chatterbox no longer wasted a single word. He was afraid that saying too much would lead to mistakes, and after receiving a nod from Yang Chen, he immediately activated his skill and vanished into the night. With great pride and vigor, the chatterbox felt an unprecedented sense of righteousness filling his heart at that moment. By connecting with the war wolf, he had indirectly collaborated with the government. From today on, I am also a person with establishment, and I can be considered a strategic partner of the Huaxia captain, right? What's there to be afraid of now? With the official backing, who would dare to offend me? Dragons soaring across the seas? Qilin society? In front of the national machinery, they are nothing. Ha ha ha. The runner was sprinting through the night, almost laughing out loud. He imagined himself as the most reliable partner of a superhero, just like Robin by Batman's side, or Winter Soldier by Captain America's side. From today on, he was no longer just a runner hustling for money. He was a top-secret agent providing logistical support for the Huaxia captain. After the runner left, Yang Chen began to clean up the battlefield. He collected all the hundreds of pieces of equipment in the treasure vault, then glanced at the ogre tribe. No hidden boss. His summoned minions did not receive the boost from the super invincible lucky star, and after killing the entire tribe, he still did not summon a hidden boss. This kind of work, in the future, he would have to do it himself and conveniently steal some big treasures. As for the summoned minions, he let them form their own teams and casually fight some monsters to gain experience for leveling up. Snot. It's your turn to come out. Digest all these corpses. Okay? Yang Chen released the snot pet, and its big stomach ability was about to take effect. Gurgle. The two tentacles on top of the snot's head wiggled excitedly. Its palm-sized body began to expand rapidly, like a balloon being inflated, at a visible speed. After just a few brief seconds, the soft body of the snot had grown larger, resembling an expanding balloon, visibly increasing in size. Its swollen body covered the nearest ogre corpse, and a strange scene unfolded. Beneath its translucent body, countless tissues wriggled like blood vessels, secreting a highly corrosive slime. The massive corpse of the ogre, along with its hard bones, melted away like ice and snow, ultimately transforming into pure energy, all absorbed by the snot. That's a bit disgusting. It's like corpse water. Yang Chen frowned. The sight of the snot devouring the corpse was indeed a bit horrifying. Your pet snot has devoured the ogre corpse. Your pet snot power +1 +1 +1. Level increased to level 2. Level increased to level 3. Snot had only devoured one corpse, and its level shot up like a rocket. It continued to consume corpses, and due to the ogre's powerful attributes, its strength kept increasing. Jealous, Yang Chen felt a bit envious of this big stomach's ability. It was even more efficient than the big treasure stolen by the monkey. Of course, just a few minutes later, Snot had devoured all the surrounding corpses, and its level quickly rose to level 12. This was also because its level was relatively low. As its level continued to rise, the speed of leveling up gradually slowed down. Upon closer inspection, Snot's size had expanded again, and its translucent dark red skin had deepened in color, with the golden magma flowing inside becoming even hotter. Your pet Snot has reached level 10, gaining a new talent, soft body mimicry. Your pet Snot has devoured a large number of ogres, unlocking a new mimicry type, ogre, soft. Body mimicry can mimic the form of the devoured creature, temporarily gaining that creature's attribute boosts and acquiring core skills and talents. A new talent? Mimicry? That's quite novel. Let me see your new ability, Yang Chen said to the massive creature that resembled a moving volcano. Gurgle Snot let out a low, rumbling sound, and its enormous body began to wriggle, contract, and deform violently. Its originally molten, semi-liquid soft body rapidly reshaped itself in a way that defied the laws of physics. The dark red skin gradually transformed into a gray-brown color reminiscent of a rock-like ogre. On its slick body, bulges of solid, granite-like muscle appeared. The once round head elongated, morphing into a terrifying ogre face with exposed fangs. Roar, 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 roar. With a snotty roar, it transformed into a giant ogre standing 3 meters tall, exuding a primal and savage aura. Was this an enhanced version of an ogre? The ogre that Snot had turned into was several times stronger than the ordinary version, truly worthy of being a Golden Lord-level boss. This ability was quite interesting. Interesting, Yang Chen pondered. It seemed that the more types of corpses Snot devoured, the more mimicry forms it would possess, and the future growth potential was practically limitless. Just imagine, if it were to devour the corpse of a dragon in the future, wouldn't it be able to transform directly into a genuine dragon? What if it consumed the remains of a deity? The more Yang Chen thought about it, the more excited he became, wishing he could find a super boss to test it out immediately. Snot. Yang Chen patted the ogre's rock-hard skin beside him and commanded, as usual, find some powerful monsters for me to enjoy a good grind. Upon receiving the order, 2 slimy tentacles, originally belonging to its slug form, unexpectedly extended from the top of Snot's fearsome ogre head without warning. Ding ding ding. The 2 tentacles trembled slightly in the air like radar wires, glowing with red light as they searched for the strongest presence in the surrounding area. Treasure scent. This was Snot's core treasure hunting ability, which could also be used to locate monsters. Soon, Snot seemed to have locked onto a target. Its massive body turned westward, and its thick arms raised, pointing towards the distant undulating mountain outline, indicating that the monsters over there seemed to be quite powerful. Yang Chen took out the electronic map from his backpack, a detailed version meticulously charted by the running knife. He zoomed in on the map and quickly found an area marked with a prominent red skull in the western mountainous region that Snot had indicated. Looks like running knife didn't lie. This map is reliable, Yang Chen muttered to himself. The map drawn by running knife was not a half-hearted effort, and Snot's radar had accurately locked onto that high-risk location. You 3 team up and find monsters to kill at will. Yang Chen commanded the 3 summoned creatures, and the Hellfire Giant along with the 2 Chaos Goblin Guards activated their automatic enemy-seeking mode, actively searching for nearby monsters to slay. As for you, show me the way. Yang Chen extended his hand, and Snot's massive ogre body quickly shrank, soon reverting to the size of a palm-sized slug head. A bit cute, and a bit disgusting. Yang Chen placed this mascot on his shoulder and then set off, rushing towards the next monster's spawn point. Leaving the treacherous mountains where the ogre tribe resided, he headed west for about 10 minutes, and the surrounding terrain underwent a significant change once again. It was a vast and desolate area filled with a chaotic stone forest. Countless massive stone pillars of various shapes stood haphazardly on this land. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the night wind howled through the gaps in the stone forest, emitting a wailing sound reminiscent of ghostly cries, adding an extra layer of eeriness and strangeness to this already desolate area. A whoa! Accompanied by a long wolf howl filled with primal wildness, dozens of agile and swift figures burst forth in groups from the shadows of those massive stone pillars. Swift wind wolves, they were a pack of tall, slender giant wolves. Their bodies were covered in a layer of bluish-gray fur, with muscle lined smooth and full of explosive power. In the pairs of eyes flickering with a cold green light, a cunning and cruel ferocity was revealed. These gale wolves moved with incredible speed, their limbs alternating on the ground, leaving behind faint blue afterimages as if they were merging with the raging wind. Yang Chen had just arrived when a dozen gale wolves surrounded him. The pack formed a standard crescent-shaped encirclement, quietly closing in from all directions on this unwelcome guest, completely cutting off all his escape routes. The gale wolves coordinated surprisingly well. A wolf pack? A group attack type looks quite intimidating. Yang Chen glanced around, fixating on the pairs of eyes glowing with cold green light in the darkness, his gaze sharpening involuntarily. Oh whoa! The pack slowly approached, emitting low, threatening growls from their throats. However, when they got within a certain distance, they all stopped in unison, a hint of instinctive fear flickering in their cruel green eyes. Killing intent. Wild instinct rogue. The bonuses from these talents, combined with the killing intent generated by the red name, made even these inherently ferocious beasts hesitate to approach easily. They were waiting, searching for the best moment to attack. But Yang Chen was not going to give them that opportunity. Attack! Yang Chen took the initiative. In a flash, he moved beside the giant wolf, executing a smooth combo, a monkey stealing peaches followed by a split mountain and break. See technique. Steal the Gale Wolf's big treasure. Steal the Gale Wolf's left leg. Steal the Gale Wolf's right leg. Yang Chen's current strength and attack power had already reached an astonishing level. Coupled with the multiple attacks from Supreme Shadow, he instantly killed the strongest Gale Wolf with sheer direct damage. He didn't even need to apply any negative continuous damage effects. TSK, these little monsters are too weak. Yang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue, casually dispatching enemies. Perhaps it was because he was too powerful. Even the monsters in this red alert zone felt no challenge. Look at this. Is this even human language? The alert area in an extremely dangerous zone where ordinary players wouldn't dare to tread, yet Yang Chen found them too weak, making the kills somewhat boring. That's right. He had that qualification. With numerous talents at his disposal, including top-tier dark gold abilities and even a unique talent that was almost a bug. A massive amount of big treasures provided huge attributes, combined with the thick soup simmering various ingredients, further transforming him into a super tank. Plus, with the bloodline power of Chaos chosen, under the accumulation of various abilities, quantitative changes had already led to qualitative changes, resulting in Yang Feng's nearly invincible state now. Ahem. This has nothing to do with cheats. It's all about effort and sweat. The author nods emphatically. The tragic death of a companion completely enraged the entire wolf pack. They let out a series of mournful howls, their eyes burning with the flames of revenge, crazily pouncing towards Yang Chen from all directions. Dodge immunity. Several Gale Wolves launched simultaneous attacks from different angles. Their claws, sharp as blades, sliced through the air, forming a tightly woven net of death. However, Yang Chen's figure transformed into an untraceable blur amidst the deadly attacks, the 100% dodge effect resembling a butterfly dancing in a storm. Occasionally, a few wolves unleashed skills like wind blades. When they struck him, all that resulted were a series of immunity prompts, not even giving him the chance to stagger. Soon, this batch of Gale Wolves was completely wiped out by Yang Chen. Snot, it's your turn to take the stage. Snot leaped off his shoulder, covering the wolf's body, beginning to devour them. No new mimicry triggered. Isn't the corpse not enough to eat? Yang Chen stopped thinking further and continued deeper into the stone forest, killing more and more Gale Wolves. Time passed second by second. Experience points increased. Proficiency increased. Yang Chen's level 28 experience bar was slowly climbing up. The 3 summoned minions he had sent out to act freely were also continuously providing him with experience points. At this rate, in another hour or two, he would be able to level up to 29. Suddenly, a familiar system notification sound rang in his ears. Warning: you have killed too many Wolf Clan members, attracting the endless wrath of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Sure enough, killing monsters had to be done personally. Under the blessing of the super invincible Lucky Star, the hidden boss arrived as expected. A howl filled with majesty and anger echoed throughout the entire rocky forest. At the end of the stone forest, atop a towering giant stone pillar, a proud figure exuding a kingly aura slowly appeared. Silver Moon Wolf King. Its body was even larger, comparable to a private car. Its silver-white fur seemed to be condensed from the purest moonlight, flowing with a soft halo like water in the night. So handsome. What a cool boss. This was definitely a golden-level boss. The appearance of the Silver Moon Wolf King amazed Yang Chen. The Silver Moon Wolf King did not immediately launch an attack. It simply stood quietly atop the towering stone pillar, looking down at Yang Chen. Those deep blue eyes revealed wisdom and coldness that were completely inconsistent with its beastly appearance. It seemed like a proud king, examining a humble mortal who dared to provoke its majesty. Finally, it moved. Accompanied by a long howl that pierced the clouds and split the rocks, the Silver Moon Wolf King's figure instantly leaped down from the dozens of meters high stone pillar. Its massive body traced a graceful silver arc in the air. With limbs outstretched and claws extended, like a hunting eagle, it pounced fiercely towards Yang Chen with a momentum that could tear everything apart. Its speed was too fast. Those claws, sharp as knives, created visible azure wind blades as they violently scraped against the air during the descent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of high-speed, rotating wind blades swept towards Yang Chen like a storm. Where the wind blades passed, those incredibly hard giant stone pillars were effortlessly split in two, the cut surfaces smooth and mirror-like. The hard ground was also slashed with terrifying grooves several meters deep. Yang Chen's feet moved swiftly, his figure darting like a ghost through the dense wind blades. Come on! In an instant, he vanished from his original spot. The next second, Yang Chen appeared in front of the Silver Moon Wolf King, raising his hand for a deadly punch. However, just as Yang Chen's fist was about to reach its target, something unexpected happened. He hit nothing. This rapid double punch landed solidly on an illusory afterimage. Upon closer inspection, the Silver Moon Wolf King's figure had somehow transformed into a gust of invisible wind. It left behind a long string of gradually dissipating silver afterimages, completing a leverage maneuver in midair in a way that completely defied the laws of physics. The Wolf King stepped several times in midair before finally landing on another taller stone pillar not far away, the entire process flowing smoothly, filled with an indescribable beauty. A speed-type boss? This was quite rare. It was the first time encountering such a boss. Interesting. The Silver Moon Wolf King could actively dodge player attacks. Oh whoa! Atop the stone pillar, the Silver Moon Wolf King let out another long howl filled with majesty and provocation. Its figure began to become faintly visible under the bright moonlight, the surrounding light rippling like the surface of water disturbed by thrown stones, creating mesmerizing waves. Immediately after, an even more incredible scene unfolded. Silver phantoms, identical to it, separated from its body one after another, like reflections in water. In an instant, dozens of lifelike Silver Moon Wolf Kings appeared throughout the stone forest. They moved in perfect unison, their eyes cold and cunning, making it impossible to distinguish which was real and which was fake. Clones? Yang Chen was skeptical. In a flash, he used two displacement skills, his figure transforming into a streak of light that tore through the air, his powerful thigh striking fiercely at the nearest Silver Moon Wolf King. Boom! The phantom of that Silver Moon Wolf King shattered under his kick, which could crack stone. It burst apart like a silver water bottle smashed in an instant, turning into countless sparkling fragments of moonlight, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The moment Yang Chen shattered the phantom, the other Silver Moon Wolf Kings launched their counterattack simultaneously. Sharper and more concentrated azure wind blades sliced through from all directions. Immunity. Although these wind blades were sharp, they hadn't yet reached the level to break through Yang Chen's defenses, posing no immediate threat. Yang Chen attacked again, easily shattering another phantom. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Yang Chen continued to break the phantoms, but new remnants always emerged in the moonlight. Even his wild instinct couldn't distinguish their authenticity. What mechanism is this? Could it be that he needs to find a way to cover the nearby moonlight? As Yang Chen pondered, the Silver Moon Wolf King secretly gathered its killing move. Suddenly, the phantoms of the Silver Moon Wolf Kings let out a deafening roar. Their figures instantly transformed into silver streaks, darting through the stone forest, striking towards Yang Chen's body in a suicidal manner. Immunity damage absorption, 78 damage absorption, 296. The damage from these self-destructing phantoms was increasing with each explosion, and it kept stacking. The initial phantom explosion couldn't break through the absolute immunity cap, but as the phantoms stacked, they forcefully pierced through his defenses. Unfortunately, Yang Chen had a second wall of defense. Transformation temporarily absorbed that damage and gradually converted it into mitigation value. This boss is a bit tough. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. This Silver Moon Wolf King finally brought him a long-lost sense of challenge. So, with so many phantom doubles, can you withstand my area attack? Infernal flames, two abyss-like black flames ignited in Yang Chen's eyes. He activated the primal ability he received from the Ashen Princess. A black-red demonic flame filled with jealousy and destruction erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. The flames were so sinister, as if they aimed to burn away all the beauty in the world. The demonic flames rolled like a living tide, instantly sweeping in all directions, turning a 30-meter radius into a raging sea of hellfire. Health minus 617. True damage, health minus 617. True damage. Yang Chen possessed a terrifying 617 points of mental power. Infernal flames would deal equivalent true damage to all enemies within the area based on his mental power attribute. Unfortunately, this area damage did not count as damage over time. It couldn't trigger a critical hit from Praise of Pain nor a chain reaction from Endless Torment, otherwise, it would be even more outrageous. Even so, once this move was unleashed, the Silver Moon Wolf King couldn't withstand it. The phantoms composed of moonlight energy let out piercing wails one after another in the jealousy flames that could burn souls. Shattered. Exploded. Transforming into twisted moonlight. He. Yang Chen let out a bright, sunny laugh. He looked at the Silver Moon Wolf King, struggling in the magical flames, its form fully exposed, and still wanted to summon the Silver Moon Phantom again? Let's try that. Yang Chen took out a long-unused big weapon. Plague Demon's waistcloth. A wave of filthy, foul-smelling green poison gas, like a rolling thick fog, instantly merged into the black-red sea of flames. Oh whoa! The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a mournful howl. Its pure silver fur, as bright as the moon, turned yellow and rotten at a visible speed the moment it came into contact with the poison gas. Poisoned? Then you're in for it. Endless torment, deadly poison, trigger bleeding, trigger corrosion to the marrow, trigger bleeding, trigger deadly poison, cycle ends. Endless torment. Deadly poison, trigger bleeding, trigger bleeding, trigger bleeding, trigger corrosion to the marrow, trigger corrosion to the marrow, trigger bleeding, trigger deadly poison, cycle ends. The area of deadly poison, produced by the plague demon's waistcloth, could also be considered a form of continuous damage. Under the chain reaction of endless torment, it instantly stacked dozens of different types of negative statuses on the Silver Moon Wolf King. Deep, bone-revealing wounds opened up on the agile body of the Silver Moon Wolf King without warning, and the filthy, corrupt deadly poison, like living worms, crazily burrowed into its body through the wounds. All the phantoms shattered under this double blow. Yang Chen quickly approached the true form of the Silver Moon Wolf King and first unleashed a silky combo. Monkey steals Peach Mountain Splitter. You stole the Silver Moon Wolf King's treasure. You stole the Silver Moon Wolf King's left leg. You stole the Silver Moon Wolf King's right leg. This time, it broke its legs. Let's see how you walk on the wind again. Full firepower. Poisoning deadly strike lightning 5 whips. Yang Chen attacked with all his might, various skills taking turns. A waterfall of information instantly filled the Silver Moon Wolf King's status bar. Each strike triggered the terrifying chain reaction of endless torment. Each strike refreshed dozens of lines of dense negative status reminders in its status bar. The layers of deadly poison and bleeding were stacking up at a terrifying speed of dozens, even hundreds, of layers per second. KO. Trigger. 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 Deadly poison. 30 layers. 60 layers, 100 layers, 200 layers, 500 layers, 1000 layers. In just over 10 seconds, the deadly poison, combined with the double layer effect of rotting, actually broke through the 1000-layer barrier, and the percentage damage effect of KO triggered 5 or 6 times in a row. The bleeding layers of blood soaked also stacked to a horrifying 200 layers. Who said continuous damage was just scraping? This was simply like using countless poison blades to crazily scrape a 1000-layer pancake. On the Silver Moon Wolf King, over 1000 layers of deadly poison, over 200 layers of bleeding, multiple triggers of the real percentage damage of KO. The Silver Moon Wolf King, lying on the ground, had its health drop a few times, and before it could trigger its second form, it was directly forced to be killed instantly. This boss has some substance, but not much. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 29, all attributes plus 10. A gentle white light flickered. Yang Chen's level also reached 29, just one step away from the level cap of this version. He opened his item bar. There lay a pile of treasures from the Gale Wild Wolves, but the most precious were the 2 from the Silver Moon Wolf King. Lifespan plus 73 days, lifespan plus 86 days, agility plus 3. Yang Chen first used all the hundreds of treasures from the Gale Wild Wolves, increasing his lifespan by over 20 years, and his agility attribute skyrocketed by over 40 points. You used the Silver Moon Wolf King's treasure, lifespan increased by 30 years, agility plus 50. You gained a new talent, Moon Step. Another new talent, Moonstep. After using the displacement skill, one can briefly hover in the air and then use the derived Moonstep skill for a faster second dash. This ability is quite special. It is both a passive talent and a usable skill. Give it a try. With a thought, Yang Chen activated the instant step and his figure instantly leaped into the air. An unprecedented lightness filled his body, as if his flesh and blood had shed the shackles of gravity, light as a butterfly dancing gracefully. A layer of hazy moonlight enveloped him, and the howling winds around seemed to transform into a springboard, allowing him to momentarily pause in midair. Charge! Moonlight exploded. Yang Chen activated the derived skill of Moonstep, and his entire being instantly transformed into a silver streak, darting forward like a comet slicing through the night sky. So fast. The speed of this Moonstep was extreme. The scenery around him became incredibly blurred in an instant, and by the time his eyes readjusted, he had already appeared 20 meters away. But that wasn't the end. Before Yang Chen's figure even touched the ground, he immediately connected with a mountain splitter technique. The powerful and heavy whip kick tore through the air, and with a step in mid-air, he transformed into a streak of light again, dashing sideways for over 10 meters. Moonlight enveloped him once more. Yang Chen triggered the Moonstep, leveraging the moment of suspension to surge forward again. Wow! This is like stepping on one foot with the other. It's simply as miraculous as the legendary martial art Cloud Ladder. I can instant step plus Moonstep plus Mountain Splitter plus Moonstep. Yang Chen calculated carefully, realizing he now possessed at least 4 segments of displacement. No, if paired with the Mad Swing talent, the instant step could cool down in 1 second. Wouldn't that mean he could cycle through instant step plus Moonstep, plus instant step plus Moonstep plus instant step infinitely? Yang Chen was enamored with this new ability. On one hand, it greatly enhanced his mobility. On the other hand, it was just too cool. Being handsome is a lifelong affair. Silver light enveloped him, transforming into a shooting star that flashed by, then using instant step to break through the brilliance and turn into a shadow. Just then, the mucus on Yang Chen's shoulder, too, tentacles suddenly began to glow, anxiously pointing at the nearby corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf King, emitting a series of gurgling sounds urging him. Right, he could let the mucus consume the boss's body. With a Thought. The tiny slug head immediately leaped down from his shoulder, its slimy body rapidly expanding like an inflated balloon. It ultimately transformed into a mass of dark red, writhing flesh covering several meters, completely enveloping the massive corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Beneath its translucent body, countless structures resembling blood vessels writhed madly, secreting a highly corrosive slime. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Creak, creak, creak. That pure silver fur, resilient muscles, and even the incredibly hard bones ultimately transformed into the purest energy, all absorbed by the mucus. Your pet mucus has leveled up to level 20. Your pet mucus has devoured the corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Your pet mucus has unlocked a new mimicry type. Silver Moon Wolf King promoted. Accompanied by a dazzling silver light, mucus's originally dark red body began to undergo earth-shattering changes. Silvery wolf fur, soft yet resilient, began to move without wind, and its round head gradually elongated, morphing into a wolf king's face filled with pride and regal aura. In the end, it transformed into a super Silver Moon Wolf King, larger and more imposing than the original. Try your speed, Yang Chen commanded. Awah! Mucus let out a long howl filled with excitement and joy. It suddenly exerted force with its limbs, transforming into a silver lightning bolt, racing wildly through the rocky forest. Silver shadows darted and leaped between the massive stone pillars, but due to their incredible speed, they were momentarily out of control. Boom! The snot transformed into the Silver Moon Wolf King, its enormous body crashing through several stone pillars before awkwardly standing up and shaking off the dirt covering it. Gradually, it adapted to this speed. That swift and agile figure traced elegant silver arcs under the moonlight, almost impossible for the naked eye to capture. Testing its own speed, the snot, mimicking the Silver Moon Wolf King, slowly lowered its proud head and knelt before Yang Chen, offering its front paws. With its deep blue eyes gazing at Yang Chen, it signaled for him to climb onto its back. You wouldn't believe it. This pet could also be used as a mount? The Silver Moon Wolf King was massive and strong, its terrifying size comparable to a small car, easily accommodating several people on its back. Yang Chen wasted no time flipping over and securely mounting the snot's back. Awah! The snot let out another long howl filled with excitement and joy. It transformed into a silver flash, racing deeper into the stone forest at breakneck speed. Fast. It was incredibly fast. The surrounding giant stone pillars flew backward in his eyes. The continuous mountains and dense forests became fleeting backdrops. The howling wind stung his cheeks, bringing an exhilarating rush akin to lightning speed. Awesome! This was simply amazing. Although the Silver Moon Wolf King didn't drop any gear, the Moonstep talent and the snot's transformation into the Silver Moon Wolf King mount were definitely a tremendous gain. Yang Chen was lost in the ultimate thrill of speed, fully enjoying the rush and excitement. At that moment, a message popped up in his friend information bar. Run Knife Boy. Yang Chen casually clicked on the chat box where Run Knife Boy had left a voice message. Boss, I found an incredible place. Run Knife Boy's voice trembled with excitement, mixed with a few breaths that seemed to struggle to contain his exhilaration, as if he had just experienced a heart-pounding chase. Don't rush, take your time, Yang Chen replied simply and directly. Blood pool. I found a blood pool in the valley. There are some special monsters there, and they seem to be capturing players. Run Knife Boy sent the voice message followed by a coordinate direction. Blood pool? Special monsters capturing players. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled, revealing a bright smile as he patted the snot, which had transformed into the Silver Moon Wolf King. Let's go. We're heading to this place. This kid Run Knife Boy, he really has some skills. Yang Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He had thought he would have to wait a while, but he didn't expect this guy to have results so quickly. It seemed that the 1,000 blood coins spent on the intel was quite a bargain. Awah! The snot let out a long howl filled with battle intent, as if invisible wheels of wind and fire had sprouted beneath its four legs. Its massive body streaked through the night like a brilliant silver flash, racing toward the coordinates sent by Run Knife Boy. In the mountains and forests, the silver moonlight raced past. The snot's speed reached its peak, and the surrounding trees and mountains flew backward in Yang Chen's eyes. Just a few minutes later, the Silver Moon Wolf King had carried him through dense jungles and steep mountains, arriving at the destination marked by Run Knife Boy. It was a vast valley surrounded by mountains. At the entrance of the valley, two peaks rose like towering pillars, forming a natural barrier. Before entering, a gust of wind mixed with a strong smell of blood rushed toward them. Inside the valley, there was a hidden world. The entire ground of the valley was covered with a layer of unknown dark red soil, resembling a layer of dried and solidified plasma. At the bottom of the valley lay a massive blood pool, the size of several football fields. In that blood pool, thick and boiling blood rolled, occasionally splattering foul-smelling blood droplets. Countless human skeletons, long gnawed clean, floated in the blood pool. Occasionally, one could see some eerie white bones belonging to giant beasts, silently narrating the horror and evil of this place. What is that? Yang Chen squinted. In the blood pool, dozens of massive creatures of various forms, exuding an aura of destruction and brutality, were comfortably bathing. Demons? Some resembled giant lizards, their bodies covered in scales as hard as obsidian, with menacing bone spines on their backs, occasionally spewing flames hot enough to melt steel. Others looked like giant bats stripped of their skin, their wings spread out to several dozen meters, their blood-streaked flesh wings inscribed with complex and sinister abyssal runes. Boss. They were all boss-level entities, at least of bronze rank. I've arrived. Yang Chen sent a message to Ren Daozi. Soon, a thin figure stealthily peeked out from the shadow of a nearby boulder. War Wolf Boss. Ren Daozi was instantly stunned by Yang Chen's appearance. Your mount is just too flashy. He widened his eyes, incredulously staring at the imposing Silver Moon Wolf King. That streamlined, athletic figure, that silver fur. As bright as the moon, those deep blue eyes like stars, and that innate, aloof majesty, this mount was simply every man's dream. Even in a trashy web game, you wouldn't think of having it without spending 1888 just. Imagine. Riding this thing around the super magic city would be way cooler than any supercar in reality. Who knows how many young girls would throw themselves at you. Basic skills, number 6. Yang Chen casually waved his hand at Ren Daozi, who looked like he had never seen the world, a light smile on his face. He gently patted the soft fur of the wolf, leaping down from its back with a graceful ease, exuding the calmness and confidence of a strong person. This show-off. So comfortable. Let's get down to business. Yang Chen stepped forward and patted Ren Daozi's shoulder, who was still in a daze. What's going on here? Only then did Ren Daozi come to his senses, his face still showing undeniable shock and envy. He pointed to the distant blood pool, his expression turning serious and confused. This place is particularly strange. I saw a special kind of demon. They can use a special ability to lure players to this place. Ren Daozi paused for a moment before continuing, but these demons won't kill the players right away. The demons will bring the players to that blood pool and then duel with them. A gladiatorial arena? This was indeed a bizarre situation. Demon monsters capturing human players and inviting them to duel sounded absurd. Those demons are very arrogant. Before the duel starts, they even give players ample time to prepare. They might even provide some basic food and medicine, waiting until the players are in their best condition before starting the final battle. Ren Daozi continued. This matter became even more absurd. Yang Chen also found it quite surprising. The behavior patterns of these demons were completely illogical, and there must be some unknown secret behind it. Just as they were talking, a series of faint and eerie sounds suddenly came from outside the valley. Shoo! Yang Chen immediately made a gesture for silence, pulling Ren Daozi back behind the boulder, holding his breath and observing carefully. At the entrance of the valley, a strange figure slowly walked in. It was shrouded in a large gray robe, its upper body severely deformed, making its face unrecognizable. Soul Guide Demon. The Soul Guide Demon held a lantern emitting a faint cold light in its left hand, while its right hand grasped a special bell made from unknown beast bones. Behind the Soul Guiding Demon, there followed a dozen players. Each of these players wore a dazed expression, their eyes vacant. They resembled puppets from which the soul had been drawn, mechanically moving forward under the guidance of the lantern, following the crisp sound of the dingling bell. The scene was bizarre to the extreme, reminiscent of the legendary corpse driving in Xiangxi. Is this really that strange? Yang Chen muttered to himself, hiding behind a massive rock. He had watched many movies about zombies as a child, where Taoists would shake bells to drive rows of stiff corpses forward. But the sight before him was completely reversed. An unknown monster was driving living humans. Is this the monster mentioned in the system prompt? Yang Chen recalled the system notification from midnight. An unknown nocturnal creature is wandering in an extremely dangerous area. This thing must be the special monster indicated by the system. It roamed in the night, specifically capturing humans. What could its ulterior motive be? Soon, the Soul Guiding Demon led the group of lost players to the edge of a blood pool, urging them to jump into the pool. When the last player entered the blood pool, the figure of the Soul Guiding Demon, shrouded in a gray robe, suddenly transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and dissipated into the wind, as if it had never existed. And those players who had been herded there, upon losing the control of the Soul Guiding Demon, collapsed to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. After several seconds, they seemed to awaken from a long nightmare, opening their eyes in confusion and surveying the hellish scene around them. Where is this? Wasn't I grinding monsters in the forest? My head hurts so much. What just happened? These players clearly had no memory of how they had arrived there. Welcome to the blood arena. A voice filled with brutality and mockery boomed like rolling thunder from the churning blood pool. A massive lizard demon, covered in obsidian-like hard scales, slowly rose from the viscous blood. This was the blood demon. Blood demon. It was a golden-level boss. It looked down at the humble humans in the blood pool, who resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, with a mocking and disdainful gaze. It even generously prepared potions and food for them at the edge of the pool to restore their state. The arena. This oversized giant blood pool was clearly the place where the blood demon toyed with its prey. I'm just a casual player. A player with the ID Chop, still holding a fine iron axe used for chopping trees, wailed in despair. He had merely been harvesting rare wood at the edge of a dangerous area, yet inexplicably got caught up in this bizarre death game. Sweet rice dumpling, meat dumpling, are you all okay? A player holding a crossbow anxiously searched for his companions among the crowd. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. Yang Chen's eyes flickered. He recognized the long-legged beauty in a light blue robe among the crowd, none other than Sweet Rice Dumpling, who had met him a few times before. Her good friend Savory Rice Dumpling was also here, now clad in heavy steel armor and wielding a large tower shield, clearly having transitioned into a frontline tank role. The player using the crossbow was also a familiar face. My brother's egg, don't eat it, was one of the earliest players from whom Yang Chen had stolen the great treasure. Yang Chen vividly remembered this little blackie ID. He possessed special crossbow abilities that could break through his own defenses in the early stages, making him quite a talent. What a coincidence. Where in life do we not meet again? What was their leader's name again? Yang Chen pondered. It seemed to be something like Long Tianhao. The arrogant nouveau riche was also an early victim, having been killed by himself more than once. The only word to describe it is tragic. Upon closer inspection, a figure pushed through the crowd and walked to the front. Dressed like a capable fighter, his fists wrapped in thick bandages, his gaze resolute, he looked like a battle-hardened martial arts master. Long Tianhao. He gave up the great sword and instead became a fighter? Who would have thought? The group of players who had once been robbed of their treasures by him not only did not fall into despair but instead became even more motivated, and it seemed their levels had already surpassed 20. This was interesting. Silence. Wretched insects. The voice of the blood demon echoed hoarsely in the valley. Its vertically slit eyes, burning with hellfire, scanned every panicked human in the blood pool with great interest. This is the arena granted to us by the great Abyss Lord, Lord Ripper Bathory. It raised its claw, covered in menacing barbs, pointing to the other end of the blood pool. If you want to leave here, it's simple. Accept the challenge, defeat our warriors, and you will earn the right to leave. Of course, the losers will become the sweetest nourishment for this blood pool. As soon as these words were spoken, a greater uproar erupted among the crowd. Arena? What a joke! Are we supposed to duel these monsters? What's the difference from sending ourselves to death? A few terrified players rushed towards the entrance of the valley without a second thought. But what awaited them was an invisible barrier made of thick blood. They crashed into a soft yet resilient wall, bouncing back violently and landing in disarray. Cack-a-cack. The blood demon let out a chilling, eerie laugh. The game has already begun. It waved its hand casually, and the blood pool immediately surged. Dozens of small, red-skinned imps with bat-like wings shrieked as they emerged from the blood. The battle erupted in an instant. Ah! Cries of agony rang out. Many of the randomly captured casual players were just tree-cutting life players, and they had almost no resistance against these fearless demons. Another scream echoed. 3 or 4 small imps swarmed in, their sharp tridents piercing through a player's chest, dragging his body into the depths of the blood pool. Don't panic. Everyone, gather around. Amidst the chaos, a crisp and powerful shout rang out like thunder. Nuomi Xianzongzi slammed the heavy tower shield onto the ground, producing a deep thud. Her once cute big eyes were now filled with determination and decisiveness. Everyone hide behind me. Healer, heal. DPS, look for opportunities to counterattack. Although Nuomi Xianzongzi's voice was still somewhat childish, the previously aimless casual players seemed to have found their anchor, instinctively moving towards her. Sweet Zongzi, buff the meat Zongzi. Long Tianhao shouted in a deep voice, his bandaged iron fists already assuming a standard fighting stance. The staff in Nuomi Tianzongzi's hand radiated a gentle holy light. Waves of enhancement auras fell like raindrops upon Nuomi Xianzongzi and Long Tianhao's group. Holy light guardian blessing. Of strength roar. A small imp howled, its trident ablaze with fierce flames, thrusting violently at Nuomi Xianzongzi's tower shield. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. Nuomi Xianzongzi's petite body shook violently, sending ripples through the blood beneath her feet, but she remained as steadfast as a rock, holding firm against the attack. Now's the time. Ha! Long Tianhao's figure shot out from behind the shield like a cheetah, his bandaged fists cutting through the air with a whoosh, striking fiercely at the small imp's chest. Short-range strike, break the heavens. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed, as the small demon's sternum was actually caved in by a single punch, sending it flying several meters away. Holy silver arrow flashed in the eyes of Don't Eat My Brother's Eggs, and he pulled the trigger. 3 arrows, shimmering with holy silver light, shot through the air like 3 streaks of light, piercing towards the fallen small demon. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 arrows unleashed a significant amount of true damage, and the small demon instantly transformed into a mist of blood, merging back into the blood pool. Perfect coordination. The front line was as solid as a mountain, the melee burst was fierce, the ranged output was deadly, and the back line's healing support was impeccable. Don't forget our agreement. Long Tianhao punched another small demon attempting to sneak attack, turning back to shout at his teammates. We absolutely cannot fall here before taking down that bastard. That's right. Sticky Rice Salty Zongzi shouted, once again bracing against a demon's charge with her shield for revenge. For my precious, Don't Eat My Brother's Eggs gritted. His teeth, each pull of the trigger seemed to vent the endless fury within him. So intense. This is friendship. This is bond. The deep-seated hatred tightly connected the 4 of them. Damn. These guys are on fire. Yang Chen sat at a distance, munching on snacks, and although he didn't know what these guys were fired up about, he felt an exhilarating thrill, blood boiling, passionate and stirring. These people were ignited. For revenge, they had endured countless storms and hardships. To seek justice, they had put in efforts several times greater than ordinary people. Agreement, friendship, bond. All of this was to take revenge on the war wolf. Take down the war wolf. Long Tianhao and the others roared in unison, their eyes seemingly ignited with the flames of fighting spirit. On the other side, behind the giant rocks in the valley, Running Knife took out a pack of snacks from his backpack, crunching away as he watched this shocking battle alongside Yang Chen. Thud! Upon hearing the crowd's chant, Running Knife's expression instantly broke and snack crumbs sprayed from his mouth. Cough cough cough. War wolf boss. Running Knife's face turned strange, and he elbowed Yang Chen beside him, lowering his voice to ask, "Are these guys your enemies? What kind of grudge was this?" It was such a big deal, with agreements and bonds. Anyone who didn't know would think they were filming a passionate youth manga. Yang Chen shrugged helplessly, his expression somewhat hard to describe. Not really. Enemies. He had never considered these unfortunate souls as true opponents. They were just unlucky to run into him and had been sent back to town a few times, that was all. He never expected that he had caused such a huge trauma and shadow on their fragile hearts. Something's off. Yang Chen's keen perception sensed something was wrong. The battle in the blood pool continued. The coordination of Long Tianhao's group became increasingly seamless, their defense as solid as a fortress. However, those small demons they had killed, as soon as their bodies fell into the blood pool, would quickly dissolve in the viscous blood. Then, an even stranger scene unfolded. The surface of the blood pool would suddenly bulge with huge blood bubbles. Pop! With a soft sound, the blood bubble burst, and even fiercer small demons emerged from within. They seemed endless, killing them was futile. Moreover, some small demons that had died enough times began to visibly swell and mutate. Their originally small bodies elongated, and beneath their crimson skin, bulging muscles appeared, looking huge and ferocious. Big demon. These evolved big demons were several times larger than before, and their strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Long Tianhao and the others began to feel the pressure on their defense. On top of the glutinous rice salty Zonzi's tower shield, deep and shallow dents began to appear. With each block, she would uncontrollably slide back several steps. Don't eat the eggs. The damage isn't enough. Long Tianhao delivered a whip kick that staggered a large evil demon, but he could no longer push it back as he had before. He shouted anxiously, "Damn it! These monsters' health has increased." Although the holy silver arrow from Don't Eat the Egg still dealt considerable percentage damage, other types of attacks were gradually becoming ineffective. Even more terrifying things were yet to come. A large evil demon that had absorbed the most flesh essence let out a painful yet excited roar, and its body began a new round of evolution. Its bat wings regressed, its body grew even larger, its skin turned a deep red like congealed blood, and a pair of twisted, goat-like horns sprouted from its head. Blood demon. It was unmistakably a bronze-level boss. This is bad. They're constantly evolving. Glutinous rice sweet Zonzi exclaimed, her staff glowing brightly as healing spells poured down on her teammates like they were free. Yang Chen's brows furrowed deeply at that moment. This so-called blood coliseum was not meant to satisfy the sadistic pleasure of the blood demons. It felt more like an evil ritual. Sacrifices, fighting, death, slaughter. They acted like catalysts, continuously birthing even more powerful demons. Within the blood pool, the situation took a sharp turn. More and more small evil demons evolved into stronger large evil demons through death and rebirth, and even 3 blood demons appeared. Their massive bodies were impervious to blades and guns, crashing into the ranks of dozens of players, stirring up a storm of blood and carnage. Hold on! Don't break formation! Long Tianhao roared hysterically. Beads of sweat had long since covered Don't Eat the Egg's forehead. The crossbow in his hand was almost a blur as 3 holy silver arrows shot out in waves towards the blood demon without restraint. I know! Glutinous rice salty Zonzi gritted her silver teeth, her once cute bun face filled with determination. But the giant tower shield in her hands could no longer withstand it, its surface covered in countless cracks. Boom! 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 The blood demon struck her shield fiercely once more. Glutinous rice salty Zonzi could no longer hold on, spitting out a spray of blood as she was sent flying, crashing heavily into the blood pool. Salty Zonzi! Glutinous rice sweet Zonzi cried out in alarm, her staff glowing brightly as holy healing beams enveloped her instantly. The collapse of the formation happened in an instant. Without the frontline meat shield to hold them back, several blood demons charged in like tigers among sheep. Not good. The shadow of death instantly loomed over everyone. A few backline mages in cloth armor were torn to shreds by the blood demons in an instant. TSK TSK TSK. What a bunch of unlucky souls. Yang Chen clicked his tongue, watching the impending massacre in the blood pool, unable to suppress a sigh. Ah! Accompanied by glutinous rice sweet Zonzi's final desperate scream, the blood demon's claws ruthlessly pierced through her slender waist. The other survivors were also torn to pieces under the endless onslaught of demons. After a brief uproar, the blood pool fell into a deathly silence once more. In the thick, sticky blood, incomplete human corpses and shattered equipment floated, silently recounting the brutality of the recent battle. Suddenly, a more bizarre scene unfolded. The demons in the blood pool slowly turned around. They gazed at their kind and creator with eyes filled with bloodlust and fury. The next second, a bloody and extreme self-inflicted massacre erupted. The blood demon let out a roar filled with provocation, its massive body charging forward like a cannonball towards the golden tier blood demon. The other lesser demons, as if driven mad, swung their claws and attacked their nearest kin with wild abandon. They were slaughtering each other. One lesser demon was torn to shreds by another, stronger counterpart, and the victor's body swelled even larger, its aura becoming more ferocious. Seconds later, the blood demon had slaughtered all of its kind. The entire blood pool, having absorbed the corpses and energy of all humans and demons, became even more thick and foul, emanating waves of incredibly evil aura. What kind of mechanism is this? The more slaughter, the stronger the boss becomes? Run, knife boy. Here's your reward. Yang Chen casually opened the trading panel and tossed the prepared 1,000 blood coins to Run, knife boy. Be boss. Run, knife boy swallowed hard. You're not planning to challenge that boss, are you? After witnessing the horrific sacrificial ritual, anyone would choose to get as far away from this hellish place as possible. But the werewolf boss had no intention of leaving. He actually wanted to take on the blood demon that had just completed its super evolution all by himself? Of course. Yang Chen's answer was simple and straightforward, accompanied by a bright, sunny smile. He mounted the waiting Snot, gently patting its smooth silver fur. Let's go. Awah! Snot let out a lone howl filled with battle intent. An invisible gale surged beneath its four legs, transforming into a silver lightning bolt carrying its master towards the blood-soaked arena of death and evil. I'm going to take on 10. Yang Chen's voice echoed in the empty valley, firmly landing at the center of the blood pool. I'm going to take on 10. Yang Chen stood at the very center of the blood pool, the thick, boiling blood rising up to his ankles. Snot, resembling the silver moon wolf king, stood proudly behind Yang Chen, its fur gleaming like the moon, appearing even more cold and aloof against the backdrop of the blood pool. Around the valley, several figures radiating powerful auras quietly emerged. The Hellfire Giant, towering at 5 meters, looked like a demon god from the abyss, its body engulfed in raging flames that turned the surrounding blood into swirling, foul mist. The Chaos Goblins, 2 goblin guards, stood like the most loyal knights, one on each side of the valley, their weapons glinting with a chilling light in the blood's reflection. The little brothers all arrived at the battlefield. They did not immediately engage in battle but stood quietly behind Yang Chen like the most loyal spectators, waiting for their master's next solo performance. Lowly human worm, you are different from the others. A hint of disdain and mockery flashed in the blood demon's vertically slit eyes, burning with hellfire. It slowly raised its claw, covered in menacing barbs, and struck heavily on the surface of the blood pool. Buzz buzz buzz. A translucent blood-red barrier instantly expanded from it, enveloping it and the surrounding dozens of boss-level demons. The arena officially activated. Mortal, the blessing of blood is your supreme honor. The blood demon spoke in riddles, beginning to gather power, using the blood pool to summon low-level lesser demons. Hundreds of small, red-skinned lesser demons shrieked as they emerged from the blood, surging towards Yang Chen like a tide. Infinite monsters spawning. I've been waiting for this. Yang Chen revealed a bright, sunny smile, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot, beginning a massacre against the lesser demons. Steal lesser demons' big treasure. Steal lesser demons' big treasure. Yang Chen was not in a hurry to kill all the monsters, but instead stole their treasures one by one. Infinite monster spawning. This also means a massive amount of resources. Experience increased, skill proficiency increased, accompanied by piercing screams. One small demon after another transformed into nourishment for the blood pool in extreme agony. But that's not enough. Mountain Splitter, Sea Breaker, steal the left leg of the small demon, steal the right leg of the small demon. Yang Chen's figure twisted and turned among the swarm of monsters. Every kick inevitably resulted in a small demon having its limbs severed, the horrific damage turning them into a mist of blood. The scene was incredibly bloody. The blood mist mixed with chunks of organs and fragments of bones fell like rain. The terrifying mobility was fully displayed at this moment. Instant step plus moon step plus mountain splitter, sea breaker plus moon step plus instant step plus moon step. His figure flickered back and forth between shadows and moonlight. At times, he became an untraceable dark shadow, and at other times, a silver streak that tore through the night sky. Wherever Yang Chen went, flesh and blood flew, and screams echoed, though small demons couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes before being completely harvested. The speed at which the blood demons summoned small demons couldn't even keep up with Yang Chen's slaughtering speed. Brother in prison, are you even capable? The summoning speed is a bit slow. Yang Chen scoffed, giving the blood demon a middle finger, unexpectedly entering taunt mode. Not enough power. No intensity. Weak dog. Various insulting and contemptuous words made the veins on the blood demon's forehead bulge. It had always been the blood demon that tortured and played with other creatures, but it never expected a human would insult it like this. Roar, 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 roar. The blood demon roared. The bodies of the small demons that were killed would quickly dissolve the moment they fell into the blood pool. The surface of the blood pool would bulge with huge blood bubbles from which even fiercer small demons would emerge again. They seemed endless, and killing them was futile. Moreover, the more times they died, the stronger they became. The surrounding blood energy was crazily gathering. One small demon after another gradually transformed into larger, more formidable big demons. Still not enough intensity. Boss, there aren't enough monsters to farm. Yang Chen laughed as he weaved through the swarm of monsters, continuously stealing great treasures. Whether big demons or small demons, to him, they were all the same, and they would just be killed in an instant. So satisfying. Yang Chen felt a thrill in his heart. This place was simply a holy land for infinite monster farming, an inexhaustible treasure trove. Yang Chen was completely going crazy with killing. The blood gladiatorial arena had instead become a great place for him to level up and farm treasures. The sunny smile on Yang Chen's face grew increasingly sinister, his mouth almost stretching to his ears, his eyes sparkling with excitement and greed. He looked even more like a demon than the blood demon in the center of the blood pool. Faster. More. Boss, are you farming monsters so slowly because you're a bit weak? Yang Chen showed an even more disdainful look, his two fingers making a gesture that would infuriate all men, mocking the blood demon for being soft and powerless. You seek death. The blood demon trembled with rage from this barrage of insults. It no longer hesitated, plunging its two claws, covered in vicious barbs, fiercely into the blood pool beneath it. With my blood, I will nurture the demon fetus. Accompanied by its roar filled with madness and brutality, the blood demon's skin, covered in obsidian-like hard scales, began to dissolve and peel off at a visible speed. Its two arms actually merged into the entire blood pool? So ruthless? Is it really going to sever its own arms to farm monsters? Boom, 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 boom. The blood pool began to boil, the thick blood rolling like boiling water, one giant blood bubble after another, several times larger than before, emerging one after another from the bottom of the pool. Pop, 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 the blood bubbles burst, and out crawled terrifying beings over 3 meters tall, engulfed in raging hellfire, wielding various grotesque weapons. The blood demons had completely transformed, their skin now a deep red like congealed blood, with a pair of twisted, goat-like horns growing from their heads. Some wielded massive axes ablaze with flames, others gripped long whips covered in barbs, while some carried gigantic bows made from human spines. These blood demons, just 3 of them, had wiped out Long Tianhao's entire team. Under the active summoning of the blood demon, dozens, even hundreds, of blood demons appeared simultaneously, each comparable to a bronze-level mini-boss. Good heavens! Yang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. There were even weapons. Weapons! I want this, I want this. Yang Chen's gaze brightened as he faced the blood demons with a smooth combo. You have stolen the blood demon treasure, you have stolen the blood demon's left leg, you have stolen the blood demon's right leg, you have stolen equipment. Demon battle axe. The blood demon, which had just been imposing, felt a silver light flash beside it, unable to see its assailant clearly. Before it could swing its terrifying giant axe, a steel whip sliced through the air, striking its flesh, the sound of shattering bones echoing throughout its body, and then its entire form was smashed apart by the terrifying force, turning into a rain of blood. Demon battle axe, epic, level 25 attributes, physical attack plus 120, strength plus 20. Not bad. It's actually an epic piece of equipment. Yang Chen's eyes burst with even hotter light. You have stolen equipment. Bone war bow, you have stolen equipment. Barbed long whip, you have stolen equipment. Demon chest armor. These pieces of equipment hadn't reached the bronze level, but most were epic or excellent gear, perfect for selling. This was no longer a battle, it was clearly a one-sided, zero-cost purchase. Time passed second by second. The blood demons launched wave after wave of fearless attacks, but after each death, they would be reborn in the blood pool, repeating endlessly as if it would never end. On the other side, the blood demon in the center of the blood pool was undergoing a strange transformation. Its two thick, grotesque arms had completely melted, turning into viscous blood that flowed into the pool beneath it. Next, its legs, its waist, and its massive body. The blood demon was gradually dissolving, becoming part of this evil blood pool. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chen had killed the blood demons over a dozen times. His backpack, expanded to 500 slots thanks to the Shumi space talent, was now stuffed full of various epic and excellent tier equipment. As for the most numerous common trash gear, he shattered them on the spot using the forging stone technique, converting them into a large amount of forging essence. Yang Chen felt a hint of confusion. The blood demon's body below the waist had completely vanished. Was it committing suicide? This was definitely not that simple. It must be performing some kind of evil ritual. Sure enough, the entire blood pool became increasingly thick and evil, filled with a suffocating aura of death. The reborn blood demons grew stronger, but their resurrection speed gradually slowed. 3 giant blood eggs, each over 2 meters in diameter, slowly emerged from the sludge at the bottom of the blood pool. They pulsed slowly, like giant hearts, with writhing roots connecting to the earth, drawing in deeper layers of evil power. Pop, pop, pop. The surface of the blood eggs cracked open, shooting out blinding bloodlight. Blood Demon 3 blood demons appeared simultaneously. Their size had slightly decreased, but they still exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. Boss. These 3 bosses were at least silver level. Upon seeing this, Yang Chen felt not the slightest bit of tension, but rather even more excitement. Could it be, even the boss can respawn infinitely? This blood arena should just switch to wholesale. Yang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He roughly counted his recent gains. Just from the minor demons, there were over 2,000 treasures, and from the major demons, there were over 1,000. Even the blood demons contributed several hundred. Not to mention the pile of top-tier equipment in his backpack that was about to overflow. This place was practically an equipment wholesale market. However, the scene that followed completely exceeded Yang Chen's expectations. The 3 blood giants that had just hatched from the blood eggs did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they turned in unison, casting their bloodthirsty and greedy gazes upon the golden-level boss in the blood pool, whose body had already melted away by more than half, their father. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by 3 roars filled with brutality and desire, the 3 silver-level blood giants lunged at their weak creator. Devour. Tear. Nah. It was a scene filled with primal and savage bloodshed. The 3 silver bosses, like beasts driven to the brink of hunger, frantically tore at the original blood giant, devouring their father's blood and flesh. With my blood, I nurture the demon spawn, the blood giant roared, a triumphant grin spreading across its face as it allowed its children to consume it entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The last piece of flesh was devoured. The 3 silver-level blood giants erupted with a sky-high burst of blood light. Their bodies began to swell and mutate at a visible speed, their aura becoming increasingly terrifying. Upgrade. After devouring their father, the 3 silver-level blood giants simultaneously underwent their final evolution. They ascended to become 3 genuine golden-level bosses. Holy crap. No way. Super double. As Yang Chen witnessed this terrifying scene, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Golden-level bosses, which were usually incredibly hard to find, had now appeared 3 at once. It was simply exhilarating. Great, great, great. They all have eggs. Yang Chen excitedly rubbed his hands together. All 3 upgraded blood giants had eggs. Before killing them, he had to take care of business first. Monkey Steel's Peach. Yang Chen transformed into a streak of light that tore through the air, rushing towards the nearest blood giant. You have stolen the blood giant's treasure. Health minus 300,000. True damage 300,000, huh? The total health of the blood giant is around 1,000,000. Yang Chen thought to himself, calculating that the 30% maximum health true damage from organ damage was about the same for a level 30 golden level boss. However, when he looked up at the blood giant's health bar, his expression froze slightly. That long health bar had only dropped a tiny bit? What was going on? A true damage of 300,000 only took away 1/10 of its health? Just as Yang Chen was filled with doubt, he keenly sensed a strange flow of energy. It seemed that the 3 blood giants were tightly connected by an invisible blood-colored bond. Their health bars were shared? Yang Chen suddenly realized. Each of the 3 blood giants had independent health, but their total health was shared. Any damage he dealt to one would be evenly distributed among the other 2. Interesting. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Chen moved like a ghost, darting between the 3 blood giants. Monkey steals Peach. Monkey steals Peach. He struck continuously, stealing the treasures from the other 2 blood giants as well. Health minus 300,000. True damage, health minus 300,000. True damage. 3 massive damage numbers floated up in succession. The shared total health bar was instantly reduced by 1/3. The blood volume diminished by organ damage, transformed into a gray block that could not be restored by any healing methods. You have stolen the blood demon treasure. You have stolen the blood demon treasure. Yang Chen continuously stole 3 treasures. They were all drops from the golden boss and of the same origin. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 blood demons let out a thunderous roar simultaneously. After a brief moment of pain and convulsions, they slowly rose from the blood pool, the boiling liquid gathering in their palms, seemingly casting some terrifying magic. Blood magic. Splash, splash, splash. The thick, scalding blood swirled as if stirred by an invisible hand, forming an enormous crimson vortex. Columns of blood-colored energy shot up into the sky, intertwining in mid-air, ultimately condensing into dozens of blood-colored energy spheres radiating ominous red light. The bloody rain, accompanied by the piercing sound of breaking air. Those dozens of blood-colored energy spheres came crashing down towards Yang Chen's position, completely sealing off all his evasion space. Yang Chen did not intend to take it head-on, giving a bit of respect to the level 30 golden boss. With rapid movement, the black afterimage seemed to stretch infinitely, instantly shifting over 10 meters, and in the next second, it transformed into a flash of silver light. Teleport, teleport, teleport. Yang Chen alternated between instant step and moon step, dodging the attack range of the bloody rain in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood magic actually had a second form. The blood-colored energy spheres exploded in mid-air, turning into countless threads, and blood needles raining down, covering a 20-meter radius without any blind spots. Dodge, dodge, dodge. The previous blood-colored energy spheres were a skill, while the exploding blood needles were deemed by the system as a normal attack. Drunken Song, Yang Chen's body twisted in a way that completely defied the laws of physics, managing to evade all attacks within millimeter gaps. His entire being moved at high speed in a daze, seeming to become thinner than a hair. This was simply a conceptual god-level ability. After dodging all attacks, Yang Chen once again stood before the three golden bosses. Attack! Lightning 5-linked whip. The silver-purple thunder python crazily darted between him and the three bosses. The blinding electric light illuminated the blood pool in an instant, and the paralysis effect caused several bosses to freeze in place, their muscles twitching uncontrollably beneath their skin. Deadly stab. Yang Chen executed a deadly stab, throwing 2 punches at lightning speed, instantly triggering 2 bleeding effects and 2 poison effects, while the Supreme Shadow transformed into 3 afterimages, doubling the special effects again. A total of 8 bleeding triggers, 8 poison triggers. Endless Torment, trigger, 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 trigger. This simple skill triggered the cycle of Endless Torment 16 times. Endless Torment, bleeding, poison, poison, rust to the marrow, poison, bleeding, cycle ends. Endless Torment, poison, bleeding, 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 poison, cycle ends. 16 times of Endless Torment combined with the originally triggered negative effects, instantly stacked over 100 layers of bleeding on them. And with the double, rotting, effect, the poison stacked over 200 layers. This was just one skill. Yang Chen shook his head madly, frantically swaying to reduce the cooldown of his skills. His offensive was like a torrential storm, relentless. With every punch Yang Chen threw, a spray of scalding blood mist erupted, along with a dazzling array of system prompts. The unhealable purple-black demonic energy, the ice-blue frost of the exotic python's cold poison, the invisible burning of the formless flame. Various negative effects bombarded the 3 blood demons, completely overwhelming them. Their status bars had long been completely flooded with a dense array of small essays, the information stream pouring down like a waterfall. The 3 heads of the blood demon, once so arrogant, had lost their previous swagger. Their massive bodies were covered in countless horrific wounds. Black-purple venom seeped continuously from the wounds, dyeing the surrounding blood pool a nauseating color. Bleeding effect, 100 layers, 200 layers, 300 layers. Poison effect, 200 layers, 400 layers, 600 layers. The true damage effect of KO exploded on the 3-headed boss again and again, each time taking away 1/10 of their maximum health. However, even after enduring such terrifying damage, the blood demon's health remained at full. What was going on? Upon closer inspection, the injuries of the 3-headed blood demon were visibly healing at an astonishing speed. Aside from the 30% gray health bar that had been reduced, every time their health dropped even slightly, it would immediately restore. It was as if they were one with the blood pool, continuously drawing life energy from it, as if they would never truly die as long as the blood pool did not dry up. Quite something. If it were other players, wouldn't they be unable to kill it forever? Then let's see my limits. Yang Chen grinned, unleashing all his skills in succession, normal attacks interspersed, the speed of stacking layers soaring to the sky. You can heal wounds? You can restore health? No matter how fast you recover, can you keep up with the frequency at which I stack layers? Bleeding effect, 600 layers, 800 layers, 1000 layers, 1500 layers, 2000 layers. The effect of blood soak triggered continuously. Wound tier was also infinitely extending the duration of the bleeding. However, the poison effect had a limit. The duration of the poison was only 1 minute. The action rate exceeded 500%. Yang Chen could release 1 skill per second plus. For normal attacks, counting the double layers from Rot, along with the 3 Supreme Shadow Descendants, he could inflict a maximum of 48 layers of poison per second. The poison generated a minute ago would expire, and even if he continuously applied new poison, he could only maintain the layers at around 2880. But don't forget, the unreasonable chain effect of Endless Torment could make the layers of poison soar. 10,000 layers. Under a minute of frenzied attacks, the layers of poison surpassed their own shackles and limits, stacking up to a full 10,000 layers in the cycle of Endless Torment. Bleeding trigger, minus 2,295,000. Praise. Pain crit, 3,000 layers of blood-soaked. Poison trigger, minus 1,200,000. Praise pain crit, 10,000 layers of poison. These 2 astronomical damage values slowly floated up from the top of the 3-headed blood demon, even causing Yang Chen to pause for a moment. A minute of full output. The stacking layers of poison, under the enhancement of the Endless Torment talent, had truly broken through the threshold of 10,000 layers. However, the base damage of the poison was still too low. Only 80 points per layer, and even with a critical hit, 10,000 layers only caused merely 1,200,000 damage. In contrast, the effect of blood-soaked was far more terrifying. Its damage was directly linked to Yang Chen's agility attribute, which was in the hundreds. Although it only had 3,000 layers, the damage caused after a critical hit was even higher, reaching an astonishing 2,300,000. Share damage? Can you still recover? Now, Yang Chen scoffed. The three-headed blood demon had to endure nearly 3,500,000 in terrifying continuous damage every second. They were like three dead fish out of water, desperately crawling in the blood pool, trying their utmost to suck the blood from the pool, attempting to replenish their rapidly depleting life. All of this was in vain. The millions of shared health points at this moment resembled a water bag punctured by countless holes, leaking at a speed far exceeding the rate of replenishment. With each jump of the health bar, they would gulp down a mouthful of blood, restoring a small segment. With another downward bounce, they would exert all their strength to suck in, restoring a larger segment. When the accumulated damage that had stacked over 10,000 layers finally erupted, their dwindling health would pour out like a flood breaching a dam, instantly draining away. Accompanied by three roars filled with unwillingness and despair, the body of the blood demon exploded, scattering into a sky full of flesh and blood, reintegrating into the rolling blood pool. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 30. All attributes plus 10. The dazzling golden light of leveling up enveloped Yang Chen. His level had finally reached the maximum limit of this Tianyuan update. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese player Warwolf number 1974 for becoming the first challenger in the world to reach level 30. Reward, 1 golden super treasure chest reward. All players in the Chinese region receive 1 super treasure chest. Numbness. All players in Blue Star felt a sense of numbness at this moment. The first kill was once again Warwolf, always Warwolf. This name loomed like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts, suffocating and despairing players from other countries. The entire world channel was instantly drowned in a tsunami of comments. Yang Chen, however, was too lazy to care about those comments. The world channel was always filled with clichés, brimming with various resentful insults, lacking any novelty. He casually closed the noisy world channel but noticed several familiar avatars gently bouncing in the friend information bar. A dream of falling snow. Congratulations, Warwolf boss, for reaching max level. Yang Chen opened the message, and unexpectedly, several exhilarating leg photos were directly thrown at his face. It was a pair of purple fishnet stockings full of mystery and temptation, the diamond-shaped mesh outlining the delicate white skin, exuding the charm and allure of a mature woman. Understanding. Yang Chen satisfactorily saved these exquisite materials and casually replied with 2 words. Camel bell sounds. Also sent a message, congratulations, Warwolf boss. On behalf of all members of the Silk Road Guild, I extend my sincerest congratulations to you. Incredible. Yang Chen had once again secured the global first. Even someone as esteemed as the president of the Silk Road Guild personally sent congratulations, his words filled with awe and an intent to draw closer. Thank you. Yang Chen replied politely but noticed Nyo-Nyo's avatar was bouncing continuously. Wow. Wolf brother is amazing. Voice crack, the entire world channel is about to explode. Those foreigners are almost dying of jealousy, all cursing you as a bug, ha ha ha. Nyo-Nyo's messages came one after another. Sit down, basic operations don't go overboard. Yang Chen casually replied, why do I feel like you're gloating? All the foreign players were cursing Warwolf, yet Nyo-Nyo looked so excited and proud. The harsher they curse, the more it proves how amazing you are, Wolf brother. Who doesn't like to see their clownish faces jumping around? Quickly check the world channel to see how diverse clowns can be. Nyo-Nyo replied excitedly. Especially from countries like South Korea, India, and Japan, the hatred was palpable. By the way, Wolf brother, our store's business is simply booming. Once the news about those golden equipment and divine stones was released, several big guild leaders almost flooded my friend list. All the weapons and equipment are sold out. Nyo-Nyo reported on the store's situation. The shop was thriving to the extreme. All weapons and equipment had been sold out. Super Pearl the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion not only became the most extravagant equipment store but also turned into a popular check-in spot. Just right, Yang Chen's backpack was also full, and it was time to go back and replenish the store's inventory. Alright, I'll find time to go back and stock up on equipment. We'll talk later. After chatting for a bit, Yang Chen closed the chat window. At that moment, a slender figure emerged from the shadow of a massive rock. In the distance, sneaking up and jogging to Yang Chen's side. Big boss. Congratulations. The runner looked at Yang Chen with eyes full of admiration, as if gazing at a deity. Walking among mortals, he had witnessed the earth-shattering battle from afar. Not to mention a single golden boss. Even if 3 had come together, they would have all been effortlessly dealt with by the Wolf Warrior boss. The exaggerated scene was even more shocking than a top Hollywood blockbuster. Suddenly, boom, 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 boom. A rumbling sound loud enough to shatter eardrums came from deep underground without warning. The entire valley shook violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. The blood pool, which had been slowly rolling, erupted with thick blood, transforming into terrifying Waves of blood dozens of meters high, crashing violently against the valley's stone walls. Crack! A deep, bottomless fissure, like a hideous scar, suddenly tore through the earth. The surging blood pool seemed to have found an outlet, turning into a blood-red waterfall that rushed madly into the dark, deep chasm. It greedily devoured all the death and despair from the blood arena, along with the bodies of the 3 blood demons. The ritual. This was probably the ultimate purpose of the ritual. Awugulu the Snot, mimicking the Silver Moon Wolf King, was anxious and called out in its native tongue. The 3 golden-level blood demons had originally been the best food for its evolution, but now, with this sudden turn of events, they had been snatched away completely. Soon, the flooding blood had reached its bottom, and the terrifying fissure that tore through the earth began to merge at a visible speed. Right! A flash of inspiration struck Yang Chen's mind as he remembered another ability of the Snot. Besides treasure scent, there was also the talent of lava drilling. It could ignore most terrains and traps to drill quickly. Snot! This thing stole your food. Can you tolerate it? Yang Chen's lips curled up slightly as he patted the Snot beside him. Don't let the fissure close completely, leave me a tunnel. Gulu. The Snot understood its master's intention, and its aggrieved eyes instantly ignited with the flames of revenge. Its body quickly changed form, transforming back into a king slug engulfed in lava flames. The Snot's massive and scalding body slammed down on the edge of the closing fissure, acting like the strongest wedge, firmly wedging itself into the merging tectonic plates. Immediately after, the Snot opened its gaping maw. Streams of lava hot enough to melt steel erupted forth, burning a scorching tunnel leading deep into the earth. Hidden map? Where would this tunnel dug by the Snot lead? It was clear that this blood arena was not simple. The mutual slaughter between players and monsters generated death energy that continuously evolved them. Lesser demons evolved into greater demons. Greater demons evolved into blood demons. Blood demons devoured their kind to evolve into blood great demons. What level of terrifying monster would the 3 golden level blood great demons, along with the entire boiling blood pool, give rise to? Runner, you need to keep this a secret. Yang Chen turned back and made a shushing gesture to the runner, then revealed a sunny, bright smile, his 40 white, shining teeth gleaming in the night. This smile? The corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. The runner shivered all over, feeling a chill run from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. Don't worry, boss. I absolutely won't tell anyone about what happened today. Ran Daozi said cautiously, his wandering gaze unable to resist glancing once more at the scorching tunnel leading underground. This was a hidden map. Envious. Curious. As an adventurer specialized in mapping, Ran Daozi was filled with an uncontrollable desire to explore such unknown places. Unfortunately, this hidden map had nothing to do with him. The boss was taken down by the Werewolf boss, and the tunnel was also dug by the Werewolf boss. He dared not offend such a figure. Sigh Werewolf boss. If you finish exploring in the future, can you let me visit the ruins? Before leaving, Ran Daozi still couldn't help but make a request. If there was a chance in the future to enter the ruins and broaden his horizons, that would be great. Some things involve certain secrets. Yang Chen suddenly leaned in, his sunny smile almost filling Ran Daozi's entire pupil. You understand, right? Cough cough cough. I understand. I shouldn't ask you. I won't ask anything. Ran Daozi's heart trembled, fearing that he might say too much and make a mistake, so he quickly changed the subject. Werewolf boss, I'm going to map the area and look for the boss for you. He completely gave up, feeling a bit regretful, and turned to quickly disappear into the night. Seeing him leave, Yang Chen shrugged helplessly. He thought of the Ash Princess who had been imprisoned before, and the Temple of the Flame Goddess. The fewer people who know about such secrets, the better. Entering the cave. The tunnel, drilled through by lava, had such high temperatures that the air was distorted. But the deeper he went, the stronger the nauseating smell of blood became, like a can of herring that had been suffocating in a damp bed for 3 days and nights in the middle of summer. Splashing. At the end of the tunnel was a gigantic underground cave of unimaginable scale, where the sound of flowing water could be faintly heard. A waterfall? As Yang Chen passed through the tunnel, the sight before him made his pupils suddenly constrict. Above the cave's dome, there truly hung a giant waterfall over 100 meters high. But what flowed was not clear spring water, but thick, viscous crimson blood. A blood lake. Beneath the blood-colored waterfall was a small lake with an extremely low water level. Yang Chen stepped into it, and the cold, sticky blood water instantly submerged to the top of his thighs. Countless broken bones floated in the lake. Not just human bones, but also many large ancient magical beasts, their bones still bearing the savage bite marks of being devoured. What is this? Yang Chen looked up, once again shocked by the scene beneath the waterfall. Right below the blood-colored waterfall, there was actually a giant egg with a diameter of over 10 meters. Its surface was covered with pulsating patterns resembling blood vessels, like a living giant heart, each beat sending ripples across the entire blood lake. Countless dense, blood-colored roots extended from the bottom of the egg, deeply rooting into the soil beneath the blood lake, greedily sucking up the energy accumulated in this land. The broken bones of the three-headed golden blood demon were scattered around the giant egg. All their blood and flesh essence had been completely devoured by this giant egg. Goodness, the level of this thing is clearly very high. Yang Chen tried to get closer but was blocked by an invisible blood-colored mist. A barrier? This was a type of rule-based shield. Yang Chen attempted to attack a few times, but it was like a cow sinking into the sea, unable to shake it even a little. He tried various skills and effects but could not break through that layer of invisible barrier, and there was not even a hint of a health bar. Rules? Is it some kind of restriction from the Tianyuan system? Yang Chen speculated in his heart. This hidden dungeon might not yet be officially opened, but he had forcibly sought it out by digging. Rule protection. Hidden dungeon. Plus the previous blood arena, the three-headed golden boss, and this astonishing spectacle. Dark gold. Once this blood-colored giant egg hatches, the monster within will at least be a dark gold level super boss. Waiting here? Not suitable. Who knows when it will hatch? Yang Chen thought of an idea. He ordered 2 chaos goblins to guard this place. Although these summoned creatures could only sense their master's commands within a kilometer, they would still receive notifications when they died. To be safe, Yang Chen decided to leave both goblin guards here and issued them a death command. Defend the blood lake in the cave at all costs. If any player dares to intrude, kill them immediately. Once the monster in the giant egg is born, attack at once. Yang Chen commanded. The chaos goblins and the 2 summoned creatures, strong enough to rival a bronze level boss, nodded firmly. Poor summoned minions. For the sake of their master's grand cause, they had to make a sacrifice. With everything settled, Yang Chen prepared to leave this hidden blood cave. Before he left, he didn't forget to give a final order to the mucus. Mucus, block the entrance and leave no trace. Gurgle. Upon receiving the command, the mucus spewed out a torrent of scorching lava. The tunnel it had personally carved quickly melted and collapsed under the scalding lava, ultimately sealing it off completely. After doing all this, Yang Chen finally felt at ease. Now it was time to savor the spoils of war. First, he organized the mountain of equipment in his backpack into categories. The 500-slot super backpack now seemed insufficient, completely stuffed to the brim. These items would be enough to sell at the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion for quite a while. After dealing with the miscellaneous items, he turned his attention to the real spoils of this battle. Blood Demon's Treasure, X3, 3 whole treasures from the same source. Golden Boss. You have used Blood Demon's Treasure, lifespan increased by 50 years, strength plus 30, constitution plus 30, stamina plus 30, you have gained a new talent, Blood Rebirth. Blood Rebirth, when the character dies, they can resurrect in place once and restore 30% of health, mana, stamina, and sanity. Cooldown, 24 hours, resurrection armor? Yang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Among all types of online games, resurrection items have always been the most valuable. This Blood Rebirth talent not only allows for resurrection in place but also restores part of the status, effectively giving an extra life in any dire situation. No, not just one life. Yang Chen also had the talent, Last Drop of Blood. This talent can withstand 1 fatal damage and retain 1 point of health. Combined with Blood Rebirth, it's like having a life-saving blade plus resurrection armor combo, making him practically invincible. Without hesitation, he used the remaining 2 treasures as well. Lifespan increased by 50 years, *2, strength plus 30, constitution plus 30, stamina plus 30, *2. Your talent Blood Rebirth has been upgraded and gained additional enhancement effect. Your talent Blood Rebirth has been upgraded and gained additional enhancement effect. The 3 treasures from the same source allowed this newly acquired talent to upgrade twice in a row, directly reaching the golden level. It also received additional enhancement effects. Blood Rebirth, golden level. When the character dies, the body temporarily enters an invincible state and restores 100% of all statuses within 10 seconds, healing all physical injuries. Cooldown, 24 hours, so comprehensive. The other 2 treasures from the same source not only increased the restored health to 100% but also compensated for the talent's weaknesses and flaws. When resurrecting from death, others can destroy your body to limit your strength after resurrection. It also has the ability to heal all physical injuries, allowing limbs to regrow even if they are severed, and organs to be restored even if damaged. Unbelievable, truly the enhancement effect of 3 origin treasures. This innate ability is not the slightest bit inferior even when compared to talents of the dark gold level. Great treasure. Yang Chen cast his gaze upon the mountain of great treasures piled up in his backpack. All of these were obtained from the Blood Gladiatorial Arena, where monsters infinitely respawned, resulting in a bountiful harvest. The treasures from the minor demons, the major demons, and the blood demons. Streams of pure energy filled with an evil aura continuously surged into his body. Strength plus 3 plus 3 plus 5 plus 5 plus 7 plus 7. Constitution plus 2 plus 2 plus 4 plus 4 plus 5 plus 5. Lifespan plus 173 years. His 6-dimensional attributes surged once again. The additional lifespan skyrocketed to 556 years. Strength 765. Constitution 876. Stamina 1024. Yang Chen's attributes broke through the sky, especially his stamina attribute, which astonishingly surpassed 1,000 points. There was no time to test the power of these attributes. Next came the real performance. Yang Chen took a deep breath, slowly extended his hand, and placed it on the golden super treasure chest radiating brilliant golden light, giving it a gentle pat. Buzz buzz buzz. The lid of the chest opened in response, and 5 stones radiating different holy glows slowly revolved around Yang Chen. Promotion Stone, Upgrade Stone, Fusion Stone, Source Power Stone, Evolution Stone, 5 high-level Divine Stones. Among them was the Fusion Stone he needed most at this moment. Good. I choose the Fusion Stone. Yang Chen directly selected the Fusion Stone that emitted a soft white light. The Divine Stone transformed into a stream of light, which he firmly grasped in his hand. Immediately after, he took out the pair of crystal high heels. Still burning with black-red demonic flames, luxurious yet sinister in design. Please fuse the Ashen Talent. Fusion. The yellow Fusion Stone was pressed onto the pair of crystal shoes that exuded an ominous aura. Crack, crack, crack. The crystal shoes transformed into endless burning black flames, wildly drilling into Yang Chen's body. A wave of heat and pain intense enough to burn the soul instantly spread through his limbs, making his entire body feel scorching hot. Strike while the iron is hot. He endured the excruciating pain as if being burned by fierce flames, took out the thick soup of Nagwa he had prepared earlier, and drank down the pot of heart of melting fire soup that resembled hellish magma in one gulp. Your lifespan decreases by 183 years. Mental power plus 100 overwhelming demonic flame effect enhanced. Ashen Talent derived a special skill. Boom 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 boom. 2 completely different yet equally filled with destructive energy flames violently collided within him. One was the jealousy demonic flame of the Ashen Princess, unextinguished for a millennium, while the other was the pure lava power formed from thousands of heart of melting fire. Soon, the black-red demonic flame devoured all the energy of the heart of melting fire. Overwhelming demonic flame ignites black demonic flames within a 50-meter radius, dealing real damage equal to your mental power to all enemies every 5 seconds. Consumes 100 mana points every 5 seconds. Ashen, when using leg techniques to attack enemies, adds a layer of unquenchable jealousy. Demonic flame, dealing real damage equal to your mental power value every second. The range of the overwhelming demonic flame domain surged from the original 30 meters to 50 meters. Not only that, the Ashen Talent unexpectedly derived a special skill. Ashen Reignition, when activated, burns 1% of your maximum health per second, and all normal attacks and skills will carry the effect of Ashen. This is outrageous. It is a capability similar to poisoning. It can not only apply deadly poison in one place but also transform into an incarnation of demonic flames that burns the world, sacrificing its own health as the cost, with all attacks carrying an Ashen effect. The side effects are significant. Burning 1% of one's maximum health every second. This is a move that harms 1,000 enemies while self-inflicting 800. But Yang Chen had an incredible recovery ability. Just the healing from the refined demon bone could sustain the Ember Rebirth skill indefinitely. Awesome. Yang Chen imagined it in his mind. All skill damage would trigger the layers of Ember, so if he used the Infernal Flames for a massive area of burning, and then activated the additional effect of Ember Rebirth, wouldn't that mean he could stack layers every 5 seconds? Perfect. Now he was truly invincible. Once the Infernal Flames were unleashed, nothing would survive within a 50-meter radius. If he triggered the chain reaction of endless torment, resulting in bleeding, poison, rust, and all other forms of continuous damage, it was simply unimaginable. A closed loop. This is what is called the chemical reaction of skill synergy. Gradually, a hint of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon. The night of chaos and slaughter would eventually pass. The first ray of morning light pierced through the darkness that enveloped the land, bringing a long-awaited warmth and brightness to this perilous world of the abyss. Yang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Despite a sleepless night, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. He brewed another pot of the thick soup. The thigh of the Gale Wolf transformed into a semi-transparent azure liquid form. The soup swirled rapidly in the cauldron, forming an ever-expanding vortex that emitted a sharp, cutting aura. Yang Chen drank it all in one go. Your lifespan is reduced by 56 years. Agility plus 70. Your talent Moonstep has been upgraded. The enhancements brought by these wolves were not exaggerated. 70 points in agility could only be considered a bonus. Although the Moonstep talent had been upgraded, it had not reached a qualitative change. It merely allowed him to move faster and further when using displacement skills and secondary dashes. Little by little, accumulation leads to greatness. It was these seemingly insignificant accumulations that ultimately forged his current invincible strength. With this, his lifespan was down to 311 years. The income and expenditure barely balanced out, which could be considered a good thing. I'll save these little demon legs for after defeating the Dark Gold level boss. Yang Chen still had a large amount of ingredients left in his backpack, but he decided to store them for now, planning to use them all together after killing the Dark Gold boss in the Blood Lake of the cave. Original soup for original food. This way, he could maximize his benefits. Time to return to the city. Yang Chen checked his attribute panel, looking at his terrifying stats, and a deeply satisfied smile appeared on his face. It was time to clear out his equipment. Having already claimed the world's first 30-level reward, he could afford to slow down a bit. He might as well participate in the first auction held by Nyonyo. It would also serve to establish his shop's presence. Snot. Let's head back to the city. Yang Chen released Snot. That massive creature, resembling a moving volcano, began to writhe and shrink violently, its skin gradually transforming into a silvery white as pure as moonlight. Yang Chen flipped over and lightly landed on Snot's broad and soft back. It was heavy. Yang Chen was cursed with the heart of the polluted earth, making him 10 times heavier than an average person, but that was nothing for the Silver Moon Wolf King. A whoa! Accompanied by a howl that pierced the clouds and cracked the stones, it transformed into a silver lightning bolt, racing towards the direction of the super magic city. You love me, I love you, honey Snow Ice City sweet sweet. As soon as Yang Chen entered the city, a familiar and catchy song filled the air. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a bubble tea shop that looked exactly like those in the real world not far down the street. There were a dozen people queuing at the shop's entrance, with players gathering in small groups, chatting about interesting stories from the game. Have you heard? The Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion is going to hold an auction, and they say even golden level artifacts will be up for sale. A player dressed in a mage robe said mysteriously to his companion beside him. Of course I know. His companion was visibly excited and continued the conversation, saying, many guild club owners are breaking their heads just to participate in this auction. Hey, you guys are outdated with your news. A seemingly well-informed thief player interjected, unable to hold back. Let me tell you something even more explosive. Do you know who the real owner behind the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion is? Who? The crowd was instantly intrigued. It's the War Wolf, the world's number one War Wolf boss. The thief wore a smug expression as he revealed this shocking news. What? The players around gasped in disbelief. The player who was always flooding the world channel with messages? Do we even need you to say that? Another heavily armored warrior in line shot the thief a look of disdain, as if he were a country bumpkin. That's been common knowledge for ages. The wolf character in the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion represents the War Wolf boss. The armored warrior said, gesturing with 2 fingers towards a girl in the milk tea shop. 2 cups of taro bubble tea, please, as the crowd buzzed. With chatter, a sudden, even stronger commotion erupted from the other end of the street. Holy crap! Look! What is that? A wolf? What a huge wolf! Its size is more exaggerated than a lion or tiger. Look at its fur. It seems to shine in the sunlight. So cool. The crowd erupted in waves of awe. They craned their necks, gazing at the majestic Silver Moon Wolf King with a mix of envy and desire. That sleek, athletic figure. That silver fur as bright as the moon. Those deep blue eyes as profound as the stars. The Silver Moon Wolf King's air of aloofness and majesty made Yang Chen, who was riding on its back, appear even more handsome. So flashy, so pretentious, so arrogant. Yang Chen sat steadily atop the wolf's back as if inspecting his territory, slowly making his way towards the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion. What a show-off! Damn, this is way too arrogant. Complaints filled the crowd, with a few spirited young men showing envy and jealousy, stubbornly saying, getting him out in Tianyuan isn't that impressive, my dad has a Maybach in real life. Some female players, however, began to look at Yang Chen differently. Wow, look, that man riding the wolf looks so imposing. A sweet-looking female priest cupped her cheeks, with her hands, her eyes sparkling with little stars. Yeah, although he looks pretty ordinary paired with this silver wolf mount, I don't know why, but he suddenly seems a bit handsome. Her friend nodded in agreement. Hee, I wonder if he needs a girlfriend. Another female player in a sexy robe unabashedly expressed her thoughts, boldly throwing a flirtatious glance at Yang Chen. Girl, don't be silly. Reality will hit sooner or later. Everything in Tianyuan is virtual. Tianyuan is just a fleeting glory. When the game shuts down, he'll still be an ordinary person, right? A 280-pound little fairy showed a face full of disdain, looking down on Yang Chen, and said with a sneer, I'd rather find an ordinary person worth tens of millions and just slightly lower my standards. Makes sense. Just don't know if those ordinary people worth tens of millions would even look at you. Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion. Temporarily closed. At this moment, the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion was in a state of temporary closure. The magnificent door made of starlight crystal was tightly shut. 2 guards in golden armor stood like gatekeepers on either side, with a sign hanging nearby that read, equipment sold out. However, despite the shop being temporarily closed, the area outside was still packed with people, blocking the entire street. Many people came upon hearing the news, hoping to catch an early glimpse of the divine artifacts that were about to be auctioned, including several guild leaders and wealthy bosses. Awah! The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a long howl, and the pressure of a king swept through like an invisible tide. The originally crowded throng instinctively parted to the sides, creating a wide passage. Yang Chen executed a graceful flip, leaping lightly off the wolf's back, and with a thought he stored the snot in his pet space. The crowd gasped again. A pet? A mount? It was said that someone at the armory had exchanged for mounts like military horses. But this person was completely different. It was unclear where he had obtained such a super mount. Yang Chen walked straight through the parted crowd to the closed crystal automatic door. Whoosh! The crystal door, radiating a magical glow, silently slid open to the sides. Why does he get to go in? Exactly. We've been waiting here for ages. A chorus of discontented protests erupted from the crowd. A few impatient players tried to step forward but were stopped by the two golden guards at the entrance, who stood like gate gods. The golden war halberds crossed in front of them, bursting forth with blinding golden light, forming an unbreakable barrier. The crystal automatic door that had just opened also closed again. Are you stupid? Look at his mount. Could he be an ordinary person? Have you forgotten who the boss behind this store is? This guy is likely the war wolf himself. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd again. It's confirmed. Such a flashy mount. Such an arrogant man. That person must be the hidden boss of the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion, War Wolf. Inside the store, Nyo was standing with his hands behind his back, seriously conducting pre-job training. Were there others? Besides Nyo, there were two newly hired, beautiful female staff members. Listen up. At our Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion, we must ensure our service attitude is top-notch. We can't neglect those ordinary wandering players. We must treat everyone equally, understand? Who knows which seemingly unremarkable guy might have something valuable in his pocket. Nyo paused for emphasis and continued, also, we don't start trouble, but we can't be afraid of it either. We can't tarnish Wolf Brothers' reputation. Anyone who causes trouble in the store will have a hard time. Nyo's face was full of pride and arrogance as he glanced at the Heaven's Punishment mech. Anyone who dared to cause trouble here would have to ask if the Heaven's Punishment mech agreed. The last time, the River Pirate was a good example. Wolf Brother. Just as Nyo was speaking passionately, he suddenly caught sight of that familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. His expression instantly switched from the serious boss mode to the fawning sycophant mode. Hee. Wolf Brother, you're back. I was just about to report to you, we've hired two new people. As he spoke, he winked at the two new female staff members. One of them was tall and had a curvaceous figure like a ripe peach. She wore a tight cheongsam that split up to her thighs, perfectly outlining her fiery figure, with her long, fair legs subtly visible beneath the fabric. This beauty's ID was also quite distinctive. Wang Zidiao-chan. The other girl, named Flying Little Policewoman, had a completely different style. She looked quite young, with delicate features and a hint of youthful innocence, but her bright eyes sparkled with a spirit and stubbornness that rivaled any man. Hello? Boss Wang Zidiao-chan's voice was sweet and alluring as she threw a flirtatious glance at Yang Chen, her ample bosom rising and falling slightly with her breath. Boss. Flying Little Policewoman appeared a bit shy, her curious gaze unable to resist examining Yang Chen. You little rascal. Yang Chen wrapped his arm around Nyo's shoulder and lowered his voice, saying, what are you scheming? Now that you have money, you're pulling this stunt, huh? As the saying goes, when a man has money, he turns bad. Just look at this. Nyo, this naive college student, immediately hired two beautiful female staff members. As soon as he got some cash. How fast can one go corrupt? This is a living example. Wolf Brother, I'm just doing it for the store's business. Nyo's face was full of guilt, but he quickly sent a transaction request. Yang Chen opened the transaction bar, and his eyes instantly widened. You have received blood coins 830,000, blood coins 1,120,000. Yang Chen currently had 290,000 blood coins, and with this huge sum, he directly broke through the million mark. Awesome. This million blood coins could materialize the super invincible lucky star talent into reality. If he earned money for a bit longer, he could even integrate all talents into the real world. Wolf Brother, you have no idea. Our store's business is booming. All the stock you gave me before has sold out, and every single item sold for a high price. Nyo began to report on the store's operations as if seeking credit, his expression full of pride. He had definitely achieved something. Over 800,000 blood coins was an astronomical figure. Wolf Brother. According to the current exchange rate, the price of blood coins has risen to 5,000. Nyo revealed another explosive piece of news. The price of blood coins had been driven up, and the current exchange rate had reached a terrifying level of 1 to 5,000. Simply put, over 800,000 blood coins was equivalent to 4 billion in real currency. Of course, after the descent of the abyss, the currency system suffered a devastating blow, but the money in reality didn't turn into worthless paper. Although inflation was severe, $1 could still buy an egg. Alright, so you're bribing me with money, huh? I'll give you credit for that. Yang Chen accepted all the blood coins and agreed to Nyo hiring those two beautiful staff members. Additionally, I'll give you another batch of stock. Yang Chen's backpack had been expanded to 500 slots through the Shumi space. At this moment, it was already stuffed full of various, premium, and exquisite, grade equipment. With a wave of his hand, he dumped all this equipment out in one go. Clatter, accompanied by a series of spine-tingling metallic clinks. Hundreds of pieces of equipment shimmering with various colors spilled out, instantly forming a dazzling mountain of gear on the mirror-like floor. So much. There must be 400 or 500 pieces here. Nyo-Nyo's eyes instantly turned into the shape of blood coins and he pounced on the mountain of equipment like a hungry wolf, nearly fainting from happiness. Wang Zidiao, Chan and Flying Little Policewoman were left dumbfounded. Truly, the war wolf boss is different when he makes a move. Not only that, Yang Chen also took out a two-handed greatsword radiating brilliant golden light from his backpack, Ashen Messenger. This was also a golden great artifact, obtained from the shrine of the Ashen Princess, with attributes so powerful that any warrior player would go crazy for it. With this, the upcoming auction would have another sensational highlight. By the way, Wolf Brother. Nyo-Nyo suddenly remembered something, climbing up from the pile of equipment to report another matter. Following your instructions, I acquired a lot of common equipment. Most of it is trash below level 10 that has been eliminated with a quantity of over 1,000 pieces. These common trash equipment were all bought back at a bargain price of 100 blood coins each. Yang Chan's eyes instantly lit up. He followed Nyo-Nyo to the storeroom, which was filled with all kinds of junk equipment. You go out for a moment. Yang Chen first let Nyo-Nyo leave, then took out the heavenly craft hammer and smashed all the 1,000 pieces of junk equipment. The heavenly hammer in his hand seemed to transform into a bolt of golden lightning. One by one, the mundane equipment that others deemed worthless instantly turned into the purest essence of casting stone, converging into a brilliant stream of energy. Casting stone essence, 140,000. The equipment Yang Chen shattered, combined with the casting stone essence he had accumulated from previous monster farming, surprisingly totaled up to 140,000. This was a terrifying number. It represented that Yang Chen could craft over 140 tradable divine stones in one go. Casting stone technique. Yang Chen began to craft divine stones by hand. You have created recasting stone, you have created forgotten stone, you have created upgrading stone. One by one, divine stones radiating different glows continuously formed in his hands. Recasting stone, 42 pieces. Forgotten stone, 35 pieces. Upgrading stone, 28 pieces. Promotion stone, 18 pieces. Fusion stone, 12 pieces. Awakening stone, 8 pieces. Inheritance stone, 3 pieces. Yang Chen crafted a large number of divine stones in one breath. The most numerous were the recasting stones and forgotten stones. All these divine stones were tradable. If he released them all at once, who knew what kind of bloody storm it would stir up? I can sell some recasting stones. I can also sell all the forgotten stones. As for the upgrading stones, Yang Chen suddenly had a bold idea. If the next version of Tianyuan opened and the maximum level reached 40, could he directly use 10 upgrading stones to reach the maximum level in 1 second? Holy crap! Max level in 1 second after the server opens. How domineering would that be? Yang Chen put away the upgrading stones and looked at the other stones. Promotion stones and fusion stones must be kept. Inheritance stones can be auctioned, but it's best to keep one as a backup. 8 awakening stones? What if I randomly roll for a talent? Yang Chen's eyes sparkled. He still had an awakening stone in his backpack, allowing him to randomly obtain 9 unknown talents. Who knows, he might get lucky. His heart raced. How did Tianyuan turn into a card drawing online game again? Awakening stone. In the world of Tianyuan, talents were as numerous as the stars, and the ways to obtain them were varied. Relying on the 100% probability of the monkey stealing peaches, Yang Chen had stolen countless great treasures and gained a large number of hidden exclusive abilities from bosses. The quality of these talents was far beyond that of ordinary talents. Whether it was the cursed titan's body responsible for defense or the frenzied sway that allowed his skills to connect seamlessly, they all came from special hidden bosses in the novice area. However, talents, under the premise of ensuring quality, were naturally better in quantity. When the quantity reached a certain level, it could also trigger a qualitative change. Use them all. Yang Chen gritted his teeth and crushed all 9 awakening stones radiating mysterious light. In one go. Buzz buzz buzz. 9 beams of different colors of light instantly enveloped him. A series of dense system notification sounds rang wildly in his ears. Hardy. Backbone. Physical damage taken reduced by 10 points. Quick casting. Casting speed increased by 10%. Flame skin. Damage from fire attacks reduced by 20%. Sixth sense. When you are attacked from a distance, you can sense the enemy's position and have a 20% chance to automatically dodge normal attacks. Lucky 4-leaf clover. Your critical hit rate increased by 10%. Windwalker. Your movement speed increased by 20%. Second strike. When performing a normal attack, there is a 10% chance to trigger an additional normal attack. Scholar. Experience gain speed increased by 10%. Commander's aura. All attributes of team members increased by 5%. How to put it? These ordinary talents had varying qualities. Most of the effects of these randomly awakened talents were quite limited compared to the incredible abilities he had stripped from bosses, completely incomparable. There were also disparities between talents. For example, that hardcore talent only reduces physical damage by 10 points. Compared to the initial Titan sheepskin talent, it seems as weak as a joke. Lucky 4-leaf clover increases critical hit rate, but my critical hit rate is already maxed out. Let's just treat it as a critical hit item. Yang Chen has a 100% critical hit rate, so the 4-leaf clover can only be considered a bonus, at least he doesn't need to wear items that increase critical hit rate anymore. Windrunner is decent, a 20% movement speed boost is quite high, might consider upgrading it. Scholar increases experience gain by 10%, if it could apply to skill proficiency, it would be somewhat useful. Sixth Sense seems a bit useless, far inferior to the Drunken Song talent. But the Sixth Sense saves some alcohol, and can detect enemy positions, might consider upgrading it. Yang Chen evaluated these new talents one by one, most of which could only be considered embellishments. When his gaze fell on the Second Strike talent, his eyes suddenly lit up. Second Strike has a 10% chance to trigger an additional normal attack, and with the boost from Super Lucky Star, it becomes 100%. Double normal attacks. This means that every punch he throws can deal damage twice, coupled with the Supreme Shadow that perfectly replicates normal attacks with 3 afterimages. 1 punch is equivalent to 8 attacks at once. Divine Skill. This talent, which might seem somewhat useless to others, is a top-tier divine skill. In Yang Chen's system, the more attack hits, the more times negative buffs stack. The frequency of triggering endless torment increases. This continuous damage, isn't it stacking up like crazy? These 9 awakening stones, just for this 1 Second Strike talent, are already worth the price. Quick casting isn't very useful. Flame Skin is completely useless. Yang Chen glanced at Flame Skin, which can reduce fire damage by 20%. He possesses the Divine Flame Protection talent, which completely immunizes him from all fire elements, so these two effects conflict. Reforge. He can reforge this useless talent. Use Reforge Stone, select Flame Skin. Yang Chen took out a Reforge Stone he had crafted earlier from his backpack. Crack. The Reforge Stone shattered, transforming into a chaotic stream of uncertain light, merging into Yang Chen's body. Under the distortion of the rule's power, Flame Skin gradually reshaped into another ability. Reforged successful. You have gained a new talent, Hard Eye. Hard Eye, even with your eyes closed, you can sense enemies through their aura and killing intent, with a maximum range of 20 meters. This talent feels pretty awesome. It seems to overlap with Wild Instinct, and even has some functional conflicts with Sixth Sense, but Yang Chen keenly noticed the key differences. Wild Instinct is more about early warnings for danger. Sixth Sense only has a chance to trigger evasion when being attacked from a distance, which is also a defensive measure. Hard Eye, however, is a divine skill for battlefield slaughter, possessing nearly 360 degrees of unobstructed vision, able to clearly capture the rhythm of every enemy breath, every surge of killing intent. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Chen took out a large number of promotion stones and upgraded all his talents. Rust like Wind, Silver upgraded to Gold level. Rust penetrates the bone, Silver upgraded to Gold level. Rust Lord, Silver upgraded to Gold level. Infectious Rust Disease, Bronze upgraded to Gold level. Decay, Bronze upgraded to Gold level. Wound Tear, Bronze upgraded to Gold level. Wild Instinct, Bronze upgraded to Gold level. Second Strike, Bronze upgraded to Gold level. Yang Chen upgraded all those core output and functional talents in one breath. 18 promotion stones, plus a few he had stored earlier, were instantly used up. The range of Wild Instinct expanded to 30 meters. The overall ability of the Rust series has significantly improved. After the decay effect grew to golden level, the toxin multiplier increased to 4 times. The special effect of Wound Tearing, which extended the duration from 10 seconds, directly changed to 30 seconds. Blood-soaked KO, these are the skill effects of lethal punches, not talents. The secondary strike has also been upgraded to golden level, with an increased probability of triggering normal attacks, but disappointingly, the number of strikes has not increased. Luxurious. Too luxurious. Yang Chen used dozens of divine stones in one go. Most core talents have been upgraded to golden quality. And this is the difference. Since the arrival of the Abyss, an ordinary elite player, by chance, has at most obtained a dozen ordinary super treasure chests. And Yang Chen? The number of super treasure chests he obtained is more than 10 times that of ordinary players. Not to mention those even more precious golden super treasure chests. While other players are still feeling pleased over a single promotion stone, Yang Chen has already customized his own talent system. This gap cannot be bridged simply by levels and equipment. Time ticks away. Shattering all equipment, crafting hundreds of divine stones, reforging talents, and upgrading them all. 2 minutes of monster hunting. 2 hours of gear matching. Unknowingly, Yang Chen spent several hours in the warehouse, reorganizing and optimizing his future evolution path. The mysterious and enigmatic, unique talent, Super Invincible Lucky Star, has always played a huge role behind the scenes. In the infinite talent pool, there are not only magical positive effects but also a large number of negative effects that could drive any player to despair. For example, constipation, and heavy head and light feet. The talents obtained by players through awakening stones are completely a gamble. If luck is bad, one might draw these garbage talents that could ruin a character. But all of this has been perfectly avoided by the unreasonable power of super invincible Lucky Star. Leaving the warehouse, Yang Chen returned to the hall on the first floor of the shop. Nyo was directing two beautiful shop assistants, making the final preparations for the upcoming auction. They were carefully placing each piece of top-notch equipment, shimmering with various colors, into the display case, categorizing them. They even meticulously matched sets of gorgeous appearances and powerful attributes based on the equipment's properties and styles. Outside the shop, it was already a sea of people blocking the entire street. Countless players were eagerly looking forward to catching a glimpse of the divine artifacts that were about to be auctioned. Hee, wolf brother. Nyo ran over excitedly, rubbing her hands and said, "We're almost ready. Just you wait. This auction will definitely make our Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion's name resound." The two beautiful shop assistants also walked over, their faces showing a hint of shyness and anticipation. "War Wolf. Boss, can we add each other as friends?" Wang Zidiao Chan's voice was sweet and alluring, her deep v-neck revealing a dazzling expanse of white. "War Wolf boss, you are my idol. Please add me as a friend." The nearby, flying little policewoman, appeared even more excited, her bright big eyes sparkling with admiration. "Adding friends is no problem." Yang Chen didn't refuse, casually accepting their friend requests. After all, they were his subordinates. "War Wolf boss, how old are you? What's your zodiac sign? Do you have a girlfriend?" The flying little policewoman took a few steps closer, her starry eyes like a curious baby, continuing to ask in rapid succession, "Where are you from? Your Mandarin is so standard, I can't hear any accent at all." A sense of alertness suddenly arose in Yang Chen's heart. This was a bit too direct, wasn't it? "I can't tell you everything, or I might get boxed in." And with the ID of Powerpuff Girls, a youthful and beautiful woman, could it be that she's really sent by the relevant authorities to investigate my identity? Speaking of which, isn't this a bit too blatant? Which experienced uncle would investigate so straightforwardly, or is it all just an act on her part? Ahem. Nyo sensed the subtle change in atmosphere and immediately shot a glare at the Powerpuff Girl, lowering her voice to scold, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Are you here to make money or to chase stars?" "Oh, come on, boss Nyo, don't be so fierce. Chasing stars and making money can go hand in hand. How happy it would be to work with an idol." The Powerpuff Girl stuck out her tongue, a playful smile on her face, showing no signs of being intimidated by Nyo's reprimand. Yang Chen looked at this cheerful and lively girl, but his doubts were not completely dispelled. It wasn't just the loud Powerpuff Girl who had issues, even this seemingly enchanting Wang Diao-chan seemed to be hiding something, only she was hiding it much deeper. After a few pleasantries, the time quickly reached 11 in the morning. "Open the door." With a command from Nyo, the magnificent door crafted from starlight slowly opened. The players who had been waiting outside for a long time surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. "Ladies and gentlemen." Nyo picked up a megaphone and shouted, "This auction requires a deposit of 1,000 blood coins to qualify for bidding." He set a threshold for entering the auction. Even so, hundreds and thousands of players pushed their way in, eager to pay the deposit, afraid of missing this unprecedented event. Yang Chen leisurely sat on the steps leading to the VIP room on the second floor, watching the excited and fervent players below with great interest. He noticed something interesting. Most of those attending the auction were not the rich second generation from the real world. More were the skilled players who had emerged in the Tianyuan world. They had amassed a large amount of blood coins through hunting monsters, completing quests, and reselling equipment. A new era had begun. The old economic system was collapsing rapidly, replaced by blood coins. How much is a life worth? How much is a day's lifespan worth? In the past, no one could say for sure. But now it's different. Lifespan can be converted into blood coins. Blood coins have become the only hard currency in this new era. Based on the current exchange rate of 1 blood coin for 5,000 real currency, just 1 year of life is worth over 1.8 million. The remaining 50 years of an ordinary person's life equates to nearly 100 million in wealth. Simply put, each person is worth nearly 100 million, and the younger ones are worth even more. In the old days, how much could a person earn in a lifetime? In the new era, even a beggar's life can claim to be worth over 100 million. In other words, human life is the most valuable currency. Those who once commanded respect in the real world, worth millions, have lost their advantages in the Tianyuan world. At most, you might just have half a life more than me, and I can easily drop a top-tier weapon that would equal your tens of millions in worth. Only top guilds like Silk Road can leverage their strong foundation to convert vast real-world resources into blood coins early in the game and quickly establish a powerful force, becoming the true giants rising in this new era. The times are changing, Yang Chen muttered to himself. His gaze tightened slightly as many heavyweight figures arrived outside the door. Some big shots from clubs and guilds began to make their appearances. Qilin Club, Dynasty Dominance, Silk Road, and even the Dragon Soaring Across the Seas Guild, which Yang Chen had previously wiped out in large numbers. Upon closer inspection, the president of Dragon Soaring Across the Seas, Bahai, was being carried by others. He had all attributes reduced to 1, and his body was disabled, afflicted by the cold poison of the freezing him every so often. Thus, he was carried into the auction by the guild's underlings, a resilient spirit despite his frail body. The president of the guild could be said to embody this resilience. He lay limp on a luxurious couch carried by 4 guild members, his face waxy and his eye sockets deeply sunken. Once a handsome visage, it had now become haggard from prolonged torment, barely clinging to life, as if he might take his last breath at any moment. But who is this person? Is he really attending the auction in such a state? Some onlookers, seeing the plight of, couldn't help but mock him with glee. Shoo, keep your voice down, that's the president of. Someone nearby quickly reminded them, his identity in reality is quite extraordinary. He's the heir of 100 billion group. So what? The first player scoffed, his tone filled with disdain, continuing, the situation is different now. No matter how powerful a corporate group is in reality, how much storm can it stir in? Look at him, half dead like that, and he still claims to be a president? The surrounding laughter and derisive comments pierced Thruff's heart like countless tiny steel needles. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, a drop of blood oozing from between his fingers. Bleeding? With only 7 points of health left, he had directly lost 2 points, which was a significant drop for him. Ridiculous. This fist clench almost killed himself. Could only release his fist, forcibly suppressing all the humiliation and anger. Just wait, you bunch of lowly creatures. Once I bid on the stone of oblivion, wash away these damned negative statuses and restore all my strength. You'll see what happens, roared madly in his heart, his eyes flashing with vengeful light. Ha! What's that? Yang Chen stood at a distance, his gaze inadvertently sweeping through the crowd, and he spotted a familiar figure. Li Shaolin. His ID was. This guy had also been tormented by Yang Chen to the point of wishing for death, but now he had regained normal mobility and, by chance, obtained quite a few super treasure chests. At the very least, that had been washed away. Beside him was that former little brother. At this moment, had already turned dark. His face was so gloomy it could drip water, having been severely wounded by the theft of his precious treasure, compounded by the abandonment of his girlfriend, which made him see the cruelty of this world. A gathering of heroes. This auction had surprisingly attracted so many little eunuchs. There are really a lot of familiar faces today, Yang Chen said, his eyes flickering as he looked towards the entrance of the treasure pavilion, where elite experts streamed in. Long Tianhao, behind him followed, and a host of other generals. These guys really had some perseverance. Their goal was not just the equipment in the auction, but clearly also the tradable divine stones. Time passed second by second. As the big shots from various guilds entered one after another, the atmosphere on site gradually became tense and chaotic. People spontaneously made way, looking up in awe at those legendary figures they could only see on the leaderboard, the entire first-floor hall packed to the brim. Ladies and gentlemen, Nyo, accompanied by Wang Zai Daochan and flying little police, stepped onto the makeshift platform. He used a broadcasting device, his passionate voice clearly resonating in every corner. Welcome, esteemed leaders and friends, to the inaugural auction of our Nyo Wolf Treasure Pavilion. I am Nyo, and it is a great honor to share this moment with all of you. He first delivered a round of enthusiastic pleasantries, then shifted his tone, revealing a hint of apology on his face. This is the first auction held by the Treasure Pavilion. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Let's keep it simple and get straight to the point. Indeed, this auction was organized rather hastily, and there wasn't even a single chair prepared on site. Even the presidents of top guilds like the Qilin Society and the Silk Road had to stand in the crowded hall like ordinary players. However, people didn't mind these details. Cut the nonsense. Let's get started. We're not here to cheer you on. Impatient voices rose from the crowd, and the scene became somewhat chaotic again. Nyo had anticipated this and exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Zai Daochan beside him. Wang Zai Daochan understood immediately. Swaying her way to a display case covered with a red cloth, and with a gentle flick of her jade hand, she instantly unveiled the cloth. In an instant, a dazzling purple light burst forth, capturing the attention of everyone present. It was a complete set of outstanding grade equipment radiating a powerful aura. Tribal Warrior Greatsword, Tribal Warrior Armor, Tribal Warrior Gauntlets. These were all top-tier equipment around level 25, seized by Yang Chen from the Goblin tribe. Nyo had specifically selected the best pieces to assemble a complete warrior set. Its attributes were incredibly strong, with absurdly high defense, and the additional attributes were astonishing, adding over 100 points to strength alone. Hiss, a collective gasp echoed throughout the treasure hall. If this set of equipment were equipped to a top warrior expert, they could easily take on a bronze level mini-boss. As everyone knows, Nyo's voice rang out again, filled with temptation. The starting price for this entire set of equipment is 10,000 blood coins. 10,000 blood coins. 12,000. I bid 13,000. The prices began to soar wildly. Each bid exceeded 1,000 blood coins, which was nearly 3 years of an ordinary person's lifespan. 20,000. A calm voice emerged, as Long Tianhao directly offered 20,000. although he had already transitioned to a fighter and no longer used a greatsword, just the armor alone was worth that price. The crowd erupted in astonishment again. 20,000 blood coins equated to 54 years of life, definitely a human life. By the current exchange rate, that was equivalent to 100 million in real currency. 100 million for a set of equipment, what extravagant wealth. A life traded for a set of equipment, how insane was the Tianyuan world? 30,000. I don't eat beef. Li Shaolin raised his hand, expressionless, directly increasing the bid by 10,000, causing another round of gasps from the crowd. However, before everyone could recover from their shock, a weak, sickly voice floated in. 40,000. It was the president of Longting Sihai, Bahai, who was being carried on a soft couch. They had gone mad. These guild bigwigs were absolutely insane. 40,000 blood coins. That was over 100 years of life. You sickly fool, what are you stirring up? Li Shaolin gritted his teeth and scolded. Do you have a life to spend? This was still not the limit. 40,000 blood coins was not the ceiling for this set of equipment. 60,000. A voice filled with charm and languor pushed the price to a new height. Flame Rose, that was the acting president of the Qilin Society. She still wore that fiery red robe, perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. Beside Flame Rose stood a young man, in a luxurious robe embroidered with Qilin patterns, his handsome face striking. It was none other than the true president of the Qilin Society, Qilin Z. A glint of malice flashed in Li Shaolin's eyes, but he ultimately chose to give up. The Qilin Society was a truly major guild. It was said that the power behind them was a giant in the super magical Capital Financial Circle, which had used massive real funds to acquire vast amounts of blood coins from players early in the game. Goodness, the true big shot has appeared. The voices in the hall gradually quieted down. Li Shaolin, Long Tianhao, and Bahai could only temporarily avoid the sharpness of this colossal figure, the Qilin Society. Very good. Kilinzi revealed a proud smile, as if the entire set of equipment was already in his pocket. A transformation occurred. A mage holding a heavy magic staff slowly stood out from the crowd. That was a top 10 super player globally. 100,000 blood coins. His bid was like thunder on a clear day, instantly igniting the entire venue. 100,000 blood coins. This price far exceeded the value of the equipment itself. Yang Chen looked at him and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This guy, dressed in a magnificent mage robe with that staff embedded with a huge gem, looked incredibly cool. But no one would expect that he was actually a violent maniac who maxed out his power points and used the staff as a gun. Beside stood a woman wearing a veil, her figure graceful and full of exotic charm, the Silk Road. This was the Silk Road Guild, making their move. Wealthy and extravagant. This was true extravagance. The Silk Road is undoubtedly one of the most powerful guilds in Huaxia right now. Many people even believe that the Silk Road is an official organization. Kilinzi's expression darkened. The Silk Road making a move at this time was equivalent to slapping his face. He hesitated, continuing. To bid would definitely lead to a loss, and opposing the Silk Road was clearly irrational. Boss, let's give them a break and wait for the next heavyweight auction item. Liu Qiangwei whispered beside him, effectively giving Kilinzi a way out. Give them a break? That sounds nice, as if Kilinzi was giving the opportunity to the Silk Road. Ha 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 ha. Give our Silk Road a break. With keen hearing, caught this whisper and laughed loudly, instantly causing Kilinzi's face to darken with several lines of annoyance. 100,000 once. 100,000 twice. 100,000 three. Nyo held the auction hammer, hesitating to bring it down, seemingly waiting for Kilinzi to bid. All eyes in the room were on Kilinzi, but this big shot remained motionless. TSK. Is that it? Disappointment and sighs filled the air. A profound sense of humiliation surged within Kilinzi as he clenched his fists, ultimately holding back. The word 3 dragged on for several dozen seconds. Finally, Nyo brought down the hammer. Congratulations to the owner of the Silk Road for successfully auctioning this set of equipment. A great start. 100,000 blood coins. Yang Chen was very satisfied with this result, secretly glad to have a business genius like Nyo as his helper. Everyone, the first auction item has been successfully auctioned off by our Silk Road Guild. Next, we have our second auction item. Nyo's voice rang out again through the loudspeaker as the red cloth was pulled away by the Powerpuff Girls. This time, what appeared before everyone was a complete set of excellent grade demon equipment which Yang Chen had seized from the great evil demon. Whether it was its powerful attributes or its visually striking and fierce appearance, it was enough to drive players crazy. 50,000. Before Nyo could announce the starting price, Kilinzi directly spoke up. However, just as Kilinzi's words fell, that familiar and somewhat lazy voice rang out again, unhurriedly. 100,000. Representing the Silk Road Guild, mercilessly slapped back. Kilinzi's proud and stern face instantly darkened, his eagle-like sharp gaze turned towards not far away, filled with undisguised hostility. Silk Road, again the Silk Road. Do they want to completely tear the face off our Qilin Society? Whispers arose among the crowd. It was clear to everyone that these two Top guilds had long been at odds, like fire and water, whether it was the previous competition for prime real estate in the super magic city or the strategic points for seizing rare ores. Both sides had erupted into fierce conflicts more than once. Now it seems that in this contest of financial power, the mysterious and powerful Silk Road clearly has the upper hand. Just wait. Kilinzi looked at the arrogant Suanlubo Bichi, snorted coldly in his heart, and slowly withdrew his gaze. Being in the top 10 globally isn't that impressive. Just because they were strong in the early stages doesn't mean they'll always be strong. Kilinzi had his own astonishing adventure, having obtained the legendary Shilin bloodline, which was said to rival divine beasts. As long as he was given enough time to develop, he was absolutely confident that he could ruthlessly trample all these so-called top experts underfoot. In the upcoming equipment auctions, without exception, all were snatched up by the Silk Road Guild, each starting at a price of 100,000 blood coins. Many believed they were foolishly rich, becoming the scapegoats. However, Yang Chen was very clear that this was Tuo Ling Sheng's way of using blood coins to curry favor with him. It not only suppressed the arrogance of their competitor, the Qilin Society, but also helped Niu Lang Treasure Pavilion create a frenzy, pushing the atmosphere of the auction to its peak. The favor of the Warwolves was worth much more than blood coins. Alright everyone. Nyo cleared his throat, looking at the numb faces in the audience due to the sky-high prices. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. Before the grand finale, let's start with a little appetizer. He carefully took out a stone, emitting a soft white light from an exquisite wooden box made of obsidian, which was surprisingly a tradable forgetting stone. It's really a tradable divine stone. The rumors are true. The foundation of Niu Lang Treasure Pavilion is terrifying. They even managed to get their hands on such legendary items. The crowd gasped again. But when they saw the properties of the divine stone, most people's enthusiasm quickly cooled down as if doused with cold water. The function of the forgetting stone, which erased talent abilities, was too useless for the vast majority of players. Who would have the time to forget and delete the skills and talents they had worked so hard to learn? On the other side, some people in the crowd suddenly found their breathing becoming extremely rapid, their hearts uncontrollably racing. Ba Hai, Li Shaolin, Starburst Airflow Slash, Long Tianhao, Charlie Bai, Don't Eat the Eggs My Brother Laid. Organs damaged, limbs incomplete, and their bodies were afflicted with various vicious curses that could not be dispelled by conventional means. Among them, the most miserable, Bahai, at this moment had bloodshot eyes, staring intently at the divine stone as if he sought his only savior. The state he was in required at least 4 forgetting stones to be completely cleared. Starting price, 10,000. Nyo's voice rang out again. People thought he was crazy. Who would spend such a high price to buy a forgetting stone with little use? 12,000, 13,000, 15,000, 20,000. However, the price shot up in an instant. Those few men who had lost their eggs were now frantic. Their eyes were bloodshot, bidding frantically as if it were not a stone, but a miraculous elixir that could restore their glory and free them from endless torment. Don't compete with me, you damn eunuch! Long Tianhao shouted angrily at Li Shaolin. He had already realized that these guys, like him, were victims of that bastard from the Warwolves. You're the eunuch. Your whole family is eunuchs. Dare to provoke my Quanglong club. I see you're just tired of living. Li Shaolin instantly broke down, cursing loudly. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. This statement made all of them show difficult expressions. What is the Quanglong club anyway? Whoever competes with me is an enemy of Longting Sihai. Bahai weakly threatened, but that feeble voice sounded somewhat ridiculous. 25,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. In the end, a forgotten stone that was worthless in the eyes of others was actually driven up to a sky-high price of 50,000 blood coins by this group of sympathetic fools. Isn't this too exaggerated? These people can't be hired shills from the treasure pavilion, right? It's just a broken stone. Is it really worth it? The onlookers exchanged glances, completely unable to comprehend the crazy actions of these suckers, their eyes filled with pity as if they were looking at fools. 50,000 blood coins once, 50,000 blood coins twice, 50,000 blood coins 3 times. Bang! The auction hammer in Nyo's hand fell heavily, producing a crisp sound. Congratulations to our dragon soaring across the seas guild's president Bahai for successfully bidding on the first tradable divine stone. A hint of relief finally squeezed out a smile from Bahai's face, which had long been pale from illness. Before he could enjoy the moment too long, Nyo's next words instantly froze the smile on his face. Alright everyone, let's continue. Nyo cleared his throat, once again revealing that mysterious merchant-like smile. Next up, we have our second forgotten stone. What? A brief silence fell over the entire auction hall. Everyone stared at the other divine stone in Nyo's hand, which emitted a white glow, with eyes wide open as if they had seen a ghost. A second one? There was actually a second tradable divine stone? This was clearly a plan to fleece the fat sheep. I must get it. The second divine stone is mine. A few young eunuchs exchanged glances, regarding each other as their biggest competitors. The auction began again. Starting price, still 10,000 blood coins. Don't miss this opportunity, it won't come again, only 2 lots left, everyone, get on board. Nyo was like a streamer from those short video apps, stirring the hearts of the crowd. Raise the price. Keep raising the price. It must be secured. The price of the second Forgotten Stone actually soared to 60,000 blood coins. Li Shaolin from the Quanglan Club almost cried out in pain. He could finally remove the negative effects of his physical disability. Next came the third one. Long Tianhao purchased a Forgotten Stone for 58,000. It seemed there were no competitors left. A glimmer of light flashed in Bahai's murky eyes, dulled by illness. After Li Shaolin and Long Tianhao each secured a divine stone, they showed no further actions. Clearly, they only needed one divine stone. Hurry! Continue the auction, Bahai urged. Impatiently, he was secretly calculating that since he had lost his biggest competitor, he could easily buy the next Forgotten Stone at the base price. However, Nyo had no intention of continuing the auction for the divine stones. Everyone, I'm very sorry. Nyo wore a helpless smile. The tradable divine stones are our Nyolang treasure pavilions. Most precious limited items. To ensure market stability, the daily supply is only 3 pieces. What? Only 3 pieces a day? Bahai's face instantly fell. If he had known, he would have spent a fortune to acquire all the Forgotten Stones. Of course, if you really need divine stones, there are still opportunities. You can consider joining our SVIP membership. The annual fee is only 10,000 blood coins, and you can enjoy the privilege of entering the VIP room on the second floor, where there are more powerful equipment and priority purchasing opportunities for divine stones. Seizing the momentum, Nyo began promoting his membership features. The prestigious SVIP, just the annual fee entry ticket, costs a staggering 10,000 blood coins. How could this auction turn into an advertisement for himself? I want to join. Just as everyone was still astonished by the sky-high membership fee of 10,000 blood coins, the sound of camel bells rang out, and Shang Yimou was the first to step forward, choosing to support without hesitation. I will join too. Kilinzi gritted his teeth. Although he was extremely reluctant, he ultimately chose to join. He knew very well that while 10,000 blood coins was a lot, it also meant more opportunities. Since the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion could produce tradable divine stones, it was hard to guarantee that there weren't other even more extraordinary items. Bahai's expression instantly turned more unpleasant than if he had eaten something foul. This was blatant coercion. If you didn't buy a membership, you wouldn't get a chance to purchase divine stones. I join. Bahai gritted his teeth, almost squeezing out those 3 words through clenched jaws. His extreme anger caused his frail body to bleed from the gums, and his life points dropped significantly, nearly causing him to die on the spot and be sent back to the revival point. What a sucker! He had become the biggest victim of today's auction. Family, who understands, being played by Capital again. Dear esteemed SVIP members, please follow me to the VIP room on the second floor. Nyo's voice rang out again, leading everyone to the stairs that led to the second floor. So that's how it is. Those truly top-tier golden artifacts were all placed in the more private VIP room. At the same time, a giant screen made of starry radiance crystals slowly descended from the dome of the shop. The crowd in the first floor hall could also clearly see all the attributes of those artifacts through this screen. Suddenly, Long Tianhao let out an incredulous scream that echoed throughout the venue. It's you! His eyes widened like copper bells, staring fixedly at the man who was leisurely standing up from the stairs on the first floor. Yangchen. Li Shaolin also looked in the direction of the voice, and when he saw that face, his expression instantly turned filled with deep resentment. The enemy. The one who had tormented them to the point of wishing for death. The culprit who had subjected them to endless humiliation had finally appeared. Bahai was so agitated that his whole body trembled, struggling to raise his bony finger, shaking as he pointed at Yang Chen. In his extreme excitement and anger, he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. The culprit. It was this man, the one who had made them suffer humiliation and feel worse than death. Faced with the overwhelming hatred of the three, Yang Chen merely stood up slowly, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and revealed a sunny and cheerful smile. Thank you for your support, everyone. Thank you for your support? This sentence was like a resounding slap in the face, hitting all 3 of them hard. It was rumored that the behind-the-scenes boss of the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion was the War Wolf, and now it was confirmed. The one who had taken their treasure was the War Wolf. The one who had cast a vicious curse on them, making it impossible for them to live or die, was the War Wolf. And in the end, they still had to spend an exorbitant price to buy divine stones from the War Wolf to lift the status on themselves. Pathetic. This was simply utterly pathetic. At that moment, they felt like a powerless husband wearing a green hat. Not only had the yellow-haired one taken away their beloved, but they also had to kneel on the ground and beg the other party to spare them. War Wolf. My Quanlan Club will not coexist with you. Li Shaolin was the first to shout. If this grudge is not avenged, I, Long Tianhao, vow not to be human. Long Tianhao roared through gritted teeth. You, wait for me. Bahai also raised his trembling finger, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. The three who had just been fighting to the death over the Divine Stones now miraculously stood on the same front, unanimously directing their hostility towards their common enemy, the wicked werewolf. At this tense moment, a grand and solemn system notification suddenly echoed throughout the Super Magic City. Congratulations! Super Magic City construction progress has met the standard all players gain the right to purchase the first recharge gift pack. It was now noon, the reconstruction progress of Super Magic City has reached the hidden requirements set by the Tianyuan system. All players within the area have received the qualification to purchase the first recharge gift pack. The 6-coin first recharge only requires spending 6 blood coins to buy a beginner's gift pack. The pack not only contains a super treasure chest but also includes some basic health and mana potions and even a cooking tutorial book. It teaches players how to hunt magical creatures and cook ingredients into food that can increase their lifespan. Damn! Why does this 6 yuan first recharge feel so familiar? This Tianyuan world is like a shrewd shepherd. It has noticed that the livestock it raised are dying in large numbers due to unfamiliarity with the rules, lamenting that these humans are simply too foolish to be able to fleece them for a longer time. It has thoughtfully launched this beginner tutorial to teach them the most basic survival skills. Super Magic City Contribution Points Leaderboard. First place, Battle Wolf number 1974, total accumulated points 2.13 million. Second place, Silk Road Guild, total accumulated points 1.46 million. Battle Wolf number 1974, awarded 1 golden super treasure chest. Since you do not have a guild totem, a personal statue will be created for you in the center of Super Magic City. The system's voice continued to sound. The total points of Battle Wolf alone were even higher than the sum of thousands of elite players from the entire Silk Road Guild. Boom! The ground began to tremble violently. In the very center of Super Magic City, a giant statue over 100 meters tall was rising from the ground at a visible speed. The appearance of that statue was unmistakably Yang Chen himself. This was originally the spot designated for the guild totem with the highest contribution, but since Yang Chen was an individual player, the Tianyuan system directly created a personal statue for him. Super Magic City, Personal Contribution Points Leaderboard. First place, Battle Wolf number 1974, total accumulated points 2.13 million. Second place, Sour Radish Don't Eat, 160,000. Third place, Kilinzi, 70,000. A crushing gap. Daily first worship of the Battle Wolf statue will receive additional grand prizes. The system's voice rang out again. What the hell? What kind of trash Tianyuan is this? This is simply a web game. Just like that kind of garbage legend where if you're a brother, come and chop me. Whoever has the strongest combat power and the highest points will have a statue erected in the main city for all players to admire and worship. Yang Chen's backpack now had 2 more golden super treasure chests. And other players, as long as they bowed to his statue every day, could receive an extra super treasure chest as a reward. In an instant, the players in the hall all bent down reverently towards the giant statue that had just risen in the city center. Thank you, Battle Wolf. Wolf Brother is awesome. Accompanied by bursts of exclamations, super treasure chests appeared out of thin air in their item slots. Looking at Long Tianhao, Li Shaolin, and Bahai, their expressions were fluctuating, alternating between white and black. It was simply more uncomfortable than eating shit. Damn. Let us worship Battle Wolf? Absolutely impossible. Long Tianhao let out an unwilling roar, refusing to bow to his sworn enemy. Thank you, Battle Wolf. However, Charlie behind him bowed down without backbone. He obtained a super treasure chest on the spot and directly received a forgetting stone. Great! Charlie did not hesitate to use the divine stone, completely curing his affliction of being a rootless person. My brother's egg, Don't Eat, also bowed down without hesitation, happily putting a super treasure chest into his bag. Boss, Don't Eat the egg walked over to Long Tianhao and quietly advised, let's not be stubborn. A real man can bend and stretch. If there's a reward, just take it quickly. In the future, when we become awesome, we'll also erect a statue for him to worship back. A real man? This is a useless man, right? No kneeling. Do you have any backbone left? Li Shaolin was loudly reprimanding his subordinates nearby. However, the starburst airflow slash behind him knelt down smoothly the moment he finished speaking, sincerely bowing 3 times towards the statue. How could such a good thing be missed? There was no need for battle, no cost to pay, just a simple bow. Ridiculous. Absurd. Just a moment ago, the players who were shouting for blood against Yang Chen, in the next moment, all bowed down before Yang Chen's statue for a super treasure chest. Even the few lackeys of Bahai who were responsible for carrying him hurriedly set down the soft couch and excitedly began to knock their heads towards the statue. Put. Bahai looked at this scene of betrayal and felt a surge of anger, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. His health, which was already down to 5 points, instantly dropped to 0 under this fatal blow, turning into a white light, dying from anger and returning to that resurrection point he was all too familiar with. Damn! This werewolf was truly despicable. He first used underhanded means to cause many victims to lose their great treasures. Coupled with a series of inexplicable curses, anyone targeted by him was tortured to the point of wishing for death, directly turning into useless beings. How to recover? How to heal? Divine stones. The unfortunate ones could only use divine stones to recover. But just at this moment, the shop opened by the werewolf was selling divine stones, giving the unfortunate ones their last glimmer of hope. Fuck him. I'd been tortured like this, and I still have to give money to the werewolf. Baha'i resurrected, feeling a pent-up frustration with nowhere to vent. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling a tightness in his chest, his vision darkening, almost fainting right at the resurrection point. Kill the heart, shrimp, and pig heart. The scene returned to the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion. The real main event was just beginning. Nyo cleared his throat, pulling everyone's attention back to the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, the next part is the highlight of this auction. The golden level artifact is about to go on sale. The words golden artifact detonated like a heavy bomb among the crowd. Many guild big shots who had paid 10,000 blood coins and successfully upgraded to SVIP members, under the graceful guidance of Wang Zidiaochan, began to ascend the stairs to the VIP room on the second floor. The luxury of the second floor was far beyond that of the first. The ground was paved with crystal floors polished from whole pieces of starlight radiance, as if stepping on an entire dazzling galaxy. Exquisite tapestries made from the hides of unknown magical beasts hung on the walls, and a faint, coming fragrance wafted through the air. Ordinary players in the hall could only catch a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of the VIP room through the huge crystal screen. Damn it, why, a young player muttered angrily, in reality, I work like a horse, exploited by these bosses, and now in the Tianyuan world, I still have to be lower than them. Exactly. Isn't it just a bit of money? What's so great about it? A chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd, and many agitated players began to push towards the stairs, causing the scene to become chaotic again. Wang Zidiaochan was being jostled at the stairway. What are you shouting about? How much have you spent to cause trouble here? Wang Zidiaochan gracefully walked to the stairway, crossing her arms, her peach blossom eyes sweeping over the agitated players. You can't even afford the 10,000 blood coins for SVIP, yet you want to enter the VIP room? I can't even be bothered. With you, her voice was not loud, but it pierced the hearts of every ordinary player like the sharpest knife, leaving them momentarily speechless. Wang Zidiaochan's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the enthusiasm of many ordinary players. Nyo, hearing this, was even more terrified, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. It's over, this time. Who knows how many potential customers have been offended? Yangchen squinted his eyes, sensing something was off. He immediately sent a private message to Nyo. Nyo, the person you hired is here to cause trouble on purpose, right? Sorry, Wolf brother. Nyo's reply came quickly. The time was too tight, and I didn't have a chance to train them properly. I thought about hiring a couple of girls to create some buzz. Yang Chen pondered. Keeping these two here was a risk, but it could also help lure out their backers. I observed a bit, and it's not just that Wang Zidiaochan who's problematic. That flying little policewoman is the same. Both of them have ulterior motives for applying. This news scared Nyo. What should we do? Should I kick them out right now? Nyo wiped the sweat from his forehead, but at this critical moment he couldn't handle all the customers alone. No rush. Let's play with them a bit. We'll deal with this matter after it passes. Yang Chen closed the message box and then gave Nyo a look, signaling him to calm the customers in front of them first. Nyo saw the crowd becoming increasingly chaotic. He stepped forward, first quietly reprimanding Wang Zidiaochan a few times, then picked up the megaphone, apologizing to the customers below with a sincere expression. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. We have not attended to you well. To express our regret, I announce that after today's auction, all non-auction items in the store will be offered at a 10% discount. This statement finally eased the crowd's anger a bit. Wang Zidiaochan's eyes flashed with a hint of malice, but she quickly returned to normal, though her gaze occasionally darted towards Yangchen. Gradually, the VIP room on the second floor became lively. Yangchen appeared at the staircase, and the previously enthusiastic discussions suddenly quieted down significantly. Dozens of mixed looks of awe, curiosity, and apprehension fell squarely on this number one player in the world. No need for words. When a true big shot appears, the atmosphere of the entire venue changes instantly, no matter the occasion. Wolf brother, you're here too. The Flame Rose was the first to react. She walked forward with a swaying gait, wearing a perfectly timed smile. I apologize for my previous rudeness at the Armament Bureau. I didn't recognize the mountain and didn't know you were gracing us with your presence. I hope you can overlook past grievances, and we can have more opportunities to cooperate with the Qilin Association in the future. Cooperation? Yang Chen ignored her, yawned, and walked straight past her. At that moment, another enthusiastic and cheerful voice rang out. Wolf brother, long time no see. Sour Radish came over with a big laugh. Sour Radish, it seems your strength has improved quite a bit. Yang Chen responded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the increasingly heavy magic staff he carried. This is what it means to elevate someone. Two super players ranked in the top 10 globally greeted each other without a care, completely ignoring the charming Flame Rose beside them. Clearly, if you want to strike up a conversation with Wolf Brother, you're not qualified enough. Flame Rose suddenly felt like her warm face was pressed against a cold but her exquisitely made-up face, shifting between shades of green and white, but she couldn't explode in anger. It was no one else's fault. After all, back at the Armament Bureau, she and the leaders of a few small guilds had boasted about giving this big shot a taste of their power. Naturally, Yang Chen sat near Sour Radish, and beside him was the sound of exotic camel bells, politely greeting him. Finally, Nyo Nyo personally took the stage and unveiled the first auction item with a red cloth. Title Barrier Robe Grade, Gold Type, Women's Dress Required Level. Level 20 Attributes, Defense plus 100, Intelligence plus 20, Spirit plus 20 Special Effect. Title Shield creates a magical shield that consumes mana at a 1:2 ratio to offset damage when taking damage. When the shield disappears, the wearer enters a title exhaustion state, doubling all damage taken. The full attributes of the equipment were also displayed on the giant crystal screen in the lobby on the first floor. Level 20 Equipment. This was the loot Yang Chen obtained from the Golden Boss, the Despair Queen. Use magic points to offset damage. This is simply a divine artifact tailor-made for our fragile classes. Countless mages and healers revealed expressions of immense excitement and envy. For them, these fragile classes, wearing this robe would directly enhance their survivability by several levels. Baby, look at that robe, it's so beautiful. A young female mage tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with desire. The allure of the title robe was even greater for her than the most extravagant wedding dress. Why yeah, so beautiful. Horror. Little boyfriend wore a bitter expression, secretly calculating and praying that his little ancestor wouldn't ask him to buy that dress. The price of this golden artifact would probably require selling his life to afford it. What the hell? A dress for mages. Sour Radish Can't Eat was the first to lose his composure. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the robe shimmering with watery light under the spotlight. Don't forget, Sour Radish Can't Eat was a mage. A genuine legendary mage ranked in the top 10 globally, even if his staff was mainly used for poking people. What are you so excited about? The nearby Camel Bell, amused by his exaggerated reaction, chuckled softly. Take a closer look. This equipment is restricted to female characters. What's wrong with that? Sour Radish Can't Eat straightened his neck and said defiantly, for the attributes of this artifact, I wouldn't mind wearing women's clothes, even if it meant a trip to Thailand. Yang Chen was sitting nearby. Listening to their conversation, he couldn't help but admire. For the sake of equipment attributes, Sour Radish actually didn't hesitate to crossdress and was even willing to go to Thailand. He was truly a tough guy. Sour Radish. Actually, you don't need to go to Thailand. I have a special method, convenient and quick, guaranteed to be clean. Yang Chen flashed his sunny and cheerful smile, making Sour Radish Can't Eat feel a chill down his spine. Of course, this was just a joke. Sour Radish Can't Eat was one of the strongest experts, holding a wealth of resources, and could easily extract the dress's special effects from a super treasure chest using fusion stones. On the other side, the acting president of the Qilin Society, Flame Rose, was staring intently at the robe. She was a powerful fire mage herself, and the attributes of the title barrier robe were deadly for her. Boss. Flame Rose looked at the Qilin boy beside her with longing in her eyes, her voice filled with pleading. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Qilin boy felt a stir in his heart, and his hand naturally rested on Flame Rose's beautiful leg wrapped in a Chung Sam. Don't worry, I will definitely get this robe for you. He gently patted her fair thigh, a determined smile on his face. Title Barrier Robe. Golden Level Artifact. Starting bid, 10,000 blood coins. Nyo Nyo's voice rang out through the loudspeaker, filled with enthusiasm. Now, the auction begins. 10,000 blood coins. This price made many ordinary players in the hall feel a twinge of excitement. If 10,000 blood coins could buy it, that would only be 30 years of life. It seemed bearable with a bit of grit. However, their unrealistic fantasies were shattered in the next second. 50,000. Qilin boy didn't even bother to raise his hand, simply uttering two words nonchalantly. Boss, you're so good. I'm about to show off. Flame Rose said with a charming expression, leaning a bit more against Qilin boy. 100,000. Sour Radish Can't Eat crossed his arms, his voice carrying a hint of laziness. Terrifying. What kind of auction was this? Blood coins jumping up by 50,000? 150,000. Karinzi's expression darkened, and the hand gripping the thigh of the blazing rose tightened a bit. 200,000. The Sour Radish remained expressionless, completely unconcerned about the blood coins. Of course, he wasn't worried. Yang Chen's mouth twitched as he leaned against the big tree for shade. The Sour Radish was spending money from the Silk Road, so he certainly didn't care. However, one could see the foundation of a super guild. To cultivate the top-tier combat power, they would definitely spare no expense. 250,000. 300,000. The crowd erupted in waves of exclamations, the price skyrocketing like it was on a rocket. Just this one piece of equipment had been inflated to the astronomical price of 300,000 blood coins. Silk Road. Kirinzi finally couldn't hold back, abruptly turning around. His sharp gaze fixed on the owner of the Silk Road, staring at the merchant with a ringing camel bell, gritting his teeth and saying, "Do you really want to compete with me? Today, your Silk Road guild has already bought so many pieces of equipment. Are you really not giving any other guild a chance to survive?" The sour radish stood up. He positioned himself in front of the merchant, his smile taking on a somewhat playful tone. "It's an auction, the highest bidder wins, that's only fair. If you don't have the strength, don't bark here. Besides, taking such good equipment to pick up girls is too extravagant, isn't it? Be careful not to end up with nothing in the end." His words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, turning Kirinzi's face a shade of iron blue. 300,000. Once, 300,000 twice, 300,000 three times. The gavel fell, and it was finally sold to the Silk Road Guild for 300,000. Kirinzi was so furious his teeth itched, directly pushing away the blazing rose beside him, losing all interest. Next, we have our second item. Nyono's voice rang out again, filled with passion, showcasing the second piece of equipment. It was a two-handed weapon for warriors, with a very high attack power, and it also came with a powerful area damage skill. 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. Kirinzi began to raise the price again, while the Silk Road kept pressing him down. However, the Silk Road only raised the price a few times before decisively giving up, clearly uninterested in the rugged-looking Wolf Tooth Club. "You don't want it, yet you're still raising the price." "Here?" Kirinzi questioned angrily. "Who said I don't want it?" The sour radish shrugged innocently, saying, "I can take it if the price is right." "What? President Kirinzi? Are you still hoping to pick up a bargain here?" This was clearly a malicious price-raising ploy. All right. Kirinzi's face turned purple with anger, pointing at the sour radish and Nyo on the platform, cursing, "You guys from the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion and the Silk Road are colluding to play us for fools, right?" At this moment, Yang Chen, who had been silent, slowly turned around. "You can eat your fill, but don't talk nonsense. President Kirinzi, are you planning to cause trouble here?" Yang Chen said with a smile, and then the ceiling began to rotate, lowering two fully automatic laser cannons that directly locked onto Kirinzi. It seemed that if he said the wrong thing, the lasers would pierce through Kirinzi's body. The big store bullies the customers. The world's #1 war wolf really has a great presence. "I'm not bidding anymore," Kirinzi sneered, directly giving up on the upcoming auction, gritting his teeth and continuing, "I want to see how the war wolf and the Silk Road continue their duet." Yang Chen snapped his fingers. The laser cannons automatically retracted, and then he waved his hand for Nyo to continue. The third auction item, the Ashen Messenger Longsword. Nyo showcased the third golden artifact. This sword had extremely high damage and also came with the powerful AoE skill, Flame Blade Storm. Kirinzi scanned the entire venue, crossing his legs in a posture that suggested he was enjoying the show. He wanted to see how the Bull Wolf Treasure Pavilion would inflate the price. 300,000. A rough voice rang out, instantly causing quite a stir. A flat price jumped straight to 300,000? This was a must-have. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a towering warrior clad in dark golden heavy armor, slowly rising from the corner. It was the president of the Dynasty Dominance Guild, War Emperor. This guild had remained silent until the appearance of the Ashen Messenger Longsword finally making their move. There are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Sour Radish glanced at the ashen-faced Kirinzi and mockingly said, "President Kirinzi, this room isn't just about our two families, there are plenty of experts here." This was indeed the truth. There were over 30 people in the VIP room, each from different guilds and factions, every one of them a powerful figure. The Dynasty Dominance Guild clearly had their eyes on the Flame Blade Storm skill, which could create a powerful synergy with their own abilities, hence their extravagant bid. After all this, Kirinzi ended up with nothing, becoming the laughingstock of the event. No face. It was simply too humiliating. This series of slaps to the face was even louder than being publicly slapped several times. Humiliation. Kirinzi felt his cheeks burning, and uncontrollable rage surging to the top of his head. "We're leaving." He suddenly stood up from the sofa, unable to endure the mocking and derisive atmosphere any longer, and stormed toward the exit of the VIP room. Seeing this, Blazing Rose could only sigh helplessly and follow closely behind. "Just wait. Silk Road. And you, damn bull. Wolf Treasure Pavilion. The humiliation I suffered today, I, Kirinzi, will repay 100-fold in the future. Once my Qilin bloodline fully awakens, I will make all of you kneel at my feet, wagging your tails in submission." Kirinzi's heart roared wildly. Yang Chen quietly watched Kirinzi's departing figure, his gaze slightly shifting. This grudge was thoroughly established. A great harvest. The Ashen Messenger Longsword was secured by the big shot from Dynasty Dominance. Nyo then took out the final heritage stone. Although there was no malicious price hike from the Qilin Guild, it still fetched a staggering 3,500,000 blood coins due to the competition from Silk Road and several mysterious big shots. Thus, this grand auction that ignited the entire Super Magic City finally came to a close. Wolf brother, next time there's such an auction, remember to give your brother a shout. Sour Radish approached Yang Chen before leaving, winking and saying, I guarantee I'll come to support. For business in the shop, just look for Nyo Nyo. Yang Chen replied with a smile. I hope we can continue to cooperate next time. The sound of camel bells approached as the beautiful figure of Camel Bell stepped forward, her eyes, veiled by light gauze, filled with sincere smiles as she gently shook hands with Yang Chen. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the distinguished guests left, satisfied. Only Yang Chen, Nyo Nyo, and the two newly joined female staff remained in the shop. Wolf brother, this time it's a big harvest, Nyo Nyo exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he began to calculate the total earnings from this auction. First, those several sets of exceptional gear sold for a total of 400,000 blood coins under Silk Road's friendship price. 3 forgetting stones, 3 golden grade artifacts, and 1 final heritage stone, plus the SVIP membership fees paid by over 30 big shots. 2,100,000. A total profit of 2,100,000 blood coins. We hit it big. This time we really hit it big. Nyo Nyo looked at the long string of zeros, nearly fainting from happiness. He couldn't help but feel grateful. Luckily, he seized the opportunity and clung tightly to the werewolf's thigh. Although he only had a 10% stake, he would still get over 200,000 blood coins. This lifetime was definitely secured. Transaction: Nyo Nyo transferred the entire 1.9 million blood coins. After deducting costs and dividends, blood coins 3.02 million. Yang Chen looked at the balance in his account and couldn't help but take a deep breath. With the funds he had saved before, the blood coins had actually surpassed 3 million. At the current terrifying exchange rate of 1:5,000, this was equivalent to 15 billion in real currency. If calculated in terms of lifespan, it represented over 8,000 years of life. Shocking. Once upon a time, he was just an exploited ordinary worker. The wealth Yang Chen now possessed was enough to place him on the national rich list. This feeling was like a dream, making him feel lightheaded with a sense of unreality. Strength is the true path. Everything I have is earned through strength. Yang Chen's gaze gradually became resolute. He should not let wealth disturb his peace of mind. Money, the rules of the Tianyuan world, were gradually changing the entire world. Under the rules of peace, wealth represented a person's achievements, represented a person's strength, represented a person's lifelong accomplishments. However, the abilities in the Tianyuan world could be materialized and brought back to reality, instantly breaking the rules of peace. No matter how much wealth a person possesses, they are still a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Only with strong personal strength can one truly have the hard truth, able to plunder more wealth at any time. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. My mindset should change as well. Yang Chen thought to himself, as the world's #1 powerful player, he should adjust his mindset. Ha ha ha. Nyo Nyo was in a great mood. He waved his hand and directly transferred a commission reward of 1,000 blood coins each to the two beautiful shop assistants who were still in a daze. Take it. You both worked hard today. Wang Zidao Chan and Flying Girl looked at the transaction prompt, instantly stunned by the sudden influx of money. 1,000 blood coins? Thank you, boss. You're so generous. The Flying Girl was so excited that her face turned red, her bright eyes sparkling with little stars of happiness. We struck it rich. Little policewoman, let's go out for a big meal tonight. Wang Zidao Chan smiled charmingly, excitedly hugging the Flying Girl's arm and said, I know a newly opened restaurant where the ingredients are made from boss meat, and it's said that eating there can even increase attributes. Upon hearing this, Nyo Nyo suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh. Right, we should celebrate properly. Wolf brother, you've worked hard for so long, why don't we celebrate together? Celebrate? Work and rest in harmony. Should the boss and the werewolf boss join us too? Wang Zidao Chan looked up in surprise, her charming peach blossom eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yang Chen, speaking in a sweet voice. I really want to have a meal with the werewolf boss. Something felt off. A subtle glint flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. This Wang Zidao Chan had been intentionally steering the conversation towards celebration and big meal from the very beginning. Her intentions were definitely not simple. Sure, I've been grinding monsters, and I am indeed tired. Yang Chen maintained a calm expression, instead revealing a hearty smile. Everyone has worked hard, so let's celebrate properly. Yay! The boss is treating us to a big meal. The Flying Girl's eyes lit up and she began to dance with joy. Do you have any recommended restaurants? Nyo Nyo looked at her greedy cat-like expression and couldn't help but be amused. Yes, yes, yes. The moment food was mentioned, the Flying Girl instantly perked up, counting on her fingers as she began to recommend. I know there's a place in the south of the city called Octopus Brothers Meatballs, made from deep-sea octopus tentacles, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, chewy and juicy, bursting with flavor. There's also a place next door that serves meat sandwiches, made from ferocious wild boar meat. She recommended several places in a row, but without exception, they were all street snacks. Ahem. Wang Zidao-chan glanced at the endlessly chattering little policewoman, a trace of barely perceptible disdain flashing in her eyes and then calmly interrupted her. I know a place called Tianhai Restaurant that's quite good. I've heard that their decor is not only antique but also features some top-notch ingredients made from boss meat specifically for entertaining distinguished guests. Yang Chen nodded upon hearing this. All right, let's go to this one. Before the celebration, business couldn't be neglected. Nyo categorized and placed some stable-priced equipment into the vending machine. Even without staff present, the shop could operate 24 hours a day, fully realizing the concept of unmanned vending. No one dared to cause trouble. The Tianfa mech standing in the center of the hall loomed like a demon god. After the last robbery incident, no one dared to have any ill thoughts about the Nyo Lang Treasure Pavilion. With everything settled, the group then took the teleportation array to the most famous food street in the eastern district of the Super Magic City. As soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array, a rich aroma of street food hit them. The sounds of vendors calling out, players chatting and laughing rose and fell, filling the air. On both sides of the street, various styles of food stalls lined up, from antique Chinese restaurants to exotic Western eateries. Everything was available. The air was filled with the fragrance of various foods, making one's appetite surge. The group passed through the bustling snack street and soon found a uniquely styled restaurant at the corner. The storefront was luxuriously decorated, with flying eaves and bracket sets, carved beams and painted rafters. A plaque carved from a whole piece of golden silk Manhwa would displayed 4 grand characters. Tianhai Restaurant. It looked very expensive. Let's go in. Yang Chen glanced at Wang Zidiaochan and was the first to step into this luxurious restaurant. He wanted to see what tricks this Wang Zidiaochan was up to. The interior of the restaurant exuded luxury. The floor was paved with polished white Han marble, reflecting the giant chandelier made of countless luminous pearls hanging from the dome, casting a soft yet bright glow. Nyo followed behind Yang Chen, appearing somewhat timid. In reality, he was just an ordinary college student. Where had he ever been to such high-end places? Seeing such a lavishly decorated restaurant, he usually avoided it, fearing that ordering a few dishes would cost him thousands of his living expenses. Why do you look like a thief? With those shifty eyes? Yang Chen chuckled, patting Nyo on the shoulder. Don't forget, you're now a big boss with hundreds of thousands of blood coins. Yes, I'm now also a super big boss holding hundreds of thousands of blood coins, equivalent to billions in real currency. Nyo straightened his back instantly, his mindset gradually shifting. With money in hand, he should stand a little taller. In fact, aside from accompanying his superiors to meet clients, Yang Chen rarely visited such places. He had always looked down on these so-called high-priced restaurants. What was sold here was no longer just food itself, but a symbol called status, selling rare high-end ingredients to showcase one's noble position. Or perhaps a big boss needed a high-end and private space to discuss business. In terms of nutritional value, everyone was eating pretty much the same. However, times had changed. Yang Chen's mindset had undergone a tremendous transformation. A mere restaurant, what was it worth? The building materials here probably couldn't even compare to a single pillar of his own, super pearl. Entering the hall, a waitress dressed in a modified cheapao with a sweet smile gracefully approached and led the group to a luxurious private room by the window on the second floor. Dear guests, our private room has a minimum consumption. There's also an additional 15% service charge. The waitress's voice was sweet and pleasant. Although she mentioned the extra fees, it didn't make anyone feel uncomfortable. Although the young lady's voice was pleasant, Nyo still felt a pang of pain and discomfort. Another minimum consumption, another service charge. These high-end restaurants, who did they learn this from? They've absorbed all the dregs of the Western tipping culture. Please take a look at the menu. The waitress held out several beautifully bound menus to the people present. Nyo opened one and nearly spat it out in shock. This is way too expensive. Yang Chen took the menu, casually flipped through a few pages, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Expensive. It was simply too expensive. Not a single dish on the menu was priced below 100 blood coins. What does it mean to have a dish priced at 100 blood coins? That's equivalent to 500,000 in real currency, and they also charge a 15% service fee. This isn't dining, it's clearly eating money. We should leave, the prices here are just too high. The flying police girl leaned over to take a look and couldn't help but whisper. Dear guests, you may not be aware. The waitress noticed everyone's doubts and smiled as she explained. The ingredients in our restaurant are carefully prepared from the flesh and blood of powerful magical beasts. Not only are they delicious, but consuming them can also increase your lifespan. She pointed to a dish on the menu called Immortal Crane Divine Needle and continued, for example, this dish, although priced at 100 blood coins, can restore at least 60 days of extra lifespan. So that's how it is. Lifespan can be exchanged for blood coins, but blood coins cannot be directly exchanged for lifespan. These foods made from special ingredients essentially provide a channel to exchange blood coins for lifespan, and the restaurant just makes a little processing fee from it. These restaurants sell not just food, but life. 100 blood coins equals 60 days of lifespan? When you put it that way, it doesn't seem so bad. But Nyo was extremely sensitive to business, and with a little calculation, he immediately sensed the catch. What does it mean to earn 40 blood coins from a single dish, and on top of that, charge a service fee? This is practically repurchasing lifespan at an exorbitant 2:1 markup. Outside, a fiery chicken leg that can restore 8 days of lifespan only costs 10 blood coins. The flying police girl couldn't help but mutter, "This place is way too shady." "It's fine," Yang Chen waved his hand dismissively, glancing at Wang Zidiao-chan. "Since we're here, let's just eat casually." What a casual meal. He took the menu and was even too lazy to look at the prices, ordering a dozen of the most luxurious dishes in one breath. Grilled lava lizard tail, clear stewed swamp multi-headed snake, iron plate grilled, Tauran axe steak, stir-fried venomous spider legs. Let's start with these, and if it's not enough, we can order more. These dishes were unattainable in reality. The flying police girl beside him was left dumbfounded. The total price for this table of dishes exceeded 3,000 blood coins, luxurious to the extreme. Soon, a stream of exquisite delicacies, made from powerful magical beast ingredients, was served at the table. Wang Zidiao-chan and the flying police girl completely let go, chatting and laughing with Nyo, and the atmosphere in the private room became warm and cheerful. However, just as they were toasting and exchanging drinks, an unexpected change occurred. Thud! The flying police girl suddenly went limp, her chopsticks clattering to the ground, and she collapsed uncontrollably, instantly falling into a state of unconsciousness. Immediately after, Nyo felt a wave of dizziness, his eyes blurred, unable to hold onto the wine glass in his hand, and as his chair tilted, he too fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Poison? There's poison in this food? And not just any ordinary poison. You are affected by the 10 fragrance soft bone powder paralysis, ineffective dizziness, ineffective, all attributes decreased by 20%, lasts for 24 hours. Yang Chen possessed the talent, polluted heart of the earth, which completely immunized him against negative control effects. In addition, the 10 fragrance soft bone powder should have reduced more attributes. The talent of toxin immunity can immunize against most toxin damage and resist the effects of most strange poisons. You poisoned me? Yang Chen squinted at Wang Zidiao-chan, who sat calmly in the room. She was the only one unscathed. Slowly, she set down her wine glass, and the charming smile on her face gradually shifted to a cold, mocking sneer. Don't force it. Having been hit by the 10 fragrant soft bone powder, you can barely stand, right? Wang Zidiao-chan stood up, swaying gracefully as she perched herself on the table in front of Yang Chen, her delicate fingers gliding across her alluring, soft face. That face is fake. A mask. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Cheng Gue. A rough voice followed, and Wang Zidiao-chan's enchanting cheeks were brutally torn away, revealing a twisted and grotesque male face. Beneath the disguise of Wang Zidiao-chan was a man with a hideous visage. His face was covered in twisted scars resembling centipedes, and his triangular eyes glinted with a cold, venomous light. No wonder you're the world's #1 battle wolf. To have been hit by my 10 fragrant soft bone powder and still manage to sit here, just this level of composure is enough to earn respect. Cheng Gui's voice was coarse and hoarse, a stark contrast to the previous sultry tone. He was filled with absolute confidence in his strange poison, believing he had the upper hand, his gaze towards Yang Chen filled with the playful mockery of a cat playing with a mouse. No rush. Let's play along with him. We have no grudges or enmities. Yang Chen gritted his teeth, each word painfully squeezed out from between his teeth. What benefit does this bring you? The actor was in full swing. After saying these 2 sentences, he slumped weakly in his chair, his eyes reflecting just the right amount of weakness and unwillingness, perfectly portraying the image of someone powerless to resist after being poisoned. Sorry about that. Cheng Gue let out a chilling laugh. I'm just taking money to help others with their troubles. As he spoke, he lightly clapped his hands. The heavy door of the private room, crafted from golden silk Nanmu wood, silently slid open. A burly middle-aged man, as solid as an iron tower, and wielding a gleaming saber, escorted an elderly man with a head full of silver hair into the room. Although the old man was advanced in years, he stood straight as a rod. A glimmer of sharpness occasionally flashed in his murky old eyes, exuding a powerful aura that commanded respect without anger. Is he the battle wolf? The silver-haired elder slowly spoke, his gaze landing on Yang Chen. That's right. He is the world's #1 battle wolf. Cheng Gue confirmed, his mocking smile growing more smug. Even the world's top expert had been outsmarted by him. This was something to boast about. Upon receiving confirmation, the silver-haired elder's expression instantly turned extremely grim. His eyes bulged with blood, veins protruding, and his entire body trembled violently with intense rage, flames of hatred burning in his gaze. Yet Yang Chen wore a puzzled expression. What was wrong with this old man? It was as if he had a deep-seated grudge against him. What on earth is going on? I don't remember having any grievances with you. Yang Chen continued to act, struggling to articulate each word. Grievances? The silver-haired elder seemed to have heard the biggest joke. He stepped forward, pointing a finger at Yang Chen's nose, letting out a hysterical roar. You killed my only son. Isn't that enough of a blood feud? The most painful thing in the world is for a parent to bury their child. Yang Chen was even more confused. He carefully recalled in his mind that he had offended quite a few rich young masters. Which unfortunate soul had such a powerful father? Aha! I remember now. Yang Chen revealed a look of sudden realization, as if he had truly killed a young master, someone named Wei Waduzun. The place of burial. The experience. Before hunting the Golden Skeleton King, Yang Chen indeed had killed an arrogant super-rich second generation whose game ID was Wei Waduzun. In reality, it seemed to be Zhao Dalong. At that time, he had heard that Zhao Dalong's father was not an ordinary person but a local tyrant, wielding immense power. Zhao Chunqiu? Yang Chen slowly uttered the name of the silver-haired old man. This was the reason for coming to the Tian Yuan world, to take revenge for his son. As long as you know. Zhao Chunqiu's bloodshot old eyes burst with deep-seated resentment. Today, I will avenge my son. However, what responded to Zhao Chunqiu was a burst of mocking laughter. Avenge? This is the Tian Yuan world. At most, you can only kill me once, making me lose a bit of lifespan. Yang Chen looked up at Zhao Chunqiu, a hint of disdain on his face. It wasn't that easy to completely kill someone in the Tian Yuan world unless one had special means like himself. Was there a problem? The Qinggui stood to the side, frowning slightly. He observed Yang Chen's current attitude and tone of speech, and the feeling of unease in his heart grew stronger. This battle wolf seemed not as weak as imagined. Logically speaking, having been hit by the 10 fragrant soft bone powder, even with strong willpower, he should have no strength to speak. Why did it feel like he was slowly recovering? You're not wrong. In the Tian Yuan world, I indeed cannot completely kill you. Zhao Chunqiu's tone shifted, becoming even more vicious. But I can make you wish for life but cannot have it, wish for death, but cannot die. Before his words fell, the burly man beside him, wielding a broadsword, took a few heavy steps forward. This man named Pajun wore a cruel and bloodthirsty grin. He scanned Yang Chen, who was slumped in the chair, licking his cracked lips, and explained in an almost perverse excitement, "In a moment, Qinggui will treat your wounds. And I will slowly chop off all your limbs." He possessed a very special ability. Severed limbs. That broadsword, glinting with a cold light, was a weapon with special effects. Coupled with his extraordinary skills, it could probabilistically sever limbs when the enemy was severely injured. Such damage should have been fatal. But it didn't matter. Qinggui, besides being skilled in poison, also knew some healing skills. Qinggui would heal you, preventing you from dying. Pejun would chop off your limbs, allowing you to be painfully reduced to a human stick in endless suffering. This was the true wish for life but cannot have it, wish for death but cannot die. Severed limb effects? It seemed to have a similar essence to his Lishan Duan Haishur. Unfortunately, not to mention whether it could break through his defenses. Yang Chen was actually immune to the severed limbs effect. Don't forget, he had just acquired a new dark gold talent by Lian Imogu. This powerful talent not only greatly enhanced Yang Chen's healing ability but also made him immune to any negative damage to his bones. Want to chop off his limbs? That was simply a fantasy. Go ahead. Zhao Chunqiu's resentful gaze was filled with impatience. He wanted to see this enemy who killed his son, wailing and begging for mercy in endless pain. A more cruel and bloodthirsty grin appeared on Pajun's face. He gripped the heavy broadsword tightly, raising it high above his head, the bulging muscles straining against his clothes, almost ready to burst. Which arm should I start with? He seemed like a craftsman about to carve a piece of art, his gaze sweeping over Yang Chen's two seemingly powerless arms, ultimately locking onto Yang Chen's right arm. Ha! The broadsword in Pajun's hand whistled through the air, cutting a chilling arc as it swung down heavily towards Yang Chen's right shoulder. That strike was powerful and swift as lightning. Before the blade even reached him, the fierce blade aura had already sliced the luxurious chair made of solid mahogany beneath Yang Chen into splinters. Bang! A deafening crash erupted. The broadsword, capable of splitting stone, felt as if it had struck a piece of the hardest diamond when it made contact with Yang Chen's shoulder. Immunity that strikes surprisingly failed to break through Yang Chen's defense. It couldn't even leave a white mark on his seemingly ordinary skin. This is where it ends. Yang Chen slowly stood up from the pile of shattered chair remnants, dusting off his clothes, revealing his signature sunshine smile. Old biting, your idea is quite good. But unfortunately, the one being turned into a stick today is not me. Yang Chen stopped pretending, moving freely, completely unaffected by the paralysis of the Shixiang soft bone powder. How can you still move? The grotesque face of the Qinggui showed an unmistakable horror. His bad premonition peaked at that moment. The Shixiang soft bone powder was a rare poison he had painstakingly exchanged from some mysterious NPC. Its toxicity was so fierce that it could incapacitate an adult elephant in an instant. Although some players had toxin resistance, this peculiar poison was not among them. Could it be that this battle wolf had some special means to resist peculiar poisons? Yang Chen did not answer, his smile growing even brighter. Peculiar poison? Sorry, I am the ancestor of playing with peculiar poisons. This little bit of toxin, who can handle it? Although the effect of the Shixiang soft bone powder was decent compared to the 3 types of peculiar poisons derived from the boss's essence that he possessed. It was like a small witch meeting a great witch. This dosage was even less than a pot of thick soup casually brewed in the Nagwa crucible. No more acting. Yang Chen's figure instantly vanished from the spot, appearing ghost-like beside Qinggue. Monkey steals peach. With a swift and ruthless move, he struck back. You have stolen Qinggue's treasure, you have stolen the mask. 1,000 changes you have stolen. Shixiang soft bone powder. Antidote. Qinggue hadn't even had time to react before he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his lower abdomen. He collapsed to the ground like a soft-bodied creature stripped of all its bones, trembling and convulsing violently, cold sweat soaking his clothes, the veins on his temples bulging like writhing earthworms. And it wasn't over yet. A layer of deadly venom covered Yang Chen's palm. Mountain Splitter deadly punch. The 2 moves were unleashed almost simultaneously. A torrent of information flooded Qinggue's status bar in an instant. Poisoned, bleeding, combined with the burning of the ember demon flame, a chain reaction of endless torment immediately produced dozens of layers of negative effects. The more types of effects, the more cycles of endless torment, and the higher the efficiency of damage stacking. The venom seeped into his body. Blood wounds burst open. The ember demon flame burned furiously. Qinggue's body, still convulsing on the ground, was instantly consumed by continuous damage, unable to let out even a single scream before turning to a handful of ashes. This effect was very satisfying. Pajun saw his companion instantly killed and roared in anger, swinging the broadsword in his hand again. He couldn't believe it. Could this person remain immune and invincible forever? Flying Dragon explores the clouds. Yang Chen simply raised his hand casually, directly targeting the broadsword. In Pajun's hand. You have stolen Slayer's Great Knife. You have stolen a special item. Introduction letter from the underground black market. You have stolen equipment. N. Pajun was dumbfounded. The motion of his swing had already descended, but the weapon in his hand had vanished, disarmed just like that. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching pain surged from his lower abdomen. Yang Chen shook his head frantically. The skill cooldown was rapid, and he activated Monkey Steals Peach again. Like to chop people? A single Mountain Splitter Sea Breaker directly severed Pajun's 2 thighs at the roots. Blood burst forth, accompanied by a massive amount of strange poison and negative status effects, sending Pajun back to the resurrection point. This? Zhao Chuanxiu was so frightened that he kept retreating. The power of the war wolf had far exceeded his understanding. He had thought that inviting the 2 most ruthless killers from the black market would put him to death, but now it seemed. Old Deng, go down and accompany your son. Yang Chen slowly turned around, the sunny smile on his face growing increasingly sinister as he stepped closer to Zhao Chuanxiu. You have stolen the spring comes and autumn goes treasure. Zhao Chuanxiu collapsed to the ground, his frail body, already hollowed out by wine and lust, could hardly withstand such excruciating pain. He trembled and convulsed violently, his old face turning purple, his eyes bulging out from the extreme agony. He never expected that at this age, his little brother would become a burden. This matter isn't over yet. Yang Chen lowered his voice, facing the old face twisted in extreme pain, and spoke slowly. Immediately after, a steel whip-like shadow severed Zhao Chuanxiu's legs. The immense damage also sent this local emperor, who was invincible in reality, back to the resurrection point. This Mountain Splitter Sea Breaker had become increasingly proficient. Inside the private room, a deathly silence returned. Only the unconscious Niu Niu and the flying little policewoman remained, along with the mess on the floor. Yang Chen first took out the antidote, mixed it with clean water, and fed it to Niu Niu, then fell into a brief contemplation. What should he do next? At this moment, Yang Chen's mindset underwent a subtle change. The rules of this world were undergoing earth-shattering changes. The old laws and order could hardly restrain the increasingly powerful players. Killing in peacetime, it is the most serious crime in the law, an insurmountable red line. But in the Tianyuan world, it seemed to be gradually becoming a norm, the most direct and effective way to solve problems. Just over a month ago, Yang Chen was merely an ordinary wage slave struggling for a living. He was honest and law-abiding, not daring to touch that red line called law. And now, after the arrival of Tianyuan, he had become the world's strongest. He could crush those young masters and local emperors like ants, seemingly without any significant feeling, not a shred of guilt. Should he continue killing? To eradicate the roots? Yang Chen's mindset as an ordinary person was undergoing a violent transformation. Should he continue to uphold the laws of the old era, restraining himself with morality? Or should he completely let go, transforming into that lawless person who views human life as grass, slaughtering anyone he finds displeasing? Seconds later, he opened his eyes again, and in his pitch-black pupils, an unprecedented clarity and determination flickered. In his heart, he already had an answer. Be yourself. Do what you want to do. Absolute power represents the ability to break all shackles and constraints, to do anything one desires, whether it is to punish the wicked for the sake of so-called justice or simply to slaughter the innocent for fun. As long as one is willing, one can do whatever one wants. What is this called? This is called not forgetting one's original intention. What is Yang Chen's original intention? He was very sure that his current original intention was to kill Zhao Chuanxiu and the others. Kill. Activate Super Pearl. Zhao Chuanxiu, Xingui, Pujuan, Yang Chen remotely controlled the Super Pearl, pulling all of them into the kill list. The very center of Super Magic City. The shape of the Niu Lang Treasure Pavilion changed. At this moment, the magnificent Super Pearl Defense Tower, akin to a divine miracle, quietly underwent a transformation. At the very top of the tower, the 3 super main cannons, crafted from legendary materials, slowly rose from within the tower's body. The golden cannon platform forged from sunstone gathered a scorching light capable of melting everything at its muzzle. The colorful cannon platform made of dream crystals seemed to have a dazzling galaxy flowing slowly within it. The pitch black cannon platform carved from abyss bloodwood emitted a terrifying aura that could devour all light, sending chills down one's spine. The muzzles of the 3 main cannons simultaneously lit up with destructive brilliance. They resembled 3 rising Death Stars, beginning a comprehensive, all-angle scan and lock-on of the entire Super Magic City. Inside the Resurrection Point, Pujuan, Xingui, and Zhao Chuanxiu were in a state of utter despair. Please leave the resurrection teleportation array within 240 seconds. The system's prompt echoed in their ears. Warwolf is actually this strong. Xingui's face was filled with disbelief, his body convulsing violently from extreme pain, the phantom pain in his lower abdomen making him feel as if he were being repeatedly tortured. Ah, my attributes. This isn't Shirshiang's soft bone powder. Pujuan was shocked to discover that his attributes were gradually decreasing. Xingui's strange poison, Shirshiang's soft bone powder, had the effect of paralyzing enemies and significantly reducing their strength, achieving a state of exhaustion. The potency of this strange poison was already formidable. However, there is always a higher mountain. The untreated poison would randomly reduce maximum attributes by a bit every second. Pujuan watched as his strength was slowly corroded away, a strong sense of fear suddenly rising in his heart. Infinite duration? This strange poison was actually incurable. Unless Yang Chen, the one spreading the plague curse, was killed, this deadly poison could not be undone, otherwise they could only rely on divine objects like the Stone of Forgetting. Lifespan. The most terrifying aspect was the reduction in everyone's lifespan. Your lifespan has decreased by 174 years. Zhao Chuanxiu looked at his lifespan being cut down by over 170 years, his old face instantly turning as pale as paper. The Heavenly Sea Dining House, this luxurious dining establishment to the extreme, was one of Zhao Chuanxiu's properties. As one of the first beneficiaries to eat crabs, they gained hundreds of years of extra lifespan through dietary supplements. Immortality. Zhao Chuanxiu, with his vast corporate wealth, gradually realized the ancient emperor's long-cherished wish through dietary supplements. Increasing lifespan. He purchased various magical beast ingredients at low prices and sold the finished products at high prices to make a profit. He hired a large number of skilled chefs with cooking skills, even using lifespan as payment to raise a group of powerful death warriors. How much was he offering to kill Warwolf? 300 years of lifespan. Blood coins were certainly rare, but an employer who could offer such a large amount of lifespan food at once was a rare find. Xingui and Pujuan, 2 desperate men, took the seemingly impossible task for that 300 years of lifespan. Xingui and Pujuan were horrified to discover that their lifespans had also been reduced by over 100 years. Old Zhao, your information is completely inaccurate. Xingui couldn't hold back any longer, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it. This time, we took a huge loss. That deposit of 150 years of lifespan isn't even enough to cover this death compensation. This deal was a total loss. Pujuan lay on the ground, his legs severed, nearly turned into a stick. The losses were not just in lifespan. The permanent negative effect of severed limbs also required the Stone of Forgetting to eliminate. You 2 useless fools. You took so much of my lifespan as a deposit and you can't even handle one person? How dare you complain here? Zhao Chuanxiu trembled with anger. His son's great revenge had not yet been avenged, and he had already lost half his life. Forget it. We'll take the loss on this deal. We can't deal with the war wolf. Pujuan, let's go. Xingui still had some sense, wanting to stop the loss immediately and not wade through this murky water any longer. It was too terrifying. The strength of the war wolf far exceeded that of ordinary people. In the Tianyuan world, the lifespan deducted was calculated based on the amount of damage endured at the time of death. Simply put, the harder you get hit, the more tragic your death, the more lifespan deducted. Yang Chen's final move, the split mountain and break sea style, combined with the dozens of layers of poison, bleeding, burning states instantly stacked, plus the talent, Kung Fu as a killing technique, enhancement, directly deducted 170 years of lifespan. Who can withstand that? Xingui didn't want to die now. I'm not reconciled. All my equipment was stolen by that bastard. Pujuan let out a furious roar of unwillingness. Even my exclusive weapon is gone. Unwilling? What can you do about it? Do you think I wanted this? My exclusive equipment was stolen too. We've kicked a hard board this time. Unless you want to die, it's best to stop immediately. Xingui's tone was filled with helplessness. His and Pujuan's strength was absolutely top tier among ordinary players, but unfortunately, they encountered a monster like Yang Chen. However, Xingui and Pujuan still had some trump cards. In Xingui's backpack there were 3 super treasure chests, awarded for completing high difficulty tasks earlier. Gritting his silver teeth, he opened all 3 chests in one go. A dazzling light flashed, and 2 stones of oblivion emitting a soft white glow appeared. Heaven does not seal off all paths. A wild joy of survival after disaster shone in Xingui's eyes. Do you want to forget the untreatable poison plague state? Yes. A holy white light enveloped him, continuously eroding the purple-black demonic aura of his attributes, instantly vanishing without a trace. Do you want to forget the amputation state? Yes. The light flickered again at the resurrection point, and in the shocked gazes of the surrounding players, a pair of healthy legs visibly regrew at an observable speed. Xingui moved his newly grown legs, preparing to leave the resurrection point with Pujuan. However, just as he stepped out of the safety zone, an abnormality occurred. A dazzling 7-colored beam, brighter than the sun, descended like a judgment spear from the heavens, instantly slicing through the sky and crashing down on his head. Boom boom boom. The laser released by the Super Pearl directly evaporated his recently restored body. It also deducted several decades of his lifespan. What's going on? What is happening here? Why? Is the city's defense system attacking me for no reason? No, that's not the city's defense system. That's the Niulang Treasure Pavilion. Niulang Treasure Pavilion. Search and strike integrated. Scan, lock, kill. The Super Pearl citywide scanning system left Xingui and the others nowhere to hide. Even ordinary invisibility techniques were hard to escape from the Omnivision scan. It's over. This time it's completely over. There was no way to escape. The expressions of the crowd turned extremely grim. At that moment they saw a familiar figure, hands in pockets, leisurely walking towards them at a slow pace. The War Wolf. That face still wore a harmless sunny smile. He had accurately located the resurrection points of several people through the Super Pearl. He was here to kill. This thought exploded in the hearts of the 3. War Wolf, big boss. Pujuan and I are willing to compensate. We were just hired. Xingui was the first to react, and without hesitation, he abandoned his employer. You 2 treacherous bastards. Zhao Chuanxiu trembled with rage. The deposit has already been received. And now you say you can just leave? I will definitely come to you for an explanation in the future. He never expected that the 2 top assassins he had hired at a sky-high price would betray him so shamelessly at the most critical moment. Explanation? You're a clay Buddha crossing the river. You can't even save yourself. Xingui sneered, then turned around, his expression instantly shifting to one of pleading flattery. That change of face was so quick. No wonder he was the driver of the Wanzai Diaochan skin. War Wolf boss, please spare us. My brother and I are willing to work like oxen and horses for you. Xingui actually knelt down towards Yang Chen without hesitation, banging his head on the ground like pounding garlic. Spare you? Of course not. Yang Chen shrugged and pulled out a mask from his backpack. Transformed. This was a level 20 golden grade artifact that could disguise itself as the appearance of others, even temporarily. Modify IDs. No, let's keep playing. Weren't you having a great time just now? Yang Chen's white teeth shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. He slowly raised his finger. Infernal flame. A strand of black-red flame filled with jealousy and hatred coiled around his fingertips like a venomous snake with a life of its own. This originated from the Ash Princess's dark gold level source power, far superior to the Plague Demon's waistcloth, allowing Yang Chen to control it with greater precision. Of course, it could also distinguish who the enemies were, so it wouldn't accidentally kill other players at the nearby resurrection points. Doomsday Embers, activate. Yang Chen activated the Ash Princess's source power. Within a 50-meter radius, all targets marked as enemies would be burned by this unquenchable demonic fire. Moreover, every 5 seconds, an additional layer of ember status would stack. Ah! Xingui and Pujuan simultaneously let out heart-wrenching screams. The burning of the infernal flame immediately triggered a chain reaction of endless torment. Without warning, numerous blood mouths erupted from their bodies, spraying bright red liquid. The black-purple poison crazily eroded their bodies, ultimately burning them to 2 handfuls of ashes amidst endless pain and wails. Zhao Chuanxiu watched the 2's tragic state. Already terrified out of his wits, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. In the next second, Xingui and Pujuan reappeared at the resurrection point. Your life is quite tough. Then die a few more times. Yang Chen's smile became even sunnier, almost stretching to his ears. No, War Wolf boss, please spare us. I have a secret to tell you. I know about hidden quests. Hidden boss. Xingui roared in the flames but soon turned to ashes. What is this? Killing at the resurrection point in the safe zone? This place should be absolutely invincible, protected by the rules of the Tian Yuan. What means does War Wolf have to kill in the resurrection point, and so cruelly? Source power. There will always be a day when rules are broken. If the Plague Demon's waistcloth is a bug, then the Ash Princess's source power is the divine power that can break the rules. Unknowingly, Yang Chen had already mastered this source power, and with the Chaos Chosen bloodline, he gradually distanced himself from the realm of ordinary people. I haven't attacked you. Killing me is a crime. Guards! Zhao Chuanxiu used all his strength to let out a desperate scream for help. He was right. Zhao Chuanxiu had not attacked Yang Chen, and killing him would not be considered justifiable defense but would increase his sin value. This chaos and shouting immediately attracted the nearby silver-armored guards. Warning, your crime has been detected by the guards, please cease dangerous behavior in the safe zone. Yang Chan's open killing in the safe zone undoubtedly violated the rules set by the Tianyuan world. Upon discovery, the guards immediately issued him a 1-star warning, crime level, 1 star. This situation is usually just used to stop small-scale brawls between players or minor criminal acts like robbery and theft. The silver-armored guards will first issue a verbal warning, and if the other party remains obstinate, they will take measures to forcibly drive them away. A warning? Just kill them first. Yang Chen, however, paid no heed to their warnings. Infernal flames, burn for me. The flickering black-red flame at his fingertips ignited into a blazing inferno once more. The demonic fire ignored the other players around and wrapped layer upon layer around Zhao Chuanxiu, that old dog. A shrill, inhuman scream instantly echoed throughout the Resurrection Point Square. Almost in an instant, Zhao Chuanxiu was burned to a crisp, turning to ashes and resurrecting again. What a pity. His damage was too high. Otherwise, burning him a little longer, torturing him a bit more, would have been even more effective. On the other side, the curses of the broken army gradually faded away, never to return. Lifespan exhausted. He died permanently. The Blue Ghost, witnessing this scene, also knew he could not escape death. He no longer begged for mercy but raised his grotesque face, staring at Yang Chen with eyes filled with resentment and madness. War Wolf, if you keep breaking the rules like this, you'll die worse than us. I'll be waiting for you in hell. You won't die a good death. You won't die a good death. You won't die a good death. The Blue Ghost let out a hysterical roar, and in the end, he completely vanished from the world. Warning ineffective, now taking coercive measures against you. The silver-armored guards who had surrounded him finally took action after the warning proved ineffective. Crime level, 2 stars. Sorry, I must kill this person, not even Jesus can save him. Yang Chen did not stop, continuing to burn Zhao Chuanxiu with demonic flames, killing him again and again in an instant. Bang! The battle spear of the silver-armored guard struck Yang Chen, but only the words immune appeared. Then don't blame me. Yang Chen's eyes flickered. Since he had decided to kill, he would not hesitate. Those who block me shall die. Yang Chen's voice turned colder. All of you, get lost or don't blame me for being rude. Yang Chen issued his ultimatum, and the black-red demonic flame at his fingertips flickered, again burning Zhao Chuanxiu to ashes once more. Accompanied by another heart-wrenching scream, his sin value increased. Sin value +1. A nearby silver-armored guard took action, attacking Yang Chen with his spear, but it also resulted in the words immune. Yang Chen simply retaliated with a regular punch. You have stolen mithril armor, you have stolen mithril gloves, you have stolen mithril leggings, you have stolen mithril belt, 8 times. A single ordinary attack unexpectedly triggered a total of 8 flying dragon cloud hands in an instant. Second strike. This was a brand new talent he had just obtained from the Awakening Stone. After being enhanced by the Super Lucky Star, ordinary attacks had a 100% chance to deal an additional strike. His fist turned into a blurred afterimage in an instant. 3 supreme shadow embodiments, plus his own body, and accounting for the effect of the second strike, a single punch equated to 8 simultaneous attacks. The imposing silver-armored guard had his equipment stripped away piece by piece, nearly losing even his undergarments. Suddenly, a silver arrow glinting with cold light shot silently towards Yang Chen's back from an extremely tricky angle. Sixth Sense. Yang Chen's new talent, Sixth Sense, was passively triggered at that moment. He didn't even need to turn around, he could clearly sense the impending attack. He misstepped, sliding his body at an incredible angle to the side, narrowly avoiding this deadly ambush. 100% evasion of sneak attacks. 100% evasion of ranged normal attacks. There, on the roof of the nearby loft, the Sixth Sense not only had evasion and warning functions but also allowed him to instantly lock onto the position of distant enemies. Yang Chen let out a cold snort. With that followed by a, he transformed into a silver streak of light, instantly crossing dozens of meters and appearing beside the archer guard. With 2 punches, he stripped the guard of his entire set of equipment. He had not yet killed him. He did not use poison, nor did he employ any skills with special effects. He simply used the most gentle basic attack,